Dear family, the esteemed SS-class powerhouse, Xingju, awoke in a state of utter bewilderment, firmly ensnared by high-energy particle beams wielded by Ji Li Shu. This predicament is largely attributable to that so-called brother, Qi Shi Lian Chuan, who treacherously betrayed him and cast him into the dream-eating forest. Though he ascended, due to Ji Li Shu's pheromones, he found himself a prisoner. She subsequently departed alone, leading to even more perilous encounters. Let me elucidate the absurdity of this situation. I, the illustrious SS-class titan, Xingju, a formidable hellhawk, opened my eyes only to find myself bound hand and foot by a woman. The ropes, as slender as a strand of hair, were remarkably resilient. Despite my muscles being taut as steel, I was utterly unable to break free. The more I struggled, the hotter the bindings became, as if they threatened to sear me alive. The woman who had restrained me stood before me, clad in drab outdoor attire, entirely wrapped up, yet her figure was undeniable. She coolly stated, "This is high-energy particle line you cannot escape." At that moment, it all came flooding back to me. It was her, the very woman who had fallen from the sky and struck me as I was on the verge of exploding from my ascension. The intoxicating scent of her pheromones was unmistakable, even if she were reduced to ashes. I must say, the sensation of holding her close to him, alleviating my pain, was truly euphoric. Who among my kin can comprehend this? In one fleeting moment, I was a battle-hardened warrior on the brink of death. In the next, I became a captive lamb. This tale must begin with my brother, Qi Shi Lian Chuan. That scoundrel is notorious for his treachery. Seizing my glass green orb during my moment of vulnerability as I ascended, he and his two henchmen unceremoniously hurled me off a precipice 1,000 meters high. What lay below? The dream-eating forest. Its name may sound poetic, yet it is, in reality, a colossal meat grinder, with no Beastman emerging unscathed. Let me tell you, the pain of plummeting from such heights pales in comparison to the sensation of impending explosion within me. I was in such agony that I had no choice but to revert to my true form, a 3-meter-tall black wolf, hoping to minimize the number of bones I would break upon impact. Just as despair enveloped me, an unidentified object fell from the heavens and struck me squarely in the chest. In the next instant, I was dumbfounded. It was pheromones, an overwhelming, explosive scent of pheromones. The aroma was divine, both fragrant and pure, akin to a life-saving elixir, instantly quelling my explosive urge. At that moment, I could think of nothing else. Driven by instinct, I pressed the object firmly beneath me and buried my wolfish snout into it, inhaling deeply. This intoxicating scent brought me back to some semblance of consciousness. Upon opening my eyes, I was astounded to discover that I was pressing down on a woman, a living, breathing, fragrant woman. My mind was utterly overwhelmed. Was the dream-eating forest akin to a novice village? How was it possible that it had refreshed such exquisite equipment? As a result of my excitement, I lost control and inadvertently scratched her delicate, fair arm, leaving a crimson mark. Upon witnessing the blood, I instinctively transformed into my human form, my mind blank save for singular thought. To bite her, to drink. I opened my mouth and sank my teeth in her slender neck. The sensation was akin to a parched traveler in a desert, stumbling upon an oasis. The raging energy within me was instantaneously quelled, and my strength surged. I could even feel I had successfully ascended to a new level. However, that was where the story ended. When I regained consciousness, I found myself securely bound, a captive beneath her authority. The woman's name was Ji Li Shu. She possessed an aura of ethereal coolness, with long black hair tied back in a ponytail, her features exquisitely sculpted as if crafted by a master artist. Her gaze held a chilling indifference, as though she regarded me as mere air. Yet, do not be deceived by her appearance. This woman was capable of ruthlessness. Just as I contemplated displaying some bravado, she coldly inquired, "Are you a woman?" I was taken aback. Such a question was beyond my comprehension. I wondered if she were attempting to provoke me, to catch me off guard. But when she noticed my hesitance to respond, her demeanor shifted, and she swiftly produced a dagger, her movements as quick as lightning. In the next moment, I felt a chilling sensation in my chest. Good heavens, this woman acted with lethal precision, delivering a deep wound in a heartbeat, blood gushing forth. The most astonishing part was that, after inflicting the injury, she calmly asked, "Where is this place?" What could I do but comply? I informed her that this was the dream-eating forest, where the flora were carnivorous, even instilling fear in us beastmen. I took the liberty to explain the concept of beastmen to her. In brief, Centuries ago, Earth underwent a catastrophic reset. Climate shifts and rampant viruses led humanity to experiment with genetic fusion, transforming themselves into half-human, half-beast hybrids known as Beastmen, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, intelligence, and longevity. The cost, however, was dire. We could no longer produce females. The global female population had perished. The only women that remained were humans, but due to the harsh environment and inbreeding, modern humans largely exhibited intellectual deficiencies, akin to fools. Thus, I was astounded this individual before me was not only intellectually astute, but possessed formidable combat skills and unparalleled beauty. Was this not an extraordinary advantage? I bared my soul to her, expressing that since she had saved me, I would undoubtedly protect her. Yet, to my surprise, her gaze turned even colder. From her eyes, I discerned 4 chilling words: eliminate the witness. Goodness, how peculiar was her line of reasoning. I hastily clarified that women were treasures in this world, and everyone would go to great lengths to protect them. I would never harm her. She continued to regard me with that icy stare before suddenly breaking into a smile. Since you claim to be so formidable, the dream-eating forest cannot hinder you. You may find your own way out. With that, she turned to leave, having thoroughly searched me beforehand and pilfering a black bracelet from my possession. Come back. I panicked. Truly, I had never felt such fear in my life. You will die. I struggled fiercely against the cursed vines, my flesh sizzling under the heat, rendering me numb to pain. I could only watch helplessly as she approached the cave's entrance, not even glancing back, her silhouette vanishing amidst the menacing flora. A deafening explosion soon followed, causing the entire cavern to tremble. She cannot simply be gone, can she? Meanwhile, Ji Lishu was certainly not dead. She was not of this world. She was a top-tier mercenary from the 25th century, equipped with cutting-edge technology. The explosion outside the cave was orchestrated by her, a dazzling aurora bomb. After clearing a path, she summoned a vessel known as Fidu, which soared into the sky in an instant. This Fidu was akin to a mobile fortress, capable of cloaking itself and traversing the skies and terrain, complete with a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. She leisurely spent 3 days above, deploying her miniature drone, Little B, to thoroughly explore the surroundings, discovering a city to the southeast. Realizing she could not remain aloft indefinitely, she resolved to venture into the city. Before doing so, she needed to replenish the Fidu with fresh water. She located a seemingly safe wetland, where she anchored the Fidu to extract water. Just as the tank was nearly full, a grayish cat suddenly sprang forth, resembling a cannonball, trailed by an entire army of plants. Countless blood-red, giant, carnivorous flowers erupted from the ground, rushing towards her vessel like gaping maws. All of this had been drawn in by that wretched cat. Ji Lishu was immediately incensed. The Fidus offensive systems activated, unleashing high-energy beams indiscriminately, yet the carnivorous flowers surged forward like a frenzy, vines ensnaring the Fidu, attempting to drag it into the mire. She aimed to use a mechanical arm to seize the cat and toss it away, but it was as elusive as a specter, evading capture effortlessly. If this continued, both she and the vessel would become fodder for the flora. Gritting her teeth, Ji Lishu set the Fidu to automatic attack, flung open the hatch, and leapt out. Her movements were fluid and precise, allowing her to swiftly reach the blue jade cat and scoop it into her arms. Yet, just as she prepared to return to the ship, the soft stems of the carnivorous flowers ensnared her limbs, dragging her to the ground. The spines on the vines pierced her skin, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. She drew her void blade and struck fiercely, but the vines were as tough as alloy, leaving only white marks in their wake. As more and more vines ensnared her, she recalled the Fidu into her personal space, ready to fight with her back against the wall. Just as she was on the brink of being utterly bound, the blue jade cat in her arms emitted a sharp cry. Meow! In a miraculous turn of events, the vines that had tightly ensnared her suddenly released their grip, as if jolted by electricity. Seizing this critical moment, Ji Lishu's right hand regained its freedom, and she swung the void blade wildly against the encroaching vines. However, what's the point of merely hacking away at it? I must tell you, to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. With a swift motion, I retrieved a molecular destruction bomb from my cloud hub and aimed it precisely at the central root of that carnivorous flower. Let it explode. With a resounding boom, I assure you, the noise was so immense that I felt as if my very crown had been lifted. My ears rang, my vision darkened, and I lost all awareness, collapsing backward in a straight line. At that moment, I should have directly hit the ground, but in my dazed state, it seemed someone caught me. A man? His arm was incredibly strong, tightly encircling my waist. I later discovered that my savior was none other than that blue jade cat transformed. Remarkably, he looked down at me and remarked, "It's my first time saving someone, and it's a woman. My heartfelt gratitude to you, but it would have been splendid had you transformed sooner." When I finally opened my eyes again, the perilous flowers had wilted, leaving behind a disarrayed scene, with a transparent orb resembling a diamond lying on the ground. I picked it up and tucked it into my pocket, prioritizing my escape over examination. Wait, where was that cat? Ah, nestled in my arms, soundly asleep. I must say, this little creature is rather endearing. Its soft fur reminds me of my previous cat. Very well then. In the year 2025, I find myself in a state of companionship, temporarily nurturing my feline companion. The spaceship continues its self-repair, leaving me to rely solely on my own two legs. I wandered through the forest, cradling my cat for what felt like an eternity, and to my surprise, not a single mutated plant dared to confront me. Upon discovering a cave, I hastily blocked the entrance with my shield, preparing to tend to my wounds. My body was riddled with cuts, each one causing me excruciating pain. Inside the cave, it was just me and my cat. I pondered whether such a small creature could possibly be an orc. Without hesitation, I removed my t-shirt and draped it over its head, wishing to shield my eyes from the sight. As I treated my wounds, the pain made me break into a sweat. Unbeknownst to me, as my body temperature rose, an abundance of estrogen was released. I slept soundly, completely unaware that my cat had transformed into a handsome man during the night. He seemed dissatisfied with my deep slumber, so he sprinkled some sleeping powder within the cave and proceeded to tend to my back injuries with remarkable gentleness. I must confess, the thought of a man applying medicine to my wounds while I slept stirred my heart rate. The absurdity escalated when, feeling the chill of the cave, I began to shiver in my sleep. He transformed back into a human and wrapped his arms around me. It was bewildering. Had I rescued a cat or acquired a living hot water bottle? He appeared to sleep comfortably, even finding my scent quite appealing, almost succumbing to the urge to bite me. Upon awakening the following morning, I was puzzled by the warmth enveloping my chest, only to realize it was my cat, whom I had named A-Ching. Soon after, A-Ching seemed to go mad, leading me in a particular direction before darting off. Initially, I thought he was fleeing, only to discover later that he had gone to resolve my troubles. To my astonishment, 5 S-class orcs approached, demanding my surrender. But guess what happened next? A-Ching transformed into a human, without uttering a word, and commanded the surrounding flora to swiftly subdue all 5 of them, executing the task with remarkable efficiency. Just as he finished dealing with that situation, I encountered a new crisis. 2 more orcs appeared, intent on confronting me. I quickly dispatched one with a bomb, but the other was enraged, transforming into a massive leopard that lunged at me. In that electrifying moment, I fired a high-energy particle beam, and, simultaneously, A-Ching arrived, entangling the leopard with vines. Seizing the opportunity, I plunged a knife into its forehead, splattering blood all over myself. In its final act of defiance, the leopard hurled me across the ground. Lying there, I felt as if my bones were fracturing. A-Ching returned to his feline form, visibly distressed. Later, I learned that these orcs were weaklings without spiritual seals, lacking the psychological burden of killing women. It seemed that, even in a different world, the instinct to survive necessitated playing with one's life. The next day, the spaceship was repaired, and I set off with A-Ching towards the nearest city, Telliar City. Upon arrival, I was utterly astonished. The city resembled something out of a sci-fi film, with towering skyscrapers, yet the streets were filled with imposing orcs, each standing over 6 feet tall. They were undeniably handsome, their features reminiscent of artificially generated beings, yet they exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. To my astonishment, women in this city carried oxygen tanks. My spaceship's readings indicated alarmingly low oxygen levels in the air. It appeared this city had become a low-oxygen zone, devoid of any vegetation for safety. Accepting my new surroundings, I donned a mask, preparing to explore the city. With so many orcs present, I could not simply waltz around carelessly. I needed to prepare a backpack. Just as I contemplated this need for discretion, A-Ching unexpectedly became agitated. As I prepared to exit the spacecraft, he clung to my leg, as if sensing impending doom. I squatted down to cradle him, puzzled by his sudden behavior. In a surprising turn, he leaped on my shoulder, his little nose nuzzling against me. In that instant, my mind exploded with realization. Estrogen. To the orcs, my scent was akin to catnip. Even A-Ching, a 4S gray being, was overwhelmed by it. If those low-ranking orcs outside caught a whiff, they would surely go wild. This situation demanded immediate action. I quickly retrieved a special gas spray, dousing myself thoroughly before donning a full isolation suit, resembling an astronaut preparing for outer space. After this frantic preparation, I lifted A-Ching once more, and at last, he settled down, softly meowing as if to say, this sin is just right. I couldn't help but think, had I truly begun treating this cat as if it were human? Yet, it seemed far more astute than I had anticipated. Having organized myself, I was ready to enter the city. I discovered that entering involved a process akin to passing through a subway turnstile, with each individual required to scan a black metal bracelet on their wrist. It suddenly struck me that I had acquired one of those from the wolf earlier. They called it a communication ring, resembling a sophisticated smartwatch capable of projecting holographic displays. Just as I retrieved the wolf's communication ring, it vibrated unexpectedly. A video call was incoming. Panic surged within me. This device had GPS. I had barely taken it from the wolf when they located me with astonishing speed. Fearing the consequences, I swiftly approached a dark-skinned gentleman in line, and in a flash, I discreetly swapped my bracelet with his. With my new communication ring in hand, I confidently swiped through the turnstile and strolled into the city with an air of nonchalance. Once inside, I didn't foolishly walk around. Instead, I found a small corner to observe the unfolding drama. True to my expectations, within 10 minutes, several ostentatious hovering vehicles screeched to a halt at the city gates, their tires screeching like they were about to burst. From the cars emerged several muscular men in suits, and among them was none other than the wolf. He had survived and was now actively searching for me. Allow me to enlighten you. This individual was so certain I was alive because I had left him a parting gift, my spiritual seal. As long as I was breathing, the mark on his chest pulsated like a full 5G signal. He knew I was still alive, which explained his relentless search for me over the past few days. Following the signal, he discovered his precious communication ring adorning the wrist of the gentleman beside him, and the look on his face was a blend of disappointment and excitement. Like a theatrical performance, he immediately interrogated the man, who stammered that he had no idea and mentioned an androgynous beast had approached him earlier. Androgynous beast? I paused, then realized that the wolf had mistaken me for a certain type of, shall we say, specialized service provider. In this world, where women were so rare, my solitary presence was bound to raise suspicions. Upon hearing this, the wolf's eyes lit up, seemingly impressed that I was clever enough to disguise myself. Just as they were entangled in conversation, a more luxurious vehicle arrived, and a figure emerged. It was the vice commander of Teleyar City, Yun Kai. This was the very definition of a showdown between arch-rivals, with both men exchanging pleasantries that concealed sharp daggers within their words. Ultimately, the wolf forcibly took the dark-skinned gentleman with him, and before departing, his gaze suggested he was ready to turn the entire city upside down. Once inside the vehicle, he commanded, "Search the entire city for all androgynous beasts. Monitor every entrance and exit. Let no one escape." It appeared I was on the verge of being swept into a city-wide manhunt, as if a public announcement would soon proclaim my presence. The vice commander, Yun Kai, is no fool. He immediately deduces that the wolf's survival in the forest must be due to an encounter with a woman, namely me. He understands that, with the Lingyin, I have become the wolf's Achilles heel. His scheming mind races. If he can locate me and eliminate me, the wolf will soon follow suit, allowing him to seize the wolf's territory and power. Concealed in the shadows, I observe everything with clarity, my mind resolute with a single thought. This place is fraught with danger. I cannot afford to provoke it, nor can I hide from it. I must flee swiftly. However, I never anticipated that trouble would not be so easily evaded. Despite wrapping myself tightly in layers of disguise, hat, mask, gloves, I was still stopped in the street. The scent of the damned estrogen capsules on me, as they presumed, giving me away. A rather handsome, bear-type Beastman approached, requesting to add me as a friend, claiming he wanted to assist with my business at the flower shop. I nearly rolled my eyes to the back of my head. As he spoke, a few more joined, all seemingly enamored by the sight of a woman, clamoring to add me to their communication rings. Despite my cold demeanor, they persisted, their words growing increasingly offensive, questioning my refusal to earn money, calling me foolish and pretentious, with one even attempting to touch my face. My temper flared. Just as I was ready to show them the reason for the season, the handsome bear, the first to block my path, unexpectedly shoved the assailant's hand away, bellowing, "I saw her first, so back off." I tell you, this fellow exuded an S-rank aura, and the others instantly shrank back, scurrying away like frightened mice. Then this bear, named Li Zhao, looked at me with a gentle expression, professing a strong interest in making me his long-term partner. I was utterly exasperated and pressed my voice to tell him to move aside. To my surprise, he shuddered at the sound of my voice, complimenting its allure. I was left speechless. Ignoring him, I simply walked away. It wasn't my prowess that had intimidated him. Rather, my companion, Qing, had discreetly unleashed a hint of pressure, rendering him speechless. I needed to find a place to gather information about this world, but I lacked funds. Here, transactions were conducted via communication rings, requiring retinal scans. Stealing would serve no purpose. Ultimately, I stumbled upon a quaint, antiquated bookstore tucked away in a narrow alley. The proprietor, a silver-haired gentleman named Chong Kong, appeared frail and was entirely unlike the muscular men outside. He bore an expression that suggested understanding, ushering me into a small, dark room. I was taken aback. A whole wall was adorned with an array of richly colored educational materials and discs. Qing, in my arms, became excited, attempting to cover my eyes with his paw. I maintained an impassive expression while my heart surged with emotion, calmly informing him that I had no interest in such things. Chong Kong seemed bewildered. A Beastman with a feminine appearance was not purchasing his treasures, but instead requesting dusty old books. Yet he refrained from pressing further, allowing me to browse at my leisure. In a corner, I uncovered a tome titled Chronicles, which finally provided me with a rudimentary understanding of this world. It turned out I had traversed to a place called Launching, where alongside beastmen, there existed mutated flora and zombie-like flesh-eaters, truly a perilous environment. As night descended, I prepared to leave, casually placing a few cans on the counter, stating nonchalantly, "I have no money. I will barter with these." Chong Kong erupted in laughter, asserting that reading a few books bore no cost. However, he expressed curiosity about the estrogen capsules I used, inquiring where I had procured them. Naturally, I could not divulge that they were part of my original equipment, so I remained silent. In the end, I revealed my true name to him, Li Shu. It was the first time I'd shared my name with anyone since I could remember. After speaking, I departed, gazing at the dazzling lights of this unfamiliar city, and felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over me. The pressing concern was to find a place to stay. Hotels were out of the question, as they required full body scans, which would expose me and lead to immediate capture by the breeding center. Thus, I had a sudden idea and ventured into the red light district, seeking the most deserted establishment amidst the flower shops, and stealthily slipped into an unoccupied room. Upon entering, I was left dumbfounded. The dim lighting, intoxicating scents, and a bed suspended midair by 4 heavy chains created an atmosphere that was, to put it mildly, professional. I composed myself, extinguished the aroma to block the surveillance, and calmly sat upon the chained bed to eat. While I donned my headphones and slept soundly, oblivious to the turmoil, my companion, the cat, was enduring nearby, driven nearly mad by the room's ambience and sound from upstairs. Once I had succumbed to deep slumber, the cat released a hint of hallucinogenic essence to deepen my sleep. Just as I drifted into a profound slumber, the cat transformed back into its human form and climbed onto my bed, removing my mask to gaze intently at me. To be honest, every hair on my body stood on end. He loomed over me, his eyes a mix of longing and resignation, murmuring something about how I truly knew how to torment him. "Goodness, who are you? Are we acquainted?" I thought to myself, "I haven't wronged you while asleep." Yet he remained lost in his own world, speaking of genetic instincts and willingly accepting the linging. It seemed this fellow had completely succumbed, essentially intoxicated by desire. In the end, he embraced me and solemnly declared, "From now on, you may torment me, but you must not abandon me." At that moment, I could only think, is this cat a bit unhinged? Just as I was drifting blissfully in my sleep, chaos erupted outside. A group of uniformed individuals began kicking in doors, shouting about capturing half-beastmen. Where was my cat? My human form cat? In an instant, I donned my clothes and stood by the window. A cold, ruthless voice emerged from my phone, ordering, "Create some commotion." Within a minute, the entire building felt as though it were shaking, as if it were about to be demolished. He glanced back at me, confirming I was still sound asleep, and then leaped from the 4th floor. This fellow, his agility, was astonishing. When I awoke, the effects of the hallucinogen had finally worn off. As I opened my eyes, the outside world resembled a scene of devastation, the light of dawn barely illuminating the chaos. A sense of dread gripped me. Instinct warned me that this was no place to linger. Qing was missing, but the hallway was filled with the sounds of hurried footsteps drawing ever closer. Without hesitation, I fled. Mimicking his earlier escape, I climbed through the window, and I must admit, my agility impressed even myself. However, I forgot that these beastmen had a keen sense of smell, and as I ran, I unwittingly revealed my scent. "Over there! Chase her!" a voice cried. Well, I was exposed. I had no choice but to dash across rooftops with acrobatic flair. At that moment, a sleek sports car screeched to a halt on the elevated road. Inside was the wolf, the same one I had bitten in the forest, his eyes wide with realization. He seemed to catch my scent, and without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, barreling towards me. I found myself trapped on a large bridge, surrounded by people, unable to escape. Below was the dark and treacherous Nuaw Seaman River, from which it was rumored no one could survive a fall. The leader of the group, known as Luo Wei, feigned friendliness, saying, "Don't run, we just want to invite you for tea." Feeling nervous? At that moment, I had a singular thought. Accompany you? In your dreams. I couldn't be bothered to respond, stepping over the railing of the bridge. I despise being threatened, and, as my words fell, I leaped. The stunned expressions on their faces were priceless. Who would have expected my boldness? I was an excellent swimmer and frantically propelled myself forward in the water. However, after swimming for a short distance, I suddenly felt a tight grip around my ankle, a large hand pulling me back. Turning to see, lo and behold, it was the wolf once more. In the water, we grappled as if we were in a melodrama, and before I could even comprehend the situation, those rascals on the shore unexpectedly opened fire. Bullets whizzed through the water. In a flash, this wolf pivoted sharply, enveloping me in his embrace. With a soft thud, I watched helplessly as a crimson bloom blossomed on his shoulder, a testament to his sacrifice in shielding me. I was momentarily stunned. We had only just met for the second time, and he was already taking such drastic measures? Shortly thereafter, the roar of an aircraft echoed overhead, signaling the arrival of his comrades, who suppressed the fire, causing the assailants on the bridge to retreat in fear. Ignoring his injury, the wolf seized my hand and swam in the opposite direction. I thought to myself, "Fine, considering you shielded me from a gunfire, I will accompany you this once." He guided me for over 2 minutes, emerging from a concealed spot onto the shore, then winding through a hidden passage. To my astonishment, the interior resembled an underground base. He scanned the access control with his pupils, and a massive metal door creaked open. Turning back, he extended his hand towards me with a gentle demeanor, inviting me to follow. I assessed him. The wound had ceased bleeding, appearing not too serious. I coldly declined. "No, I shall not accompany you. I owe you my life for not resisting earlier, but now you wish to lead me into your lair? Not a chance." With that, I turned to leave. He became agitated, blocking my path, insisting that the outside was perilous, claiming this was the secret passage of Xingho Dasha, his domain, and assured me it was utterly safe. I ignored him, stating, "No need for that. We shall part ways." Seeing my resolute stance, he finally lost his composure and shouted, "Stop." At that moment, my expression turned icy and my muscles tensed. He appeared somewhat helpless, grinding his teeth in frustration. Then came an explosive revelation. The wolf suddenly tore off his shirt, revealing a set of defined abdominal muscles and a conspicuous red mark on his chest. Pointing at it, he exclaimed, "Do you know what this is?" "A lingine. The one you bestowed upon me." I was taken aback, thinking, "Are you seriously attempting to pull this?" Remembering the moment in the forest when I had bitten him, I realized that perhaps that single encounter had marked him. Seeing my lack of reaction, he emphasized, "Once a lingine is planted, your life is intertwined with mine. I would never harm you." I remained expressionless, which seemed to frustrate him further. He added, "You were the one who bit me," implying that this predicament was of my own making. I thought, well played. When he saw that I still remained unmoved, he revealed his true intentions. "From this moment forth, you are mine, and we must remain together for eternity." I laughed in disbelief. "I am yours," I repeated, my gaze turning cold, the murderous intent nearly spilling over. The last person who uttered such words had met their demise. I fixed my eyes on him and enunciated, "I, personally, will take action." His expression shifted immediately, and he hastily clarified that it was not coercion, explaining that this was the way of the Beastman world. I was unwilling to entertain such notions. What nonsense about needing to be together due to a lingine. He even spoke of wanting to build a family, envisioning how adorable wolf cubs would be. I interrupted him sharply. "Do you believe that a lingine can confine me? That it can imprison my freedom? Do you think I would accept such absurdity?" He was rendered speechless, evidently unprepared for my defiance. While he was momentarily taken aback, I had already drawn a gun, its barrel aimed directly at his chest. The scene was striking. He stood disheveled, droplets of water cascading along his muscular form, while I coldly aimed the gun at him. His expression was a complex mix of compromise and stubbornness, and finally, it seemed he surrendered. "My name is Xingju," he said quietly. "Yelishu," he replied easily. Eager to leave. "Where are you going?" he inquired again. I scoffed. "If you truly are the Dark Lord of Xingho Group, in the city, you can find me anywhere." Upon hearing this, he fell silent, eventually stepping aside, but his gaze resembled that of an abandoned puppy. I understood that this matter was far from over. He would undoubtedly send someone to follow me. Indeed, as I departed, I sensed 3 shadowy figures trailing me at a distance. Fine, let them follow, for the time being. I could not shake them off. Soaked, and without a destination, I returned to the bookstore from the previous day. The shop was empty, and I settled into a corner to resume my reading, replenishing my knowledge of this world. I lost track of time, but when I lifted my gaze, a familiar blue jade cat dashed toward me, burrowing into my arms, nuzzling and appearing both affectionate and pitiful. Unlike before, I did not pet him. Instead, I squinted, contemplating how an ordinary cat could find its way here from such a place. Something was amiss. However, I chose not to confront it, allowing him to nestle in my embrace. Before long, the bookstore owner, Chong Kong, returned, his mouth bearing a wound, hastily attempting to close the store. Just as the shutter descended halfway, a hand forcefully pushed it back up, and 3 ruffian beastmen entered. "Chong Kong, come with us. Boss Lai has taken a liking to you, and all your debts can be wiped clean," the leader, a yellow-haired leopard, said with malicious intent. Chong Kong attempted to call the police, but they were unperturbed, declaring that repaying debts was a matter of principle, and the police would not interfere. As they spoke, the leopard commanded his subordinates to start vandalizing and stealing from the shop. I sat in the corner, cradling the cat, observing the unfolding scene, initially intending to remain uninvolved. However, upon glancing over, I realized that there were 2 C-rank and 1 D-rank beastmen. Were they here to deliver themselves to me? To be honest, the deer was so weak that I couldn't even sense his rank. I had no intention of intervening. Yet, the yellow-haired leopard swiftly laid hands on Chong Kong, beginning to manhandle him. The look in his eyes was so predatory that it could fry an egg. He rambled about Boss Lai's strict orders, attempting to drag Chong Kong behind the bookshelf. This was an outrageous act of aggression in broad daylight. Naturally, Chong Kong resisted fiercely, shouting that he was not a beast man and delivering a kick to the leopard's chest. That was a well-placed kick, but the unfortunate consequence was that it shattered an antique vase behind him. My heart sank. The noise startled me. The blue jade cat in my arms instinctively raised its head, giving me a look that suggested I should handle the situation. Well then, it seemed I had no choice but to intervene. Without hesitation, I sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the heavy bookshelf flying. The ruffians initially thought Chong Kong had hired a mercenary, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was just a beastman. Their expressions shifted, filled with lewd and predatory intent, making me want to gouge their eyes out. "Ah, beastman, name your price," they taunted, failing to realize that the deer was on the verge of collapse. I rolled my eyes, unwilling to engage in their banter, and swiftly retrieved my prized Wuji whip from my storage space. With a swift flick, the whip sliced through the air. The yellow-haired leopard reacted quickly, dodging just in time, yet a moment later, a gash appeared on his face. He stood there, stunned by the whip's remarkable ability to strike unexpectedly. Enraged, he shouted, "Damn it! Capture him! What a joke, engaging in close combat with me." I immediately distanced myself and opted for ranged attacks. Moreover, my whip was charged with 100,000 volts of electricity. A mere brush would incapacitate, and contact would paralyze. The blue jade cat in my arms understood the situation and discreetly released a hint of pressure from high-ranking beastmen. With the dual debuff in effect, the ruffians, realizing they were outmatched, fled in a panic, leaving behind a parting threat that they would make me pay. The shop lay in disarray as Chong Kong frowned and began to tidy up, muttering to himself, "You shouldn't have helped me. This has only made things worse." I returned a book to the shelf and replied nonchalantly, "I wasn't helping you. I merely found their noise unbearable." He was momentarily taken aback. I leaned against the bar, arms crossed, and inquired, "How much do you owe?" Without thinking, he replied, 100,000 XING coins. At that moment, my cat Chinya emitted a soft meow that dripped with disdain, as if to say, "Is that all?" I couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, 100,000 is indeed a considerable sum for the lower-class beastmen in this world. The competition here is fierce, without strength. One can only resort to low-paying jobs while also having to pay city security fees and purchase green pearls for protection, effectively living paycheck to paycheck. He lamented his plight, claiming it was due to life's pressures, but I saw right through his facade. His gaze was evasive, and his fidgeting betrayed his lack of acting skills. I am quite the expert in that regard. However, I chose not to expose him. It was unnecessary. I simply asked, why not report it to the police? He gave a wry smile and said that the police only protect the strong, unless one could afford to hire mercenaries. Upon hearing this, I stepped closer, appraising him from head to toe, and asked, so what do you think of me? He was left speechless. I continued, how about hiring me? No payment, no contract. Just provide me a place to stay. He stammered, still in disbelief, and I decisively declared, it's settled then, giving him no chance to refuse. And thus, I made myself at home here. I soon discovered that this bookstore was not quaintly vintage, but genuinely impoverished. The living quarters at the back were merely a loft constructed from a few rusty metal shelves, with not even a mattress in sight. I thought to myself, what kind of life is this? Chong Kong looked rather embarrassed, and said I would have to make do. Fine, I can make do. To improve my circumstances, I needed to make some money. I asked Chong Kong, is that estrogen capsule you mentioned last time very expensive? His eyes lit up, thinking I had a source for it. I interrupted him. I have no source. We can only make it ourselves. He was taken aback and asked how to do it. I explained that it required either human female hair or blood. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt my cat in my arms bristle with indignation. The look in his little eyes was sharp as a knife, and I could almost hear his inner monologue. Goodness, my esteemed self, the leader of Qingmu City, is so destitute that I must sell my hair? How can this be tolerated? Just a couple of days later, something strange occurred. Chong Kong mysteriously stepped out and returned as if he were a different person. He handed me a black card, claiming it was a fake ID, along with the latest communication device. I thought to myself, how does a broke bookstore owner procure such high-end items? He must have been used as a pawn. However, I didn't bother asking. One should seize a bargain when it presents itself. He was completely taken aback by my nonchalant acceptance, likely having rehearsed in explanation that he now swallowed back. Then came the main event. A handsome man entered the store. I must say, he was incredibly attractive. Dressed in a light blue shirt and tailored trousers, he possessed long legs and an air of aloof elegance that screamed youthful charm, practically oozing magnetism. Yet, upon opening his mouth, he carried an air of disappointment. I am not a human-beast hybrid. My interest waned immediately, and I merely responded with an "oh," asking what he needed. He settled into a corner to read. While I was tuning the piano, the cover above me loosened and threatened to fall. He dashed over in a flash to support it. I thanked him, but he insisted on squatting down to help me repair it, claiming he was merely passing the time. I was disinclined to engage with a stranger, so I packed up the tools and ceased my repairs. Remarkably, he continued to toil away for 2 hours, and when darkness fell, he had actually fixed it. I tested a few notes, and they sounded quite good, so I smiled in gratitude. This seemingly simple gesture left him utterly entranced. He gazed at me with fervor, insisting that I play a piece. Just as I was about to decline, Chong Kong returned. I bypassed the handsome stranger and said to Chong Kong, "You tend to the shop. I will go find my cat." As soon as the words left my lips, the handsome man's expression froze, his entire demeanor turned to stone, and his eyes reflected a complex mix of joy and sorrow. Without uttering a word, he turned and strode away. Upon returning from searching for my cat, I found Chong Kong in a state of existential doubt. He informed me that he had been taken away again, this time by the handsome man who had repaired the piano. He then handed me a key card, stating it was for a luxury apartment next door, courtesy of that gentleman. Trembling, he added that the man was none other than Qingmu City's leader, Qinya, the wealthiest beastman in the world. I glanced down at the fake ID in my pocket and then at the key to the lavish residence. Realizing that my plan to sell my hair due to poverty had made me the true fool in this scenario, while I was lost in my thoughts, it was clear that they had already uncovered my true identity. Chong Kong may have grasped the situation, but did Qinya and Xingju fail to deduce that I was no ordinary human-beast hybrid? Did they think I spent my days peacefully reading in the bookstore? That was merely a facade. Let me tell you, my original profession involved wielding weapons, killing, and disposing of bodies. My hands have been stained with more blood than you have ever witnessed. In the first 20 years of my life, I had never seen the sun, living underground in a constant struggle for survival, where only the victors could live. The sole entertainment was a woman in a cheapao playing a piano piece called Cleansing after each match. That piece was truly cleansing, stripping away the last remnants of my humanity. Thus, I have developed a profound fondness for the piano, collecting them worldwide in hopes of forgetting that wretched tune and aspiring to live like a human being. That day, while playing the piano in the bookstore, I became so engrossed that I was unaware of the blue jade cat named Ching outside the window, observing me with eyes that seemed to see through everything. That was no ordinary cat. It was Ching himself. I can assure you, his heart was racing with thoughts. Watching me play with such sadness and recalling the blood on my hands from the forest, he was consumed by one thought. He desired my spirit seal, not for possession, but for a genuine love to protect me. Who can understand? A top-tier boss morphing into a cat to draw closer to me, engaging in a form of companionate, unrequited love, only to realize that what he truly sought was not mere support, but love. Just as he was lost in this internal struggle, someone else arrived at the door. Xingju. This fellow had changed into a cream-colored suit, shedding any semblance of his previous rugged demeanor, entering with a bouquet of red roses that could bury me. Upon opening his mouth, I nearly lost my composure. Ali, he said. I rolled my eyes. Who is your Ali? To my surprise, he earnestly inquired, may I call you that? I replied, then may I ignore you? You won't believe his response. If you ignore me, I shall come to find you every day. Goodness, was this not pure persistence? He then told me he had researched ancient texts, stating that in primitive society, men had to pursue women to be together. The way I looked at him was akin to gazing upon a freshly unearthed fossil. He was utterly flabbergasted. He had no time to engage in childish games with me. His rival, Yun Kai, was plotting against him, and he was eager to bring me close for protection, as the spirit seal had been formed, making me his greatest vulnerability. I was disinclined to entertain him, simply stating, suit yourself, before returning to my seat at the bar to read. He placed the bouquet before me, nervously asking if I liked it. I lifted my gaze and told him point by point, do not entangle me, do not interfere with me, and do not hinder me. Accepting the communication device you offered and allowing you to monitor me is my greatest concession. Upon hearing the news, he wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, his head drooping and his voice steeped in desolation. So you knew all along that you despised me. He then began to lament, but what can I do? My heart bears your spiritual mark. In this lifetime, I can love only you. I was utterly perplexed. This spiritual mark was not something I had deliberately planted. Had I known that by allowing him to draw my blood, I would become entangled with such a peculiar character, I would have promptly kicked him back into the Nuosiman River. Eventually, he found a way to extricate himself from the situation, stating that he would remove the surveillance. But I must wear the monitoring ring properly before departing to supposedly do further research. No sooner had he left than Xingya, who had been hiding in the corner, had his feline eyes turn as frigid as the Siberian cold. The spiritual mark. Xingju bears my spiritual mark. The depth of jealousy and murderous intent emanating from him was palpable, even from 800 meters away. That very night, as I drifted into slumber in the luxurious apartment that Xingya had prepared, he materialized, skillfully climbing onto my bed. Indeed, he crawled. He wrapped his arms around me and began to murmur into my ear, sounding like a resentful concubine from a deep palace. Ali, you are biased. I toiled daily, pretending to be a cat. Yet he, Xingju, has your spiritual mark by mere chance? I must tell you, his tone was so aggrieved that he might have burst into tears right then. Yet abruptly, his demeanor shifted, his gaze turning icy. He remains my enemy, Ali. You are forcing my hand. I may have no choice but to kill him. Madness. Both of them have lost their wits. As he rambled on about murder, he simultaneously began to whimper in my ear. Ali, I also wish to possess you, if only you would allow it. He leaned in, pressing his forehead against mine, his eyes brimming with possessiveness and anguish. At that moment, I was in such a deep sleep that I was as oblivious as a dead pig. He simply held me, ultimately refraining from any further action, merely kissing me before falling asleep with me in his arms. However, trouble arose in the dead of night. My menstrual cycle had commenced. The metallic scent mingled with the essence of femininity instantly filled the entire room. Xingya awoke in a fright, believing I was on the brink of death. His mother had suffered severe postpartum hemorrhaging, leaving him with lasting psychological scars. He panicked, lifting my clothing, and upon seeing the blood, he became dumbstruck, his hands trembling as though afflicted by Parkinson's, shouting for his subordinate Asher. 10 minutes. Bring me a doctor. Quickly. Asher scurried from the hospital with a doctor in tow. Upon entering, They were met with the sight of their leader, bare-chested and disheveled, clutching the doctor by the collar and dragging him into the room. The doctor, having drawn the short straw, was met with the overwhelming scent and the sight of me on the bed, leaving him wide-eyed. Qingyao pointed at me and, gritting his teeth, declared, "It is here that she bleeds." The doctor, upon hearing this, instantly understood, then regarded Qingyao with a look of incredulity, offering a crash course on the female menstrual cycle while questioning. "Have you read the nurturing manual provided by the breeding center? It is absolutely inadvisable to engage in mating at this time." Upon realizing I was unharmed, Qingyao's tone relaxed, as though the entirety of Qingmu City had sighed in relief. Yet, still uneasy, he insisted that the doctor conduct a full examination. This examination revealed a significant discovery. The doctor, staring at the data, nearly had his eyes pop out as he stammered. "Commander, her genetic sequence appears to be that of primitive humanity from millennia ago." I assure you, the doctor was exhilarated, proclaiming that my genes held the potential to produce female beastmen, a treasure for all beastmen, not to be monopolized by any one individual. Before he could finish, Qingyao struck him down with a single blow. Without looking back, he commanded Asher, "Dispose of him. Erase all data. If it is uploaded to the cloud, destroy the cloud." He cared little for the future of the beastmen. His only concern was that I could not be monopolized. What a preposterous notion. Days later, Xing Jue returned, this time bearing a lavish basket of expensive fruits. Chong Kong, that rascal, drooled beside me, whispering, "Do you think I could sell these? Would Xing Jue eliminate me?" I did not even lift my eyelids. "You won't be able to sell them. Moreover, he can only kill you outside the city. Do you dare venture out?" Chong Kong promptly fell silent. That night, the cat, a Qing, vanished once more, and I went out to search for it. I found myself in a secluded alley when a sudden chill gripped my neck, a knife pressed against it. "Don't move." The voice sounded familiar. I instantly recognized that the threat was directed at me. Without hesitation, I raised my hands. The person behind me was skilled. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be unwise, and I sensed no intent to kill. Most likely, it was an acquaintance. Indeed, it was Luo Wei, a sycophant of Yunkai. He placed a black hood over my head, ushering me into a maglev vehicle, discarding my monitoring ring en route. After nearly an hour, we arrived, and I was confined in a basement. The environment was ghastly. The floor was stained with dried blood, eerie drawings adorned the walls, and a decaying corpse was stuffed beneath the table. Meanwhile, in the opulent villa above, Yunkai lounged casually, monitoring me through surveillance. His subordinates informed him that they had captured a beastman associated with Xingjue. Observing my calm demeanor on the screen, he mused, "A mere beastman with such audacity." He detained me for a full 24 hours, withholding food and water, yet I lay on the bed, as comfortable as if in my own backyard. What he did not know was that Xingjue had dispatched 3,000 S-class mercenaries to scour the city. The entirety of Telier was on the verge of upheaval. This was precisely the outcome Yunkai desired. He was reveling in his triumph when I suddenly opened my eyes, locking my gaze onto the camera with chilling precision. Yunkai was momentarily taken aback, then inexplicably burst into laughter. Just as he chuckled, I flicked my wrist, and a dagger flew forth, instantly destroying the camera. The smile at the corner of Yunkai's mouth turned even colder. "Bring him to me." Luo Wei extracted me from the basement, and my eyes were nearly blinded by the light outside. Before me stood a villa perched on the edge of a cliff, making escape reliant on flight. Ascending to the third floor, I entered to find Yunkai languidly seated on the sofa, smoking. Upon seeing me, a smirk crept across his face, his gaze appraising me as if I were an intriguing toy. He commanded, "Sit. There is no need to fear." Fear? I was more concerned about whether he would soil himself at any moment. I disregarded him entirely, directly addressing Luo Wei behind him. "Give me a glass of water. I'm parched. I need to first disperse his men." Yunkai hesitated, then chuckled, gesturing for Luo Wei to leave. The room was left with just the two of us. He leaned forward, fixing his gaze on me. "Can we speak now? What is your name?" I regarded him, revealing my trump card. "My name is inconsequential. What you should truly be concerned about is Xingjue." Yunkai's laughter grew more jubilant, and he followed my lead. "And what is your relationship with Xingjue?" "I must say, Ji Lishu is quite the formidable individual." She retorted with a question of her own. "What do you think?" This response visibly irked Yunkai, the smile vanishing from his face in an instant. He leaned back, and I presumed he might concede. However, the next moment I was left wide-eyed. Ji Lishu, without hesitation, produced several grenades from her space, hurling them at Yun Kai's face without a second thought. Then she dashed toward the balcony, leaping off in a grand display of faith. Yun Kai was no ordinary adversary. His reflexes were astonishing. He dodged effortlessly, and the subsequent explosions filled the second floor with smoke and chaos. Emerging from the debris, he dusted himself off, his expression one of predatory intensity as he gritted his teeth. "You were the first to dare throw bombs at me." He approached the balcony and peered down, finding Ji Lishu encircled by his high-ranking beastmen. The scene was overwhelming, a veritable fortress of muscular men, each a towering figure of menace. Yun Kai, perched high above, cast a scornful gaze. "A mere creature, not even at the A rank dares to flee from me? My friends, can anyone comprehend the plight of this woman? She is truly unfortunate, having lost her singular chance to escape. Furthermore, the presence of some inexplicable magnetic interference rendered her spatial leaps futile. Yet, did she exhibit any signs of panic? Not in the slightest. She must have already traversed through plans B and C in her mind. As long as her hands were free, she could still fight. In a swift motion, she drew forth her treasured Wuji whip, which gleamed under the sun, unmistakably a rare artifact. Watching from above, Yun Kai's desire for conquest surged, and he issued a command: "Capture her alive. Just ensure she is breathing." In an instant, several formidable S-rank warriors charged forward. Initially, these beastmen looked down upon her, perceiving her as merely a novice. But what followed? They were met with anguished cries as Ji Lishu lashed them with her whip, which crackled with electricity, delivering a staggering 100,000 volts. Several fell incapacitated on the spot, unable to rise. Yun Kai, observing the spectacle, squinted in delight, akin to witnessing an extraordinary creature, and summoned more individuals to join the fray. Advance. His curiosity was insatiable. He yearned to uncover the identity concealed beneath that hat and mask. Let me tell you, Ji Lishu's prowess was astonishing. The whip danced like a silver serpent, keeping those S-rank men at bay, and any misstep left them charred and tender. One unfortunate soul was so electrified that he transformed into a 3-meter-tall gorilla. What a minor shock it was. Generally, a beastman reveals their beast form under two circumstances, either in desperation when they cannot prevail, or out of fear for self-preservation. This fellow clearly belonged to the latter category. Yun Kai, amused, raised his hand, signaling for all to halt. In the center of the arena stood one man and one beast. On one side was the 3-meter-tall muscular gorilla, bloodied and battered. On the other was the petite Ji Lishu, enscathed and pristine. The visual impact was astounding. The surrounding beastmen began to cheer, clamoring for a duel. Yun Kai, intrigued, lazily remarked, "My men have transformed. You cannot refuse a duel, can you?" He attempted to discern Ji Lishu's essence to ascertain her beast type, but all he detected was an intoxicatingly alluring fragrance. Ji Lishu undeteret raised her head and proposed terms to Yun Kai. "Very well, if I defeat this gorilla, you shall allow me to leave." She calculated that, with so many witnesses, Yun Kai, being a figure of authority, could not possibly go back on his word. A smirk danced across Yun Kai's face. Agreed. I thought to myself, can she truly win? Defeating a beast in gorilla form that is not even at the A rank. As Ji Lishu flicked her whip, producing a sharp crack against the ground, she called out to the gorilla, "Come." The gorilla, incensed by her fearless demeanor, roared and lunged forward. Ji Lishu, agile as ever, dodged swiftly. However, she realized that while the whip was effective against humanoid forms, it lost its advantage against such a rugged giant. From above, Yun Kai excitedly shouted, "Engage her in close combat." The gorilla charged at her with fervor, and Ji Lishu began to struggle under the pressure. In a moment of distraction, the gorilla seized her whip in its massive hand, and with a resounding rip, her prized Wuji whip was torn asunder. Finally, a change flickered across Ji Lishu's face. Before she could react, the gorilla lunged again. Though she evaded a fatal blow, it struck her hard on the back, causing her to pale and taste blood in her mouth. The gorilla, now frenzied, leaped into the air, casting a colossal shadow over her. My heart raced, and then, in that very moment, Ji Lishu executed a roll, and, astonishingly, a machine gun appeared in her hands. What a masterstroke of surprise. Yun Kai's face paled as he shouted from above, "Fall back." But it was too late. With a thunderous bang, a hole erupted in the gorilla's abdomen, the immense force sending it crashing to the ground, unconscious. Yun Kai, infuriated, exclaimed, "You have violated the rules." Ji Lishu rose, coldly retorting, "Did you not say weapons were forbidden?" Her words left Yun Kai momentarily speechless, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. With a chilling command, he waved his hand. "Subdue her. Death is inconsequential." At that moment, I mused, what the Beastman's honor? It was all mere nonsense. Ji Lishu's stamina was nearing its limits as she brandished the machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire. Alas, she was not the only one armed. With a mere glance from Yun Kai, a man named Luo Wei produced a small pistol and fired at Ji Lishu. The bullet struck her right arm, causing the machine gun to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, a Beastman clawed at her back, leaving her drenched in blood. At that instant, an exquisitely pure scent, belonging to a human female's estrus, exploded forth. The Beastman who had attacked her froze in astonishment. He watched as another Beastman rushed in, gripping Ji Lishu's arm, and executed a fierce, over-the-shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, Ji Lishu crashed to the ground, her hat and mask flying off. She spat blood, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, cold as frost exposed to all. The arena fell silent. Dozens of hulking beastmen stood dumbstruck, as if struck by lightning. The figure struggling to rise was not a mere creature, but a woman, a true human female. The deep gashes on her back and the blood at her mouth did not diminish her allure. Instead, she resembled a thorny rose, both enchanting and haunting. The scent of her estrus drove the beastmen wild, igniting their primal desires for human females. They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock. She was astonishingly a woman of normal intellect. Yun Kai, too, was taken aback, his breath quickening. In the next moment, he leapt from the second floor, striding towards Ji Lishu, incredulously asking, "You are human?" Ji Lishu ignored him, rising on her own, wiping the blood from her lips, and casting a cold glare his way. The beastman who had thrown her looked at his hand, his face paling with regret, muttering, "Deputy Commander, should we call a doctor for her?" It was absurd. How fragile human females were. With such grave injuries, she was surely near death. Only then did Yun Kai react, shouting at Luo Wei, "What are you waiting for? Call a doctor." The once menacing group now fell into a panic. The beastman who had clawed her back approached, offering to assist. "Let me take you to rest." Ji Lishu cast him not even a glance, coldly uttering a single word, "Get lost." Then, she turned her gaze upon Yun Kai. "You come here." She had discerned the shift in their attitudes and was now leveraging it to her advantage. Upon hearing her call, Yun Kai's anger dissipated instantly, and he hurried over, carefully lifting her in his arms, deliberately avoiding her wounds, murmuring, "Bear with it, I must say," as he cradled her soft form, inhaling her breath. His heart raced with a singular thought. She must not die. However, in his distraction, he failed to notice the glint of resolve in Ji Lishu's eyes. Now was the moment. Ji Lishu swiftly produced her electric machine gun and incapacitated him, then effortlessly broke free from his embrace, binding him tightly with high-energy particle lines, finally pressing the gun to the nape of his neck. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, taking not even a second. "Do not move, or I will kill him." The chilling aura of her threat froze all the beastmen in place. "Open the door." Yun Kai, held captive, maintained his composure, but upon hearing her intent to leave, he panicked. "No, you cannot go." Without hesitation, Ji Lishu fired a shot into his arm. Yun Kai groaned in pain. "Open the door," she threatened once more. Yun Kai inhaled the sweet scent of her blood in the air, feeling an urgent sense of panic. "You are wounded. Immediate medical attention is imperative." His anxious demeanor starkly contrasted his earlier nonchalance about death. "It is my fault that you have sustained such grave injuries. I assure you, I will never allow anyone to harm you again." Ji Lishu was taken aback, astonished by his sudden transformation, yet she was not inclined to trust him. "Open the door. Otherwise, we'll both perish." This tactic proved effective. Yun Kai had no choice but to order the door opened. Ji Lishu then held him hostage, retreating step by step, while Yun Kai refrained from resisting and obediently instructed his subordinates to stay back. He continued to plead, "We are over 100 kilometers from the city center. You cannot walk back. Your injuries are severe, and if you do not receive treatment soon, you will die." Ji Lishu ignored him, focused solely on escaping. She was acutely aware that if her relationship with Xingju were to be exposed, her identity as a human female would not guarantee her safety. Realizing he could not sway her, Yun Kai resigned himself to negotiating terms. "How about a trade? I will let you go if you forgive me." His tone was a mix of timidity and trepidation. They retreated to a spot 100 meters from the villa, where Ji Lishu halted. She stood on tiptoe, leaning close to Yun Kai's ear, disdainfully stating, "I do not engage in trades. I repay grievances and collect debts." Her warm breath brushed against his face, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the next moment, Ji Lishu forcefully pushed him away and simultaneously threw several smoke bombs, enveloping the area in darkness. Seizing the opportunity, she vanished without a trace, leaving behind a parting remark, "You destroyed my whip. You shall pay for it." Meanwhile, in Xingju's bookstore, the atmosphere had plummeted to a freezing point. Xingju and Qinya, two formidable figures, sat across from each other. Ji Lishu had been missing for a day and a night, driving Xingju nearly to madness. Eventually, Qinya approached him directly, stating, "I know you were searching for Ji Lishu. I will partner with you." Xingju was momentarily taken aback, his expression cooling instantly. How do you know her? He suspected Chinya's involvement, but felt something was amiss. Qinya promptly offered a solution. You possess her spirit seal, which allows you to sense her general direction. By utilizing the PSS system to locate human coordinates, we can find her. Our collaboration will yield the quickest results. While this was indeed the most effective approach, Xingju hesitated, reluctant to admit, my connection with her is too weak. This implied that Ji Lishu did not hold him in her heart, and admitting such a thing before arrival was utterly humiliating. Unfazed, Qinya pressed on. Which direction? He had also searched tirelessly for a day and a night and was filled with regret. Xingju countered, "What is your purpose?" Qinya's voice was low yet resolute. "She is the partner I have chosen." Xingju's gaze darkened instantly. "Do you possess her spirit seal?" No, he did not. Qinya averted his gaze. "That is unimportant. Do you wish to delay further? With each passing second, she is in greater peril. I will not allow you to join my family." Xingju firmly rejected. "You do not have the authority to dictate this." Qinya's temper flared. "If you disagree, we shall duel. The victor will have the final say." Before Xingju could finish his retort, he suddenly clutched his chest, his complexion changing dramatically. He tore open his shirt to reveal a crimson spirit seal on his chest, rapidly dimming. Qinya's pupils constricted, his voice trembling. "She is dying." Meanwhile, Ji Lishu, having escaped from Beishan Villa, was merely sustaining herself on sheer will. With numerous wounds, severe blood loss, and lack of oxygen, she was losing her grip on consciousness. Just as she felt herself about to collapse, a silver-gray car halted before her. A man exited the vehicle and hurried toward her. When she regained awareness, she was uncertain how much time had passed. In the upscale residential area of Teleyar, a doctor named Ethan emerged from a room, drenched in sweat. He addressed another man, Yun Hen, with a somber tone. "How is she?" Yun Hen's voice was heavy. Ethan, looking exhausted, replied, "I believe she has passed the critical phase, but I still recommend transferring her to a human hospital. I am merely a veterinarian. She is a human female. I cannot bear the responsibility if anything goes awry." Yun Hen turned a glance at the unconscious Ji Lishu on the bed and replied nonchalantly, "Since you assert she has passed the dangerous period, I shall trust your judgment. You may leave." But Ethan protested urgently. "She could develop a fever and infection. I must stay to monitor her." It was absurd. Such a beautiful human female was a rare opportunity for him to show kindness, and he could not simply depart. Yun Hen turned to glare at him, nodding slightly. "Take good care of her." Another day and night passed, and Ji Lishu finally broke her fever. Ethan sighed in relief, eager to take credit, only to be met with Yun Hen's icy dismissal. "Please outline the precautions. You may leave." Ethan's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "Leave? Who will care for her?" "Commander, will you attend to her personally?" Yun Hen's tone hardened. "This is my home. I do not appreciate the presence of outsiders." Ethan, quick-witted, smiled and replied, "Very well. Then I shall take her with me." As he reached to remove the 4-needle, Yun Hen stood, grabbing him by the collar and throwing him outside. "Send me the precautions via message." With that, he slammed the door shut. The apartment fell into silence. Yun Hen returned to the chair by the bed, quietly observing Ji Lishu. She lay asleep, her profile slightly puffy from the pillow, appearing quite adorable. As he gazed at her face, he fell into contemplation. Xingju and Qing had nearly turned Teleyar upside down, searching for her. Meanwhile, he had intended to investigate his younger brother Yun Kai, but had stumbled upon her, bloodied and on the brink of death. He had initially planned to take her to the hospital, but recalling she had fled from Yun Kai's villa, to avoid alarming anyone, he brought her to his own home. Reflecting on this decision now, it seemed somewhat reckless. Fortunately, she had survived. Just then, the woman on the bed stirred her lips, murmuring a barely audible word, "Water." Yunhen immediately rose, kneeling beside the bed, leaning closer to her. He heard her making soft, kitten-like sounds, just 2 words, water. Her voice was soft and hoarse, indicating her immense pain. Despite having stayed up all night, Yunhen's eyes were bloodshot, yet he moved with utmost gentleness. He, a formidable figure capable of dismantling mechas, carefully turned Ji Lishu over and cradled her in his arms, fearful of aggravating her wounds, his movements as delicate as those of a bomb disposal expert. He likely had never attended to anyone before, and even holding a cup of water, he exuded an air of clumsiness. He brought the cup to her lips, lowering his head and whispering, "Open your mouth." Ji Lishu obediently complied, taking small sips with her eyes closed. The scene was captivating. Yunhen's gaze flickered, fixated on her face with unwavering attention. Internally, he was torn, simultaneously finding her soft and fragrant allure irresistible and grappling with the overwhelming urge to flee after providing her with water. He swiftly placed her back down and dashed away, almost faster than a rabbit, fearful of being ensnared. He then turned and ordered a home care robot to attend to her. This man was indeed peculiar. Though he had physically left, his heart remained with her. The next day, during a meeting, chaos erupted below as discussions raged over whether to develop their own PSS system. Some argued for recruiting Cat Clan Beastmen for a lucrative venture, while others insisted the risks were too great and preferred to utilize Qingmu City's resources. The debate was heated. Yet, there sat Yunhen, seemingly unfazed, lost in thought. What occupied his mind? He was indulging in daydreams, unable to resist checking the home surveillance repeatedly to watch Ji Lishu. When he finally saw her roll over, her brow furrowed tightly on the verge of waking, he could no longer remain seated. While others continued their discussions, he abruptly stood, tightened his tie, and with an air of authority silenced the room with a single statement. "I did not come here to listen to your arguments. What is there to discuss without a detailed plan? With such a lack of competence, how do you expect to remain here?" After speaking, she strode out, leaving her family bewildered. Classes were no longer a concern. Her mind was consumed with a single thought. She needed to return quickly, for she was waking up. Meanwhile, Ji Lishu opened her eyes, completely disoriented. She found herself lying in an opulent high-rise apartment, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, adorned in extravagantly minimalist black, white, and gray decor. As she propped herself up, her memories flooded back. Glancing at her body, she noticed her wounds had been meticulously treated. Clearly, someone had rescued her, and for the moment, she was out of danger. However, an urgent need arose. She needed to relieve herself. Without hesitation, she noticed an force still attached to her hand and swiftly pulled out the needle. Just then, the door burst open, and Yunhen shouted, "Stop!" Startled, Ji Lishu's hand trembled, causing blood to seep out. The burly man rushed in, grabbed her hand, and pressed a cotton swab against the wound, his expression a mix of anger and regret, likely cursing himself for leaving her alone. Then, the most absurd moment arrived. He calmed himself and began to soothe her, gently pointing at the back of her hand and saying, "You cannot remove this." His tone and expression resembled that of a caregiver speaking to a 3-year-old. He truly regarded Ji Lishu as a helpless individual incapable of self-care. Ji Lishu, sensing the threat, grew wary of the imposing figure before her, whose presence exuded an overwhelming authority. Noticing her tension, Yunhen awkwardly reached out, patting her head and reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." She thought, "Brother, do you have a misunderstanding about us humans?" He continued to hold her shoulder, urging her to lie down, murmuring, "Be good and rest well." Ignoring his words, she pushed him away and stumbled toward the bathroom. Yunhen stood frozen for a moment, then hesitantly peeked through the door, ensuring she was okay, before closing it again. Thankfully, he did not rush in to assist her. When Ji Lishu emerged, the robotic servant Alpha had already prepared kanji for her. As she exited, Yunhen immediately turned off his holographic screen and naturally took her hand, leading her to the living room, eager to feed her. However, as soon as the spoon approached her, she turned her head in disdain. Yunhen, still oblivious, asked, "Don't you like this?" She, uninterested in his antics, snatched the spoon and bowl from him and began to eat at her own pace. Yunhen watched her with his arms crossed, a smile stretching from ear to ear, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a rare pet. Previously content with his single life, he now found the prospect of caring for a human fascinating, though he quickly dismissed the notion, realizing she was not the type he desired. After she finished eating, he awkwardly pinched her cheek and clumsily complimented her, "You did great." At that moment, Ji Shu nearly rolled her eyes, her fists clenched tightly under the table, internally chanting, "Stay composed." In the next instant, Yunhen swept her up in a princess carry, mumbling, "You should wash your hair." Ji Shu immediately began to struggle. A bath? In the bathroom? Absolutely not. Yunhen hurriedly calmed her. "Stay still. You have injuries. I will only help you wash your hair, all right?" He placed her on the sink, leaning over to meet her gaze with an intense sincerity. Strangely enough, his words made her stop resisting. Throughout the process, he diligently washed her hair and dried it without any inappropriate advances. Ji Shu began to ponder. Despite his imposing stature, he was surprisingly attentive. However, that pleasant impression was short-lived when he grasped a strand of her hair and inhaled deeply. Ji Shu's face fell. Her fleeting fondness for him evaporated instantly. After their grooming session, he carried her back to bed and thoughtfully activated the large screen on the wall, playing cartoons for her. He inquired, "Do you enjoy watching this?" Ji Shu regarded him as though he were foolish. He switched to another cartoon, still juvenile in nature. She could not be bothered to engage with him and turned her attention to the screen instead. Yunhen, mistakenly believing she was entertained, gently patted her head, saying, "Enjoy watching. I will keep you company." He then settled beside her, beginning to work on his laptop. Ji Shu pretended to focus on the cartoons while stealing glances at him. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and lounge pants, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. The more she observed him, the more familiar he appeared. She recalled having seen images of high-ranking officials from Talia, yet could not quite place him. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Xingho building, Xingju and Qinya were in a predicament. Xingju expressed that he felt Ji Shu was nearby, yet his subordinates could not locate her. Qinya, no stranger to toughness, boldly declared, "If you can't find her, turn Talia upside down. If the government interferes, we will eliminate them." Xingju gritted his teeth, affirming that it was indeed Yun Kai's doing. That scoundrel had lured him to the desert city while returning to Talia to abduct someone. He swore Yun Kai would meet his end this time. Injai's native. Fixing his gaze on Xingju, "She encountered trouble on your territory, yet you still refuse my assistance?" Xingju relented, stating that if Qingyu could locate her, he would not hinder his pursuit of Ji Shu. However, he knew deep down that if Ji Shu found him unworthy, she would never choose Qinya. Back at the apartment, night had fallen. Ji Shu feigned interest in the cartoons, gradually succumbing to sleep. Upon waking, she discovered Yunhen had vanished. Feeling her injuries had nearly healed and her mobility restored, it was time to make her escape. Barefoot, she tiptoed out, ignoring Alpha's offer for assistance and heading straight for the front door, only to find it locked with a fingerprint scanner. Blocked at that route, she sought another way. She noticed a suspended balcony outside the kitchen, an opportunity for escape. However, as she approached, Alpha rushed to intercept her, sounding alarms. "Young master, this area is dangerous. Please leave." Realizing today was not her day, she backed down. Continuing her exploration within the apartment, she discovered another room diagonally across from hers. With Yunhen absent, she seized the chance to investigate. Upon opening the door, she entered a completely enclosed metallic chamber devoid of windows. As she curiously surveyed her surroundings, she unknowingly stumbled into Yunhen's virtual conference room, where he was engaged in a meeting. The high-ranking officials governing the regime were taken aback by the sudden appearance of an exquisite human female on the screen, wearing the Commander S t-shirt. Her elegant neck and delicate features starkly contrasting with the foolishness of other humans. Was Commander Yunhen hiding a beauty? Within 5 seconds of her entrance, Yunhen noticed her, his expression darkening as he abruptly terminated the meeting, declaring, "Today's conference is adjourned." The officials, still captivated, immediately bombarded the breeding center with calls, inquiring if any more such exceptional humans were available. With the meeting ended, the metallic walls of the room transformed into transparent panels, revealing a vast 3D holographic image before Ji Shu. Yunhen rose from his chair, striding through the image toward her. Without a word, he swept her up again in a princess carry, placing her on the desk. He then crouched, grasping her foot in his large hand, enveloping it completely, causing Ji Shu's hair to stand on end. She instinctively lifted her other leg, preparing to retaliate. Yet, she heard his deep voice questioning, "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" Before she could respond, her leg kicked out. Yunhen reacted swiftly, catching her leg with his other hand. With a slight tug, he pulled her closer, their positions exuding an unmistakable tension. Ji Shu found herself unable to move, internally cursing this imposing figure 1,000 times over. Yunhen inhaled the fragrance emanating from her, and to his surprise, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Even the agony brought on by genetic mania dissipated. He gazed at the woman nestled in his arms, puffed up with indignation, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you still angry?" Ji Lishu struggled and finally uttered, "Let go of me." Her voice rang out, crisp and authoritative. Goodness, Yunhen felt as though his CPU had overheated. He was momentarily stunned but soon laughed even more joyfully, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. "So you can speak?" Fearing she might not comprehend, he pointed to himself and enunciated slowly, "I am called Yunhen." Then he gestured towards her, "And you?" "Yunhen, the supreme commander of Talia, the elder brother of Yun Kai." Ji Lishu's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her facade, feigning ignorance. Yunhen sighed, not wanting to press her further. Noticing her curiosity about the 3D image from earlier, he lifted her onto his main seat and knelt beside her, reopening the vast 3D map of the orc world. In the upper left corner, he pointed out the desert city, cautioning that it was perilous and should be avoided. Below is Qingmu City, filled with carnivorous plants. Surely you would not fancy it. Here lies Yunhea, home to avian creatures, and to the right is Mubadeo, inhabited by serpents. Are you frightened? He spoke with remarkable patience, while Ji Lishu, unable to resist, casually tapped on Mubadeo. Yunhen immediately leaned closer. "You like Mubadeo? It is not suitable for you. You should remain in Talia. It is the safest here." Ji Lishu instinctively nodded, finding his reasoning sound. However, as she turned her head, she met Yunhen's burning gaze. He stared at her, his throat bobbing as he slowly leaned in, asking, "May I kiss you?" As he spoke, his hand pressed against the nape of Ji Lishu's neck. In that moment, I held my breath, thinking, "Kiss me," but then, a sharp slap resonated throughout the room. Yunhen was momentarily taken aback, his head tilted in shock for several seconds. Turning to Ji Lishu, he found not a hint of anger in her eyes, only surprise and indulgence, and he asked, "You are quite fierce, aren't you?" "Does Xingju know?" Ji Lishu's heart raced. He indeed knew. Could he be involved in the kidnapping as well? Instantly on guard, Yunhen misinterpreted her reaction, quickly adopting a gentle demeanor to soothe her. "Do not be afraid. I will not kiss you." Then, taking her hand, he redirected her attention back to the map, promising to bring her the most beautiful snow lotus from around the world upon his return from a trip. I must tell you, Ji Lishu was utterly astonished. This unexpectedly gentle man was truly the decisive supreme commander. Having grown up amidst bloodshed, she had never encountered such a scene. As she watched, she found herself unexpectedly drifting off to sleep. Yunhen carried her back to bed, leaning over her, torn between the desire to kiss her and a restraint that held him back, ultimately turning away with clenched fists. As soon as he departed, Ji Lishu opened her eyes, her gaze clear and devoid of any trace of sleepiness. After several days of recovery, she was fully healed. It was time to make her move. One day, when Yunhen was absent, Ji Lishu executed a swift plan, first luring the robot Alpha into the bathroom and locking the door, then smashing all 4 surveillance cameras in the room. The front door, secured with a fingerprint lock, was impassable, leaving only the high balcony as an escape route. She leapt onto the balcony railing and peered down, realizing it was a staggering 500 meters to the ground. A fall would undoubtedly end in her demise. Meanwhile, Yunhen outside watched the surveillance feed go dark and immediately sensed trouble. He rushed home, bursting through the door to find Ji Lishu's legs dangling over the balcony, seated on the railing, a sight that made his heart skip a beat. His voice trembled as he called out, "Don't move," cautious not to startle her. He carefully approached, wrapping his arms around her from behind and pressing her tightly against his chest, repeatedly apologizing, I'm sorry. Thank goodness you're safe." He feared that being confined at home had driven her to the brink of madness. Ji Lishu, expressionless, was pinned to the sofa watching animated cartoons. Meanwhile, Yunhen examined the damaged surveillance equipment and the locked robot, piecing together how she had managed to scale the 1.5-meter-high railing. Suddenly, it dawned on him. She had been playing him the entire time. He slowly approached her, kneeling before her, and tentatively asked, "Are you bored? Do you wish to go out and play? In a few days, I will certainly take you out." Ji Lishu was prepared to reveal her intentions, only to find he wanted to continue this charade. Very well, she would wait to see what he had planned. Just then, Yunhen's communication device chimed. It was Yun Kai calling. He stepped into another room to answer. On the other end, Yun Kai's tone was brusque. "I heard you have taken a human female? A woman with normal intelligence? She's still alive, correct? Normal intelligence?" Yunhin's expression darkened as he grasped the significance of the words. All his previous uncertainties were suddenly clarified. Suppressing his ire, he coldly inquired, "Is she truly the one you harmed?" "Heh, this little brat is still smiling." Yunkai did not deny it. Rather, he seemed somewhat pleased, cheerfully asking Yunhin, "Where will you meet?" The tone was as if he were saying, "Oh, my goddess is still alive. How wonderful. Let me go to her." I was baffled, wondering what the relationship was between these two brothers. That evening, Yunhin personally confronted Yunkai. Yunkai lounged on the sofa like a boneless elder, casually asking his brother, "Is Ji Lishu in your possession?" Yunhin's heart dropped. "Ah, so her name is Ji Lishu? It is quite a lovely name." Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, his expression stern as he questioned, "Why are you so intent on opposing Xingju?" Yunkai proceeded to deliver a lecture, his theories flowing with fervor. He spoke of the impossibility of two tigers coexisting on the same mountain and how as long as Xingju remained, their positions would be unstable. My head buzzed with confusion. Goodness, these brothers had a tragic history. They were half-brothers who grew up in the brutal arena of Talia. Once a prominent family, they had been annihilated by a clan known as the Golden Lion, losing their parents and brothers, and finding themselves plunged from heaven into hell. They fought tooth and nail against mutated plants in a real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies and clawed their way back to power. Thus, Yunkai believed that Xingju was the next Golden Lion clan and must be eliminated. After hearing this, Yunhin's jaw tightened, and he cut to the chase. "So, you intend to kill Ji Lishu?" You won't believe it, but Yunkai fell silent, his gaze evasive, and finally muttered like a mosquito, "Yes." Goodness. Yunhin exploded with rage. "Have you lost your mind? She is merely a human. You cannot resort to such underhanded tactics to deal with Xingju." He pointed an accusatory finger at Yunkai. "Look at yourself now. How are you any different from the Golden Lion clan that exterminated our family all those years ago?" Yunkai was chastised into submission, unable to lift his head, resembling a guilty golden retriever. After a lengthy standoff, Yunhin closed his eyes, reopening them with a gaze so hollow it was chilling. He delivered a final ultimatum to Yunkai. "Leave. Depart to Leah. This is my last act of assistance to you." Yunkai was taken aback. "How will you assist me?" "I will hand Ji Lishu over," Yunhin declared, and I sensed his spirit was nearly extinguished. He suggested that he saved her, using this as a bargaining chip to ensure Xingju and his allies would not pursue Yunkai. Upon hearing this, Yunkai's eyes lit up. "Is she truly in your possession?" But the next moment, he panicked. "You plan to hand her over to Xingju?" "Absolutely not." Yunhin's expression darkened ominously. "What more do you desire?" This fool even considered using the female lead as leverage to coerce Xingju into revealing classified weaponry secrets. Mark my words, his hidden agenda was simply to hold on to her. He still wished to pursue her. Yunhin unleashed his ultimate move with a cold sneer, beginning to recount the harrowing tale. "When I first laid eyes upon her, she was drenched in blood, nearly colliding with my vehicle. Her chest bore 2 broken ribs. Her back was stitched with dozens of sutures, and she suffered severe internal injuries, having lost an alarming amount of blood, lying in a coma for 2 days and nights." With every word he uttered, Yunkai's complexion paled further, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Yunhin delivered a final, devastating triad. "Do you still wish to use her as a bargaining chip? Or do you genuinely believe she would accept you again? Do you even possess the right family? Who can comprehend this?" It was akin to a dimensional assault. Yunkai, utterly broken, could no longer maintain his facade and began pleading with his brother. "No, brother, please entrust her to me. I swear by the honor of the Beastmen, I shall never harm her again." Yunhin dismissed him with indifference. Desperation welled up in Yunkai, nearly bringing him to tears. "Then just allow me to see her." "Enough." Yunhin's voice thundered, his icy gaze capable of freezing souls. "Yunkai, something that does not belong to you should not be coveted, whether it concerns Xingho Group or any other matter. I assure you." His words were not merely directed at Yunkai, but served as a reminder to himself. Consumed by rage, dear family, he was engaged in a mutual emotional onslaught. Upon finishing, Yunhin turned to leave. Once seated in his car, he felt as though he had been drained of all vitality. He recognized that by shielding his brother and treating the female protagonist as a pawn in a transaction, he himself held no merit. "This young lady, she belongs to no one." He promptly dialed a number for Xingjue. His tone as frigid as artificial intelligence. "Withdraw all your people. Tomorrow, I shall return Ji Lishu to you." On the other end, Xingjue frantically insisted on an immediate meeting, but Yunhin paid no heed, stating this is a notification, not a request, before hanging up. He wished to keep her for just one more day, that final day. Yinhen returned home late at night, only to find the apartment, which usually resembled an ice cellar, ablaze with light, radiating warmth. I must say, that scene struck me with an emotional blow. Dr. Eason had just finished unwrapping the bandages from the female protagonist, announcing that her wounds had mostly healed. She wore the white dress Yinhen had purchased, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin glowing with a luminous pallor as she practiced Tai Chi with the household robot, Alpha. Yinhen was momentarily entranced. It dawned on him that this young lady was remarkably astute, in stark contrast to the foolish humans. Eason, a lively character, leaned in to whisper to Yinhen before departing. If you decide to adopt this human, perhaps consider me too. While I may not excel in combat, I am well acquainted with her physique. Just then, Yinhen and the female protagonist shot him twin glares of death. Eason's instinct for self-preservation kicked in, and he quickly clarified, I meant for the sake of treatment. Yinhen dismissed him with a curt command. Once he left, Yinhen stood there, watching the female protagonist practice Tai Chi, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. This little trickster had feigned innocence after watching childish cartoons for so long. He shook the bag in his hand, his voice soft as silk. Does your wound no longer ache? Are you able to fight now? He approached her, opening several food containers. Look at what I brought you. However, she merely glanced at him and continued her Tai Chi, disinterested. Yinhen was unfazed by her disregard and escalated his tactics. Alpha, offline. The robot immediately powered down. He pulled the female protagonist to sit beside him, leaning down to whisper in her ear, his voice low and magnetic. I stood in line for half an hour to acquire this. Is this your reaction? Do you like fruit tart cake? She sighed, reluctantly opening her mouth to take a bite. Yinhen's gaze burned with intensity, eagerly asking, do you like it? The sensation was akin to pleading for her response. The female protagonist kept her head down, silently eating bite after bite. Yinhen inquired once more, his voice tinged with urgency. You're not mute. Is it so difficult to say you like it? He himself was unaware of how anxious he had become. Just as he was about to say something, intending to inform her that their outing might be in jeopardy, she began to lift her head to confront him when the doorbell rang. My heart sank, fearing the worst. Upon opening the door, who should appear but Yun Kai? This rascal barged in, his eyes fixated on the female protagonist. He produced a box, handing it to Yinhen, stating, I brought her a little something. The moment Yinhen caught the box, Yun Kai abruptly leaped back, and with a loud bang, the box exploded. A noxious cloud of smoke erupted, and as Yinhen inhaled a few breaths, he felt disoriented, his muscles aching as if they might tear apart. This was sand flame scorpion venom powder, capable of driving Beastmen into a frenzied rage. Immediately thereafter, a dozen high-ranking Beastmen leapt onto the balcony, surrounding the agonized Yinhen. What do you intend to do? Yinhen braced himself, his eyes turning crimson. Yun Kai ignored him, moving behind the female protagonist's chair, resting his arms on the backrest while provocatively gazing at Yinhen. Try or abandon me, my brother cast me aside, but I must take her with me. He even leaned closer, inhaling deeply by the female protagonist's neck, then turned to Yinhen with a disturbing grin. Can't you smell it? The alluring pheromones of a female, a single bite, and she will forever belong to you. My goodness, that was truly the whisper of a demon. Yinhen's eyes immediately reddened, a beastly growl erupting from his throat. Do not approach her. Yun Kai continued to stoke the flames. What are you resisting? Do you not like her? Family. Who could comprehend this? On one side was the excruciating agony of transformation. On the other, the woman he yearned for was within reach. A single bite could liberate him and ensure her eternal possession. Who could withstand such temptation? Yinhen was on the verge of collapse. He forcibly pulled the female protagonist into his embrace, burying his head in her snow-white neck, his heated breath sending chills down my spine. Just as everyone anticipated his descent into madness, the female protagonist firmly pressed her hands against his chest, her cool gaze, laden with warning and detachment, locked onto him. Her eyes were like daggers, slicing into Yunhen's heart with each piercing glance. Then came the heart-wrenching moment. Yunhen trembled, gritting his teeth, gazing at her. Each word squeezed out from between clenched jaws. I do not like her. It was not that he did not like her, but rather that he did not dare to, knowing she did not reciprocate. In the next instant, he shoved her aside, shielding her behind him, standing alone against the dozen Beastmen. The scent of pheromones revitalized him slightly, and he charged at the group. The female protagonist was not defenseless. she swiftly drew a gun, providing support from behind him. The two of them fighting back-to-back with seamless coordination. Soon after, when her gun was seized, she produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, swiftly slashing the throat of an SS-ranked Beastman without a flicker of hesitation. Blood splattered on her white dress, an image of fierce elegance. Before long, the dozen elite fighters brought by Yun Kai were all incapacitated by the duo. Yun Kai stood by audaciously applauding, gazing at the two standing side by side, grinning with malicious delight. Yun Hin, look how well-matched you are with her. Are you certain you do not wish to claim her as your own? Are you resolute in handing her over to Xingjue? The female protagonist was immediately incensed. Her eyes seemed to scream, "Am I merely an object for your contention?" Yun Hin clasped her hand tightly, addressing Yun Kai with utmost seriousness. She is a person, not an object. She is entitled to make her own choices. No sooner had he spoken than Yun Hin's people surged in from outside, swiftly capturing Yun Kai and his remnants. Before departing, that scoundrel insisted on imparting a lesson to the female protagonist, declaring that if she wished for the right to choose, she should select Yun Hin, for he was the only one willing to sacrifice everything to grant her freedom. Once the chaos subsided, the apartment fell silent. Boki administered 3 injections of the antidote to Yun Hin, allowing him to finally regain his composure. He donned a black shirt that concealed the muscles on his arms and gazed at the female protagonist, who sat there silently. She returned his gaze, her eyes filled with curiosity. Yun Hin estimated that the symptoms of his madness were resurfacing, and he abruptly turned his head away. His voice as cold as ice. "Your injuries have healed. You may leave now." The female protagonist paused, perhaps pondering the reason behind his sudden anger. Noticing her lack of response, Yun Hin added, "You can continue living in Teleyar. I assure you, no one will harm you again." After a moment of silence, she nodded and turned to enter the room. When she emerged again, she had changed into her own tactical jacket, her hat and mask securely in place. Transforming back into her other persona, she retrieved the last few cans from her bag and placed them on the table, calling out to Yun Hin's back, "Hey." Yun Hin slowly turned around, the myriad lights outside framing him, making him appear both handsome and distant. "Thank you for saving me. These are local specialties from my hometown," she said. Yun Hin glanced at the cans and replied nonchalantly, "You're too kind." As she reached the door, she paused, hand on the doorknob, and looked back at him. "My name is Ji Li Shu." Yun Hin gazed at her from a distance of several meters, remaining silent. The female protagonist did not wait for his response. She bid him farewell, closed the door, and left. As soon as the door shut, Yun Hin immediately dialed Boki's number, informed Xingjue and Xingya. Also, ensure her safe departure. The apartment was a chaotic mess, brightly lit, yet he stood there alone, feeling as isolated as a stray dog. The moment the female protagonist exited the building, a maglev car stopped in front of her. The door opened, revealing Boki. "The commander has instructed me to take you home. Please get in." She did not hesitate and climbed aboard. The car moved smoothly, with Boki in the driver's seat, unable to resist sneaking glances at her through the rearview mirror. "I must tell you," the driver suddenly became sentimental, saying, "Miss G is truly beautiful." I thought to myself, what, is he trying to flirt? Yet, the next moment his survival instinct kicked in, and he quickly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I have a partner, and she's adorable. I love her." I thought, who cares whom you love? After hesitating for a moment, he added quietly, "But our commander, he still has no partner." Goodness, I felt like an old man on the subway staring at my phone. Here he was trying to play matchmaker for your single leader? The female protagonist ignored him, turning her attention back to the scenery, maintaining her aloof demeanor. However, to be honest, she was not the only one on someone else's mind. Around the same time, just as dawn was breaking, 2 handsome figures stood at the entrance of a bookstore. One was Xingjue, the other was Xingya. The two stood like sentinels, their eyes bloodshot from waiting. I must tell you, Xingjue's words were quite cutting. He shot Xingya a sidelong glance, laced with sarcasm. "I say, logically speaking, I have no right to decide whether Li should have you or not. Are you standing here, perhaps a bit too full of yourself?" Xingya's face darkened at once, retorting, "What? Now that you found someone, you wish to burn the bridge behind you?" Xingjue laughed outright, his laughter filled with daggers. "I never said you couldn't pursue her. But the question is, does Li even acknowledge you? Does she know your name? Does she know you are an orc? Or should I just tell her that the renowned leader of Qingmu City has been searching for her like a private detective for several days?" Can you guess her reaction? Oh, how the family understands. This was a clear dimensional blow. Xingya was left speechless, unable to utter a word. After all, He himself was timid, afraid of rejection, while Xingyue was bold, relentless in his pursuit. Thus, he deserved it. Eventually, Qingya's composure shattered, and without pretense, he transformed back into a blue jade cat. Lounging at the door. Just then, our car arrived. Xingyue dashed over, personally opening the door for the female protagonist, pulling her close as he did so. He then turned to Boki, the driver, and delivered a fierce remark. You tell Yunhen, I will repay kindness and avenge grievances. He should watch out. With that, he wrapped his arm around the female protagonist and attempted to usher her into another car. The blue cat on the ground immediately fluffed up, letting out a heart-wrenching meow. Where are you taking her? The female protagonist, feeling annoyed, pressed against the car door. Where to? Xingyue instantly adopted a tender, pitiful expression. His eyes bloodshot, voice strained. I'm taking you home. It's too dangerous here. I can't rest without you by my side. When he mentioned home, he meant his own. The female protagonist firmly replied, I'm not going. She tried to walk away, but Xingyue, fully committed to his act, pulled her back into his embrace with a grip like iron. He rested his chin on her head, sounding utterly aggrieved. Ali, I haven't slept in days. When she looked up, his eyes were red like a rabbit's, indeed a pitiful sight. In that moment of her surprise, Xingyue tightened his hold, launching into his performance. No one else will do. Only you by my side will allow me to sleep soundly. He positioned himself against the car, encircling the female protagonist, adopting a wall slam pose, yet his expression resembled that of an abandoned golden retriever, almost ready to serenade her with a sorrowful tune. Ali, have pity on me. At that moment, I thought this fellow truly understands the art of dramatic pulling. The next second, however, the female protagonist reached out and firmly pressed her hand against his forehead, pushing him a meter away, her face clearly expressing, can we speak normally? She was likely questioning her own sanity, wondering if this was truly the leader of 100,000 mercenaries. I can go back with you, she relented, but you must clarify everything and tell me how many people you have offended so I can avoid them in the future. Upon hearing her agreement, Xingyue's spirits soared, his tail almost wagging in delight as he assured her, as long as you stay by my side, no danger will be a concern. With that, he pulled her into the car. The blue cat on the ground swiftly followed, diving into the female protagonist's arms, purring and rubbing against her, meowing incessantly. Xingyue watched, his fist clenched tight. I could even hear the grinding of his teeth. Xingya, you really have no shame. The cat even turned back, shooting Xingyue a provocative glance, as if to say, same to you. As Xingyue drove, he casually inquired, does Li like cats? How did she come to have such a one? The cat emitted a warning meow. The female protagonist stroked the cat's head, responding nonchalantly, it looks pleasant. I tell you, the look in Xingyue's eyes was fierce enough to slice the cat in half. He was undoubtedly calculating how to find a more beautiful, more agreeable, and most importantly, a female cat to replace Xingya, this scheming feline. Before long, they arrived at Xingyue's villa. Unlike the understated luxury of Yunhen's place, Xingyue's abode exuded an air of ostentation, as if he feared others would not recognize his wealth. In a prime location of the city, he had erected a 6-story mansion, with a garden cultivated not with flowers, but with mutated thorny roses, the poisonous kind. The interior was brilliantly lit, as bright as day, nearly blinding the female protagonist. The entire aesthetic screamed flamboyance. Does he not like it here? Xingyue asked, cautiously upon noticing her furrowed brow. It's fine, she replied. Xingyue was momentarily stumped. Was this indifference a sign of approval or disapproval? He led her to a room on the 5th floor, and to his surprise, it was furnished entirely to her taste. From the clothes to the decor, even the communication wristband she had lost was returned. Please settle in, have breakfast. I've arranged for a doctor to conduct a full-body examination. The female protagonist, initially reluctant to owe him anything, realized she had no choice and nodded. In the dining room, Xingyue had even arranged for a robot to prepare her meal. My female protagonist had just intended to offer some food to the cat nestled in her arms when Xingju swiftly snatched the plate away, exclaiming, allow me. How absurd. This green tea cat has no right to eat the dishes prepared by Ali. In the end, he filled the cat's plate and then, like glue, settled down beside my female protagonist, refusing to eat for himself while fervently serving her, causing the bowl to pile up as high as Mount Everest. My female protagonist, exasperated, asked, aren't you tired? Oh, no worries. Xingju suddenly remembered his past grievances. Being able to accompany Ali made sleep unnecessary. Go to sleep, he suggested. In his heart, he was overjoyed, thinking Ali cares for me. Yet, he replied, "No, I must stay with you until the examination is complete." Seeing her displeasure, he unleashed his sparkling puppy eyes, pleading, "Just let me do this for your peace of mind, okay? Fine, you win." After dining and completing the examination, my female protagonist, exhausted from the night, retired to rest. However, upon turning to the third-floor conference room, the atmosphere was chillingly tense. The doctor reported the examination results. There are signs of rib fractures and excessive blood loss from a gunshot wound to the right arm. Xingju and Qinya sat on the sofa, their faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. I must tell you, the doctors were trembling, caught between a 3S and a 4S level presence. The pressure they exuded felt like two mountains pressing down on them, and after delivering the report, they fled as if their lives depended on it. Once the doctors departed, Xingju slammed his fist onto the marble table, shattering it instantly. His eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, growling Yun Kai. It was only then they realized how ruthless Yun Kai had been. Xingju had watched his spirit seal dim, and the pain in his heart mirrored his burgeoning hatred. Though Qinya remained silent, the murderous aura surrounding him made the air feel as if it could freeze. Yun Hen intended to protect him, but that would require shedding some skin. The two exchanged a glance, reaching a silent consensus. Soon, these two formidable figures stormed into the trial ruling bureau. The scene was quite a spectacle, with everyone in the building murmuring, "Are they convening a global summit?" The three giants are gathered. In the conference room, Yun Hen entered to find the two men, one brash and the other aloof, conjuring a whirlwind of mixed emotions within him. He produced an exquisitely crafted gift box containing an everlasting snow lotus flower. "This is for Ji Shu." Yet, the two men didn't spare a glance. Xingju cut straight to the chase. "You saved her. What do you want in return?" His tone was as assertive as a declaration of sovereignty. Yun Hen felt a surge of jealousy. Why did this wolf have such good fortune to inadvertently acquire Ali's spirit seal? Suppressing his inner fire, he stated, "I demand that you cease pursuing Yun Kai." "No, absolutely not," they replied in unison, resolute. Xingju erupted. "He tried to kill my woman. He must die." Yun Hen, having anticipated this, instructed Bo Chi to project a photograph onto the screen, explaining that it was a misunderstanding. At that moment, Yun Kai and his crew had mistaken Ji Shu for a beast. It was my female protagonist who had fired the first shot. Xingju dismissed this entirely. "And so what? Her injuries can't just be overlooked." Qinya coldly added, "Are you planning to shield him?" Ultimately, Yun Hen, with no other recourse, spoke in a low voice, "I will use the debt of gratitude I owe for saving Ji Shu to exchange for Yun Kai's life." "Are you certain?" Upon hearing this, Xingju and Qinya exchanged glances. The debt of saving a life surpasses all, particularly since Yun Hen saving Ji Shu equated to saving Xingju. Crucially, Yun Hen did not leverage this favor to demand to become Ji Shu's partner. Leaning back, Qinya's gaze turned icy as he stated, "Very well, we shall refrain from killing Yun Kai. However, should he dare to appear before Ji Shu again, I will ensure his demise." Yun Hen remained silent. Moreover, Qinya shifted his tone sharply, his eyes glinting with sharpness. "There's one more condition." "What condition?" Qinya smirked coldly. "I demand that you never appear before Ji Shu again." Such a demand felt like a dagger to the heart. The atmosphere around Yun Hen shifted dramatically, his fists clenched tightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter 3 words through gritted teeth. "I agree." Now, it was Xingju and Qinya's turn to feel satisfied. They recognized that this condition was excessive. Thus, they began to offer compensation. Qinya proposed to provide plant control systems to trial free of charge. Xingju offered to freely gift quantum phantasm projection technology. Yun Hen accepted everything, standing to shake hands. The deal is struck. He turned, eager to leave without lingering a moment longer. Yet, Qinya called out to him, "Wait." Yun Hen turned back to see Qinya grabbing the box containing the snow lotus flower and tossing it back at him with disdain. "This sort of thing, you need not concern yourself with. I will procure something better for her." Yun Hen silently accepted the box and departed without looking back, his retreating figure exuding profound melancholy. Later, Bo Chi entered his office, discovering Yun Hen slumped in his chair, looking as if his soul had been extracted. His eyes were frightfully bloodshot as he requested solitude to reflect. This man, having lived over 40 years as a Beastman, suddenly found himself lost, feeling as though something essential was missing from his life regardless of how it unfolded. Meanwhile, my female protagonist, having spent 2 days at Xingju's opulent residence, prepared to return to her own home. Before leaving, she summoned Xingju for a negotiation. Shall we talk? Xingju immediately bounded over like an eager dog. My female protagonist, cradling the cat, got straight to the point. The recent events stemmed from both of us. The spirit seal was an accident. I do not blame you. However, to avoid further complications, I need to establish 3 rules. Xingju obediently replied, "You say it. First, I will accept your security monitoring, be it a locator or any other form. Second, our relationship will remain strictly platonic. No touching. Third, you cannot interfere with my freedom. From now on, I shall have only you as my partner." I must tell you, the moment those words left her lips, meow, the cat in her arms and the wolf beside her erupted simultaneously. Xingya's fur bristled, his heart likely stopped. Xingju lunged forward, casting the cat aside. Seizing my female protagonist by the shoulders, his voice trembling, "Did you just say I would be your only partner?" My female protagonist frowned and pushed him away. "What was the second rule I just stated?" "No touching." Xingju quickly apologized, yet his eyes sparkled like 200-watt bulbs as he asked once more, "Is what you said true?" My female protagonist paused, then nodded. "If you wish to consider this a promise, then yes, I promise." She contemplated clearly. Xingju was a troublesome presence she could not shake off, and she had no desire to find another. Xingju stood stunned for a full 3 seconds before howling in joy and enveloping her in a tight embrace, grinning like a fool. My female protagonist disdainfully pushed him away, stating, "Additionally, I wish to return to my own home." Xingju's smile instantly froze. "I want to move in with you." He had already stamped his approval. Cohabitation was a must. He needed to quickly figure out how to obtain a marriage certificate to bind her to him completely. My female protagonist responded with a cold laugh. "Do you wish to die?" The nearby Xingya interjected, "That line should be mine. I am concerned for your safety." Xingju continued to protest. "Meow. I will take responsibility," he added. Xingju glared at the cat. "Then I am even more worried." Ultimately, my female protagonist ignored his protests, standing up to leave. She returned to her modest apartment with the cat, while Xingju, undeterred, followed her and was promptly shut outside with a resounding bang. Upon returning home, the blue jade cat felt utterly at ease. This was the sanctuary shared with Ali. Xingju's den reeked of wolf, which was unbearable. After a day of rest, my female protagonist was greeted by a knock at the door that evening. It was Xingju, holding a food container, beaming brightly. "I know you haven't eaten, so I've brought you something delicious. Why are you still here so late?" Xingju proudly pointed to the door across the hall. "I live here now." He had spent 3 hours and a fortune persuading the neighbor to vacate. My female protagonist replied nonchalantly, "Suit yourself," and attempted to close the door. Xingju hastily pressed his hand against her. "Hey, this is for you. Take it." My female protagonist sighed, accepted it, thanked him, and then looked at him expressionlessly. "You can leave now." However, half an hour later, the door knocked again. Xingju entered with a plate of fruit. "Ali, fruit." "Thank you." Closed the door. Another half hour passed. My female protagonist opened the door again, already impatient. "This is the last time I'm opening the door for you. Say everything at once." Xingju handed her a cup of hot drink, and once again, the door was mercilessly shut in his face. Just as my female protagonist lay down, that annoying knocking sounded again. She abruptly threw off the blanket, rushed to open the door, and without a word, kicked Xingju outside. "Get lost." Xingju was knocked to the ground, and the door slammed shut again. He got up, dusted himself off, and dared to knock once more. This time when the door opened, my female protagonist held a dagger in her hand, swiftly pressing it against his neck, her gaze icy. "Do you think I won't kill you?" Xingju, impervious to fear, leaned in closer and whispered, "Ali, I can't sleep. What do you want?" He boldly pressed further. "I want to sleep in your room. You must be tired of living." My female protagonist gritted her teeth. The rogue then wrapped his arms around her waist. "The living room is fine. I'll sleep with your cat." What a joke. That scheming cat Xingya was allowed inside. Yet he, the acknowledged only partner, was denied entry. My female protagonist, truly at her wit's end, single-handedly grabbed his collar and, like disposing of trash, tossed the tall man onto the living room sofa, warning coldly, "If you make a sound, this knife will slice your throat." Xingju achieved his goal and laughed triumphantly on the sofa. As night deepened, my female protagonist fell asleep. In the living room, Xingya transformed back into human form, looking at the peacefully slumbering Xingju on the sofa, and his first words were a blunt insult. "Foolish wolf." I tell you, the moment he uttered that, Xingju erupted. Lying on the sofa, he propped his feet up, exuding arrogance, and retorted with a smug grin, "At least I'm better than you, brother. I can stay by her side openly." Such words were like daggers, piercing Qingya's heart. His fists clenched, knuckles turning white. Seeing his frustration, Xingju sat up to deliver the final blow, each word pronounced like a verdict. She said herself, "From now on, I am her only partner. Do you understand? I am her one and only partner." Unbelievable. Qingya fell silent, as if those words were hammering mercilessly at his heart. But what could he do? Fearing to wake Ali, he had to swallow his anger. Yet Xingju was relentless, slowly saying, "You have no chance. Be sensible and leave." Just when I thought these two were about to engage in a fierce confrontation, the atmosphere shifted. Qingya suddenly calmed down and asked a critical question. "Are the people from the desert city looking for weapon suppliers, and you refused?" I tell you, this revelation laid bare Xingju's cards. As an arms dealer, the desert city aimed to attack Qingmu City. This deal was pure profit for him. Yet, to avoid a complete fallout with Qingya, fearing Ali might actually take a liking to this foolish snake, he had stubbornly pushed away the money that was practically delivered to him. Qingya's gaze shifted, likely pondering, "Goodness, this wolf is truly investing heavily for Ali. It seems this rival must now be treated as an ally." While the competition between them was still unfolding, Qingya's side was already in dire straits. The scene shifted, and his assistant, a Shi'er, rushed in, frantic, reporting that the desert city had issued an ultimatum. Either Qingmu City cedes land or war ensues. Moreover, they were serious this time, having acquired biochemical agents that could counter their plant abilities and had assembled an army of 200,000. 200,000, my friends. The army of flesh-eaters was at their doorstep. A Shi'er was nearly in tears. "Commander, you must return." Of course, in all of Qingmu City. Only Qingya could withstand this onslaught. But Qingya? He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view of the imperial city, his heart torn. He asked a Shi'er, "How long did it take to deal with the last 100,000 flesh-eaters?" A Shi'er replied, 8 months. 8 months. Qingya's face darkened instantly. If he were to leave for 8 months, by the time he returned, it would be too late. Ali might have forgotten what he looked like, and the child might even call Xingju father. The agony he felt was palpable as he turned to his assistant. "A Shi'er, I can't afford to wait." Who understands this, my friends? The esteemed lord of Qingmu City, who spends his days acting cute like a cat, yet the real deal doesn't even glance at him. His assistant, a Shi'er, watching from the sidelines, was nearly frantic, thinking, why not just go for it? Snatch her away, bite her, seal the bond, and it's done. Why dither? Waiting for her to willingly agree? That doesn't happen in our Beastman world. Thus, this year's best employee, a Shi'er, made a shocking decision. That very night, after Xingju finished a meeting and returned home, he found Ali missing. She wasn't answering her phone. His heart sank, and he immediately called Qingya, demanding, "Where is she?" Qingya's voice was icy. "She's with me." Xingju was furious. "What do you want?" Qingya remained calm. "You promised not to interfere." What the hell? The moment Xingju heard this, he thought Qingya was going to be forceful, and he activated location tracking, running while shouting into the phone, "I didn't want you to force her. You'll hurt her." Qingya replied, "I know what I'm doing. You'll see her tomorrow." Then he hung up. Xingju was so enraged he nearly transformed, gnashing his teeth at the disconnected call. Qingya, Li Shu is not easy to handle. You will regret it. But in reality, I tell you, this situation was even more absurd than imagined. After hanging up, Qingya turned and punched his assistant against the wall. "Do you even know what you're doing?" That punch sent a Shi'er reeling, several teeth shattered. Indeed, the one who had kidnapped Ali was not Qingya, but his impulsive assistant, a Shi'er. Lying unconscious on the bed was the dazed Ali. A Shi'er spat out blood, unsteadily standing, still seeking praise. "Commander, since you like her, I helped you get her. I used the most potent dying flower on her. Now only you can save her. If you don't hurry, she'll die from a ruptured blood vessel." Goodness, this was no divine assist. It was a real-life version of You Are My Destiny, using the most toxic substance to force the boss into the wildest actions, and, after it was done, voluntarily offering to go to the front lines, claiming all blame would fall on her alone, while he hurried back to oversee the situation. At that moment, Qingya was completely stunned, staring at Ali, who lay on the bed, her cheeks flushed and drenched in sweat. He was left with no choice. Rationality told him to resist, but Ali's nosebleed was flowing. If he hesitated, she might be lost. He rushed to the bathroom with Ali in his arms, using cold water to bring her temperature down, repeatedly murmuring apologies, his voice trembling, breaking hearts. He asked the unconscious Li, "Will you hate me?" Then muttering to himself, "What I regret the most is that I didn't team meet you before Xingju." The water temperature kept rising, proving ineffective. Qinya realized he could wait no longer. He carried Li back to the bed, watching her in pain, his eyes reddening. Finally, he steeled his resolve, as if making a decision. "Then hate me. As long as I can stay by your side, anything is acceptable. As for what happened next, I need not elaborate." To save her, he had to resort to the most primal yet effective method. When everything calmed down, Qinya slowly opened his eyes. Looking down, he saw a bright red spiritual mark on his chest, signifying that he had fallen deeply in love with Ali. As he gazed upon Ali's form, he noticed the mark on her scapula, which appeared for but a fleeting moment before vanishing. What did this signify? It indicated that Ali harbored no feelings for him whatsoever. At that instant, Chinya's expression was truly more ghastly than death itself. He held Ali close, resembling a child cast aside by the entire world, repeatedly whispering in her ear, Ali, please don't abandon me." While this tragic love story unfolded, on the other side, the ruler of Talia, Yunhen, received an unexpected phone call. On the other end was the ultimate antagonist from the desert city, the SSS-class vixen, Yinluji. This sly fox wasted no time, stating she knew the whereabouts of Yunhen's nemesis, Hien, and sought to exchange this information for conveniences in Talia. Naturally, Yunhen refused, yet Yinluji was audacious. "Fear not, my hands are clean and I shan't bring you trouble. Just refrain from targeting me." What transpired? The following morning, as Qinya cradled the still unconscious Ali, preparing to leave the establishment, a resounding bang echoed. A sniper shot. It was Yinluji. Her objective was to assassinate Qinya. Amidst the hail of bullets, Chinya's immediate reaction was to place Ali into an armored vehicle, becoming the bait to draw away the fire. Yinluji, ruthless as ever, ordered, "If we cannot kill him, then eliminate the woman in the car." Countless bullets rained down upon the vehicle, causing the bulletproof glass to crack. Chinya's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, "Stop!" Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped out from behind cover, fully exposing himself to the enemy's gunfire. Just as Yinluji aimed her gun at Qinya, preparing to deliver a fatal shot, another gunshot rang out. The shooter was Xingju. The battle escalated instantly. Xingju's men clashed with Yinluji's forces. Enraged, Yinluji shouted, "Seize the opportunity, Kirinja!" With blood dripping from her hand, she attempted to fire again. At that critical moment, her communicator chimed. It was Yunhen, observing Ali under attack via surveillance. He exploded in fury, roaring through the phone, "Yinluji, cease your assault. You have crossed the line. I will not only turn against you, but will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Realizing that Xingju was present and Yunhen was applying pressure from behind, Yinluji recognized the assassination had utterly failed. Seething with rage, she gritted her teeth and commanded her forces to retreat. Once the gunfire ceased, Xingju abandoned his weapon and rushed toward Qinya. A mixture of anger and fear etched on his face as he shouted, "Hand her over," ignoring him entirely. Qinya took Ali straight to his vehicle and returned to the apartment. Upon entering, Xingju followed closely behind and, without a word, delivered a punch to Qinya's face. "Inja, Uniyedin," did not evade. Xingju pointed a finger at him, scolding, "How dare you use such despicable means against her?" Qinya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly retorted, "Disdain my methods? And yours are any more honorable? How did you acquire your spiritual mark? We are, after all, cut from the same cloth." Xingju was momentarily silenced, his anger boiling over as he struck again. "You nearly cost her life. Injadi mandu moveth." And only when the third punch came did he finally grasp Xingju's fist, his gaze icy enough to freeze one's soul. "If we are to fight, let it be another time. Right now, I have no time for this." He released Xingju and despondently sank onto the sofa, his entire demeanor deflated. Xingju stood nearby and suddenly declared, "In this household, I am the master." Qinya did not lift his head. "You must fight to know, and besides, you cannot possibly defeat me." In a contest between 4S and 3S, the power disparity was absolute. Left speechless, Xingju felt a mix of anger and sorrow. After a prolonged silence, Qinya finally murmured, "I need to leave for a while. Protect her well." He then recounted the matter of the 200,000 flesh-eating soldiers from the desert city. Upon hearing this, Xingju snorted, "As if I needed you to tell me." Then, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he added, "Yinluji must not be let off lightly. We shall join forces to eliminate her." Thus, a common enemy emerged, and these two rivals finally reached a unified front. Xingye asserted that regular missiles would be ineffective due to the opposing interception system. Upon hearing this, Xingju smirked arrogantly. Weaponry? Huh, apologies, but I rely on technical superiority. Technical superiority, do you comprehend? However, this matter was far from over. After our business banter, Xingju grew restless again, reclining with an air of authority that was irksome. I must confess, I was incensed, my fists clenched tightly, nearly unable to restrain myself from delivering a dual blow to his handsome face. Yet I held back, coldly informing him, understand this clearly, Jili Shu is a living being, not a trophy for us to claim. Who is the master here is determined by her. Whoever she favors is the patriarch of this household. Understood? To my surprise, Xingju, that cunning rascal, agreed. I was well aware of his ulterior motives. He assumed that since I dared not reveal my true form in front of Ali, he had the upper hand. How naive, we shall see. With this matter temporarily settled, he provided me with explosive missiles while I supplied his 10,000 mercenaries with life-sustaining green pearls, a mutually beneficial collaboration. I must tell you, just as I concluded discussions with him, an incident occurred concerning Ali. When I finally saw her again, it was 2 days later. Upon awakening, she appeared dazed, the room enveloped in darkness. Struggling to sit up, her mind felt muddled, as if she had experienced an extraordinarily long dream. She recalled nothing, merely sensing discomfort throughout her body, particularly her waist, akin to having been run over by a massive truck, both sore and painful. While she remained in a daze, the door to her room creaked open, and Xingju, with his imposing presence, stood like a guardian at the threshold. Upon seeing her awaken, his eyes lit up, and he opened his arms, ready to rush toward me. At that moment, my instincts kicked in, and, disregarding all else, I swiftly executed a chokehold, halting him in his tracks, allowing him to experience the suffocating embrace of love. What kind of place did he think this was? To approach me so aggressively was simply unacceptable. Xingju coughed as I constricted him, yet he dared not retaliate, fearing harm to me. The indignation on his face was palpable, likely feeling a twinge of jealousy as he pondered why that blue cat could advance so easily while he struggled to even touch me. I shoved him away, my expression frosty, demanding to know how he had entered, as I had locked the door. He boldly claimed that he had forced it open. I knew full well it was Xingye who had unlocked it, but he seemed quite adept at taking the blame, likely not wanting another person to divert my attention. Noticing my growing displeasure, he hastily explained that after knocking for quite some time with no response, he had become concerned for my safety and thus broke in. He claimed the door had already been repaired. Then, out of nowhere, he produced a copy of the Human Care Manual, as if he were suddenly a culinary expert, presenting a plethora of food to feed to me, insisting I must be famished after such a long slumber. I rolled my eyes at the absurdity. Hungry? Why would I have slept for so long? Don't you have a clue? He, however, remained unfazed, attributing it to some plant-based hallucinogen. A quick search online revealed news reports stating that the entire city had succumbed to slumber. Quite the cunning ruse. However, his overly eager expression, as if urging me to eat, was utterly off-putting. I promptly threw off the covers, rose from bed, seized his collar, and unceremoniously tossed him and his assortment of heart-shaped bento boxes out the door. Breaking into my room was a privilege you only get once. Furthermore, I am not your pet. Take your things and leave. I delivered the ultimatum with absolute finality. Yet, he remained, clinging to the door frame, embarking on a monologue, stating, Ali, you are my partner. You cannot remain distant from me for a lifetime. I was utterly exasperated and issued my final decree. We merely share a cooperative relationship. That so-called spiritual mark holds no value in my eyes. If you intend to use this to abduct me and intrude upon my life, then I shall depart, leaving you in a lifetime of searching for me. The moment the words leave escaped my lips, Xingju froze entirely, his expression akin to the sky collapsing, utterly heartbroken. It is not that I am heartless. I tell you, I once placed too much trust in my so-called comrades, only to find them pointing a gun at my head from behind. From that day forward, I understood that the only thing I can rely on in this world is the gun in my own hand. Trust, for me, is nothing more than a farce. Observing my unyielding demeanor, Xingju finally shifted tactics, his entire being deflated like a guilty golden retriever, with his head lowered and a quiver in his voice. Ali, why do I always provoke your anger? Is there something I am doing wrong? Just tell me, and I'll change, as long as you don't say the word leave lightly. Seeing him in such a state, The flicker of anger within me inexplicably dissipated. If this fellow wished to harm me, it would be tantamount to self-destruction. He truly had no need to masquerade. It was my own vigilance, cultivated over more than 20 years, that could not be altered in an instant. After a prolonged silence, my tone softened slightly. I apologize, but you should not intrude upon my personal space when I have just awakened, utterly defenseless. Upon hearing my apology, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly replied, "It is my fault. I will certainly be more cautious next time." Then he gazed at me with hopeful eyes, waiting for me to permit his departure. I recognized this as an implicit dismissal, yet he still poured out his heart. "Ali, nothing in this world is absolute, but my love for you is unwavering. Even in death, I could never harm you." After he spoke, noticing my lack of response, he urged me to eat something before picking up the takeout container from the ground, glancing back at me repeatedly as he left. From that day forth, this fellow shadowed me like a guardian spirit, coming to the bookstore where I worked to pick me up after my shift and secretly following me to work in the mornings. One evening, as I exited the bookstore, I spotted him leaning against a flashy luxury car, cradling a pure white dog in his arms. But wait, that creature had pointy ears and a gaze that exuded a predatory nature. My cat, that rascal Chinya, had recently gone missing under the pretext of the tense situation in Qingmu City, and here was Xingju promptly presenting me with a new pet. "Ali, you won't refuse this, will you? It's far more adorable than your cat," he said, beaming brightly. I cast him a meaningful glance, a cold smile forming within. The timing of my cat's disappearance was rather fortuitous. Upon closer inspection of the creature in his hands, I raised an eyebrow. "Is this a wolf?" "Indeed, a snow wolf from the icy tundra. Do you like it?" he offered, presenting it as a treasure. "Like it? I'd rather not," I retorted. "Am I to keep a wolf as a pet? Have you lost your mind?" Ignoring him, I turned on my heel to leave. He hastily followed. "Ali, ride in my car. I'll take you home." I continued walking, refusing to engage. "Walking is good, it's exercise." He remained undeterred, maintaining a respectful distance as he trailed behind me. As we walked, he sensed the awkwardness and sought to break the silence, inquiring about my origins while complimenting my skills and unique weaponry. I shot him a piercing glance, prompting him to raise his hands and surrender. "I meant no offense. I merely wish to remind you that in the face of danger, your foremost priority should be your own safety. Do not confront threats head-on. Protect myself." I paused, reflecting. In my life, I had only ever been instructed on how to complete tasks. No one had ever advised me to prioritize my own safety first. I halted, looking at him. "Have you never heard that those who fear death die faster?" His face twisted in concern at my words. "Why do you hold so little regard for your own life?" I cannot be bothered to respond and resumed walking. Suddenly, he grasped my hand and solemnly introduced himself. "I am Xingju, born into a prestigious family, graduated from the world's top university, majoring in optical weapon design. I am now a businessman with 100,000 mercenaries under my command, my combat prowess rated at 3S. No Beastman in this world can rival me. My mother passed away early, and I have few family ties. Currently, the most important person in my life is my partner, Geely Shu. In the future, we will have children together." I was momentarily taken aback by his smooth flow of information, forgetting to withdraw my hand. The words he spoke, professing love and envisioning a future with children, felt more foreign to me than quantum mechanics. My mind buzzed, a rare sense of panic washing over me, and I swiftly withdrew my hand, nearly fleeing the scene. As I passed by piano store, I couldn't help but glance at a white piano displayed in the window. I had truly grown weary of a life filled with violence. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the cafe across from me, a muscular man with an imposing presence, Yun Hen, had been observing everything through the window. He had been sitting there for several days, just to catch a glimpse of me. A few days later, with Chong Kong guarding the store, I finished my shift early. By some twist of fate, I wandered into the piano shop. In my garish attire, I was largely ignored upon entry, which was to be expected, as I was indeed impoverished. Approaching the white piano I had admired for days, I saw a sign inviting patrons to try it out. Just as I sat down to test the tone, a hand reached over, rudely grabbing me. "What are you doing?" A Beastman employee glared at me. I shrugged him off, trying the piano. "You can't just play any piano." He scoffed, his disdain palpable. "Can you even afford it? If you break it, you won't be able to repay." I had no desire to engage in further banter. As he turned to attend to another customer, I took the opportunity to play a piece. The sound was exquisite, and I loved it. However, upon seeing the price tag of 500,000, I dismissed the thought for now. As I stood to leave, I was suddenly called back by the employee. Wait, what did you do while I wasn't looking? He pointed at another black piano, claiming the bridge was broken and accusing me of the damage. I understood his intentions, an attempt to extort me. Maintaining a stoic expression, I replied, I didn't touch anything. I am certain you are framing me. Seeing my calm demeanor only fueled his anger, and he lunged to grab me. Could he lay a hand on me? My reflexes were much quicker. I effortlessly executed a shoulder throw, rendering him incapacitated. Unable to best me, he resorted to calling security, accusing me of vandalism and assault. Just as I was surrounded by a crowd, a deep voice cut through the chaos. How much? I'll compensate. I turned to see Yun-Hen, seemingly having rushed over, beads of sweat on his forehead, yet his aloof aura instantly subdued the crowd. He first assessed my condition to ensure I was unharmed before casting a cold gaze at the employee. However, you must pull up the surveillance footage. The employee, suddenly intimidated, realized that this so-called impoverished individual had a powerful figure backing her. He quickly changed his tune, claiming it might be a misunderstanding. Ignoring him, Yun-Hen turned to me. He is framing you. How would you like to proceed? I had no desire to linger on the matter, stating bluntly, I hit him too. We're even. Noticing my unwavering gaze on the white piano, Yun-Hen asked, what do you fancy? If you like it, just buy it. No need. I replied coolly before turning to leave. Just as I stepped out, the imposing figure of Yun-Hen followed closely behind. His expression was a mix of coolness and awkwardness as he stammered, I'm sorry. I didn't know how to express myself. I pondered what he meant, but after a moment, he blurted out, I didn't know you couldn't afford it. Well, it seemed this fellow had learned his conversational skills from Siri. Did he not know how to converse? His gaze, I must say, was reminiscent of a male protagonist from an evening melodrama, evoking such sympathy that my brows twisted in distress. And what was the outcome? He merely stood there for a while, turned on his heel, and departed without so much as a farewell. Who among us can comprehend this? This pure-hearted warrior of love is excessively innocent, to the point of being somewhat oblivious to the ways of the world. Upon returning to the bookstore, I was lounging when suddenly an event notification popped up, promising an intimate adventure and a unique romantic experience. Initially, I intended to swipe it away, but a fleeting glance caught my eye, a prize of 500,000. Just the sum needed for a piano. I immediately straightened up. The event was designed for naive human females and their orc companions, essentially a grand play date. I turned to see my foolish companion, Chong Kong, standing nearby. I spoke directly, are you free? I need a favor. He readily agreed, halting his work without hesitation. However, I must tell you, he soon regretted it. His remorse was palpable. Upon arriving at the venue, my eyes nearly popped out. The atmosphere was awash with pink bubbles, pink robots, and holographic roses, making me feel as though I had been transported back to the non-mainstream era of 2025. Every human female was swathed in fuzzy animal onesies, resembling oversized infants. Some crawled on the ground, while others wailed, and the orcs cradled them as one would a child. Dressed in outdoor attire and sporting sunglasses, I stood there like an unwelcome, icy assassin. Chong Kong was in a state of panic, urging me in hushed tones, Sister, this isn't the right vibe. You need to act a bit more foolish. Very well, for the sake of 500,000, I complied. I donned the fuzzy costume, and the competition commenced. The first round was a simple obstacle course. I could have navigated it blindfolded, yet I feigned stumbling, while Chong Kong shot me desperate glances from across the way, his acting exhausting me vicariously. I breezed through it. The second round was tug of war. Goodness, was this not an affront to our little B-grade deer? Upon seeing the opponent's muscular physique, he declared, no chance, let us throw in the towel. I contemplated conceding as well, but then lo and behold, who did I spot? Yun-Hen. That grand tiger was stationed at the back of the crowd like a bodyguard. Without hesitation, I rushed over, seized his arm, and dragged him toward the arena. He was undoubtedly taken aback, but likely thrilled, considering it was my initiative and not a breach of contract on his part. Chong Kong was immediately liberated, only to be surrounded by a throng of orcs questioning how he managed to attract such an exceptional human. I overheard him boldly proclaim, she likes me, what can I say? TSK, that fellow. With Yun-Hen in the mix, the second round was a complete triumph. The final round involved whispering sweet nothings, designed to teach us simple humans the art of flirtation. I initially intended for Chong Kong to take the lead, but Yun-Hen insisted on staying by my side. Very well, his strength prevailed. He leaned in, feigning to instruct me while subtly asking, can you read? I nodded. Why are you here? For the 500,000. He chuckled, Rest assured, it's undoubtedly yours. We exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing slightly charged. When it was my turn on stage, I cleared my throat and, with the softest tone I could muster, declared to the great tiger below, "Big guy, I like you." In that moment, the light in his eyes shone brighter than all the lights combined. With the 500,000 secured, Yin Hin drove us home, but once in the car, he fell into a melancholic state. To my astonishment, he had recorded my earlier confession and was replaying it, torturing himself with every loop. Finally, unable to contain himself, he called Xingju. "Do you love her? Do you know how hard her life is?" A barrage of inquiries ensued. Xingju erupted. "Mind your own business. Don't forget your promise." After hanging up, Yun Hin sat alone in the car, his eyes reddened. As for me, upon returning to my apartment, I found Xingju waiting for me, his expression as dark as a pot's bottom. "Why seek out Chong Kong and not me? Why not tell me if you needed money? Do you have feelings for him?" Another round of questioning. My dear friends, I was at a loss for words. We argued for quite some time over the notion that we were not of the same species. He was nearly in tears, explaining that there were no physiological barriers between orcs and humans, and questioning if I looked down on him for his orc heritage. It was a futile conversation. Finally, he broke down, grasping my arm, his voice strained. "Ali, my life is in your hands. What more do you want from me? You can't expect me to remain single forever, can you?" This statement left me utterly speechless. Very well, I conceded. I was indeed taken aback. If one is not afraid of death, why fear love? I relented. "Then tell me, what do you want me to do?" He requested that I spend more time with him, starting with dates. Thus it was settled. Yet, mere days later, uninvited guests arrived at the bookstore, led by the yellow-haired leopard from before. They were there to collect a debt from Chong Kong, intending to take him to a place called Mengyan. To protect me, he chose to accompany them. Days passed, 1, 2, yet he did not return. I grew restless and called Xingju. "Are you aware of Mengyan? Chong Kong has been captured there. Can you help?" He responded with a sardonic, "I raised the stakes. If you find Chong Kong, I'll go on a date with you." Instantly, his demeanor shifted, and he affirmed, "I'll make it happen." The call ended abruptly, as if he feared I might change my mind. After 2 days of silence from Xingju, I could no longer wait and resolved to infiltrate Mengyan myself. That place, I tell you, is a den of iniquity built underground. The first level features VR, the second showcases human-beast hybrids performing on poles, the third is a casino, and the fourth serves as an arena for gladiatorial contests. I scoured all 4 levels, finding not a trace of Chong Kong. Surely he must be on the elusive 5th level. Yet, entry there is not granted to just anyone. I overheard conversations among the hybrids, stating that only those favored by guests on the 5th floor could ascend. Thus a plan formed. I swiftly incapacitated an individual in the back area, donned their purple lace bodysuit, and applied a considerable amount of makeup before stepping onto the stage. Dancing? I was not skilled in that art. However, I could play the piano and sing. As I sat at the piano and began to sing, the entire venue fell silent. The pole dancing music ceased, and all eyes were fixed upon me, spellbound by my performance. Within minutes, someone approached to escort me further down, leading me to the legendary 5th level. The stench was overwhelming, a nauseating mix that nearly sent me reeling. Upon entering, I beheld a row of iron cages surrounding the fighting pit. But the captives were not orcs. They were flesh-eating zombies, beastly creatures transformed into undead horrors, towering at 2 meters. Their ghastly visages were lined with fangs as they howled at a terrified hybrid in the center, inducing a chill down my spine. It became apparent that the mysterious 5th level was, in fact, a battleground where the opponents were these flesh-eaters. Before I could fully process this shocking revelation, I was led through the fighting arena and into an opulent room. The door was opened by a burly man, his muscular physique and predatory gaze fixated upon me. My heart skipped a beat. Could he be the one who had specifically requested me? He beckoned me inside and locked the door behind me. In that instant, I realized I had to take the initiative. I feigned calm and asked, "Is there any surveillance in this room?" He, attempting to appear nonchalant while pouring himself a drink, scoffed, "None at all." I had anticipated this response. Seizing the moment while his back was turned, I retrieved a miniature tranquilizer from the gear provided by Xingju and swiftly injected it into his neck. The effect was instantaneous. He collapsed as if he were a mere puppet severed from its strings. With that hurdle cleared, I quickly changed back into my tactical gear and set out to find Chong Kong. I thoroughly searched the 5th level, leaving only one final room unexamined. 2 hulking guards stood by the door, and I drew my ranged weapon, dispatching them silently before dragging their bodies into a corner. peering through the crack of the door. My heart skipped a beat. Inside was Chong Kong. He was injured, his clothes stained with blood. Several individuals were present in the room. A man with red hair, exuding an air of malevolence, lounged on the sofa like a lord. Behind him stood a formidable figure with silver hair, a true assassin's silhouette. To my utter disbelief, he was feeding a ghoul in a cage. My goodness, this dream banquet not only engaged in underground fighting, but also dabbled in a biohazard, breeding zombies for amusement. Then I spotted a man named Lai Su, the notorious leader associated with the leopard beast, squatting before another man, taunting him while slapping his face, saying, "With me, stubbornness leads to dire consequences." The man, named Ling Yi, was later revealed to be Chong Kong's brother. When Lai Su saw him silent, he kicked him, demanding he surrender a chip. Then, the villain escalated his cruelty, seizing Chong Kong by the back of his head and thrusting him toward the cage filled with ghouls. The zombies, sensing blood, went into a frenzy, howling and lunging forward. As Chong Kong was on the verge of being captured, I could no longer contain myself. I drew my laser gun and fired at the nearest zombie. Bang! It was sent flying. I kicked the door open and stepped in. The individuals inside were taken aback, particularly the silver-haired man, Yin Liuji, who, instead of being surprised, smiled at me and remarked on my endurance after hiding for so long. I helped Chong Kong up, but he was frantic, urging me to flee. Lai Su's gaze towards me turned sinister, a lecherous grin forming as he approached. Without hesitation, Chong Kong stepped in front of me and shouted, "Don't touch her." He was promptly slapped aside by Lai Su. I aimed my gun at him, but Yin Liuji intervened, stating that Chong Kong owed 5 million. Want to leave? Sure. Either repay the debt now, or fight in the arena, win, and walk away. What could I do? To save him, I had no choice but to brace myself. They provided me with a selection of makeshift weapons, and I pretended to take a curved dagger, only to swap it for my prized possession from my weapon space. Yin Liuji observed this keenly from the stands, his eyes gleaming with interest, clearly drawn by my weapon space. 5 ghouls were released, and let me tell you, I never engage in a battle unprepared. I anticipated their every move. I surged forward, denying them the chance to encircle me, first slicing at their legs. 1 strike each, toppling them to the ground, rendering them mere targets writhing on the floor. Then it was my time to shine. With swift motions, I dispatched all 5 heads as easily as slicing through vegetables. The audience was left dumbfounded, erupting into thunderous applause. Just as I thought it was over, amidst the cheers, another zombie burst forth from the cage behind me. Chong Kong and Yin Liuji both shouted, "Be careful," but it was too late. Without a second thought, Chong Kong leaped from the stands, tackling me to shield me with his back from the attack. My vision blurred with rage as I fired back at the ambushing zombie. I aimed my gun at Lai Su, who defiantly quipped that he never said there were only 5. Yin Liuji silenced him and leisurely declared that I had won. But if Chong Kong did not receive the antidote within 30 minutes, he would turn into a zombie. What a cunning scheme. Back in the room, Yin Liuji produced the antidote, coercing Ling Yi to hand over the chip. Chong Kong, on the brink of collapse, still bravely asserted that they might as well kill us. I could no longer hold back and lunged to snatch it. We clashed, and he was exceptionally skilled, his strength overwhelming. I could only rely on my speed to evade him. In the midst of our struggle, he unexpectedly grasped my ankle, taunting, so slender, yet surprisingly strong. Seizing the moment, I turned the tables, pressing a dagger to his throat. Yet he was as slippery as an eel, reversing the hold, the blade now against my neck. His grin wickedly charming. "Let us make a deal. Use your weapon space in exchange for his life." Just then, Chong Kong threatened to slice his own throat with a broken glass cup if he did not release us. Yin Liuji's demeanor changed instantly, his expression icy as he tightened his grip on the knife, drawing blood from my neck. In that moment, I sensed his entire being stiffen, as he caught the scent of humanity in my blood. This revelation sent his CPU into overdrive. His pupils dilated as he stared at me. Processing the information, this striking beauty, with delicate features and soft skin, certainly did not resemble a brute. Seizing the brief opportunity while he was momentarily stunned, I shot him a fierce glance, deftly snatching the suppressant from his hand. With a flourish, I tossed it, shouting, "Catch." Ling Yi reacted swiftly, catching it, unwrapping it, preparing the syringe, and administering it to Chong Kong in one fluid motion. Yin Liuji watched, frozen, as the antidote was injected. Once completed, he suddenly laughed a long, drawn-out sound, casually uttering, "Curious." I realized he had finally pieced together that I was a woman. No wonder he perceived my physique as soft. He must have been contemplating many things. The pheromones in my blood were unmistakable, and he likely recalled the ethereal song he had heard earlier, which had indeed emanated from my lips. I paid him no mind, holding the laser gun steadily aimed at him. Regardless of his identity, Lai Su undoubtedly answered to him. I cut to the chase, declaring that the debt of 5 million was forgiven and that they should cease their harassment of the two. We had every right to use the suppressant, as they had initiated the ambush. As for the chip, I paused, my gaze sharp as a blade, questioning whether he intended to seize it outright. Observing his amusement, I posed a soul-searching inquiry. Is there no dignity? You appear to be a person of substance. Why not conduct a straightforward transaction? He laughed heartily, taking a while to compose himself before fixing his gaze on me, asserting, you are mistaken. I am no one of significance. Moreover, dignity holds no value for me. What I desire, I must obtain. His smile vanished, eyes cold as a Siberian chill. As he turned to Ling Yi, without the chip, no one leaves. No sooner had he spoken than BM. The entire dream banquet shook violently, akin to an earthquake. I raised my head, unable to suppress a smile, slowly gazing at Yin Liuji. Did you think ambushes were exclusive to you? The scene erupted into chaos. Xingju had led a covert assault, reaching the 4th floor. Lai Su's side was likely in disarray, clueless about which deity dared to disrupt his domain. I had anticipated the signal jamming on the 5th floor, so I had messaged Xingju before entering, but I never expected him to create such a commotion. That earlier tremor must have been a bomb. He truly aimed to raze this place to the ground. As the lights dimmed and the power was cut, the opportunity arose. I immediately ushered Chong Kong and Ling Yi through the chaos of the crowd toward the exit. Strangely, although Yin Liuji could have stopped us, he merely stood there, allowing our escape. I couldn't help but glance back. In the dim light, he stood there, his gaze as dark as an abyss, utterly inscrutable. We rushed into the elevator, bursting onto the ground floor, where Yu Feng's car waited. I quickly ushered the 2 injured men inside. To the bookstore, I instructed succinctly. In that moment, Chong Kong's face was flushed from the heat, sweat pouring down his body as he weakly cautioned me. It's dangerous over there. I shot him a glance, retorting, the most perilous places are often the safest. Do you understand? Who would suspect the storage room where you placed the disc? Upon returning to the bookstore, I settled the 2 injured individuals and retrieved the medical kit to tend to their wounds. Ling Yi, having regained some strength, solemnly expressed his gratitude. I did not lift my gaze, responding, no need for thanks. This is merely my duty. My words were also directed at Chong Kong, ensuring he did not feel indebted to me. Just as I finished tidying up, the iron door of the storage room slammed open, and Xingju rushed in like a gust of wind, sweat glistening on his forehead, his voice trembling slightly as he called out, Ali. He dashed to me, his eyes burning with concern as he scanned me from head to toe, ensuring I was unscathed before he exhaled a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he could no longer contain himself and wrapped his trembling hands around me in a fierce embrace. The intensity of his grip felt as if he wished to meld me into his very being. I could sense his body trembling, likely from the sight of the corpses of those ghastly beasts downstairs, a lingering fear overwhelming him. Struggling for breath, I wriggled slightly, prompting him to loosen his hold. Yet he still enveloped me, his gaze fixed intently upon me, glistening with unshed tears. You're safe, he repeated like a mantra. My heart softened at his words, and I replied gently, yes, I'm fine. Upon hearing this, without another word, he tightened his embrace once more. While holding me, his peripheral vision turned sharp as a blade, glaring at Chong Kong and Ling Yi with a fierce intensity. Had I not been in his arms, I feared those 2 would have met their demise. I had risked my life to save them, and his anger was palpable, though he dared not utter a word against me, fully aware of my aversion to his interference in my choices. This place is unsafe, he finally spoke. I will take you to my villa where no one would dare intrude. I was about to refuse, but he continued, these 2 are severely injured and require medical attention. Hiding in this airtight space is not a long-term solution. I glanced at Chong Kong, who was still burned crimson, and Ling Yi, pale as a ghost. Indeed, they needed professional care. Sensing my hesitation, Xingju gently placed his hands on my shoulders, compelling me to face him directly. His voice dripping with sincerity and a hint of pleading, Ali, please don't make me worry any longer, all right? His gaze was deep and oceanic, and as I looked into his eyes, I found myself inexplicably nodding. Upon arriving at his villa, the doctor had already been arranged. After ensuring the 2 were settled, He turned to me and said, "You must be tired as well. Allow me to escort you to your room for some rest." As he extended his hand towards me, his eyes burned with anticipation, waiting for me to place my hand in his. I stared at his outstretched hand, momentarily lost in thought. Just months ago, it was this very man who shielded me from a bullet at the River S bottom, extending his hand for me to choose. I had declined then. Now, reflecting upon it, aside from that spiritual mark being an accident, he seemed to have been waiting for me to make my own choices, always enticing me, yet never truly forcing my hand. After a brief moment of hesitation, I slowly placed my hand atop his under the weight of his eager gaze. I felt him stiffen, and then a wave of joy surged forth from his eyes like a tsunami. He clasped my hand tightly, his palm warm and wide, electrifying me in its grasp. The room he led me to had undergone a transformation. Beyond its opulence, it was adorned with numerous transparent boxes filled with flowers, and a gym had been added, equipped with apparatus tailored to my dimensions. There was even a music room with 2 grand pianos, far superior to the one I had purchased for $50,000. He gently embraced me from behind, resting his chin on my shoulder, his voice low and soothing. "Ali, I'm so happy." I did not struggle, but merely turned my head to look at him. "With all this effort, shouldn't you be asking if I'm happy?" He smiled, his deep-set eyes locked onto mine. "If you were unhappy, you wouldn't even glance at it." What a remarkable wolf he was, though seemingly straightforward. He possessed a keen understanding of my nature. I extricated myself from his embrace, yet he instinctively supported my arms, compelling me to face him once more. His tone both tender and insistent. "Ali, others may not comprehend you, but I do. Perhaps not entirely, but I am continually learning how to coexist with you, striving to suppress my beastly instincts honed over decades." He leaned closer, his voice a husky whisper. "If my previous recklessness has offended you, I beg your forgiveness." I gazed at him in silence. He seemed uncertain, and finally, I heard my own voice softly utter, "Shingju, thank you." A faint smile curled at the corner of my lips. His breath hitched, his expression darkening, and he leaned in closer, his voice hoarse. "Ali, may I kiss you?" As he spoke, his hand moved to the back of my head, preparing to descend for a kiss. I raised my hand and gently but firmly pushed against his forehead, creating a distance between us. The warmth in his expression dissipated instantly as I regarded him coolly. "Where do you derive such a delusion?" Shingju deflated like a punctured balloon, his lips drooping in a pitiful manner. Unable to contain myself, I couldn't help but smirk. "Leave now, I need a rest." I began to usher him out. With head bowed, he walked away, glancing back 3 times. In a moment of spontaneity, he whipped around and, like lightning, pressed his lips against mine for a fleeting second. His eyes sparkled as he eagerly inquired, "Ali, what does it feel like?" I was momentarily stunned before swiftly delivering a crisp slap. The sound resonated sharply. Shingju wore an expression of indignation mixed with accusation. I mimicked his tone, coldly asking, "What does it feel like?" He was rendered speechless, and I unceremoniously pushed him out the door. The room finally fell silent. I stepped into the bathroom, shedding my outerwear, and caught a glimpse of a faint gray mark on the inner side of my left arm, resembling some sort of pattern. No matter how much I scrubbed with body wash, it refused to fade. Pausing, I suddenly understood. This spiritual mark was not exclusive to Beastmen. If a partner develops feelings, corresponding marks would manifest on their body as well. The deeper the emotion, the more vivid the color. The emergence of this mark, did it signify that another individual would soon enter my life? The following day, I awoke clad in the short-sleeved denim attire Shingju had prepared for me, tying my hair into a ponytail before stepping outside. To my surprise, he was in the living room, bare-chested, performing push-ups, his muscles glistening with sweat. Upon spotting me, he stood upright, dripping with perspiration as he approached. "Step back," I grimaced. Retreating a step. "You stink." He chuckled, about to respond when his gaze suddenly fell upon my neck, his expression darkening in an instant. There, a mark of blood marred my skin. He seized me, his eyes ablaze, yet his voice eerily calm. "I will blow up Meng Yen." I remained impassive. "Do not do anything foolish. I am going to have breakfast." At the dining table, he had prepared an extravagant spread. As I ate, he watched intently while rambling on. "You should stay here for the next few days. The doctor has already seen to those 2. Chong Kong was bitten, so please avoid contact with him for a while. It worries me." After finishing my meal and wiping my hands, I looked at him. "Shingju, you talk a lot." He froze, astonished that I had addressed him by name. He immediately leaned in closer, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Ali, say it again." Ignoring him, I locked eyes with him. "Are you done?" "If you are, it's my turn to speak. How do you wish to go on a date?" I inquired. He became utterly frozen, taking a long moment before cautiously asking, "Are you saying?" I nodded. "If you find Chong Kong, I'll go on a date with you. Though you didn't directly assist me in finding him, I am a person of my word." Xing Ju's throat moved slightly, his eyes ablaze with intensity, and his voice, husky and low, uttered, "What should I do, Ali? Even if you were to strike me down, I still wish to proceed." Before I could fully comprehend his words, he forcefully grasped my wrist with one hand while the other encircled my waist, pinning me firmly against the edge of the dining table. The heat of his breath brushed against my face, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. Almost immediately, his fervent lips descended upon mine. I must tell you, when a human confronts an SSS-tier Beastman, the overwhelming force is akin to a dimensional assault. I found myself utterly unable to escape, compelled to endure his kiss, which was both tender and dominantly assertive. My mind went blank as I stared wide-eyed, feeling as though I might drown in the heat of his presence. He leaned closer, his voice a raspy whisper, "Ali, close your eyes." This unfamiliar thrill surged through my entire being, and instinctively, I pushed against his chest in an attempt to break free. Sensing my resistance, he gradually halted, but kept his forehead pressed against mine, reluctant to part. His chest heaved with intensity as he gazed deeply into my eyes, his tone solemn and earnest, as if making a vow. "Ali, I have feelings for you. It is both a fleeting desire and a lifelong affection. Regardless of the existence of a spiritual bond, I will never betray or harm you. I will dedicate my life to prove this." After a suffocating silence, I finally regained my voice and blurted out a rather unromantic remark. "You smell terrible. Hurry and take a shower." Meanwhile, in the cafe across from the bookstore, Yun Hen had arrived again. He sat there, like a statue, fixated on the bookstore. Uncertain if I was still there and unable to contact me, he was on the verge of being driven mad by a sense of powerlessness. After much hesitation, he ultimately reached out to Qinya. On the other end of the line, Qinya's voice sounded weary. Yun Hen got straight to the point. "In Lu Ji has appeared in Tailiu Air." There was a moment of silence on Qinya's side, and his tone turned icy. "What do you wish to convey?" Yun Hen replied coldly. "Capture the king first. I trust you do not require reminding. If you cannot protect her, what significance does my promise hold?" Qinya chuckled bitterly. "You have acknowledged your desire for her." Struck at the heart of his concerns, Yun Hen gritted his teeth and said, "Qinya, you had better not give me a reason." With that, he hung up the phone. Meanwhile, on the battlefield at Li Luo, Qinya stood before the main battleship, his expression grim. The adjutant was reporting that the army of flesh-eaters had begun to assault the defenses. Everyone awaited his orders, assuming they would continue with defensive negotiations. Instead, Qinya leaned on the command platform, his gaze fierce and menacing, his voice resonating throughout the command room. "Launch the missiles." All the officers were taken aback. "Commander, there will be no room left for negotiation." Qinya slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with a silent, murderous intent. "In Lu Ji is not even on the battlefield. Whom do you intend to negotiate with? If he wishes to move against me, he must first consider his own mortality." With his command, the deafening roar of cannons erupted, countless missiles trailing fiery tails, akin to a crimson meteor shower, crashing down upon the massed army of flesh-eaters on the opposite shore. In an instant, the opposing flesh-eaters were subdued by our botanical forces, becoming living targets. The scene was nothing short of a one-sided massacre, the air thick with the stench of decaying flesh. But guess what? The desert city across the way was no pushover. Suddenly, those ships unleashed a barrage of ominous black projectiles. Our command center erupted in chaos as the monitors blared. "Report. It's reactive intercept missiles. A new type." What does new type mean? These missiles could not only divert our missiles, but could also turn them around, sending them back toward us. Does anyone understand? It was akin to activating a rebound skill. The faces of the high-ranking officials in the command center turned pale, and someone shouted, "Commander, stop. We cannot continue firing. If they explode here, we will be annihilated." In an instant, the command center was as noisy as a bustling marketplace, filled with those eager to retreat. But how did our leader, Qinya, respond? He remained unfazed, leaning over the command platform, his eyes locked onto the holographic screen displaying the chaotic lights, his expression as frigid as ice. Those nearby were on the verge of panic, yet he remained calm, uttering two words through gritted teeth: "Wait." I must tell you, Qinya is truly resilient, maintaining control over the situation for 20 seconds before insisting, "Wait." He understood clearly that this battle was a ruse orchestrated by the cunning In Lu Ji designed to distract him. Having secretly taken the spiritual bond of our protagonist, Ji Li Shu, he was eager to conclude the conflict swiftly. Just as an officer shouted that if they did not wait, they would be blown sky high, a miracle occurred. The opposing intercept missiles, as if under the influence of some false elixir, perfectly and precisely weaved through the gaps in our missile barrage. Not a single one was intercepted. The command center was filled with bewildered expressions. Had they malfunctioned? Had this new weapon been purchased from a discount site? Chinya's lips curled into a smirk, though smiling. His eyes remained icy. He slammed his hand on the table and commanded, "Increase firepower. Bombard them relentlessly." With this, the opposing forces lost their trump card, and we unleashed our full firepower. The 200,000 flesh eaters on the north bank of Liluo, he fell like wheat before the scythe. The scene resembling a dystopian film come to life. Just as we neared total victory, the enemy unleashed another trick. 5 small aircraft darted out, scattering a cloud of white powder from the sky. I thought to myself, so they resort to poison when they cannot win? The monitor immediately reported, "It's a plant growth inhibitor." As the words fell, news from the front lines indicated that our plant-based intercept nets were beginning to weaken and slow, on the brink of failure. The flesh eaters were about to breach Li Luo He. These scoundrels sought to contaminate the water supply, forcing us to relinquish our territory. At this juncture, we were truly at a loss. With our plant defenses crumbling, we could only rely on our leader's physical prowess. Without hesitation, Chinya ordered, "Prepare an assault craft. I will go personally." In the next moment, he piloted the craft and landed directly on the opposite bank, right amidst the flesh eaters. The command center erupted in chaos. Was the commander insane? How could he run over there? I must tell you, at that moment, he was less than 50 meters from the nearest flesh eater. Upon landing, Chinya calmly responded through the communicator, "The southern bank is too far. I lack control." Then, he knelt, pressing both hands to the ground. In an instant, the earth beneath him erupted with a thunderous roar, as countless vines, thicker than a wrist, erupted from the ground, intertwining to form a colossal net, staunchly resisting the tide of corpses. However, he alone had to withstand the onslaught of hundreds of thousands, while also battling the effects of the inhibitor. The toll was astronomical. Before long, he began to tremble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his back bending under the strain. One of his subordinates, Ash Air, circled above in the aircraft, frantic and shouting, "Commander, the next wave of missiles is 5 minutes away. Hold on." Upon hearing this, Chinya lifted his head abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a wild beast, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. The ground erupted once more, those vines seemingly invigorated, striking furiously and overwhelming yet another wave of foes. Just as the last wave of artillery was about to fall, he abruptly released all his strength, collapsing backward onto the ground, his face pale as parchment, gazing up at the overcast sky, murmuring softly, "Ali." He had triumphed, yet again. But his thoughts were no longer on Qingmu City. His mind was consumed with Ji Li Shu. The scene shifted days later. Ji Li Shu visited the small deer Beastman, Chong Kong, whom she had rescued. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of her frail older brother, Ling Yi. Also present, Ling Yi possessed an exquisite beauty, yet her pallid complexion resembled that of a ghost. Upon encountering Ji Li Shu, she greeted her with remarkable politeness, saying, "Miss Ji." "Thank you." Ji Li Shu inclined her head slightly and replied coolly, "I have already mentioned it." Just as her words fell, Xingju entered the room like a shadow. Upon witnessing Ling Yi smiling at Ji Li Shu, his expression darkened instantly. I tell you, the jealousy radiating from Xingju was almost palpable. He scoffed and sarcastically remarked, "If there is something to discuss, it doesn't concern you to address her." With that, he wrapped an arm possessively around Ji Li Shu's waist, asserting his claim by pressing her onto the sofa, his grip unyielding. Ji Li Shu shot him a glare, and he finally toned it down a notch. Ling Yi, undeterred, laid her cards on the table, revealing that she was a wanted criminal from Mubo Island. Xingju, with a stern countenance, retorted, "I care not whom you bear grudges against, but do not involve my Ali." "My Ali?" Ji Li Shu raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. She then inquired about the identity of those who had assaulted them at the dream banquet. Chong Kong disclosed that it was Lin Chuan, the fierce leader, along with an incredibly formidable desert silver fox. Upon hearing the word fox, Xingju's grip tightened painfully around Ji Li Shu's waist. His expression shifted to one of gravity as he stated, "If I am not mistaken, that fox is In Lu Ji, a general from the desert city. This revelation entangled them with influential figures, and Xing felt a wave of dread, relieved that Ali was unharmed. He turned to Ling Yi and, in an interrogative tone, declared, "Your secrets were of no concern to me, but now that they involve Ali, I am entitled to know." Ling Yi sighed, explaining that the fox sought a chip, the specifics of which she could not divulge. However, she elucidated her frail condition, stating simply that a dream-stealing chip had been implanted in her mind, capable of reading her thoughts. To prevent her secrets from leaking, she was compelled to continuously use a quantum light wave to interfere with herself, a process immensely taxing on her nerves, causing unbearable pain, thus necessitating substantial funds for restoration. Chong Kong had incurred a mountain of debt just to assist her in this endeavor. Ji Lishu couldn't help but exclaim, "What treasure could possibly be housed in your mind?" Ling Yi declared resolutely, "Even if it cost me my life, I shall not allow it to fall into the hands of evildoers." After hearing this, Xingju's expression hardened as he intently told Ling Yi, "You have your secrets to protect, and I have my principles." He then turned to Ji Lishu and publicly proclaimed, "I am Ali's rightful partner. She need not play the mercenary, as I will provide for her. Therefore, your collaboration ends here." Upon exiting the room, Xingju trailed behind Ji Lishu like a scolded spouse, hesitant to speak. When Ji Lishu turned, she nearly startled him. "Why are you following me?" she questioned. Xingju, flustered, stammered, "Are you angry?" "No," Ji Lishu replied flatly, entering her room. Xingju hurriedly followed, pressing her. "You don't blame me for unilaterally ending your cooperation with him?" Ji Lishu ignored him, pouring 2 glasses of water at the bar, passing one to him, and then leisurely stated, "My profession is that of a mercenary. For 5 years, I have never known defeat." Xingju was momentarily taken aback. She continued, "Before accepting each mission, I assess the risks. Your decision was correct. Ling Yi and company are involved in something too deep. I was already prepared to withdraw." As she spoke with such nonchalance, Xingju's heart ached for her. He yearned to ask her what she had endured in the past, whether failure equated to death, but found himself unable to voice a single word. Suddenly, Ji Lishu shifted the conversation. "But there was something you said earlier. You would provide for me?" Xingju froze in disbelief. Oh no, he had stepped on a landmine. Flustered, he blurted, "Ali, I didn't mean it that way. I was wrong." Just as he contemplated a dramatic exit, Ji Lishu nodded decisively. "All right." Xingju was left in a daze. Ji Lishu regarded him with clear eyes. "Xingju, shall we give it a try?" She realized that she disliked being indebted to others, and being cared for felt rather pleasant. It was merely an experiment. Even the worst outcome she could endure. She had decided to treat Xingju as an intriguing new mission, and thus accepted. Xingju was utterly bewildered, transitioning from shock to elation, his eyes brimming with affection. His voice turned hoarse. "I was mistaken, Ali. I once thought your cold demeanor concealed vulnerability, but I now understand you are stronger than any Beastman. Your willingness to give me a chance is a unique tenderness." He grasped her hand, his gaze fervent and sincere. "From now on, I intend to entrust my life to you, allowing you to squander it as you please, only hoping you won't easily say you wish to stop." Ji Lishu gazed at him, feeling an inexplicable stir in her heart. Then Xingju took her hand, beaming like a child who had pilfered candy. "Let us go on a date." You won't believe this, but his idea of a date was to take Ali to the mercenary camp. He piloted a striking black vessel, announcing, "Let me show you my world." While soaring through the skies, Ji Lishu found his pace too slow, and with a swift motion, she pushed the throttle to its maximum. The vessel surged forward with a whoosh. Xingju was nearly thrown off balance, turning to glance at her, only to hear her nonchalantly say, "Just adjusting a gear." Upon arrival, they encountered a vast encampment filled with muscular beastmen. Xingju adorned her with a hat and coat, presenting her with a necklace, explaining it was a mini oxygen generator, enabling her to move freely outdoors. He then took her hand and led her through the throngs of people. I tell you, the scene was extraordinary. All the burly mercenaries parted like the Red Sea upon seeing Xingju, their gazes fixated on Ji Lishu, jaws dropped in astonishment. Their celestial leader was astonishingly holding hands with someone who appeared delicate and fragile, leaning down to listen intently to her, his expression tender enough to draw tears. Ji Lishu felt utterly uncomfortable under their stares, murmuring, "Could you loosen your grip?" Xingju, brimming with pride, replied, "There are many people. I fear you might get lost." He guided her to a task allocation device, casually swiping it to accept a mission. "Come, let us catch a cat," he exclaimed, referring to a creature known as a Jaimin cat, which could repel mutated plants. Ji Lishu was speechless. "Your idea of a date is to complete a mission? Not you, but me." Xingju chuckled, confirming his fingerprint to accept the task. The duo drove an off-road vehicle into the forest. Shortly after, they encountered a tangle of vines blocking their path. Xingju suggested, "The vehicle cannot pass. I can carry you in beast form. Are you afraid?" Ji Lishu rolled her eyes, producing a glimmering orb from her pocket, an S-grade crystal she had acquired in the Dream Forest, immune to most plant attacks. Upon exiting the vehicle, the surrounding flora indeed reacted not at all. Xingju observed her, feeling a hint of disappointment, as she seemed to require nothing from him. After walking a short distance, Ji Lishu deemed the journey too slow, stopping to declare, 20 kilometers is too far. Xingju's eyes lit up. He swiftly shed his shirt and pants, thrusting them into Ji Lishu's hands. "Ali, hold these for me." In an instant, he performed a backflip, transforming mid-air into a massive black wolf. I tell you, the sight was breathtaking. The wolf, robust and exuding explosive power, gracefully landed before Ji Lishu, nudging her gently with its head, urging her to climb onto its back. Perfectly. Ali indeed preferred his beast form. Xingju galloped through the forest with Ji Lishu upon his back, as swift as an arrow, like a shooting star. He ran with both speed and stability, the wind sweeping Ji Lishu's hat away, tousling her hair. Her heart raced, yet a smile broke upon her lips, revealing a carefree and joyous laugh. I tell you, the sensation was exhilarating. But in the next moment, Xingju brought her to a small lake, executing a sharp stop with an impressive posture, slightly bowing to indicate she should dismount. I had just slid off his back when he swiftly transformed back into his human form. I hurriedly tossed my pants to him. He pointed to a fluffy yellow and white kitten not far away and said, "There, that's a Jiming Mao." At that moment, I was puzzled. Weren't there supposed to be 12 teams competing with us? Were they? And guess what? This fellow, Xingju, casually reached out to smooth my wind-blown hair while speaking in a voice so charming it felt like it was seeping into my bones. After all, I am their leader. This is a gift I want to present to my woman. They are wise enough to retreat halfway. His words were both domineering and tender, causing my heart to skip a beat. He gazed at me with such depth that he suddenly exclaimed, "Ali, you are truly beautiful." As he placed his hand on my arm, his bare chest radiating warmth that fanned against my face. The atmosphere was so charged, with mist hovering over the lake, resembling a fairyland. I thought the moment was about to escalate, but he abruptly turned and said, "I'll go catch the cat for you." How ridiculous! Just when the tension peaked, he played coy. By the time we returned to the villa, night had fallen. On the way, Xingju received an urgent communication and mentioned he had to step out. He escorted me to the door, opened the car door for me, and gazed at me reluctantly while asking if I was tired and advising me to rest well. I nodded while holding the kitten and walked inside, but after a while, I noticed there was no sound behind me. I turned around and saw him standing there like a statue. In the night, he stood with his hands in his pockets, undeniably handsome, yet those eyes were filled with longing. Just as I was pondering, he suddenly strode over to me, his eyes flickering with intensity, and hoarsely asked, "Is something wrong?" I was momentarily taken aback and shook my head, saying it was nothing. Then I saw him smile, a mix of helplessness and a hint of disappointment. In an instant, I understood. Who among us comprehends? This guy had been posing there for ages, waiting for me to kiss him. When he saw me walk away, he panicked, chasing after me for a last confirmation, only to realize there was indeed no chance, revealing that expression. Oh my, it was utterly hilarious. The next day, I awoke to find Xingju had not returned. Instead, Ling Yi and Chong Kong announced they were leaving. Chong Kong intentionally sent Ling Yi away to have a private conversation with me. His gaze was exceptionally serious as he directly stated, "I can see that you are still resistant towards Xingju." I was astonished. This guy had keen observation skills. He continued, "But he is sincere about you. Ji Lishu, are we friends?" After pondering for a few seconds, I decided that surviving together through thick and thin constituted friendship, so I nodded. He immediately grew solemn and advised, "If we are friends, heed my words. In this world, you cannot go it alone. Ling Yin is the sharpest blade in your hand." I instantly understood. He was hinting for me to use Ling Yin to control those beastmen, to manipulate them. This guy clearly understood the art of power. However, noticing my lack of reaction, he sighed and rephrased, "Then stay close to Xingju. I know he's different for you." Before leaving, His gaze was profoundly earnest, as if to engrave the words, "You must find happiness," upon my face, and he said, "Take care of yourself," before departing. In the afternoon, once they left, I went to the swimming pool. However, after swimming for a short while, I suddenly felt cold all over, dizzy and unsteady on my feet. As I climbed out of the water, my complexion turned pale, resembling a ghost. Just as I felt I was about to collapse, Xing returned. Upon seeing me in such a state, his eyes widened, and he dashed over, wrapping me in a towel like a dumpling, his eyes filled with concern and guilt as he muttered, "It's all my fault. I let you stay in the cold wind yesterday, and now, in the chilly water, you must have caught a chill." Saying this, he scooped me up in a princess carry. At that moment, I truly had no strength left, feeling extremely dizzy, and allowed him to take me. However, before I even reached the bed, my vision faded, and I fainted. When I awoke again, it was already the next afternoon. As I opened my eyes, I saw Xing sitting on a stool by the bed, his hand propped against his forehead, asleep. His chin was covered with stubble, and his white shirt looked wrinkled. The moment I moved slightly, he jolted awake, his eyes bloodshot as he rushed to grasp my hand. "Ali, how are you feeling? Are you better?" I withdrew my hand, attempting to sit up, but he immediately supported me, enveloping me in his embrace, his large hand pressing against my forehead, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "At least you don't have a fever." I looked down to see my swimsuit had been changed, and my face instantly cooled. "Who changed my clothes?" Xing furrowed his brow and domineeringly replied, "You can hit me if you want, but I would never allow you to sleep in wet clothes, nor let anyone else touch you, not even a robot." I shot him a glare, lacking the strength to argue. He handed me a glass of water, but then his expression suddenly turned grave, his eyes laden with meaning that sent shivers down my spine. He then gently placed his hand on my abdomen, speaking in a voice that was profoundly low. "Ali, there's already a little baby here. Because you are pregnant. That is why you felt so weak and fainted." My hand holding the water cup froze in place. My mind buzzed, blanking out. "Pregnant? Me?" I stared at him, desperately searching his face for any hint of jest. Seeing my lack of reaction, he assumed I hadn't heard him clearly and continued, "Yes, the doctor has examined you, and the child is healthy, nearly 2 months along." Before he could finish, I shot my hand out to clutch his neck. My eyes filled with fury. "What have you done to me?" Xing was taken aback, his face etched with pain. "I'm sorry. I could hardly believe it. It really was you?" His breathing grew heavy, his voice hoarse. "I'm sorry, Ali, I couldn't protect you." Hearing this, I realized it was not him. My mind raced, and I abruptly released my grip, my tone icy. "That blue jade cat, who is he?" Xing struggled to utter a few words. "The leader of Qingmu City, Qingya." I couldn't help but laugh, finding it almost surreal. After all this time, I had unwittingly invited a wolf into my home. I looked at Xing and said coolly, "Xing, I was about to believe you, to trust that you were my only ally in this hellish place." Upon hearing this, he panicked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were about to lose something precious, his voice trembling. "Ali, I never meant to hide anything from you." Just then, a roar of flying machines echoed from downstairs. I walked to the window, and to my surprise, a handsome man in a white shirt descended, noble and elegant, with starry eyes and a sword-like brow. It was him, the Beastman who frequently appeared in the bookstore and had helped me repair the piano. So he was Qingya. Xing leaned over to take a look, muttering, "He's in quite a hurry." I understood now. They had just finished a battle yesterday and had rushed over from 30,000 kilometers away. This must be a record speed. I gazed at the man below, my voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for him to hear, "We meet again." Qingya looked up, his eyes locking onto mine as if trying to absorb me. I wore a cold smile. "I had no idea, esteemed leader, that you were the illustrious Qingya. I apologize for having you demean yourself for so long as my pet." As soon as those words left my mouth, Qingya's face turned pale. He realized that I knew everything. His lips moved, and after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out, "I'm not aggrieved. It was my own choice." I raised an eyebrow, saying nothing, and without hesitation, I propped myself on the windowsill and jumped down from the second floor. "Ali!" Xing was terrified, chasing after me, unable to catch me, only able to leap down alongside me. He knew I was agile, but he also knew that I was now carrying a child. I landed steadily and walked step by step toward Qingya, a long whip appearing in my hand out of thin air. I fixed my icy gaze upon him. "I have something to confirm with you." As soon as the words left my lips, the whip in my hand cracked sharply through the air, swift and fierce. Qingya stared at me, unflinching as he endured the lash. It was akin to a pure-hearted warrior collapsing in defeat, dear friends. His white shirt instantly tore open, revealing a crimson streak across his chest. But more conspicuous was the vivid spiritual seal emblazoned upon his heart. I fixed my gaze upon that seal, my voice icy as it fell. Whose seal is that? Qingya, seemingly oblivious to the pain, took a few steps forward and hoarsely declared, Ali, I belong only to you. I smiled, a smile so frigid it could freeze him in place. I do not recall having any special connection with you, the esteemed leader of Qingmu City. The only thing I can think of is the 2 days I inexplicably lost consciousness. Panic washed over him as he reached out to touch me, but I deftly evaded. Like a child caught in wrongdoing, his hand froze mid-air, then tightened into a fist, his voice trembling. You can punish me however you wish. Just allow me to stay by your side. My cold smile widened. Punish you? Why would I punish you? You are the one who has lost your extended life. It is you who will suffer by living alongside me, a mere mortal. I question him, word by word. So what exactly have you done that warrants my punishment? Or perhaps you should tell me how that spiritual seal came to be. He was cornered, ultimately managing to choke out. Ali, I was merely afraid. I feared you would abandon me, and I had no choice but to act this way. No choice. I laughed, a wave of nausea rising from my stomach. Oh, I remember now. In your Beastman's laws, coercing a woman is not a crime, is it? Perhaps you are unaware, but in my world, that is indeed a crime. Qingya stood frozen, his pupils trembling, his face drained of color. He stammered, Please, Ali, do not do this. I stepped back, retracting the whip, my tone remaining flat. Since that is the case, we have nothing further to discuss. I can only repay hatred with hatred. As soon as the words left my mouth, I found 2 gleaming curved blades in my hands, the murderous intent surging to an extreme. Xingjue attempted to intervene, but I retorted, If you dare to stop me, I will kill you too. Yet he shouted back, If you insist on doing this, then I will assist you. I shook off his grip. I do not need your help. If I cannot kill, I will still draw blood. With that, I charged at Qingya, blades drawn. He dared not retaliate, only evading. I slashed, cutting across his palm. I attacked again, and he could only dodge. Eventually, he seized the opportunity to embrace me, humbly asking, What must I do for you to forgive me? I retaliated with a blade aimed at his arm, forcing him to release me. Xingjue, frantic, shouted from the side, Qingya, she is pregnant. Qingya froze. In that moment, I struck his shoulder. He grunted, and instead of retreating, he moved behind me, embracing me from behind and wrenching the blades from my grasp. I struggled, and he, terrified of harming me, loosened his grip. Seizing the moment, I drew my gun and aimed it at his heart, yet he miraculously dodged. The prowess of a 4S rank was terrifying. I could not kill him. This realization filled me with despair. I lowered my gun and turned to Xingjue. I will not keep the child. You must assist me. Upon hearing this, both Qingya and Xingjue froze. Qingya crumbled, gazing at me with a choked voice, then suddenly knelt before me. I beg you, do not harm yourself. Tears streamed down his face. Just give me a few days. I will sort out matters in Qingmu City, and this life of mine is yours. I only plead, do not harm our child. I looked at him kneeling on the ground, finding it utterly ridiculous. Harm? To you this is harm? Then what you have done to me can be classified as what? I disdainfully shot him a glance. Qingya, do not cloak your greed in such grandiloquent terms. One must pay the price for their choices. With that, I turned to leave. Xingjue, observing Qingya, who resembled a stone statue on the ground, spoke solemnly. I have always said, Ji Shu is not easily appeased. What may seem a trivial crime to you is far more painful for her than death itself. Qingya hoarsely asked him, You do not wish for her to terminate the pregnancy, do you? To which Xingjue replied, You are mistaken. I will only respect Ji Shu's decision. Qingya, you are not the only one who fears. I fear as well. Later, Xingjue found me in the gym. I was furiously pounding on the punching bag, drenched in sweat, resembling a madwoman. He approached cautiously, concern etched across his face, and gently pressed on the bag. Speaking rapidly, Ali, I respect all your decisions. However, I could hardly spare him a glance. Respect? Now you speak of respect? Where was that earlier? I said nothing and turned to leave, peeling off my boxing gloves as I walked and throwing them to the ground. I needed to calm down. I told myself I must remain composed. That membrane meant nothing. I care not for it. What mattered was that scoundrel Qingya. Akin to the vile pests I encountered in my previous world, disgusting and despicable. But my inability to eliminate him was the most infuriating aspect. I dashed into the bathroom, turning the water to its maximum, and let it pour over me. When I emerged, guess what? That scoundrel Xingjue still loitered at the door, holding a clean towel, resembling a guilty golden retriever. He silently approached, wanting to dry my hair, but I swiftly dodged. His hand, holding the towel, remained suspended in midair, and I could sense his underlying panic. I had no desire to engage him in small talk. I simply inquired, "When will it be arranged?" Only then did he snap back to reality, informing me that such procedures were currently prohibited worldwide due to the preciousness of the offspring. To avoid exposing my identity, he needed time to assemble a secret medical team. Upon hearing this, I frowned. "Is it that troublesome? Ali, I must ensure your safety." He gazed at me, his sincerity palpable. "How long?" 3 days, at most 3 days. "Fine." I remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Yet before he left, he hesitated for a long moment, finally uttering, "During these 3 days, I hope Ali can reconsider." With that, he slipped away as if greased. My hand, holding the towel, froze. Reconsider? What the hell am I to contemplate? If I cannot trust him, how can I protect a child in this wretched place? Dream on. Meanwhile, as night fell, Qingya remained kneeling in the courtyard like a stone sentinel, his gaze fixed on my room. I could only imagine the turmoil raging in his mind. At times, he contemplated drugging me and abducting me, ensuring both the child and I belonged to him. Other times he thought, no, he could not bear to witness my disdainful gaze any longer. That look could very well be his demise. He was trapped in a cycle of turmoil, suffering immensely. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have resorted to such despicable tactics from the start, sealing his fate. Now, the one he loved sought to take his life, and he could not even protect the child. He deserved it. The next morning, I drew back the curtains and was taken aback to find him still kneeling there. The wound I had inflicted upon his chest was nearly healed. Truly, a 4S rank possesses remarkable resilience. Upon seeing me, his expression morphed from one of despair to that of a desperate plea, forcing a smile. I regarded him calmly, my gaze akin to that cast upon a pile of unwanted refuse. Without further ado, I turned and walked away. Upon opening the door, Xingjue stood waiting, holding breakfast, his demeanor overly eager. "Ali, you hardly ate yesterday. I prepared your favorite dish." He took my hand, guiding me to the dining area, fussing over the chair and serving food with excessive enthusiasm. I quietly finished my meal, set down my spoon, wiped my mouth, and then looked up at him, asking with serene composure, "Did you not say you liked me?" He was momentarily taken aback, his heart likely racing uncontrollably. I continued, "Then go and kill him. As long as he is dead, my life will belong solely to you, and my love will be for you alone. I am compelling him to duel with Qingya, and I am fully aware of my intentions." The air became thick with tension, his Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse. "Ali, you should know how great the temptation of this statement is for me." He gazed at me, his eyes filled with fervor and determination. "You are serious, aren't you?" He was truly willing to sacrifice himself for my sake. Yet, the more he displayed this, the more suffocating my heart felt. Tears welled in my eyes, my voice trembling. "Then why did you deceive me? Why did you conceal those matters from me alongside him? In your eyes, am I akin to those foolish humans, a mere object devoid of independent rights, to be manipulated at will by you beastmen? Absolutely not." Ali Xingjue was also flustered, his eyes reddened, panic evident. He wanted to explain that he initially acted out of jealousy, fearing I would be taken away by that cat, but he faltered, unsure of how to begin. Ultimately, he could only muster, "Can you please calm down?" I was quite composed. I closed my eyes and articulated clearly, "Xingjue, I cannot accept the distorted principles you uphold. It is best we maintain our distance." With that, I left his villa. With nowhere else to go, I wandered to Chong Kong's bookstore. To my astonishment, it had been ransacked, clearly a victim of a search. As I stood staring blankly at a piano, the door to the secret room behind the bar suddenly cracked open. Cautiously, I looked over, and there stood Chong Kong and his brother Ling Yi. They pulled me into the secret room, explaining that Ling Yi was wanted globally, hence their reluctance to move. "What brings you here?" Chong Kong inquired. "I need a place to hide for a few days," I replied tersely. Suddenly, Ling Yi's expression shifted. "There are many high-ranking beastmen outside." Chong Kong glanced at me and said, "They're likely Xingjue's people sent to protect you." I remained silent, my heart a tumult of emotions. After a while, I looked at Chong Kong and remarked coolly, "You once said that the Ling Yin is my sharpest weapon. Yet now, I feel it is merely a burden, a shackle that forcibly binds two unrelated individuals. Because of this, regardless of whom I am with, whether to keep a child or not, it is no longer my choice." I inquired when they would depart, and Ling Yi mentioned they needed to rent a spaceship to a place called Luwen Town, recognizing it as the location of the world's largest beast arena. I decided to accompany them, declaring that I would not need to rent a ship. I would take them there myself. With that, I retrieved a dagger from my storage space, aimed it at my left arm, and without flinching, I carved out a small piece of flesh. Geely Shu. Chong Kong gasped, quickly shedding his coat to apply pressure to my wound. Calmly, I produced a first aid kit, bandaging the injury while explaining, Nano Tracker. I discarded the bracelet Xingjue gave me long ago. Once this is removed, they won't be able to locate me. Outside the bookstore, Xingjue and Qingyao were on guard when suddenly, Xingjue's communicator blared an alarm. The Nano Tracker has been removed. His face drained of color. Qingyao's expression darkened. What does she intend to do? Just as Xingjue began to reassure her that everything was fine, with the area secured unless she could fly. Before he could finish, Qingyao's pupils constricted. This is bad. She possesses an invisible spacecraft. At that moment, a shrill alarm echoed from above, triggering the entire Telier air defense system. A uniquely shaped spacecraft slowly revealed itself high in the sky. It was my Fidu. I had thoroughly studied this location's defense system. As long as I did not initiate an attack, the first 2 levels of artillery would pose no threat to Fidu. I was determined to break through. As Yunhin's vehicle arrived, the communicator exploded with activity. It was Xingjue frantically shouting, "Deactivate the airspace defense, quickly." Yunhin, likely bewildered by the chaos, ordered the defense system shut down without a second thought, but cleverly instructed his subordinates to secretly track my ship. By the time he exited the vehicle, Fidu had long vanished. Qingyao erupted in rage, seizing Xingjue by the collar, her eyes filled with murderous intent. What did you say to her? Xingjue, equally furious, retaliated with a punch. How dare you question me? Such is family. 2 formidable individuals, akin to schoolchildren, brawling in the street, each throwing punches without strategy, merely venting their emotions. The mercenaries nearby stood dumbfounded, none daring to intervene. Yunhin observed coldly, silent as he turned away. After 6 hours of flight, we landed outside Luwen town. I must tell you, the moment we exited the spacecraft, a wave of heat nearly swept me away. The temperature soaring to at least 45 degrees. Compared to Telier, this place resembled a primitive tribe, littered with lowly metal containers. Chong Kong remarked that these were residences for stateless beastmen, impoverished beyond belief. At the town's center, a steaming pool bubbled, flanked by a lavish hotel named Amon Hotel, which sat atop the world's largest beast arena. Upon reaching an intersection, Chong Kong and Ling Yi halted, stating they needed to visit a secret base and could not take me along. Chong Kong handed me a key to his former basement, and we parted ways. Unbeknownst to me, as I arrived, Amon Hotel had just received a reservation from the highest commander of Telier, Yunhin. At that moment, in the hotel's top conference room, the leader of Luwen Town, Bulwen, was bowing and scraping before a man named Yin Liuji. This Yin Liuji was a general from the desert city, a cunning fox, coercing Bulwen into submitting Luwen Town to them. Bulwen dared not offend him, but did not wish to concede easily, so he kept stalling. His true trump card was Yunhin, who had just arrived. Therefore, when Yin Liuji pressed him again, he could only muster the courage to say, "The commander of Telier, Yunhin, has arrived in Luwen Town." I spent a sleepless night in Chong Kong's basement, the heat unbearable. The next day, I emerged with a pallid face. My objective was clear: the blind market of Luwen Town, an underground trading hub that dared to sell anything. Why I saw it was the Rongtai agent. This substance had been globally banned for 20 years, but in such a place, it was surely obtainable. I no longer wished to trust anyone, relying solely on myself. After wandering through the market, I indeed found it tucked away in a corner. The vendor was a seemingly youthful beastman, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, who appeared surprised upon my request. "You want to buy this? It's for women." I maintained my composure. "I know, it's for someone else." He wore an understanding expression, immediately quoting 20,000. I countered 2,000. He was taken aback. "Sister, is this how you bargain? The lowest I can go is 10,000. For 1,000. If not, I will leave." I feigned to walk away. You fine. Fine. He quickly stopped me, exchanging the goods for cash. Clutching the medication, I felt a twinge of doubt and asked, "Is this for real?" He thumped his chest, claiming, "No deception. Just didn't mention that the medication has long expired." Returning to the basement, I lay on the hard, iron-framed bed, gripping the vial of medication in one hand. My other hand slowly rested on my abdomen, my thoughts in disarray. I did not even know how long I could live. How could I offer you a future? I murmured to myself, "I am sorry. I am selfish. In the next life, Do not encounter someone like me again. Yet, when a moment came to drink it, I hesitated. I could not bring myself to do it. Ultimately, I tossed the unopened vial of Rongtai agent into the trash. The following day, I awoke to find blood. Panic surged within me as I stared blankly at the vial in the trash. I did not consume it. Why did this happen? Was it because he sensed my aversion to him and chose to leave? This situation persisted for 4 days, and upon researching online, I discovered that signs of bleeding typically indicated a miscarriage. I sorrowfully closed my eyes, sensing something within me ebbing away, leaving my heart feeling vacant. Meanwhile, in the opulent suite of the A-Man Hotel, Boki was reporting to Yunhin. "Commander, we have scoured the entirety of Lewinzen, yet we have yet to locate Miss G. They had tracked my arrival to Lewinzen using a locator, and Yunhin had pursued me the very same day. It was now the 5th day, and still no sign of me." Yunhin, smoking a cigarette with a frosty demeanor, suddenly spoke with a heavy voice. "Boki, she is pregnant." Boki was taken aback. Yunhin extinguished his cigarette. "Buliwen, I wish to see him. He just messaged, proposing a soiree tomorrow evening to welcome your presence. Agree to his invitation. I shall attend." In the open-air garden atop the A-Man Hotel, the soiree was extravagantly lavish. The attendees were prominent figures, mingling amidst the clinking of glasses and incessant flashes from reporters' cameras. The event had commenced for half an hour, yet the guest of honor, Yunhin, had yet to arrive. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot skillet, trying to navigate the relentless advances of In Liujia, while hoping for Yunhin's timely arrival to bolster his confidence. Just then, he has arrived. As soon as the words left his mouth, a hush fell over the crowd. I raised my head, and to my astonishment, there stood a revered figure at the entrance, Yunhin. This man needed no introduction. His commanding aura radiated effortlessly, resembling a walking beacon of charisma. Buliwen, upon seeing him, rushed forward as if he had spotted a long-lost father, addressing him with deference, nearly bowing. Yunhin, however, responded with the cold demeanor of an unfeeling AI, merely nodding slightly, keeping his words scarce. At that moment, an unobservant reporter attempted to capture a sensational photograph. Yunhin, without lifting his gaze, cast a piercing look, silencing the room with his frosty demeanor, causing the reporters to tremble and lower their cameras. Buliwen, quick-witted, promptly dismissed the reporters and invited Yunhin to a private seating area. Yet, he was not dissuaded. He called over several flamboyant performers to entertain. Yunhin frowned, disinterested, while his subordinate Boki directly interjected. "What nonsense is this? Send them away." Only then did Buliwen settle down. After a few rounds of drinks, Yunhin laid his cards on the table. "All right, Mr. Buliwen, I acknowledge your sincerity. Let us discuss business." As they sat, Yunhin began to speak with the rapid-fire precision of a machine gun. Lewinzen lacks resources, military strength, and technology. Aside from the arena, it is nothing but a wasteland. Leagues away from Italier. What can you possibly offer me? Buliwen, perspiring profusely, began to make his offer. Half of the annual revenue from the A-Man Hotel and the arena. Yunhin scoffed disdainfully, a smirk gracing his lips, the chill in his laughter palpable. "Half? What makes you think I would be interested in such trifles?" Buliwen's heart sank, but he mustered the courage to raise his offer. 70%. Yunhin remained silent, gazing at him with an expression akin to that of a spectator observing a jester. 80%. Buliwen nearly ground his teeth in desperation. This was already his limit. Just as despair washed over him, Yunhin leisurely uttered 2 words. "Half." Buliwen was left bewildered. What was happening? Had the offer reverted? Yet, Yunhin's next statement struck him like a bolt. "Help me find someone, and I will only take half of the revenue. Now, let us shift our focus to the other side." Ji Li Shu, having recuperated for over a week, felt well enough to venture out in search of employment. Disguised as a performer, who could understand the struggles of survival, I headed straight to the registration office of the City Defense Forces in Lewinzen, as they offered the highest pay. Upon arrival, I was taken aback by the fierce competition for jobs. The registrar, acting aloof, dismissed a B-rank Beastman with a mere "not suitable," sending him on his way. The Beastman, indignant, questioned the rationale, to which the registrar rolled his eyes. "S-rank applicants are queuing up. What significance does a B-rank hold?" When my turn came, I suppressed my voice to request registration. The registrar glanced at me with disdain. "A performer? Get lost." I seized his hand, inquiring icily, "What is wrong with being a performer? Who do you look down upon?" His voice boomed louder than mine. "It's simply unacceptable. B ranks are not welcome, and you don't even qualify as an A rank. Are you trying to cause trouble? At that moment, an eye-catching figure, chomping on a lollipop, chimed in. Isn't there a duel happening? If you win, you'll be able to enter, right? Isn't that the guy who sold me the fusion potion? He gestured toward me, tauntingly beckoning. Hey, performer, care to take a shot? The crowd erupted in excitement, eager to witness the spectacle of a performer being torn apart by 3D rank brutes. I could hardly be bothered to respond. Engage in a brawl? My mood was sour today. I had no desire to fight. I leaned closer to the registrar, lowering my voice to commence my performance. Do you know why I am here? The registrar stiffened. I continued with a chilling allure. Do you not know who I am? I pointed towards the direction of the A-Man Hotel, indicating that those individuals had sent me here, claiming they had made prior arrangements. Otherwise, would you like to confirm? The registrar's mind raced. Everyone knew Beastman had a penchant for such individuals. Could I be the new favorite of the boss? Yet, would the boss's favorite need to struggle here for a living? Reading the hesitation in his eyes, I added nonchalantly, I'm just looking for something thrilling to do. Is that not permissible? After all, the boss has sent someone to protect me. Upon hearing this, he immediately relented, reluctantly handing me the contract. Fine. Sign. If you die, it's not my fault. Just as I finished signing, the attention-seeking individual named Jier reappeared like an adhesive. Hey, we meet again. I'm Jier, a D-rank Shanjiao. Shall we form a team? I cast him a cold glance, firmly rejecting. I do not form teams. He feigned exaggeration. Really? Are you truly seeking death? I was too disinterested to engage, turning to leave. Yet he followed, incessantly nagging. Hey, show me some respect. Your name is Jishu, right? Whom did you give the fusion potion to? Did it work? What is the background of your superior? I was exceedingly annoyed, shooting him a cold glare. What business is it of yours? Keep your distance. Upon reaching the task board, he approached again, pointing at the requirements. See? The tasks require a team of 2 or more. You can't accept a task alone. He raised his eyebrows in smugness, adding, what do you think? Consider teaming up with me? I scrutinized him expressionlessly for a few seconds. Though he appeared frivolous, his captivating eyes were undeniably alluring. He felt somewhat uncomfortable under my gaze, muttering something about how he was merely admiring my looks and wanting to support the weak. I refused to engage, instead pressing my fingerprint on the acceptance device to take on a task. I then grabbed his hand and pressed it down as well. Just like that, it was settled. Simple and straightforward. Our first task was to clear mutated plants at the A-Man Hotel. Jier dashed forward, declaring, you rest. Watch me. He was soon ensnared by the mutated plants, spinning like a top, howling in mockery. I let you strike me. I let you strike me. At that moment, I regretted my decision. Why did I choose to team up with this overdramatic individual? I quietly drew out my Jikong knife, shielded by 4S crystal beads. The plants dared not approach me, and I effortlessly dispatched them. After the task concluded, Jier, with a flare, ran his fingers through his hair and extended a hand. Pleasure collaborating. Let us continue next time. I ignored him, turning to leave. He muttered behind me, "He-s insecure." Later, our team welcomed another member named Machi, a member of the Ingshu tribe, who was far more composed than Jier. The two male figures began gossiping about Xingjue and his legendary performer, Bai Yueguang. Jier, with a hint of gossip, inquired, "Do you think that creature can rival the elegance of Jishu?" In the next moment, a small stone whizzed through the air, striking Jier squarely on his mouth, finally granting a moment of silence. Little did they know, everything was being captured in vivid detail by a wild surveillance camera atop the mountain. Burrell was beside himself with excitement, rubbing his hands together, while Yun Hen's gaze was something to behold. It was so tender it could almost draw tears. After 5 long days of searching, they had finally located him. The following day, Jier presented a new mission, a Class S carnivorous willow, which had obliterated 2 previous teams. Yet the reward was a staggering 2 million. Emochi deemed it too perilous, but I did not even flinch as I declared, "I'll take it." After all, I possessed 4 S-class crystal beads and molecular bombs. A Class S plant was hardly a concern. Yun Hen watched from the shadows, his heart aching. A human girl without even a rank, and pregnant to boot, ought to be cherished. Yet here she was, engaging in such life-threatening endeavors. He cursed Qinya and Xingju 1,000 times in his mind. To endure? To retreat? Was that the life she deserved? He might as well have fought back. He quietly trailed behind us as we ventured into the forest. Indeed, the plant seemed apart from me. In the end, with a resounding explosion, Jier produced a high-grade bomb purchased from Xing Hua Group, obliterating the Class S carnivorous willow. As Yun Hen watched us drive away, He immediately called for reinforcements. Notify F.A. Lewin. We must reach Lewin Town today. F.A. Lewin, a pangolin beastman and an impenetrable shield, had been assigned to protect his beloved in secret. Yun Hin understood the necessity of patience. He could only proceed step by step. That night, Yun Hin stood like a sentinel, gazing at me as I returned to that dilapidated basement. Cobwebs, mildew, and scurrying rats. I could almost smell the stench through the screen. He longed to knock on the door, to whisk me away, but ultimately restrained himself, his fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged. The next day, Jier arrived with renewed vigor, exclaiming, "Brothers, an opportunity to rake in money has come. We must capture a pet Qilin in the desert for a lifetime of complimentary luxury suites at Amon Hotel." The absurdity of such a proposition was evident even to a child, yet Jier was convinced, and we had no choice but to follow. In the end, we indeed captured the Qilin and checked into the hotel. I was assigned to the top-tier suite on the 66th floor, a solitary privilege. Jier, oblivious as ever, questioned, "Why is she the one on the top floor?" The robot, with all seriousness, replied, "The others are full." In reality, across from my room, Yun Hin was fixated on the surveillance screen until I closed the door. Behind him stood a row of doctors, relaying data from the infrared body scanner outside. Physical condition stable, but the embryo within her was currently stagnant in development. The decor of this room felt eerily familiar, particularly the pot of daffodils on the windowsill. Had Xingju found me? The next day, as I opened my door, to my surprise, the door across from me swung open as well. There stood Yun Hin, impeccably dressed, exuding an air of sophistication. I paused momentarily. "It's you?" He began his act, nodding with an air of calm. "I'm here in Lewin Town on business." He then glanced at his watch, stating he was in a hurry for a meeting, and swiftly turned to leave, his demeanor colder than mine, embodying a sense of urgency that suggested he was barely holding it together. However, he truly was overwhelmed. After finishing his meeting that day, he flew back from Telier that very night, merely to stand guard at my door, smoking a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Suddenly, my door swung open. His hand, still clutching the cigarette, trembled in shock, rendering him speechless. I had just emerged from the shower, hair cascading down, leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed. Without preamble, I confronted him. "Was this room prepared by you?" He looked at me, inhaled deeply, and replied, "No." I raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing my lips. "Excellent. I have no intentions of spending my life with anyone, so don't waste your time on me. If you dare to be forceful, I may not be able to defeat you, but I will vanish." "You've misunderstood," he interrupted, his voice deep and steady. "I have no intention of forcing you." I scrutinized him for a few seconds, then nodded with an indifferent expression. "Then consider me self-satisfied." Under the warm, yellow light, Yun Hin suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. It wasn't her self-satisfaction. It was his lackluster performance on the verge of collapse. With that, he turned and retreated to his room. At that moment, he truly had no ulterior motives. He simply wished for her well-being. He even contemplated earnestly that if Ji Li Shu would never harbor feelings for him, then it was enough just to guard her from afar, even without a spiritual mark. Chapter 103. Her life is more precious than mine. Jier, with his silver tongue, had successfully recruited a skilled ally for the team, an S-class beastman named F.A. Lewin, a pangolin beastman whose armored form was nearly indestructible. "This is Mo Chi, and this is Ji Shu," Jier enthusiastically introduced the team members. Despite Ji Shu being a creature of both genders, she could hold her own against even S-class beastmen in combat. Ji Li Shu was focused on adjusting the gun in her hands, not bothering to acknowledge F.A. Lewin. This was a rifle she had won from an S-class beastman in a duel. While it wasn't particularly rare, it allowed her to keep her identity as Yun Shu concealed, making her life much easier as she could occasionally draw from it for cover. F.A. Lewin regarded Ji Li Shu with a scrutinizing gaze, recalling the scene from the previous day where Commander Yun Hin, exuding a calm demeanor, had stated, "I have a mission for you." F.A. Lewin had executed a standard military salute. "Commander, please give your orders." Previously, he had served under the Vice Commander Yun Kai, but after the latter's dismissal, he had found himself adrift. Unexpectedly, he received a summons from Commander Yun Hin to report to Lewin Town. Elated, he felt that the commander had not forgotten him. However, he was taken aback when the mission assigned by Commander Yun Hin was to ensure Ji Li Shu's safety. F.A. Lewin was momentarily stunned, listening as Commander Yun Hin continued, his voice calm and unwavering. "F.A. Lewin, her life is more important than mine, and I trust you." Because I trust you, I entrust her life to you. Fa Luan's eyes widened in surprise. He was unsure whether his astonishment stemmed from the fact that Commander Yunhen deemed her life more valuable than his, or that the commander placed such trust in him. He scrutinized Ji Li Shu, pondering what made this creature noteworthy enough to catch Commander Yunhen's attention. With the four-member team assembled, Jier announced the task for the day. The greatest advantage of teaming up with Jier was his knack for securing the most lucrative missions. Luwen Town was adjacent to the desert city, and 100 kilometers away, a swarm of flesh-eaters had been spotted, likely having escaped from the desert city's control. The mission was to eliminate them without resorting to artillery bombardment, as the area was rich in petroleum resources, and any bombardment would pose significant risks. Thus, it had to be done manually. The four of us drove out to the desert, 100 kilometers away. From a distance, the vast expanse of yellow sand was dotted with over 100 flesh-eaters, their attention drawn by the roar of our vehicle. Mo-Chi distributed knives from the back seat to his teammates, and they prepared to exit the vehicle and engage in battle. "Stay put," Ji Li Shu said, opening half of the car door, only for Fa Luan to promptly shut it again. "It's too sunny for you, Ji Shu. With your delicate skin, you should stay inside and let your brother show you how it's done." "Watch closely," Jier chimed in. Yalishu's movements momentarily faltered, and she chose not to exit the vehicle. The air conditioning inside provided her with a respite from the sweltering heat outside, which was indeed intolerable. The three towering figures swiftly disembarked, charging ahead with vigor to engage in combat. As the sounds of battle escalated, an increasing number of flesh-eaters were drawn to the commotion. Their rhythm began to falter. "Be careful," Jill shouted. Just then, a flesh-eater charged toward Mo-Chi from behind, while he was preoccupied with fending off two others. In an instant, a gunshot rang out, and the flesh-eater behind Mo-Chi collapsed. The group turned toward the source of the gunfire, finding Ji Li Shu brandishing an assault rifle. "Keep going," Ji Li Shu called out, and the three renewed their efforts with vigor. With Ji Li Shu providing long-range support, they shed their hesitation. No longer fearing ambushes from the flesh-eaters, she would preemptively neutralize any threats in their blind spots. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the desert was strewn with corpses, and the oppressive heat intensified the foul stench. The trio returned to the vehicle. "Impressive, Ji Li Shu. I didn't realize your marksmanship was so precise," Jill remarked with a grin. Ji Li Shu donned a mask with a look of disdain and retorted coldly, "Keep your distance. You smell." Jill pouted in disappointment. "At this rate, you'll lose all your friends." He then quietly distanced himself. As the four drove back, they suddenly spotted a plume of thick smoke rising in the distance. "Who dares to set fire in this place?" Mo-Chi's expression turned serious. The area was rife with combustible materials, and if ignited, the consequences would be dire. Jill, shedding his usual nonchalance, responded with a serious demeanor. "Let's investigate and extinguish it quickly." Within 2 minutes, as the vehicle navigated around a large rock, they found the source of the fire: living orcs. Mo-Chi's keen eyes quickly identified an orc engulfed in flames, moving sluggishly. They were ablaze, yet showed no signs of resistance. The group dismounted and rushed over, using sand to smother the flames. "Wait," Jill exclaimed. "These are humans?" They turned to see a charred figure on the ground. Her hair was burned away, her facial skin damaged, and her eyes wide in horror, but it was unmistakably the form of a human woman, with an unfamiliar scent of pheromones lingering in the air. Ji Li Shu narrowed her eyes, a sense of shock rising within her. The orcs had burned these women alive. "Look," Mo-Chi interjected, "that's a mechanical arm." They noticed a severed limb nearby, revealing not flesh and bone, but steel and metal. Jill furrowed his brow. "What exactly are we dealing with? A human or a robot?" The others remained silent, clearly perplexed. This world contained humans and sentient robots, yet they had never encountered a hybrid of both. Fallen pointed a silver earring toward the ground, focusing on the half-human, half-machine beings. The earring had been entrusted to him by the leader of Yunhen for transmitting Ji Li Shu's images. "They can no longer survive. We must evacuate," Fallen said, his expression grim and voice low. He had recorded the incident, and the leader of Yunhen would investigate upon receiving the information. However, he sensed an unknown surveillance around them, unsure of whether it was friend or foe. He remained focused on his mission, to ensure Ji Li Shu's safety. "We need to hurry," Fallen urged. As they prepared to enter the vehicle, the sudden sound of machine gun fire erupted from behind them. "Get down," Fallen shouted. He intended to pull Ji Li Shu down, but she was remarkably alert. She sensed the danger before he could utter a word. Damn it, ambush! Jill spat, choking on sand, his anger flaring. 3 armored vehicles emerged, and he recognized the occupants, members of the city defense army from Lewin Town. Bardley, how could you be so foolish? Attacking your own, Jill yelled in frustration. Ji Lishu surveyed her surroundings with a cold gaze, contemplating possible escape routes. Fallen stood protectively in front of her, his expression steely as he regarded the hostile orcs approaching them. Bardley, ignoring Jill, smiled at Fallen. Why associate with these lowly individuals? You have a chance to join us. We can eliminate them together and claim all the resources they hoard. Jill's expression turned to shock. Are you really willing to gun us down over a few luxurious suites? He shouted, pointing accusingly at Bardley. It's your fault for being so detestable, hoarding all the good missions and resources, leaving us with no choice but this, Bardley replied, narrowing his eyes with malice. That is truly a desperate measure, unworthy of your stature. Jill's bluntness twisted Bardley's face in anger, his patience wearing thin. Jill, I offer you a chance. Withdraw from the city defense army voluntarily, and we will spare you today. Otherwise, Bardley's voice turned cold and menacing. We won't show mercy. A few city defense soldiers were expendable. No one would care if they lost their lives on a mission. Jill gritted his teeth. Don't dream. Do you think I'm easy prey? Bardley's demeanor shifted to icy resolve. You have chosen poorly. With a gesture, the orcs in the 3 armored vehicles sprang into action. Gunfire erupted, forcing the 4 to scatter. Fallen followed Ji Lishu closely, yet he had to divert toward another direction to avoid endangering her with the relentless fire from an armored vehicle. He would first deal with the obstructive vehicle before rescuing her. 3 armored vehicles pursued the trio, while Bardley sent only 2 orcs after Ji Lishu. A smirk curled at the corner of Ji Lishu's lips. They truly underestimated her. She awaited the right moment, ready to strike back when the surroundings were clear of Jill and the others. Liuji was piloting her aircraft back to the desert city when she stumbled upon this chaotic scene. She witnessed an orc behind her, armed with a machine gun, aimed directly at Ji Lishu. In that instant, her heart skipped a beat. As Jill and the others vanished from sight, Ji Lishu seized the opportunity. She swiftly drew a gun from Yinshu and spun around to shoot. Suddenly, 2 gunshots echoed from above, accurately striking the 2 orcs pursuing Ji Lishu, killing them instantly. The assistance came quicker than she anticipated. Ji Lishu looked up warily, spotting a sleek aircraft hovering above, roughly the size of a small car. Its black body and streamlined design glinted dully in the sunlight. The aircraft descended rapidly onto the desert, raising a small cloud of dust, showcasing the pilot's deft maneuvering skills. Although the pilot had just aided her, Ji Lishu remained uncertain of their identity and maintained her gun at the ready, fully alert. The cabin door was opened with a swift motion from the bottom upwards, and a long leg descended. The newcomer was clad in a black jacket and wore a pilot's helmet. Striding purposefully towards Ji Lishu, he removed his helmet with a deft motion. His tousled hair, falling across his forehead, gently lifted by the wind. With a prominent nose and handsome features, he exuded an air of reckless charm, his lips curling into a faintly indifferent smile that perfectly encapsulated a dangerous aura. Ji Lishu narrowed her eyes slightly, but did not lower her weapon. The man's deep voice resonated, laced with a hint of amusement. No need to thank me. It was merely a small effort. Liuji, with his right arm clutching the helmet and his left hand carelessly brushing aside the stray strands of hair from his forehead, stood 2 meters away from Ji Lishu, a playful smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze directly upon her. We meet again, he remarked. Ji Lishu showed no reaction. He clicked his tongue softly. I saved you, yet you still point a gun at me. Is that how unreasonable women are? Ji Lishu replied coolly. Why did you save me? We have no connection. And there are even some personal grievances. Is the city commander of Shamo just that magnanimous? Liuji suddenly chuckled, his peach blossom eyes fixed intently on the woman before him. She wore a cap, her head slightly tilted as she met his gaze, her flawless beauty reflecting in his eyes. Her features were as translucent as water and as cold as ice, her eyes revealing a stark killing intent that seemed at odds with her innate delicate beauty. This was the first time he had clearly seen her appearance. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. Liuji's lips curled slightly, his voice crisp yet melodic. That depends on who it is for. If the recipient is someone as rare and beautiful as you, perhaps my generosity knows no bounds. Ji Lishu's expression remained impassive, showing no reaction to his nonsensical remarks. Having just run a distance, she felt the sweat soaking through her clothes, the temperature in the desert unbearable, and her breath came in quickening gasps. Liuji, ever perceptive, noticed her discomfort. His expression shifted, and he subdued his smile. I am indeed generous. I will let you leave here. Come with me. With that, he turned and walked toward the spacecraft. He boarded the cabin and glanced back at Ji Lishu, who remained rooted in place, unmoving. Liuji leaned casually against the cabin door, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed her. What's the matter? You dare to duel a corpse lover, but not step onto my vessel? Ji Lishu stood firm, her distrust evident. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, deafening. Ji Lishu cast a cold glance toward the source of the sound, recognizing it as the artillery fire from Bedeli's armored vehicle. Damn, they are resorting to such deadly measures. If you wish to save your companion, then come aboard, Liuji urged again. This time, Ji Lishu did not hesitate and swiftly boarded Liuji's craft. They soared toward the direction of the cannon fire, witnessing Jill being pursued by an armored vehicle, zigzagging like a snake in its flight. Ji Lishu retrieved a long-range assault rifle from the storage compartment, aiming at the armored vehicle below. Liuji piloted the craft. Lower the altitude, Ji Lishu commanded. Liuji cast a sidelong glance at her, his profile striking against the wind, a few strands of hair dancing around his face, yet she remained oblivious, entirely focused on her target. Without a word, Liuji gradually lowered the flying height of the craft. As the armored vehicle fell within Ji Lishu's range, she fired a single shot, accurately hitting a tire, causing the vehicle to become immobilized in the desert. She followed up with a few more shots, swiftly dispatching 3 orcs aboard. Liuji raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. It appeared that she was not only skilled in combat, but also proficient with firearms. Jill, where are the others? Ji Lishu shouted down to Jill. I'm going to rescue Mo Chi. You go save Fa Luan that way. Jill shouted back, pointing southeast. Liuji wasted no time and directed the craft towards the southeast. When they arrived, Fa Luan was already entangled in a struggle with the occupants of the vehicle. There were 4 orcs in total. 2 were dead, but the remaining 2 seemed formidable, making it difficult for Fa Luan to cope. Ji Lishu aimed again, quickly firing 2 shots that took down the 2 high-ranking orcs. Fa Luan looked up in astonishment. Fa Luan, get on the armored vehicle and follow us to meet Jill. Ji Lishu commended, unable to discern who was piloting the craft. Fa Luan had no choice but to closely follow along. Throughout the ordeal, Liuji remained silent, coordinating with Ji Lishu's actions. Are they your companions? Liuji asked in a low voice. Ji Lishu glanced at him in surprise and replied directly, no. This answer inexplicably relieved Liuji. If they are not your companions, why do you associate with them? Ji Lishu retorted, what? Do you think I'm meddling? Liuji continued. What if they discover your identity and force you into a bond? Can you fight them off? He refrained from voicing the latter part, sensing the growing tension radiating from the woman beside him. Realizing he had spoken too much, he shifted the topic. You know who I am, yet I still do not know your name. At that moment, Ji Lishu spotted Jill and Mo Chi on the ground. Get down, she instructed. Liuji glanced at her, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. You woman, do you see me as your chauffeur? Aren't you the one who said you would save my companions? Ji Lishu countered. Liuji had no retort. The craft gradually descended towards the ground. Open the door, Ji Lishu ordered. Liuji hesitated before finally looking at Ji Lishu, a playful smile on his lips. Hey, I helped you save them. Shouldn't that clear the air between us? As he said this, his gaze remained fixed on her, the emotions in his eyes becoming increasingly inscrutable. Uncertain of why, he wished to avoid seeing her wariness and distance, given their unpleasant first encounter. Perhaps saving her companions could erase their previous discord. The general of the Silver Fox in Shamo City had never attempted to curry favor with anyone before. Ji Lishu regarded him intently and replied, indeed, no grievances remain, but we shall also remain unrelated henceforth. Thank you for today. I take my leave. Liuji grasped Ji Lishu's arm firmly. Wait. Ji Lishu turned to face him, her gaze guarded. Liuji tightened his grip on her delicate arm. One last question. He continued, what is your name? His eyes held a hint of eagerness, contrasting sharply with his otherwise somber demeanor. Jishu, come down. Jill called out from a distance. Liuji's eyes lifted slightly. You are Jishu? Ji Lishu subtly withdrew her hand and replied coolly, Ji Lishu. With that, she opened the cabin door and swiftly exited the craft. Jill rushed towards her, with Fa Luan arriving even faster. He scrutinized Ji Lishu, only relaxing when he confirmed her safety. This was just the beginning. He had nearly failed to meet the expectations of Commander Yunhen. Subsequently, F.A. Lewin fixed his gaze on the sleek black craft and inquired solemnly, "Who is that?" Ji Li Shu, not wishing to elaborate, replied simply, "A passing acquaintance." In Liuji, wearing his helmet, waved goodbye to Ji Li Shu before flying away. Chapter 106. Accompany me as a human after completing her daily tasks. Ji Li Shu returned to the hotel. With a soft chime, the elevator arrived at the 66th floor. The warm yellow light illuminated the corridor brightly, where a tall figure stood at the end by the door of a room. Yunhen was gazing at Ji Li Shu, his expression calm and unyielding, with a profile that exuded a sense of firmness. Ji Li Shu felt a slight surprise in her heart, yet her face betrayed no hint of emotion as she approached him with a composed demeanor. Yunhen stared directly at her. She had removed her hat, her hair slightly disheveled, shimmering in the warm light, both dazzling and cool, as if each step she took pressed upon his heart, leaving him perpetually anxious and on edge. He had already seen the footage sent by F.A. Lewin today. He admitted he felt afraid. Ji Li Shu had no intention of greeting him. However, when she turned her back to Yunhen to open the door, he suddenly spoke. "I need your help." His hoarse voice echoed in the corridor, causing Ji Li Shu to pause momentarily. She slowly turned around to look at him. "The reward is 1 million. Ji Li Shu lowered her eyelids, seemingly contemplating for a moment before asking, "What assistance do you require?" "Tomorrow night, there will be a banquet at Lianqi Garden in Luwen Town, and I would like you to accompany me." Just as Ji Li Shu was about to agree, she heard Yunhen add, "As a human." As night fell, beside the renowned Lianqi in Luwen Town, an outdoor garden was bustling with excitement, filled with lights and laughter. Lianqi was a natural lake formed by lava from a volcanic eruption blocking the river, with a bottom embedded in natural lava. Coupled with the meticulous design by Beastman around Lianqi, the scenery here was indeed breathtaking. On the other side of Lianqi, a peculiar area was established. There, a transparent room had been built, equipped with holographic projections displaying various cartoon characters. Several human women were enjoying themselves inside, accompanied by 4 robots providing full supervision. The orcs present held their glasses, chatting animatedly, with most gazes directed towards the 3 human women. They were essentially discussing who was more beautiful and who was smarter. The next day, a grand beast-fighting banquet would commence, attracting wealthy individuals from around the world to Luwen Town to observe the competition. Before long, a man in a gray suit entered the Lianqi courtyard, leading a delicate female companion. As murmurs of astonishment arose, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes turning towards the entrance. "Commander Yunhen," someone whispered from the crowd. The attendees were even more stunned. When did Commander Yunhen acquire a partner? More astonishing was the human woman he held by the hand. She had cascading hair, clad in an elegant off-shoulder pure white dress, her beauty both striking and cool. Her eyes resembling dark jade pools shrouded in mist, exuding a faint air of mystery. She was entirely different from the 3 human women in the transparent room. Silent and aloof yet not dull, she lowered her eyelids, yet still revealed her vivacity. Unlike the typical plump figures of human women, her high-waisted long dress accentuated her slender waist and long legs. Moreover, there was an almost imperceptible aura of pheromones surrounding her, effortlessly stirring the most primal desires of the orcs. Was this perhaps a new species? Beastman, the leader of the orcs, was the first to retract his gaze from Ji Li Shu and strode towards Yunhen. "Mr. Yahung from Mubo Island has been waiting for you for quite some time." Beastman discreetly assessed Ji Li Shu before turning to lead Yunhen to a private outdoor room at the end. "Commander Yunhen, it is good to see you again." Yahung greeted Yunhen with a smile, then shifted his gaze to Ji Li Shu. "Your companion is truly a sight to behold." The orcs behind him echoed, "Indeed, a remarkable beauty, perfectly described." Yunhen accepted their praises with a smile, lowering his head to glance at Ji Li Shu, his eyes brimming with warmth that seemed on the verge of overflowing. Ji Li Shu cast a brief glance before lowering her head. She understood that this was merely a performance. Yahung, the vice commander of Mubo Island, was eager to win over Yunhen, and the most foolproof and profitable method was to use a woman to bind him. Once any high-ranking official from Mubo Island formed a familial bond with Yunhen through a shared partner, Mubo Island and Talia would forever be intertwined in mutual interests. Previously, Mubo Island had orchestrated many incidents, attempting to use women to plant spiritual marks on Yunhen. Having learned from past experiences, Yunhen asked her to pretend to be his partner and accompany him in the charade. Yunhen led Ji Lishu to a sofa, while Yaheng and several high-ranking officials from Mubo Island sat opposite them. Would you like to try this? Upon sitting down, Yunhen picked up a piece of pastry and offered it to Ji Lishu. She accepted it with a smile, taking small bites. For a moment, Yunhen was momentarily stunned by her playful demeanor, involuntarily swallowing hard. It was only when he felt the intense stares from the others that he regained his composure, casting a cold glance in their direction. Where does the commander's partner come from? Such genes should be cultivated more widely, Yaheng remarked. Yunhen smiled faintly, offering no response. Yaheng was evidently very intrigued by Ji Lishu. I would estimate her intelligence to be above 5 years. If I recall correctly, Mr. Yaheng already has a partner, Yunhen replied. Yaheng chuckled, clearly too curious about Yunhen's partner. Realizing this, he reined in his enthusiasm. Then he added, she might find it dull sitting here, listening to us discuss political matters. He gestured towards the transparent room, continuing, our partners are there. Let her join them for some fun. Yunhen looked at Ji Lishu and quietly asked, would you like to go over there? Ji Lishu reached out, grasping Yunhen's arm and leaning slightly closer, indicating her reluctance to leave him. Yunhen's gaze darkened slightly. Her feigned dependence was too alluring. Chapter 107. The essence of concern. Yunhen continuously reminded himself that this was merely a performance. He steadied his mind and continued to engage in conversation with Yaheng. They discussed several ongoing collaborative projects between Mubo Island and Talia, exchanging pleasantries and occasionally raising their glasses for toasts. Ji Lishu kept her head lowered, quietly listening, striving to portray herself as a human with the intelligence of a mere 5 years. Approximately half an hour passed, until Yunhen suddenly grasped her hand tighter. Ji Lishu initially furrowed her brow, but soon realized something was amiss. She leaned closer to him, sensing the warmth of his palm and the sweat accumulating within it, his body temperature rising, and his breathing becoming slightly erratic, as if he were desperately suppressing something. Commander Yunhen, have you perhaps had too much to drink? Yaheng inquired with a chuckle. Yunhen maintained an impassive expression, responding nonchalantly, this is indeed fine wine. Have you not had your share, Mr. Yaheng? Without waiting for a reply, he stood up. I apologize, I need to rest for a moment. Yunhen clenched his teeth, taking Ji Lishu's hand and looking down at her, signaling that he was fine. Several high wooden cabins had been constructed beside Lian Qi. They were small, about 5 square meters, merely providing a temporary resting place for guests, furnished with a sofa and a wooden table. Are you all right? Ji Lishu asked softly. Yunhen shook his head, slightly releasing her hand to grab a bottle of water from the table, gulping down several mouthfuls. His dark eyes held a flicker of emotion, his chest rising and falling rapidly, each heavy breath resonating clearly in the confined space. Immediately following, a series of delicate moans emanated from the nearby wooden cabin, unmistakably the voice of a woman, accompanied by sounds that stirred the imagination. Ji Lishu was acutely aware of the activities transpiring within the cabin. The air seemed to be suffused with an alluring essence, and Ji Lishu's expression darkened as she slowly met Yunhen's gaze. What kind of room is this? She inquired. Yunhen took her hand, guiding her to sit on the sofa, and then gently retrieved an air purification mask from his pocket, placing it over her face with care. There are pheromones in the air. Wearing this mask will shield you from their effects. I apologize, but we must remain here for a while. His voice was hoarse and low. Otherwise, the inhabitants of Mubo Island will not believe you are my partner, and they will continue employing such tactics. The two were now seated in close proximity, Ji Lishu's watery eyes fixed intently on Yunhen. Were it not for the mask he had placed on her, he might have found it exceedingly difficult to suppress the urge to kiss her. The soft, sweet moans intermingled with the deep growls of beasts, creating a tapestry of enchanting sounds. After a moment of hesitation, Yunhen slowly extended his hand, firmly covering her ears. Ji Lishu tilted her head back slightly, her gaze unwavering, as if the air around them was charged with tension. He remained silent, merely watching her with a gaze that was profound, indifferent, and obscured. Despite his restraint, Ji Lishu sensed his discomfort. Is there something wrong with the drink? She whispered. Unable to free his hands, Yunhen leaned closer to her. Ji Lishu observed his serious expression and, upon encountering such a situation once more, she no longer solely guarded herself. Her eyes seemed to reflect a newfound concern. Yunhen's eyes burned crimson, and in an instant, the pain coursing through him and the bitterness in his heart dissipated like smoke. In the prolonged silence of their gaze, Ji Li Shu felt as though the surrounding air had stilled, her fingertips curling slightly. It was only when the alluring sounds ceased that Yunhen gently released his hold on her ears, his fingers brushing lightly over her delicate earlobe with lingering reluctance. "We should leave," Yunhen said, his voice deep and soft, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Ji Li Shu subtly averted her gaze. "Let's go outside." Taking a deep breath, Yunhen seemed to wish to expel all the turmoil from his chest. He straightened his appearance and then gently took Ji Li Shu's hand, leading her back to the outdoor garden. "You may play there for a while. I will conclude my business as swiftly as possible and escort you back." He gestured toward the transparent structure where 3 human women had vacated the banquet, the reasons for their departure easily surmised. Ji Li Shu nodded in agreement, settling quietly as she gazed at the 3-dimensional images projected in the space, showcasing animated cartoons favored by human females. At the banquet, many Beastmen occasionally cast glances in her direction, which Ji Li Shu endeavored to ignore. However, those who dared to stare would find themselves swiftly met with the lethal gaze of a 4S-tier Beastman, forcing them to avert their eyes in fright. Indeed, the companion of the Commander Yunhen was an exquisite beauty. Alas, she would not belong to them, nor could they even afford to gaze upon her for long. After approximately an hour, Yunhen emerged from the crowd, leading Ji Li Shu to the place where their vehicle was parked, the surroundings eerily quiet and devoid of life. Yunhen, ever considerate, opened the back door for Ji Li Shu, signaling for her to enter. Ji Li Shu remained motionless, reminding him, "You have been drinking. You cannot drive. The hotel is not far from here. Let's walk back." A faint smile graced the corners of Yunhen's lips as he explained, "Let us get in the car first. Boki will arrive shortly to drive us." Outside the terrace garden, the lights blazed brightly, illuminating his flushed face. Though he still appeared unwell, he maintained a calm and gentle demeanor. His eyes, which bore an air of authority, softened to tenderness when they met hers, as if the shimmering light danced across the surface of a lake. Ji Li Shu felt her heart stir slightly as she whispered, "I can drive." Yunhen's gaze remained fixed on her, wordlessly understanding. He certainly recognized her courage in piloting a vessel through Telier. Driving was hardly a challenge for her. "Do you wish to clear your mind?" Ji Li Shu looked up at him, her voice still icy. Yunhen's gaze faltered momentarily, and then the woman before him extended her hand, offering him the keys. Ji Li Shu took the wheel, steering them away from Luwen Town, speeding southwest toward the multitude of interconnected lakes. The vehicle raced over the shimmering surfaces of the ponds. The warm waters swirled in mist, while the winding roads twisted like dragons in a fairyland. As Ji Li Shu drove at breakneck speed, shifting gears and maneuvering deftly, her expression remained composed and tranquil, devoid of excitement or fear. It was as if she were exerting herself solely to fulfill a task. Yunhen gazed at her profile for an extended period, lost in thought amidst the howling winds. What could possibly evoke even a flicker of emotion within her? After being buffeted by the night breeze for some time, Yunhen felt his senses sharpen considerably. Ji Li Shu halted the vehicle atop a high point overlooking a lake. The darkness loomed ahead and under the glow of the headlights. The surface of the water appeared shrouded in mist. A gentle breeze swept through the night, the temperature pleasantly mild, and Ji Li Shu did not find it excessively stifling. Ji Li Shu exited the vehicle and took a few steps forward, absorbing the unfamiliar surroundings and the dry wind. The silence enveloped them, and with her eyes closed, she could almost hear the distant cries of the ghouls. Yunhen followed her out, his gaze fixated on her silhouette with an air of obsession. After much hesitation, he finally posed the question, "Why have you come to Luwen Town?" His magnetic voice resonated behind her. Ji Li Shu turned her head slightly to glance at him before resuming her stance, her back now facing him. "Am I not allowed to come?" Yunhen pressed. "Why'd you leave Xingjue?" He clenched his fists, his voice low and hoarse. He stepped closer, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ji Li Shu, casting a sidelong glance at her. Ji Li Shu fell silent for a moment, lowering her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips, though her eyes remained devoid of mirth. I do not know why. Perhaps it was anger, or perhaps not knowing how to interact with him, leaving might grant me a sense of freedom. Her words carried an unrecognized hint of entitlement. Yunhen's gaze darkened, a pang of sorrow washing over him. During her time in Luwen Town, Ji Li Shu occasionally reflected on her past. The one at fault was not Xingjue. The fault lay with her for being deceived by that cat. Thus, she must bear the consequences of her actions. Yunhin's lips pressed into a thin line, his brow furrowing as he finally spoke. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Upon hearing this, Ji Lishu's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile, her bright eyes locking onto Yunhin's as she gradually approached him. Do you find me attractive? Ji Lishu asked softly. Yunhin raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you like me? He involuntarily leaned back, shifting his throat nervously, his deep-set eyes fixed on her, his mouth slightly agape yet silent. Ji Lishu paused, diverting her gaze to the water's surface. I am already with Xingjue. I promised him I would not take on another partner. As for Qingya, she would eventually seek her revenge. Yunhin's body stiffened, as if he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. It felt as though something had siphoned the very oxygen from his being, and his complexion gradually paled. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and he raised his gaze, revealing the overwhelming sorrow and despair buried deep within his unfathomable eyes. He was utterly devoid of strength to conceal his feelings. Yet, Yunhin's lips trembled slightly, grappling with the presence of Qingya. But what was Qingya? If he could accept Qingya, why would he be bothered by the addition of one more? Listening to the person beside him, who had been silent for a long time, he found himself at a loss for words. Ji Lishu glanced over once more. Yunhin tightened his grip, his voice husky and fervent as he spoke softly. But you are human, and you are indeed extraordinary. It is imperative that not too many Beastmen discover your identity. Now that I am aware of who you are, it is only right for a Beastman to offer a bit more care to a human. He paused and added merely that encapsulated Yunhin's response to Ji Lishu's question of whether he liked her. Ji Lishu gazed at him, her handsome face momentarily pale, as a chilling coldness swept over her features. It seemed she had indeed overthought the situation. Perhaps this was for the best. She truly did not wish to be compelled to bear another spiritual mark. Have you sobered up? Ji Lishu inquired. It is time to return. After speaking, she gracefully turned and entered the vehicle. Yunhin followed her in a daze, eventually settling into the car. In the underground parking lot of Amon Hotel, Ji Lishu had already departed to her hotel room. Yunhin remained slumped in the driver's seat, breathing heavily. His muscles were tense, and the veins in his neck were protruding. His already muscular arms appeared even more formidable at that moment. Earlier, with Ji Lishu by his side, he had managed to maintain clarity, but her absence made him acutely aware of the unsettling shift within him. The wine consumed at the banquet not only stoked his desires, but also triggered symptoms of frenzy. A 4S rank Beastman is more sensitive than those of lower ranks. Once subjected to external stimuli from substances, symptoms of frenzy would ensue. Boki rushed over, assessing Yunhin's state with a grave expression. Commander, the frenzy has intensified. Yunhin responded. Return to Talia. Their equipment and green pearl solutions exist specifically to alleviate frenzy symptoms. Boki hesitated, risking insubordination as he spoke. Commander, I do not understand. You could clearly bond with Ji Lishu. With her by your side, you would not have to endure this torment. Yunhin tilted his head slightly, closing his eyes before slowly reopening them. His voice was rough yet distant. She is not a tool. He did not wish to regard her as such. He was uncertain how long he could endure this. Yet if that person were Ji Lishu, as long as she remained unwilling, he would be prepared to suffer a lifetime. What is the cost? Alalai, at the top of Xingho building. Yufeng knocked on the door, reporting softly, Boss, the commander of Qingmu City has arrived again. Do not let him in. Xingjue replied resolutely, not lifting her gaze. Yet the next moment, Qingya barged in uninvited. He inquired bluntly, Have you found her? Xingjue coldly regarded him, her tone frigid as she stated, She does not wish to see you. You should comprehend that well. I am merely concerned for her safety. No matter how skilled she may be at disguise or combat, she remains a human. In this world, beastmen lurk, ever watchful for her. Qingya, usually not one for many words, was understandably flustered, given that Ji Lishu was the one missing. He stepped forward, arms resting on the table, fingers splayed, his gaze icy. He fixed a stare on Xingjue and asked in a low, hoarse voice, So, have you found her? Qingya could only sense Ji Lishu's general location. Yet despite deploying numerous individuals to search in that direction, none had succeeded. He knew Xingjue would not divulge any information, but he felt powerless. The next moment, he indeed heard Xingjue's frigid voice. Do not harbor any illusions that I will inform you of Ji Lishu's whereabouts. She despises you. Qingya withdrew his arms, standing upright with a grim expression. Whether she likes or dislikes me is a matter between us. After a brief silence, he narrowed his eyes and asked again, "You have not found her either, have you? If that is the case, let us collaborate. Together, we can locate her more swiftly." Xingjue scoffed, not responding, silently rejecting his proposal. Qingyao left with a firm declaration that he awaited her reply. Just as he was about to step out the door, Xingjue suddenly spoke up. "Qingyao, what more do you desire?" Qingyao paused momentarily, not turning back, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. What significance is there in finding her and meeting her? A flicker of profound anguish crossed Qingyao's eyes, his eyelids reddening. He did not respond directly, instead hoarsely saying, "If you find Ji Li Shu, tell her that as long as she does not harm the child, I will be waiting for her to seek revenge." Ji Li Shu merely wished to punish him. She would never love him, nor would she accept him. He was acutely aware of this truth. He had once thought that killing was simply a matter of striking down one's foe. Yet he had never considered that there existed a punishment where one's beloved wished to personally end their life. No matter how painful, it cannot be more severe than this. Exiting Xingho Building, Qingyao returned to the bookstore where Ji Li Shu had once lingered. As long as he remained in Talia, he had stayed there, his thoughts muddled, as though trapped in an unending nightmare. She had said that one must ultimately pay the price for their choices. So what, then, is the cost? Alalai, you must meet me and tell me in person. Qingyao sat before the pristine white piano, staring down at the contrasting black and white keys. An overwhelming sorrow washing over him. A sharp pain seared through his heart. He yearned for salvation, yet was at a loss for how to attain it. This torment kept him awake through the night. She had also said that one day she would kill him. Qingyao even contemplated that if she could never forgive him, he would exchange his life just to see her one last time. Since the evening banquet at Lianxi, Ji Li Shu had not encountered Yanin again. The promised reward of 1 million had yet to be received, and thus, Gil secured a new mission, inviting Ji Li Shu to participate, which she readily accepted. Another reason for her acceptance of the task was that its location was Fengxiu, a desert area located at the northern edge of the desert city, encircled by sand dunes, forming a sunken sandy valley where not a blade of grass grew. However, sand flame scorpions frequently appeared in the vicinity. The venom from the sand flame scorpion could incite instant frenzy in a Beastman, as it had previously done to Yunhen at Yinling Bay, where Yunkai had employed the venom powder to induce Yunhen's frenzy symptoms. Fengxiu bordered Luwen town, and surface monitors indicated that a group of corpse eaters had gathered in the valley, necessitating the deployment of the city defense forces to eliminate them to prevent their escape into Luwen town. The four drove to Fengxiu, and from a distance, the number of corpse eaters appeared minimal, expected to be cleared within 10 minutes. Phelan remained considerate, allowing Ji Li Shu to stay in the vehicle. Ji Li Shu, as usual, retrieved her assault rifle to provide cover for the three of them. In just a few minutes, around 100 corpse eaters were systematically exterminated. The three in the sand dune began to handle the remains of the corpse eaters, the best method being to incinerate them entirely. Observing their adept handling of the situation, Ji Li Shu exited the vehicle to search for sand flame scorpions. She donned a protective mask and isolation gloves, knowing that sand flame scorpions would spray venom when frightened for self-defense, so she had to be adequately prepared. Sand flame scorpions often appeared in this area, but their speed in burrowing into the sand made them difficult to capture. Ji Li Shu focused intently, chasing one for several hundred meters. She crouched down, completely absorbed, just a step away from capturing it. Suddenly, a faint gunshot rang out, and the elusive Cheyenne scorpion that had been pursued so diligently fell lifeless. With the demise of the Cheyenne scorpion, the creation of the Cheyenne scorpion venom powder became impossible. "I saved you once again. No need for thanks." A familiar voice echoed from the right. Ji Li Shu glared in that direction. Yin Liuji stood with a silenced pistol in hand, looking down at her with a slight smirk that bore an unmistakable hint of teasing. Ji Li Shu straightened her posture, her displeasure evident. "You killed my Cheyenne scorpion." The amusement faded from Yin Liuji's lips, momentarily caught off guard. "I was merely trying to help you when I saw you in danger." He was unaware that she intended to capture the Cheyenne scorpion alive. Ji Li Shu expressionlessly averted her gaze, disregarding him and returning to her search for the Cheyenne scorpion. Yin Liuji narrowed his eyes, a hint of curiosity in his gaze as he lazily followed her. "Are you searching for the Cheyenne scorpion for its venom powder?" he inquired. Ji Li Shu remained silent. What could a mere human possibly want with such a dangerous creature? The woman before him showed no inclination to engage. Under the blazing sun, she was drenched in sweat, and the pheromones emanating from her became increasingly potent. Yin Liuji's teasing gaze turned serious as he stated, "This substance is valuable yet scarce. It seems you remain unaware that all Cheyenne scorpion venom powder originates from the desert city." Upon hearing this, Ji Lishu stopped in her tracks and turned to face Yin Liuji. He regarded her with a composed demeanor, leisurely declaring, "I possess the Cheyenne scorpion venom powder." Ji Lishu questioned, "Are you selling it?" "Not for sale." Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Lishu turned and began to walk away. Yin Liuji continued to follow her, insisting, "But can be traded." Clad in a cap and mask, she was tightly wrapped in her attire. Although she wore a temperature-regulating suit, the heat had soaked her cotton t-shirt, and beads of sweat trickled down her jaw, her breathing becoming slightly labored. Yin Liuji observed her with a deep gaze. "You are afraid of the heat." Unceremoniously, he grasped her arm and urged, "Get in the car." Yin Liuji had also arrived by vehicle. Ji Lishu's car was parked several hundred meters away, and he pulled her into his own. Inside the car, the air conditioning provided a refreshing relief. "You may have heard of my reputation," Yin Liuji remarked, reclining in the driver's seat with a casual air, one hand resting on the steering wheel. "Others say I am cunning and treacherous, seeking profit at all costs." Ji Lishu regarded him coolly, slowly removing her mask. "How we trade?" she asked directly. A broader smile spread across Yin Liuji's face. "I underestimated you. You dare to negotiate with me?" His eyes were pure black, unfathomable, and exuding an extreme allure. "Xiao Lishu." His voice was soft, the tone slightly heavy and magnetic, causing Ji Lishu to frown. "Either call me by my name properly, or do not call me at all." She coldly corrected him. Ignoring her correction, Yin Liuji proposed, "I will give you the Cheyenne scorpion venom powder if you allow me to study your weapon space." "How does that sound?" "No deal," Ji Lishu replied without hesitation. Yinshu was her greatest guarantee for survival in this world. She would never relinquish it to another. Yin Liuji feigned indifference, smirking, "Very well then, answer me one question in exchange for the Cheyenne scorpion venom powder." "Is it that simple?" Yin Liuji raised an eyebrow. "What question?" Yilishu inquired. "Which breeding institution did you originate from?" Upon hearing this question, Ji Lishu fell silent, unsure how to respond. "In a transaction, sincerity is essential for reciprocity," Yin Liuji remarked with his characteristic playful smile. "Xiao Lishu, you wouldn't dare to lie about this, would you?" Ji Lishu pondered for a few seconds, organizing her words. "I did not come from any breeding institution. I hail from the underworld. The underworld of another world." Yin Liuji slightly furrowed his brow. "The underworld? I have never heard of such a place." "I do not lie," Ji Lishu stated firmly, meeting his gaze. Yin Liuji squinted, scrutinizing her for a while before breaking into a light-hearted smile. "And you are quite beautiful. Do introduce me to someone gentler." Before he could finish, his eyes drifted to the side, and his expression suddenly darkened. "Damn it!" Ji Lishu followed his gaze and saw a swirling sandstorm in the distance, resembling a yellow dragon rising, its roar akin to a raging bull or distant thunder. The yellow sand surged forward, expanding and growing, creating a spectacular sight that blocked out the sunlight like a dark shroud. "A sandstorm, it's reached here?" Yin Liuji's expression turned severe as he hurriedly started the vehicle, speeding away from the encroaching yellow sand. Chapter 111. A silver fox. The wind demons danced in the air, drawing closer with a wild ferocity, as the tempest whipped up a whirlwind of yellow sand that pounded against the car windows. "Put on your mask," Yin Liuji shouted. The sandstorm was intensifying, and it would not be long before it infiltrated the vehicle. Ji Lishu glanced anxiously toward the direction of Ji Air and the others. The sky was shrouded in a yellow sand curtain, the sun was nowhere to be seen, and the world was engulfed in darkness. Visibility diminished to nothing, save for the eerie siren of the wind. "A super-level 5 tornado combined with a sandstorm," Yin Liuji explained. The terror of a super-level 5 tornado lay in its maximum speed, which could reach 100 meters per second, capable of obliterating vehicles and buildings in an instant. As Yin Liuji sped down the road, he stole a glance at her, noting the grave expression etched on her face. To ease her tension, he joked, "Xiao Lishu, have you ever experienced being swept up into the sky?" Ji Lishu shot him a bewildered look. "Have you experienced it?" Yin Liuji scoffed dismissively. What had he not experienced? He had witnessed super-level 5 tornadoes and sandstorms countless times in Desert City. If it weren't for Ji Lishu's presence, he would have been reluctant to flee at all. Ji Lishu's concern was entirely understandable. She had not checked the survival rate of humans in a super tornado. Noticing her lingering anxiety, he reassured her again. "Hold on tight. Don't worry, I wouldn't want to see you perish." Yin Liuji cast a lingering look at her before accelerating to maximum speed. The vehicle darting across the desert like an arrow. The ground trembled increasingly, the storm growing ever closer. Ahead, the vehicle was enveloped in a cloud of yellow sand. The path ahead obscured. Suddenly, the car ground to a halt, sinking deeper into the sand. The vehicle is stuck in quicksand. Ji Lishu's expression darkened. Yin Liuji pushed the gear to its limit, yet the car continued to sink. The super tornado was drawing near. Ji Lishu prepared to summon Fidu, attempting to force her way through the eye of the storm. Just then, a large hand emerged beside her, unfastening her seatbelt and opening the door. In an instant, Yin Liuji lunged at Ji Lishu, clutching her tightly as they burst from the vehicle. Before they even landed, the super tornado swept them up in an instant. Yet faster than the wind was the transformation of the person holding her into a massive silver fox. The howling sands obscured her vision, and Ji Lishu could barely open her eyes. She squinted slightly and saw only a sea of white fur. She felt the powerful limbs encircling her body, cocooning her within the soft, thick fur. Amidst the chaotic onslaught of the swirling sands, Ji Lishu felt as though the world was spinning around her. Yet, she was ensnared so tightly that she could not discern the altitude at which they found themselves. Only Yin Liuji could truly grasp the peril of their situation. The sensation of weightlessness caused by her body swaying in midair surpassed even that of a roller coaster, compelling Ji Lishu to clutch the silken fur of the silver fox tightly. Engulfed by a fierce gale for approximately 10 seconds, Yin Liuji exerted every effort to stabilize his form, navigating with the direction and rhythm of the tempest, gradually drifting from the eye of the storm towards its periphery. Had he not been cradling Ji Lishu in his embrace, he would not have escaped the wrath of the colossal dust storm. With a muffled grunt, he seemed to signal Ji Lishu of his impending action. In the next instant, the enormous creature pivoted against the wind, letting out a ferocious howl before leaping out of the tornado. The silver fox held Ji Lishu tightly, cushioning her fall with his robust body to ensure she would not suffer any injuries. However, the ground below was still composed of quicksand, and as soon as they landed, they began to sink. Ji Lishu shook the dust from her head, struggling to open her eyes, and saw that the quicksand had already consumed half of the silver fox's body, while she remained unscathed. It was due to Yin Liuji supporting her weight with his form that she was spared from sinking. "Let me go," Yin Lishu exclaimed loudly, confident she could devise a means to rescue them both. The sand gnawed at Yin Liuji's body like countless ants, yet he did not heed Ji Lishu's plea to release her. The moment she touched the ground, she too would be ensnared by the quicksand. Suddenly, the silver fox tilted sharply, raising Ji Lishu high with his forelimbs, and with a powerful struggle, he hurled Ji Lishu several meters away to a safe zone. However, this action undoubtedly caused him to sink even deeper. Soon after, the entirety of the silver fox was swallowed by the quicksand, leaving only his head above the surface. Ji Lishu scrambled to her feet, her hat lost to the tempest, her long dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face slightly flushed as she gazed in disbelief at the silver fox, whose deep black eyes mirrored the vast night sky. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ji Lishu sprang into action. She retrieved a thick rope from Yin Shu and tossed it toward the silver fox. "Grab it," she shouted. The fox's paw obediently seized the rope, yet with most of his body already engulfed by the quicksand, Ji Lishu lacked the strength to pull him up. Just then, the fox's eyes widened in shock as a massive vessel suddenly appeared before them. Ji Lishu utilized the craft to draw on the rope, and then she entered the cockpit. The vessel ascended about 10 meters off the ground, successfully extracting the immense silver fox. Chapter 112. Look at how dirty you are. Ji Lishu landed the vessel on the desert sands and stepped out of the cockpit. The magnificent silver fox was shaking off the sand that clung to its pristine fur, and upon spotting Ji Lishu, it ceased its motions. She approached slowly. The human and the fox, one bowing down and the other looking up, scrutinized each other. The silver fox, entirely snow-white, glistened under the sunlight that broke through the storm clouds, illuminating its sleek and lustrous coat with a faint glow. Towering nearly 3 meters tall, it possessed a robust physique, powerful limbs, and an elegant, fluffy tail. Yin Liuji, in his fox form, exuded an aura of noble aloofness, resembling a solitary snowflake drifting through the air. Ji Lishu gazed up at him for a prolonged moment before softly inquiring, "Are you all right?" Ah, the silver fox responded, seemingly acknowledging her concern. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing that she might not comprehend, and then he lowered his body, evidently intending to revert to his human form. Do not transform, Ji Lishu interjected, extending her hand to halt his actions. The silver fox tilted his head slightly, emitting a low sound as if questioning her reasoning. Do not become human. Ji Lishu turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. In his fox form, his attire had been torn to shreds, and should he revert to human form, he would be left completely exposed. An awkward silence ensued, but fortunately, shouts echoed from a distance. Yishu. The newcomers were Gil and his companions. Ji Lishu swiftly turned, gesturing to retract the vessel into Yinshu. She then cast one last glance at Yin Liuji's cold, fox-like eyes. Leave now, my teammates have arrived. The silver fox let out a disgruntled call, as if to express his displeasure. Did he not deserve to remain? Yet, Ji Lishu ignored him and sprinted towards Gil and the others. Aware of his unique identity, Yin Liuji chose to avoid causing her any unnecessary trouble and discreetly vanished beyond the dunes. Are you all right? Farron rushed forward, his tone slightly anxious. Ji Lishu shook her head and turned to look back at the spot where the silver fox had been. His snowy figure had already disappeared. Ji Lishu returned to Luwen town with her teammates, parting ways at the military camp in the northwest square. As she stepped out of the camp, she spotted a luxurious vehicle parked nearby. The emblem depicted a majestic tiger, identifying it as a high-end luxury automobile, rare in the remote locale of Luwen town, thus attracting the attention of many beastmen nearby. Boki stood by the car, saying, Miss Ji, please get in. Upon seeing him, Ji Lishu immediately deduced the identity of the person inside the vehicle. Boki had already opened the door for her, and without hesitation, she entered. Once inside, she exchanged just a fleeting glance with Yun Hen, who immediately furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Ji Lishu paused momentarily, casting a faint, detached look in his direction. Her clothing was wrinkled and caked with dust, presenting a disheveled appearance. Her hair was tousled and unruly. The images sent by Farron reached Yun Hen in an instant. She had once again ventured into a perilous task, and this time, she had even encountered a massive tornado. Observing her disarray, Yun Hen's expression grew increasingly somber. His hands clasped tightly over his knees. Eventually, he could no longer suppress a weary sigh, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them with difficulty. A touch of concern flickered in his deep-set gaze. It is my fault for not promptly transferring your remuneration. Ji Lishu looked at him in confusion. Your fault? Yun Hen opened the side compartment of his seat, retrieving a delicate communication ring. This is a new communication device I arranged for you. It contains updated identification information, and I have transferred 1 million new currency units into your account for immediate use. My contact details are also included. You're my partner in external affairs, and I will reach out to you whenever your collaboration is needed. Yun Hen handed her the ring and inquired, Any questions? Ji Lishu's gaze fell upon the communication device, studying it for several moments before nodding and accepting it. Since it is on the way, I will take you back to your residence, Yun Hen offered. Ji Lishu did not decline. Are you injured? Yun Hen tilted his head slightly to observe her. His hoarse voice resonated within the confined space of the vehicle, striking Ji Lishu's heart like a heavy hammer. The moment she saw Yun Hen's suddenly darkened expression upon entering the car, she felt as if she had fallen into an illusion, as though she were a child who had misbehaved, and Yun Hen was the concerned father. Ji Lishu averted her gaze, shaking her head. Then, she heard a deep, resigned sigh beside her. Look at how dirty you are. Ji Lishu abruptly turned to him. Are you criticizing me for being dirty? Apologies for soiling your vehicle, Ji Lishu quickly responded. She gently tapped the driver's seat and addressed the driver, Boki, saying, Please stop ahead, I need to get out. Boki glanced at his superior in the rearview mirror, apprehensive about the idea of stopping. Yun Hen's lips were pressed tightly together, and the atmosphere within the car became increasingly tense. Moments stretched on, yet it felt as if only an instant had passed. Yun Hen raised his voice slightly. That's not what I meant. His tone was heavy, reflecting his internal conflict. He was torn between fearing that Ji Lishu would discern his true feelings and worrying that she might remain oblivious to them. He wished she would not exert herself so fiercely, placing herself in perilous situations. Ji Lishu opened her mouth, but had yet to speak when suddenly the car came to a screeching halt. She lost her balance and lurched forward. Yun Hen's brow furrowed with urgency as he swiftly reached out, pulling Ji Lishu into his embrace. His hidden arms beneath his shirt were strong and radiated warmth. The heated breath from above enveloped her, and as she looked up, she found Yunhen's lips mere inches from hers. Momentarily taken aback, she gazed into the depths of his eyes. Quickly regaining her composure, she said softly, "Now your clothes are dirty too. Are you going to let go of me?" Yunhen frowned, his expression darkening slightly. Before he managed to utter a few words, "Could you be a bit more careful? You're still carrying a child." Ji Lishu was momentarily stunned. "Are you saying I was given too much for $1 million? Yunhen's eyes reflected confusion as he murmured, "How could that be?" He felt that no matter what he sacrificed, it was never enough, and $1 million seemed trivial in comparison. "So do you have any grievances against me?" The bewilderment in Yunhen's gaze deepened. "What are you talking about? How could I possibly have grievances against you? What does your gaze imply? Do you find me repulsive? You were the one who offered to give me a ride. If you wanted me to get out, you could have just asked without that look of disdain." After saying this, she forcefully pushed his arms away from her. She could accept being unrelated to him, but she couldn't bear to see disdain in his eyes. Chapter 113. Is he going mad? Yunhen, usually composed, felt a flicker of irritation as he loosened his bow tie. He leaned in closer, hands resting on the seat in front of Ji Lishu, his penetrating gaze fixed upon her. "What does my gaze convey?" he asked with a low voice, countering her. "Do you think this is disdain?" Just a glance from him had already led him to ponder names for their future offspring. If this was disdain, then what would love truly entail? Ji Lishu found herself momentarily captivated by his deep-set eyes, which seemed capable of drawing one into their abyss. She opened her mouth but hesitated, diverting her gaze with newfound resolve, and managed to utter a few words. What else could it be? In the flickering light, Yunhen's cold demeanor dimmed slightly, his lips turning pale. His long fingers curled slightly, and the sight of her, disheveled yet resolutely sitting beside him, made it difficult for him to restrain himself, struggling to maintain composure. Yunhen's breathing grew heavier as he fixated on Ji Lishu's profile for what felt like an eternity before finally releasing the embrace that had encircled her. Settling back into his seat, the confined space of the car fell into a heavy silence. "Commander, we've arrived," Boki announced an opportune moment, stopping the vehicle at the entrance of the Amon Hotel. Yunhen turned to Ji Lishu. "We've arrived. You may go now." Ji Lishu murmured a thank you, opened the door, and departed. As she stepped through the hotel entrance, an inexplicable urge compelled her to glance back at the man in the car. He remained still, his gaze fixed upon her, a mix of haziness, tenderness, and deep affection in his eyes, with a hint of helplessness curving his lips into a faint smile. Ji Lishu's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly averted her gaze, striding away. In the following days, Ji Lishu refrained from accepting any further assignments from Ji-er. The poison powder from Shaanxi had already been resolved with In Liuji. As for her income, she now possessed several million Xin GB in her account. Occasionally, Yunhen would whisk her away to other cities for clandestine gatherings, where her role was simply to play the part of his companion. After each assignment, he would reward her generously. This compensation was far more substantial than what she had earned from the City Defense Army tasks. Although Yunhen claimed it was merely a transaction, she felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. Unsure how to repay him, she continued to assist him in his endeavors. One day, while Ji Lishu rested in her suite at the Amon Hotel, she received a message from Ma Qi. "Ji Shu, I need your help. Ji-er is in grave danger." Ji Lishu hastily ended the call and rushed to the City Defense Army camp, commandeering a vehicle. Upon arriving at the location Ma Qi had provided, she found Ji-er unconscious, his eyes tightly shut, grotesque veins protruding from his neck, and his pallid face tinged with a disturbing bluish hue. "We received a task to eliminate the corpse devourers, but unexpectedly encountered an SS-level Beastman who had transformed into a corpse devourer. Ji-er fought valiantly to defeat it, but his stamina waned, leading to an early evolution." Ma Qi supported Ji-er's upper body, looking up at Ji Lishu as he explained. "Is he in a state of madness?" Ji Lishu inquired solemnly. "Indeed," Ma Qi confirmed. Ji-er, originally at the D level, was now experiencing the symptoms of evolution to the S level. "Get in the car. We must take him back to Liuan Town." The transformation from D to S level madness could not be endured without the assistance of high-level green pearls. Ji Lishu inhaled deeply, steadying herself as she assisted Ma Qi in lifting Ji-er into the back seat of the car. She drove at breakneck speed. However, before they reached Liuan Town, Ji-er's condition deteriorated drastically. Inhuman pain twisted his features as he roared uncontrollably, his body spasming intermittently. "He can't hold on much longer. Once the madness begins, if not subdued within an hour, he will die." Ma Qi's voice was frantic. Without green pearls and no female human, Ji-er's chances are slim. Ma Chi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ji Lishu glanced back. It seemed Ji-er had heard Ma Chi's voice. He slightly opened his eyes, and, upon seeing the rare urgency on Ji Lishu's usually cold face, managed a grin. Ji Lishu, you're the most beautiful beastman I have ever seen. Despite his dire state, he maintained his irreverent demeanor. He then turned to Ma Chi. Don't waste your efforts. If I die, it's my own fault for not saving enough for a high-level green pearl. At these words, Ji Lishu abruptly stopped the car, swiftly moving to the back seat. Green pearl. She opened her palm to reveal a crystal-clear pearl. This is a 4S level. Consider a bargain. Chapter 114. I just want to get to know you more. Ji-er, in his delirious state, widened his eyes in disbelief at the mention of the green pearl. A 4S level crystal pearl. Ma Chi exclaimed, barely containing his astonishment. He stared intently at the crystal pearl in Ji Lishu's hand, momentarily frozen. Stop dawdling. Hurry and use it on him, Ji Lishu urged. Ma Chi blinked rapidly, snapping back to reality. Oh, he released his hold on Ji-er, retrieving a bottle of water from beside the car door. Due to limited conditions, it is impossible to create a green pearl solution for injection. It is better to have him swallow it directly. This is a 4S grade crystal pearl, and even if digested directly, its calming effect on the berserk state is remarkable. As Ma Chi spoke, he brought the crystal pearl close to Ji-er's lips. However, Ji-er tightly closed his mouth, refusing to open it. The usual jest in his eyes was replaced by profound seriousness as he fixed his gaze on Ji Lishu. Open your mouth, Ji Lishu urged Ji-er. Ji-er gritted his teeth and reluctantly replied, this is too precious. Indeed, Ma Chi acknowledged, but we have no other choice. You must swallow it quickly. A 4S grade crystal pearl is entirely capable of aiding a beastman in surpassing higher-level berserk transformations. Yet Ji-er had only just advanced to S rank and was already using such a rare pearl. Sweat beaded on Ji-er's forehead. He was clearly in extreme pain, but stubbornly refused to open his mouth. Ji Lishu furrowed her brow slightly and stated, I'm not doing this for free. I save your life, and in the future, you must assist me when called upon, without refusal. I want you to swear by your beastman honor. She understood Ji-er's concerns, which is why she spoke these words to persuade him. To Ji Lishu, the 4S grade green pearl, aside from protecting her from low-level plant attacks in the forest, held no other significance. Moreover, during her time in Liyuan Town, Ji-er and the others had taken great care of her. They fought side by side, and she had entrusted her back to Ji-er countless times. He had never let her down. All right, Ji-er finally opened his mouth, his expression earnest and somber. I swear by the honor of beastmen that in the future, whenever Jishu requests, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Following this, Ma Chi helped him swallow the crystal pearl. After approximately 10 minutes, the agony in Ji-er's expression slightly eased, and he gradually fell into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself lying in Ma Chi's room. After a day filled with life-and-death battles, and having been frightened into a cold sweat by Ji-er, Ma Chi was now sound asleep on the sofa. Ji Lishu sat by the window, and upon noticing his gradual awakening, she spoke up. You're awake. Ji-er sat up straight, feeling rejuvenated, and tightened his fists, as if his strength had increased significantly. I'm so hungry, he suddenly declared. The advancement had drained an immense amount of energy, particularly since he had exerted all his strength to kill a high-level beastman corpse-eater prior to leveling up. Now, upon waking, he was ravenous. What are you looking at? Go find something to eat yourself, Ji Lishu replied indifferently. Ji-er tossed aside the covers, got out of bed, and opened the door. Just as he was about to step outside, he abruptly halted and slowly turned back, his expression sincere. Jishu, thank you. You have already sworn. That is the gratitude I seek. He returned towards Ji Lishu, raised his hand, and awkwardly rubbed his nose. You saved my life, and there is something I must confess to you. The embryo fusion agent I sold you in the blind market was actually expired. He could not meet Ji Lishu's gaze directly, only stealing glances as he noticed her cold stare fixed upon him, emanating an aura of potential danger. You don't be angry. I will definitely get you a non-expired embryo fusion agent. With that, he dashed out of the room. Ji Lishu remained by the window, her expression dark and her emotions complex. She wandered around Liyuan Town, ultimately stopping her car in front of a shabby medical clinic. This was the only medical clinic in Liyuan Town. After lingering outside for a while, she ultimately drove away. She could not expose her identity as a human female. At the edge of Liyuan Town, she arrived at a starlit tavern. When she got there, Yin Liuji had been waiting at the booth for quite some time. He wore a black jacket, and his thick hair remained disheveled, the bangs naturally falling to partially obscure his dark, narrow eyes. His high nose and densely packed eyelashes, though not very long, curled upwards at the ends, giving him an air of cool indifference mixed with a hint of passion. Upon seeing Ji Lishu arrive, he slowly adjusted his posture. That performer sang terribly, he remarked, tilting his chin slightly to indicate the androgynous performer on stage who was softly singing. But you, Ji Lishu, sing beautifully. Your voice lingers in the mind long after. His pale lips parted, a smile gracing his face that carried an alluring charm. Ji Lishu glanced at him but offered no reply. She thought to herself, a fox is still a fox, inherently enchanting. Where is it? She inquired. Yin Liuji did not keep her in suspense and promptly produced a delicate black box, handing it to Ji Lishu. Inside was the venom powder of the sand flame scorpion. Be careful not to poison yourself, he cautioned. Ji Lishu received it and inspected the contents. Thank you, she replied earnestly. Yin Liuji then retrieved a square pure white gift box. And this? Ji Lishu glanced at it. What is this? This is natural glacial jade from the polar glacier, which I had crafted into a bracelet. Wearing it can effectively lower the surrounding temperature. Yin Liuji leaned back in his chair, a casual smile lingering in his dark eyes. Ji Lishu scrutinized him for a moment before averting her gaze. I don't need it. Yin Liuji appeared taken aback by her abrupt rejection, momentarily stunned. You don't want it? This is glacial jade that I specifically went to the polar glacier to obtain. Offering unsolicited kindness? Ji Lishu looked at him, her gaze scrutinizing. What is your purpose? Yin Liuji raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms behind his head and reclining lazily, a faint smile on his lips. I have no ulterior motive. I simply wish to spend more time with you. His voice was clear, the tone relaxed, almost teasing. He gifted her the glacial jade bracelet without any ulterior motive, merely believing she, being so sensitive to heat, needed such an item. Ji Lishu fell silent, her thoughts swirling. Eventually, she nodded and reached for the pure white box on the table. As a gesture of reciprocity, allow me to treat you to a meal. Her eyes sparkled, accompanied by a rare smile. The air seemed to hum around them, and he paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. He then nodded with a hint of awkwardness. Ji Lishu continued, the time and place will be my choice. Yin Liuji swallowed hard. All right. Chapter 115. Here for you after parting ways with Yin Liuji. Ji Lishu returned to the Almond Hotel. She did not go directly to her room, but instead walked straight to the door across the hall. She knocked gently, but there was no response. After about 3 minutes, she turned back to her own room and dialed Yunhin's communication device. At that moment, Yunhin was in Taliya, attending a meeting with high-ranking officials from the ruling government. He was listening to the reports being presented when he felt a vibration from the communication ring on his arm. He glanced at it, and his eyes shifted slightly. He raised his hand slightly, causing the speaker to fall silent. The high-ranking officials seated below all turned their attention towards Yunhin. They witnessed their commanding officer, whose typically aloof and handsome face now bore a smile that seemed uncontrollable. It's me. His voice was deep and rich, imbued with a warmth they had never heard before. Upon connecting with Ji Lishu, Yunhin immediately stood and exited the meeting room. What is it? As he stepped out of the meeting room, his exceedingly gentle voice was audible to everyone inside. Was this still their sharp-tongued, decisive commander? Who could possibly be on the other end of the communication? Yunhin entered his office, closed the door, and patiently awaited a response from the person on the other end. He had only been apart from Ji Lishu for 2 days, yet she felt like a hand concealed within his soul, scratching at his heart intermittently. Whether he was busy or idle, whether he was lost in confusion or clear-minded, this incessant yearning amplified his desire infinitely. However, he dared not reach out to her, uncertain of what words to utter. Any excuse would seem forced. Thus, when her sudden message arrived, he was taken aback. Yunhin leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window. The day in Talia was overcast, and the entire city shrouded in a nebulous mist. He fancied he could perceive her silhouette. Momentarily lost in thought, he smirked self-deprecatingly, realizing that his obsession had run deep, making it difficult to let her go. Aren't you at the hotel? Ji Lishu inquired. Yunhin paused, his heart racing uncontrollably. I'll be back shortly, he replied, his tone tinged with urgency. No, she responded. What do you mean? He asked, after a brief silence. As if weighing her words, she continued, I was hoping you could provide me with Qingya's contact information. Suddenly, Yunhin's demeanor stiffened, the light in his eyes dimming. He fell silent for a moment before hoarsely responding, "All right, I'll send it to you." Ji Li Shu's voice was indifferent. Yunhun felt a constriction in his throat, words failing him, yet he wished she wouldn't end the call so abruptly. He longed to hear her voice once more. However, Ji Li Shu had no intention of prolonging the conversation. "Nothing else. Sorry to disturb you." She hung up without hesitation. Yunhun slowly lowered the phone, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distant, ethereal mist, unblinking. "You're calming down, preparing to return to them, aren't you?" He murmured hoarsely to himself. Just as he had ignited a flicker of hope, he watched it about to extinguish. Yunhun's eyes gradually reddened, his handsome face paling as he clenched his strong fists, a tumult of despair raging within. She was far too astute. How could she not comprehend his feelings? It was evident that she simply did not desire him. After Ji Li Shu ended the call, she remained momentarily dazed. She could discern that his initially joyous voice had gradually darkened upon her mentioning Qingya's name. Yet, she could not voice what he longed to hear. Her world was not one that required the interference of so many. The next morning, Ji Li Shu arrived at the outskirts of Liuan town. Piloting her aircraft toward the desert city, she chose this locale to treat In Liuji to a meal. As she neared the desert city, she began to lower her altitude. In the distance, a city constructed of steel and concrete emerged amidst the vast desert. Outside the city, desolation prevailed. On the opposite side of the desert city stood a towering, dark wall, stretching endlessly into the desert. From beyond the wall, chilling sounds occasionally echoed, resembling the terrifying roars of demons or the thunderous cries of galloping horses, sending shivers down one's spine. At her current altitude, Ji Li Shu could not discern the situation beyond the wall, yet she was acutely aware that thousands of flesh-eaters lurked there. Ji Li Shu landed her aircraft at the city gate of the desert city. As she approached, the guarding Beastmen raised their sniper rifles, aiming at her craft. Naturally, the desert city could not compare to Talia. It lacked the advanced and secure aerial defenses, thus relying on manual surveillance. "Everyone, lower your weapons," came a sharp command. The beast soldiers turned towards the source of the voice. It was none other than the city general. "General," they exclaimed, lowering their weapons respectfully. In Liuji strode directly towards the aircraft's entrance, and Ji Li Shu slowly opened the hatch and stepped out. In Liuji was clad in a white tank top, paired with military green trousers, as if he had just finished a training session. He stood tall, his physique robust, muscles defined on his chest and arms. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, causing him to squint slightly as he smiled brightly. "Xiao Li Shu, welcome to the Demon City." The Desert City, often referred to as the Demon City, saw In Liuji stretch his arms languidly, adopting a welcoming posture amidst the desert. Ji Li Shu approached. "My aircraft, no need to stow it. Just leave it here, no one dares to touch it." In Liuji whispered, aware that although this was his territory, the many eyes at the city gate could not unveil her spatial equipment. Ji Li Shu nodded, and in full view of the onlookers, she climbed into In Liuji's vehicle. She took her place in the passenger seat as he drove her through the desert city. "Why choose to eat here when there are other places?" In Liuji glanced at her. "Do you not know where this is?" Ji Li Shu replied nonchalantly, "I've never been, just curious." In the entire desert city, there were barely 100 human women, yet the Beastmen outnumbered them thousands of times. A teasing smile played on In Liuji's lips. "Here, if a Beastman takes a liking to a woman, they simply take her. If they succeed, she belongs to them. With your delicate skin and beauty, you've stumbled into a den of thieves. Aren't you frightened?" Ji Li Shu shot him a glance. "I'm not so easily taken. Perhaps they should test how many shells I have in my weapon space." She averted her gaze, adding, "I came especially for you, the esteemed city general. You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Upon hearing this, In Liuji froze momentarily. He swallowed hard, tightening his grip on the steering wheel to steady himself. Then, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "You certainly trust me." As they conversed casually, the vehicle came to a halt before a tall tower-like structure. The building was not overly high, featuring gleaming floor-to-ceiling glass walls alongside sections made of yellow earth and rock. It exuded a sense of historical gravitas intertwined with modern elegance. "Where's this?" Ji Li Shu inquired. "Aren't you treating me to a meal?" In Liuji parked the car and unbuckled his seatbelt. "This is the most expensive restaurant in the desert city." Ji Li Shu nodded slightly and entered without hesitation. They settled into a private room, dining and conversing, with In Liuji doing most of the talking while Ji Li Shu occasionally nodded in agreement. In Liuji would occasionally steal glances at her. She wore a white casual outfit, her long black hair tucked under a hat, her essence masked, yet he could still catch a whiff of that pure, familiar scent when close. He quickly averted his gaze. Swallowing hard, he dared not look too long, lest he lose control of the distance between them. When it was time to settle the bill, Li Shu prepared to pay, but the server smiled and informed her it has already been settled. Li Shu glanced at him in mild confusion. "Let us go," Liuji said, approaching her. Meeting her gaze, he continued, "You traveled all this way for me. I couldn't possibly let you pay." Li Shu was taken aback as Liuji took her arm and led her outside. Inside, the temperature had felt mild, but stepping outside, Li Shu suddenly sensed the heat rising dramatically. "Where to?" she asked. "This is the hottest time in the desert city. I'll take you to rest first, and later we can explore," Liuji replied, driving her toward the castle. It appeared heavily guarded, possibly a military command center within the desert city. Just as Liuji parked the car, a uniformed Beastman approached, seemingly with urgent news to report. Liuji shot a cold glance at the Beastman, raising a hand to silence him. "We'll discuss it later." The orc clad in uniform appeared somewhat troubled, yet he furrowed his brow and retreated nonetheless. Subsequently, Liuji escorted Li Shu into the castle, arranging a spacious chamber for her. After all, it was a rare visit. "You wouldn't be leaving today, would you? Tomorrow marks the monthly arena competition, and I shall take you to witness it." Having settled Li Shu, Liuji hurriedly departed. The desert city experiences extreme temperature fluctuations, with daytime temperatures sometimes soaring to 60 or 70 degrees, only to plummet below zero when night falls, creating an exceedingly harsh environment. As night enveloped the city, Liuji did not return to seek her out. Li Shu slightly opened the window, and a bone-chilling night wind, laden with yellow sand, swept in. Along with it came a sharp, piercing scream. She slowly closed the window, not wishing to investigate further. She had long understood that the desert city was never as tranquil as it appeared today. Engaging with Liuji was akin to courting danger. Yet how could one hope to capture a tiger without venturing into its den? Approximately an hour later, commotion erupted from below the castle. Li Shu gently opened the window once more. She beheld two orc soldiers apprehending one of their own and dragging him before Liuji, where he knelt. They stripped him of his hide and displayed it in the central square. Liuji's voice was chillingly indifferent, yet a hint of bloodlust lurked beneath. He stood in the shadowy corridor, his elongated black eyes glinting with a frigid light. His prominent nose framed a pair of profound eyes, resembling two icy lakes, fixed upon the kneeling orc before him. The slight upward curve of his lips hinted at mockery, starkly contrasting with his cold demeanor. It seemed this was his true nature. The languid, carefree persona he exhibited during the day appeared merely a facade. Sensing Li Shu's gaze, he abruptly looked up, their eyes meeting in an instant. His bloodthirsty stare softened slightly, revealing a flicker of chagrin. "Damn it!" 20 minutes later, a knock echoed upon Li Shu's door. Upon opening it, she found Liuji standing outside. His hair was half dry, tousled across his forehead, and glistening droplets of water trickled down his handsome profile, suggesting he had just bathed, still bearing a hint of fresh shower gel's fragrance. He wore a casual jacket and loose-fitting jeans, towering at nearly 190 centimeters, nearly blocking out the corridor's light as he looked down upon Li Shu. "I apologize for my tardiness." His chest rose and fell slightly, his breath somewhat hurried, as if he had rushed to find her after a quick shower. He had indeed been busy today, having uncovered several foreign spies within the ranks, entangled in complex forces that necessitated his direct intervention. After dealing with a few orcs, the scent of blood clung to him, prompting his quick cleanse before seeking her out. His forehead hair was slightly too long, occasionally obscuring his brow and eyes, and he irritably swept it back, revealing his refined features. Li Shu looked up at him and said, "If you're busy, you needn't concern yourself with me." "Not busy," Liuji interrupted her. "I have finished my tasks. I promise to take you out." He appraised Li Shu from head to toe. "Go change into warmer attire. I shall take you out." The night in the desert city was biting cold, as if it intended to freeze one to the bone. Li Shu initially had no intention of venturing out. Yet Liuji seemed exuberantly enthusiastic, pulling her along outside. Only upon witnessing the scenery before her did Li Shu grasp his intentions. Liuji drove her to a towering structure enveloped in earth, known as Feng Shao Tai. She was already somewhat familiar with it. In fact, She had thoroughly researched the desert city and Yin Liuji's background. Feng Shaotai was an ancient earthen edifice situated at the heart of the desert city, standing out amidst rows of steel and concrete skyscrapers. Built over a millennium ago, it remained remarkably intact. Yin Liuji led Ji Lishu to ascend Feng Shaotai. The bright starry sky blanketed the heavens, with dazzling stars dotting the canvas like a vibrant painting. At the center of the city, a fountain had been erected, its water shimmering faintly under the starlight, resembling scattered gems upon the earth. "Do you like it here?" Yin Liuji inquired, glancing at Ji Lishu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ji Lishu gazed into the distance, her expression neutral, silently immersing herself in the desert nightscape she had never encountered before. Yin Liuji's gaze remained fixed upon her, intense and fervent. He yearned to ask her if she would consider staying in the desert city if she liked it here. Yet in the next moment, he dismissed the thought. After a prolonged silence, Ji Lishu turned to him and replied, "To speak frankly, this place is quite nice, but it is not suitable for my long-term residence." Yin Liuji smiled faintly, offering no response. He understood that he shared her sentiment. His eyes swept across her, gentle yet ardent. Ji Lishu could not help but glance at him, recalling the background information she had unearthed. In a world where habitable resources were exceedingly scarce, orcs had no choice but to settle in the desert for survival. At least on the vast Gobi, there were no plants that could threaten their lives, which enabled the desert city to gradually develop. However, due to the harsh climate and limited resources, the once chaotic desert city had seen no progress for an extended period, with high-ranking orcs ruling with an iron fist, plunging the city into turmoil. It was not until over a decade ago that the current leader of the desert city, Gideon, rescued a desert silver fox, who was none other than Yin Liuji. Within merely 2 years, Yin Liuji ascended to a position of power, employing violence to quell violence. The previously timid city guards transformed, under his guidance, into a band of rogues and outlaws. They roamed the desert city with impunity, while he employed a strategy of black against black, with even the high-ranking orcs too fearful to stir trouble. Consequently, the city's tax revenues skyrocketed. The wealthy ceased to amass exorbitant fortunes, and the impoverished found basic security. However, the greatest beneficiary was undoubtedly the ruling government of the desert city. It was said that the previously lawless desert city had no order. Now, Yin Liuji was the law. Could someone renowned for his brutality and avarice possess such a calm and gentle side? Suddenly, the fountain in the square transformed, the water column spraying higher as many orcs, undeterred by the icy water, dashed in without reservation. The commotion below interrupted Ji Lishu's thoughts, prompting her to withdraw her gaze from Yin Liuji. The wind atop Feng Shaotai was particularly strong. Yin Liuji glanced at Ji Lishu's thin jacket and frowned slightly. "Let us go see the fountain. The wind down there is not as fierce." The two descended from Feng Shaotai, where the fountain was surrounded by vibrant, shifting lights. Amidst the bustling crowd and cacophony of noise, Yin Liuji's gaze fixed upon the distance, as if he had spotted something, a smile tugging at his lips. "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly," he instructed Ji Lishu. She nodded in response. He took a few steps forward, then turned back to advise her earnestly. "Stay put. Do not wander off." Ji Lishu merely regarded him with a faint glance, offering no further reaction. Yin Liuji walked several hundred meters before entering a small shop. Ji Lishu waited in place, droplets of splashing water landing on her forehead, prompting her to slowly step aside for some distance. Unlike the bustling noise of the city center, the surrounding alleys exude a dim and eerie silence. Suddenly, a cry for help echoes from a narrow lane behind Ji Lishu. "Help! Help!" The hoarse voice desperately calls out. The sound travels through the alley, clear enough for those near the square to hear distinctly. The raucous orcs merely cast a cursory glance towards the source of the commotion, then nonchalantly return their gaze elsewhere. Ji Lishu stands at the mouth of the alley, and with a slight turn of her head, she can discern the scene within. A human-animal hybrid is encircled by 5 or 6 tall, robust orcs, with the path ahead blocked by towering walls. Behind, several towering orcs break into fits of laughter. The hybrid appears utterly terrified, clutching its own body as though seeking solace in its embrace. "What do you think you can run to?" sneers one orc mockingly, as if deriding the hybrid's audacity. Soon, the unmistakable sound of zippers being undone fills the air, as the orcs behind the hybrid begin to unfasten their trousers. One of them leers, "Since you've come to Desert City to sell yourself, you must adhere to its rules." Due to prolonged hormone injections, The hybrid is physically weaker than true orcs, unable to resist the imposing force of its captors. Trembling all over, its pale lips quiver as it pleads. I'm so tired today, and I'm bleeding profusely. Please spare me, and once I'm well, I will serve you. The orcs remain unmoved, their eyes cold. Has no one told you what Desert City is? Here, the weak have no right to refuse. They deride the hybrid's frailty. In the next moment, disregarding the hybrid's cries and refusals, several orcs pounce, forcing it down to kneel on the ground. With their numbers overwhelming, the remaining 3 orcs merely hold their trousers and impatiently urge on. The hybrid lets out a desperate scream, attempting to break free from their encirclement. Yet the orcs seize it effortlessly. It continues to struggle, its hair being fiercely yanked, and in an instant, is hurled to the ground with its back hitting the filthy earth. Its limbs are pinned down, and coarse hands begin to roam. Hurry up, don't kill it. I'm still waiting. The 3 orcs behind them urge on, one even casting a casual glance towards the alley's entrance. That fleeting glance reveals a new target. Old 3. Old 3. An orc exclaims, his eyes gleaming as he fixates on Li Shu, repeatedly tapping Old 3 on the shoulder. What is it? Old 3, annoyed, shoots him a glare. Another exquisite one. The other 2 aimlessly follow his gaze. Just one look, and their eyes light up. Li Shu, clad in luz tactical gear, possesses an alluring silhouette that suggests both curvature and grace. Standing beneath a street lamp with one hand in her pocket, her delicate features seem to glow softly in the light, exuding an inexplicable allure. The 3 orcs, adjusting their trousers, slowly approach. Li Shu coldly averts her gaze, preparing to leave this treacherous place. Upon seeing her departure, the 3 orcs rush out from the shadows of the alley, directly blocking Li Shu's path. Human-animal hybrid? One orc places his hand in front of Li Shu, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He inhales deeply, savoring the tempting scent. As he speaks, he reaches out to caress her face, his intentions all too clear. Li Shu's eyes turn icy, a faint hint of murderous intent emerging. Just as she prepares to act, the 3 orcs before her suddenly widen their eyes, yet find themselves unable to move. With a swift motion, Li Shu feels a gust of wind behind her. In the next instant, the 3 orcs are sent flying several meters away. Even the hybrid's cries of anguish cease abruptly. Li Shu scarcely registers the identity of the newcomer before they dash towards the orcs. With a fierce expression, veins bulging on their rough hands, they strike the orcs' faces with brutal force, displaying no restraint. From a distance, Li Shu can hear the sickening sound of flesh colliding with the ground. The orcs, completely unable to retaliate, begin to plead for mercy. The newcomer, Lu Ji, shakes his hands and slowly stands upright, his handsome face shrouded in shadows as he turns his back to Li Shu, obscuring his expression. However, the 3 orcs on the ground bear expressions of sheer terror. Lu Ji approaches, crouching down slightly to whisper something to the orcs. Initially frozen in shock, they then scramble to flee in panic. The other 3 orcs, not daring to linger, hastily drag the hybrid away. The hybrid, struggling to open its eyes, casts a desperate glance at Li Shu, as if hoping for her salvation. Yet, until it is dragged around the corner and swallowed by darkness, Li Shu remains motionless. Chapter 119. I have only pursued one orc. Lu Ji, with his back to Li Shu, closes his eyes briefly to temper the murderous intent in his gaze, then turns to approach her. He stands before Li Shu, effortlessly breaking into a light smile, as if the menacing persona he just displayed was not his at all. He raises the bag in his hand. There are indeed many suitable items for humans in Desert City. This is a prickly vine juice. You should give it a try. It turns out he had left earlier to fetch this for her. Li Shu studies him for a moment before replying, "Thank you." The 2 make their way back to the central square, which remains lively and boisterous, the orcs entirely indifferent to the despair and violence that transpired in the alley. To them, it seems a commonplace occurrence. Li Shu quietly sips the prickly vine juice, finding its sweetness and slight bitterness quite agreeable. Lu Ji cannot help but steal glances at her repeatedly. Aren't you curious why I did not save the human-animal hybrid? He casually initiates conversation. Li Shu replies coolly, "Isn't this merely the survival rule of Desert City?" She takes another sip of the prickly vine juice, then looks at Lu Ji, her expression still indifferent. The weak here are destined to be exploited. What? Are you afraid? Yin Lei Ui Hukles. Li Shu raises an eyebrow, remaining silent. Yin Luji observes that she tends to respond with silence to questions that bear no real weight. This is not a good place. You are well aware of that. He continues, his tone resolute. He halts, standing still, his gaze on Ji Lishu intensifying with unspoken emotion. His voice deepens. So, are you truly here just for me? His face remains calm, yet a flicker of eagerness dances in his eyes. Ji Lishu also pauses, meeting his gaze. Yin Luji speaks calmly. Can I assume that you have taken a liking to me? Though he feigns nonchalance, the complexity and anxiety within him are known only to himself. The woman before him is enigmatic and aloof, yet her every gesture exudes a captivating charm. Whether due to physiological response or primal instinct, he admits to being drawn to her. He is a villain lurking in shadows, and should he step into the light, countless would seek to tear him apart. A person of such character must be as unyielding as a fortress, able to survive amidst the relentless carnage. Any vulnerability that falls into the hands of the enemy will become his Achilles' heel. He remains oblivious to her origins, uncertain whether she harbors other companions, and even unaware of the reasons behind his frequent approach to her. He simply cannot restrain himself from drawing near. Thus, it would be prudent to inquire why she approaches him. Ji Lishu gazes at him, momentarily taken aback. The silver moonlight cascades down, casting dappled shadows. Behind him rises the undulating, transparent columns of water, his figure backlit, rendering his handsome countenance obscured by shadows. Yet, his eyes shine with an unusual brightness. He neither smiles nor displays his usual cold demeanor. His eyes are crystalline and luminous, as if brimming with anticipation for her response. Suddenly, she smiles. Am I not obvious enough? Her eyes, clear and bright, carry a gentle smile, while Yin Lioji gazes intently at her, as if he perceives a dazzling river of stars within them. Does she mean to say that she likes him too? At that moment, it feels as though time stands still. Yin Lioji's gaze is fixed upon the woman illuminated by the lights, the surrounding clamor fading into oblivion, leaving only the sound of his own heartbeat in his ears. His hands, dangling at his sides, clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. Yin Lioji suddenly feels as if he has lost his sanity. He instinctively begins to contemplate how he might accept her while also protecting her. From Ji Lishu's perspective, he appears to be dazed for a few seconds before reverting to his usual playful demeanor. I didn't realize that Xiao Lishu was such an open person. Ji Lishu gazes at him unabashedly. He then teasingly inquires, were those two deer also captured by you in such a manner? Did he assume that Chong Kong and Ling Yi were her companions? Ji Lishu blinks, her tone indifferent as she clarifies, they have nothing to do with me. Then, with significant implication, she adds, I have only pursued one Beastman. Chong Kong once remarked that Ling Yin is the sharpest blade in her hand. In this world of the survival of the fittest, rather than being coerced and suppressed by these formidable beastmen, she finds it more advantageous to be a bit more hypocritical, wielding the blade in her hand to achieve her objectives. Yin Lioji's gaze remains unwavering as he fixes his eyes on the woman before him, his posture increasingly proud and upright. The light casts upon him, creating elongated shadows at his side. He realizes that he can no longer maintain a nonchalant smile. You should return. The temperature is dropping, and you won't be able to endure it. The next day, Yin Lioji arrives promptly to knock on Ji Lishu's door. The arena competition is about to commence, and he wishes to take her to witness a few matches before the temperature rises, as Ji Lishu cannot remain outdoors for too long. The arena competition is a regular duel event held in the desert city, where all high-ranking beastmen gather. The top 3 victors of the competition will receive S-grade or even higher green pearl rewards. The two arrive at the arena venue. The arena is situated in the northern part of the desert city, an open-air structure with elevated fighting platforms, surrounded by thick city walls that effectively contain the noise within. There are multiple platforms, approximately 10 in total, each a circular arena about 15 meters in diameter, enclosed by wooden railings. Surrounding the platforms are rows of seating, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. Above the largest platform are luxurious viewing boxes that extend toward the center, providing an excellent vantage point to observe the arena below. Naturally, those who occupy these premium seats are not ordinary beastmen. Yin Lioji and Ji Lishu settle into a prime luxury box, which appears to be the only one equipped with cooling and oxygen systems. Yin Lioji's communication device emits a notification, prompting him to gently tap Ji Lishu's arm, signaling her to step outside momentarily. Ji Lishu nods in acknowledgement. After he departs, she stands and approaches the railing of the viewing box, looking down at the expansive arena. On the platforms below, high-ranking beastmen engage in fierce combat. To maintain order, the military department of the desert city has stationed hundreds of beastman soldiers at the venue. At this moment, the viewing area is still quite sparse, but beastmen are gradually entering. Soon, it will be bustling with high-ranking beastmen. Ji Lishu observes the scene before her and makes a call. After approximately 5 seconds, the call connects. She slowly speaks. This is Ji Lishu. The other party's breath seems to freeze in disbelief. He incredulously calls out, Ali, Yelishu Smirkusem. Chinya, I am waiting for you in the desert city. Do you dare come? Before he can utter another word, she abruptly hangs up, removing the communication device from her wrist and discarding it into the cloud hub, severing all communication and location tracking. Regardless of whether he is in Talia or Qingmu City, reaching the desert city will take at least 3 hours. By then, all high-ranking beastmen of the desert city will likely be present at the arena. Ji Lishu watches one match before leaving. Azine Liuji has pressing matters to attend to personally. He escorts her back to the military castle to rest, giving her a few reminders before he departs. After receiving Ji Lishu's call, Chinya rushes to the desert city with utmost urgency. He brings only 5 high-ranking beastmen, all of whom have disguised themselves. Before entering the city, Chinya shares Ji Lishu's photograph with the 5. Find her and ensure she is brought back to me unscathed, he commands sternly, directing them to split up and search. Commander, please allow me to accompany you, Ashar insists earnestly. Ever since that incident, he has been relegated to the lowest ranks. Yet he bears no resentment. It is a punishment he deserves. Upon learning that the commander intends to infiltrate Talia alone, he volunteered to follow. The commander of Qingmu City secretly infiltrates the desert city. Should Qingya's identity be exposed or recognized, the beastmen of the desert city would undoubtedly turn against him, and they would not rest until he is slain. Even though Qingya is a 4S tier beastman, he is outnumbered and in this desert territory without the advantage of plants. Even he may find himself in peril. While the others might not comprehend Qingya's perilous mission to secretly enter the desert city, Ashar understands well. That person is Ji Lishu. Even if it means traversing through fire and water, Qingya would not hesitate for a moment. Qingya glances at Ashar and nods. The group enters the city, heading directly to the arena where Ji Lishu's communication device last indicated her presence. It is just past noon, with the blazing sun high in the sky, scorching the earth ruthlessly. The pungent scent of sweat hangs in the heated air, making the atmosphere even more unbearable. They arrive at the entrance of the arena, but without entry credentials, they cannot gain access. Qingya's expression hardens, his aura radiating a palpable sense of danger. Ashar's heart races. Qingya can no longer wait. Commander, just as Qingya prepares to take action against the guards, Ashar urgently restrains him. Ji Lishu is safe. She is deliberately luring you into Talia. She is perfectly fine. Qingya's eyes gradually turn crimson, a chilling glare emanating from him. His previously noble demeanor transforming into something dark and fierce. In Liuji has seen her. Qingya grits his teeth. In Liuji once attempted to assassinate him at Talia, accompanied by the unconscious Ji Lishu. Thus, In Liuji must have been aware of Ji Lishu's true identity. Should he find Ji Lishu before us, he might not hesitate to eliminate her in order to rid himself of me. Qingya grew increasingly anxious, prompting Asher to interject, Commander, please calm down. Your spirit seal is intact, and Ji Lishu is safe. Perhaps Asher's words jolted him back to reality. Qingya struggled to suppress the rising tide of panic within him. Clenching his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white, he shut his eyes, painstakingly calming the tumultuous storm in his heart, restoring a tranquil facade. We must find a way to enter the arena. I can sense she is inside. The two hesitated at the entrance for several minutes. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the distance, a hybrid beast, clearly clad in the gray-black windbreaker often worn by Ji Lishu. He was the same hybrid beast who had been humiliated by a group of orcs the previous night. Despite Ji Lishu having turned away, he was dragged into a warehouse by those orcs, convinced he would not survive the night. Yet, in his moment of despair, a graceful silhouette burst through the warehouse door, effortlessly dispatching the towering orcs within a few swift moves. She saved him, but not without demanding a price. She needed his assistance. Asher and the others watched as the hybrid beast navigated through the throngs of people, directly approaching Qingya. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Qingya felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The hybrid beast spoke, Ji Lishu asked me to give this to you. In their hand was a sleek black box, from which no scent emanated. The moment Qingya heard Ji Lishu's name, he seemed entranced, instinctively reaching out to receive a box. Asher, furrowing his brow, felt a deep sense of unease and cautioned against potential treachery. Qingya's gaze remained fixed on the box. After a long pause, he disregarded Asher's warning and accepted it from the hybrid beast. "Commander, allow me to open it," Asher suggested. Before Qingya could act, the black box suddenly exploded with a loud bang. A noxious odor assaulted his senses, and he unwittingly inhaled several breaths of the toxic air, while Asher instinctively covered his mouth and nose. It was then that Qingya realized what he had encountered. Sand flame, scorpion venom powder. Asher spoke in a low tone. The symptoms of madness surged within Qingya, pain coursing through his veins, rendering him unable to steady the box in his hands. He felt as if he were being consumed by fire, every inch of his skin ablaze with agony, blood seeping from his clenched teeth. "Qingya, it's Qingya!" The hybrid beast had already dashed away several meters, pointing toward Qingya and Asher while calling out loudly. "Commander of Qingmu City, Qingya, over there." Chapter 121. For a glimpse of you, both Qingmu City and Qingya were names that reverberated like thunder among the orcs of the desert city. The crowd began to stir, converging toward Asher and the others, eager to uncover the truth. Soon, they recognized Qingya's familiar yet loathed visage. "It truly is Qingya, the commander of Qingmu City, Qingya." The crowd erupted in astonished cries. "Kill Qingya! Kill him!" At that moment, Qingya's veins throbbed painfully, the suffering coursing through his blood. He could scarcely stand, needing Asher's support. His eyes were bloodshot, and every cell in his body screamed in agony, yet he was utterly powerless. Subsequently, four other orcs that Qingya had brought with him emerged from their concealed corners, taking defensive stances to guard him. Due to the arena competition, a multitude of high-ranking orcs surrounded Qingya and his companions, closing in on them. Qingya understood that this was a trap meticulously laid by Ji Lishu. Despite the searing pain causing him to sweat profusely, a bitter smile played at the corners of his lips. The sudden turn of events left Asher in a state of disarray. He could hardly fathom that Ji Lishu could orchestrate such a scheme. Not only did she desire Qingya's death, but she also aimed to make him struggle like a cornered beast before his sworn enemies. The orcs advancing menacingly were predominantly high-ranking, S-tier orcs, and clearly not to be trifled with. However, this was not the time for panic. Asher took a deep breath, forcing himself to think clearly. "We must breach the arena." Despite the excruciating pain, Qingya spoke, his resolve unwavering. Even in a state of madness, his indomitable will compelled him to survey his surroundings. Strategizing his next move. "We are too conspicuous. We should break through from the arena's base." Clenching his teeth, Qingya elaborated further. Asher grasped the implication immediately. The arena could serve as cover, facilitating their concealment. With that decision made, they clustered around Qingya and hurried toward the arena. Meanwhile, in an opulent viewing area overlooking the arena, Ji Lishu held a sniper rifle, observing Qingya's every move. Her features were striking, her smile a chilling yet resolute curve. In her dark eyes, a bloodthirsty excitement flickered. She adjusted the rifle's scope slightly, gazing down below, murmuring softly, "The game has begun, Qingya." At that moment, the arena competition had come to a complete halt. Below, the orcs pursuing them were numerous, forcing Qingya and his companions to scatter in their flight. Not only were they being hunted by vicious high-ranking orcs from behind, but snipers had also been positioned above, ready to fire as soon as Qingya and his companions revealed themselves. In a state of madness, Qingya's combat prowess had diminished, even inferior to Asher's. His movement slowed, and he suffered several wounds from the sniper's shots, blood staining his pale face, rendering him a picture of disarray. Ji Lishu, through the rifle scope, searched for Qingya's whereabouts. It seemed they had grasped their precarious situation and had opted to conceal themselves in the arena's blind spots, refraining from revealing themselves easily. Ji Lishu was acutely aware that merely inflicting superficial wounds on Qingya would not suffice to bring about his demise. Therefore, she slowly emerged at the edge of the railing. From her position, those below could easily spot her with a mere glance upward. The moment Ji Lishu appeared at the edge of the viewing platform, Qingya noticed her. Concealed in a blind spot, he could sense her presence above and craned his neck, searching for her silhouette. At last, his wish was fulfilled. He saw her. Through the distance and the cacophony of battle, he once again beheld her. Ji Lishu's figure struck him like a silent lightning bolt, illuminating the long-suppressed corners of his heart. She was no longer merely a figment of his imagination. He gazed upon her true self, Her cheeks appeared slightly more gaunt, but her lips bore a hint of a smile, perhaps relishing his disheveled state. The wind at that height danced through her dark hair, her posture exuding an air of composure and superiority. It was a relief. She was unharmed. She asked him, "She waits for you in the desert city. Do you dare to come?" Her clear voice pierced him like a steel needle, silently embedding itself into his heart. There is no hesitation in his heart. As long as it is her invitation, he will undoubtedly attend. He suddenly recalls her exquisitely beautiful face, the gentle warmth of her delicate fingertips gliding over his body, her serene slumber in his embrace, and the resolute blow she dealt him when she spoke of terminating their child. Everything she offered, he accepted wholeheartedly. Qingya disregarded the attempts of Asher and the others to dissuade him and slowly emerged into Ji Lishu's line of sight. Ji Lishu stood high upon the platform. Gazing down at Qingya, she smiled faintly, as if whispering to herself, yet it felt as though her words were meant for the man below. "I have said it before. One day, I will seek my vengeance." Qingya, with a wound upon his forehead and blood seeping uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth due to his berserk state, seemingly ignored the chaos surrounding him, fixating instead on the figure above. "It matters not, Ali, to catch but a glimpse of you. Even knowing it leads to my demise, I willingly embrace it." Chapter 122. I will take her away with a resounding bang. A gunshot rang out unexpectedly, aimed at Qingya. He summoned strength from his core, narrowly evading the deadly projectile. The bullet was fired from an elevated position by an orc sniper. Without hesitation, Qingya revealed himself, exposing his hiding place, and the sniper immediately commenced firing upon spotting him. The air was soon filled with a cacophony of gunfire surrounding Qingya. He retreated once more into the shadows beneath the arena. "Commander, we must withdraw," Asher shouted as he retaliated against the sniper. Qingya glared fiercely at Asher, his tone adamant and unwavering. "No, I must take her away." At his declaration, the 5 orc warriors providing cover for him could no longer remain composed. "Commander, we cannot do this," one of them urged solemnly. "Indeed, we are encircled by the high-ranking orcs of the desert city, and you are in a berserk state. We can only break through and escape before devising another plan." Qingya's eyes blazed with crimson fury. He could not heed their counsel. He understood the peril. Yet he could not leave her alone in the treacherous desert city. He simply could not. Moreover, he had yet to embrace his Ali with a powerful thrust. Qingya propelled himself upward, grasping the iron chains along the wall, breaking free from Asher and the others' protective circle, and fiercely climbed toward Ji Lishu. "Commander! Commander!" Asher gritted his teeth, urgently instructing the remaining 5 orcs. "I will pursue the commander. You two stay below to provide cover while the others search for an escape route." With that, he too ascended the chains as if flying up the walls. At this moment, Qingya was nearly at his limit, surrounded by a hail of bullets, each carrying lethal intent. The speed of their approach was overwhelming. He could not avoid them and suffered several grazing wounds, receiving 2 shots, yet not sustaining any critical injuries that would impede his movement. The cat-like orcs excelled in agility. Qingya adeptly harnessed the wind's momentum, exhibiting the strength to scale the high walls with bare hands. With a swift maneuver, he evaded a barrage of sniper bullets. He climbed to the mid-level, landing on a central platform. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forth from the platform. It was an orc from the desert city, fierce in attack and evidently of significant rank. Yet Qingya's movements were extraordinarily nimble. He shifted direction just as the orc lunged, sidestepping the attack. In a rapid succession, he unleashed a punch that sent the seemingly stronger orc plummeting from the platform. Ji Lishu, holding her firearm, observed Qingya's every action through her scope. This was her first time witnessing his formidable combat prowess. Even in a berserk state, his movements remained swift and precise. After dispatching the orc, Qingya remained still, now only 2 platforms away from Ji Lishu. He gazed longingly at the figure he yearned for, while her gun was trained upon him. Qingya suddenly smiled, a streak of red staining his lips, his appearance disheveled, and his breath slightly labored, a consequence of his berserk state. A glimmer of light seemed to flicker within his deep-set eyes. What did it matter if she wished to kill him? She was already his woman, in the past, present, and future forever. Her spiritual mark was imprinted upon his chest, indelible. "Ali, do you see? I cannot die. These insignificant creatures cannot take my life. If I must perish, it can only be at your hands." Qingya smiled softly, whispering. Naturally, Ji Lishu could not hear his words, nor did she care. This was the perfect moment for her to eliminate Qingya. She aimed for his vital spot and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Qingya stood motionless, showing no inclination to evade the swiftly approaching bullet. In that instant, a figure erupted from beneath the platform, unflinchingly positioning itself in front of Qingya. Asher felt the bullet tear through the left side of his neck, yet he felt no fear within. He shoved Qingya aside. At the moment Qingya fell, a flicker of alarm coursed through him. Before they could react, Ji Lishu fired again, unleashing multiple rounds. Asher lunged forward, shielding Qingya's vital areas with his chest. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots struck Asher in critical places. The world around them seemed to freeze, with only the echoes of gunfire resonating in their ears. Qingya's gaze fixated on the wounds on Asher's chest, his own eyes ablaze with crimson. Blood flowed profusely, a horrific sight. Stop! Stop! He screamed in despair. Qingya swiftly half-embraced Asher, without a moment's hesitation, leaping from the platform. This was the only way to evade Ji Lishu's sniper fire. They crashed to the ground, where 2 orc warriors were providing cover, quickly dragging Qingya and Asher into the shadows. Commander, hurry! Asher's lips were stained with blood. He knew well that Ji Lishu's shots were all fatal. He would not survive. With every ounce of strength, he struggled to speak. Commander, you cannot die. Qingmu City needs you. Ji Lishu of Xingyue will save her. Asher understood that Qingya had already alerted Xingyue when he decided to face the situation alone. Fearing he could not take Ji Lishu away, he needed to inform Xingyue to ensure Ji Lishu's safety. Ji Lishu could manage without Qingya, but Qingmu City could never lose its commander. Should Qingmu City lose Commander Qingya, the inhabitants of Desert City would not hesitate to invade, leaving countless orcs homeless. Besides, the animosity between the 2 cities was profound. The orcs of Desert City would certainly not spare those of Qingmu City. Asher, do not speak. I will take you away. You will be fine. Qingya's bloodshot eyes bore down with determination as he fought through the agony of his berserk state, commanding the orc warriors to retreat. Meanwhile, the other 3 orcs Qingya had brought had already torn a hole in the encirclement of Desert City. The group quickly regrouped. 2 orcs bravely held off the pursuing attackers, granting Qingya and the others a fleeting opportunity to escape. Those 2 orcs, however, would not survive. They slipped into the city and commandeered an aircraft, barely managing to flee. As their vessel soared into the sky, disappearing from sight of the pursuing ships from Desert City, Qingya finally allowed himself to gaze toward Ji Lishu's direction. Though he could no longer see her figure, veins bulged in his neck, and his body was riddled with wounds. He had dressed intentionally in a light blue shirt and dark casual pants for this encounter with Ji Lishu, yet now his injuries had stained the once pristine fabric crimson, obscuring its original hue. His eyes were terrifyingly red, filled with a complex mixture of love, pain, despair, and resentment. Chapter 123. Letting go of Ji Lishu with his own hands. Commander, I am sorry. Ashar weakly spoke as he forced himself awake from a coma. Qingya immediately averted his gaze and leaned closer. Don't speak. We will find a doctor to save you right away. Another orc had already staunched Ashar's bleeding. However, those gunshots were fatal. Without immediate medical attention, he might truly perish. Ashar coughed uncontrollably, blood surging forth once more. His body began to tremble, his voice faint. Commander, I know this is selfish, but Qingmu City cannot be without you. Ashar grasped Qingya's hand tightly, his eyes filled with urgency. I beg you, for the sake of Qingmu City, survive. Moments ago, Qingya had forsaken taking Ji Lishu away for him. Ashar understood that at that moment, Qingya had clearly wished for death. The fear he felt then enveloped his heart like an intricate net, leaving him in turmoil. He leapt up and shielded Qingya from the bullets fired by Ji Lishu. He could die, but Qingya must not. At this moment, Qingya's gaze was icy, his fingers trembling violently, the knuckles pale. Ashar was forcing him to choose between Qingmu City and Ji Lishu. Qingya closed his eyes, his voice hoarse and heavy, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. She's pregnant. That is our child. How can I abandon them? If he were to be asked to forsake them, he might as well die. Ashar's pupils dilated. He had not anticipated that Ji Lishu was with child. Immediately, he began to convulse, his complexion paling further, aware that his time was running out. Commander, I beseech you, do not put yourself in danger again. Qingmu City needs you. After uttering this final plea, Ashar's grip on Qingya's hand slackened uncontrollably. Ashar! Ashar! Qingya's eyes turned crimson, his lips trembling. He clutched Ashar's hand tightly. He yearned to approach Ji Lishu, but she would undoubtedly attempt to kill him without hesitation. He feared not for his own life. To force him to abandon her and their child was a fate worse than death. Yet, Ashar was pleading for him to die. Was this not compelling him to relinquish his beloved and their unborn child? Grinding his teeth, Qingya held back tears, his voice barely a whisper. All right, I promise you. I will live well. Qingya had never imagined that there existed a pain more profound than the desire of one's beloved to take their own life. Just as he never envisioned the day he would release Li Shu with his own hands. The anguish pierced his heart and burrowed deep into his bones. He could bear no longer. It was his arrogance, his obstinacy that had led to Ashar's demise. He deserved to endure this torment. Qingya leapt down with the orc, and Li Shu rushed forward, peering down but unable to see their figures. Her eyes grew cold instantly. Such an opportunity was rare. She could not allow him to leave alive. She sheathed her weapon and prepared to turn and pursue. Yet before she could, a wave of warmth enveloped her from behind. Li Shu halted abruptly, instinctively on guard. But the next moment, the anticipated malice and attacks did not materialize. Her body was ensnared in a grip as solid as iron, pressed against a chest as hard as stone. No matter how Li Shu struggled, it was futile. "Xingju, let me go," she exclaimed coldly. She was familiar with his scent. Xingju bent down, resting his face against the crown of her head. His deep voice tinged with sorrow. "Ali, I miss you so much." Lowering his head, he seemed to expend all his tenderness, gently brushing against Li Shu's hair. Breathing in the scent of his beloved, Xingju instinctively closed his eyes. "I've been searching for you to the brink of madness." Li Shu continued to struggle. "Let me go." But the figure behind her tightened his hold. "Don't abandon me." This plea seemed to lower his stance to the ground, begging his beloved. "Ali, I cannot live without you. You know that." Li Shu's body paused slightly, the pressure causing her pain, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. She slowly closed her eyes and spoke heavily. "This is the best opportunity for revenge against Qingya. Below are the high-ranking beasts of the desert city. Your presence changes nothing. He cannot escape. If he survives, he survives." Xingju's tone was firm, urging her to recognize reality. Li Shu knew that Xingju spoke the truth. She closed her eyes, steadied her emotions, and gritted her teeth, saying, "I told you to keep your distance." "Ali, are you still angry with me?" Xingju's voice trembled. "Do you hate me?" In the next moment, he tightened his embrace around Li Shu, kissing the top of her head with resolve. "It doesn't matter. I only ask that you allow me to stay by your side. I don't need your trust or love. I want nothing but to see you every day. Just let me protect you, all right?" By the end of his plea, desperation tinged his voice. He found himself at the end of his rope, utterly helpless. Li Shu's resolute departure from him was driving him to madness. Listening to his humble entreaties, Li Shu ceased her struggles, stunned, her head bowed as silence enveloped her. Chapter 124. All truths lie within you. Unable to catch up with Qingya, she could not shake off Xingju. In the end, Li Shu stormed out in anger, piloting her flight away from Desert City. Xingju clung to her like a stubborn piece of gum, following her back to Amon Hotel in Luwen Town. The elevator reached the 66th floor. With a ding, as the doors opened, Li Shu immediately spotted the tall figure leaning against her door. "Yunhen." Xingju spoke first, a hint of surprise in his voice. In the next moment, Xingju's gaze grew cold, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Had Yunhen taken advantage of his absence to approach Li Shu? Yunhen did not spare a glance at Xingju, his expression indifferent as he bypassed him and strode towards Li Shu, scrutinizing her closely. "Where have you been?" His deep-set eyes were filled with concern, revealing a trace of anxiety. "Your teammates are unaware of your whereabouts. Your communication device is unreachable. I searched Luwen Town thoroughly, yet found no trace of you." He refrained from voicing the remaining words. Li Shu tilted her head to meet his gaze. "What business do you have in finding me?" Hearing her polite yet distant words, a weight lifted from Xingju's heart. He had known all along that his Ali was not easily swayed. Li Shu attempted to disregard the eagerness and worry in Yunhen's eyes. Adopting a businesslike tone, she could feign indifference while utilizing Yin Lu Ji, maintaining an unruffled demeanor in their interactions. As for Yunhen, she did not wish to deceive or placate him, nor did she want to engage in pretense. Perhaps it was reluctance, or perhaps an inability. Yet, Li Shu was acutely aware that she could not provide him with any response he desired. Therefore, for the two of them, a transaction of goods for money, with no debts owed to one another, was the best course of action. Gazing at the face before her, a visage that ensnared her with each glance. And hearing her softly spoken words, Yin Hin found himself momentarily dazed. He had waited for her for so long, searched for her for so long. In his anxiety, he had forgotten to prepare a reason for their next encounter. During this time, he had always thought of justifiable excuses before seeing her. Thus, he would not appear overly deliberate. Therefore, he could only faintly curve his lips and softly say, "It's nothing." Xingjue cast a glance at him, turned sideways, and positioned himself in front of Ji Li Shu. During this time, Ali has greatly benefited from your care. Since I am here, there is no need for Captain Yin Hin to worry any further. Yin Hin pressed his lips tightly together, exuding a chilling aura. He could not restrain the high-level pressure emanating from him. Had it not been for the concern of potentially harming Ji Li Shu, he would have desired to engage in a fierce confrontation. Xingjue stood his ground, unyieldingly facing Yin Hin. Ji Li Shu coldly observed the two for a moment before turning and opening her own door. She had no intention of dealing with anyone at that moment. As Ji Li Shu opened the door, upon hearing the sound, Xingjue immediately turned and brazenly entered. Finally, he turned sideways, peering through the doorway with a triumphant expression as he cast a glance at Yin Hin. Then, with a loud bang, he forcefully shut the door. Yin Hin's dark eyes fixated intensely on the ashen door, his gaze mingled with an indescribable sorrow. Her partner had arrived, and he no longer had any reason or excuse to approach her. Inside the room, Ji Li Shu disregarded Xingjue, directly removing her outer jacket, revealing a pure white tank top beneath. The square neckline showcased her fair and delicate collarbone, with a few strands of hair cascading upon it. The fitted design accentuated her slender waist. A faint fragrance of her body mingled with the familiar scent of pheromones in the air, leaving Xingjue in a state of unease. In such a setting, with such an atmosphere, he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Ye Li Shu, seemingly una perturbet, poured herself a glass of water and stood at the counter, sipping it slowly. Xingjue's gaze uncontrollably returned to Ji Li Shu. He dared to provoke the higher-ranked Yin Hin. Yet in this moment, he could only deflate, resembling a figure awaiting judgment. After a while Xingjue hesitated on how to speak, Ji Li Shu had already set down her cup and approached him directly. "I need to take me to see a doctor," she stated plainly. Xingjue's expression suddenly turned serious, his tone rising. "What is wrong?" Ji Li Shu subtly replied, "I've lost a lot of blood recently." This matter could only rely on Xingjue to assist her. Though she spoke vaguely, Xingjue immediately understood. The man before her wore an expression of disbelief, his features twisted in profound sorrow, tinged with a hint of anger. Without restraint, Xingjue stepped closer, enveloping Ji Li Shu in his embrace, resting his forehead gently against hers as he murmured, "I'm sorry, Ali, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for my actions that angered you, causing you to flee, you wouldn't have to suffer in this dreadful place." His fury was directed at himself for failing to care for Ali adequately. Ji Li Shu turned her head away, gently pushing him away. "When will it be arranged?" she inquired. Xingjue replied, "I have already made arrangements. It will be in Talia." He lowered his head slightly, gazing at Ji Li Shu with tenderness. "Shall I take you home?" Ji Li Shu remained silent, seemingly in contemplation. Xingjue, however, grew anxious. "It's all right. If you do not wish to return, I will bring the doctor to Luan Town. Wherever you are, I will be there, as long as you do not leave me again." Ji Li Shu raised her eyes to meet his, her gaze deep and contemplative. "Ali, you know that once the spiritual mark is planted, it cannot be erased. You are my life. I cannot exist without you." Xingjue whispered softly in Ji Li Shu's ear. Recalling Ji Li Shu's previous words, he quickly added, "Even maintaining distance is not an option." Ji Li Shu had once stated that the distorted truths he believed in were unacceptable to her, and it would be better for them to keep their distance. Xingjue spoke earnestly. "I swear from now on, there will be no rules of the Beastman world here, nor any twisted truths. The only rules and truths I uphold are you." Ji Li Shu met his gaze, slowly retreating, while Xingjue imperceptibly closed the distance between them, close enough to feel each other's heartbeat. If given a choice, she would prefer not to be entwined with any Beastman due to the spiritual mark. Yet the person before her was Xingjue. Suddenly, she realized she could not bear to be harsh. "Then please make the arrangements." She did not say she forgave him or accepted him, but even so, Xingjue felt it was sufficient. He smiled and agreed. Xingjue stepped out to contact Yufeng, instructing him to make all necessary arrangements. Then, he sought to arrange for the room opposite Ji Li Shu to be allocated to him. only to discover that it was occupied by Yinhen. Xingjue knocked on the opposing door with an expression of indifference. In less than 3 seconds, Yinhen opened the door. Xingjue cut to the chase. Name your conditions. As long as I can meet them, I want your room. Yinhen remained composed, replying, I refuse. Xingjue, infuriated, huffed and shouted at Yinhen. The one living across is my partner. On what grounds do you refuse? Yinhen appeared unfazed, calmly scrutinizing Xingjue, stating coolly, first come, first served. I have no reason to give it to you. He referred to the fact that he had reserved the room first. Xingjue glared fiercely, eager to continue the argument when, with a sudden click, the door opened. Comment, Ji Lishu addressed the Xingyu. Her gaze shifted to Yinhen, her face displaying an apologetic expression. She had overheard Xingjue's unreasonable words. Subsequently, she stepped forward, grasped Xingjue's collar, and pulled him into the room. As she closed the door, she apologized to Yinhen. Ji Lishu was evidently apologizing on behalf of Xingjue. Yinhen felt a sharp pang in his heart, his brows knitting tightly together uncontrollably. Xingjue was Ji Lishu's partner. While he was nothing, the conflict between him and Xingjue seemed to be nothing but a joke. Chapter 125. The Illusion of the 100 Snakes in the Desert City. Yin Liuji was drenched in sweat, racing down the street, his jawline taut as if enduring an unspoken tension and pressure. He was frantically searching for Ji Lishu, who was not in the castle, and even the communication ring was unreachable. He feared that she might encounter the same situation as that night again. And without him by her side, she would not manage on her own. Suddenly, his communication ring vibrated. It was Xiaowei, the deputy leader of the desert city. Yin Liuji, the leader wishes to see you. Xiaowei's voice came through the phone. Yin Liuji responded directly, I don't have time right now. You better hurry or... Xiaowei snorted coldly, you'll regret it. With that, he hung up. Yin Liuji was well aware that the leader sought him for a reason. Qingya had unexpectedly appeared in Talia. Such a rare opportunity, yet he had let it slip away. At that moment, Yin Liuji had no time to deal with him. Ji Lishu had vanished. During that period, Yin Liuji had been tirelessly searching for Ji Lishu. Therefore, it was clear that the leader had come to seek retribution. In the military command center of the desert city, within the opulent office of the leader, Gideon was leisurely lighting a cigarette, his expression grim, a cold smile tugging at his lips. He lazily glanced at Yin Liuji. Just half an hour ago, the leader of Qingmu City, Qingya, suddenly appeared in the desert city. Are you aware of this? Gideon, a middle-aged Beastman, bore fine wrinkles on his cheeks and a somewhat sinister demeanor. Xiaowei seemed to have inherited his ominous nature, sneering as he mockingly remarked, I doubt the general is aware. For the Beastmen pursuing Qingya were all orchestrated by me. This was originally a task for the city guard general. Yin Liuji slightly bowed his head, saying, Leader, my apologies. Yin Liuji, born of humble beginnings, was originally an orc struggling for survival in the forest by slaughtering mutated plants. He was saved by Commander Gideon, who offered him opportunities to ascend the social ladder. For this, he felt profound gratitude. However, in recent years, he has sensed Gideon's growing wariness towards him. The greatest weapon of the desert city is the corpse eater, which is controlled through FRIN technology. Typically, orcs of lower ranks cannot manage such a vast number of corpse eaters. They rely on the formidable strength and physical prowess of Yin Liuji, who possesses a 3S ranking. Cunning and treacherous by nature, the fox knows how to repay kindness. As long as Gideon refrains from crossing a certain line, Yin Liuji is willing to remain the sword wielded by the ruling government of the desert city indefinitely. Gideon's lips curled in disdain, mockery glinting in his eyes. Having missed this opportunity, what chance will you have to kill him next? Yin Liuji replied, Even if I cannot slay him, I will reclaim the lost territories of the desert city. Indeed, killing Qingya and reclaiming the territory of the Li Luo River, once belonging to the desert city, is a trivial matter. Yet, knowing Gideon and Deputy Commander Xiaowei's tendencies, one can surmise that upon Qingya's demise, they would not hesitate to obliterate Qingmu City, seizing all safe territories belonging to the Cat Clan orcs. Decades of enmity have long set the two factions at odds. Gideon's countenance darkened as he took a drag from his cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Liuji. Shaking his head, Yin Liuji, you are simply too soft-hearted. You only think of reclaiming territory and never consider the consequences of taking Qingmu City. In truth, for Yin Liuji, reputation, wealth, and power are of little consequence. Otherwise, he would not willingly bear the infamy of the desert city while allowing Gideon and his son to claim all the credit. He merely feels that the number he has killed is too great, the sins too deep. Being scorned, hated, and hunted by the world is merely just retribution. However, he now has someone he cares about. Let me assist you, Gideon laughed coldly. The human female you brought along, has she already become your mate? In Lyoji's body stiffened instantly, his eyes narrowing sharply as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Gideon. What is there in the desert city that I do not know? Gideon observed In Lyoji's expression, a barely perceptible cruelty flitting across his face. She is already ingested by Shi Huanlu. In Lyoji's hawk-like eyes narrowed slightly, locking onto Gideon with fervent intensity. Gideon, one hand holding a cigarette, retrieved a vial from the lower cabinet. This is the suppressor for, by, Shi Huanlu. It must be injected monthly. Xiaorui added with a sinister grin. You are unaware of what Bai Shi Huanlu is, are you? Allow me to explain. Bai Shi Huanlu is a potion specifically formulated for human physiology. It is mild and has a slow onset, but once the suppressor is halted, the human is doomed to perish. Once she ingests it, Bai Shi Huanlu swiftly enters her body, releasing toxins that are absorbed, spreading, and taking root in the heart and various organs. Without the suppressor, her body will gradually weaken, her skin will wither, and it will induce a mental breakdown, followed by overwhelming hallucinations, ultimately leading her to drown in endless darkness and terror until death. In Lyoji's eyes gleamed crimson as he gritted his teeth. How is that possible? Everything Ji Lishu consumed was arranged by me. Suddenly, In Lyoji's gaze became an imperturbable abyss. Xiaorui interjected. It was you who personally bought her the vine juice. In Lyoji clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening, as a bloodthirsty glint emerged in his eyes, the overwhelming pressure of a 3S orc wreaking havoc, instilling terror. His chest heaved violently, breaths growing heavier, as if his fury were consuming his reason. Gideon and Xiaorui could no longer maintain their smiles, their internal panic magnified. Both were merely S-rank orcs, and should In Lyoji choose to kill them, it would be effortless, just as they prepared to flee through the window. In Lyoji slowly extended his hand, retrieving the suppressor for Bai Shi Huanlu from the table. His voice was low and hoarse, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. What do you want me to do? Chapter 126. The Gestation of Humanity, Lu Wen Town, Amon Hotel. That night, Xingju transported the doctor and equipment from Talia to this location. Ji Lishu lay on the bed, cooperating with the series of examinations conducted by the orc doctor. The orc doctor, eyes fixed on the imaging screen, spoke, 2 months gestation, developmental stagnation. Ji Lishu furrowed her brow, gazing at the doctor in confusion. Xingju interpreted her bewilderment and inquired, Are you saying the cub is still present but in a state of developmental stagnation? As an orc, Xingju understood such matters well. However, Ji Lishu was momentarily taken aback. In the human world, the concept of embryonic stagnation had never existed. The orc doctor confirmed. Indeed, orc gene embryos are several times more robust than human gene embryos. Upon encountering external stimuli, they automatically cease development until the mother recovers, at which point they resume nutrient absorption and growth. Moreover, the higher the orc gene rank, the stronger the cub embryos. As he spoke, the orc doctor fixed his gaze on the screen and suddenly gasped. Xingju's heart tightened, and he queried in a low voice, What is it? The embryo in her womb is not a wolf cub, the orc doctor stated. They assumed that the human lying on the bed was carrying Xingju's offspring. Xingju's expression darkened, and he lowered his voice. It is a cat cub. He carefully tended to Ji Lishu's emotions. Unexpectedly, the orc doctor replied firmly, That is absolutely impossible. Several other orc doctors gathered around, leaning closer to the imaging screen for a closer inspection. Xingju grew increasingly anxious, gently moving closer to Ji Lishu and gripping her hand tightly. Ji Lishu looked up, meeting his gaze, her eyes calm and revealing little of her inner feelings. If it were a Cat Clan orc, there would be no other embryonic forms possible. The orc doctors began to discuss among themselves. One doctor presented a freshly produced assessment report, stammering as he read. Is it possible that the embryo in her belly is a human? His words left the group momentarily speechless. How is that possible? For thousands of years, the union of orcs and humans had only produced male offspring in animal form. There had never been a case of a human being gestated. One doctor scrolled through the screen, presenting a gene sequence report before the group. Her gene sequence was remarkably intact, making it entirely possible for her to bear a human. Listening to the debate, Xingju seized the crucial information. Are you saying that what she carries is not a cat cub, but perhaps a human? Several doctors nodded in unison. This is nothing short of a biological miracle that has not occurred in millennia. Although they were immensely excited, the fact that this human was Xingju's mate necessitated confidentiality. Xingju maintained a composed demeanor. He understood that this uniqueness might not bode well for Ji Lishu. He turned to her and gently inquired, Ali, what is your decision? This is not merely a cat beast, but potentially a small infant. Ji Lishu's delicate features bore little expression as she silently clenched her fists, offering no response. After a moment, the blood report arrived. The indicators were abnormal, revealing that she was poisoned, as one orc doctor interpreted the report. Xingju's heart skipped a beat. Poisoned? The orc doctor explained. Her vital signs are currently somewhat irregular. All her organs are showing signs of poisoning. However, the embryo in her womb is absorbing the toxins from her body. The embryo instinctively protects the mother, and with the robust genes of the Beastman, these toxins have not yet caused any abnormalities in the embryo. It is precisely because of this embryo that she has not succumbed to the poison at this moment. How fortunate! Without this embryo, the mother might have faced life-threatening dangers. Xingju's face was as cold as ice. What kind of poison is it? We need further tests to determine that. At this moment, only Xingju and Ji Lishu remained in the room. Xingju felt anxious and uneasy, while Ji Lishu's expression was equally complex. He sat on the edge of the bed, gently embracing Ji Lishu, lowering his head to kiss her hair. He softly reassured her, Ali, do not be afraid. Regardless of the poison you are afflicted with, I will surely save you. Ji Lishu seemed lost in her own thoughts and did not attempt to push him away. Xingju asked, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that hurts? Ji Lishu shook her head. Xingju held her tighter and sighed softly. Fortunately, the embryo within her is derived from the genes of a top-tier beastman, possessing a tenacious vitality. Otherwise, an ordinary embryo might not withstand the toxins in her body, putting his Ali in danger. He spoke slowly, Ali. It is it that saved your life. Ji Lishu quietly gazed with her eyes half closed, remaining silent. Xingju noticed her low spirits. You should rest well. He patted her arm, encouraging her to lie down slowly. After saying this, he left the room. Xingju personally sought out the Beastman doctor he had brought. As long as the embryo remains, the toxins will not transfer to the mother, correct? He inquired. The Beastman doctor answered truthfully. Currently, all tests indicate that this is indeed the case. Then what will happen if the cub is born? We are unsure of the exact nature of the poison you have been exposed to. However, we predict an 80% chance that the cub will be born unhealthy. Furthermore, if the toxin is not neutralized promptly, the embryo may not withstand the toxin's assault, leading to a natural miscarriage. Xingju commanded, mobilize all resources of the Xingho group to investigate the nature of this poison. Furthermore, we must not allow the embryo to perish before we successfully neutralize the toxin. Although the cub is precious, Ji Lishu's life surpasses everything. Chapter 127. A try for a suppressor. Ji Lishu leaned against the headboard, deep in thought. The unanticipated child is currently protecting her life. The only possible source of her poison is from the city of the desert. Could be Yinliuji? Ji Lishu took out the communication device from Yinshu, revealing numerous messages from Yinliuji. Within a mere 5 minutes, Yinliuji's call connected again. Ji Lishu remained silent for a moment before answering. Ji Lishu, where are you? Yinliuji's tone was urgent. The city of the desert is in chaos. I've already left. Ji Lishu did not provide a clear answer. She could not ascertain whether Yinliuji was responsible for her poisoning. Yinliuji asked, are you in Luan Town? He needed to deliver the suppressor to her. Ji Lishu replied. Yinliuji took a moment to steady his tone and said earnestly, Ji Lishu, listen carefully. You have been poisoned by Shihuan Lu. You need to receive an injection of the suppressor every month to prevent the poison from flaring up. Ji Lishu was momentarily taken aback. Shihuan Lu? She had never heard of it. She then inquired, why was I poisoned? Yinliuji sighed lightly. I apologize. It is because of me. The situation is somewhat complicated. But for now, I can only ask you to trust me. Ji Lishu remained silent. Where are you? I will bring the suppressor to you. Ji Lishu's voice grew colder. If you cannot explain all of this, I will not believe you. Yinliuji frowned, explaining it was Gideon, the leader of the city of the desert, who discovered your human identity and mistakenly believed you to be my partner. To control me, they secretly added Shihuan Lu to that cup of vine juice, hoping to use the suppressor to threaten me. Ji Lishu narrowed her eyes. If what Liuji said was true, it seemed that the ruling government of the city of the desert was quite wary of him, and his situation was not good. What do you plan to do? She asked. They aim to invade all the neutral tribes in the north to expand their dominion. Liuji paused, his gaze darkening. A tribe for a suppressor. Ji Li Shu felt a twinge of surprise and pondered for a moment before speaking. Have you agreed? Liuji smiled. Yes. The poison you are afflicted with has yet to find a solution. I must obtain the monthly suppressor from them. Rest assured, I will arrange for the best biological institution to research it and will surely find a way to neutralize the poison for you. Ji Li Shu replied. Your words only weigh heavily on me. To obtain the suppressor, you would wage war? She did not consider her life to be of such great value. Liuji said, this is what I owe you. Moreover, I am not doing this solely for you. The control of the FRIN cloud storage for the flesh eaters still lies with Gideon and Xiao Rue. He must first seize the FRIN cloud storage before he can begin to fight back. Otherwise, once the FRIN becomes ineffective, the multitude of flesh eaters in the desert will become uncontrollable with unimaginable consequences. Thus, Liuji was willing to be threatened by Gideon. Sometimes, lurking is not a sign of compromise, but a strategy for complete destruction. After a pause, Liuji stated, Ji Li Shu, whether you believe it or not, I hope you live well. He harmed her by poisoning her. Perhaps she would no longer harbor affection for him. Ironically, he had once earnestly contemplated how to be with her while also protecting her. Ji Li Shu quietly contemplated for a while before stating, I will wait for you in Luan Town. Upon Xing Ju's return, Ji Li Shu relayed this matter to him. Anger flickered across his face. Gideon dared to poison you. I will go eliminate him right now. Do not act impulsively, Ji Li Shu said, grasping his hand. Xing Ju immediately halted, sitting back down and tightly holding Ji Li Shu's hand. Only I am not so foolish, but I must force him to hand over the antidote. Aside from threatening him, you have no other options. If this method were feasible, perhaps Liuji would have employed it long ago. Ji Li Shu refrained from finishing her last sentence. Xing Ju, ever perceptive, felt both anxious and furious. Liuji's arch-nemesis is Qingya. If he discovers your relationship with Qingya, he is likely to kill you without hesitation. It is infuriating that Ji Li Shu is still willing to maintain ties with Liuji. Ali, this is far too dangerous, Ji Li Shu declared. Tomorrow, I will go obtain the suppressor. Or will you go? If you think my contact with Liuji is too risky, then let Xing Ju go. Xing Ju was momentarily taken aback. He paused, contemplating for a few seconds. It was not suitable for him to make an appearance. Ji Li Shu suggested, then you accompany me. You can stay by my side. Very well. Ji Li Shu arranged to meet Liuji at the Starry Sky Tavern as before. When Ji Li Shu arrived, Liuji had not yet come. After waiting for a while, she saw him striding towards her. Upon his arrival, Liuji immediately grasped Ji Li Shu's wrist. I will take you to get checked first. I have arranged for a medical team right here in Luan Town. Ji Li Shu attempted to pull her arm away. Speaking coolly, there is no need. She caught a glimpse of Xing Ju's furious expression from the corner of her eye. No way. Liuji insisted vehemently. Ji Li Shu suddenly smiled, teasing. You do not think I have no other partners, do you? Upon hearing this, Liuji froze, involuntarily releasing Ji Li Shu's hand. She had stated that the two deer were not her partners. She had expressed her fondness for him. How naive of him to believe that she only liked him. My partner has already taken me for a checkup. I am indeed poisoned. Ji Li Shu slowly sat down and inquired. Where's the suppressor? Liuji lowered his head, rummaging in his pocket, and handed it to her. He took a seat, gazing deeply at Ji Li Shu. Xiao Li Shu, it is not good to deceive. His eyes were slightly reddened, and his expression bore both a sinister and aggrieved demeanor. Ji Li Shu stated, I never claimed that I lacked a partner. Liuji reined in her expression and, with gravity, urged, leave Luan Town at once. It won't be long before I lead the army of the Corpse Eater to occupy this place. I shall ensure that your suppressants are delivered to you regularly. After speaking, Liuji departed without delay. Xing Ju emerged from a corner booth, plopping down beside Ji Li Shu. Suppressing his jealousy, he looked at her and asked, Ali, shall we return home? Ji Li Shu furrowed her brow and inquired. Home? Xing Ju nodded, his voice steady yet gentle. Luan Town is unsafe. The living conditions here are utterly unsuitable for you, and your health requires better medical attention. Ji Li Shu regarded him in silence for a moment before softly nodding and stating, All right, let us return home. Upon their return to the hotel, Yunhen awaited Ji Li Shu once more outside her door. Have you been poisoned? He approached her immediately upon seeing her. Xingju boldly placed himself between them. How did you come to know? Yunhen cast a cold glance at him, ignoring his presence. In Chapter 128, it was evident that Liujia had made an alluring offer in exchange for his assistance. She sought the premier biological team from Telier to research an antidote for the 100 Serpent S illusion, and requested him to arrange for a private medical team to diagnose a human female in Luan Town. Given her elaborate efforts, how could Yunhen remain oblivious? He disregarded Xingju, focusing his gaze on Ji Lishu. How are you faring? Ji Lishu shook her head. I am fine for now. She had no intention of probing into how Yunhen had acquired this information. She was acutely aware that since her arrival at the Amon Hotel, he had done countless things for her. The luxurious suite she occupied in the Amon Hotel could not possibly be compensated with the meager rewards typical of tasks in Luan Town. From the moment Yunhen stood before her suite, she understood that it was all arranged by him. Yet, she was at a loss as to what she could do in return. She only knew vengeance, but was uncertain how to repay kindness. Yunhen studied her intently before turning his gaze to Xingju, his expression darkening as he stated, share the research data with my biological team. Collaborating may expedite the development of the antidote. This time, Xingju did not reject Yunhen's assistance and nodded in agreement. Luan Town is no longer safe. You cannot remain here. Yunhen's tone was grave as he glanced at Ji Lishu, his eyes filled with concern. Xingju affirmed yes. I plan to take her back to Telier as soon as possible. Yunhen nodded, his gaze toward Ji Lishu warming slightly. At the very least, she would return to the safe haven he had constructed for her. Ji Lishu felt a pang in her heart at his gaze, turning away to enter her room, struggling to express even a simple thank you. Xingju followed Yunhen into his room to discuss the specifics of the antidote's development. Ji Lishu flung herself onto the large bed, lying on her back. The room was enveloped in silence, her breathing the only sound. Upon learning of her poisoning, her sole desire was to identify and eliminate the perpetrator. Even if it meant her own demise, she would face it without hesitation. However, Liujia willingly submitted to Gideon's manipulation for her suppressants. Xingju would undoubtedly be deeply concerned. Even Yunhen was devising ways to procure an antidote for her. Even the embryo within her was instinctively protecting her. It was as if someone valued her life more than she did herself. She felt akin to someone who had wandered alone in a frigid wilderness for an eternity, suddenly enveloped in a warm, thick coat, shielding her from cold. She no longer had to fight alone or struggle in isolation. Someone had taken her hand, guiding her step by step out of that desolate world. To spare Ji Lishu from exhaustion, Xingju decided to depart early the next morning. That night, the Amon Hotel suddenly trembled violently. Ji Lishu instantly awoke. More alert than her was Xingju, who lay on the sofa. He immediately turned to Ji Lishu, his gaze reassuring. Do not fear, I will check. Ji Lishu lightly furrowed her brow, wanting to retort that she was not afraid. Ultimately, she said nothing, simply pulling back the covers and getting out of bed to approach the window, picking up a telescope to look down below. For a moment, she wondered if a nearby volcano had erupted. However, it was not the case. She observed that the town was swarming with city defense troops, seemingly mobilized to capture someone. The commotion was alarming, causing widespread unease. Xingju glanced at Ji Lishu and suggested, shall we leave now? Originally intending to prevent Ji Lishu from staying up late. He had chosen to depart in the morning, but it seemed futile to sleep now. Ji Lishu nodded in agreement. I will arrange for the vessel. After saying this, Xingju exited the room. To be cautious, he knocked on the door across the hall. Yunhen, already awake, opened the door immediately. Xingju stated directly, please watch over her for a moment. I'm going to make arrangements to leave right away. Yunhen nodded, taking his position in the hallway. After much hesitation, he decided to knock on Ji Lishu's door. He felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Seeing her in person would bring him peace of mind. Just then, Ji Lishu opened the door. Upon seeing Yunhen, she paused slightly before regaining her composure. Xingju asked me to come down, Ji Lishu said. Yunhen remained silent, accompanying her as they left. In Chapter 129, the vessel was ready. Upon seeing Ji Lishu, Xingju immediately approached and took her hand. There is one more thing. Ji Lishu looked at him. What is it? Chong Kong is gravely injured. Xingju spoke in a low voice. How can this be? Ji Lishu gasped in astonishment. Yu Feng discovered him in the underground warehouse. He wishes to see you. Xingju continued. However, the city defense troops in Luan Town are actively searching for the Beastman. possibly including Chong Kong. Ali, do you wish to see him? Xingju inquired. Given the unusual disturbances in Luan Town that night, he was reluctant for Ji Lishu to meet Chong Kong. Nevertheless, he had promised not to make decisions on her behalf. After roughly 10 minutes, the three arrived at a dilapidated underground warehouse. Its secluded location explained why so many city defense troops had failed to locate him. Ji Lishu saw Chong Kong, his pallid complexion leaning against the wall, and he weakly called her name. Chong Kong. Ji Lishu rushed toward him. She scrutinized Chong Kong's injuries, though clothed. The faint traces of blood were visible, and his face was exceedingly pale, indicating his frail state. She then turned to Xingju. Can you save him? Xingju felt a surge of elation. He finally sensed the feeling of being relied upon. Yufeng spoke up at the opportune moment, bluntly stating his injuries are too severe. His bones are shattered, and his internal organs are ruptured. It's likely. Chong Kong coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips. He struggled to speak. Do not waste your efforts. The entire Luan town is hunting me down, and I cannot escape. He looked at Ji Lishu and said, Ji Lishu, Ling Yi is dead. Ji Lishu gazed at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this could be. Here, take this. Chong Kong held out a silver necklace with a coin-sized pendant. It contained the secret he vowed to protect at all costs. Ji Lishu hesitated, not reaching out to take it. Chong Kong's eyes were filled with desperation as he pleaded. I can only ask you to continue safeguarding this secret for me and Ling Yi. He then slightly parted his lips, seemingly choking on blood, enduring immense pain. Ji Lishu leaned closer to Chong Kong, his voice barely above a whisper, uttering an apology that only the two could hear. I'm sorry. Ji Lishu felt a pang of confusion. Why utter such words? After speaking, Chong Kong let his arms fall to his sides. Chong Kong. She called out to him several times, but her words were in vain. The kind and gentle Chong Kong, who had worked alongside her to earn a living and had once risked his life to save hers, had departed so abruptly. At that moment, a horde of imposing orcs stormed into the underground warehouse, their presence overwhelming, numbering in the dozens. Each brandished sophisticated firearms. Upon spotting Yunhen, their leader, Burer, was taken aback. How would he be here? Beside him stood a high-ranking wolf beast, whose level they could not discern, but it was surely formidable. Burer exchanged glances with the orcs around him, yet they boldly advanced without fear. Xingju and Yunhen simultaneously sensed the ill intentions of the newcomers. Burer forced a disingenuous smile, addressing Yunhen. My apologies, Commander Yunhen, but he is a thief who has stolen our possessions. He pointed at Chong Kong's still form on the ground. I kindly ask that you return what belongs to us. His gaze shifted to the silver necklace in Ji Lishu's hands. Ji Lishu rose slowly, her eyes icy. Did you kill Chong Kong? Clad in a tactical jacket, with a cap and mask obscuring her face, Burer failed to connect her with the human woman who had been by Yunhen's side that fateful night. Burer maintained his ingratiating smile, addressing Yunhen. Eliminating unruly elements is merely a legitimate means to uphold the peace of Luan Town. I trust Commander Yunhen understands. Yunhen remained silent, standing resolutely beside Ji Lishu, his demeanor clearly indicating his stance. Ji Lishu raised her voice, laced with anger. I ask you again. Did you kill Chong Kong? Burer hesitated, glancing at the orc forces surrounding him before responding. For traitors and thieves, it is not uncommon to employ extrajudicial means to extract confessions. Naturally, some may not withstand such pressure. His reply was tantamount to an admission of guilt. Ji Lishu's lips curled into a cold smile. Oh, then might I inquire what crime Chong Kong committed? Burer fell silent, unable to conjure a plausible accusation. However, he regarded the presence of Yunhen beside this seemingly inconsequential creature with trepidation, unwilling to escalate the situation. Commander Yunhen, this individual is a fugitive. We have business to attend to. Why create such an unpleasant scene over someone so trivial? Yunhen shot Burer a cold glance. You're the one who has come here with so many, seeking to create a ruckus, are you not? Burer insisted. We mean no harm. We simply require you to relinquish the silver necklace. Yunhen did not respond, instead turning his attention to Ji Lishu. The current predicament posed no challenge for Yunhen and Xingju to escape. Yet, to ensure Ji Lishu remained unharmed, they would inevitably be constrained. He was unaware of Chong Kong's significance to Ji Lishu or the value of the item she held, as long as she refused to surrender the necklace. Even if it meant seeking revenge for Chong Kong, he would unconditionally support her. Chapter 130. Your life, I shall claim. I will not part with the silver necklace. What should remain is your life. A glint of coldness flashed in Ji Lishu's eyes, and she erupted with an intense, killing intent. She cared not for any collaboration between Burer and Yunhen. All she knew was that Chong Kong was her only friend in this world. She understood that grievances must be repaid and debts must be settled in kind. Before Burer could react, Ji Lishu took the initiative. A gun materialized in her hand, raised high as she fired at Burer's vital spot. His eyes widened in terror as he instinctively dodged. Though an S-rank orc, he was unable to match the speed and power of a higher-ranked beast against the swiftly approaching bullet, ultimately suffering a wound to his shoulder. The pain elicited an involuntary roar, twisting his expression into a savage snarl. The orcs behind him readied their weapons, their murderous intent palpable. Yunhen and Xing Ju stepped forward, shielding Ji Lishu. The pressure from the 4S and 3S ranked orcs surged forth, quelling the brashness of the opposing orcs, who had believed they faced merely Yunhen, a single 4S ranked orc, while protecting a seemingly defenseless creature. What they did not anticipate was that the Yuan-Tian Wolf's power was equally formidable. The atmosphere in the underground warehouse became tense. A standoff ensued. "Commander Yunhen, please return the silver necklace," Burer said, clutching his injured shoulder, his expression darkening as he made one last attempt to persuade them. This was his final show of goodwill, as he wished to avoid an open conflict with Yunhen. A silence lingered for 3 seconds. Seeing no response, Burer's eyes turned crimson, his face contorted with rage. "Seize it." He was adamant about obtaining the silver necklace, knowing he must report to the figure behind him, even if it meant confronting Yunhen. He had no choice but to resort to force. In an instant, the orcs behind him commenced firing, while several lunged toward Ji Lishu and her companions. Yufeng, leading the charge, transformed into beast form, his wings sweeping through the air, knocking several orcs aside. Xing Ju swiftly scooped up Ji Lishu, taking cover behind a barrier, and tossed her a gun. With Yunhen's prowess, he easily evaded the bullets aimed at him, using his incredible agility and strength to penetrate the ranks of orcs, dispatching one after another, many of whom were intimidated enough to revert to their beast forms. As the orcs transformed and leapt toward Yunhen, Ji Lishu raised her gun to assist him. A few orcs circumvented Yunhen and Yufeng, charging directly at Ji Lishu. Xing Ju immediately engaged them in combat. Ji Lishu no longer shied away. Her gaze swept the surroundings, gathering her strength as she propelled herself off the wall, soaring into the air. The sound of bullets ricocheted off the wall as they embedded themselves deeply. Burer's eyes narrowed as he charged at Ji Lishu, his every move aimed at seizing the necklace from her neck. Ji Lishu deliberately left the silver necklace exposed, enticing Burer's assault. She knew she had to eliminate him. Burer disregarded her entirely, his attacks powerful, yet Ji Lishu's movements were remarkably agile. They exchanged blows for several rounds without gaining the upper hand. Though Yunhen attracted the majority of the firepower, he remained vigilant, watching Ji Lishu. Seeing she could hold her own, he hurriedly focused on dispatching the remaining orcs. "I advise you not to waste your effort. Even if you escape here, the outside is entirely surrounded. Just leave the silver necklace, and I will let you go." Ji Lishu smirked coldly. "Your life, I shall claim." Burer's brow furrowed, a flash of murderous intent crossing his features as he transformed his claw into beast form. Lunging for Ji Lishu's neck, Ji Lishu did not evade. She feigned an unarmed strike, but Burer, intent on delivering a lethal blow, underestimated her fist. In the next moment, as her fist neared his neck, a sharp blade suddenly appeared in Ji Lishu's hand. Burer's eyes widened in terror. At this moment, there was no escape for him. The Ji Lishu wielded the exceptionally sharp Jikong run, and with a swift motion, Brayer's throat was severed, blood gushing forth. He was unable to utter a single cry, only able to clutch his neck in terror before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 131. If you are afraid, just close your eyes. Yunhen, take her away. Upon witnessing Ji Lishu successfully slay Breyer, Xingjue no longer hesitated. She was still with child, having accomplished her desires and avenged herself. That was enough. It was time to prevent her from continuing the fight. Moreover, the most pressing concern was the looming pressure of a high-ranking Beastman emanating from outside the underground warehouse. This inexplicable force weighed heavily on Xingjue, suggesting that the enemy's combat prowess exceeded his own, and Yunhen must have sensed it too. Fear gripped Xingjue's heart. Another 4S-tier beast had emerged in this world. He was certain it was not Xingya. If only these beastmen were present. he and Yunhen could manage, but with the addition of the hidden expert lurking outside, safeguarding Jili Shu's safe retreat would prove challenging. Xingjue swiftly dashed into Yunhen's combat circle, engaging the Beastman to assist Yunhen in his escape. He wished to personally escort Jili Shu away, but Yunhen's 4 S-tier combat strength was evidently more capable of ensuring her safety. For Jili Shu's security, he dared not take risks. Yunhen also sensed the abnormality outside. He drew closer to Jili Shu, urging, "We must go." He tightly grasped her hand, leading her to break through. Jili Shu cast one last glance back at the vast sky. Then, without hesitation, she sprinted with all her strength. Yunhen led Jili Shu out of the underground warehouse. Suddenly, dozens of beastmen emerged from hidden corners, markedly different from Brayer's group. They donned uniform black attire, exuding a heavier pressure. Yunhen instantly recognized that these beastmen were all formidable warriors, capable of being top-tier combatants in any major city. They surrounded Yunhen and Jili Shu. Among them was a black-clad beastman wearing a cap, obscuring his face. Yunhen could only discern that he was a Nile crocodile, one of the most ferocious among crocodilian species. And he was indeed a 4 S-tier beastman. Then, Jili Shu felt a sudden gust of wind. The Nile crocodile beastman lunged at her. Yunhen swiftly pulled her back and, with a powerful grip, seized the Nile crocodile's neck, his arm muscles bulging with terrifying strength as he forcefully slammed the beastman to the ground. The Nile crocodile struggled and broke free from Yunhen's grasp. Yunhen pushed Jili Shu aside and quickly turned to confront the Nile crocodile's assault. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, their figures flickering like shadows. Watching their battle, Jili Shu felt her heart race uncontrollably. Any weapon was superfluous in their hands. A chilling and terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping her as if she were caught in a violent storm. This was the essence of combat among the world's strongest. Yunhen seemed to suppress his opponent in both speed and strength, yet the Nile crocodile's vicious techniques allowed it to escape Yunhen's clutches. It appeared that this Nile crocodile had only recently ascended to the 4S tier, its combat power slightly inferior to his. Although it could break free, Jili Shu remained vulnerable. While fending off the Nile crocodile, Yunhen was also preoccupied with devising a way to help Jili Shu escape. If only there were a vehicle or an aircraft nearby. Just then, Jili Shu suddenly shouted, "Yunhen, duck!" A series of explosions erupted around them. Jili Shu hurled several bombs, shaking the ground and enveloping the area in smoke. Yunhen seized a moment to dash toward Jili Shu. Suddenly, a powerful aircraft burst through the swirling smoke, appearing before them. "Get on," Jili Shu urged, pulling him aboard the vessel. With a thunderous roar, the Nile crocodile beastman leapt into the air, attempting to intercept Jili Shu's escape. In the next instant, the vessel unleashed a barrage of laser beams, forcing the Nile crocodile to evade. Seizing the opportunity, Jili Shu ascended rapidly. What about Xingjue? She thought anxiously, glancing back at the entrance of the underground warehouse. "Do not worry, he will survive," Yunhen assured her in a steady voice. "Once you are safe, with Xingjue's strength and skills, he will undoubtedly escape." Yunhen's calm words acted as a soothing balm, gradually calming Jili Shu. However, before she could conceal herself, a resounding explosion erupted as the right wing of the vessel was struck. She quickly activated the highest level of defense on the aircraft. "They are pursuing us," Yunhen noted, glancing at the display. The enemy's swift response indicated they were well prepared. There were a total of 12 enemy vessels. Jili Shu activated the vessel's laser cannons to retaliate. Despite her precise maneuvers, they managed to shoot down only 3 enemy crafts, while several more continued their relentless pursuit. "We cannot withstand this level of attack for long." Jili Shu focused intently, striving to evade the incoming fire, yet could not entirely avoid it. "Head southwest," Yunhen commanded. They were too far from Telier, but close to the vast jungles to the southwest. To evade the fierce onslaught, their best chance lay in seeking refuge within the foliage. Should the vessel be shot down mid-flight, they would have nowhere to hide. The jungle's dense vegetation would offer concealment. Given the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, Yunhen, with Jili Shu by his side, could not afford to underestimate the situation. The vessel endured relentless attacks as it sped forward for around 10 minutes, finally reaching the forest just as their defenses began to falter. "We jump," Yunhen declared. Jili Shu stared at him in astonishment. At this height, Yunhen gazed deeply into her eyes, his calm and resolute demeanor instilling her with confidence. Gritting her teeth, Jili Shu opened the hatch at high altitude. The howling wind rushed past them, and they were roughly 100 meters from the ground. A fall from such a height could prove fatal. Sensing her hesitation, Yunhen stepped forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, pressing her cheek against his chest. "Do not be afraid." His steady voice reverberated from within his chest. Jili Shu recognized that their only option now was to plunge into the jungle to shake off their relentless pursuers. Thus, she wrapped her arms around Yunhen. "If you are afraid, just close your eyes." As the words fell, Jili Shu felt her body suddenly plummet. She instinctively retracted the vessel. Immediately, the muscular form she clung to expanded, her hands unable to encompass him fully as he enveloped her entirely. The sensation of free fall seemed to last but a second. A thunderous crash echoed as a massive body struck the ground. Chapter 132, I Can Hold On. Jili Shu slowly opened her eyes, only to find a pure white Songhu supporting her beneath. Its four robust paws firmly secured her in place, and aside from the violent vibrations, she felt no discomfort. An involuntary concern for the white tiger surged within her. Yet before she could rise, the white tiger swiftly acted. It gently nudged her onto its back, then galloped away at an impressive speed. Surrounding mutated plants began to converge toward them. Jisoo, battling against the fierce winds, managed to open her eyes with great difficulty. She shouted towards the 3 o'clock direction, aware that their current predicament necessitated the swift discovery of a cave for shelter. Equipped with a penetrating shield, she knew that once they found a cave, they could withstand the assault of the plants. In the 3 o'clock direction, she spotted a rocky cliff that might harbor a cave. Without hesitation, Yunhen, carrying Jili Shu, surged towards that direction. After a few minutes, Jili Shu finally caught sight of a small recess, measuring only about 10 square meters. "Get in quickly," she urged. Yunhen heard her voice, hesitated for a moment, as he initially intended to find a larger cave on the barren rock to guard the entrance, thus ensuring her safety from the plants. However, the small recess she pointed to was shallow and seemed inadequate. "Hurry inside. I have a way to fend off the mutated plants," Jili Shu explained loudly. Sensing his hesitation, the next moment, Yunhen, without doubt, entered the cave with Jili Shu on his back. However, the cave was too small for his beast form, so he had to transform into his human shape to fit inside. As soon as Jili Shu entered the cave, she conjured a transparent shield that could automatically adjust its size, perfectly sealing the entrance. The plants outside violently struck against the shield, but could not breach it. He felt a twinge of surprise at the sudden appearance of the shield that could repel the mutated plants. Did she possess a weapon space? After setting everything up, Jili Shu turned to face Yunhen, but upon seeing him in his human form, unclothed, she quickly averted her gaze. She took a blanket from her yunsu and offered it to him, saying, "Cover yourself with this." As the blanket fell, a sudden thud echoed through the cave. Jili Shu turned back in confusion to see Yunhen's towering figure collapsed on the ground. "Yunhen!" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. She rushed forward, helping him up and leaning him against herself. However, as her hand reached around his back, she felt a sticky, damp sensation. Pulling her hand back to reveal it covered in fresh blood. He had been shot. Turning to look, she saw a bloody wound gaping on his back. Had he been accidentally hit by a stray bullet during his battle with the Nile crocodile Beastman? Yilishuis hart senk. "It's fine, the gunshot wound isn't serious," Yunhen murmured as he regained consciousness. Jili Shu quickly supported him, covering his lower half with the blanket she had retrieved. "Hold on. I will help you extract the bullet." She then took another blanket, carefully placing it on the uneven ground, and gently laid Yunhen on it to avoid pressing on his back wound. Subsequently, she retrieved disinfectants and tools from her yunsu. At this moment, Yunhen's eyes were tightly shut, veins in his neck bulging, cold sweat streaming down his face. Jili Shu swiftly extracted the bullet and treated the wound. Yet, Yunhen's condition seemed dire, an expression of extreme agony on his face. This shouldn't be happening. Jili Shu felt a wave of horror wash over her. She had witnessed high-ranking beastmen sustain gunshot wounds before, yet none had appeared this severe. Yunhen! She gently turned him over, resting his head on her thigh, tenderly patting his flushed face. "You!" She gazed at his body, which was uncontrollably convulsing, her eyes filled with astonishment. "You are going berserk. How could this happen?" Yunhen opened his crimson eyes, almost about to utter that he was fine, but upon seeing the worry and anxiety reflected in Jili Shu's gaze, he swallowed the words. "The bullet. It was laced with the venom of a sandfire scorpion," he said. In truth, there was no venom. He was merely experiencing a berserk episode due to falling from a height of 100 meters, suffering a mild concussion, and losing blood from the gunshot wound while continuously running, which exacerbated his symptoms. As a beastman of the 4S tier, the pain of berserkness constantly tormented him, a sensation he had long grown accustomed to. This level of berserkness might pass with a little time. Ji Shu took a deep breath, steadying her thoughts. What about the green pearl? Did you not carry one with you? Yunhen managed a grim smile. The green pearl has specific preservation conditions. It cannot be carried. Ji Shu suddenly remembered that the green pearl needed to be stored at temperatures below -10 degrees. Her Yunsu's unique structure allowed for its long-term preservation. Regrettably, the only green pearl she had was given to Ji. Ji Shu looked out at the forest beyond the cave and declared, I will go find one for you. Yunhen would not permit it. No, you mustn't leave. He grasped Ji Shu's hand tightly, refusing to let her go. My symptoms can only be alleviated by a high-grade green pearl. Not to mention whether you can kill an S-tier mutated plant. Even finding a few in this entire forest would be difficult. His dark eyes fixed intently on Ji Shu. I cannot allow you to take such a risk. Ji Shu's heart felt as if a small drum was beating incessantly, echoing her anxiety. Then what should we do? Yunhen gazed deeply at her for a long moment before finally speaking. It's all right. I can endure this. Though he claimed to be fine, his body temperature steadily rose. An ominous darkness creeping across his face, and he began to twitch uncontrollably, his veins bulging. He clenched his eyes shut, involuntarily emitting pained groans. Ji Shu had never seen Yunhen in such a state. He had always exuded calm and wisdom, as if he had everything under control. Even when he had been drugged before, he maintained his composure, revealing no hint of pain. But now, was he truly suffering so? The usually composed Ji Shu felt a flutter of panic within her. As she gently fed him water, she murmured, Yunhen, hold on, you will be fine. Supporting his neck, she continued to offer him water, but soon, blood began to pour from his mouth. In that moment, Ji Shu had to admit that she was feeling a twinge of fear. She was torn, for the berserk state was a perilous trial for beastmen. If they could not relieve the berserk symptoms, the only fate awaiting them was to perish. Ji Shu dared not move him further, quickly placing the water bottle down and gently wiping the blood from his lips. Yunhen, you cannot die. She spoke with a low, firm tone. Yet, the only response was a more intense spasm throughout his body. His face contorted in agony. He gasped for breath, the veins in his forehead and neck bulging. Cold sweat cascading down. She could hardly fathom the level of pain that could reduce a being as divine as Yunhen to such a state. Ji Shu lowered her gaze upon him, studying him closely for the first time. His silver-gray hair was now damp with sweat, his handsome features striking. And beneath his perfectly sculpted visage lay deep amber eyes, currently closed. Yet every time he opened his eyes to look at her, it felt as if she were gazing into a magnificent galaxy, irresistibly drawn in. He had saved her, assisted her, and always appeared with perfect timing during her moments of distress. This towering man was like a guardian deity, repeatedly protecting her and transforming peril into safety. He had always attributed his actions to the care of beastmen towards humans, downplaying his efforts. She recalled his words. He did not like her. Ji Shu bit her lower lip tightly, slowly leaning down to whisper into Yunhen's ear. Big guy, you always say you don't like me. What should I do? Now I must save you, or you will die. Observing Yunhen's pained expression, Ji Shu furrowed her brow, unable to conceive a better solution. As a result, Yunhen was compelled to be bound to her. If he was unwilling at that moment, Yunhen slowly opened his deep-set eyes, filled with the image of her exquisite and beautiful face. Seeing her concern for him, a wave of tenderness washed over his heart. He gazed at her for a long time before hoarsely admitting, Ji Shu, I like you to the point of impatience. He resorted to such a desperate means to seize an opportunity to be with her forever. Ji Shu studied him intently. Her eyes remained calm, as if his declaration of affection did not stir any significant emotional response. His burning gaze gradually dimmed, and the fervent heart that had raced was doused with cold water. The next moment, her curled lashes quivered slightly, and then she cupped his face with both hands, leaning down to press her soft lips against his. The gentle touch was more than mere contact. In that instant, it felt as if a colossal tsunami erupted in her mind, overwhelming Yunhen with a torrent of emotions. His heart racing uncontrollably, and his eyes betraying a hint of moisture. Just as he surrendered completely and reached out to embrace Ji Shu, A sweet taste of blood slipped into his mouth, flowing down his throat. Realizing what had transpired, Yunhen suddenly summoned all his strength to push Ji Lishu away, reluctantly parting from her lips. "Did you bite?" he softly inquired, his tone laced with an unspoken disappointment. He had thought she would choose another way. Ji Lishu's cheeks flushed slightly, her breath uneven. "Otherwise, would you prefer to use a knife?" She found it cumbersome to sterilize one. Yunhen stared at her in a daze. Her cheeks painted with a rosy hue, her ears flushed, and her long lashes trembling. He sighed inwardly, resigned to his fate, and gently pressed down on Ji Lishu's neck, leaning in for a kiss. "Then let us not waste it." In that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. From then on with her, he would traverse mountains and rivers. He had all the time and patience in the world. Outside the cave, the plants ceased their frenzied assault, and the small cavern fell into a tranquil silence, only the sound of their heartbeats resonating within. Time stretched on, long enough for the blood from her tongue to have ceased flowing. Ji Lishu grew weary, pushing against him. "My neck hurts." Her voice, more hoarse than usual, was soft and melodious. Reluctantly, Yunhen released her tender lips, his throat constricting as he gazed intently at her. In her usually icy eyes, a mist of vulnerability and confusion emerged. Ji Lishu looked at Yunhen, and the stoic, cold leader she knew was nowhere to be found. Instead, a man with crimson eyes fought to suppress his emotions stood before her. His frenzy is gone. He should be fine now. She pushed Yunhen's hand away, straightening her back and casting her gaze elsewhere. A suppressed smile tugged at the corners of Yunhen's lips as he watched Ji Lishu for a moment before slowly sitting up. She sat stiffly, discomfort, and could not help but shift aside, raising her hand as he gently pulled her over, lying together on the blanket. "Fighting before dawn and running about until now, you should lie down and rest." Saying this, he turned to embrace her. Ji Lishu did not resist. She realized she did not mind Yunhen's closeness and touch. Yunhen gazed down at her, unable to suppress a smile, and brushed his hand over her soft hair. Feeling her warm breath, even in silence, joy surged within him. He gently took her hand and placed it over his heart, where a vivid red mark now lay. His kiss fell softly among her hair, whispering, "Ji Lishu, thank you." Ji Lishu raised her eyes to meet his. "You've saved me many times. I've only saved you once." She felt this hardly warranted gratitude, especially since a formidable beastman like Yunhen was forced to be bound to a fragile human like her. Yet, in Yunhen's deep eyes, tenderness radiated. Ji Lishu. Yunhen's hand caressed Ji Lishu's strikingly beautiful face, his gaze meticulously tracing her contours, as if he wished to engrave her image in his heart at that moment. In a voice thick with emotion, he declared, "From now on, we are partners." Ji Lishu's heart skipped a beat. She felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, yet also a pang of sadness. So this was what he meant. At this moment, she could finally affirm that Yunhen's repeated claims of disinterest were merely a facade. Her gaze shifted, and she could not help but grasp Yunhen's hand, silently conveying her stance. "Yes," Ji Lishu nodded earnestly. "From now on, we are partners." Chapter 134. "Ji Lishu, you've made me wait too long." Yunhen embraced her, resting her head in the crook of his arm. The warmth and softness of her presence contrasted sharply with her usual demeanor, stripped of her haughty edge. She lay quietly like a child. He could not help but smile. He should have realized it sooner. She exhibited a cold, unapproachable demeanor towards anyone she could not control, a habitual self-defense mechanism. Yet this Ji Lishu sought his help, even welcoming his instinctual closeness. "Lishu," Yunhen softly called her name, his deep, magnetic voice resonating in the tranquil space, amplifying the air around them. "May I call you that?" Ji Lishu felt her heart tremble in response, and she nodded slightly. Yunhen parted his lips. "Is it because you feared I would die that you were willing to do this? Or is it because you—" He seemed to have an answer in his heart, yet yearned to hear her voice affirm it. Ji Lishu sighed. "I don't know. I don't know what it means to like someone. I just don't want you to die because of me." Yunhen's hopeful gaze dimmed slightly, a tinge of disappointment settling in his heart. Ji Lishu continued, "But I do know that if you were to die, I wouldn't just want to kill those who harmed you. I would even wish to end my own life, for you would have died for me." Before Ji Lishu could finish her sentence, she was kissed. Yunhen's breath rushed close, burning with intensity, leaving her no escape. Ji Lishu was taken by surprise. Unable to utter a sound, her response dissolving into broken sobs. Yunhen's heated hand traveled up her slender neck, lifting her chin. The overwhelming strength and pressure from the Beastman left Ji Li Shu powerless to resist. Frustrated, she pounded against his solid chest. She had underestimated him again. Indeed, no matter how gentle a Beastman appeared, beneath the surface lay a feral wildness, and even the composed Yunhen was no exception. Enough! Li Shu interjected, seizing the opportunity to speak. Did he think she would spare him because he was injured? Yunhen chuckled as he released her lips, struggling to restrain the beast within him. Resting his forehead against her neck, breathing deeply. Li Shu, you made me wait too long. In Yunhen's deep amber eyes, a storm brewed, tumultuous and filled with incredulous excitement. He did not believe in gods, nor in fate, until he heard Li Shu say, I would even wish to kill myself. At that moment, he suddenly felt that destiny was smiling upon him. He swore that these were the most melodious words he had ever heard in his life. Yunhen, I do not have you as my sole partner. Xingjue is also one, and even the child I carry within me is Qingya's. Upon mentioning Qingya's name, Li Shu's tone turned filled with disdain. Will you truly not mind any of this? He is Yunhen, the supreme commander of Teleyar, the chief consul of the 7 cities of the north. His status is exalted, and his martial prowess unmatched. Why would he need to share a woman with other beastmen? The only thing I would mind is that this person is not you. Li Shu, I wish to be with you, for a lifetime and beyond. I am indifferent to how many partners you have, nor do I care whose child you bear. All I desire is you. Everything I possess belongs to you. By being with me, you need not roam endlessly, nor must you masquerade as a half-beast, nor fight fiercely for survival. Unless, of course, these are the pursuits you desire. I will not hinder you. As long as you grant me the opportunity to clear the dangers ahead, you may boldly pursue your whims. Yunhen's tone was earnest, his expression akin to an oath. Li Shu lifted her gaze to him, her eyelashes fluttering. They gazed at each other for a long while, the air thick with ambiguity. Observing her seemingly dazed by his confession, unguarded in his embrace, Yunhen's eyes darkened further. Moreover, I am indeed very greedy. You have accepted my role as a partner. Yet what I desire extends beyond that. His gaze was obscured, concealing an abyss of desire. So, do you truly understand what accepting me entails? The moment the question left his lips, Yunhen regretted it. It mattered not whether you comprehended, for you can no longer cast me aside. Li Shu was very close to him, striving to calm her racing heart, and said, So, you intend to arrange my entire life? Yunhen gently caressed Li Shu's hair. His deep eyes locked onto hers, and quietly replied, I have long wished to do so. Li Shu felt a moment of disorientation. As if a spring of water had been poured into her heart, a spring filled entirely with him, allowing her to wander freely within the freedom he offered. She had grown accustomed to independence and solitude, yet found herself unexpectedly beginning to anticipate a future with Yunhen. Observing Li Shu's dazed expression in his arms, Yunhen couldn't resist kissing her smooth, fair forehead again, then tightly embracing her once more. Li Shu opened her mouth yet found herself a loss for words. I have you, and Xingjue. I do not know how to proceed. She boldly voiced her inquiry. To have made the decision to accept Yunhen was already her limit. Being inherently solitary and unfeeling, she now had 2 partners. In my world, one person is only allowed one partner. Yunhen's gaze softened. This was Li Shu's first discussion with him about her world. Indeed, it was quite moving. One person, one partner. You need not do anything. We are all willing participants. Yunhen smiled gently, then continued. I understand you are still adjusting. It is all right, just be yourself. The rest is for Xingjue and me to handle. Li Shu quieted, pressing against his broad, firm chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. She suddenly felt that they were being overly indulgent towards her, and she was on the verge of losing herself. The warmth was overwhelmingly intense, almost tempting her to let go of her deep-seated hatred and immerse herself in it. Yunhen, if I wish to take revenge on Qingya, even to kill him, can I do so? She suddenly asked, her voice heavy and muffled. Yunhen paused momentarily before responding. That is my responsibility. Li Shu abruptly lifted her head from his embrace to look at him. Yunhen offered a gentle smile. Fool, you cannot confront him. Only I can. Chapter 135. Is it called indulgence? He gently stroked Li Shu's neck and casually inquired. But can you tell me why you despise him so? He had once believed that Li Shu harbored feelings for Qingya, willing to bear his child. Why then did she possess such profound hatred for him? The person in his arms fell silent for a moment, an icy chill radiating from her. She spoke softly. He forced me. The words hung in the air. Yunhin's expression shifted dramatically. Everything became clear. He had not anticipated that Qingya would employ the same oppressive tactics used by Beastmen against humans upon Jili Shu. He knew she was a person of independent will and dignified identity, yet he acted thus. It was utterly contemptible. Yunhin held Jili Shu tightly in his embrace, ultimately saying nothing. He comprehended everything. He simply felt immense heartache for her. Yunhin remained silent, holding her for a long time. And Jili Shu suddenly realized that she was growing fond of this embrace, of his strength, of his warmth. It felt as if it could encompass all her grievances and erase all her sufferings. Outside the cave, the dense forest allowed slivers of sunlight to filter through. It must have already been noon. Yunhin thought of Jili Shu's hunger and gently released her. Let us depart. It is nearly noon, and you have yet to eat. Those people may still be lurking around here. We need to find a more concealed place in the forest before taking your flying vessel to leave. Jili Shu appeared somewhat troubled. The flying vessel is severely damaged and is currently undergoing automatic repairs. We cannot leave just yet. Yunhin frowned slightly. How long will it take? He cared for nothing else. His only concern was that she was still hungry. Jili Shu replied, at least 48 hours. No. Yunhin furrowed his brow and shook his head. Do you still have your communication ring? Lend it to me. I will contact Boki. He will come to our aid. All external items he possessed had been shattered when he transformed into beast form. He had no idea where the communication ring had fallen. All right. Jili Shu sat up, retrieved her communication ring, and handed it to him. Then, she casually took out several cans of instant food from her spatial pocket, opening them one by one and laying them out on the ground. Yunhin glanced at those familiar cans. Your weapon space still has quite a bit of stock? When he saved Jili Shu, she had left these cans behind as a token of gratitude when she departed from his apartment. Those cans had remained untouched in his apartment, and even now, he was reluctant to consume them. There aren't many cans left, but it should be enough for us to eat for a few days. She paused, adding, enough for me for a few days. Given your appetite, it may not be sufficient. A Beastman's meal could be several dozen or even hundreds of times that of an adult human. Yet one such meal could sustain them for days. I wonder if Yunhin ate enough yesterday. Yunhin gazed at the cans before him, his thoughts swirling. In that case, why don't we just stay in the forest for 2 days? He asked cautiously, after going to such lengths to obtain the spirit mark. He could not bear to let go of this opportunity to be alone with Jili Shu. Before Jili Shu could respond, he quickly shifted the topic. To prevent those people from finding us, we may need to change our location swiftly. This place is not sufficiently concealed. They will find us quickly once they enter the forest. We can find a hidden spot to rest well before nightfall. Jili Shu had no objections. All right. After establishing their plan, the two quietly ate for a while. Below Yunhin's waist lay a blanket, and he sat cross-legged on the ground, his upper body bare, revealing his powerful and defined muscles. Jili Shu handed him several cans, casually glancing up at him. She immediately averted her gaze, focusing on her own thoughts. She had seen men without shirts before and had never thought much of it. Yet now, the man before her was Yunhin, and just hours ago, their relationship had shifted into something different. This transformation of their identities made her feel somewhat uneasy. Yunhin sensed her unusual demeanor. His eyes calm and profound like an unfathomable clear pool, radiating warmth. Jili Shu continued eating without glancing at him. Suddenly, a large hand reached over and gently brushed her lips. Eat slowly. Jili Shu was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet Yunhin's eyes. His gaze was tender, filled with an affectionate light that seemed to exude indulgence. Jili Shu quickly regained her composure, wiping her lips awkwardly with her right hand and forcing out a faint smile. She hastily introduced a new topic. Will transforming into a beast affect your wounds? Yunhin's smile widened. Are you concerned about me, Li Shu? Jili Shu replied. Yunhin. He reassured her. Not at all. Aside from going berserk, there's only one other thing in this world that could take my life. Jili Shu followed his lead with curiosity. What is it? Yunhin remained silent, simply gazing at her with a fervent and sincere look, clear as a lake and bright as a full moon. Through his amber eyes, she saw herself. Yilis who suddenly understood. Lowering her head, she shifted the subject. Where shall we go next? Yunhin suggested. Let us head a little further west. There are many bald rocks and natural caves there. How do you know? Yilis who inquired. Yunhin replied with a smile. I stayed here for a few months once, on a mission to find a 4S level green pearl. Yilis hu choked. Did you really need to search for the green pearl yourself? Yunhin casually responded. That was over a decade ago. I was merely a penniless beast with great strength. Ji Shu was taken aback by this unexpected answer. She recalled that despite his noble origins, Yun Hen had once fallen from grace. He fought his way up from the bottom over many years, ultimately becoming the profound and composed king that stood before her. Ji Shu gazed at him, feeling both pity and admiration. It seems Li Shu knows a lot about my past, Yun Hen remarked, observing the expression in her eyes. It was clear that Ji Shu had indeed taken an interest in his history. With this realization, his mood lifted significantly. After a long moment of shared gazes, Yun Hen could not help but ask, "What was your past like?" As a human, and a woman at that, she was not a gentle rose. Instead, she was filled with resentment and bloodshed, her expression often somber and indifferent, isolating herself in the world. What sort of past had shaped her into such a solitary being? Chapter 136. This is somewhat irresponsible. Are you asking about my past now? Ji Shu raised an eyebrow. Yun Hen concealed the pain in his heart, watching her rare playful and lively expression with a slightly elevated tone. Is that not permissible? He pointed to the spiritual mark on his chest. This is a mark you willingly accepted. I am your true companion. His handsome face wore a proud expression, causing Ji Shu to find it amusing. The image of the leader of Talia had somewhat crumbled. The two of them chatted casually while enjoying canned food, and Ji Shu felt an unusual sense of relaxation. Speaking softly about her past, which pained Yun Hen deeply, she spoke of her life in the underground world for 20 years, mentioning how all her companions had perished by her hand, for if she did not kill them, they would kill her. She also recounted the haunting melody that lingered in her mind, numbing her, devoid of any anxiety or guilt. You play the piano to soothe the violence within you? Yun Hen asked. Ji Shu nodded slightly. My emotions are extreme. She had always believed there were only two types of people in this world: those who deserved to die, whom she would kill, and those who were irrelevant, whom she would avoid. Those who harmed her would either be repaid in kind or eliminated. Those who helped her would be repaid in full, ensuring a clear accounting. Ultimately, these individuals would become mere passers-by in her life, with no further ties to her. Then, she shot a meaningful glance at Yun Hen, saying, "But you and Xingju, I do not know how to repay you." She wished for a clean slate, yet found herself owing more and more. Yun Hen listened quietly as she recounted her past with a casual tone, his indifferent eyes suddenly filled with tumultuous emotions. He looked at her, overwhelmed with an impulse to hold her tightly, and clenched his fists, ultimately yielding to his inner desire. He lifted her onto his lap, gently embracing her. "Not sure how to repay? Allow me to teach you," Yun Hen said, lowering his head to rest his forehead against Ji Shu's, his gaze locked onto hers. "Stay by my side. Do not leave me. Do not reject me. That is the greatest reward for me. Yilishu blinket bondring. What if one day I no longer wish to stay by your side? What if I desire freedom to leave?" Yun Hen gazed deeply in her eyes, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance, his voice deep and resonant. "Then that would be somewhat irresponsible." Ji Shu raised an eyebrow at him, about to say something, but Yun Hen spoke again. "If you don't want to stay, then don't. If you want to leave, then leave." Ji Shu was taken aback. "What?" Yun Hen's smile was faint. "I will hide in places you cannot see, quietly accompanying you. When you wish to return to my side, I will appear before you." Ji Shu was momentarily stunned, opening her mouth but unable to produce a sound. After finishing a few cans, they chatted for a while longer before setting off. The Tsanghu ran through the forest for over an hour, arriving at the foot of a mountain. "Awu," he called softly, looking up as if reminding Ji Shu to hurry. Here stood a bald rocky area, with a steep vertical cliff rising about 10 meters high, where indeed a cave could be seen. Kidishu sivifliskan hersurundings. Retrieving a climbing rope from Yun Shu, utilizing an automatic device to secure one end of the rope to the rocky ledge 10 meters above. She then secured the rope to both Song Hu and herself. Once everything was in place, she gently patted Song Hu's back, saying, "All set." "Moo," the white tiger responded. Ji Shu understood immediately, leaning forward to lie on the broad back of the white tiger, gripping his fur tightly. Then, Song Hu suddenly dove down, his claws gripping the rock firmly as they climbed swiftly and steadily. Soon, they reached a cave entrance 10 meters high, a safe haven. The entrance was narrow, but inside it opened up to a spacious area, approximately 20 square meters. As Song Hu leaped into the cave, Ji Shu quickly jumped down. Song Hu gradually transformed into human form, and a blanket was tossed over. Yun Hen smiled and picked it up, wrapping it around himself. This place is safer than the cave at the foot of the mountain. Most mutated plants cannot attack here, Yunhen explained. Yilishu nodded, placing her armor shield aside, and walked into the cave. After tidying up a bit, they laid out several thick blankets on the ground to sit on comfortably. Yilishu felt as if time flew by. The sun was setting, and their cave offered a splendid view of the sunset. A brilliant red glow painted the sky, resembling a beautiful painting. How lovely, Yilishu remarked, crossing her arms and gazing at the distant scenery. Yunhen gazed quietly at her. As the setting sun slanted into the cave, casting a shadow behind her, she stood gracefully at the threshold of light, her figure reminiscent of a delicate painting, making one forget the passage of time. He mused that this moment might forever be etched in his memory. Yunhen stepped forward slowly, embracing her gently from behind. Indeed, she was captivating, even more so in her essence. His upper body was bare, and around his lower half was merely a blanket. His arms encircled Yilishu, showcasing broad and elegant muscular contours, his chest robust as though it were a wall. Suddenly, Yilishu felt a warmth flush her cheeks, and she dared not turn to look at him. Then, she sensed a warm imprint on her face, accompanied by Yunhen's gentle breath. He kissed her softly, then slowly turned her to face him, wrapping her in an embrace and continuing to kiss her tenderly. She slightly furrowed her brows, trying to evade him, but Yunhen laughed, tightening his hold around her waist, preventing her retreat, and once again leaned in affectionately to press his lips against hers. It was merely a gentle touch, a lingering and playful kiss, as if he wished to entwine their breaths. Yilishu turned her head, only to see the sunset illuminating their forms, casting a lingering shadow upon the cave floor. The evening breeze carried a chill, brushing against her skin. Yet, his embrace radiated a restless warmth, dispelling her internal cold. "Let us rest here for the night," he murmured in a low, husky voice. Yilishu nodded gently. As night descended, Yilishu retrieved a camping lamp and some essential survival gear from Yinshu, and they shared a modest meal under the dim light. Then, she prepared to set up another sleeping area nearby. Yunhen lay on the already prepared clean bed and patted the space beside him, saying, "Come and sleep." Yilishu gazed at him for a moment, knowing that once one is well fed, they tend to grow lazy. So, she surrendered to the embrace of the soft bed. Yunhen naturally pulled her into his arms, lifting the blanket to cover them both. He lay on his side, gently placing his hand over her abdomen, softly asking, "After such a long day, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Yilishu glanced at him and shook her head. "I'm fine." Yunhen, seemingly unconvinced, asked, "Are you really okay?" Yilishu chuckled lightly and replied, "He is quite resilient. I once thought he was gone, yet here he is, perfectly well." Yunhen understood whom she referred to. He was somewhat taken aback. How could he have been gone? Yilishu replied nonchalantly, "During my initial days in Luwen town, I saw Hong several times over consecutive days." Just hearing her words pained him. In that moment, his anger towards Qingya reached its zenith. He gently turned Yilishu to face him, his amber eyes intensely fixed upon her. "Why have you never spoken of this to me?" Yilishu casually remarked, "Because I did not wish to trouble you." Yunhen's robust physique stiffened momentarily. He felt a dryness in his throat, unable to utter a word. His heart seemed to tighten, and he held her tightly, leaning closer to her breath, gently kissing her lips, allowing her to truly feel his presence. "Lishu, you have never been a burden to me." The night wind rustled through the leaves of the forest, creating a soothing sound that, over time, became the most effective lullaby. As they conversed, Yilishu, unguarded, fell asleep in Yunhen's embrace. "Lishu," Yunhen softly called her name, his fingers entwined in her hair, covering her ears. "I am sorry. I have made grievous mistakes." Yunhen's voice was hoarse and deeply resonant. The gravest error of his life was sacrificing her for Yun Kai. In the dead of night, a peculiar fragrance wafted in, causing Yunhen to open his eyes instantly. He saw a tall figure kneeling in the light, gazing intently at the slumbering Yilishu, his hand poised to gently caress her face, filled with infinite affection. Yunhen's expression darkened, and he seized the intruder's outstretched hand, forcefully casting him away. "Do not touch her," Yunhen warned the intruder with a steely gaze, deliberately lowering his voice to avoid awakening Yilishu. A scent of hallucinogenic plants filled the air, and Yilishu lay in a deep slumber, oblivious to her surroundings. Yunhen gently released Yilishu, ensuring she was covered with the blanket, his movements exceedingly tender. In the next moment, he struck out with a swift and ruthless punch towards the figure behind him. The powerful blow momentarily staggered Qingya, who braced himself against the stone wall, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His first words were, "You actually brought her to such a place?" Yunhen's chest heaved rapidly as he approached Qingya, whose bare chest bore a stark red mark. Qingya felt a sharp sting in his eyes and heart at the sight. Ji Shu willingly chose to be with this fierce tiger. Yunhen disregarded the unabashed jealousy in Qingya's eyes, gripping his collar fiercely. "Come with me." He dragged Qingya down the cliff into the forest. With Qingya's presence, the mutated plants around them remained calm. As Qingya stood up, Yunhen's iron-hard fist, infused with the force of a gale, struck without hesitation. Qingya's gaze narrowed. He remained still, bracing himself to absorb the blow. He staggered slightly, leaning against a nearby tree, shaking his head to regain clarity. Despite the tremendous force of the punch, a hint of mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. "Not painful enough. It pales in comparison to the pain within." Qingya slowly straightened, locking eyes with Yunhen. "I did not come here to fight you." Yunhen's chest rose and fell rapidly. His fists clenched tightly. To simply kill you would be too lenient. Both were masters of the forest here, in terms of skill and strength. Yunhen had the upper hand. However, they were in the forest, Qingya's territory, making it nearly impossible to kill him there. Yunhen stared at the face before him. The raging fury within him felt on the verge of eruption. He suppressed his anger, coldly questioning, why treat her this way? Qingya raised his hand, wiping the crimson stain from his mouth, and casually replied, "Does it matter? Besides, this is a matter between her and me." Yunhen's fists tightened, the knuckles turning white. Just as he prepared to strike again, Qingya spoke once more. His tone shifted to one of resignation and sorrow. "A mistake is a mistake." He then threw a precise, cold box to the ground, which Yunhen did not catch. The box landed, and the vines on the ground instantly recoiled, revealing a patch of bare earth. Yunhen surmised that it might contain several advanced green beads, which caused the vines to retreat in fear. "Take care of Ji Shu. I will not appear before her again. Those tails have already been driven away, and the aircraft is left at the bare rock peak. Take her away swiftly," Qingya said, glancing at the cave with pain and reluctance in his eyes. He had always tracked Ji Shu's signal ring when she appeared in this forest. He rushed to her side. He merely wished to secretly watch her for a moment, daring not to think of anything else. Qingya retracted his gaze, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he prepared to leave. Yet, Yunhen suddenly called out to him, "Qingya." Qingya did not turn back, but paused slightly, awaiting his words. "Mistakes come with consequences. If you wish to simply let this go, it will not be so easy." Qingya chuckled dismissively. Consequences? The most excruciating price has already been paid by him. What more could there be? Nothing could compare to the agony of relinquishing his beloved partner and children. "Come as you will. I await you." With this final remark, Qingya vanished into the shadowy depths of the forest. Chapter 138. Transforming the disobedient living into compliant corpses in the wake of Ji Shu's departure, Luwen Town found itself besieged overnight by tens of thousands of flesh-eaters. Lu Ji, steadfast in his ruthless approach, forcefully invaded and took control of Luwen Town. Even upon receiving numerous condemnations from the highest leaders of tribes and cities worldwide, he remained unmoved. The sudden chaos incited pandemonium among the orcs, who fled in a frenzy. Naturally, the consular class in Luwen Town attempted to resist. Just as news of Brel's demise spread, several high-ranking orcs vying for control of Luwen Town were embroiled in fierce conflict. Although Luwen Town was merely an inconspicuous tribe, it housed the largest arena for beast fights globally. Brel had managed all revenues from the arena, flourishing in his success, and everyone was reluctant to let go of such a lucrative asset. Therefore, no one noticed that, overnight, as the flesh-eaters encircled the town, the consular class organized a city defense force in a futile attempt to resist. By then, it was already too late, and Lu Ji easily conquered Luwen Town. Just when everyone assumed Lu Ji would become the new consul of Luwen Town, the vice commander of the desert city, Xiao Rui, made his appearance. In the Amon Hotel's conference hall, the vast space was now filled with orcs from the consular class, trapped alongside Lu Ji, who had just seized Luwen Town. And Xiao Rui, clad in a black combat uniform, Lu Ji exuded an undeniable aura of authority befitting a 3S ranked orc, commanding the attention of all present. Yet, he was willing to submit to Xiao Rui, surrendering the city he had captured with his own hands. Xiao Rui surveyed the crowd with a smug expression. "Henceforth, Luwen Town shall belong to the desert city. Is there anyone who wishes to voice their objections?" The attendees remained silent, too intimidated to speak. Satisfied, Xiao Hui's milid. Very well. He then turned his gaze towards Yin Lu Ji. Thank you for your hard work, City Commander. Luan will now fall under my jurisdiction. The immense profits from the arena must be personally managed by me. Xiao Rui leaned slightly closer to Yin Lu Ji, whispering, the suppressor has already been administered to you. He referred to the first suppressor. Yin Lu Ji's expression remained calm, yet his eyes were chillingly cold. You should hasten to capture the next tribe, Xiao Rui jested. Yin Lu Ji slowly lifted his eyelids, casting a frosty glance at him before rising in silence to leave. At that moment, chaos reigned within Luan Town. As Yin Lu Ji walked through the town, he observed orcs frantically fleeing, but ultimately, there was no escape for them. All exits were guarded by flesh-eaters, and even the airspace was secured by combat aircraft. The inhabitants of this place were doomed to face the fate of colonization. The terms of colonization were brutally straightforward. Orcs were required to accept labor and military service unconditionally, mining resources or engaging in production for the desert city. They would no longer possess freedom. Even basic food and medical services would be allocated by the desert city on an as-needed basis. The prospect of breeding rights was utterly beyond consideration. The androgynous orcs will be conscripted into the desert city's army, serving the orcs without compensation until another city came to their rescue or a righteous force arose internally to repel the desert city's flesh-eating army. However, the chances of such an occurrence were minuscule. Yin Lu Ji surveyed his surroundings, noting the rocky terrain, which was easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Had it not been for Brel's sudden death, with his extensive experience in stationing and organizing troops in Luan Town, perhaps he would not have been able to seize it so swiftly. Yet, he had received a message from Geely Shu just the day before. Brel is dead. Thus, he decided to launch an assault. At that time, the upper echelons of Luan Town were preoccupied with competing for the consul position, leaving them entirely unguarded. It seems Geely Shu must have sent that message after leaving Luan Town, as her communication ring remained unreachable. Lost in thought, Yin Lu Ji was suddenly jolted by a riot erupting in the androgynous orc prison. About a dozen soldiers from the desert city surrounded two orcs. As Yin Lu Ji looked closer, he recognized two familiar faces. Ji Er and Mo Chi had secretly infiltrated the androgynous orc prison, but had been caught. What bad luck! Ji Er grumbled, keeping a wary eye on the surrounding orcs. Mo Chi retorted, I told you not to look for Geely Shu, otherwise we would have escaped by now. And look where we are. Now we don't even qualify for labor. All that awaits us is to feed the flesh-eaters. The desert city's method of dealing with deserters was singular. It was to transform the disobedient living into compliant corpses. Ji Er protested, if you want to go, go ahead. I will escape. My life was saved by Geely Shu with a 4S green pearl. I will not hand it over to these desert city bandits. As the two steeled themselves for a struggle, a cold voice interjected. What is happening here? Yin Lu Ji stepped into their encircled space, and the surrounding soldiers parted to make way. City Commander, these two are from Luan Town's City Defense Force. They intend to flee, a soldier from the desert city reported. Yin Lu Ji's gaze lingered on Ji Er and Mo Chi for 3 seconds before he said, come with me. Hurry up. The desert city soldier urged them without suspicion. Ji Er and Mo Chi exchanged bewildered glances. City Commander? Yin Lu Ji. Yin Lu Ji led the two into his warship. What were you doing in the androgynous or prison? He asked bluntly. Has Geely Shu not yet left Luan Town? Chapter 139. I will endure. Ji Er hesitated momentarily. I was looking for someone. Ultimately, he succumbed to Yin Lu Ji's imposing presence. Yin Lu Ji inquired, who are you looking for? Ji Er replied, an androgynous orc. Furrowing his brow, Ji Er pondered deeply. Geely Shu had left them a message stating that Luan Town was unsafe and urged them to leave promptly. If there was nowhere to go, they were to head to Talia. Ji Er was uncertain if she had successfully departed from Luan Town. His apprehension compelled him to infiltrate the androgynous orc prison with Mo Chi in search of Geely Shu, but they found no trace of her. Phelan had long since vanished. Perhaps both of them had successfully escaped. If so, that would be for the best. However, it was perplexing why Yin Lu Ji would show interest in the two of them. Ji Er asked, why do you inquire about this? Yin Lu Ji furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. After a long pause, he said, I will grant you a free identity. You may leave here. Ji Er and Mo Chi exchanged incredulous glances. They found it hard to believe. All city defense forces had been conscripted for labor, yet Yin Lu Ji was willing to release them? Are you serious? Mo Chi asked, inexplicably excited. He had thought they were to be fed to the flesh eaters. Until G-Air and Mo Chi safely left Luin town, they remained in disbelief. They had become deserters, yet were not executed. Instead, they were allowed to depart. Even more strange was that the one granting them freedom was the notorious and ruthless city commander, In Lu Ji. In bewilderment, G-Air stared at the volcanic rock below, shaking his head. In Lu Ji even astonishingly provided them with a flying vessel. As Mo Chi piloted the vessel, he asked, "Where shall we go now? Since we can no longer remain in Luin town, we must find a place that can accept us as refugees." "To Talia," G-Air stated firmly. Mo Chi replied, "Talia has many high-ranking orcs. Are you certain we can find work there? Even hiring mercenaries, we should avoid those below the S rank. Jili Shu is there." G-Air cast a glance at Mo Chi, questioning, "Are you really going to abandon your teammates?" Mo Chi snorted coldly, and then soared towards the direction of Teliar. In Liuji gazed upward at the vessel ascending into the sky, growing increasingly distant. Those were her companions. If they were slain by their own, she would undoubtedly be furious. He had already caused her harm once, and he could not allow her the opportunity to harbor further resentment. In the forest, the night wind had rustled throughout the night, finally ceasing. The first ray of sunlight streamed into the cave, piercing through, causing Ji Lishu to squint her eyes. She attempted to turn over, but found herself unable to move. As she slowly opened her eyes, she was unexpectedly met with a patch of pure white fur, adorned with faint gray stripes. Her own hands were tightly clutching the furry body of a large tiger beside her. Ji Lishu felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of her mouth. She had actually slept the entire night nestled in his embrace. No wonder she felt no chill at all. Just as she was preparing to rise slowly, the azure tiger opened his eyes. He lazily glanced at Ji Lishu, and in the next moment, he leaned forward, rubbing his fleshy nose against her face. Ji Lishu felt the tickle of his fur against her cheek, prompting her to pull away slightly. The experience was truly extraordinary. She had spent the night cuddling a tiger and enjoyed a rare, peaceful slumber. "Get up. The sunlight is too bright," she murmured, her voice slightly hoarse. Yunhen ceased his playful antics, gradually transforming back into human form, still holding Ji Lishu in his arms. Immediately, both of them froze. When Yunhen had transformed, he had at least wrapped himself in a blanket before lying down. Yet Ji Lishu felt an unprecedented warmth flood her cheeks. Yunhen remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Ji Lishu lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. In the next moment, she felt her chin being lifted, and her lips were suddenly enveloped by a warm sensation. Just as she thought the moment would escalate, he abruptly halted. A deep, husky voice resonated in her ear. "Lishu, I love you." The unexpected confession struck her heart like a bolt, causing Ji Lishu's heart to constrict momentarily. She quickly raised her gaze to meet his gentle expression, her ears filled with the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. His hand caressed the nape of her neck as he continued, "I want." He left his sentence unfinished, but Ji Lishu understood all too well. "I don't want to," she immediately replied, adding softly, "to be here." She was acutely aware that she did not reject Yunhen. In fact, she found his affection somewhat endearing. If this was what it meant to like someone, then she indeed liked him. Yunhen tousled her soft hair and gently smiled. "I know, so what I meant to say is, I remembered something. Could you please not lean on my arm?" Ji Lishu blinked, remaining still. Almost immediately, a low male voice came from above. "You must be hungry. Let us eat something first." After they tidied up, Ji Lishu retrieved several cans of food and began to eat slowly. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of an unfamiliar box nearby. This item was not from her Yunshu. Could it belong to Yunhen? "What is this?" she inquired. Yunhen glanced at it and handed it to her. Upon opening it, she discovered 3 high-grade green orbs nestled inside. "Where did these come from?" she asked, looking at Yunhen. Surely he and T ventured into the forest in the middle of the night to find them? Yunhen replied quietly, "They were sent by Qingya." Ji Lishu immediately understood. It was likely that when she had lent her communication ring to Yunhen yesterday, Qingya had tracked her location. Back in the desert city, she had exposed her communication ring's location to Qingya, allowing him to trace her thereafter. Ji Lishu's expression turned neutral as she closed the box and set it aside. Yunhen observed her and remarked, "The forest is not the right place to deal with him." Ji Lishu nodded, "I understand." She could not blame Yunhen for this. Even if she ultimately failed to confront Qingya, she could never hold him responsible. Her initial intention to use Xingju to eliminate Qingya was, after all, an unreasonable demand. Yunhen proposed, "If you do not wish to handle this, allow me to take care of it." Perhaps Qingya had considered that Ji Lishu was in the forest, and with the high-grade green orbs at her disposal, she could avoid most plant attacks, thus sending them to her overnight. "It is too cold to stay here overnight. We should leave," Yunhen continued. The temperature had dipped near freezing last night, and he was concerned Ji Lishu might catch a chill, which prompted him to transform into his beast form and wrap her tightly in his embrace. "But the transit system has not been fully repaired yet. We cannot use it," Ji Lishu replied. Yunhen pointed upwards. "Look, a vessel is docked there." Ji Lishu instantly understood. Perhaps it was yet another arrangement by Qingya. "If you do not mind, I can contact Bo Chi right now." "No need," Ji Lishu interrupted, a casual smile gracing her lips. "There is no need to go through all that trouble. Let us just leave." Her tone was light, as if she were indifferent. What could these matters change? Nothing could alter the situation. Chapter 140, Naive and Inexperienced Teleyar. Yunhen piloted the vessel, landing atop the governing building. During their return, Xingju had contacted Ji Lishu, and upon learning they were nearing, he awaited their arrival. The past day and night had left him restless. As the hatch of the vessel slowly opened, Xingju hurriedly approached. "Ali," he called, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he reached out, intending to assist Ji Lishu. However, Yunhen stepped out of the vessel, taking Ji Lishu's hand and offering her a gentle smile, to which Ji Lishu responded with no sign of resistance. Xingju's smile faltered, and his heartbeat abruptly stilled. Nearby, Bo Chi witnessed this scene, his eyes widening in delight. Could it be? He thought. Xingju pressed his lips tightly, a cloud of gloom enveloping him as he steeled himself. Once the two descended, Xingju masked his cold demeanor, addressing Ji Lishu with a smile. "What took you so long?" As he spoke, he subtly inserted himself between Yunhen and Ji Lishu, forcing Yunhen to release her hand. Ji Lishu replied. "The transit system broke down, causing a delay of a day." Xingju nodded, "As long as you were fine." He then turned his attention to Yunhen. "Thank you." Yunhen, though he uttered words of gratitude, an icy undertone seeped through. Yunhen cast a dispassionate glance at Xingju, offering no acknowledgement to his thanks. Subsequently, he shifted to stand beside Ji Lishu, his hand naturally caressing the back of her neck, an intimate gesture. "Are you going to my place or somewhere else?" His voice was deep and gentle. Bo Chi, standing behind the trio, wore an unmistakable smile, almost ready to applaud. Their commander had finally achieved his desires. In contrast, Xingju felt as if struck by lightning, glaring at Yunhen with fury. He could no longer suppress his feelings. Why? Why does my Ali have to go with you? In that moment, he could no longer deny the reality that Yunhen, that despicable man, dared to pursue his Ali while he was absent. It was possible that they had even established a spiritual bond. Hearing Xingju's accusations, Yunhen's gaze turned icy. "Your Ali?" Ji Lishu discreetly grasped Yunhen's sleeve and gently tugged at him, signaling him not to act. Ultimately, Yunhen merely cast a cold glance at Xingju and chose to ignore him. His gaze returned to Ji Lishu, awaiting her response. Yunhen was acutely aware that once they returned to Teleyar, he would inevitably confront Xingju. However, he still yearned to hold Ji Lishu in his arms every night. Xingju suddenly grasped Ji Lishu's shoulders, turning her to face him. His hands rested on her arms, and his deep, dark eyes bore into hers. Filled with an indescribable sorrow, Ji Lishu felt a pang in her heart under his intense gaze, opening her mouth yet unsure of how to begin. She remembered her promise to him, that he would be her only partner. She had broken that vow. Xingju stared at her for a long while before slowly speaking, his tone imbued with a sense of pleading. "Ali, shall we go home?" He could almost confirm that Ji Lishu had willingly accepted Yunhen. Was it possible that with Yunhen by her side, she intended to abandon him? Such a thing, Xingju had no doubt. Ji Lishu was absolutely capable of doing. Wasn't Xingyu left in a similar predicament? The panic within Xingju surged uncontrollably. He pressed his lips tightly together, an overwhelming sense of abandonment emanating from him. Ji Lishu glanced at Xingju and then exchanged a fleeting look with Yunhen, feeling a sense of conflict. Yunhen's gentle gaze met hers, his hair slightly disheveled, and his tactical jacket smeared with dirt, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. He sighed inwardly, then turned to Xingju, saying, "She has had a long day. Everything is prepared for her at your place, which is far more convenient than here." He then glanced at Ji Lishu. "You should head back to Xingju's. I will tidy up and come find you shortly." Ji Lishu felt a sense of relief, and nodded. Xingju quickly took her hand and led her away, fearing that any delay would result in her choosing to follow Yunhen. Yunhen watched them depart, his expression calm. "Commander, congratulations," Bo Chi said with a teasing smile behind him, attempting to congratulate Yunhen. To their surprise, the usually stoic commander revealed a slight smile. This could be interpreted as tacit approval. "You two have a right to have Miss Ji reside at Yinling Bay. Why must it be Xingju?" He then muttered under his breath, laced with a hint of complaint. Clearly, everything has been prepared at Yinling Bay. Ever since Ji Lishu had healed and left Yinling Bay, everything she had used or worn had been meticulously stored by Commander Yunhen. If she returned, she would be lacking nothing. Bo Chi felt a sense of frustration. His commander had yet to experience the chaos of competing with a multitude of beastmen for affection. His inexperience and naivety were evident. With this thought, Bo Chi couldn't help but sigh quietly. Remembering his own plump partner, he felt an itch of envy. Their household already had 12 beastmen, which was considered a modest number, yet he could only claim the scraps. Thus, he found himself inexplicably envious of Yunhen. How wonderful was that Ji Lishu's partner could be counted on one hand. Chapter 141. Truly a misfortune. Xingju drove, while Ji Lishu sat in the passenger seat, the two of them silent throughout the journey. The atmosphere in the car was heavy. Xingju rested one hand on the window, rubbing his temple, his brows furrowed in a slight frown, appearing both agitated and exhausted. Ji Lishu stole a few glances at him, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. Ultimately, seeing his brow tighten further, radiating a chilling aura, she decided to remain silent. Soon, they arrived back at the villa. Xingju parked the car and swiftly opened the door for Ji Lishu, wordlessly guiding her inside. Ji Lishu followed, observing as he pressed his fingerprint to unlock the door on the first floor. He then took her to the internal elevator that led to the 5th floor, where she had previously stayed. He opened the door for her, standing at the threshold. Releasing her hand, she stepped inside, murmuring that she would rest, and as she reached for the door to close it, his towering figure suddenly pushed the door wide open, enveloping her in a tight embrace. The force was so great it felt as though he might crush her. Ji Lishu instinctively held her breath. The room remained unlit, sunlight streaming through the window, yet the large space cast half of Xingju's features in shadow, making it impossible for Ji Lishu to discern his expression. However, she could distinctly feel the rapid thumping of his heart. His low, husky voice broke the silence. "You won't abandon me, will you?" Ji Lishu inhaled deeply and firmly pushed Xingju away, but he remained wrapped around her, slightly bowing his back to lower his head, allowing her to gaze into his profound eyes, like a child devoid of security. Ji Lishu couldn't help but close her eyes. It truly felt like a misfortune. She would rather face battles than contend with this predicament. After a long pause, she sighed in resignation. With a gentle tug, she freed her hands from his embrace, raised her arms, and softly wrapped them around his neck, making an effort to stand on her toes to hold him. In that instant, Xingju's body tensed to the utmost, a crack appearing in the coldness of his gaze. Ji Lishu whispered, "I will always be with you." Their first meeting was beneath the dream-eating forest, where he saved her, and she saved him in return. Their second encounter took place at the bottom of the Norseman River, where he specifically sought her out to shield her from danger. During their third meeting, he presented her with a bouquet of flowers, expressing his desire to pursue her. From then on, he had consistently remained by her side, providing her with countless novel experiences. He, who was proud and noble like a prince, tolerated her bad temper and indifference without complaint. She could not bear to see him suffer even the slightest injury, yet time and again she distanced herself from him, abandoning him. Despite this inequitable relationship, in this moment, the once audacious man spoke with a voice tinged with insecurity, asking her if she would not abandon him. Ji Lishu's cool voice broke through the tension, causing Xingju's gaze to brighten as he lowered his head, intently locking eyes with her. The frostiness in his demeanor softening into warmth. "Say it again," he urged softly. Ji Lishu slowly reached out to grasp his cold fingertips, lifting her gaze to him with a gentle smile. "Xingju, I will always be with you. We are partners, are we not?" A flicker of surprise crossed Xingju's brow as he beheld her rare smile, as if the ice within him melted, his mind momentarily clearing. His deep-set eyes filled with her charming laughter. His breath quickened, and after a moment, he managed to utter a single word. "Yes." Ji Lishu continued, "From now on, it will just be the three of us, and there will be no one else. What do you think?" Xingju nodded, dazed. "Good. Even as he received the answer he longed for, an unease lingered in his heart. He wished to inquire whether she had feelings for Yunhen, but ultimately, he refrained from voicing his curiosity. She was already attempting to accept him. He should not be so greedy. You tidy up a bit. I will prepare something for you to eat. Xingju gently ruffled her hair and, after speaking, turned to head downstairs. Ji Lishu took a comfortable shower, tidied herself up, and finished all the items Xingju had brought her before taking a short nap. Before long, Yunhen arrived at Xingju's villa, dragging 2 suitcases, one containing his own clothes, the other filled with belongings Ji Lishu had left for him, which he needed to take. Xingju was already waiting for him in the living room on the first floor. As soon as Yunhen entered, the imposing gaze of Xingju swept over, seemingly searching for Ji Lishu's presence. Xingju scoffed. Yunhen, you have gone back on your word. Yunhen calmly withdrew his gaze, placed the 2 suitcases down, and took a seat on the sofa opposite Xingju. 2 equally tall and sturdy men sat across from each other, one composed and the other flamboyant. Their temperaments starkly different. They had known each other for several years, engaged in both collaboration and competition in business. Before Ji Lishu's arrival, they had never imagined they would find themselves in such a situation. From this moment forth, we shall share the same roof. How do you wish to proceed? Yunhen inquired. Xingju let out a scoff. At this juncture, he could no longer pursue Yun Kai. This despicable tiger had undoubtedly calculated that he would remain helpless against his untrustworthiness. Since Ali has accepted you, I have nothing further to say. Xingju, rather amused, continued, but you must understand that you are the newcomer. Certain agreements still need to be established. With a significant glance at Yunhen, Xingju asserted, I am the leader. A mysterious smile crept upon the corners of Yunhen's lips as he replied calmly, do as you please. Upon finishing his words, he rose, took up his suitcase, and prepared to ascend the stairs. Your room is on the first floor, Xingju suddenly reminded him. The first floor is the farthest from Ji Lishu's 5th floor residence. If Yunhen does not occupy the first floor, who will? Upon hearing the arrangement from the villa's owner, Yunhen did not pause his steps, proceeding upstairs regardless of Xingju's futile attempts to hinder him. The Wolf clan may be unaware that their tigerkin despise playing second fiddle. Ascending to the 5th floor, Yunhen casually found an empty room to stow his belongings before glancing at Ji Lishu. She was in a deep slumber. It is normal for a pregnant woman to feel drowsy. The fetus within her had resumed development, absorbing toxins from her body, leaving her in a temporary state of health. As for the child, it seems they must await the antidote for by Shi Huan Lu. Chapter 142. After all, I have my status. In the dead of night, with a thin fog enveloping the darkness, the chill of winter had crept in unnoticed. Xingju stealthily entered Ji Lishu's room. Half an hour later, he was expelled, a handprint adorning his left cheek. After a while, he infiltrated her room once more, only to be thrust out again, this time with a mark on his right cheek. Xingju glared at the door to Ji Lishu's chamber, his fists clenched tightly, before he sighed in resignation and turned to return to his own room. In the shadows, Yunhen lay quietly in bed, a faint smile gracing his lips. As a beastman, his senses were acutely attuned. He could hear every sound within the villa distinctly. Another half hour passed, and Yunhen heard the anticipated commotion, prompting him to rise from his bed. A warm light illuminated the bar area. Ji Lishu, clad in a pale yellow cotton loungewear, had her long black hair casually draped over her back, radiating warmth that softened her usual aloofness, warming Yunhen's heart in turn. What woke you? He gently asked as he approached her. Ji Lishu turned in surprise, glancing at him. I wanted some water. She took a glass and poured herself a drink. By then, Yunhen had reached her side, effortlessly wrapping his right arm around her slender waist. He wore only a pair of deep gray cotton lounge pants, revealing his sculpted chest and abdominal muscles, each muscle defined like a work of art. Ji Lishu felt somewhat unaccustomed to his natural intimacy, her ears betraying her with a flush. She casually inquired, when did you arrive? Yunhen lowered his gaze, watching her with tender eyes, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I came while you were sleeping, he replied with a smile. His gaze was intensely fervent, appearing profound and captivating in the dim light, causing Ji Lishu to shift uncomfortably. Oh, she murmured softly. After a few more sips from her glass, she set it down. Hey, Ji Lishu exclaimed, unable to suppress her surprise. Just as she intended to bid Yunhen good night and return to her room, he suddenly swept her up in his arms. His strong embrace enveloped her effortlessly, their size difference making the act resemble an adult carrying a child. Yunhen held her close, leaning down to tenderly brush his lips against hers. In a husky voice, he chuckled, "Pregnant women shouldn't stay up late. It's time to return to sleep." With that, he strode forward, carrying Ji Lishu back to her room. He gently laid her on the bed, turned off the light, and then moved a chair to sit at the head of her bed, adopting a protective stance. "I will return to my room once you fall asleep," he said softly. Ji Lishu glanced at him, but remained silent. Since accepting Yunhen, she felt unable to refuse him, as if she were under his control. She closed her eyes, striving to drift off. Not long after, she lifted the covers, preparing to rise. Yunhen grasped her hand. "Where are you going?" Ji Lishu replied, "To the bathroom." Yunhen released her. Upon returning from the bathroom, Ji Lishu tucked herself back under the covers, feigning sleep. However, her breathing was uneven, though her eyes were shut tight. Yunhen could instantly discern that she was not asleep. "Are you unable to sleep?" he inquired with a smile. Ji Lishu slowly opened her eyes, nodding in the darkness. She had been sleeping since the afternoon, only to be disturbed twice by Xingjue, leaving her wide awake at this hour. "Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" she asked casually. Yunhen responded nonchalantly. "Does one need to wear clothes when sleeping alone?" He seemed to emphasize the notion of being alone. Ji Lishu fell silent for a moment. Yunhen then playfully asked, "Why did you send Xingjue away?" Ji Lishu glanced at him, recalling how drowsy she had been at the time. Xingjue had unwittingly approached her while she was still waking from her slumber. A smirk spread across Yunhen's lips in the darkness. "So now you're not sleepy?" Ji Lishu replied, as Yunhen leaned closer, his voice low as he whispered in her ear, "May I discuss something with you?" Ji Lishu felt a warmth creep to her cheeks. "What is it?" "After all, I have my status. You must grant me a true spiritual mark," he said with a gentle smile. Ji Lishu glanced at the vivid red mark on his chest, responding, "Is this not genuine?" Yunhen's expression turned somewhat aggrieved. "You don't understand. Acquiring it in that manner always leaves me uneasy. I lack a sense of security." Ji Lishu blinked. "Lishu, having saved me, you must take full responsibility, don't you think?" Yunhen inhaled deeply, his gaze flickering. In the darkness, Xingjue, who had endured a night of frustration and had finally managed to fall asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His face was ashen, trembling with rage. "Damn Yunhen!" he ground out through clenched teeth. Chapter 143. He can only blame his own weakness. The following morning, the communication device placed on Yunhen's bedside began to vibrate. He picked it up and promptly hung up, glancing down at Ji Lishu, who lay sleeping peacefully in his embrace. Delicately, he moved her aside. Rising from the bed, he stepped into the adjoining room to return the call. After their conversation, he lay back down. Lately, Ji Lishu had been sleeping soundly, in her hazy state. It felt as if someone was kissing her. Slowly, she opened her eyes. "Go away." Her face, turned upward, bore a look of confusion, starkly contrasting her usual cool demeanor. Yunhen found immense joy in witnessing her expression. It stirred his heart, prompting him to lean down and plant a gentle kiss on her lips. "You like me?" Yunhen chuckled softly, his tone laced with certainty. "Look here," he said, slightly distancing himself from her. Ji Lishu furrowed her brows, and as she glanced down, she discovered a rosy imprint adorning her chest. "This," she murmured, reaching out to touch it. Yunhen seized her hand, his voice deep and raspy. "This is mine." His tone was resolute. Ji Lishu, momentarily dazed, soon comprehended. She lowered her gaze, the delicate mark juxtaposed against the vivid crimson mark on Yunhen's chest, strikingly complementary, yet contrasting. Yunhen lifted Ji Lishu's chin. "Heartless woman," his voice bore a hint of dissatisfaction. She had begun to develop feelings for him, although the mark remained a pale pink. Yunhen was already content. He merely expressed a desire for more. Ji Lishu suddenly recalled the gray mark on the inner side of her left arm. The mark remained, and she thought that Xingjue was an undeniable presence in her heart. She lifted her gaze, her expression complex, her hand resting against Yunhen's chest. As Xingjue spoke, she gradually lowered her eyes, as if somewhat distressed, and inquired, "What should I do?" Just as Yunhen had stated, she harbored feelings for him. However, if she needed to accept Xingjue, both psychologically and physically, it seemed insurmountable at the moment. Yunhen naturally understood her concerns. He sighed softly, his low voice carrying a chill to Ji Lishu's ears. "Lishu, he is already your partner. That is an unalterable fact." Ji Lishu looked up at him, her eyes filled with complexity. That glance pierced Yunhen's heart unexpectedly. How could he bear to push Ji Lishu toward another man? Yet, The spirit mark could only be claimed once in a lifetime. Xingju was bound to Ji Lishu for eternity. Nevertheless, she need not worry. He would find a way himself. Ji Lishu should not feel troubled by this matter. With the spirit mark in place, if Xingju still could not elicit Ji Lishu's openness, he could only blame himself for being unworthy. It was time to rise. Yunhen gently pressed his lips against Ji Lishu's, softly coaxing her. Let's go have something to eat. After Ji Lishu got up and tidied herself, the sun had already climbed high in the sky. She descended the stairs and walked into the dining room. To her surprise, Xingju, who should have left by now, was still seated at the table. Ji Lishu slowly pulled out a chair and greeted him. Good morning. Xingju's unprecedented demeanor was unusually cold. He did not meet her gaze, nor did he respond with the warmth he typically showed. He merely nodded coldly. They sat on opposite sides, quietly eating breakfast, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Yunhen descended the stairs looking refreshed, dressed in a light gray suit that dispelled some of his customary aloofness. He glanced at Xingju as he entered the dining room, but offered no further expression, walking directly to Ji Lishu's side. While adjusting his bow tie, he leaned down and gently kissed Ji Lishu. Just a fleeting peck, he smiled at her. I'm off. Wait for my return. Ji Lishu asked, Aren't you going to eat before you leave? Yunhen continued to smile, his demeanor cheerful. Have you forgotten? Beasts do not adhere to 3 meals a day. After saying this, he casually cast a glance at Xingju. Xingju merely lowered his head, his face calm and serene, the restraint and suppression barely perceptible. Yunhen smiled, reaching out to gently pat Ji Lishu's head. I'm in a hurry. I'll return home early to accompany you. With that, he strode out. Ji Lishu watched his departing figure with a blank expression. She felt inexplicably drained. She turned her gaze back to Xingju, saying, If you're busy, you can leave first. She understood that both Xingju and Yunhen were typically very occupied. Yunhen never had breakfast, and naturally, Xingju did not need to stay with her. Suddenly, Xingju looked up and declared, I'm not busy. I want to keep you company for breakfast, his tone tinged with defiance. Ji Lishu glanced at him and chose to remain silent, focusing on her meal. Yunhen had taken the silver chain from Chong Kong for secret research. It was likely he would soon uncover its nature and why it had brought calamity upon Chong Kong and Ling Yi. Moreover, where did the formidable 4S-level crocodile Beastman come from? Why had Brel gotten involved with him? Why was Chong Kong risking his life to hand the silver chain to Ji Lishu? These enigmas lingered, yet they seemed to have little effect on Ji Lishu at the moment. She was in Talia, a domain belonging to Yunhen and Xingju, where it felt as though no place could be safer. She remained occupied, sifting through all the information that Yunhen and Xingju had gathered, meticulously verifying each detail in hopes of uncovering a clue. Time seemed to pass swiftly, and before long, it was evening. After taking a bath, Ji Lishu returned to her bedroom only to find a tall figure lying on her bed. Xingju had claimed her bed. Ji Lishu exclaimed, What are you doing? Xingju bluntly stated, I'm sleeping here. His tone was firm and somewhat agitated, yet the slight tremor in his voice revealed his anxiety. How could he not be angry? That damned Yunhen. He had promised to let himself take the lead, only to be preempted. Ji Lishu sighed, Fine. Xingju's expression was serious as he fixed his gaze on Ji Lishu, observing her as she climbed onto the bed, obediently lying on the other side. He felt an overwhelming tension. He stared intently at Ji Lishu's back, then abruptly embraced her. His arms were too strong, the motion too sudden. Ji Lishu was startled and found herself unable to move even half an inch. Xingju held her tightly, forcefully turning her body to face him. Ali, I want to hear you call my name. Chapter 144. How will we live from now on? The large hand at the nape of her neck paused, the pressure slightly easing, a low voice whispering against her head. Ji Lishu lowered her head, lightly frowning as she pushed against him. Unable to budge him, but at least resisting him from drawing nearer. It's suffocating. I can't breathe. This embrace was nearly choking her. Xingju, whose eyes had been closed, opened them, his gaze emanating a chill. Clearly, I was the first to meet you, Ali. How much longer must I wait? His voice was deep, tinged with a slight rasp. He was not concerned about Ji Lishu rejecting his closeness. Rather, he was troubled that she had accepted Yunhen in her heart, yet refused to truly accept him. He gazed at his partner, her soft, cool hair cascading down, brushing against his sturdy arms, the ends lightly sweeping, carrying with them a fresh, sweet fragrance and delicate softness, transmitting through her skin and blood to his heart, firmly controlling his heartbeat. Each glance drew him deeper into an inescapable vortex, yet she lingered in hesitation, uncertain whether to plunge in. He did not know what more he could do or to what extent he should go. Ji Lishu raised her eyes to meet his deep, cold gaze. Her hands pressed firmly against his chest, and after a moment, she responded, "Xingju, can you give me a little time?" Xingju felt a sharp pang in his heart. His handsome face gradually paled, losing its color as he closely observed her, keenly catching the distance in her eyes. His thin lips pressed together, his long arms gently tightening around her, his hands softly caressing her face, and after a moment, he murmured, "Rest well." With that, he released Ji Lishu, pulled back the covers, and left the room. Shortly after Xingju departed, Yunhen appeared in Ji Lishu's room. Already troubled, Ji Lishu found it hard to sleep. She propped herself up and caught Yunhen's smiling gaze, which only added to her headache. "Why are you here again?" Her tone carried a hint of discontent. Yunhen narrowed his eyes slightly, wordlessly lying down beside her, a smile gracing his lips, and with an outstretched arm. He pulled her into his embrace. He merely circled her gently, lowering his voice to softly ask, "Why did you send Xingju away?" Ji Lishu, perplexed, replied, "He left on his own. I didn't drive him away." Observing her calm, yet bewildered expression, Yunhen couldn't help but let out a low, amused laugh. Ji Lishu looked at him in confusion. "What are you laughing at?" He reached out to gently stroke Ji Lishu's head, his laughter subsiding. "Sleep now, don't overthink it." Ji Lishu continued to gaze at him, feeling for the first time that her intelligence was insufficient in his presence. Yunhen gradually leaned down before her, holding his breath, his long arms tightening their embrace just a bit more, exuding an air of indulgence and tolerance, gazing at her radiant face. "Are you looking at me like that? Suggesting I do something else?" He smiled with ill intent as he spoke. Ji Lishu blinked and then expressionlessly detached herself from his embrace, turning her back to him and closing her eyes, choosing to ignore him. Yunhen chuckled softly and leaned in from behind, wrapping his arms around her as they drifted into slumber together. The following day, upon rising, Ji Lishu found no trace of Xingju. For 5 consecutive days, he had not appeared in the villa. It seemed that Xingju was truly angry. This was quite the predicament. We resided in his home and had driven him away. Ji Lishu shot a furious glare at Yunhen. This man, usually silent and imposing, exuding an aura that kept others at bay, was entirely uncharacteristic when it came to pursuing her affections. "Then I shall take you back to our own home," he suggested, referring to the apartment at Yinling Bay. When resources are scarce, imbalance is inevitable. Survival relies on the survival of the fittest, and how could it be any different in the competition for affection? If there was blame to be assigned, it could only fall on Xingju himself. Ji Lishu was resolute in not acquiescing to Yunhen's suggestion. She believed it was unfair to Xingju. The amber depths of her eyes cooled slightly. How dare he put Ji Lishu in such a predicament? Chapter 145. From the first time I wanted to kiss you, Yunhen closed his eyes, tempering the coldness in his gaze. He released his arms, scooping Ji Lishu up by her knees and seating her on his lap, amber eyes fixed on her. "Do not overthink it. Seeing you in such distress makes me want to eliminate Xingju. No one had the right to cause her sorrow or trouble." Ji Lishu, following his words, inquired, "What do you mean?" Yunhen gazed at her, silence enveloping them for a moment before he leaned down to affectionately kiss her. He sighed inwardly, realizing she had begun to care for Xingju. He could not act on his impulses, for it would only cause her pain. Perhaps Xingju is simply busy. The selection for mercenaries at Xingho Group is taking place these days. He must be too occupied to return home. Otherwise, should I send someone to fetch him? The mercenary selection was a significant annual event. The benefits offered by Xingho Group were renowned worldwide among Beastmen. Only the most skilled could hope to join, and the selection process was rigorous, ensuring only the strongest remained. Ji Lishu shook her head resolutely, declaring, "I will go find him myself." After returning to Talia, she had received news from Jir, who informed her that they had indeed arrived in Talia and were temporarily planning to join the mercenary team. She could seek them out. However, her statement caused Yunhen's expression to darken momentarily. When she looked back at him, he quickly regained his composure, his expression fluid. "Very well. Shall I have Farron accompany you?" Upon hearing this familiar name, a flicker of surprise crossed Ji Lishu's cold gaze as she fixed Yunhen with a meaningful stare. He was clad in a light, gray short-sleeved outfit, strikingly handsome, with tousled hair gently falling over his forehead, softening his usual sharp demeanor. He bore a casual smile, revealing nothing to conceal. Henceforth, he would have to arrange for someone to protect her. Farron, being familiar with her, was the ideal choice. Ji Lishu smiled and said leisurely, "There is something I have wanted to ask you for a long time." Yinhen? Ji Lishu. Commander Yinhen, when did you first realize you liked me? From the luxurious suite in Luwen Town to having Farron disguise himself as a teammate to protect her. How much had he done for her that she was unaware of? Ji Lishu thought to herself that aside from her appearance, there was little about her that would warrant such affection. With her solitary nature, volatile temper, and cold demeanor, did Yinhen truly have such reasons to go to such lengths for her? In truth, beneath her icy exterior lay profound insecurity. It was only after meeting Yinhen that she discovered her own capacity for self-doubt. The depths of Yinhen's eyes shimmered with an illustrious glow as he gazed intently at her. "From the first time I wanted to kiss you." His deep, magnetic voice flowed slowly, calm as water, resonating with an unsettling frequency. Ji Lishu found herself momentarily dazed. The first time he wanted to kiss her? That was when he rescued her at Yinling Bay. She had inadvertently stumbled into his study, where he had abruptly asked if he could kiss her. At that moment, she had slapped him without hesitation. Ji Lishu was slightly taken aback, her eyes flickering. "Why?" she asked. Yinhen grasped her hand tightly, guiding it around his neck. "Lishu, you need not ask why, for even I do not know." Back when he was at Beishan Villa, rushing to find Yin Kai, it was not just anyone that he would save. The one who caught his eye was her. With a single glance, she ensnared his every thought. From that moment on, whenever she appeared, it was as though his eyes were equipped with radar, solely locking onto her. When he could not see her, she occupied his mind, even his body, which had remained detached for decades, instinctively desired her closeness. His affection for her was as if dictated by his very genes, and he had no choice in the matter. How fortunate he felt to hold her in his arms at this moment. Ji Lishu donned her tactical jacket once more, disguising herself as a humanoid beast, and arrived at the base of Xingho Tower. This was her first visit to this place. Xingho Tower stood majestically in the heart of a skyline filled with towering edifices. She had attempted to contact Xingju twice, but had failed to reach him. It was uncertain whether he was deliberately avoiding her or simply unaware. The ground floor of the building featured a grand lobby, adjacent to the concierge area, where a few sporadic beastmen in suits sat, while the rest were robots. Ji Lishu pressed the elevator button for the top floor, but it indicated that access was denied. A nearby beastman looked at her with a low, mocking laugh. "The top floor is our boss's domain. Not just anyone can go up there," one of the beastmen remarked to Ji Lishu. She cast a sideways glance at him. With a derisive snort, he disdainfully shut the elevator door. She had no desire to cause trouble, and just as she was contemplating alternative ways to ascend, she overheard passing beastmen discussing the mercenary selection, mentioning that Xingju was currently on site. Thus, she found herself returning to the mercenary camp. The camp was divided into about 10 dueling circles. Ji Lishu and Farron arrived at the mercenary camp, where it was still before 10 o'clock, and many individuals were coming and going. Some wore expressions of joy, while others appeared dejected. Those beaming with joy were undoubtedly the selected beastmen, while the disappointed ones were either not chosen or had lost their positions. Xingju is likely on the central main stage, where they select only SS rank and above beastmen. Those chosen will directly become the leaders of various mercenary teams, Farron explained. Ji Lishu agreed. "Then let us head to the central main stage first." Just as they were preparing to enter the camp, a commotion erupted at the entrance. "What is this nonsense?" A familiar voice rang out. "Shouldn't there be a reason for denying entry? We went through numerous duels. Why is this happening? Is Xingho Group really that great? Is this just a game?" The speaker was visibly furious, cursing vehemently. Ji Lishu turned to see that the individuals being turned away at the entrance were none other than Jier and Mo Chi. Upon hearing his name called, Jier turned around and quickly spotted Ji Lishu and Farron nearby. "Ji Shu, Farron," he exclaimed joyfully, rushing over with open arms, only to be intercepted by Farron, who blocked him without hesitation. Mo Chi followed closely behind Jier, greeting them with a smile. Chapter 146. "Your people beat me up after exchanging pleasantries," Ji Lishu inquired. "How did you end up getting thrown out?" Jier could not help but pout in frustration. "Don't even mention it. It's just bad luck." As he spoke, he dramatically raised his hand. Fa Lun inquired, "What is wrong?" Jier explained, "It's Mo Chi. He has passed through all the duels required for new recruits. Yet they dismissed him on the grounds that his rank does not meet the S tier." Mo Chi smiled and patted Jier on the shoulder. signaling him to calm down. It's my fault for being too low in rank. It has also affected you. You were selected, yet now we are both thrown out. It seems their hopes of joining the Xinghua Group's mercenary team have been dashed. Geely nodded in understanding. Given Ji Air and Mo Chi's current abilities, joining the Xingju mercenary team should not be overly difficult. Ji Air's comments hinted at possible underlying issues. Hey, Ji Shu, what brings you here? Ji Air asked Geely. Mo Chi added, are you two here for the mercenary selection as well? Before Geely could respond, Ji Air turned to her and said, Fa Luan is fine, but don't even think about it. If they don't want me and Mo Chi, they certainly won't want you. Geely shook her head. I'm here to find someone. Who are you looking for? Fa Luan, familiar with Ji Air's persistent nature, interrupted their conversation. Let's go inside first. Geely looked at Mo Chi and said, those with strength will not be overlooked by Xingju. Come on, let us go in. We just got thrown out. We can't get back in. Just then, Fa Luan produced an identity card, swiping at the entrance, which promptly opened the VIP access. Ji Air stared at Fa Luan's identity card in disbelief, exclaiming, Fa Luan, you actually have one of those. ISNT, that an ID card exclusive to the Telier governing body? Have you already secured a stable position? As Ji Air followed Fa Luan through the VIP passage into the camp, he continued to chatter. No wonder Ji Shu has been looking so well. A few days apart, and you've gained weight. Ji Air was well aware of Fa Luan's care for Ji Li and found nothing strange about it. Ji Li was strikingly beautiful, and as a human-beast hybrid, it was entirely reasonable for Fa Luan to be fond of her. As Ji Air spoke, Fa Luan suddenly froze. His communicator was broadcasting live 24 hours a day, and Commander Yin Hen could hear and see everything. Don't say such nonsense, Fa Luan exclaimed. Be quiet, Ji Li retorted, both speaking in unison. Ji Air shrugged, unimpressed. If it's not, then it's not. As the four passed the division stage, Ji Air suddenly stormed up, pointing at an orc on stage, furious. How's he back on stage? Wasn't he defeated by Mo Chi? How come he wasn't eliminated? But Mo Chi was? The stage supervisor, a Wolf Clan orc, glared at Ji Air, visibly annoyed. Stop causing trouble. You've already been dismissed. How dare you sneak back in? The Wolf Clan orc's tone grew increasingly harsh. Get out now. You need to explain why that person is still on stage. Ji Air, unafraid of trouble but loathing injustice, raised his voice further. The Wolf Clan orc, angered and humiliated, barked, call for backup. Get them out. Immediately, a group of fully armed beast soldiers began to surround Ji Li and her companions. Fa Luan stepped protectively in front of Ji Li, producing his identity card. I am a member of the governing body. Who dares to expel me? Upon seeing this, the Wolf Clan orc frowned, his demeanor turning serious. He could not allow any of his actions to be exposed. Then all the more reason to expel you. The internal affairs of Xinghua Group are none of the governing body's concern. Ji Air scolded. I didn't expect the world-renowned, strongest mercenary group to have such a petty person among them. With the situation escalating, Ji Air continued to speak loudly. Everyone look. A person who can't even defeat a D-tier orc is allowed to advance and be selected. More and more orcs gathered around. The Wolf Clan orc's expression darkened, his eyes cold and menacing. They're causing chaos. Get them out. The armed beast soldiers moved forward. Geely discreetly sent a message to Xingju. I am at the mercenary camp. At that moment, Xingju was observing high-level beast duels from the central platform. Upon receiving the message, he frowned slightly. He beckoned Yufeng, instructing her to locate Geely. Moments later, a new message appeared. Your people are beating me up. Everyone watched as Xingju abruptly stood up from the main platform and sprinted away. The distance between the central platform and Ji Li's location was nearly 800 or 900 meters, yet Xingju dashed towards them. By the time he arrived, a considerable crowd of orcs had gathered at the division stage. Panting heavily, he pushed through the crowd and immediately spotted Ji Li surrounded by a group of burly orcs. GS fighting again. Just one glance sent a chill down his spine. Without hesitation, he swiftly entered the fray, delivering a powerful punch that cleared the soldiers in front of Ji Li. Are you trying to die? Xingju shouted angrily. His face flushed and his eyes suddenly bloodshot with fury. The soldiers, recognizing their leader, froze in place, no longer daring to move. The surrounding spectators quickly dispersed, murmuring among themselves. Xingju glared around, and at that moment, the Wolf Clan orc appeared visibly shaken. He turned to the human-beast hybrid, scrutinizing her closely. Once he confirmed she was unharmed, he took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. What do you want me to say? His tone carried a hint of resignation. Geely looked at him and gestured towards the 10 soldiers. Your mercenaries aren't that impressive. Jier and Mo Chi were left speechless, realizing that the imposing man who had just appeared must be Xingju, the one rumored to have affections for a human-beast hybrid. Chapter 147. Is she trying to kick 2 big shots out? A flash of crimson flickered in Xingju's eyes, revealing a lingering fear. His lips pressed together coldly as he regarded her deeply. Then, he turned to the Wolf Clan orc, narrowing his eyes. What is going on? He emanated a chilling aura. Before anyone could explain, Ji-Er indignantly interjected. What else could it be? Clearly, he has been bribed and is guilty of corruption. Xingju coldly commanded, You phone. The Wolf Clan orc kept his head down, obscuring his expression, but his slumped shoulders revealed his defeated state. He was not inclined to defend himself. Having spent many years in the Mercenary Corps, he understood the rules well. His actions crossed the line, and he had hoped to benefit from this. But now he could only blame his own greed. Take him away, Yufeng ordered, pointing at the Wolf Clan orc. 2 fully armed soldiers stepped forward, escorting the Wolf Clan orc away. Yufeng then directed others to disperse the crowd, reallocating the division's personnel to other stages. Many orcs continued to watch from a distance, but Xingju seemed oblivious to them. He turned to Ji Li, his deep, cold gaze softening slightly. Are you all right? Ji Li shook her head, sighing internally. Xingju suppressed his concern and glanced at the 3 individuals beside Ji Li. He recognized F.A. Luan, a member of Yun Hen's team. And who are these 2? Xingju asked, looking at Jier and Mo Chi. Jier flashed a radiant smile, introducing himself. Hello, I am Der, and this is Uchi. We just passed the selection process at this branch, but unfortunately, we were eliminated. Xingju nodded, sensing their potential. Since you possess such capabilities, why not try again? With that, he lost interest in further pleasantries with these inconsequential individuals. Turning, he reached out, intending to take Jisu's hand and lead her away. However, she subtly stepped back, leaving his hand empty. If you have the ability and have already cleared the selection, shouldn't you be directly employed? She inquired, gazing at Xingju. A shadow crossed his eyes. Was she defending these 2? After a moment of silence, he replied, Very well. Addressing Der Amuchi, he instructed, You may report directly to your phone. Before either Der or Mochi could respond, he turned back to Jisu, his tone tinged with resignation. Is this acceptable now? Can we go home? Der Amuchi observed this exchange in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to close their agape mouths. At that moment, a magnificent airship descended onto a nearby clearing. Its doors opening before its wheels had even touched the ground. The onlookers beheld a tall, commanding figure leap gracefully from the air, exuding an aura reminiscent of a war god. His deep amber eyes were piercing, and as he strode forward, he stirred up dust from the ground, radiating a conqueror's undeniable presence as he approached Kisu. Tongling, Fa Lun respectfully called out. Tongling, Yunhan. Jier and Wuchi exchanged shocked glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. What kind of day was this? Encountering both Xinjie and Yunhan, Yunhan halted before Jisu, scrutinizing her for a moment. Upon confirming her well-being, the tension in his gaze eased slightly. In the next instant, he glared fiercely at Xinjie, seizing his collar with lightning speed. You may indulge in your whims, but if you have upset her, or worse, caused her harm, I will not let you off lightly. His voice was chilling. From finesse reports, he had seen Isu surrounded and expelled by his mercenary group, fueling his concern and fury. Jilisu observed the scene, furrowing her brow and silently sighing. This was not his affair. She felt compelled to defend Xingjue. Yunhan released his collar and turned without a word, taking Jisu's hand as if to depart. Wait, Jilisu paused, glancing back at Jier and Uchi. Mochi, Jier, shall we share a meal together? She suggested. Xingjie and Yunhan simultaneously directed their gaze towards Jier and Mochi, finally regarding the 2 unremarkable beastmen with a mix of caution and wariness. Jier and Mochi felt an uncomfortable chill run down their spines. Under the weight of their intimidating presence, they mustered a stiff smile and reluctantly agreed. They arrived at a prestigious restaurant, which afforded a panoramic view of the towering buildings in the city. Regrettably, Der and Mochi were too anxious to appreciate the grandeur, as an eerie atmosphere enveloped the lavish private room. Furthermore, they rarely dined at such tables. Wasn't this a custom reserved for humans and the aristocratic beastmen? Falun assisted in closing the door, standing guard outside. Yunhan and Xingjie, 2 imposing figures, seated themselves on either side of Jilisu. Thank you both for taking care of my dear Li Su, Inwen Jun. Please, feel free to enjoy your meal tonight, Unfen said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he raised a glass of red wine in a gesture of courtesy. Jr. feigned surprise, responding, Yunhun, you are too kind. Yet, he could not overlook the intimacy implied in F's reference to Li Su as my dear Li Su. At that moment, Jr. felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He couldn't possibly admit that his attentiveness stemmed from selling her expired Rongtaiji and being captivated by her delicate beauty, although he had come to regard Li Su as a friend and ally. Revealing his initial motivations might jeopardize their relationship. Xingjie, not to be outdone, raised his glass in a similar gesture. Shivaviton welcomes you both. Yunhun added, should you require any assistance while in Tonglur, do not hesitate to let us know. Their entry into the Xinhua Ditan mercenary team resolved their employment issues, and with Fif's endorsement, they also secured their compliance status in Eliar. The situation was turning out to be far smoother than they had anticipated. However, both men were acutely aware that Infant Incha's assistance was ultimately for the sake of Li Su. The two powerful figures' eagerness overwhelmed Deer and Butchit, who felt increasingly burdened. Yet they maintained a facade of politeness and respect. Li Su noticed their discomfort. Their nonchalant demeanor clashed with Hun and Xing's formalities. She genuinely wished to leverage Yunfin and Xing's influence to assist her in Butchit, but she also had a matter that required Er's help. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Su interrupted them. All right. She glanced at the two men beside her. You both step outside for a moment. The two men fell silent for a moment, their expressions composed and devoid of anger. Yet the temperature in the room seemed to drop significantly. Jr. and Butchit exchanged glances, bewildered. Was she really sending the two powerful figures away? Yunhun and Xingjie nodded towards her and Butchit, then naturally pulled out their chairs and exited the private room. Chapter 148. Do not bully him just because you are of a higher rank. Could not help but scrutinize Jisoo. A human beastman had purchased his Yong Taiji, despite appearing impoverished. She possessed a 4S grade green orb. Now, two such formidable figures were obedient to her. Who exactly are you? Gr asked, lost in thought. Li Su had no intention of concealing her identity. I am Li Su, and I am not a human beastman. This revelation was profound. The two men across from her widened their eyes in disbelief. If Isu was not a human beastman, then her physique, appearance, and essence were unmistakably that of a human female. It seemed all questions had been resolved. Li Su chose not to elaborate further. They had already grasped the essence of her statement. However, they pondered how such an intelligent and capable individual had eluded their knowledge of any human species like Jisoo. I cannot explain this, but as you have seen, individuals like me do exist, she stated. She could not possibly divulge that she hailed from another world, having fought alongside Jir and Mochi countless times. And with their unwavering support in every mission, she had come to trust them. In a way, she was gradually learning to trust others. Thus, she felt compelled to disclose her identity to Jir and Mochi. Jir, did you not say that should I ever request your assistance, you would oblige? Li Su inquired. Does that still hold true? Gr replied earnestly, of course. Li Su continued. I happen to have a matter that I can only entrust to you. Go ahead, Gr replied. After their conversation, Diso and her emerged from the private room, only to find a tall figure sprawled on the sofa at the entrance. Xingjie's lips were tinged with a bruise, as if he had been struck, and he exuded a heavy scent of alcohol. Yunhun appeared somewhat disheveled, as though he had just engaged in some vigorous activity. And although he too bore the scent of alcohol, his demeanor remained calm, suggesting he was not intoxicated. He approached Liso and naturally took her hand. Finished? Shall we go home? Xingjie lay beneath the light, his gaze fixed on Jisoo, his deep-set eyes inscrutable, remaining silent. How did you end up like this? Lisu asked, eyeing Xingjie. Did you hit him? She inquired of Yunhun. Yunhun replied, he almost got you hurt today. Lisu sighed lightly. I said it was not his fault. Must you bully him just because you are of a higher rank? Yunhen felt his body stiffen immediately. Was she favoring Xingjie? How long had they been together? She was already showing bias towards Xingjie. What was he waiting for? They needed to carry him back. Li Shu, ignoring Yunhen's gloom and displeasure, commanded him directly to retrieve Xingjie and take him home. Taking a deep breath, Yunhen gestured and Fallon stepped forward to lift Xingjie. The group departed from the restaurant. Jill and his companion watched as Li Shu and the others left, their gazes distant, tinged with disbelief. Yet they couldn't help but smile faintly. It seemed that only this woman was worthy of bending these two men to her will. No, There was also Yin Liuji. The matter that Ji Shu entrusted to him was surprisingly related to the general of the desert city, Yin Liuji. Upon returning home, Fallon unceremoniously tossed Xingjue onto the sofa and quickly departed. Yanhen embraced Ji Shu and led her to her room, a routine they had maintained for several nights. Falling asleep in each other's arms, Ji Shu glanced back at Xingjue, hesitating for a moment, then turned to Yanhen, saying, "I should check on him." Yanhen suppressed his breath, closed his eyes, and nodded. He then expressionlessly released Ji Shu and walked toward his own room, his silhouette appearing quite desolate. "Yanhen!" Ji Shu couldn't help but call out to him. The tall figure ahead slowly turned. Yanhen met her gaze and softly said, "Don't overexert yourself." Yunen's calm response eased some tension in Ji Shu's heart. She then approached Xingjue and helped him into the room. After settling him onto the bed, she turned to the washroom to fetch a towel for him. Just as she emerged, she found Xingjue already sitting up, his feet on the ground. His gaze seized Ji Shu, scrutinizing her unabashedly. Ji Shu's heart raced inexplicably as the man suddenly stood, striding towards her. His eyes were deep, yet he remained silent. Ji Shu organized her thoughts and finally spoke. "You." Suddenly, Xingjue leaned down, his towering form lowering, and his lips, reeking of alcohol, sealed against hers. His large hand gently grasped her delicate chin, subtly lifting it, the angle facilitating their kiss. He awkwardly nibbled on her soft lips, but as Ji Shu began to resist, his kiss turned fervent. Xingjue firmly supported her slender waist and lifted her, placing her onto a nearby table, his intoxicating kiss growing more reckless. Ji Shu had never encountered such an audacious side of Xingjue. She felt breathless and disoriented. When he finally released her, Ji Shu propped herself up on the table, pushing against his chest with one hand, striving to maintain some distance between them. Her cheeks flushed, breathing heavily as she stared at the man before her. "What are you doing?" Xingjue gazed at her with his enchanting, deep eyes, his hands resting on either side of her. His voice was low and magnetic. "What do you want from me?" Ji Shu steadied her heart. "Why did you come to the mercenary camp looking for me?" Xingjue echoed her question. "You haven't returned in days. I came to see you." A smirk played at the corners of Xingjue's mouth. "See me? Aren't you enjoying your time with Yanhen? How would you bear to think of me?" Ji Shu felt an unprecedented wave of anxiety. Xingjue, intoxicated, loomed over her, their posture dangerously intimate, with a slight movement. She would have no chance of escape. She had never witnessed such a dominant side of him. How could he not realize her tension? In other circumstances, he would have never allowed her discomfort and would have released her. Yet this time, Xingjue showed no signs of retreat, pressing his forehead against hers, asking, "Ali, why did you come back to find me? Tell me." Chapter 149. Who else do you wish to harm? Ji Shu turned her face away, attempting to push Xingjue back. "Can we not have a proper conversation?" She hadn't truly considered why she sought him out. She merely didn't want him to feel sorrow. Xingjue fixed his gaze on her fluttering eyelashes and slightly parted lips, asking softly, "Ali, what did you feel when I kissed you just now?" Ji Shu felt a moment of disorientation. This was the second time he had posed that question. This time, she felt somewhat at a loss. Her eyes cast down as she remained frozen, unsure how to respond. Xingjue continued to observe her, noting her delicate lashes and the slight parting of her lips. Compelled by emotion, he leaned in once more. After a long moment, he finally released her, his heavy breaths brushing against her ear as he spoke in a restrained, husky voice. "Ali, did you feel it? You don't actually dislike my kiss." Under his intense gaze, Ji Shu felt her complexion shift. Her eyes slightly panicked as she instinctively turned her face away. She indeed did not dislike it. "Look at me." Xingjue gently grasped her chin, lifting it to force her to meet his gaze. He asked earnestly, "Ali, what did it feel like? Just give me a word. Like or dislike?" Ji Shu gazed deeply into the man's eyes before her, questioning herself within. Did she truly dislike him? The first person she encountered upon arriving in this world was someone who would never abandon her. How could she feel nothing? She simply lacked experience in such matters and was uncertain if she possessed the capability to sustain such profound emotions. Her silence gradually extinguished the fervor within Xingjue's heart. Was she still unable to accept him? Was he too impatient? He had expected her to seek him out, leading to further progression in their relationship. Sighing softly, he straightened his posture, deciding he didn't want to complicate things for her. "Where are you going?" Just as Xingjue was about to leave the room, Ji Shu's voice suddenly rang out. He paused for a moment, then slowly turned to look at her. "Ali," he still couldn't bring himself to ignore her. "You're drunk and still wish to cause trouble for someone? Hurry and take a shower." Saying this, Ji Shu tossed him a bath towel. She could not withstand the intensity of his gaze. In an instant, his previously disheartened mood revived. She wanted him to stay. A smile broke across Xing Jue's face as he nodded lightly, obediently heading into the bathroom. When Ji Shu finished her shower and emerged, 2 hours had already passed. As she stepped out, she found Xing Jue waiting at the door. He approached her, sliding his hand down to her waist, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Ji Shu's body tensed. "It's too late. You should sleep," he said, placing her down near the bed, removing her shoes, and pulling the blanket over them both. Ji Shu glanced sideways at the man beside her. He wore only a pair of cotton lounge pants, his upper body bare, exuding a potent masculine aura that enveloped her. She softly murmured, "Good night," too timid to look into his dazzling eyes, turning away instead. Yet, not long after, she heard Xing Jue's gentle voice from behind. "Ali." Ji Shu did not respond, merely wrapping the blanket tighter around herself. "Ali." Suddenly, Xing Jue's hand reached toward her back. She muffled her voice, asking, "What are you doing?" Xing Jue, with his innocent wolf-like eyes, pointed to the blanket covering her. "I don't have a blanket." Ji Shu, having positioned herself far from him, had wrapped the entire blanket around herself. Seeing his pitiful expression softened Ji Shu's heart, but then she recalled something and said solemnly, "Even wolves fear the cold?" Xing Jue clenched his fist in disbelief. It was indeed difficult to deceive her. The next moment, he composed himself and nodded. Even when sleeping, one should have some cover. Ji Shu cast a glance at him, unwilling to become entangled, and shifted the blanket slightly towards him. The room fell silent once more. With Ji Shu turning her back to Xing Ju, her eyes closed, yet she still felt the atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive, and she even felt a bit warm. Xing Ju was in an even worse state. The pheromones emanating from Ji Shu were too strong and alluring. An unbearable torment for an orc who had never experienced the pleasures of intimacy. The blanket that he had just returned was quietly lifted again. He turned his head to steal a glance at Ji Shu beside him. Noticing her tense expression, slightly flushed cheeks, trembling long lashes, and tightly pressed lips, it seemed as though she was deliberately suppressing even her breath. Unable to help himself, a smile spread in his eyes, and he instinctively leaned closer to her. "Ali." His voice was somewhat hoarse, resonating in the stillness of the night, rendering it even more magnetic and seductive. Ji Shu's heart skipped a beat. How could he still be awake? Thus, she remained motionless and ignored him, pretending to be asleep. "Ali." Xing Ju rested his head on his arm. Gazing at her with longing, unable to sleep, he inched closer, pressing against her, feeling an overwhelming desire welling up within him. His fingers unconsciously reached out, cautiously grazing her waist. Ji Shu felt her entire body stiffen momentarily. "Ali." Xing Ju called her name with a hint of grievance, stretching his hand forward. But Ji Shu instinctively blocked him, only to find his grip tightening around her wrist, slowly sliding down to clasp her hand. "Xing Ju," in the dimness. Ji Shu's tone carried a warning, yet to Xing Ju's ears, it sounded particularly enticing. He pressed his face against her shoulder and asked softly, "Ali, you haven't answered me yet. Why did you come back to me?" Ji Shu furrowed her brow, closed her eyes, and softly coaxed, "Can we sleep first?" "No." Xing Ju tightened his grip on her hand, an inexplicable longing flooding his heart. He yearned for her desperately, unable to wait any longer. "Just say the word." "Ali." "Did you return because you have feelings for me too?" Ji Shu remained silent, causing Xing Ju to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. He released her and laid back down, staring helplessly at the ceiling. "You only like Yin Hen, don't you? Before long, you won't want me either." He had witnessed Ji Shu's resoluteness before. Ji Shu felt her heart skip a beat. She turned to face him and gazed quietly into his eyes. "Xing Ju, I promised I would always be with you." She reassured him, "I do not only like Yin Hen." The last sentence grew softer and softer, receiving a hint of sweetness. Xing Ju beamed with joy, turning to face Ji Shu, bringing his face close to hers. "Then prove it to me," he said. Ji Shu's face inexplicably flushed. She slowly closed her eyes, gradually relaxing her body. Xing Ju's eyes sparkled with starlight. He realized she was yielding, and he couldn't help but smile softly. Cradling her face in his hands, he passionately kissed her lips and whispered, "Ali, may I?" Ji Shu felt a wave of annoyance. Could such matters only be spoken? Why not just act without asking? Fortunately, the man did not expect an answer from her. Just as Ji Shu opened her mouth to say something, she saw his alluring Adam's apple move, and then her vision faded to black. A cascade of tender kisses enveloped her. Ali, he held her tightly, his voice deep and magnetic, repeatedly calling her name. Yelishu remained silent. Yet her heart ached deeply. She closed her eyes, her hands trembling slightly as they encircled his neck. Shingju's long fingers buried themselves in her hair. His soft lips brushed against her ear, and with a voice filled with tenderness, he said, Jili Shu, I love you. Chapter 150. Grateful for being thrown into the dream-eating forest in the dark space, Yun Hin could not control his transformation into his beast form. The mattress was marked with several deep claw marks from the sharp claws of the Tsang Hu, and his amber tiger eyes narrowed, reflecting a strange red light under the moonlight. He leaped to the window, raised his tiger head, and longed to roar. Though his voice was faint, it resonated clearly, beautiful and melodious. However, the moment he realized that the one who elicited that sound was not himself, a surge of rage washed over him, wishing to destroy everything. His eyes seemed bloodshot as he turned to stare fiercely at the bedroom door, his body poised for attack, appearing ready to pounce at any moment. He once believed he could be content without possessing her, merely being by her side. But now, he realized that was not the case. The overwhelming possessiveness surged within him like a tsunami, threatening to engulf him. It was still deep into the night, and Xingju was wide awake. He propped his head with one hand, gazing lovingly at Jili Shu, who lay beside him, while with the other hand, he gently brushed aside the hair from her forehead. From acquiring the spiritual mark to possessing her entirely, he had spent over half a year. Surely, no other orc could boast such efficiency. Thinking of how she was wholly his filled him with an indescribable joy that coursed through his body and mind. His Adam's apple involuntarily moved, stirring a restless feeling within him. He slowly sat up, leaning against the headboard, striving to calm the fire she had effortlessly ignited within him. Considering Ji Li Shu's physical condition, he forced himself to endure, no matter how much he desired her. His chest rose and fell repeatedly, yet he could not find tranquility. Finally, he rolled over, entered the bathroom, and emerged feeling refreshed. He climbed back into bed, gently embracing Ji Li Shu and drifting off to sleep. In the morning, when Ji Li Shu awoke, her eyes met with a pair of gentle eyes. In the next moment, Xingju smiled and leaned down to kiss her softly. Ali, I love you. The unexpected confession struck her heart, causing Jili Shu to feel an involuntary tightening in her chest. Such words so early in the morning? Looking into those radiant eyes, she swallowed her words of skepticism. Shall we get up? She suggested, her tone shifting. Xingju did not move. Instead, he pulled her closer, caressing her soft hair, tenderly saying, It's still early. Let's lie down a bit longer. I can't sleep anymore, Jili Shu replied. Xingju smiled gently. Then shall we talk? Jili Shu tilted her head, looking at him. About what? Xingju leaned closer to her lips, pain evident in his eyes, and asked in a low voice, Will it hurt? Understanding what he meant, she lowered her head and subtly shook it. Xingju was incredibly tender, so much so that she felt unworthy of someone so good. Ali, am grateful that I was thrown into the dream-eating forest that day. Only then could he meet her. He had never, in any moment, felt such gratitude for being given someone like her, feeling that exchanging everything for her was worthwhile. Jili Shu fell a moment of daze. Meeting his gentle eyes, she asked, Xingju, have you never doubted my identity or origin? You should be the one who knew best. She had fallen from the sky without explanation. I did have doubts initially, wanting to dig deep to uncover your background. Xingju replied, but now I know, what matters most to me is being with you forever. No matter who you are, where you come from, or where you intend to go, as long as I can be with you, I will overcome any obstacles. Yet his voice trailed off. However, if you were to disappear as suddenly as you appeared, I would be left with no way out. His deep eyes brimmed with profound love. Making Jili Shu's eyes gradually moisten, her heart stirred. Was it only orcs who could possess such pure and unwavering feelings? Jili Shu opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. Xingju gazed at her intently, his eyes deep and profound. Therefore, Ali, in this lifetime, you shall never escape from me. He clasped her soft hand tightly and placed a gentle kiss upon it. Slowly, he extended his arm to caress the inner side of Ji Li Shu's left arm, where a faint mark was imprinted. His spiritual seal could sense that this was a mark belonging to him. She carried him within her heart. Xingju burrowed deeper into the blanket, and soon Ji Li Shu felt her arm being lifted as he leaned in to kiss that delicate mark. The action felt inexplicably intimate. Ji Lishu's cheeks flushed slightly as she protested. Xingju, do not force my hand. Upon hearing this, Xingju gently released her hand. His head emerging from the covers, a look of joy on his face. Ali, you like me? Yulis struggled a bit. Xingju casually glanced at the faintly blushing mark on her chest, silently admonishing himself not to feel jealous. Ali would find it difficult. Ji Lishu rose from her bed and had breakfast, noting that it was already past 10 o'clock without seeing Yunhen. She approached his room and knocked on the door. There was no response. She boldly opened the door and stepped inside. The room was empty, save for some noticeable claw marks on the dark gray bed. The mattress appeared to be beyond salvage. Ji Lishu glanced around before turning to leave Yunhen's room. She then messaged Xingju to order a new mattress. Chapter 151. The burden of gain and loss in the top-floor office of Xinghua Building. Xingju sat across from Yunhen, who had just closed the door with a gentle touch. Yunhen spoke first. We need to have a serious conversation. Their eyes met, and Xingju remained composed and silent. How is the antidote for the Bai Shi Huan Lu poison coming along? Yunhen's expression was somewhat cold, his tone formal. Xingju, frowning, replied, the separation of the poison's components has yet to be completed. This is a toxin specifically designed for human physiology, with an intricate balance of ratios. The separation process is exceedingly complex. Only by clarifying the components can we develop an antidote. Yunhen's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Xingju's response. But after a brief silence, he shifted the topic. It was poison used in the desert city. Xingju nodded, his expression growing colder and his gaze darkening. Gideon dares to poison Ji Lishu. I will eventually rend him limb from limb. Each word was delivered with clenched teeth. Then, recalling something, he anxiously brushed his tousled hair, stating, but Ali does not allow me to take action. She does not wish to disrupt Yin Luji's plans. Yunhen's gaze deepened as he remained silent for a moment. Qing suddenly appeared in the desert city not long ago. He was afflicted by the Sha Yin scorpion poison, which drove him into a frenzy, and he was surrounded by high-level beastmen. He only managed to escape after one of his subordinates died. Yunhen looked at Xingju, questioning if this was her scheme. Xingju sighed softly and nodded in resignation. She is determined to exact revenge on Qinya, and with no other means. She even dared to approach Yin Luji to use him as a weapon. Yunhen's gaze momentarily froze, fixating on the coffee cup before him. He felt both astonished, and yet it made sense. Ji Lishu was precisely that kind of person. Without him and Xingju, she could still thrive in this world filled with the powerful. Whatever goals she sought to achieve, she would find a way to accomplish them. It seemed that if Ji Lishu had not lured Qinya, he would not have recklessly invaded the desert city. No wonder she sought Qingya's contact information from him. Everything suddenly made sense. Yunhen's eyes narrowed. He had promised her he would help her deal with Qinya. Xingju replied nonchalantly, you must understand what killing Qinya entails. As the supreme commander of Talia, assassinating Qinya could lead to global condemnation if exposed, or worse, ignite a war between Qingmu City and Talia. For Yunhen, killing Qinya was not difficult. The challenge lay in finding a legitimate reason to eliminate him openly. Xingju continued, moreover, the desert city covets Qingmu City. If they were to lose Qinya, Qingmu City might plunge into chaos, potentially shattering the balance of half the world. Upon hearing this, Yunhen's expression shifted. If we are to proceed down this path, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. This is what I wanted to discuss with you. At the very least, we cannot allow innocent beast folk to be caught in the crossfire. Xingju rose, hands in his pockets, lifting his face slightly, his tall figure silhouetted against the floor-to-ceiling window as he gazed into the distance. The desert city desires to invade and colonize Qingmu City. If we must confront Qinya, then the way to prevent Qingmu City from being ravaged by the desert city is for Talia to take over Qingmu City, ensuring at least some peace for it. Furthermore, we could seize control of the PSS system. The PSS system is crucial for maintaining the safety of Talia's territory. And for Ji Lishu, it must be secured. Yunhen cast a sidelong glance at his back, falling silent for a moment before suddenly recalling something. He spoke softly. Did you not once align yourself with Qinya? Now, to speak of betrayal so readily? The memory of that day, when they had forced him to abandon Ji Lishu, remained vivid in Yunhen's mind, the pain etched deeply within him. Xingju remained unperturbed, looking up at the sky, softly replying, does it truly matter? Yunhen remained silent. Xingju continued, what truly matters is whom Ji Lishu chooses. Undoubtedly, she had chosen Yunhen. Xingju could only choose Yunhen as well. He felt fortunate that Xingju had always been the one to remain by her side. In Luwen Town, at the Xing Kong bar, after Xiao Ruwei took control of Luwen Town, he initially intended to demolish the bar. But Yin Lu Ji vehemently opposed it. No matter what, this place could not be destroyed. Last night, Yin Lu Ji had just conquered Tribe, acquiring a suppressive agent from Xiao Ruwei, and promptly notified Ji Shu to come collect it. His expression was dark, tinged with bloodshot eyes. Manipulating the corpse eaters required immense effort, and he was naturally exhausted after battle. Yin Lu Ji, who typically did not care for his appearance, had made an effort to tidy himself up, donning his finest attire and even grooming his hair. He had arrived early at the Xingkong bar. The frost had fallen in Luwen Town last night, and by morning, the temperature began to rise, causing the surface crystals to vaporize, enveloping the earth in a layer of ethereal mist. Yin Lu Ji silently gazed out the window, a flicker of excitement shining in his pitch-black eyes. The sound of an ancient doorbell echoed as he cleared the bar of patrons. He turned to see a tall figure entering. The curve of Yin Lu Ji's mouth stiffened slightly, and the light in his eyes dimmed gradually. "City guard, do you still remember me?" Gil approached the table where Yin Lu Ji sat, smiling as he spoke. "I do." Yin Lu Ji nodded, gesturing for Gil to take a seat. He couldn't help but glance toward the entrance of the Xing Kong bar, as if anticipating the arrival of someone else. Gil, being astute, quickly discerned what Yin Lu Ji was hoping for. "Ji Shu sent me. Do you have something valuable to give her?" Yin Lu Ji coolly withdrew his gaze and produced a carefully secured box from his embrace, handing it to Gil. Gil accepted it, took a quick look, then smiled and said, "Now that I have the item, I shall take my leave. There are corpse eaters everywhere. It's foul when the temperature rises. Who would want to linger here?" "Wait." Yin Lu Ji's expression turned a bit cold as he called after Gil. "Why isn't she coming?" He could not suppress the question that escaped his lips. He attempted to reach her via messages, but she never answered, nor did she respond to any of his texts. The only reply he received was a simple okay when he invited her to meet at Shinkong Juba, and after that, there was silence. Jill expressed his confusion, stating that Ji Shu had not shared the reasons with him either. Yin Lu Ji inquired again about her health, asking if she was suffering from the effects of Bai Shihuan Lu. Jill reassured her that she was fine, having even fought alongside him not long ago. Yin Lu Ji fell silent, choosing not to speak further. After bidding farewell, Jill turned and left. Yin Lu Ji quietly sat by the window, watching him walk away, his handsome profile resembling a statue that had remained silent for a millennium. She had confessed her affection for him, yet he found it hard to believe. How could she claim to like him but not want to see him? Just a few days prior, he had dreamt of her pushing open the door to Shinkong Juba and reaching out to him, though he ultimately could not grasp her hand. He had caused her to suffer from poison, yet she bore no grudge against him, and her nonchalance led him to believe this was a good sign. Yin Lu Ji scoffed quietly, feeling a heaviness in her heart. It was she who professed her love, yet she had him in a state of uncertainty. "Xiao Li Shu, if you are deceiving me, then you should continue to do so forever." With that thought, he stood up, one hand in his pocket, his tall and imposing figure regaining its usual ruthless demeanor as he walked out of Shinkong Juba. Chapter 152. "I will wait for you at our home." Ji Shu had been enjoying her recent days in leisure. Her previous plans in the original world had involved earning enough money to stage an accidental death. If successful, she could disappear entirely from the surveillance of the mercenary organization, seeking a tranquil forest to live a quiet life. Aside from her time spent in Chong Kong bookstore, these moments were the most peaceful. However, things felt different now. The days spent in the bookstore, while serene, were also lonely and aimless, and she had resolved that if her identity were ever exposed, she would rather end it all. Yet now, she found herself harboring a sense of hope for the future, perhaps due to the presence of Yunhen and Xingju by her side. The door to her bedroom was scratched at, accompanied by faint howls and the low mewling of a cat. The little white wolf, Shuang, was barking louder. Surely, her Jaimin cat was bullying the little white wolf again. Ji Shu set her book down and walked over to open the door. Shuang dashed inside. She crouched down, and Shuang whined softly, looking rather aggrieved, as its snowy head nuzzled into her embrace. Sighing gently, she stroked its head, then playfully admonished the small yellow and white Jaimin cat behind Shuang. "You've become quite the bully, tormenting a wolf like this. It's quite unfair to you to be a cat." Shuang and the Jaimin cat, Xiao Chengzi, were gifts from Xingju. At that moment, the Jaimin cat tilted its head to gaze at Ji Shu. its fluffy tail swaying slightly before drooping down as it rubbed its head against Ah Shuang's leg with its big, wet, black eyes, looking even more pitiful than Ah Shuang. Ji Shu pursed her lips, picking up the little white wolf while gently shooing the cat toward the pet corner outside. She grabbed some food and sat by the corner, feeding both the cat and the wolf, a tender smile unconsciously gracing her lips. When Xing Ju returned, he was greeted by this heartwarming scene. Ignoring the cat, he imagined that if he and Ali were to have children in the future, it would likely resemble this peaceful tableau. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. As Ji Shu finished tending to her pets and stood up, she turned to find Xing Ju, dressed in a well-tailored suit, his tall stature accentuated by the soft glow of the lights, making him appear even more handsome. His face was sharply defined, with long, thick eyelashes framing his bright, warm eyes that sparkled with a gentle smile, exuding an irresistible charm. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning casually against the staircase, his lips curling into a soft smile. Ali, you looked lovely when you laughed just now. Ji Shu was momentarily perplexed. Had she laughed? She raised an eyebrow, not wishing to dwell on it, and asked, "Why are you back so early?" Xing Ju strode towards her, his lips lifting slightly as he naturally wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin on her head. "Did we not agree that I would accompany you for every meal?" "Of course, I had to return early." Ji Shu looked up at him, her eyes clear and bright, radiating warmth as they locked onto the man before her, evoking a sense of affection. Her Xing Ju was undeniably captivating. His gaze drifted to her lips, the distance between them only a few centimeters, with a slight lean. He could capture her kiss. Unable to resist, Xing Ju leaned down, but instead of kissing her lips, he placed a gentle kiss on her nose. Ji Shu shivered at the unexpected contact and quickly turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. Suddenly, her wrist communicator vibrated repeatedly. Coming back to her senses, she abruptly pushed Xing Ju away, stepping out of his embrace to answer the call. Xing Ju furrowed his brows, casting a cold glance at the communicator on her wrist. Suspecting it to be Yunhen, he had been on a business trip to the northern city for a few days, discussing strategies to counter the desert city, and was expected to return tonight. Lu Ji had been making frequent moves lately, having subdued 2 small tribes in the northern region within just a month. If he continued his offensive, the northern city would surely be in jeopardy. The citizens of a northern city were in a state of panic, while others were unaware. Yunhen understood that Lu Ji's aggressive tactics were merely a ruse to distract Gideon and his son. Furthermore, the northern city was a subordinate city of Telier. No matter how audacious Lu Ji was, he would not openly oppose Yunhen at this juncture. However, to quell the fears of the northern city's populace, Yunhen had to make an appearance. Otherwise, having just established his relationship with Ji Shu, he could not bear to leave her for long. As Yunhen left, it inadvertently benefited Xing Ju, who had been able to hold Ji Shu in his arms every night. "Have you eaten dinner?" Ji Shu answered the call, and a deep, magnetic voice came through. "Not yet," she replied. "Get dressed and come to the villa entrance." "What for?" Ji Shu inquired. "Bo Chi is here to pick you up." Ji Shu raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You're back?" she asked, her tone laced with joy. Yunhen detected her delight and smiled broader. "Yes, I am at our home waiting for you." "Our home?" Ji Shu realized he was referring to Yinling Wan. "All right, I'll be there," she responded, her lips curving slightly with warmth. Xing Ju furrowed his brows, interrupting their conversation. "Her dinner is ready. Why must she go to you on an empty stomach?" The situation was becoming complicated. Yunhen ignored Xing Ju's interruption, turning to Ji Shu. "Do you want to come?" Xing Ju wanted a voice that he would go too, but reconsidered. He had monopolized Ji Shu for several days. For the sake of fairness in future interactions with Yunhen, he decided to let Ji Shu leave on her own. Ji Shu donned a coat and stepped outside, where Bo Chi was already waiting. He personally escorted her to Yinling Wan. Chapter 153. Yunhen. "I miss you too," as Ji Shu gazed out the car window at the bustling streets lined with towering buildings and bright lights reflecting the city's vibrancy. The night was cloaked in a light mist. As the lamps flickered to life, the streets appeared more crowded than usual, teeming with people, all bustling about. Today was Shuangningjia. Boki glanced at Ji Shu through the rearview mirror and spoke. Ji Shu tilted her head slightly. She was aware of the Shuangning festival. On this day, regardless of the intensity of any conflict, it must cease. In an era where habitable resources are scarce globally, the competition for resources is commonplace. Compounded by the inherently warlike nature of the orcs, leading to frequent skirmishes around the world. Thus, the Shuangning Festival came into being. Not all cities are like Talia, tranquil and prosperous, far removed from the smoke of war. Yunhan has maintained the city's peace for over a decade, despite his strength. He too must experience fatigue at times. Ji Lishu lowered her head, her brows knitted in contemplation. The car traversed a bustling commercial district, entering a dimly lit residential area. Just as Ji Lishu regained her focus and looked up through the car window, she spotted Yunhan waiting downstairs. He approached and opened the car door for her. As the door swung open, a chilling mist enveloped her, revealing the stark temperature drop of the autumn season. Yunhan's deep, gentle gaze met hers as he took her icy hand in his warm grasp, looking in her eyes and asking softly, "Are you cold?" Ji Lishu's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes sparkling with a radiant light, yet she remained blissfully unaware of it. Simply seeing him brought her joy. She shook her head and remarked, "It's quite lively today." Yunhan held her hand as they exited the vehicle, while Boki, understanding the moment, silently drove away. Yes, today is the Shuangning Festival, he knew. With a gentle smile, Yunhan whispered, "But let us stay in, shall we? I haven't seen you in so long and wish to avoid interruptions." Ji Lishu was indifferent. She had never been one to seek the spotlight. Upon entering the familiar apartment, she noticed the familiar pair of slippers. Ji Lishu was somewhat surprised that they were still there. She changed her shoes, and just as she turned, she felt a warm embrace from behind, a strong hold that lifted her effortlessly. Yunhan carried her toward the living room sofa, showering her lips with warm, tender kisses, his breath enveloping her. As he settled onto the sofa, he held Ji Lishu sideways on his lap, wrapping his arms around her, continuing to kiss her deeply. She furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively retreating as if unaccustomed to such fervent intimacy. Yunhan then turned her to face him, his legs on either side of hers, pulling her waist close and tenderly kissing her rosy lips. Their kisses were lingering and playful, as if they were teasing each other's breath. "Lishu, I miss you so much," he murmured, his embrace radiating a warmth that dispelled her chill. They remained silent, simply holding each other. Yunhan draped a blanket over her shoulders, enveloping her in warmth. Ji Lishu felt her cheeks flush at that moment. She felt as though she was beginning to comprehend this thing called love. Once triggered, it surged forth like a flood, uncontrollable. She had once been prickly and guarded, but now, even in such a position, she found herself no longer resisting. Nestled in his embrace, she lifted her gaze and softly said, "Yunhan, I miss you too." His heart skipped at her words. He leaned back on the sofa, his deep, cold eyes revealing a hint of allure. He had not anticipated hearing such a confession. A warm smile spread across his lips, his gaze reflecting her figure, her simple sweatshirt and jeans somehow warming his entire heart. Before she could speak again, his large hand cradled the back of her head, and he leaned down, passionately capturing her lips, drawing her into a fervent kiss. In this familiar apartment, where he had once longed to kiss her but had to restrain himself, he now kissed her freely, embracing her without hesitation. The kiss lingered for what felt like an eternity. Slowly, Yunhan released her lips, resting his forehead against hers. "Are you hungry?" he asked, his voice a husky whisper. "I prepared dinner for you. Let us eat before it gets cold." As Ji Lishu approached the dining table, she was greeted by a sumptuous spread. "Did you make all of this?" she asked in astonishment. Yunhan chuckled, ruffling her hair. "I've never cooked for you before. I've been researching for days." "Come, sit down and eat," he urged, pulling out a chair for her and attentively serving her dishes. After tasting a bite, he inquired, "Is it good?" Ji Lishu squinted her eyes, nodding enthusiastically. "It's truly delicious." Yunhan, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "I'm glad you like it." His efforts had not been in vain. As Ji Lishu continued to eat, Yunhan watched her intently. Occasionally, she would pick up a bite and feed it to him. Suddenly, Yunhan remembered something and softly said, "I brought you a gift from the north." He stood and retrieved a beautifully wrapped box from the refrigerator. Ji Lishu looked over curiously. "Strawberry?" she guessed. No, wait. This vibrant red fruit, while resembling a strawberry, was extraordinarily large, at least 8 inches long. "Do you recognize it?" Yunhan asked, surprised. Ji Lishu responded, "Is it really a strawberry? This is a specialty from a city in the north, grown in a purified environment and edible." Yunhan explained, "I heard that women love these, so I brought you one. I hope you like it." Ji Lishu's eyes flickered, although she was not particular about food. She thought it fitting to say, "I like it. I want to eat it now. I'll go cut it." With that, she took the large strawberry and headed to the kitchen. She retrieved a plate and, using a knife, began to slice it, though the kitchen counter was high, making it quite a struggle. Yunhan furrowed his brow, sighed softly, and approached her. He grabbed a stool for her to stand on, then gently wrapped his arms around her from behind, taking the knife from her hands to cut the fruit. Standing on the stool, Ji Lishu's head barely reached Yunhan's chin. She found herself embraced from behind as she watched him skillfully slice the large strawberry. A smile crept onto her lips, her soft hair brushing against him, stirring his heart. Yunhan found himself pausing after each cut to lean down and place gentle kisses on her. She would shyly evade his kisses, yet a smile lingered on her lips. Yunhan felt that Ji Lishu was becoming increasingly gentle. Chapter 154. Truly inconsiderate after dinner and dessert, they playfully tidied up the kitchen together. Yunhan received an important message and stepped into the living room to take the call. Ji Lishu, feeling a bit bored, wandered around the familiar space. On Yunhan's desk, she discovered an intriguing object, a transparent box containing an immaculate white flower. The flower had fully blossomed, its petals resembling the purest snowflakes, devoid of any impurities. Each petal exhibited an exquisitely perfect curve, as if meticulously sculpted by nature. The flower's center, a golden filament structure, radiated like brilliant light, contrasting starkly with the petals and making the flower even more striking. As Yunhan hung up the call, he approached her. "Is this the Shue Jilian?" she inquired. Yunhan gently wrapped an arm around her slender waist. "This was meant to be a gift for you," he replied. "For me?" Ji Lishu echoed, surprised. Yunhan gently cradled the Shue Jilian in one hand, presenting it before Ji Lishu as he softly inquired, "Do you like it?" A ripple of emotion stirred within her heart as Ji Lishu lifted her gaze to meet Yunhan's. "I do. Thank you," she replied. A flicker of change crossed Yunhan's eyes. He suddenly leaned down, softly kissing Ji Lishu's lips. After a mere few seconds, he released her and said, "Do not let me hear the word thank you again." Ji Lishu understood and smiled, asking, "What would you prefer to hear?" Yunhan's deep, gentle gaze was filled with a tender smile as he raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" He leaned down once more, showering her with kisses upon her hair, cheeks, and the corners of her eyes. Ji Lishu bit her lip, turning her face to evade him. "Lishu, would you like to go out?" Yunhan asked softly. Ji Lishu, momentarily dazed. The term play felt foreign to her. Yunhan continued, "Would you like to see a real Shue Jilian? The ones growing in the wild are far more beautiful than the ones encased in transparent boxes." With the arrival of the Frost Condensation Festival, the most breathtaking season in the glacial polar regions had commenced. Now, one could not only witness the Shue Jilian blooming atop the glaciers, but also the enchanting auroras. Yunhan gently embraced Ji Lishu, whispering, "In 3 days, we shall be at the glacial polar region." As the vessel broke through the clouds, descending with a deafening roar, an endless expanse of glacier unfolded before her eyes like a grand canvas. Ji Lishu gazed at the scenery, her eyes brightening with a surge of excitement, and she could not help but glance back at the man beside her. Her sparkling eyes prompted Yunhan to yield to the temptation, leaning down to plant several kisses upon her. He had already reserved the finest hotel in the glacial polar region. Just as Ji Lishu and Yunhan arrived at their hotel suite, Xingjue followed closely behind. Knowing he could not shake him off, Yunhan opened the door. Xingjue shot Yunhan a cold glare before striding into the room. At that moment, Ji Lishu was changing clothes. The temperature had plummeted to -30 degrees, necessitating several layers. Upon seeing Ji Lishu, Xingjue's initial anger transformed into a look of grievance. "Ali Shu, how could you heartlessly sneak away with Yunhan without bringing me along?" His voice was low and weary. Approaching her, he wrapped his arms around Ji Lishu, cupping her face and gently kissing her lips as if to vent his frustration. The chilling aura emanating from Xingjue sent a shiver through Ji Lishu the moment he drew near. Yunhan's expression darkened abruptly. He stepped forward and forcefully pulled Xingjue away. "Do not freeze her," he said, his voice colder than ice. He swiftly retrieved warm clothing from the side and meticulously dressed Ji Lishu layer by layer. Only then did Xingjue realize his oversight. With the physique of a beastman, he could withstand such temperatures, neglecting Ji Lishu's feelings in the process. "Alishu, I am sorry," Xingjue murmured, furrowing his brows. Having donned several thick layers, Ji Lishu reached for a spray to mask her scent. Yunhan gently took the spray from her hands. "There is no need for that," he stated, looking deeply into her eyes. Ji Lishu paused. Yunhan ruffled her hair and smiled. "You are here to enjoy yourself. Just be a normal human. With me around, you need not conceal your identity or fear exposure. Exactly. Ali Shu, with me here, just be yourself. Xingjue chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Ji Li Shu slightly furrowed her brows, her long lashes casting shadows that obscured her emotions. The three of them departed, arranging a meal for Ji Li Shu in the hotel before heading to Xuediao City. Xuediao City was not a city in the conventional sense, but rather a scenic spot within the glacial polar region. Various ice-sculpted buildings resembled a fairy tale castle of ice, creating the illusion of stepping into another realm. Even the streetlights, benches, and fences were carved from ice. Ji Li Shu, slightly excited, looked around, while Yin Hen slowly took her hand to prevent her from wandering off. The city was bustling with people, not only beastmen, but also human women accompanied by a variety of animals. Ji Li Shu could easily discern that those animals were actually beastmen. In this world, all females bore male beastmen. During their early years, they could only manifest in beast form and were unable to transform into human form. Most beastmen could achieve this transformation around the age of 15, with those who could do so earlier demonstrating greater strength. The animals surrounding the human women appeared to be adults, yet they may have been merely a few years old. Ji Li Shu tilted her head and asked Yin Hen, "Why do those animals still appear in beast form?" Among those surrounding the human women were both young cubs and rather imposing creatures. "What does it matter if they are only a few years old? I could freely control my form at 5, Xingjue boasted, gazing at Ji Li Shu with pride. Transforming into human form at 5 certainly indicates great strength, Ji Li Shu mused, her curiosity piqued. Yin Hen, when were you able to transform into human form? Yin Hen recalled with a hint of detachment, perhaps around 1 year old. Xingjue lagged slightly behind, regretting his earlier boastfulness. Suddenly, a few fluffy little tigers appeared nearby. Their pale yellow fur adorned with dark stripes, scampering about on short legs, their plump fur and tails swaying with each movement, both fierce and adorable. Xingjue discreetly leaned toward Yin Hen, signaling him to look. Upon catching sight of the little tigers, Yin Hen momentarily froze. A flicker of tenderness crossed his usually stern expression before he returned to his usual demeanor. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Ji Li Shu was also fixated on him. Yin Hen tightened his grip on her hand and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Ji Li Shu blinked and replied, "Nothing," before gently releasing Yin Hen's hand and walking ahead. If she was not mistaken, there had been a glimmer of hope in Yin Hen's eyes. Xingjue glanced at the little tigers and quietly remarked to Yin Hen, "Are you envious?" Yin Hen merely responded with indifference. "Do not get ahead of yourself. It's a long way off," Xingjue said with a chuckle. Yin Hen's gaze followed Ji Li Shu as he replied, "The feeling is mutual." This response left Xingjue visibly displeased, as he plotted that if Ji Li Shu were to have cubs, they must first be his wolf cubs. Yin Hen had already been too smug. He could not afford to be outdone in this regard. Bathed in colorful lights, a figure clad in a pristine white coat, wrapped in a thick scarf, squatted on the ground, expressionless as she surveyed the small animals around her. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, accentuating her strikingly pale and ethereal complexion, devoid of any worldly presence. She was inherently beautiful, unencumbered by a hat or mask, drawing the attention of many beastmen passing by. Yin Hen's gaze turned icy as he swiftly closed the distance, enveloping her in his embrace. He cast a cold glance around, and the prying eyes gradually dispersed. Those beastmen could not discern Yin Hen's rank, but the aura he exuded made them aware of his strength. Only such a formidable being could be worthy of such a beautiful woman. Xingjue also noticed the covetous stares from those around them, which irritated him immensely. He strode over, taking Ji Li Shu from Yin Hen's grasp. "Ali Shu, I shall take you to see the auroras," he declared. Ji Li Shu looked up at him, asking, "Where shall we see them?" Xingjue replied confidently, "At the Aurora Bar." The Aurora Bar is perched atop a hill of glaciers, a 2-story structure enveloped in snow, exuding an air of mysterious vintage charm. The expansive interior, adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, is warm and inviting. Xingjue led Ji Li Shu to the bar's observation deck, situated on the roof, which serves as an ideal vantage point for witnessing the breathtaking auroras. As twilight descended, guests reveled in nature's spectacular display. The aurora danced in hues of emerald green, garnet red, amethyst purple, and snowy white, resembling a palette crafted by nature itself, illuminating the sky with its brilliance. Each flicker and transformation seemed to narrate ancient and profound tales. The trio settled into a booth partially enclosed by transparent glass, with Xingju beside Ji Li Shu and Yun Hen on the opposite side. Soon, a server presented them with several bottles of wine. Ji Li Shu observed as Xingju poured 2 glasses, one for Yun Hen and one for himself, while offering her a cup of hot beverage instead. Ji Li Shu subtly raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased with this arrangement. A faint smile graced Xingju's stern visage as he lifted his goblet, addressing her with a warm Ali, Sos. Yun Hen sat quietly across from them, a serene smile adorning his face, exuding an air of quiet authority. Ji Li Shu took a sip of her warm drink, wrinkling her nose slightly. The 2 men, composed and at ease, exchanged glances and raised their glasses in silent understanding, downing their drinks in unison. Xingju promptly refilled their glasses. Ji Li Shu glanced at Xingju's glass, lifting it to her nose for a whiff, her brow arching slightly. It was indeed fine wine. She prepared to sip from it when Xingju suddenly reached out, decisively taking it from her hands while shaking his head slowly yet firmly. "You cannot drink." He then gently pinched her cheek with one hand, smiling as he reminded her, "You are pregnant." Ji Li Shu shot him a blank look, sighed softly, and shifted her gaze to the aurora. Yun Hen, with a gentle smile, rose and entered the bar, returning with an antique charcoal stove and a blanket. He approached Ji Li Shu, half squatting to place the stove on the ground and draping the blanket over her knees. After completing this gesture, he gazed at her, his eyes filled with tenderness, a smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. Ji Li Shu opened her mouth, the words "thank you" on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back. She held his gaze for a few moments in silence before leaning in to gently kiss the side of Yun Hen's face. Just a light brush, and she withdrew. The smile on Yun Hen's lips deepened. He reached out, playfully tapping her nose, praising her, "You did well this time." Ji Li Shu recalled Yun Hen's earlier remark about not wanting to hear her say thank you. Xingju stared at the 2 of them, unabashedly displaying their affection, a wave of jealousy surging within him. Eagerly, he leaned in. "Ali, are you cold? Let me hug you. I'm warm." With that, he opened his arms, attempting to embrace her. Ji Li Shu cast him a disinterested glance and replied, "No need." She was not cold to begin with, and now, with the blanket and the stove, she felt quite comfortable, feeling a tightening in his throat and a profound sense of disappointment. Xingju gulped down the wine in his glass. The fragrant taste of the wine rekindled Ji Li Shu's desire for it. She was not particular about food, yet the wine at this establishment seemed particularly exquisite, and she longed to try it. "May I have a sip of your wine?" She once again directed her request at Xingju. "Absolutely not," Xingju replied bluntly. Yun Hen, observing her eagerness, asked, "So you really want to drink?" Ji Li Shu nodded. Yun Hen gazed at her intently before beckoning her closer, his voice deep, "Come here." Ji Li Shu's eyes brightened, and she snuggled under the blanket, moving to sit beside Yun Hen. "What are you doing?" Xingju looked at Yun Hen disapprovingly. "She can't drink." Yun Hen, looking at her with an expression of rare anticipation, felt his heart race as he gently took her hand, pulling her onto his lap and adjusting the blanket around her. He then gestured to Xingju to bring the stove closer. Xingju's resentment deepened. While he could not embrace her, Yun Hen was allowed to do so freely. Though he felt a surge of indignation, he still brought the stove over. Cradling Ji Li Shu in his arms, Yun Hen held the wine glass with one hand. Ji Li Shu smiled and reached out to take the glass. In the next moment, Yun Hen downed the wine in one gulp, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he swallowed. She stared at him, her expression inscrutable. Just then, Yun Hen cupped her chin with 2 fingers and under the vast aurora. His striking profile leaned closer, gently kissing her lips. His tongue slipped in silently, carrying the chill of the wine, entwining with hers, flooding her mouth with its rich flavor. Yun Hen's breath grew heavy, and he dared not linger too long, slowly releasing her. His deep gaze held a hint of coldness as he looked at her. His voice hoarse, "How does it taste?" Ji Li Shu, breathless and slightly dazed, tilted her head back, squinting at him, her expression one of playful betrayal. Yet, beneath the vibrant auroras, Yun Hen's handsome visage was so captivating that it was nearly impossible to resist. "Do you wish to drink more?" he continued, his voice low. Ji Li Shu pursed her lips, glaring at him. "Is this even considered drinking?" Xingju's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched tightly, frustration bubbling within him. Was he angry at Yun Hen, at himself, or perhaps both? Is this even allowed? How could he not come up with such clever ideas himself? Chapter 156. Growing increasingly gentle as the temperature continued to drop, they were reluctant to let Li Shu remain outside for too long. After enjoying the auroras, the three returned to their hotel. The suite, reserved by Yun Hen, contained only a large bed. When Li Shu emerged from the bathroom after washing up, Xingju had already sprawled across the bed like a little tyrant. Upon seeing her, he immediately turned on his side, propping his head on one hand, and patted the space beside him, smilingly inviting her, "Ali, come sleep. It's so cold. Let me warm you." Li Shu glanced over at Yun Hen, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his work on the holographic screen, and asked, "Where will you sleep?" Her tone unexpectedly carried a hint of apprehension. Though the bed was spacious enough for three, the mere thought of the scenario made her instinctively recoil. Yun Hen quickly finished his task, stood up, and took the damp towel from Li Shu's hands, hanging it up. "Otherwise, one of you will sleep on the sofa and the other on the floor, leaving the bed for me." Li Shu spoke casually, feeling no psychological burden in her words. Upon hearing this, Xingju protested, "The bed is quite wide. Ali, I will sleep with you, and Yun Hen can take the sofa." Yun Hen had monopolized Li Shu all day, and Xingju was not pleased. Li Shu turned towards Yun Hen, who gently wrapped his arm around her waist, his hand lightly securing the back of her neck as his lips brushed against hers with utmost tenderness, whispering, "Sleep well. I need to step out for a moment." Li Shu furrowed her brow and asked, "Where to?" "It's already quite late." Yun Hen replied, "The consul of the polar glaciers is an acquaintance of mine. I need to pay him a visit." She nodded, "Then come back early." Yun Hen leaned down to kiss the corner of her mouth once more, picked up his coat from the sofa, and prepared to leave. "Hurry and sleep," he reminded her before departing. Xingju watched Li Shu, his gaze dimming as he spoke in a low voice. "Could you not focus solely on Yun Hen?" Li Shu turned to glance at him. "Am I?" Her expression remained indifferent. The man on the bed sighed quietly, then lifted the corner of the quilt. "Come sleep, Ali, it's too cold." Although the room was heated, a chill still lingered. Li Shu, no longer hesitating, climbed onto the bed, and Xingju pulled the quilt over them both. He lay on his side, facing Li Shu, unable to resist reaching out to gently touch her slightly rounded belly. "Are you feeling uncomfortable lately?" he asked softly. Li Shu shook her head. Apart from her increasingly heavy abdomen, she felt no other discomfort. In fact, she had been eating well and sleeping soundly. Perhaps it was due to her pregnancy, or perhaps it was the comfort of her current life. Ali had become increasingly gentle lately. Li Shu blinked in the darkness, wondering if such a person could truly be gentle. "Yes, you've been speaking more and smiling more," he replied. "Most importantly, you no longer seem to want to slap me at every turn. Ali, perhaps you have always been a gentle person. Only the past made you accustomed to disguising yourself with indifference. It's all right. I will always be here, and you need not pretend anymore." Xingju chatted aimlessly for a while, his magnetic voice resonating in the night, inducing a strange sense of drowsiness. Li Shu soon fell asleep. Xingju gazed at her warm, sleeping face for a moment, then gently kissed her forehead, shifting slightly to hold her tighter. Yun Hen was too cunning. He couldn't outmaneuver him. Fortunately, Li Shu did not reject him. He thought that if he treated her better in the future, she would surely come to like him more. In the middle of the night, Li Shu awoke to use the restroom, only to find that Yun Hen had not yet returned. She decided to sit on the sofa, covering herself with a blanket, and sent him a few messages. Then, leaning back against the sofa, she stared at the dark ceiling, enveloped in a pitch-black void. Suddenly, she felt as though this life was but a dream. Her thoughts wandered, and soon drowsiness overtook her. Unconsciously, she nestled deeper into the sofa, tucking her head in and falling asleep. When Yun Hen returned, it was already late into the night. Carrying with him a chill, he removed his coat at the door to avoid bringing the cold air inside. Upon seeing the figure curled up on the sofa, he furrowed his brows, his thin lips pressed tightly together in displeasure. He approached the bed with anger, releasing an overwhelming sense of authority. Xingju was jolted awake, sitting up suddenly. Yun Hen pointed at the person on the sofa, his voice low and filled with ire. "You let her sleep here?" His voice was barely a whisper. Yet Li Shu instinctively woke up. Had it not been for her innate belief that this was a safe environment, her usual alertness would have had her awake the moment Yun Hen entered. She opened her eyes, recognized the familiar figures in the dark, and then relaxed, closing them again. The room was warm, and combined with her pregnancy-induced drowsiness, she felt quite sleepy. The two men fell silent, watching her intently. Yun Hen approached quietly, gently reached out, and lifted her horizontally, carrying her to the bed. Then, he wrapped both her and the quilt in his embrace. Xingju frowned, opening his mouth to protest. In the dark, Yunhen's fierce gaze met his, silencing him. Slightly annoyed, Xingju ruffled his messy hair and resignedly said, "Fine, I yield to you. One person at midnight is fair." The next day, when Ji Lishu awoke, she found herself firmly encircled by a pair of muscular arms within the quilt. She lifted her head to glance, and it was Yunhen. He was wearing the same black sweater and casual pants as yesterday, evidently having not changed clothes or covered himself with a quilt, instead choosing to hold her throughout the night. As Ji Lishu moved her arm, attempting to pull the quilt away to cover him, the motion stirred him awake. He lazily opened his eyes, meeting her clear gaze, and a hint of tenderness flickered in his dreamy eyes. He smiled at her, his Adam's apple moving with an inexplicable allure. "Awake?" he asked in a deep, husky voice. Ji Lishu replied, "Aren't you cold sleeping like this?" Yunhen smiled, his warm breath brushing against Ji Lishu's face. "It's a good sign. My Lishu is becoming increasingly caring." He responded, "Not cold. I simply had to hold you all night without moving or kissing you, and I was worried you might feel cold." The room was heated sufficiently, yet the alluring scent of femininity in the air was becoming overwhelming, igniting a burning desire within him. Ji Lishu stared at him, speechless. "Today we shall go see the Shui Jilian," Yunhen announced, his restrained voice battling the rising heat within him. Just then, the sound of the door opening announced Xingju's arrival, bringing a wave of cold air. Ji Lishu felt the chill from several meters away. "Ali, you're awake," he exclaimed, immediately spotting Ji Lishu's opened eyes. She climbed out from under the blanket, and Yunhen followed suit. She glanced out the window, only to find the sky still dim. "You went out so early?" she asked Xingju. "Yes," he replied in a deep, firm tone, pausing to look at Yunhen. "I have made arrangements." Ji Lishu was momentarily puzzled. Arrangements for what? Xingju exchanged a leisurely glance with Yunhen. Then, as Yunhen helped Ji Lishu put on her clothes, he explained, "Qingyu may have arrived at the Ice River region. Last night, I monitored the airspace over the Ice River and found records of a vessel from Qingmu City. Qingyu 1T appear in Telier. So, I specifically brought Ji Lishu to the Ice River region without concealing our movement. If Qingyu wishes to see Ji Lishu, he will surely follow." Ji Lishu paused, pulling her hand back from the sweater, and questioned, "What are you planning?" Yunhen regarded her deeply, letting out a barely audible sigh, then said to Xingju, "You go fetch her breakfast." Xingju nodded and exited. Yunhen continued, "Lishu, Qingya's identity is special. I cannot seek revenge on personal grounds, as it may disrupt the friendly relations between the two cities and even lead to chaos. Thus, I require a reason that can compel him to accept a duel. Only then can I defeat him openly and avoid greater conflict. However, using you as leverage will not convince the Beastman." Ji Lishu's expression turned icy, a slight smirk tugging at her lips. "Indeed, such matters are merely trivial bonding tactics in the eyes of the Beastman. How should I cooperate?" she asked. "I will inform you later. Xingju and I have already made arrangements." The vast expanse of the Ice River stretched endlessly, an unbroken sea of white resembling a gigantic snowy blanket extending to the horizon. Upon the glacier, a few young beastmen frolicked, their fur as pure as snow, adding a touch of vitality to the desolate Arctic. At this moment, Ji Lishu found herself surrounded by several nearly adult bear beastmen, with no way to escape. Standing on the vast glacier, her petite figure appeared particularly delicate among the towering bear creatures, clad in a thick cotton coat and a white hat. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from the cold wind, resembling a flower blooming in the icy wilderness. Around her, the group of white bears leaped and wrestled, seemingly exerting all their energy to capture her attention. Although these bear creatures had yet to transform into human form, the allure of a human female's scent was irresistible to beastmen, regardless of age. The father of the white bear held a woman in his arms, surrounded by several beastmen who were likely companions of the human female, all watching the scene before them with great interest. Meanwhile, Yunhen and Xingju had long since disappeared from sight. Ji Lishu gently extended her hand, and the white bear before her brightened its gaze, obediently lowering its head. The bear bent its body slightly, raising its head to gaze at Ji Lishu with clear eyes, as if seeking confirmation that the woman before it was indeed interested in him. Upon witnessing this scene, the other white bear beastmen hurriedly crowded around, all instinctively bowing before Ji Lishu. They jostled and pushed against one another, their eyes fixed tightly on each other, as hostility and anger gradually arose. ultimately leading to a scuffle. Ji Shu, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by one of the bears. Meanwhile, Yinhen and Xingjue, who were hiding in the corner, watched with anxious expressions. The white bears were battling fiercely, their sharp claws striking at one another, with Ji Shu standing in the midst of their chaotic battlefield. At risk of being trampled, Xingjue muttered under his breath, "Enough of this," as he strode forward, intending to take Ji Shu away. Yinhen seized the opportunity to hold him back, insisting, "Wait a moment. Those white bears won't harm her." The white bear beastmen were the offspring of the ice glacier consul, and he had already arranged everything beforehand. The scene unfolding was merely a ruse to entice Qingya into revealing himself. Xingjue struggled to suppress his inner urges, controlling his legs as he kept his gaze fixed on Ji Shu not far away. The bears' fighting seemed to intensify, rolling in the snow, their roars echoing across the vast glacier. One bear, losing control of its strength, nearly toppled Ji Shu. Fortunately, she swiftly sidestepped its lunge. This time, Xingjue acted without hesitation, rushing forward to pull Ji Shu out of the chaos of the white bear beastman's brawl. Realizing the charade could not continue, Yinhen stepped forward as well. Xingjue brushed the snow off Ji Shu's clothes, then shot a resentful glare at Yinhen, questioning, "What are you doing here?" Ji Shu, puzzled, asked Xingjue why not. "This is too dangerous. You could get hurt." Unable to resist, she rose on her toes and playfully tapped Xingjue's head. "Do you think I'm foolish? If I were truly in danger, wouldn't I dodge?" Yinhen, maintaining an air of calm, took Ji Shu's hand and advised, "All right, if this approach fails, we shall devise another plan." Without absolute certainty, Yinhen would not place Ji Shu in danger. He understood her skills well enough to know she would be safe. Yet, he had not anticipated Qingya's remarkable composure. "Is it possible that Qingya has not come to the polar region?" Xingjue inquired. Ji Shu lowered her gaze in agreement with this notion. However, Yinhen casually smiled, directing his gaze at Xingjue. "If it were you, would you not come?" Xingjue raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze turning distant as he fell silent. The only chance to catch a glimpse of Ji Shu. How could he possibly miss it? Upon hearing Yunhen's nonchalant retort, Ji Shu quietly lowered her head. She must leverage Qingya's feelings for her to confront him. But then again, what of it? His feelings repulsed her. "Let us go see the Zuajilian," Yinhen suggested, taking Ji Shu's hand with a smile. "I promise to bring you here, and this matter is of great significance." Chapter 158. Glacier under attack. The three of them drove for half an hour, arriving at the bank of a glacial river. The banks were adorned with bizarre ice sculptures, some towering and majestic, others delicately exquisite. These sculptures glistened in the sunlight, radiating an enchanting luster, resembling guardians of the polar realm. Occasionally, small streams formed from melting ice flowed between the sculptures, producing a crisp, gurgling sound that added a touch of vitality to the expansive glacier. "The Zuajilian grows among these ice sculptures. I will lead you to it." With that, Yinhen pulled Ji Shu out of the car. At that moment, Xingjue's communication device rang. He remained in the car to answer, not stepping out. Numerous vehicles were also parked around, and scattered pairs of beastmen could be seen bringing their companions out to enjoy the scenery, likely in search of the Zuajilian. "The Zuajilian is edible, but it must be cooked first. Let's pick a few to take home and make soup for you," Yinhen said, guiding her as they searched while conversing softly. They found a Zuajilian blooming at the edge of one ice sculpture, pure and flawless, resembling a translucent pearl, quietly flourishing on the cold, desolate ice. Below it lay the glacial river, and the edge of the ice sculpture was smooth, making it difficult to pluck. "Wait for me," Yinhen said, releasing Ji Shu's hand as he climbed the sculpture to reach the Zuajilian. It was nearly noon, and the sun pierced through the thick clouds, casting its rays upon the serene glacial river, sparkling with flecks of gold. The water flowed leisurely, tranquil and warm. Ji Shu glanced at the water's surface, but saw nothing amiss. Instinctively, she took a few steps back. The hidden undercurrents below the water became increasingly apparent. Yunhen's movements on the ice sculpture abruptly halted as he quickly turned to look at Ji Shu. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent his long legs and leaped towards her. Just then, a massive wave suddenly broke the calm of the water's surface. A ferocious crocodile leaped from the depths, lunging directly at Ji Shu, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth that sent chills down her spine. Xingjue, startled by this sudden turn of events, took off running. A figure suddenly dashed out with the speed of a leopard, positioning itself protectively behind Ji Li Shu, shielding her completely from the crocodile's attack. The creature's sharp teeth sank deep into the figure's shoulder, blood instantly soaking through his pure white coat. Yunhen reached Ji Li Shu in an instant. The next moment, Ji Li Shu felt a shove from behind, tumbling into Yunhen's embrace. Flustered, Yunhen held her tightly, his lips trembling slightly as he asked, "Are you all right?" His voice quivered with concern. Ji Li Shu did not respond. She quickly turned her head. In a fleeting glance, her expression shifted to one of complexity. There stood Qingya, blood seeping from his shoulder as he gritted his teeth, extending his arms to grasp the crocodile's jaws, forcing them apart with sheer strength. Realizing he could not overpower it, the crocodile whipped its tail, dragging him into the water. In an instant, water splashed everywhere as Qingya and the crocodile engaged in a fierce struggle beneath the surface. A cold glint flashed in Yunhen's eyes as he recognized the creature, the Nile crocodile Beastman he had faced in Luan Town. The pain in his heart ignited a surge of fury. Ji Li Shu had nearly been bitten. Soon after, a dozen beastmen emerged slowly from the depths of the glacial river, exuding a murderous aura. Xingju had dashed to Ji Li Shu's side, exchanging a glance with Yunhen before declaring, "Get her out of here." With that, Xingju had transformed into his beast form, fiercely standing guard before Ji Li Shu. These beastmen were formidable fighters, among them a Black Panther beastman of SSS rank. With a fierce wolf howl, a dark figure swooped down from above, pouncing upon the beastman in front. Xingju had bared his sharp fangs, savagely attacking one of the beastmen, who was caught off guard by the sudden ferocity and was unable to evade in time, losing an arm in the process. Subsequently, many of the beastmen transformed into their beast forms to confront the powerful adversaries. The remaining beastmen circled around, targeting Yunhen and Ji Li Shu. With Yunhen present, they cannot approach Ji Li Shu. He swiftly snapped the neck of one beastman, his back turned to Ji Li Shu. The beastman before him could only see a pair of tiger eyes, red as if soaked in blood, emanating an ominous aura of calm before death. They were aware that the adversary was Yunhen, an orc of the 4S rank, yet the only creature capable of contending with him, the Niluogwa, was currently ensnared in a fierce battle with a cat beast that had inexplicably emerged. The opposing orcs exchanged glances, and in perfect synchrony, they lunged toward Ji Li Shu. Unfortunately, Yunhen's movements were swifter. They barely approached Ji Li Shu before being sent flying by a single punch from him. Yunhen, already consumed by rage, welcomed this opportunity to unleash his fury. Meanwhile, in the water, Qingya and the Niluogwa were locked in a relentless struggle. The latter unaware that the cat beast before him was Qingya, the sole 4S rank cat beast. The Niluogwa hissed a few times, signaling his companions to retreat. In the end, only 4 orcs managed to survive, diving to the depths of the water to escape. The Yunlang shook off the snow and ice clinging to its fur and slowly approached Ji Li Shu, lowering its head and nudging her gently while emitting soft sounds. Ji Li Shu reached out to stroke its head, checking for injuries. The Yunlang's dark eyes glimmered faintly as it gently shook its head in response. Chapter 159. A life-and-death duel. Qingya emerged from the glacial river, thoroughly drenched and appearing somewhat disheveled, the blood on his shoulder washed away by the water. He stood quietly on the riverbank, his simple white shirt clinging to his muscular form, wet strands of hair dripping onto his forehead. In the sunlight, his exquisite features were strikingly captivating, embodying a blend of nobility and pride, yet marked by a sense of disarray and a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He gazed at Ji Li Shu in the distance, who was gently stroking the fur of the Yunlang, her eyes reflecting a tenderness he had never witnessed before. Her face glistened like jade in the sunlight, her red lips radiant. Every inch of her seemed impossibly perfect, igniting a rush of emotions within him. A longing to draw closer, to possess her entirely, to make her wholly his. The tumultuous voice within him tormented him to the brink of losing control. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips turning white, and after a few seconds of watching, he forced himself to look away, lowering his head and silently turning to leave. Qingya stepped aside, moving about 10 meters, when a familiar, melodious call suddenly rang out, causing him to halt, his spine rigid. The voice was too familiar, having haunted him through countless sleepless nights. He heard footsteps approaching from behind, and he knew she was drawing near. Qingya steadied his breath, contemplating how to face Ji Li Shu as he slowly turned. Just as his gaze was about to fall upon her, a fierce gust of wind swept in, and Ji Li Shu abruptly wielded a dagger, targeting his carotid artery. Qingya felt a sharp pain in his eyes, yet his body remained motionless. Her hatred was directed at him, and he bore the brunt of it. The dagger was mere centimeters from Qingya's neck when she suddenly twisted the blade toward her own throat. His pupils constricted as he swiftly grasped her right hand holding the dagger, immobilizing her. Unable to move her arm, Ji Lishu seized the moment to deliver a powerful kick. But Qingya anticipated her move, twisting her right arm with his left hand. In the next instant, he had completely restrained her from behind, his left hand gripping her waist while his right hand held her dagger-wielding arm firmly, preventing her from harming herself. To onlookers, it appeared as though Qingya had taken Ji Lishu hostage, dagger in hand, intent on killing the woman in his embrace. Qingya held her tightly, his brow furrowed, a pained expression flashing across his handsome, pale face. He called out Ali, his voice rasping, revealing his distress. "What do you want?" He struggled to contain the tremor in his voice, yet could not conceal the helplessness within his words. He would permit her to wish for anything. He simply could not allow her to harm herself. His left hand held her waist, his palm resting on her slightly rounded abdomen, where he could distinctly feel the gentle curve. This was his child. Qingya felt as though his heart was nearing numbness from the pain. Ji Lishu relaxed her grip on the dagger slightly, and he swiftly seized it from her hand, deftly tossing it so it plunged into the hard ice below. "Let go of me," she said softly, her gaze calm. Qingya tightened his embrace, his complexion paling. He endeavored to steady his breath, bowing his head as overwhelming tenderness washed over him, burying his face in the crook of her neck. His arms trembled incessantly, yet he could not bring himself to loosen his grip. "How disgusting." Ji Lishu's light remark caused Qingya's eyes to redden, tears welling up. The dull ache in his heart spread, intertwined with the suffocating guilt he had felt day and night. He was acutely aware of his transgressions, of the unforgivable nature of his actions. His icy gaze turned crimson, bloodshot, and he instinctively clung tighter to her. In despair, he thought perhaps he should just take her away now. Disgusting as it was, filled with hatred, it was still preferable to being trapped in hell, unable to atone for his sins, forever unable to rise again. At that moment, Yunhen and Xingyue rushed in, one prying Qingya's hand away, while the other pulled Ji Lishu into his embrace. Yunhen's eyes were cold and fearsome as he delivered a powerful punch, sending Qingya stumbling several meters back before he regained his balance. He gazed longingly at Ji Lishu, her earlier call stirring the deepest desires within him. "Ali, why did you call me?" Surely it was not merely to spar with him. She was far too clever for such futile endeavors. Regrettably, Ji Lishu did not even glance at him as she turned to leave. 3 days later, Qingya finally understood the purpose behind Ji Lishu's call. He stared at the massive holographic screen before him, displaying a life and death duel invitation issued in Yunhen's name, and could not help but chuckle. The scene of him restraining Ji Lishu to prevent her from harming herself had been distorted, twisted into evidence of his intent to abduct and kill Yunhen's partner, prompting Yunhen to challenge him to a duel. With this so-called evidence, he had no grounds to refuse the life and death duel. At this moment, it seemed the entire world of orcs had witnessed Yunhen's duel invitation. The impending clash between the two strongest warriors promised to be a spectacle of extraordinary magnitude for the inherently combative orc race. Orc duel could rely solely on personal strength, prohibited from external assistance, meaning that Qingya could not utilize mutated plants in his confrontation with Yunhen. Although both were 4S rank orcs, Qingya would clearly struggle to prevail against Yunhen in hand-to-hand combat. This was a life-and-death duel. The fate of the vanquished would rest entirely in the hands of the victor. "This is a frame-up," an orc in attendance exclaimed indignantly. Only Asher and 3 orcs who had accompanied Qingya into the desert city were aware of Ji Lishu's identity as his partner. Guliang was one of them. "How could you possibly seek to harm her?" Guliang looked at Qingya. "Commander, we must reveal the truth." He understood all too well how deeply Qingya cared for Ji Lishu. The commander's residence was filled with various pianos. He did not love music, nor did he enjoy playing the piano, which made it evident that these instruments were prepared for someone special. He had even secretly crafted a room for the cub, with every piece of furniture handmade by him. Whenever he passed by a store selling human goods, he would always browse, bringing home anything intriguing or novel he encountered. He meticulously adorned his home, yet that human woman would not spare it even a glance. Her sole focus lay in finding ways to bring the commander to his demise. Qingya gazed at the duel invitation before him and promptly dialed Yunhen. Within mere seconds, the connection was established. Qingya got straight to the point. "Yunhen, should I perish, I entrust you with the safety of Qingmu City. Can you assure me of this? Upon hearing these words, the high-ranking officials of the ruling government present were taken aback. Commander Qingya, was he truly preparing to face death in battle? On the other end of the line, Yunhen was at a loss for words. Yet he observed a fleeting smile of relief tugging at the corners of his commander's mouth. Then he extended his hand, lightly touching the screen before him to accept the challenge. This dual invitation was disseminated through a public platform. Once Qingya accepted, the entire world would be made aware. It was anticipated that within the next second, the life-and-death duel between the two 4S Titans would dominate the headlines of major news outlets. Chapter 160. No longer able to endure Commander. Commander. Those present had not anticipated that Commander Qingya would so casually accept the duel invitation. Even though Yunhen presented irrefutable reasons and evidence that Qingya could not refuse, surely there were alternative solutions to be discussed. Why resort to such a final decision? Moreover, if Qingya were to fall, who could possibly withstand the onslaught of the corpse eaters from the desert city? Qingya hung up the call, his gaze sweeping indifferently across his kin gathered in the room. He spoke each word with precision, his voice penetrating like ice-cold water. Do not worry, should I fall. Telier will stand with Qingmu City against all external invasions. We have 1 month until the duel. In this time, I need you to prepare for all that must be done. Ge Liang silently observed Qingya as he methodically issued command after command, his calm and frigid words soothing those who felt unease in the absence of his protection. Yet, Ge Liang felt a disconcerting truth. The fragile one was not among them, but rather, it was Commander Qingya himself. The commander appeared haggard and fatigued, his skin pallid and devoid of color, while his eyes lacked their usual sharpness, as if he had been drained of vitality. The entire aura emanating from him conveyed an overwhelming exhaustion, akin to a handful of extinguished flames. Since Asher's death, he had remained in this state. He had witnessed countless times the commander, inebriated, calling out the name of that woman. The moments of his days had increased. He often sat quietly with downcast eyes, motionless, resembling a lifeless statue. Such days had stretched on for too long. Perhaps he truly could not endure any longer. In the desert city, at the military headquarters, in the office of the old commander Gideon, he had summoned Yin Liujie and Xiao Rui back. You must have heard that Qingya accepted Yunhen's duel invitation, Gideon stated eagerly. Xiao Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, Father, this presents an excellent opportunity. It is a prime chance to seize Qingmu City. Gideon smiled, knowing that in a direct confrontation, Qingya would undoubtedly be no match for Yunhen. His death was all but assured. Even if he were to win, the battle against Yunhen would surely exhaust his strength, leaving him with no fighting capacity. Xiao Hui Kongkuhid. Indeed, this is our best chance to penetrate Qingmu City. Gideon commanded, Yin Liujie, mobilize the corpse eaters to besiege Qingmu City. Xiao Rui, lead the elite Orc Legion into the city. Together, you will capture Qingmu City. Xiao Rui grinned, nodding earnestly, as if victory over Qingmu City was inevitable. Indeed, once Qingya fell, given the combat prowess of the desert city, conquering Qingmu City would be entirely feasible. Yin Liujie listened quietly, saying nothing. This father-son duo had always been so eager and impulsive. Although Qingya's acceptance of Yunhen's duel was unexpected, he was not the kind to underestimate their predatory ambitions. Nor was he without countermeasures. As they plotted fervently, Yin silently sat to the side, her gaze deep and her expression tranquil, revealing no emotion. Yin Liujie, do you have any questions? Gideon inquired. He was well aware that to capture Qingmu City, they would primarily rely on Yin Liujie. She slightly raised her head, appearing unhurried, and looked at Gideon with calmness. You know that to control all the corpse eaters at once, the highest authority over FRIN cloud storage must be altered. Currently, the highest authority over FRIN cloud storage resided with Gideon, and every time Yin Liujie sought to command the corpse eaters, she required his authorization. Upon hearing this, Gideon's brow furrowed tightly, seemingly unwilling. Losing the highest authority over FRIN cloud storage would mean relinquishing control over the corpse eaters. No, Gideon asserted firmly. Then do not mobilize them all. Yin Liujie nodded, her demeanor relaxed. In that case, I can at most command 100,000 corpse eaters. Xiao Rui's eyes narrowed, and he interjected, Father, that may not suffice. We have already tried. 100,000 corpse eaters cannot even breach the inner-city defenses of Qingmu City. Xiao Rui aimed to penetrate deep into Qingmu City. Even if Qingya fell, many formidable opponents remained within. For his safety, it was essential to have ample forces. Gideon fell momentarily silent. Lyoja slightly lifted her face, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke softly. Commander, I have served you for so many years. Do you not trust me yet? Qingmu City views me as an enemy. Do you think I would let them go? Most importantly, she paused briefly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. My partner's life is still in your hands, is it not? Layer upon layer of bait was cast, and Gideon began to waver. He spoke coldly, his words laced with warning. Lyoja, you best not attempt any tricks. Only I possess the antidote to the 100 Serpents illusion. Gideon was confident that Lyoja lacked the resources to maintain a biological research team. He was certain she could do nothing about the poison, leaving her at his mercy. Prepare well. Do not disappoint me, he commanded. As Lyoja departed the military headquarters, she lifted her gaze to the sky, wondering where Ji Lishu might be at that moment. The woman Xingya had captured bore resemblance to her, though the image was too vague to discern clearly. Likely a deliberate act by Yunhen. Lyoja looked up, observing the sun hanging high above the sky of the desert city, the oppressive heat adding a layer of irritation, while the swirling yellow dust filled her lungs as if they were packed with sand. The deafening sound of flying sand and rocks battering against the walls like a torrential rain. She smirked wryly, no matter where she was. It was certainly better than being in the desert city. Chapter 161, An Eye for an Eye. Just consider it a transaction on the first floor of the Xingju villa. A designated office was established. Xingju and Yunhen sat in their respective chairs, while Ji Lishu cradled a Jaimin cat, playfully teasing it. A large screen displayed images of the attackers by the glacial riverbank. I have combed through the global portrait records. None of these individuals match any information. They are either undocumented or their identities have been deliberately erased, Yunhen stated coldly, presenting his findings. The Global Identity ID database contains the identity information of all orcs and humans, with only a select few city leaders having the authority to access it. Xingju inquired, what about this suddenly emerged 4S Nile crocodile? Can you not find his identity either? Yunhen's expression grew grave as he pursed his lips and shook his head. He gazed at Xingju and continued, in Luwen town, what they desire is the necklace that Chong Kong entrusted to Li Shu. After that failed attempt, they should have realized that taking the necklace again is an impossibility. The necklace has now entered the confidential research center of Talia, where security is tight. And without Yunhen's authorization, no one can enter. Thus, it is evident that their current operation is aimed at Ali. Xingju furrowed his brow, a hint of concern lingering in his eyes. The people from Talia dared not intrude and waited for their opportunity while the others were at the ice glacier. Upon hearing this, Ji Lishu lowered her head in silence, her hand still caressing the cat, her demeanor both graceful and relaxed. The ability to deploy dozens of top-tier experts suggests that the organization behind this is formidable. Xingju continued, perhaps they intend to capture Ali and then threaten us to hand over the necklace. Yunhen exchanged a glance with him, speaking solemnly, threaten? We shall see who can truly threaten whom. The two fell silent, having reached a tacit understanding. An attack on Ji Lishu precisely struck at their bottom line. How is the research on the chip progressing? Ji Lishu asked after a long pause. The silver chain left to her by Chong Kong embedded a quantum chip. Yunhen recounted the recent research findings. The chip left by Chong Kong has 3 layers of encryption. The first and second layers have been deciphered. The first layer contains a manufacturing technology capable of mechanical modification of humans, which, if successful, could enhance human physique, improve women's fertility, predict, and even extend lifespan. Most importantly, it could restore human intelligence to normal levels through the implantation of the quantum chip. The second layer stores experimental data from Ling E over the past decade regarding this human modification project, indicating that all their experiments have ended in failure. Ji Lishu gazed at the images displayed on the large screen, her focus sharpening, her hand pausing in its caress of the cat. I have seen these half-human, half-machine beings, Xingju spoke quickly. You have seen them? Ji Lishu replied. Yes, on the outskirts of Luwen town, I witnessed someone setting these half-human, half-machine beings ablaze. They appeared human-like, yet parts of their organs or limbs were mechanical. When they were burned, they must have been alive. I remember the eyes of one woman still moving. Yunhen listened quietly to Ji Lishu's account and nodded. Perhaps what you saw were the failed products. It is exceedingly audacious to experiment on living human females, isn't it? Xingju remarked. The scarcity and preciousness of human females have become a consensus among all beastmen. How can anyone dare to use them for experiments? Ji Lishu frowned lightly. I believe using human females for experiments is not the intention of Ling, Yi, or Chong Kong. Moreover, they lack the financial and material resources to support such endeavors. There must be a larger organization behind this. Indeed, perhaps the Nilua crocodile is one of them. Xing Ju suggested. Ji Shu then inquired of Yin Hen. What about the third layer of encryption? What does it store? Yin Hen narrowed his eyes and shook his head. My team has tried various decoding methods on the third layer, but none have succeeded. It remains undeciphered for now. Xing Ju seemed to realize something, his gaze sharpening as he spoke. Perhaps the reason they are targeting Ali lies within the data stored in the third layer of encryption. Yin Hen and Ji Shu exchanged a knowing glance, clearly having reached the same conclusion. The three fell into silence for a moment. Yin Hen finally spoke. The urgent task is twofold. On one hand, we must quickly decipher the third layer of encryption. On the other, we need to ascertain who is behind the Nilua crocodile and what their intentions are. Ji Shu added, Yin Lu Ji once sought to seize the chip from Ling Yi's hands. Could it be that he knows something? The expressions of the two men turned momentarily inscrutable. Ji Shu continued, I can go find him and ask. Xing Ju and Yun Hen exchanged a meaningful glance. Xing Ju was the first to speak. Ali, try to avoid contact with Yin Lu Ji. He is treacherous and cunning. Many high-ranking beastmen have fallen victim to him. However, before Ji Shu could respond, Xing Ju interrupted, I will investigate the Meng Yan. Yin Lu Ji found Lin Yi precisely because of the connection to Meng Yan. Starting from there is more direct. With that, Xing Ju had already voiced his intention, and Ji Shu had no objections, recognizing that she could not contribute much to these matters. All right, she replied. In truth, she also felt it wise to limit her interactions with Yin Lu Ji. Initially, she had deceived him by leveraging her identity as a human female to deal with Qinya, thus utilizing him. As a result, she had become a pawn in Gideon's hands. Regarding her poisoning, she had no right to blame Yin Lu Ji. An eye for an eye, she considered it merely a transaction. Having decided to sever ties, it was best not to maintain contact. Xing Ju felt a sense of relief. All right, Ali, you should go rest now, Xing Ju said as he stood up, taking her hand to lead her upstairs. Ji Shu glanced back at Yun Hen. Aren't you going to sleep? Xing Ju tightened his grip on her hand. Yun Hen approached, smiling as he asked Ji Shu in a deep voice, Do you want me to keep you company? Ji Shu replied, It's my turn now. Xing Ju shot a cold glare at Yun Hen. The moment he uttered those words, Ji Shu's expression darkened, and she pulled her hand away from Xing Ju's grasp. Smirking as she said, You think too much. I can sleep by myself. Xing Ju's face fell instantly, calling out pathetically, Ali. 4 or 5 days. He had only held her for half a night and had not touched her since. Ji Shu ignored his plea and ascended the stairs without looking back. Chapter 162. Can you give me a wedding? Ji Shu reclined against the soft headboard, preparing to research some background information on Meng Yan. A knock sounded at the door, and she turned to look. It was Xing Ju, holding a cup of hot milk. Ji Shu cast him a dispassionate glance. I don't like this stuff. No, the doctor said you're calcium deficient and need to drink more milk, Xing Ju urged. Ji Shu remained unmoved, continuing to focus on the materials before her. Xing Ju calmly withdrew his gaze, placing the cup on the table, then leaned in closer, gazing intently at her face. Will you drink it? Ji Shu lifted her gaze to meet his, her expression seemingly questioning his absurdity. Come on, finish it, and there will be sweets afterward. Xing Ju coaxed gently, a light smile playing on his lips. Ji Shu found herself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, she said, I'm not a child. She felt as if he was treating her like one. Xing Ju's deep gaze remained fixed on her as his hand gently caressed her face. He spoke softly. Isn't it good to be a child? Ji Shu glanced at him, momentarily unsure of his meaning. In the next moment, Xing Ju had lifted the milk from the table, taking a sip, and in the brief moment of her astonishment, he pulled her neck and sealed her lips with his. Ji Shu's eyes widened in shock. Her fingers clenched tightly, suppressing the urge to strike him. She never anticipated that he would make her drink this way. She didn't even have time to react before she choked slightly, a drop of liquid sliding down her chin. To avoid wetting the quilt, she closed her eyes and swallowed the milk. Afterward, she gently pushed Xing Ju away. Under the soft light, the man before her had his eyes slightly closed, his features captivating, exuding an innate allure. Xing Ju opened his eyes slightly, one hand supporting the back of Ji Shu's head, drawing closer. Ali, it's fine to be a child, he smiled, leaning in, and spoke clearly, Let me experience in advance what it feels like to be a father. Ji Lishu was momentarily stunned. She was once again filled with the urge to strike someone. Xingju, seemingly oblivious to this, gently embraced her. His large hand rested at the nape of her neck, fingers gliding through her soft hair as he applied a delicate pressure. Once all of this has passed, Ali, shall we have our wedding? He murmured, nuzzling against her neck softly. A wedding? Ji Lishu's heart jolted in surprise. Indeed, we are together now. So, shouldn't we marry? Xingju's tone was utterly casual. Ji Lishu inquired, how do you know about weddings? She had researched this world and found no mention of weddings. At most, partners would register their IDs in public networks. Xingju lifted his deep gaze to meet hers. Speaking softly, of course, you have no idea how much ancient human data I have studied. Yilishu replied, ancient? I know that humans have childhoods, families, and companions to grow with in school. As he spoke, Xingju slowly settled onto the edge of the bed, drawing Ji Lishu into his embrace. What you lacked in childhood, I will make up for. Ji Lishu stared at him, astonished that he knew these things. She had never shared her past with Xingju. Perhaps Yunhin had told him, if you feel that those regrets and voids have been sufficiently filled, could you grant me a wedding? Gazing into those earnest star-like eyes, Ji Lishu couldn't help but reach out, touching his collar before leaning in for a gentle kiss. This was Xingju, someone who wished to mend even her childhood. His eyes sparkled with mirth as he leaned closer, one hand supporting himself while the other tenderly caressed her face, his gaze so soft it seemed to glisten with tears. Time passed silently. The date of the duel between Yunhin and Qing Ye drew nearer. Throughout this month, Yunhin had been exceptionally busy, hardly seen at all. Ji Lishu was nearing 4 months into her pregnancy, and perhaps due to the toxins in her body, her morning sickness became increasingly severe. Once night fell, she would feel drowsy, requiring 12 hours of sleep to feel rested. During the day, she would vomit whatever she ate, managing to consume only light flavors. Ji Lishu did not wish to distract Yunhin and Xingju, so she tried to eat more in their presence. Yet, how could these reactions escape their watchful eyes? Yunhin and Xingju stayed in the villa to work, accompanying her 24 hours a day. Ji Lishu would sleep early at night, and Yunhin would hold her until she fell asleep before returning to his work. Each morning, as soon as she opened her eyes, she would see him standing from his desk, accompanying her for her morning routine, carefully observing for any signs of distress. When she refused to eat, he would call a nutritionist to prepare delectable meals. When she still could not eat, he would pick up the utensils and feed her like one would a child. Ji Lishu felt as if she had become a flower in a greenhouse, on the verge of becoming weak and fragile. She even found herself melancholic, pondering what her life would be like without Yunhin and Xingju. Perhaps nothing would change. She could still live well on her own. Or perhaps things would change, and she would come to believe that this world was not merely darkness. There would surely be a ray of light coming for her, illuminating and healing her. Under such meticulous care, Ji Lishu's complexion finally regained some color, no longer appearing so pallid. One night, she fell asleep early again. After Yunhin left, Xingju remained at home to care for her, watching over her in bed. Perhaps after watching too many videos of high-ranking Beastmen dueling during the day, Ji Lishu unknowingly dreamed. In her dream, on the arena, Yunhin lay amidst a pool of blood, his eyes half closed as he gazed at her from afar. It seemed he was saying, Lishu, Qingye is dead. I avenged you. Yet in the end, blood flowed endlessly from the back of his head. Chapter 163. This is my promise. Yunhin, Ji Lishu jolted awake, her eyes flying open, her back soaked in cold sweat. Instinctively, she sat up. A low voice then came from beside her. Ali. Xingju immediately reached to turn on the bedside lamp and sat up, gently pulling Ji Lishu into his embrace. Outside, the night was deep, and the cold wind rustled, but inside, it remained warm as ever. Ji Lishu let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Just then, with a click, her door swung open from the outside. A tall figure appeared in the doorway. Lishu. Yunhin strode in, his lashes glistening with moisture. His face chiseled and strikingly handsome, dressed in a long black coat that billowed as he entered, bringing a chill into the room. Ji Lishu looked up at him, slowly withdrawing from Xingju's embrace, and asked in a hushed tone, Is it so late? You just got back? Yunhin stood by Ji Lishu's bedside, opening his mouth to respond, but before he could, her warm body suddenly collided with him. Ji Lishu sprang up, half kneeling at the edge of the bed, tightly wrapping her arms around Yunhin. He slowly tightened his grip around her waist, silently exchanging a glance with Xingju, as if asking him what had happened. Xingju spoke lightly. Had a nightmare, perhaps? Yunhen's eyes darkened, his heart softening instantly. He gently pushed Ji Lishu away, then removed his damp outer coat with one hand, sitting at the edge of the bed while enveloping her in his arms. His large hand buried her hair, holding her close in the most intimate way. His lips brushed against her ear as he rasped, "What dream did you have? Was it about me? Otherwise, why would she call his name with such fear?" Ji Lishu fell silent for a moment, lowering her head, and finally asked, "Does the duel truly have meaning? Was it merely for vengeance against Qinya, to quell the hatred within her heart, yet inciting such a tremendous upheaval? Even if Yunhen initiated it as a personal duel invitation, it remained a confrontation between the highest leaders of two cities, inevitably involving more. Ultimately, it might even leave Yunhen wounded. Was this the outcome she desired? Xingju glanced at her, suddenly smiling gently. Whether it has meaning or whether it's right or wrong, Ali, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Yunhen tightened his embrace around her, gazing deeply into her eyes. So she was troubled by these thoughts. The public duels of Beastmen relied on strength and skill, and I have yet to encounter an opponent in this regard. Even Qinya is no match for me. Yunhen gently stroked her head. Ji Lishu had been treated so poorly by Qinya, and she had no outlet for the resentment building within her. If he, as her partner, could not stand up for her, what right did he have to love her? Although Qinya held a special status, if I were to kill him, Qingmu City would indeed face many external threats. But the world is inherently such. The weak are prey to the strong, if they cannot survive without a leader. Such a tribe should have long since vanished. Ji Lishu's brow remained furrowed, showing no sign of easing. Yunhen shined inwardly. It seemed his words had not reached her. He continued, "I promised Qinya that if he dies, Talia will take over the governance of Qingmu City, ensuring its peace and even driving out external threats. This way, at least we can avoid Qingmu City being plundered and colonized by stronger forces." Indeed, Xingju interjected, "And in this manner, the PSS system of Qingmu City will also be governed by Talia. This duel will be advantageous for us." Yunhen spoke solemnly, "Lishu, rest assured, I will surely defeat Qinya." Listening to their exchange, Ji Lishu's expression remained heavy as she fell into silence for a while. "What you both have said does not concern me as much as you think," Ji Lishu finally spoke. She raised her gaze and fixed her eyes on Yunhen, her gaze as serene as a deep lake, rippling with a captivating force. Yunhen felt a tightening in his chest. He heard her softly say, "I only know that if it means you will be harmed, I would rather you not duel." The emotions surging within him grew increasingly intense, compelling Yunhen to gently stroke her hair. A fleeting pallor crossed his handsome face before he threw off the covers and stood up, his strong arms lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. "Come, let us retire to my room tonight." With that, he strode away, holding her close. Xingju's eyes, fixed on Yunhen's retreating figure, burned with indignation. "Hey," he called out loudly, but the tall figure ahead did not even pause. "You can't just steal someone away like that." Yunhen gently placed Ji Lishu on his bed, then leaned down to bestow a soft kiss, gazing deeply into her eyes as he whispered softly, "I will take a shower. Wait for me." Yunhen quickly showered, and when he emerged, Ji Lishu was engrossed in the public network, inundated with news about the duel between Yunhen and Qinya. Headlines proclaimed, "A pinnacle showdown of 4S experts. The Battle of Kings, the most powerful duel in history. The outcome is certain." The century battle of top 4S experts witnessed the fall of a king. As she scrolled through the endless stream of promotional information, it seemed to predict an inevitable defeat for Qinya. Yunhen climbed onto the bed, leaning closer. "Can we turn this off?" His tone was laced with a tempting allure. Ji Lishu nodded and promptly turned off the holographic screen, then lay down, whereupon Yunhen naturally wrapped his arms around her. "Are you worried about me?" he asked, his voice slightly husky. Ji Lishu replied, "Yes. I don't want anything to happen to you." She gazed at him with wide eyes. "Yunhen, I want to be with you always." A flicker of movement crossed his amber eyes. A ripple of emotion stirred within him, igniting his nerves. The flooding feelings in his chest swelled, reminiscent of the time she had told him, "If something happens to you, I would rather harm myself." His heartbeat became uncontrollable. Yunhen's long fingers caressed her face tenderly, and after a moment, he spoke earnestly, "We will be together forever. This is my promise, Lishu." She looked at him, her gaze profound. A smile, alluring and irresistible, crept onto his handsome lips as he whispered against her ear, "Besides, I haven't even awaited our little cub yet. How could I let anything happen to me? Jili Shu felt her heart stop momentarily. He was indeed thinking far ahead, yet a sliver of worry lingered in her heart, and she opened her mouth to say something more. However, as she sensed the surge of his powerful presence, radiating warmth, she instinctively turned her head away, startled. You. Before she could finish her thought, his fervent lips descended upon hers, capturing her softly. The sudden kiss enveloped her like a storm, catching her off guard. Gradually, her mind fell into a blissful void, instinctively closing her eyes and forgetting her worries as she clung tightly to his strong waist. Aren't you supposed to wake up early every day? Jili Shu interjected, seizing a moment to remind him. Yunhen opened his eyes slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Waking up early doesn't interfere with this. Jili Shu bit her lip, making an effort to push against his chest. Yet, in an instant, her waist was gripped once more, and she found herself tightly pulled back into his embrace. Yunhen's fingers delved into her hair, lifting her face as he asked, his voice low, "Are you still feeling nauseous today?" Jili Shu instinctively shook her head. "Did you eat enough for dinner?" She nodded again. The amusement in Yunhen's eyes deepened, and he kissed her firmly. The night had grown late. If she continued to let her thoughts wander, it seemed they might not sleep at all. Yet, after every encounter, she always fell into a deep slumber. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the day of the duel arrived. The agreed location was in Qingmucheng. Yunhen had initially been reluctant to bring Jili Shu along, but ultimately relented. "Just in case, you must disguise yourself as a human-animal hybrid," he said resignedly. Jili Shu nodded in agreement. This duel, drawing global attention, would see numerous media outlets set up live broadcasts from every angle. However, she was not there merely for novelty. She needed to be present to feel at ease. "Xingjue, there will be many people at the scene. You must protect her," Yunhen instructed. "Of course," Xingjue replied. The trio of Jili Shu, Yunhen, and Xingjue boarded a vessel bound for Qingmucheng. Xingjue discreetly arranged for numerous high-ranking beastmen to accompany them, having learned from the harrowing experience at the Ice River shore not to be complacent. As they flew over Qingmucheng, green plants were visible everywhere, with skyscrapers seamlessly integrated into nature, creating a unique ecosystem. Towering buildings were adorned with climbing vines, their leaves shimmering with a vibrant green under the sun, as if each structure breathed life. Here, it felt as if they had returned to the 25th century, where plants merely grew peacefully, neither rampant nor aggressive. At this moment, numerous beastmen had gathered in Qingmucheng, coming from all corners to witness this monumental duel. "Commander, 50 kilometers outside Qingmucheng, a substantial number of corpse eaters have assembled," Guliang reported gravely. Led by Yin Liuji herself, Qingya nodded, responding, "We have already made defensive preparations. And with the Li Ya's weapon support, Qingmucheng will not fall easily to Yin Liuji." Yet, Qingya understood that today, a battle was inevitable within Qingmucheng. The beastmen of Qingmucheng would have to face the long-standing grievances against the desert city. Despite their geographical advantage and mutated plants, they could not hope to match the ferocity of the desert city's outlaws indefinitely. Thus, seizing upon Yunhen's duel invitation, allowing Li Ya to intervene in Qingmucheng under Yunhen's command seemed the best course of action. Li Ya would serve merely as support to deter the desert city. Ultimately, Qingmucheng could only rely on its own strength. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could it endure in this merciless beast world. Qingya maintained a calm demeanor, even sporting a faint smile. Guliang observed him quietly, sensing this was perhaps the most relaxed he had been in recent days. At this moment, Qingya stood before a full-length mirror, meticulously adjusting his attire. He donned a light blue shirt paired with casual trousers, reminiscent of his first appearance in the bookstore before Jili Shu. The sleeves were casually rolled up at his wrists, simple yet elegant, akin to a prince who had just discarded his suit after a lavish banquet, exuding an air of nobility amidst his striking appearance. He was the youngest 4S-ranked beastman in the world, destined to lead the beastmen of Qingmucheng towards a more prosperous future. Yet now he willingly prepared to face death. Guliang felt a sting in his eyes, his voice thick with emotion as he took a deep breath. "Commander, is there no way to avoid the duel?" Qingya cast him a gentle glance and replied with a smile. "What are you saying?" "Ali is waiting for me." When Qingya arrived at the grand arena, Yunhen was already standing at the center, awaiting him. His arrival ignited a fervent cheer from the surrounding beastmen, who had traveled from all over the world to witness this duel, willing to risk their lives to not miss this clash of 4S-ranked kings. Outside the city, a formidable assembly of flesh-eaters had gathered, and the current predicament was well understood by every inhabitant of Qingmu City. Moreover, among the spectators in the surrounding stands, numerous orcs from Qingmu City wore expressions of grave concern. Qingya's gaze meticulously scanned the stands, seeking that elusive figure he longed for. At last, he found her silhouette behind Yan'an, clad in a cap and mask. Though her face remained obscured, Qingya was certain that it was Ji Lishu. A faint smile played upon his lips as his eyes sparkled with warmth while he gazed at Ji Lishu from a distance. After a cacophony of noise, the tense atmosphere gradually permeated the arena, which fell into a hushed silence. Qingya, Yan'an called to him, his gaze sharp as a blade. I have warned you. Wrongdoings come with consequences. Slowly, Qingya withdrew his gaze from Ji Lishu, his voice steady and resolute. I have never been one to yield to threats, but if this is what she desires, then so be it. Yunhen's expression darkened. He understood that Qingya referred to the false photograph used to coerce him into accepting the duel. Qingya continued, in terms of strength and skill, you are indeed unmatched. Yet I shall not concede easily. If you prevail, my life is yours to command. If I triumph, he paused, leaving the rest unsaid. Their exchange was audible to the orcs present, and he knew he must not reveal too much. Chapter 165. Qingya is no match for Yunhen. The arena was a grand open-air circular structure, with a vast expanse at its center, adorned with magnificent marble architecture embellished with exquisite carvings and opulent decorations. Massive arched doorways allowed sunlight to flood into the arena. At this moment, the two stood prominently in the expansive ground. One exuded clarity and nobility, while the other embodied steadfast strength, like two towering peaks defying the gaze of the crowd. It was unfathomable what the clash between two S4 pinnacle warriors would entail. You cannot win. I am here to take your life. Yunhen fixed his piercing gaze upon Qingya, his tone icy and unyielding. As Yunhen's words fell, the lethal pressure emanating from him as an S4 level orc spread throughout the arena, instilling an involuntary quickening of heartbeats among those present. Instantly, the orcs erupted into a deafening chorus of cheers. In the next moment, Yunhen's agile form darted forward, his movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible, striking towards Qingya with ferocity akin to a serpent emerging from its den. Yet, Qingya's responses were even swifter, each strike akin to a flash of lightning, dazzling in its intensity. In contrast, Yunhen appeared more composed and powerful, reminiscent of a mountain that could not be shaken. Yunhen's amber eyes narrowed. Though both were S4 ranked, Qingya's combat prowess, while reliant on mutated plants, was not to be underestimated. It seemed that his desire for a swift resolution was unattainable. Subsequently, Yunhen took a slight step back, gathering momentum. As Qingya encroached upon his attack range, he suddenly launched an onslaught, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Qingya remained unfazed, countering with precision and strength, and in the next heartbeat, he retaliated without hesitation. The orcs in attendance could not help but erupt into even more fervent cheers. The life-and-death struggle between the strongest warriors elicited a surge of excitement in the hearts of all. Ylishu's very deepened. Although she possessed skills of her own, she could not discern who held the upper hand between Yunhen and Qingya. Do not fret. Xingju gently grasped her hand, resting on her knee, his large palm tightening around hers, his expression calm and resolute. Qingya is no match for Yunhen. Outside Qingmu City, Xiao Rui led 5,000 high-ranking orcs in a planned assault to forcibly breach the governing building of Qingmu City. Before initiating the operation, he contacted the supporting ally, In Liuji. I will first infiltrate the city, seize control of the defense center, and dismantle all defenses of Qingmu City. At that point, I will notify you to let the horde of flesh-eaters enter the city directly. As the vanguard of the assault, Xiao Rui had two objectives: to dismantle the defenses of Qingmu City and to infiltrate the arena, ensuring that, henceforth, the name Qingya would cease to exist in this world. On the other end of the line, In Liuji listened quietly to Xiao Rui's words before replying with a smile. No problem. He then ended the call. However, the man who had just assured him was currently thousands of miles away. In the city of the desert, the military headquarters, old Commander Gideon was seething with rage, his eyes ablaze. In Liuji, he bellowed at the composed man before him. You dare betray me. Instead of being stationed in Qingmu City, In Liuji had taken advantage of the absence of the city's elite, seizing the opportunity to capture the commander. Now, the highest authority over the flesh-eaters had shifted to In Liuji, as he had either bribed or eliminated the high-ranking officials of the governing body, leaving 7 orc corpses sprawled in the Grand Hall. Gideon, aware of his inability to resist, suppressed his overwhelming fury, calming his tone. Liuji, have you forgotten? I saved you. Without me, you would have perished without a trace over a decade ago. He fixed his gaze on Liuji. Are you now to repay kindness with enmity? Liuji reclined in the grand chair, his long legs crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance laced with a chilling demeanor. After a few moments of silence, he uncrossed his legs and stood, approaching Gideon, his voice deliberate and slow. Indeed, you saved me, and thus I served you for a decade. I am well aware of your distrust and wariness towards me, using me as a shield to bear the world's hatred and scorn, yet none of this matters to me. As he spoke, he leaned slightly forward, his eyes growing fierce. But you must not harm those dear to me. Liuji, inherently an S3 level orc, naturally exuded an aura of authority, and as his expression shifted, Gideon felt the air pressure around them plummet. The orcs present hardly dared to breathe. Gideon stifled the terror rising within him, mustering the courage to emit a cold snort. Foxes are inherently cunning. You claim to serve me, yet your ability to reach this point implies extensive planning. Subduing the battle-hardened high-ranking orcs of the desert city could not have been accomplished overnight. Liuji straightened his posture, the curve of his lips deepening as he spoke languidly. It did not require extensive planning. They all have eyes and see clearly. You are merely a cowardly beast with grand ambitions, yet no genuine strength, utterly unworthy of being the highest ruler of this city. Gideon's eyes widened in fury, his gaze flickering with rage, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. His breath quickened, as if he were struggling to contain his inner wrath. His hands shackled to the chair by intricate molecular locks, clenched into fists. Liuji's expression turned serious as he stated flatly, "Hand over the antidote to Bai Shi Huan Lu, and I may spare your life." Gideon scoffed coldly. Turning his head away, Liuji shot him a chilling glance, a faint smile playing upon his lips. "You have no standing to contest me now. Only I can command the flesh-eaters. Should you comply, I will arrange for their support. Otherwise, without my assistance, your only descendant in this world will likely be captured by the denizens of Qingmu City. Just imagine what fate awaits the vice commander of the desert city should he fall into their hands." Gideon trembled with rage, his chest rising and falling erratically. His facial muscles contorted. His voice sliced through the surrounding silence like a cold blade as he bellowed. Liujia's hand rested on the chair behind Gideon, tapping lightly twice, seemingly signaling him to silence. "If you do not strike against my people, I might still willingly serve you." He paused, his gaze turning colder. "Yet it was you who struck first." At that moment, the communication device in Liujia's hand vibrated again, and he answered it. Xiao Rui's voice immediately came through. Liujia, attack the city, hurry. Why the urgency? Liujia replied nonchalantly. In such a short time, it is impossible for him to capture the control center of Qingmu City. It is likely he has encountered difficulties. There are many high-level beastmen ambushed within the city, and I need support. Xiao Rui's breath was rapid. Liujia chuckled softly, responding leisurely. "Oh, you'll have to wait. I have other matters to attend to." Gunfire erupted from the other end of the communication device, clear to all present in the council chamber, indicating the situation on Xiao Rui's side was dire. Subsequently, Liujia disregarded Xiao Rui's pleas and abruptly severed the connection. Gideon's facial muscles twisted in anger, glaring at the composed man before him. Liujia threatened, "What? You still refuse to speak? Hand over the antidote, and I will go support Xiao Rui." Gideon's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. "By Shi Huan Lu, I have no antidote." Liujia's expression darkened immediately. "How is that possible?" Gideon replied, "I can provide you with the formula for the inhibitor, but I do not possess the antidote." Liujia's demeanor grew exceptionally cold, his gaze at Gideon seemingly laced with ice, and the atmosphere around him turned frigid. "You shall pay for this." In the arena, the marble walls surrounding them bore multiple cracks and indentations, remnants of their fierce battle. Yun Hen and Qin Ye had been fighting for quite some time, their clothes soaked with sweat, both sustaining varying degrees of injury. Blood dripped from the tips of Qin Ye's fingers, while Yun Hen was stained with blood, merely superficial wounds inflicted by claws. However, in contrast, Qin Ye's injuries were far more severe, with grave internal damage causing blood to ceaselessly seep from the corner of his mouth. He could not endure much longer. Ji Lishu's eyes darkened. She longed for the duel to conclude, her unease growing stronger. Suddenly, a series of roaring sounds echoed from above. Dozens of combat aircraft appeared in the sky above the arena. At that moment, the empty arena was filled with mechanical warnings. City defense breached. Unidentified enemy forces have invaded. Airspace defense compromised. Unidentified aircraft occupying airspace. Yunhen glanced at Ji Li Shu. They had anticipated this situation, yet did not expect the defenses to be broken so swiftly. It seemed they had to conclude matters quickly. Thus, his attacks intensified. As the alarms blared, the onlookers within the arena began to flee in all directions. Their terrified screams mingling with the sound of hurried footsteps, creating a chaotic scene. Xingju tightly grasped Ji Li Shu's hand. "Turn and call out, Yufeng." Yufeng replied, "Yes, we shall leave." They had already formulated a strategy for such a scenario. Xingju then activated the holographic screen of the communication device, monitoring the situation in Qingmu City relayed by the aerial drones. With Qin Ye's death, the restless would soon take action. Chaos was imminent. Ji Li Shu cast her gaze upon the holographic display. A group of armed beastmen invaded the city with ruthless determination. Clad in combat gear and wielding weapons, they stormed the streets, mercilessly slaughtering innocent beastmen. The beastmen fought back valiantly, but the enemy consisted predominantly of high-level beastmen, while most of Qingmu City's defenders were cat-type beastmen, lacking in close combat prowess. With Qin Ye, their commander, no longer able to manipulate mutated plants for defense, they struggled against the onslaught of these formidable foes. In the sky, the combat aircraft circled like vultures, their cold eyes surveying the prey below. They periodically dropped bombs, the explosive sounds and flames instilling fear. With each detonation accompanied by the loss of innocent lives, each shrapnel fragment bringing destruction. The streets were shrouded in smoke and dust, rendering the once vibrant city dim and lifeless. The screams and cries of human women echoed sporadically amidst the blood-stained streets. Many untransformed cubs fled in terror, seeking safe havens, while one unfortunate cub was trampled to death by a towering beastman. The city had transformed into a slaughterhouse. Ji Li Shu had long grown accustomed to bloodshed and felt no particular disturbance. Yet suddenly, a sharp pain twisted in her abdomen, causing her to furrow her brow. Waiting for the ache to subside, she glanced again at the cub that had been crushed, an inexplicable heaviness settling in her heart, a profound sorrow spreading from within. Stinging her eyes, a thought emerged unbidden in her mind. Was this cub's death a consequence of her actions? If she had not been so intent on eliminating Qin Ye, would this duel have never occurred? Would there not be chaos in this very moment? The overwhelming crimson, enveloping the smoke of gunfire, made Ji Li Shu feel her breath tremble. She had always understood the principle of repaying revenge with revenge and kindness with kindness. She had never cared for grand schemes or the lives of others. She had been trained from a young age to pursue her goals by any means necessary. With a thud, Yunhen's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each strike landing with devastating force, and Qin Ye was knocked to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Ji Li Shu felt as if the panicked eyes around her were all directed at her, seemingly questioning, "Ji Li Shu, what outcome do you truly desire?" At that moment, a bomb dropped from a high-flying aircraft into the arena, aimed directly at Ji Li Shu's position. Qin Ye, facing her, instantly widened his eyes in horror, shouting, "Ji Li Shu." He then summoned all his strength to command the surrounding plants to intercept. However, this action was perceived by Yunhen as an attack, and he unleashed a powerful punch toward Qin Ye's abdomen. Qin Ye staggered, kneeling as more blood flowed from his mouth, yet he struggled to remain upright. The green plants coiled above the arena like serpents, gathering ominously like a dark cloud. Just then, an interception missile shot from the side, striking the bomb with precision, causing it to veer off course and head toward the aircraft. In the next moment, with a resounding explosion, the bomb collided with the aircraft, erupting in midair. The interception missile had been prearranged by Xingju. He would not allow Ji Li Shu to be placed in danger. As Qin Ye shouted, Yunhen finally realized that his earlier actions were intended to save Ji Li Shu. Yunhen's expression darkened with complexity, his brows furrowing as he withdrew his hands. The two fighters immediately ceased their battle. Qin Ye raised his gaze to the surroundings, and suddenly, the plants that had quietly entwined around the rows of seats erupted into violence, mercilessly slaughtering the assailants that had invaded the arena, granting the ordinary beastmen a chance to escape. Guliang, witnessing the cessation of combat between the two, dashed toward the center of the arena without hesitation. "Commander, the army of corpse eaters is about to breach the city. The enemy has seized control of the city's defense systems, and now all defenses are down. If the corpse eaters breach the city, at this rate, all the inhabitants of Qingmu City will perish. Guliang's voice trembled with evident fear. Ji Lishu could not help but rush onto the arena. Qingya listened intently to Guliang's words, yet his exquisitely chiseled face, which resembled a masterpiece sculpted by divine hands, appeared pale and devoid of color, marred by an overwhelming intensity. He turned to face Yunhen, a few strands of hair falling over his forehead, casting an aura of gloom and fragility. Yunhen, Ikin Seed. Guliang's heart skipped a beat, Commander. His intention had been to persuade Qingya to pause the duel and address the crisis in Qingmu City first, but he never anticipated that Qingya would outright surrender. Qingya fixed his gaze upon Yunhen. You promised to protect Qingmu City. He paused, his eyes reflecting a profound stillness, as long as I am alive. His gaze drifted past Yunhen's profile, staring into the distance as he walked forward with long strides, a faint, liberated smile gracing his lips. He approached Ji Lishu, gazing at the woman who had wrapped herself so tightly, her face obscured from view, yet he felt an undeniable pull towards her. The ice in his heart seemed to crack open, melting away in an instant. It had been over a month since their last encounter, and perhaps he had not realized how deeply he longed for her. The thought of her image was etched in his heart, and upon seeing her, an overwhelming sense of joy and affection surged within him. Ali, Qingya asked softly, his eyes deep and earnest. Ji Lishu lowered her gaze, hidden beneath the brim of her cap, her expression apathetic. I owe you an apology. Qingya's lips parted slightly, his voice low and hoarse. Ali, I'm truly fond of you. He inhaled deeply before continuing, and I cherish our child. The gestation period for feline creatures typically lasts no more than 3 months. Yet Ji Lishu was nearing 4 without any signs. Qingya was deeply concerned, aware that he had no right to question her. Her calm yet distant demeanor resembled the sharp thorns of a rose stem, both prickly and alluring. Nevertheless, merely looking at her intensified the love swelling within his chest. He yearned to stroke her hair, to embrace her and caress her gently rounded belly. Ji Lishu gazed quietly at the man before her, her eyes seemingly steeped in profound sorrow and desolation, yet her exterior remained composed and indifferent. A tear in his shirt revealed a vivid crimson mark against his chest, and a gentle smile graced his handsome features as he spoke softly to her. Ali, please end my life. With that, he released his arms, gazing at her with quiet acceptance. In her hand appeared a gun, steady as she aimed it at Qingya's head. The smile on Qingya's lips widened as he locked eyes with Ji Lishu, seemingly wishing to engrave her image in his memory. Slowly, he closed his eyes, awaiting the conclusion from the one he cherished most. Ji Lishu's grip on the gun was steady, sheet chamber round, aimed with precision, and acted without hesitation. The arena, shrouded in vegetation, felt isolated from the outside world. Beyond its confines lay the sounds of cannon fire, gunshots, and the chaos of battle, all instigated by her own hand. Memories of a past encounter in the desert city flooded back, where she had pulled the trigger on Qingya, only to have another selflessly intervene to shield him. She grappled with the question of why anyone would risk their life for him. Yet now, a semblance of understanding dawned upon her. The one who had sacrificed for Qingya sought to save the city. Ji Lishu exhaled softly, her gaze unwavering, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger 3 consecutive times. Yunhen and Xingju exchanged silent glances, their expressions remaining as indifferent as ever, as if they had foreseen this outcome. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Qingya slowly opened his eyes, staring intently at the figure before him, his deep gaze shifting rapidly, shimmering with uncharacteristic emotion. The 3 shots whizzed past his ears, embedding themselves into the distant marble wall. A warm yet desolate smile crept onto Qingya's lips, his emotions too complex to articulate, his deep-set eyes reflecting her form. The tempest of feelings within him surging wildly. Ali, Ali, he called out, unsure of what to say, his heart brimming with uncontainable hope. Then, a familiar box was discarded carelessly at his feet, and Qingya looked down to see the green gem he had gifted her. Ji Lishu recalled the man-eating flower she had encountered in the dream-eating forest, a level 4S mutated plant. Had it not been for his secret assistance, she would likely not have survived, and instead met her demise as fodder for the earth. He saved her, she sheltered him. Later, he had coerced her, and she had plotted countless times to seek vengeance. Yet, at this moment, their child had inadvertently saved her life. Each event intertwined, forming an inescapable cycle. If Qingya were to die, Qingmu City would be engulfed in flames of war. Having been slain by Yun Hen, the latter would face the world's scorn. She felt ensnared in a web of hatred, unable to break free. Only today did Ji Lishu grasp the truth. The relentless pursuit of vengeance was not the culmination of their tale. From this day forth, you and I are strangers. Do not cross my path again. Her words were sharp and devoid of emotion, lacking bitterness, hatred, or forgiveness. Qingya could no longer maintain his composure. Pain flickered across his striking yet pallid features, and he strode forward, extending his arms to grasp her hands, only to be thwarted by both Yun Hen and Xingju. Ji Lishu remained silent, oblivious to the fact that his voice had become hoarse. Standing firm, Ji Lishu regarded him with calm, clear eyes. Moreover, the child within me is mine alone. You have no claim to him. His father is Yun Hen, Xingju, and certainly not a rapist. Chapter 168. He longed to see her desperately, with an intensity that shook him to his core. Qingya felt as if a thunderous clap had struck his mind. The flicker of hope within him extinguished abruptly. He stared blankly at the retreating figures of the three, his vision blurring, tears forming. Dim light filtered through the gaps in the vines above, casting a glow upon his face, strikingly handsome, yet filled with an unsettling coldness. His lips pressed tightly together, hesitating to take another step forward. She called him a rapist. It had all begun as a mistake, yet he had wandered further down a path of errors, culminating in an outcome he could not bear to accept. She bore his child, yet declared that henceforth they would share no connection, relegating him to the status of an abominable figure whose child would call another father. He pondered, bewildered, uttering aloud, "Why doesn't she just kill me?" Guliang interjected with urgency, "Commander, I fear you may seek to end your own life. She spared you. This is a good thing," he attempted to console, though his words lacked conviction. "There will be opportunities ahead." Qingya found Guliang's words akin to a cruel jest, his laughter feeble and ghostly. Opportunities? He stared blankly ahead, where Ji Lishu's figure had long vanished. Guliang took a deep breath, desperately formulating a response. "You have hurt her. You must make amends. Since she no longer harbors the intent to kill you and has chosen to spare you, you cannot simply hide away for the rest of your life. When you make mistakes, you must take responsibility and seek to rectify them." Qingya found himself ensnared in despair, and Guliang could only attempt to redirect his thoughts. Fortunately, he perceived a glimmer of light within Qingya's dim gaze, a slow turn towards him. Though Qingya understood that Guliang's words were mere comfort, an uncontainable flicker of hope ignited within him. "Yes, you are right. I have erred, and I must make amends." Qingya, momentarily lost in thought, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He then lifted his gaze to the heavens, eyes closed. The vast expanse of vine-covered plants above the Colosseum abruptly parted, revealing a hazy city sky. When Qingya reopened his eyes, the despair that had once dwelled in them had dissipated, replaced by a sharp, cold clarity. His immediate objective was to reclaim the command center and restore the city's defenses. Qingya gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone icy as he strode purposefully away from the Colosseum, stepping into the raging fires of battle. Ji Lishu and her child were still within Qingshu City. He needed to repel the enemy to ensure their safety. This was the most pressing matter at hand. Guliang closely followed Qingya, a surge of excitement coursing through him as their leader finally began to counterattack. At that moment, Ji Lishu, accompanied by Yun Hen and Xingju, piloted their flying vessel, activating its cloaking feature as they soared above Qingshu City. She gazed down at the city below, appearing as a torn canvas, with buildings and streets pockmarked by artillery fire. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and gunpowder. Each shell descended like a wild beast, roaring through the sky before violently tearing into the ground. Every explosion felt like a cruel mockery. Even the formidable orcs revealed their vulnerability and helplessness in the face of such fierce weaponry. "My people have gone to support the command center." Xingju gently clasped Ji Lishu's hand, feeling her palm icy. He softly reassured her, "Do not worry. The inner city defenses will soon be reinstated, and we will be able to shield ourselves from these aerial assaults." Ji Lishu lowered her gaze, contemplating the current situation in Qingshu City. The ongoing bombardment from aerial forces posed the greatest threat, followed closely by the terrifyingly dense horde of flesh-eaters outside the city. At that moment, the flesh-eaters loitered at the city's perimeter. Should such a formidable number breach the walls, the orcs of Qingshu City would undoubtedly face catastrophe. Is there any way to eliminate or hinder these flesh eaters? Yilishu inquired. Plants could serve as an obstruction, Yunhen replied, a hint of chill in his eyes. However, given their overwhelming numbers and the missile bombardment brought by Shingju, it may still be difficult to prevent their invasion. Ji Lishu furrowed her brows, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. After a brief silence, she spoke with quiet resolve. If I were to request In Liujia to retreat, would that be feasible? Upon finishing her sentence, she lifted her gaze to the two men before her. Both furrowed their brows, lips sealed, their expressions unmistakably disapproving. Ji Lishu bit her lip in distress before continuing. I may not be a virtuous person, but I do not wish to be burdened by such a blood debt. Just then, a vibration emanated from the communication device on her wrist. It was In Liujia. He had not contacted her in a long time, and she had assumed this time would be like many before, unanswered. Yet, as the clear, melodic sound reached her ear, she felt her breath catch. In Liujia hesitated briefly before speaking. Ji Lishu? The other end remained silent, save for the sound of breathing, as if she were right beside him. I have obtained the formula for the inhibitor, he continued. Congratulations, your plan has succeeded, Ji Lishu replied. However, In Liujia did not acknowledge her words. After a moment of silence, he spoke quietly. Ji Lishu, the 100 Serpents Mirage has no antidote. He struggled to keep the chill from his tone. In Liujia's words reached Xingju and Yunhen's ears, one deep in thought, the other silently darkening in expression. The existence of an antidote for the 100 Serpents Mirage was not of great importance to them. Talia possessed the most advanced biological research team, and according to recent developments, they were on the verge of discovering an antidote. It was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the poison within Ji Lishu was being absorbed by the fetus, and with the inhibitor formula now in hand, her condition posed no immediate threat. Yet, In Liujia remained unaware of this. His voice was low and filled with remorse. I am sorry, but I will enlist the world's best biologists to develop an antidote. Another silence fell between them, prompting In Liujia to inquire. Ji Lishu, where are you? He longed to see her, desperately. I am in Qingshu City, she replied softly. Immediately, she could sense the sudden rapidity of his breath. How can you be there? In Liujia exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, Xiao Rue is leading 5,000 high-level orcs in an assault, and outside the city lies a horde of poised flesh-eaters. Before he could finish, Ji Lishu interjected, In Liujia, shall we make a deal? What kind of deal? He asked. You withdraw the flesh-eater army, and I will not require you to concern yourself with the antidote. Furthermore, I am willing to agree to one condition of your choosing, provided it is within my capacity. Hearing her cool and detached tone as she articulated the terms of the deal, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, as if emotions long buried were surfacing with a painful intensity. In that moment, he could not fathom when she had begun to affect him so profoundly. She had once professed her affection for him. Why then did she speak of transactions? Was she afraid that the flesh-eaters would invade Qingshu City and endanger herself? Yet, knowing she was in Qingshu City, how could he possibly unleash the flesh-eaters upon it? In Liujia sighed inwardly, and after a moment of contemplation, he conceded, Are you safe? I am quite safe, Ji Lishu assured him. Very well, take care of yourself, and I will withdraw the flesh-eater army. She remained silent, patiently awaiting his next words. Since this is a deal, please show your sincerity, Ji Lishu prompted. What constitutes sincerity? He paused for several moments before responding with a deep voice. You must at least come in person to hear what conditions I desire. Ji Lishu ended the communication, raising her gaze to the two men before her. Their expressions strikingly aligned. Their faces were calm, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Ji Lishu pursed her lips, blinked, and turned her attention back to the large screen within the flying vessel. At this moment, approximately 20 fighter jets were maneuvering through the air. The air defense system of Qingshu City had yet to be activated, and the jets continued to bombard the city below. Qingshu City had dispatched vessels to intercept these aircraft. Yet the enemy's intent was to sow chaos and obliterate the inner-city defenses. Their flight paths were unpredictable, making them difficult to target. Since In Liujia has agreed to withdraw the flesh-eater army, it is time for us to depart, Yunhen suggested. There are too many enemy jets. We are bound to be discovered, he reasoned, unwilling to put Ji Lishu in danger. The flying vessel is currently cloaked. They cannot detect us. The last time, in Luwen Town, they had been struck without the chance to retaliate. This time, with the vessel cloaked and fully powered, a cold smile suddenly blossomed on her lips. Her gaze met Yunhen's. Let us test whose flying vessel is superior, mine or the technology of this world. The enemy's dozens of fighter jets continued to soar recklessly. Gradually, they began to sense something amiss. The thunderous sounds of artillery persisted, and occasionally, one or two jets were struck down. But they soon noticed that an increasing number of their aircraft were being shot down by inexplicable precision strikes. More bizarrely, they were unable to pinpoint which aircraft had launched the attack. With a resounding bang, a combat aircraft was struck. They swiftly locked onto its position and attempted to encircle it with sheer numbers and speed. However, the Fidu effortlessly penetrated their encirclement, thanks to its stealth capabilities and supersonic speed. Yunhen and Xingju sat leisurely in the cockpit, silently observing Ji Lishu skillfully maneuvering the Fidu. With a prominent nose, porcelain skin, and a pair of icy eyes that seemed to pierce through one's soul, her lips tinted a delicate crimson. When she smiled, it was like the gentle fall of a feather, yet in silence, she appeared as frigid as frost, captivating hearts no matter how many times one gazed upon her. Each maneuver of the Fidu, each volley of fire, resembled a meticulously choreographed dance, graceful yet lethal. It glided through the air, unseen, instilling panic among the enemy troops, while deftly evading their fire and retaliating with pinpoint accuracy, downing enemy aircraft one by one. Within mere minutes, the combat aircraft led by Xiao Rui was completely neutralized by the Fidu. The invaders within the city had also been suppressed. Xiao Rui was captured alive by Qingya, left waiting in vain for the army of devourers that never arrived. Eventually, he learned from the mouth of a Beastman in Qingmu City that the army of devourers had retreated entirely. His city had forsaken him. Awaiting Xiao Rui would be the wrath and fury of the entire Qingmu City. Thus, the invasion war ignited by the duel between two 4S kings came to an end, just as everyone was bewildered as to why the Desert City would withdraw its army of devourers. The ruling government of Desert City issued a global announcement. Gideon has stepped down from the position of commander of Desert City, and after careful consideration and comprehensive evaluation, Lu Jing will take over. On the way back to Telier, Xingju could no longer suppress his inner curiosity. Ali, you mentioned earlier, is the Fidu more formidable? Or is the technology of this world more advanced? What does this world mean? Yunhen also cast a faint glance at Ji Lishu. She slightly raised the corners of her lips, indicating the literal meaning. Xingju, puzzled, continued to inquire, so, the Fidu is not from this world? Or are you not from this world? They had once harbored doubts and conducted inquiries, but regarding Ji Lishu's origins and background, they had remained entirely in the dark. She seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Ji Lishu gazed at Yunhen, glanced at Xingju, and slowly began to speak. The City of Cloud Sea once implemented a project known as the Time-Space Plan, which you should have heard of. This was also a secret she had investigated for a long time. As soon as Ji Lishu's words were uttered, Yunhen's gaze shot up. Although the Time-Space Plan had failed a century ago, it utilized wormhole devices. Moreover, once a wormhole is activated, it does not disappear. If a similar wormhole appears in a certain time and space, the time-space tunnel will automatically open. I suspect that I may have encountered that wormhole, which is why I ended up here. She vividly remembered the moment when thunder roared and a bolt of lightning struck her directly. She had swiftly dodged, but unexpectedly, a backflip caused her to fall off a cliff. Thus, she had traversed to the dream-eating forest. Had it not been for Xingju cushioning my fall, I might not have survived. Her tone was calm. Reflecting on their first meeting, she had been bristling with defenses. So, Ali, you truly are not from this world? Xingju asked, stunned. Ji Lishu nodded and replied softly, I come from 1,000 years ago. Even though Yunhen had gradually deduced this answer, hearing her say it aloud stirred a complex mix of emotions, both fear and relief. It was fortunate that she was well and present before him now. No wonder you knew nothing of this world back then, Xingju murmured softly. He recalled her first conversation with Ji Lishu. She had been both aloof and guarded. In retrospect, it was evident that she must have been terrified at that time, for 1,000 years ago, there were no beastmen as a species. Lishu, Yunhen gently called her name, feeling a slight ache in his heart. Were you afraid back then? He understood that his Ji Lishu was resilient and capable of self-protection. But the sudden upheaval in her world must have inevitably bred loneliness and fear. Xingju's heart softened instantly, his tone filled with regret. It's all my fault. I must have frightened you, causing you to flee. That place was the dream-eating forest after all. He could hardly fathom how Ji Lishu had escaped from such a perilous place. Ji Lishu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Don't overthink it. I'm not that fragile. Xingju only wished he could rush over and embrace his Ali. Ali, from now on, with me by your side. You will no longer be alone in this world. Yunhen, too, gazed at her with fervent eyes, silently expressing the same sentiment. Moreover, now there's also a child. Xingju continued. He could not forget the sudden quickening of his heartbeat when Ali had said that the child's father was him. Chapter 170, I felt unwell all night returning to Telier. Ever since the last time the two had overheard the conversation between Yin Lu Jing and Ji Li Shu, it felt as though a thorn had lodged itself in their hearts. Yunhen managed to endure, not allowing his emotions to surface too overtly. However, Xingju was in a state of panic. As a fellow Beastman, how could he not understand Yin Liujing's intentions? He had finally managed to be with Ji Li Shu, who had always preferred Yunhen. If Yin Liujing's affections were to divert her attention further, what would be left for him? Thus, whenever he had a moment, Xingju would cling to Ji Li Shu, and even when he was busy, he would find ways to create opportunities to be with her. He always wanted to hold her close, stealing kisses from time to time. Ali, please don't go see Yin Lu Jing, all right? Xingju pleaded with Ji Li Shu, coaxing her into accompanying him to the Starfire Tower. This was his exclusive office on the top floor. He sat on a large, soft sofa, pulling Ji Li Shu onto his lap, applying gentle pressure to prevent her from leaving, burying his head in her neck and whimpering, I owe him. Let me repay it, all right? Ji Li Shu could not comprehend his motives for saying this. Yet, gazing at this man who was evidently flamboyant and unrestrained, but whose eyes brimmed with sorrow, she felt her heart soften. She gently caressed his face, asking, then tell me why? Xingju raised his head, meeting her gaze for a fleeting moment. His tone tinged with grievance. You clearly said that I would be your only partner. Yet later, there was Yunhen. And that is not even counting Qingya. You still want to provoke Yin Lu Jing. Are you planning to go back on your word? Ji Li Shu, at this moment, could hardly be oblivious to Xingju's anxieties. She silently blinked, contemplating her words. I do not like Yin Lu Jing, nor would I ever wish to become his partner. Oof. Just because you don't want it doesn't mean he doesn't. Foxes are inherently cunning and crafty. He understands the nature of beastmen all too well. Once they set their sights on someone, they will stop at nothing to obtain them. Reflecting on how Yunhen had acquired his spirit mark, it was likely that his methods were not entirely honorable. She needed to find an opportunity to clarify this. Ji Li Shu lowered her head, remaining silent. She was seriously pondering Xingju's words. Despite her emotional insensitivity, recalling the various signs during her interactions with Yin Lu Jing, she felt that what Xingju said could very well be true. Ji Li Shu reassured him, her tone sincere. Then, let us think of other ways to deal with him. I will do my best to avoid any contact with him. Xingju held her tightly, his voice deep and magnetic, softly insisting, you must keep your word. He gazed intently at her, as if awaiting her response. Ji Li Shu inexplicably felt hesitant to speak, merely nodding slightly. She gently conjured a smile, steering the conversation away. Are you not here to work? Let me go. Xingju's throat rolled as he suddenly leaned forward, pinning Ji Li Shu down onto the sofa. The abrupt movement startled Ji Li Shu, and when she turned to look at Xingju, the tender man she knew was gone, replaced by a pair of eyes tinged with a hint of red, desperately suppressing their desires. What are you doing? Ji Li Shu exclaimed in shock. Ali, you were with Yunhen last night. Ji Li Shu glared at him coldly. So what? So, I felt miserable all night. Ji Li Shu suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, didn't you say the soundproofing was excellent? Yelishu questioned. Yunhen said he couldn't hear anything. Xingju paused his kissing and then forcefully captured her lips, as if attempting to evade the topic. Ji Li Shu was now utterly perplexed. She never imagined she would lead such an unrestrained life. Get up, she said, pushing Xingju away in annoyance. This is public. There are other beastmen around. She glared at Xingju. Don't even think about telling me the soundproofing is good. Panting heavily, Xingju blinked, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, I'll go play some music. Just as he stood up, suddenly an object was thrown at him from behind. Xingju did not dodge. A folder struck his back, but it didn't hurt. He turned to face the furious expression of Ji Li Shu. If you dare, next time I won't accompany you here again, she warned. Xingju looked aggrieved. Don't say that. Ali. Chapter 171. The Contest for Affection. Xingju squatted on the floor, while Ji Li Shu sat on the sofa, her expression unyielding as she watched him perform, unmoved. After a stalemate, the one who ultimately conceded would be Xingju. Then you must sleep with me tonight, he said, his tone laced with sorrow. Most of the time, Yilishu preferred solitude. If he and Yunhen want to cling to her, they would need to employ some clever tactics to get into her bed. Thus, the days Xingju could hold Ji Lishu while sleeping were few and far between. Ji Lishu ignored his grievances and lamentations. I'll see how I feel. Xingju was momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth involuntarily pouting, dissatisfaction evident in his dark eyes. Ji Lishu almost softened. Fortunately, not long after, Xingju became busy. Ji Lishu retreated to the adjacent lounge. The office and lounge were separated by only a wall, and from the lounge, she could observe the outer office through a one-way glass. People came and went in the office. Upon entering, the Beastmen were immediately enveloped by a rich and fragrant scent of pheromones, which was intoxicating, yet they dared not show any signs of indulgence. The reason was simple. Any woman who appeared in Xingju's office was not to be coveted by others. Consequently, it became widely known among all Beastmen in the Xinghua group that their boss was no longer single. Furthermore, he seemed to have brought that human into the top office of the Xinghua group, indicating a rhythm of 24-hour companionship. Internally, some speculated that perhaps their boss had no other Beastmen left. With Xingju's wealth and influence, he was more than capable of solely supporting a human woman. Moreover, considering that he insisted on bringing her to work, it was clear that he would not allow other Beastmen to vie for his partner. However, this speculation was quickly overturned within just a few days. Early one morning, Xingju once again coaxed the still sleepy Ji Lishu into the office. Soon after, Yunhen learned of this news, abruptly interrupting a meeting and storming toward the Xinghua building in a furious manner. His tall figure moved purposefully, resembling a mobile mountain, exuding an imposing aura. Commander Yunhen, please wait a moment. Allow me to notify someone first. No need, Yunhen replied, striding directly through the lobby of the Xinghua building, ignoring the Beastmen cautiously trying to block his path. The people inside the Xinghua building stared in astonishment at the furious Commander Yunhen as he crossed the lengthy office area, his long strides leading him straight towards Xingju's office. He kicked open the door with force. Instantly, the personnel in the Xinghua group entered a state of crisis alert. Both Yunhen and Xingju were prominent figures in Teliao. Although the governing body and the Xinghua group maintained a facade of cordiality and cooperation, both sides understood that Xingju posed the greatest threat to Yunhen's status within the governing body. The advanced weaponry and technology held by the Xinghua group, along with the strongest mercenary army globally, represented a significant threat to the governing body. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. And this was especially true for them. The strength of Xingju had developed to a point that rivaled the once mighty Jinshi clan, powerful enough to instill fear in Yunhen, who would naturally remain vigilant to avoid repeating past mistakes. At this moment, with Yunhen arriving in such a furious manner, was it possible that they had fallen out? Did Yunhen intend to confront Xingju outright? The tension was palpable, not only for the people of the Xinghua group. The high-ranking officials of the Teliao governing body were also filled with trepidation. Commander Yunhen had left the morning meeting without a word. Before they could react, they received a warning statement from the Xinghua group, causing the high-ranking officials of the governing body to spring into action. At this moment, both factions, the governing body and the Xinghua group, gathered at the top of the Xinghua building, in front of Xingju's office. The two groups formed distinct factions, their gazes locking in a tense atmosphere. At this point, they were still negotiating, and no conflict had erupted. However, should the two inside engage in combat, it would be difficult for either side to quell the situation. Inside Xingju's office, Yunhen kicked the door open with force, startling Ji Lishu awake. Xingju glared furiously at the intruder, his gaze turning cold upon seeing Yunhen, then gently patted Ji Lishu's shoulder to calm her. Realizing he had frightened Ji Lishu, Yunhen's icy expression softened slightly. He turned and gently closed the door, though the force of his kick had rendered it nearly broken, leaving it ajar. "What are you doing?" Xingju questioned coldly, his eyes blazing with fury. "You scared her." Ji Lishu sat up abruptly from the sofa. The oppressive aura radiating from Yunhen was unabashed, and Xingju became alert, immediately standing up and assuming a combative stance. A conflict between the two was imminent. Ji Lishu's drowsiness evaporated, and she spoke coolly. "You two continue, I'm going back to sleep." She already harbored grievances against Xingju for waking her up so early. Now, with Yunhen's sudden intrusion, she was understandably irked. "Sleep here," Xingju insisted. "I'll take you home," Yunhen offered. The flames surrounding the wolf and tiger extinguished instantly. Yunhen shot a cold glare at Xingju, suppressing his temper. He typically refrained from displaying his less favorable side in front of Ji Lishu, including jealousy. He stepped forward, attempting to take Ji Lishu's hand. Let's go. Xingju wrapped his arms around Ji Lishu. No, Ali, now that you're here, stay with me a little longer. Yunhen clenched his fists. Xingju, is this a bit unfair? He had endured much, but the Alpha Wolf had continuously brought Ji Lishu to the office for 7 or 8 days straight. Last night, while he held her close, she had been half asleep, murmuring, Xingju, stop messing around. Yunhen's fury ignited, jealousy boiling over. He immediately lifted Ji Lishu's clothing to examine the marks on her skin. The shades of color are nearly identical. Has he been too accommodating, allowing this wolf to seize the opportunity? Thus, upon learning today that Xingju has taken Ji Lishu away once more, he could no longer restrain himself. Yunhen spoke firmly. Lishu, I will escort you home. Xingju, of course, was unwilling to relent. This cunning beast. Xingju grasped Ji Lishu's left hand tightly, his enchanting eyes gleaming as he whispered, Ali, you have always favored him. How can you forbid me from vying for your affection? Is there any logic in this world? The expression on Ji Lishu's face could only be described as astonishment. Competing for affection? She had not comprehended the source of the conflict that had erupted between the two of them earlier. She had no desire to concern herself with it. Yet now, the understanding dawned upon her. Chapter 172. Should we establish some rules? Yunhen's demeanor remained calm, though the slow movement of his alluring Adam's apple revealed the anger he concealed within. What? Shall we establish some rules? In households of Beastmen, due to the abundance of family members, it is typical to set reasonable guidelines or systems to ensure equitable distribution of resources. However, Ji Lishu was an exception in their family. Thus, the two of them had tacitly agreed never to mention any fair system, prioritizing Ji Lishu's desires above all else. Yet this wolf insisted on employing such cunning tactics, which greatly displeased Yunhen. What was even more disconcerting was that Ji Lishu appeared to grow increasingly fond of him. Consequently, Yunhen's composure shattered in an instant. Xingju raised an eyebrow. You said it yourself? I am the leader. He was aware that his coaxing of Ji Lishu to accompany him daily was indeed unfair to Yunhen. But what did it matter? Despite his deceitful charm, it was still Ji Lishu's choice. Yunhen's gaze grew cold. I've changed my mind. Let us duel. Xingju was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Yunhen's directness this time. If they were to duel, what chance would he have? As he listened to their exchange, Ji Lishu felt a buzzing in her head. Upon hearing Yunhen's declaration of a duel, her brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean, leader? She had heard that in this world, Beastmen families often designate a leader. However, that was due to the human women here being akin to infants with an intelligence not exceeding 5 years, necessitating a family head to manage affairs. Yet, she was no fool. Their family did not require such arrangements. Yunhen discreetly assessed Ji Lishu's expression, his heart momentarily halting as he quickly understood and ceased to speak. It was Xingju who opened his mouth, attempting to explain. Without hesitation, Ji Lishu slapped her palm against his forehead. Do you still wish to be the leader? Observing the sudden flash of anger on her face, Xingju froze for a moment, then recollected himself. He quickly amended, no, I no longer wish to. The atmosphere fell into silence. Yunhen keenly noted that Ji Lishu had grown subdued. Lishu, he stepped forward, gently grasping her shoulders, and called her softly. After a moment of quiet, Ji Lishu sighed lightly. Gazing up at the two men before her, she murmured, I am sorry. Xingju fell silent for a moment, slowly leaning closer. Yunhen furrowed his brow, his voice low, do not apologize. Ji Lishu replied, as for who I favor more or less, I do not know how to control that. Their rivalry stemmed from her, and the desire for a duel was also because of her. Ji Lishu felt as though she had become the source of turmoil. Xingju's heart ached at this realization. He knew full well that Yunhen treated her better, and it was only natural for her to prefer Yunhen, yet he still desired more. Ali, do not worry, we shall not duel. Xingju gently stroked Ji Lishu's head, softly reassuring her. As long as she could remain with him, everything else could flow naturally. Yunhen tightened his grip on Ji Lishu's hand, promising, indeed, we will not duel. He understood that Ji Lishu vividly remembered the duel between him and Xingya. Thus, upon hearing the term duel again, she was as startled as a bird that had heard the twang of a bowstring. Ji Lishu interjected, in that case, should we address the troubles outside? Although she had not engaged in fights for quite some time, her keen awareness of her surroundings remained. The tension and commotion from the two groups of beastmen outside were far too apparent for her to ignore. Outside, the forces of the ruling government and the Xingho group remained locked in standoff. At this moment, the door to Xingjue's office finally swung open. Yunhin emerged, holding the hand of a human woman wearing a mask. "Wait," Xingjue called, hastily following, clutching a light yellow down jacket. He approached the woman with natural ease, draping the coat over her shoulders, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth, clearly in high spirits. Then he leaned slightly, affectionately kissing the woman's forehead in front of Yunhin. "Go home." Following this, Yunhin led the woman away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Casting a sidelong glance at the members of the ruling government, he spoke in a nonchalant tone, "I will return home first. You all may continue your meeting." Under the astonished gazes of those present, Yunhin took Ji Lishu's hand and departed. Subsequently, Xingjue loudly instructed for someone to repair the door before he too entered the office. Throughout the entire episode, both leaders paid no heed to the assembled throngs, leaving everyone in stunned silence, mouths agape. The truth was indeed astonishing. They had thought that a comet would collide with the blue planet, only to discover that the comet and the blue planet were of the same family. It seemed that from this day forth, Talia would no longer harbor the saying of not allowing two tigers to coexist. Boki waited in the underground parking lot, while Yunhin and Ji Lishu settled into the back seat. Without lifting his head, he instructed to the commercial street. Boki promptly started the vehicle. Ji Lishu, puzzled, glanced sideways. Not going home, Yunhin gently enveloped her cool hands within his warm grasp, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips, clearly in good spirits. "You have accompanied Xingjue for so many days. How about spending today with me?" he inquired with a smile. Ji Lishu naturally could not refuse. "Do you not have work?" she asked. "Did you not just say you were in a meeting?" Yunhin chuckled indulgently. "What does a meeting compare to being with you?" Ji Lishu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Were Beastmen also love-struck? Yunhin noticed the teasing glint in her eyes, smiling gently as he drew her into his embrace. Softly conversing with her. "Your belly is getting bigger. We should arrange for a checkup tomorrow." Ji Lishu nodded silently. "Will it be uncomfortable?" Yunhin asked. She rubbed her lower back and replied, "It will ache." Ji Lishu found it strange. Her physique was excellent, yet she was not exempt from the discomforts of pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Yunhin immediately slipped his hand beneath the hem of Ji Lishu's clothing, gently kneading her slim, taut lower back, his warmth gradually permeating her body. Indeed, quite soothing. Chapter 173. I like you very much, Yunhin. Boki also wished to diligently play the role of a supportive companion. However, Yunhin's every move exceeded his expectations, causing him to steal several glances. This gentle and considerate man, was he truly their stern, unyielding leader? He longed to capture this moment, to show the members of the ruling government the true nature of their leader before his partner. Ji Lishu noticed Boki's gaze and cast a glance his way. Not particularly concerned. It was still early. What were they to do? She cast a sidelong glance at Yunhin and inquired. It was nearing 10 in the morning, and it felt rather early for a meal. Yunhin wrapped one arm around her while gently massaging her lower back with the other. He leaned down to lightly kiss her lips and spoke tenderly. "Let's take a stroll. I have never accompanied you shopping before." During the time when he had dared not to dream of Ji Lishu, he would often find himself stopping to watch scenes of beastmen leisurely roaming the streets with their partners, a pang of bittersweet longing piercing his heart. Such scenes had been a source of countless daydreams for him. With this thought, Yunhin bent down in a most affectionate manner, resting his head against Ji Lishu's, inhaling her essence with a sense of reverent longing. He closed his eyes, immersing himself deeper in her presence. "Lishu, you need not feel sorry," he murmured, gazing down at the woman in his embrace, his eyes filled with depth. He still held onto the memory of Ji Lishu's earlier apology to him and Xingjue. In this world, there is no such thing as perfect equity, especially concerning human emotions. Emotions are the most uncontrollable of all, a truth he had come to understand profoundly. As he spoke, a wave of tenderness surged within him. The heart that had once been so cold had finally warmed through his touch. Now, she feared the inequity she had caused, worried that her presence might bring them pain. "Just be yourself. All I desire is for you to stay by my side." Yunhin continued after a brief pause. "Of course, if you could cherish me a little more, I would be even happier." Ji Lishu lifted her gaze, wrapping her arms around Yunhin's waist, her eyes earnest. "Did I not tell you? I truly like you, Yunhin. With you around, I feel secure." In an instant, Yunhin's body stiffened. An ineffable sense of satisfaction flooding his heart. He suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes intently on Ji Li Shu. Li Shu, say it again, he requested, his voice low and husky. Ji Li Shu bit her lip in silence, then boldly wrapped her arms around Yunhen's neck and leaned in for a kiss. After a moment, the turbulent emotions in Yunhen's deep-set eyes gradually subsided as he tilted his head to grasp her head firmly, taking the lead. Meanwhile, Boki, who was focused solely on driving, nearly collided with the car in front of him, tears welling in his eyes. Do not envy. To have a reciprocated love. To hear your partner say, I like you. What Beastman in this world is fortunate enough to experience such a privilege? Ji Li Shu's intelligence. Could it not be shared with other human women? Boki parked the car in the commercial street. The weather was splendid that day, with many Beastmen out and about with their partners. It was Ji Li Shu's first visit to this place. The streets of the commercial area were lined with buildings primarily made of glass and high-tech materials, shimmering with vibrant colors, akin to stepping into a realm where technology and dreams intertwined. The product advertisements utilized three-dimensional holographic screens and 4D naked eye formats, presenting a visual and auditory delight that was unprecedented. The Beastmen either held their partners tightly or kept a firm grip on their hands, vigilant against their playful companions who could dash about at a moment's notice. In contrast, Ji Li Shu, who was easily led by Yunhen without fuss or tears, appeared somewhat unique. She wore a soft yellow down jacket and a pure white mask. Before they got out of the car, Yunhen had personally styled her hair into a bun, making her look both fresh and warm. Standing at 1.7 meters, her slender form, despite the mask, still revealed her exquisite features. Compared to the human women on the street, she was undeniably striking, drawing the attention of many beastmen passing by. Shall we choose some clothes? Yunhen suggested as he lowered his head. Ji Li Shu nodded. Though she was not one for crowds, the presence of Yunhen made the surrounding clamor bearable. After spending the morning shopping, they had a bite to eat, and in the afternoon, they held hands to watch a movie. As night fell, Yunhen held Ji Li Shu's hand and strolled along the banks of the Nosiman River. This entire experience felt novel to Ji Li Shu. She had never envisioned that such a person would enter her life, someone with whom she willingly engaged in activities she once deemed trivial and time-wasting. She had never felt such a profound entanglement with another, nor such intimacy. While she did not consider her feelings to be excessively deep or obsessive, she could not deny the sense of unexplainable stability that washed over her when Yunhen stood before her. Having lived in solitude for so long, she had thought she would continue in that manner for the rest of her life. Yet, unexpectedly, they appeared. This time, she truly believed that traversing thousands of years to this unfamiliar world was a blessing of fate. The cool breeze and moist air brushed past her. Ji Li Shu looked up and smiled gently at him. Yunhen gazed at her smile without blinking, his once cold demeanor softening, the sharp angles of his brow completely dissolving. Li Shu, are you happy? He asked softly. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling open his coat to envelop her within. Ji Li Shu lowered her head, absent-mindedly shifting her feet in the sand. She did not respond, but the slight curve of her lips betrayed her inner joy. Unable to resist, Yunhen leaned down to kiss her several times. Tonight, shall we return to my home? The way he asked, with a hint of hoarseness and magnetism, mixed with his innate charm, made it hard for one to remain resolute. Ji Li Shu, without a second thought, nodded in a daze. Yunhen, having received the answer he desired, smiled and turned Ji Li Shu's body, still wrapping her in his coat, and eagerly kissed her once more. Ji Li Shu felt a bit dazed. A vibration on her wrist broke the ambience between them. Ji Li Shu exerted a little force, freeing herself from Yunhen's embrace, and gasped for breath as she stepped back. The night was deep, with only the faint glow of lights along the shore, and her shyness was concealed in the dim shadows. Yunhen glanced at her and found it hard to let go. Ji Li Shu steadied her breath and answered the call. Ji Li Shu. Yunhen distinctly heard the voice on the other end, and his expression darkened slightly. Chapter 174. Why do you always go back on your word? It is I, Ji Li Shu, she replied. Nearly half a month had passed since their communication in Qingmu City. During this time, Yin Liujia had not contacted her. When Xingjue urged her not to meet with Yin Liujia, she had sent him a message suggesting they need not meet and that he should state his demands directly. However, she had not received a reply from him. Deep down, she felt a sense of relief, thinking he was too busy with his new position as the leader of the desert city to care about her small promise. Until today, when he suddenly reached out to her. Little Li Shu, why do you always go back on your word? Yin Liujia's tone remained languid, But Ji Lishu sensed a hint of sorrow beneath it. She understood what he meant. Ji Lishu replied nonchalantly, "What demands must be stated in person." In Liujia scoffed. "It seems you truly intend to burn the bridge after crossing it?" Ji Lishu retorted, "I sacrificed a golden opportunity to seize Qingmu City for you. You dare not even meet me?" In Liujia's gaze grew colder, yet the curve of his lips deepened. "Little Lishu, are you afraid? Afraid to see me? Or do you simply not wish to meet?" His voice was slightly hoarse, low. "If you do not wish to, then everything you said before was a lie." This feeling intensified, amplifying her inner unease. If she is merely toying with him, what should he do? What can he do? Xiao Lishu, could you please say something? He has expressed so much, asked so many questions, yet she remains as reticent as ever. In Lu Ji, please state your demands first. Ji Lishu continues to speak in an official tone. All that can be heard from the other side is a prolonged breath, followed by In Lu Ji's voice. "You know, this could hurt my feelings." Ji Lishu bit her lip. "In Lu Ji, you're in Tailia, right? If you refuse to meet me, I shall come to Tailia to find you." Ji Lishu tightened her hands in her pockets. It seems he is stubbornly insistent on a meeting. "Speak then, where shall we meet?" Ji Lishu, with a lingering sense of guilt in her heart, relented. "I will be waiting for you in Luwenjian." Ji Lishu severed the communication. She stood quietly by the banks of the Nua Seaman River, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, lost in thought. Turning around, she saw Yun Hen standing beneath the streetlight, his face sculpted with sharp angles, exuding a breathtaking beauty that could captivate all, his demeanor calm yet tinged with an inexplicable unease. In the next moment, his long, straight legs approached step by step, and his gaze, piercing through the hazy night, enveloped her gently, softly whispering, "Shall we go home?" Ji Lishu remained still, tilting her head slightly to gaze at him, softly voicing, "Yun Hen, I do not harbor feelings for In Lu Ji." Upon hearing this, the stoic expression on Yun Hen's face began to falter, and he stared at Ji Lishu in astonishment. No beast desires to share their mate, and he is no exception. The existence of Shangju has already made him lose control multiple times. He has been striving to manage his jealousy and possessiveness, not wanting Ji Lishu to feel burdened. If another In Lu Ji were to appear, he could only wonder how he would react. Ji Lishu's words undoubtedly served as a balm for his troubled heart. "Lishu," Yun Hen grasped her fingers tightly, securing them within his warm palm. "My connection with In Lu Ji stems from my initial desire to use the desert city to exact revenge on Qinya. I never intended to have any sort of relationship with In Lu Ji," Yelishu explained earnestly. "Yun Hen, I only have feelings for you and Shingju." A hint of guilt stirred within her heart, directed towards In Lu Ji. Yet this was inconsequential. The individuals she cared for now were Yun Hen and Shingju. She did not wish to cause them sorrow. If someone were to be disappointed, it would only be In Lu Ji. She rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Yun Hen's neck and burying her face in his embrace. Yun Hen is different from Shingju. Shingju, with his noble and domineering nature, would cry out and express his emotions, drawing Ji Lishu's concern. However, Yun Hen would conceal his discomfort, not wanting Ji Lishu to notice, for he did not wish to burden her. Thus, she felt compelled to clarify her intentions. Yun Hen struggled to articulate his feelings in this moment, his amber eyes seemingly brimming with profound emotion. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "Shall we go home, then?" Ji Lishu nodded. On the return journey, it was Yun Hen who drove, as Bo Chi had long since departed. Ji Lishu slightly opened the car window, and the frigid air rushed in, chilling to the bone. Yun Hen softly remarked, "You will catch cold," and promptly closed the window himself. The car sped swiftly, and before long, they arrived at Yinlingwan. He remained silent throughout, guiding her upstairs. As the door shut, Ji Lishu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The bag containing her belongings was carelessly discarded on the floor. He lifted Ji Lishu effortlessly, stabilizing her with one knee. Ji Lishu's long eyelashes fluttered, her breath becoming slightly erratic. "Yun Hen," she called softly. Yun Hen looked up, his deep-set eyes seemingly reflecting the dense glow of the night, cold yet enigmatic. He said in a low voice, "From now on, do not provoke others, all right?" This statement felt like an accusation. Ji Lishu bit her lip, remaining silent. Yun Hen's words suggested that she had deliberately sought to provoke someone. Well, while she had acted with intention, it was not aimed at provoking In Lu Ji. At that moment, she was devoid of feelings, driven solely by her goals, regardless of the means employed. Yun Hen gazed deeply at her. "I know you have your plans. He understood her too well. Just a glance at her expression revealed her thoughts. Ji Shu. In the future, could you try to rely on me more? Although Yin Lu Ji has not yet employed any underhanded tactics, he is already aware of your unique presence. If he resorts to schemes to win you over. Yun Hen was uncertain of Yin Lu Ji's true intentions. If it were out of affection, how deeply could he truly care for Ji Shu? Moreover, Yin Lu Ji had previously attempted to kill her, though at that time, his target was Qing Ye's mate. If Yin Lu Ji were to discover Ji Shu's identity, what would he do? Would he choose to kill her or spare her? A person so cunning and treacherous would likely seek revenge if he ultimately failed to possess her. Yun Hen's greatest concern was whether Yin Lu Ji would expose Ji Shu's identity to the world. Her existence would undoubtedly attract heightened attention from all levels of society globally. At that point, he could not assure himself that he could protect her. This was a secret he and Xingju had both tacitly agreed to keep. Ji Shu replied calmly. Yin Lu Ji is not that kind of person. At the very least, she trusted her intuition. Yun Hen furrowed his brow, about to speak, when she suddenly cupped his face in her hands, her eyes like water. Gently calling his name, Yun Hen. Her voice was tender, as if soothing the turmoil and unease within him, causing all his unspoken words to be swallowed. Yun Hen inhaled deeply. After an indeterminate time, he finally spoke in a low, husky voice. Please do not like anyone else. I will give you whatever you desire, all right? Ji Shu lowered her gaze. Yun Hen could not discern the emotions swirling within her eyes, so he tightened his embrace around her once more. His gaze flickered, his handsome face as tranquil as water, his voice still deep and melodious. Li Shu, may we reside in our own home? Ji Shu could not help but bite her lip, understanding. She softly proposed, how about this? I will stay at Xingju's villa for a few days, then come here for a few days. This was the most reasonable solution she could devise. Moments later, Yun Hen shook his head once more. Even if you cannot be with me, I do not wish to be too far from you. This arrangement is the best we can achieve for now. Ji Shu slightly lifted her head to meet his gaze. He suddenly recalled the time spent in this apartment, when she had looked at him with detachment and coldness, resisting his proximity and care. Yet, at this moment, the person in his arms bore a soft glow, gazing at him with rapt attention. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ji Shu remained asleep when Yun Hen's communication ring began to vibrate incessantly, disturbing her rest. He rose, exited the room, and answered the call. It was Xingju. Hurry and bring her back for a checkup. She needs to fast. Don't delay too long, or I'll hold you responsible if she gets hungry. He expressed his discontent regarding Yun Hen's actions of taking Ji Shu away the previous night. Yun Hen simply replied, and then hung up. He returned to the bed, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen across her cheek. Li Shu, it is time to wake up. Upon returning to the villa, the medical team arranged by Xingju was already waiting. Ji Shu reclined on the bed, undergoing various examinations. 8 doctors remained silent, focused intently on their work. Behind them, 2 colossal Buddhas sat regally upon the sofas within the chamber, emanating an air of authority that was both imposing and serene. The large screen displayed a 4-dimensional AI imaging of the fetus residing in Ji Shu's womb. Yun Hen and Xingju gazed intently at the diminutive form, their stern expressions softening slightly. Only they were aware of the burgeoning tenderness nestled deep within their hearts. Suddenly, the eerie yet tranquil atmosphere was shattered by an involuntary exclamation from the examining physician. My goodness, it's a girl. The assembled medical team, exclusively dedicated to Ji Shu, understood, well, that she was carrying the offspring of a Beastman. The union of Beastmen and humans yielding a human embryo was already a rarity. Discovering that it was a girl added significant weight to the already momentous situation regarding current reproductive conditions. Both Xingju and Yun Hen exchanged a discreet glance, their eyes narrowing with resolve. Within a mere 10 minutes, all examinations were completed. Yun Hen meticulously inquired about numerous precautions, listening attentively to the doctor, his concentration surpassing even that which he afforded to reports from high-ranking officials of the governing body, diligently committing every detail to memory. Subsequently, Xingju escorted the physicians away. Ji Shu turned her gaze towards Xingju's departing figure, inquiring, what are your intentions? Are you planning to silence those doctors to safeguard this secret? She was acutely aware of the precariousness of her situation. Carrying a girl in the 25th century was an everyday occurrence, yet in this world, it was an unprecedented marvel for centuries. If her identity and the child within her were to be revealed, It would undoubtedly attract considerable attention and perhaps even conflict. Yin Hen brought a cup of warm water to Ji Lishu's lips, gently coaxing her to drink. Xingju will handle everything. You need not fret over such matters. We care for your safety even more than you do. Ji Lishu felt a momentary disorientation, yet a sense of peace enveloped her. With him by her side, her worries dissipated, though she instinctively resisted the idea of being a caged canary. She understood her unique identity would invite trouble, yet she had her own plans. She had contemplated that even if her identity were exposed, drawing the attention of beastmen worldwide, she could simply hide in Faidu and wander the earth. Such a life was within her capability to accept, as she was remarkably adaptable. Yin Hen held Ji Lishu's hand tightly, gazing deeply into her eyes without uttering a word. Ji Lishu raised her gaze to the small form displayed on the screen, her emotions swirling. She gently caressed her abdomen. Suddenly, she felt a faint tremor beneath her palm, akin to gentle waves rippling within her womb. Ji Lishu's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "She's moving." Lacking knowledge about pregnancy, she was completely unaware that fetal movement was a reality. Though she had researched many intricacies of this world, she had never delved into the matters surrounding human gestation, subconsciously refusing to view herself as a pregnant woman. At this moment, feeling the movements within her, she was struck by a wave of realization. There was a human being inside her. In contrast to Ji Lishu's astonishment, Yin Hen remained remarkably composed. Human fetuses began to move around 4 to 5 months into development. He smiled gently, ruffling Ji Lishu's hair. "That's quite normal, Ali." Then, he placed his hand on her abdomen. The baby moved delicately, yet Yin Hen's rough palm felt nothing. "Did you feel that?" She moved again. Ji Lishu exclaimed once more. Yin Hen lifted her shirt, pressing his ear against her slightly protruding belly, listening intently. Suddenly, he felt a gentle rise brush against his face. With a hint of surprise, he looked up and pressed his lips against Ji Lishu's belly, planting a soft kiss. "Be gentle, little girl." This remark was directed at the unborn child. "What do you mean by gentle?" Xingju entered at that moment. Ji Lishu was reclined on the bed, while Yin Hen was closely pressed against her abdomen. Upon witnessing their intimate posture, Xingju felt a pang of jealousy. Ji Lishu turned to Xingju and said, "I didn't know there would be movement." "Really?" Xingju's eyes brightened. "Let me listen." He moved to push Yin Hen aside. Yin Hen promptly raised his head and asked, "Is breakfast ready?" "Yes," Xingju replied. Yin Hen immediately lowered Ji Lishu's shirt and helped her to her feet. "Lishu, you must eat quickly. You've been hungry for too long." With that, they exited the room, leaving Xingju's desire to experience the fetal movement unfulfilled, staring helplessly as they departed. He couldn't bear the thought of Ji Lishu remaining hungry for too long. The chill of Talia's winter was starkly contrasted by the heat that enveloped them upon reaching Luan Town. Ji Lishu entered the Starry Sky bar alone, gently pushing the door open, causing the vintage bell to chime melodiously. Liuji awaited her, clad in a black jacket, seated by the window within the bar. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating his attire with a soft glow. Leaning back against the sofa, his elegant jawline tilted slightly, exuding a relaxed demeanor. His dark eyes were cold and brooding, reminiscent of a figure from a painting. Upon seeing Ji Lishu enter alone, he raised an eyebrow, his voice deep and languid. "Your companions let you come to meet me alone. Why didn't they join you?" Ji Lishu sat directly across from him on the sofa, responding coolly, "What purpose would they have for coming?" Liuji smiled faintly, replying, "Eventually, they will need to meet." He leisurely poured hot tea into Ji Lishu's empty cup, then seemingly casually continued, "After all, we are to become one family." He lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Ji Lishu, as if seeking to gauge her reaction. Ji Lishu remained expressionless, unsure of what to say as she settled into her seat. Observing her reaction, Liuji's demeanor grew noticeably colder. He watched her silently, his pale, slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as he murmured, "Did you forget, little Lishu, that you said, 'I came specifically for you'? Am I not being obvious enough? And I have only pursued one beastman." Every word was a reflection of her own declarations, and he had taken them to heart. Ji Lishu replied with a dismissive tone, "Yes, I said that several months ago." Liuji couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. "Does what was said several months ago no longer hold weight?" Ji Lishu countered. "So what if I said it? They were merely harmless words. Do you think a few phrases can bind us as family?" She then asked, "What do you want from me?" Liuji's expression darkened suddenly, his face as pale as a sheet. He hadn't anticipated Ji Lishu would be so unyielding. A tidal wave of despair and pain surged within him, his gaze turning icy. In the next instant, Yin Liuji abruptly shifted to sit beside Ji Lishu, gripping her right hand tightly, rendering her struggles futile. He leaned closer, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. "Little Lishu, you are so beautiful and clever in your manipulations, but that will not do." The expression on Ji Lishu's face remained as cold and indifferent as water, showing no hint of emotional fluctuation. She slowly spoke, "Yin Liuji, let us speak fairly. Have I caused you any substantial harm?" Upon hearing this, the cold smile faded, and Yin Liuji gradually released her hand. Ji Lishu immediately withdrew, positioning herself at the far end of the sofa. He seemed lost in thought, murmuring, "Indeed, there is none." He was consumed with anxiety, nearly driven to madness. He longed for her presence, wished to see her, yet feared that doing so would leave him to hear the very words spoken today. Thus, like a timid turtle, he hesitated for over half a month before reaching out to her. Not seeing her was one thing. Encountering her meant he had to confront the situation head-on, as if his feet were rooted in place before her. She was the one who stirred his heart with a mere glance. He did not wish to part from her any longer. Yin Liuji gazed intently at the person before her. Her demeanor was perpetually aloof and serene, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. Her words were concise and blunt, devoid of any emotional nuance, striking at the softest corners of one's heart as if she intended to remain utterly unfeeling. As it stood, he would no longer seek her willing consent. Yin Liuji straightened his posture, regaining his customary somber demeanor, and fixed his gaze upon Ji Lishu, speaking in a tone that brooked no refusal. "I want the spirit seal. I require your spirit seal." Ji Lishu met his gaze with a calm indifference, seemingly anticipating his request. She sighed internally. Merely 2 seconds passed before she replied, "I'm sorry, I cannot provide that." This response was already within Yin Liuji's expectations, yet hearing her unwavering rejection still caused his heart to leap with surprise. His eyes darkened, concealing a flicker of pain, fixated upon her. Exhaling deeply, as if to quell the tumult within, he continued, "Ji Lishu, you were the one who first stirred my interest, the one who offered me hope. Now, it is you who wishes to retract." His tone was steady, devoid of the earlier chaos. "I have already withdrawn the Corpse Eater Legion from Qingmu City. I have fulfilled my promise to you." Yin Liuji paused briefly before adding, "Now, it is your turn." Just because she says she cannot provide it, doesn't mean she truly cannot. Does she believe her words hold such weight that I must accept whatever she dictates? Ji Lishu remained silent, pressing her lips together and averting her gaze, her silence a clear representation of rejection. In that moment, an indescribable emotion surged within Yin Liuji. His lips tightened into a thin line as he coldly questioned, "Why?" Ji Lishu replied, "I have promised my partner that I will not take another." Yin Liuji's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such an answer. "Xiao Lishu, I did not expect you to be so devoted." His tone was laced with coldness, his deep voice carrying an edge of inquiry. "You are so fond of your partner? Then why do you still come provoke me? Having stirred the waters, you refuse to take responsibility." Ji Lishu could only apologize once more, saying, "Therefore, it is my fault." She had deceived him, manipulated him, yet had ultimately failed to resolve the issue with Qingya. Though a twinge of guilt resided in her heart, her mind remained clear. "But do not forget, I was poisoned because of this, which allowed you to see the true nature of Gideon and his son. Otherwise, you would still willingly be a pawn in their game, wouldn't you?" A faint smile graced her lips, suggesting that past grievances should not be revisited. Yin Liuji's gaze turned increasingly frigid, though a smile played at the corners of his mouth, devoid of warmth. He had witnessed Ji Lishu's cleverness, yet when her intellect was aimed at him, it felt more painful than death. Frowning, he stepped closer to her. "You know what kind of person I am, since you have made a promise. I shall not let go, nor will I allow you the chance to backtrack. Xiao Lishu, I do not wish to force you. Let's do this. Grant me a year, no, even half a year will suffice. Allow me to be with you. If in the end, you still do not harbor feelings for me, you may cast me aside. That would be my choice, and I would willingly be at your mercy." Ji Lishu was evidently taken aback by his words, staring at him in disbelief for a long moment before regaining her composure. "Yin Liuji, I do not wish to love my partner. I do not want to cause them pain." Yin Liuji held his breath, his deep gaze locked onto her for an extended period, his chiseled features momentarily paling. He offered a faint smile, gently creating space between them, murmuring, do not say that. He could not bear to hear her profess her love for another while steadfastly rejecting him, unwilling to grant even a single opportunity. Do not push me like this. I might lose my mind. Ji Li Shu stubbornly refused to compromise, her head bowed in silence. The stillness hung in the air of the quiet bar. Yin Liujie observed her for a while, suppressing the weariness and heat in his eyes. He reached out with his hand, intending to gently touch the top of her head. But to his surprise, she flinched away like a startled bird. He withdrew his hand, his voice hoarse as he said, "Play for me once more." Ji Li Shu looked up in confusion. What? Yin Liujie clarified at the dream banquet. During our first encounter, you played that piece. Ji Li Shu fixed her gaze upon him. That is the return I seek. Still, Ji Li Shu exhibited little reaction, merely staring at him intently, as if probing the authenticity of his words. Yin Liujie then resumed his former carefree demeanor, leaning lazily against the sofa, legs crossed, a playful smile forming on his lips. Time passed unmeasured before Ji Li Shu finally rose to her feet. She approached the small stage in the bar, where a black piano stood. The bar's decor evoked a vintage charm, with soft lighting casting a romantic and tranquil ambience. Beneath the glow, Ji Li Shu sat, clad in an utterly unremarkable gray jacket, her long, glossy hair tied in a simple ponytail, revealing her extraordinarily captivating face, enchanting all who beheld it, as her fingers danced gracefully across the keys. Each note resonated with a melodious beauty. Yin Liujie's gaze remained steadfastly on Ji Li Shu, his eyes burning with fervor and obsession. The fox is, after all, a species most adept at hunting. When both soft and hard approaches failed, he knew he must exercise patience. For what he desired, Yin Liujie exuded calm and composure. He was a born hunter. He yearned for her, but understood that haste would yield no results. Yin Liujie gradually stood, walking through the gentle light towards the stage. Ji Li Shu continued to keep her head down, her fingers still moving over the keys. Yin Liujie approached slowly from behind, bending down as his breath steadied, the heat in his gaze unabashedly evident. At the moment Ji Li Shu turned her head to look at him, he suddenly leaned in, pressing his lips to hers and eagerly savoring the moment. Ji Li Shu instantly turned away, the piano's melody ceasing abruptly. She glared at Yin Liujie, who, unfazed, straightened up with a gentle smile. Ji Li Shu, I will not let go. I will wait for you until you willingly accept me. Chapter 178. Turning the tables. Meanwhile, not far from Shinkong Bar, Yunhen and Xingju watched the scene unfold before them, their fists clenched tightly. Their gazes were dark and brooding, laden with hostility as they regarded Yin Liujie, resembling predators stalking their prey, as if about to devour him whole. Boki, perspiring with anxiety, urged, "Gentlemen, do not act impulsively. Those individuals have already made their appearance." No sooner had he spoken than both formidable figures had instinctively shifted into a defensive stance. On the previous occasion, they had taken Ji Li Shu to the glacial polar region, and that group had followed closely. This time, how could they possibly let go of such an opportunity to abduct Ji Li Shu? Since the enemy lurked in the shadows while I stood in the light, it would be wise to turn the tables and ensnare them. At the Xing Kong Jiuba, after Yin Lu Jing had stolen a kiss, he stepped back a few paces. At that moment, Ji Li Shu sprang to her feet, her exquisite features suddenly hardening, exuding an aura of lethal intent, her expression taut, and her gaze as frigid as ice. A gun materialized in her hand, its barrel unwaveringly aimed at Yin Lu Jing. He was momentarily taken aback, a profound sorrow flickering in his eyes. "Do you truly despise me this much?" With a resounding bang, a bullet whizzed past his ear, colliding with another that had been shot from behind. Following that, a deafening explosion ensued as both bullets fell to the ground under the intense impact. In the next instant, Ji Li Shu waved her hand, conjuring a transparent shield that expanded rapidly, standing firm on the ground to block the barrage of bullets raining down from behind. Yin Liujing's pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned to shield Ji Li Shu behind him. Suddenly, the bar's door was kicked open with a loud crash, and a horde of menacing beastmen stormed in, clad in black attire, their faces emotionless, as if they had emerged from the depths of darkness, and their ranks were formidable. Yin Liujing's gaze darkened. If his senses were correct, there were even a few SS-ranked experts among them. Alone, these ruffians would pose little threat, but if their target was Ji Li Shu, he couldn't help but feel distracted with concern for her safety. "Stay behind me," he murmured to Ji Li Shu. Instantly, his lips pressed into a grim line, and a bloodthirsty intent ignited in his eyes. The Beastmen surged toward the stage, their intentions clear. They were indeed after Ji Lishu. While Yin Lu Jing had hoped to avoid taking lives, these intruders relentlessly charged toward Ji Lishu, seemingly intent on capturing her alive. His gaze grew increasingly sinister. Gradually, the Xing Kong Jiuba was shrouded in a bloody haze, the very air tinged with crimson. Yin Liujing's right hand transformed into a fox's claw. Sharp fingertips stained with blood, his movements fierce and swift. The fox's techniques were ruthless and sanguinary, unlike the terrifying might of Yun Hen and Xing Ju. Every strike from Yin Lu Jing drew blood, his razor-sharp claws piercing the beastmen's chests, effortlessly excavating beating, crimson hearts. Ji Lishu was agile, wielding a flowing crescent blade, making it difficult for even the beastmen to approach her. At that moment, Yin Liujing's expression darkened as he caught sight of two 3S ranked Black Panther beastmen among the throng of black-clad assailants, and even a Nile crocodile, whose rank he could not discern. The two 3S ranked panthers transformed into their beast forms, leaping toward the stage like arrows from a bow. Their massive bodies caused the stage of Xing Kong Jiuba to collapse. Yin Lu Jing shielded Ji Lishu with one hand, glancing at her, seemingly signaling her to take heed. Then, with a leap, he transformed into a pure white fox. The two panthers immediately pounced on the silver fox, as if two titans clashing in battle. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Lishu darted out through a nearby window, making her escape. The Nile crocodile beastman immediately led a pursuit after her. Yin Lu Jing let out a furious growl, anxiety clawing at him. However, the two panther beasts before him ensnared him, preventing him from breaking free. Outside Luwen town, a series of circular ponds lay one after another, layered like mirrors reflecting the sky. Each pond was a perfect circle, its surface smooth as glass, mirroring the clouds and mountains above, akin to flowing paintings. Ji Lishu sprinted up to a high point beside one of the ponds and suddenly halted. The Nile crocodile followed closely behind. After such a frantic run, Ji Lishu was already breathless, while the crocodile beastman showed no signs of fatigue. "Why have you stopped running? Tired?" he taunted with a cold smile. Ji Lishu retorted, "What is your purpose? You underestimated me." The person for the glacial polar region was the only 4S ranked cat beast in the world. Chinya, right? That fox just now was Yin Lu Jing? Ji Lishu continued. "Knowing who surrounds me, do you still dare to repeatedly strike at me?" The Nile crocodile beastman scoffed. "As long as you agree to leave with me, I will not harm you. Why should I trust you?" Ji Lishu challenged. "You have no way out now," he replied coldly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Come with me willingly, and you will suffer less." Ji Lishu narrowed her eyes, a tempest of emotions swirling beneath the surface, her lips curling into a chilling smile that sent shivers down the spine. "You are mistaken. It is you who has no way out." As her words fell, numerous silvery strands burst forth from the tranquil surface of the surrounding ponds, wrapping around the Nile crocodile's limbs. The unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. Yet the Nile crocodile beastman seemed unfazed. "Do you think these can restrain me?" he scoffed. "Have you never encountered high-energy particle lines?" Yelishu replied cryptically. In the next moment, the Nile crocodile beastman attempted to transform into his beast form to escape. Just then, the sky above appeared to tear open, resembling a colossal rift. From this breach, a massive net descended, ensnaring the entirety of the Nile crocodile beastman's form. An advanced airship materialized above, its presence akin to an invisible sword, silently slicing through the sky. It was then that the Nile crocodile beastman realized he had been ensnared. His heart raced as he sought to flee from this sudden trap, but it was too late. The net cast down by the airship rapidly constricted, tightly binding the Nile crocodile beastman. He struggled to break free, but the net seemed alive. The more he fought, the hotter it became, searing his skin. Moments later, dozens of beastmen surged forth, surrounding the Nile crocodile beastman. Yun Hen and Xing Ju leaped down from the airship. "Is everything all right?" Yun Hen asked, striding over to Ji Lishu in just a few large steps. He grasped her shoulders tightly, his expression grave, filled with worry and dread, his voice laced with tension. He had never wanted Ji Lishu to put herself in danger as bait, yet she had insisted. However, the Nile crocodile and his gang's attempts to abduct Ji Lishu posed a significant threat. They could no longer afford to wait passively and had to draw the snake out of its hole. At that moment, Ji Lishu's cheeks flushed, her breath still a bit uneven from the sprint. a light sheen of sweat glistening on her skin. She shook her head. Xingju was directing his mercenaries to escort the Nile crocodile Beastman away. Once captured, they would interrogate him thoroughly. After resolving all matters, Xingju rushed toward Ji Lishu. As he approached, he keenly detected the sweet scent of blood lingering in the air. His brows furrowed deeply, and in a sudden panic, he pulled Ji Lishu into his embrace. "Are you hurt?" Ji Lishu tilted her neck, reaching up to touch a shallow cut. "It's nothing serious," she dismissed, waving her hand. "I got scratched by shards of glass when I leapt out of the window at Xing Kong Jiuba." The pain in Xingju's glass-like eyes intensified. He gently touched her neck, realizing how severe her injury was. He regretted agreeing to her plan. Had he not, Ali would not have been harmed. Yunhen stood to the side, his Adam's apple gently bobbing as his eyelids drooped, fixated on Ji Lishu's wound, his eyes brimming with concern. Ji Lishu glanced back and forth at the expressions of the two, unable to suppress a laugh. "Come on, it's just a minor injury. Is it really that serious?" Though she found their reactions overly dramatic, a faint warmth surged within her, akin to a cup of hot tea gliding down her throat on a winter's day, leaving a perfect residual warmth. Xingjue's hand lingered on Ji Lishu's neck. To Yin Liujia's eyes, who rushed in a flurry. This posture appeared as if Xingjue had ensnared Ji Lishu in his embrace, his robust arm constricting her delicate neck, as if he could easily snap it at any moment. Just one glance ignited a furious blaze in Yin Liujia's eyes. Still in his beast form, he let out a fierce growl and lunged at Xingjue's arm, baring his fangs, ready to tear him apart. Xingjue immediately released Ji Lishu. Without a moment's hesitation, the silver fox charged towards him. Therefore, Xingjue swiftly darted away, leaping a good 10 meters to avoid any collateral damage to Ji Lishu during their scuffle. At that moment, the silver fox's deep blue eyes radiated fury as it bared its teeth and unleashed a furious roar at Xingjue. Just months prior, Xingjue had dispatched numerous high-level mercenaries, offering a substantial bounty for Yin Liujia's life. Now, did he dare to lay a hand on Ji Lishu? Absolutely outrageous. Yin Liujia's inexplicable murderous intent was, in Xingjue's eyes, a blatant provocation. Xingjue scoffed, clearly expressing his disdain for Yin Liujia. He then removed his coat and tossed it onto the ground, howling in rage as he transformed into his wolf form, standing majestically before the silver fox. On the expanse of Lianqi, one fox and one wolf stood off against each other, their presence equally imposing. One was pure white, the other pitch black, creating a striking contrast. They held their ground atop Lianqi, resembling a celestial realm, their postures exuding an innate nobility and coldness. Their eyes were filled with determination and ferocity, showing no signs of retreat. The pressure emanating from their 3S-tier status was unabashedly palpable. A few mercenaries who had not yet retreated observed this scene, their emotions surging uncontrollably. This was a battle between two formidable 3S-tier beast warriors. The silver fox, agile and lithe, its fur glistening with a silvery sheen under the sun, resembled a pine forest blanketed in frost. Its gaze was cunning and alert, as if searching for its opponent's weakness. Its long and fluffy tail waved like a white banner in the wind. In contrast, the kite wolf appeared more massive, its muscles as hard as stone in the night. Its eyes were cold and ruthless, reminiscent of a fierce beast from deep, shadowy valleys. Its tail was thick and powerful, each movement emanating a sense of threat. The battle between the two erupted without any forewarning. In an instant, they lunged at each other. The silver fox's claws sliced through the air, while the wolf's teeth glimmered with a chilling light. Their movements were swift and precise, imbued with a bloodthirsty intent. The wind across the Lianqi wilderness, the shadows and the sunlight, and the tense atmosphere all converged at that moment. The ultimate clash of black and white, each attack imbued with resolute murderous intent. Ji Lishu watched the inexplicable scene unfold before her, utterly perplexed. She furrowed her brow and glanced at Yunhen, as if inquiring, "What on earth is happening?" Yunhen smiled faintly, his expression one of detached amusement, as if he were merely a spectator. In truth, he too was curious about which of the 3S-tier beast warriors, Xingjue or Yin Liujia, was superior. Noticing Yunhen's clearly entertained demeanor, Ji Lishu directly asked him, "Why do they suddenly start fighting?" Yunhen reassured her, "It's fine. With me here, they won't cause any fatalities." Ji Lishu's frown deepened. Cause fatalities? A beastly duel was commonplace among beastmen. However, Ji Lishu was evidently inexperienced in this regard. She watched as the silver fox lunged forward, and the kite wolf sprang up, exhibiting astonishing explosive power, leaping to an incredible height and landing directly on the back of the silver fox. Oh woo! Yin Liujie was taken aback, though his charge had been somewhat reckless. He had seized the initiative, expecting his opponent to falter. He never anticipated that Xing Jue would possess such formidable explosive strength, completely turning the tide, something the fox could never achieve. The kite wolf's claws firmly gripped the silver fox's back, its fur shimmering like silver satin, and then it opened its jaws to bite at the silver fox's neck. Yin Liujie reacted swiftly, shaking violently to fling the kite wolf away. Ji Lishu gasped in alarm. Xing Jue crashed to the ground but rolled and sprang back up, quickly regaining his footing, baring his teeth as he locked eyes with the silver fox. Both readied themselves, poised for another onslaught. Stop! A crisp shout rang out, reaching the ears of both the fox and the wolf. Their simultaneous leaps faltered, and they landed with diminished force. The battle ceased as they turned to face the source of the voice. Ji Lishu's brows were tightly knit, her expression grave, her chest rising and falling with agitation. The kite wolf elongated its neck, tilting its head back, and let out a low, mournful howl directed at the silver fox, signaling a truce. Following this, the kite wolf approached Ji Lishu, gradually lowering his limbs until he transformed back into human form. In the next moment, a pair of gray athletic pants landed at his feet, to prevent him and Yun Hen from having to shapeshift and risk running around naked. Ji Lishu had prepared several pairs of pants in advance, stowed away in Yun Shu for emergencies. Xing Jue picked them up and quickly donned them. He then, unperturbed, walked towards Ji Lishu with his upper body exposed. Upon seeing him approach Ji Lishu again, Yin Liujie swiftly transformed back into human form and rushed over. Xing Jue sensed the movement behind him, quickly stepping beside Ji Lishu, extending his long arm to envelop her in his embrace, firmly pressing her head against his chest to shield her view. Yin Liujie's steps halted abruptly, his heart skipping a beat, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. TCH. Xing Jue glared fiercely at Yin Liujie. What do you think you're doing? His eyes were cold as ice, his voice low and laced with suppressed anger. This fox was not only cunning, but also lacked manners. In contrast, Yun Hen's tone remained calm. Li Shu, hand me another pair of pants. Ji Lishu kept her head buried in Xing Jue's embrace, not lifting it. She could easily imagine the scene Yin Liujie must be witnessing at that moment. Suddenly, she felt that the only downside to this world was the occasional eye-watering sight. Ji Lishu retrieved another pair of pants and handed them to Yun Hen, who caught them and threw them towards Yin Liujie. After a rustling sound, Ji Lishu slowly lifted her gaze to the man standing 2 meters away. His eyes, fixed on her, were slightly reddened, reflecting a mix of unwillingness and despair. And even his typically cold and aloof voice now carried a hint of hoarseness. Is this the person you are reluctant to see upset? He struggled to articulate his feelings. A profound ache surging from his heart, rising fiercely to his throat, choking back his voice. He could only stare blankly at the scene. Xing Jue held her tightly in his embrace, while the woman, prickly and resolute in rejecting him, remained obediently still and unmoving. Witnessing his erstwhile arch-nemesis, who had been locked in fierce combat moments ago, now unable to conceal the envy and sorrow in his eyes, Xing Jue couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold, smug smile. Since you are aware, you should suppress those inappropriate thoughts. Our family does not require your presence. Yin Liujie appeared somewhat dazed for a moment, before a faint, bitter smile graced his handsome face, though he had resolved not to give up. The notion that her partners were Xing Ju and Yun Hen made him sigh inwardly. He felt as if this path were interminably long, leaving him to ponder when he might be deemed worthy to hold her tightly in his embrace, as Xing Ju did. Yin Liujie disregarded Xing Ju and fixed his gaze intently on Ji Lishu, speaking with unwavering conviction. Xiao Lishu, remember what I have said. Ji Lishu glanced at him, recalling how he had stood against the light by the piano, leaning forward with a husky voice, declaring, Ji Lishu, I will not let go. I am waiting for you. Yun Hen scrutinized Yin Liujie coldly before stepping forward and gently pulling Ji Lishu from Xing Ju's arms. Have you clarified things? He inquired, questioning whether she and Yin Liujie had reached an understanding. Although he posed the question, he was well aware of the answer, having observed the entire exchange. Ji Lishu met his gaze and nodded. Good, Yun Hen replied gravely. Then let us return home. That night, outside Talia City, a spacecraft rested on the open ground. The night was deep, and Inlyoja stood before the vessel, his tall figure appearing even more imposing under the lights, casting a striking silhouette. His hands rested gently before him, seemingly waiting for something. Before long, Yunhen and Xingju arrived. Sorry for the wait, Xingju spoke first, a faint smile gracing his lips. I had to lull Ji Li Shu to sleep before coming out. Inlyoja cast him a cold glance, striving to remain unresponsive to his feigned bravado. He turned and ushered them into the spacecraft. Inside, the craft was spacious and elegantly designed, with a large conference table positioned at the center of the main cabin. The three of them now sat around the table. Yunhen expressed his intentions directly. We will compensate you for what Ji Li Shu owes you. Present your demands. Perhaps Ji Li Shu took Inlyoja's words to heart and performed a piece for him, repaying a favor. However, what Yunhen sought was to ensure she severed all ties with Inlyoja, leaving no debts between them. He could absolutely not accept the presence of another Inlyoja. Inlyoja frowned slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his deep-set eyes. This matter concerns Ji Li Shu and me. There is no need for your interference. Yunhen gazed steadily at Inlyoja, neither angry nor irate, his voice calm, yet laced with warning. I will not allow you another chance to see her. Inlyoja's eyes darkened, a shadow of malice surfacing. He snorted coldly, gritting his teeth. Who she likes is not for you to decide. His assertive words, illuminated by the dim light, rendered his complexion slightly pallid. Deep down, he felt uncertain. Why can you not let go? Xingju observed Inlyoja expressionlessly. His demeanor was inscrutable, long fingers lightly tapping the table, his tone, as usual. Ji Li Shu told me herself that she does not like you. Inlyoja clenched his fists, suppressing the turmoil within him. Chapter 181. His promise only holds for Ji Li Shu. Yunhen maintained a composed gaze, discreetly assessing Inlyoja. No one understood better than him the difficulty of relinquishing Ji Li Shu. Without offering substantial benefits, it was indeed challenging for him to demand that Inlyoja abandon her. He looked at his imposing opponent and began earnestly. I promise you, Talia will fully assist the desert city in its infrastructure development. We will also provide mercenary support for the desert city to expand its safe habitable territory. Furthermore, we will lift the ban on the visitations of orcs from Talia to the desert city, allowing trade to flourish between the two cities. Yunhen's tone was steady and resolute, each word reflecting a well-considered decision. Inlyoja met his gaze, his eyes clouded with ambiguity. The assistance Yunhen proposed was indeed what the desert city desperately needed. Nestled in a barren desert, the city faced harsh conditions and resource scarcity. Apart from a band of ruthless orcs and a massive horde of flesh-eaters, it lacked almost everything else. Without advanced weaponry or cutting-edge technology, medical and biological capabilities were severely underdeveloped, relying mostly on rudimentary defenses. Should the desert city receive Talia's aid, it would be crucial for its development on all fronts. The orcs of the world viewed those from the desert city as a dire threat, fearing the contagion of the flesh-eater virus, and no one dared engage with its inhabitants. The assistance Yunhen extended to the desert city undoubtedly set a precedent. The conditions he presented were indeed tempting. Inlyoja's sharp eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Yunhen, astonished that he would go to such lengths for Ji Li Shu, even risking enmity with other major cities and tribes. I shall not mention the other cities, but are you not concerned that Qingmu City might sever ties with Talia because of this? Inlyoja inquired, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yunhen's generous aid to the desert city was clearly a direct challenge to Qingmu City. Qingya controlled the global PSS system, and should he decide to withdraw Talia's access, it would surely incite a plant uprising within the city, potentially jeopardizing Talia's safety. Yunhen chuckled coldly, revealing little emotion. That is not for you to worry about. As long as Ji Li Shu remains in Talia, Qingya will not allow her to be in danger. Thus, Yunhen was confident that Qingya would not confront Talia directly. Moreover, even if Ji Li Shu were to reject Qingya, she was presently their shared companion, and their ultimate goal was to protect her. Once they shared a common partner, certain matters need not be explicitly stated. They would naturally align their efforts. At this juncture, Inlyoja suddenly furrowed his brow and asked coldly, So, was the woman Qingya had taken indeed Ji Li Shu? Not long ago, the duel between Yunhen and Qingya had garnered global attention. The reason Yunhen had issued the challenge was Qingya's attempt to harm his partner, who was, in fact, Ji Li Shu. Yunhen's expression remained unperturbed as he refrained from answering. Liujia's gaze grew increasingly frigid, his eyelids lowered in contemplation. Yunhen and Xingju exchanged silent glances, neither speaking. The nature of the relationship between Qingya and Ji Lishu was not something Liujia should be privy to. The air fell silent for a moment. If I accept the assistance from Talia, will I no longer be permitted to approach Ji Lishu? Liujia questioned. Xingju suddenly scoffed. His eyes filled with derision. Even if you refuse, you are still not allowed to approach her. His tone was decidedly forceful. Liujia's deep-set eyes curved into a faint smile. Given these circumstances, he would not reject Yunhen's conditions. However, he would never relinquish Ji Lishu. To go back on one's word, to disregard trust, what of it? A fox has no interest in morals or fidelity. As long as he can obtain what he desires, that is sufficient. His promise need only hold true for Ji Lishu alone. He recalled the poison afflicting Ji Lishu, the 100 serpents illusion, and remained deeply troubled. Xingju dismissively remarked, "We will soon be able to develop the antidote. The poison in her system will be resolved quickly, so you need not fret." Liujia furrowed his brow, remaining silent. "What of Gideon? You must hand him over to me," Xingju asserted through gritted teeth. Gideon dared to lay a hand on his Ali, and he must bear the consequences. In the depths of Liujia's eyes lay a chilling intent. "My methods will undoubtedly be no gentler than yours." He crucified Gideon's limbs, rendering him unable to escape, and bound his partner, forcing him to ingest the venom of the 100 serpents. Gideon was helplessly forced to watch as his beloved writhed in agony before him, succumbing to the poison in a wretched death. For a beastman, there could scarcely be a more tormenting form of torture. With the death of his partner, Gideon's own demise was imminent, yet Liujia had no intention of letting him off lightly. He fed him poison, determined to torment him until his last breath escaped. This was the price he would pay for harming Ji Lishu. After a lengthy conversation among the three, Yunhen prepared to take his leave. By this time, Ji Lishu was likely to awaken. Should she discover that both he and Xingju were absent, she would surely deduce their activities. Yet, Liujia still had words left unspoken. Today, were those beastmen targeting Ji Lishu? Xingju affirmed. Liujia continued, "That Nile crocodile, I have heard of it." At his words, Yunhen's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "What do you know?" Liujia replied, "In the vicinity of Linha in Yunhai City, a subordinate tribe once harbored a 3S-tier Nile crocodile. The majority of beasts in the desert city are castaways, driven away with nowhere to go. These beastmen hail from various cities and tribes across the world, thus bringing with them much concealed information." Xingju voiced his confusion. "Yunhai City?" Liujia added, "Moreover, this Nile crocodile has been missing for 30 years. If I am not mistaken, this very crocodile must be the 3S tier one from Yunhai City. Clearly, after 30 years, it has ascended." Both Yunhen and Xingju appeared contemplative. Liujia further stated, "I can assist in investigating its background." Yunhen cast him a sidelong glance, awaiting more. Liujia blurted out, "I demand the right to visit Ji Lishu at any time." Yunhen and Xingju both firmly rejected this. Liujia retorted, "Then the discussion is over." Despite his words concerning Ji Lishu, Liujia would meticulously investigate and deploy additional personnel to uncover the truth swiftly. Chapter 182. The partner's time is short upon returning to Desert City. Liujia received urgent news before he even reached the city outskirts. The military castle had come under sudden attack. He hastened back to Desert City. Dawn had only just broken when piercing air raid sirens shattered the tranquility above Desert City, as 3 supersonic bombers unleashed a deluge of fire upon the military castle. The thunderous explosions illuminated the sky, shaking the military castle as if it were on the brink of being torn asunder. Bricks and steel fell away amid violent tremors, and glass windows shattered. Inside the military castle, where the ruling elite of Desert City congregated, chaos reigned. The surviving beastmen scrambled for safety. Liujia hovered high above, witnessing the scene with wide, furious eyes. The 3 supersonic bombers possessed unprecedented speed and maneuverability, capable of traversing distances unreachable by ordinary craft in mere seconds. The inhabitants of Desert City had no time to mount a defense before the enemy's bombs rained down, effortlessly obliterating all they sought to protect, leaving only the ruins of the military castle in their wake. Liujia descended rapidly, rushing to the scene to issue commands and coordinate rescue efforts. He turned to a subordinate beastman, demanding, why was there no warning, even if they could not intercept the enemy's bombers? A timely alert could have spared countless lives within the military castle. Our enemy precisely circumvented our surveillance zone, arriving at Desert City at extraordinary speed. Leaving us no chance for an immediate warning, the subordinate replied. Liujia asked, how did they know how to bypass the surveillance zone? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Xiao Rui, only the high-ranking officials of Desert City's ruling government could so accurately evade our monitoring. It seems Qing Yin never killed Xiao Rui. Rather, he is using him to orchestrate a counterattack against Desert City. At that moment, Liujia's communication ring buzzed. The voice on the other end was both familiar and frigid. Liujia, this is merely a warning. Qingya. Liujia's tone was as cold as iron. Teeth gritted in fury. Today, I merely destroyed the military castle. Qingya continued, Xiao Rui is in my possession. I have complete control over all military defenses in Desert City. Should you dare to invade Qingmu City again, I shall show no mercy. On the day of his confrontation with Yunhen, Liujia had abruptly withdrawn hundreds of thousands of the Corpse Eater Legion. While the reason for such a decision remained unclear, it undoubtedly granted Qing yet the moment of respite. Consequently, today he had simply laid waste to the military castle. Time passed swiftly, and Ji Lishu's pregnancy became increasingly apparent. She was aware of the situation between Desert City and Qingmu City, currently in a phase of truce and preparation. The support from Talia to Desert City was progressing vigorously. Liujia took the lead in accelerating the construction of Desert City's intelligent security defense system. Ji Lishu refrained from inquiring Yunhen about the extent of Talia's assistance to Desert City, recognizing that even if Yunhen sought to repay a favor to Liujia, he must have his own considerations. The cooperation and exchanges between the two major cities were not matters she could influence. Her focus now lay on the poison within her and the child growing in her womb, as well as the chip that had thrown her into multiple crises. Kotelan remained unyielding under interrogation. Xingju wore a hint of displeasure. At that moment, they were still in the study on the first floor of the villa, where Xingju and Yunhen were discussing the recent investigation results. Ji Lishu, with nothing to do, leaned in to listen. Kotelan was the name of the 4 S-tier Nile crocodile Beastman. The methods of the Starfire Group's dark operations were notorious for their cruelty. Despite this, Xingju had employed various tactics to extract useful information from Kotelan, all to no avail. Xingju continued, however, he bears a spiritual mark on his chest, which currently glows a bluish gray. His partner's life is likely at its end. Yunhen retrieved a blanket from the nearby sofa and draped it over Ji Lishu's legs. She glanced at him with a slight smile. Yunhen responded with a gentle touch on her head, acknowledging her expression. He then casually remarked, with a partner's life hanging by a thread, as Beastmen, their every action is singularly focused on saving their beloved. Xingju pondered. They seek to steal the Chong Kong chip and abduct Ali. These two endeavors may very well be connected to saving his partner. Ji Lishu reclined in her chair, tilting her head slightly, and replied nonchalantly, transforming humans into cyborgs can indeed enhance physical capabilities and even extend lifespan. The technology within the chip could potentially save Kotelan's partner. Xingju nodded, having reached the same conclusion. However, he added, yet, multiple attempts to realize this technology have ended in failure. It has proven that cyborgs cannot be successfully achieved. Ji Lishu mused. But if they wish to take me and claim they mean no harm, could this be related to the cyborg experiments? She lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Kotelan's awareness of her intellect and abilities clearly did not surprise him, suggesting he might have been aware of her existence all along. Yunhen fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze lingering on Ji Lishu. In the intricate realm of cryptography, the secrets concealed within the third layer of the chip encryption loomed large. He paused momentarily before Xingju swiftly interjected, suggesting a possible connection to Ali. The utterance of this phrase cast an immediate gravity over Yunhen and Xingju, as instinctively they sensed the ominous implications. Ji Lishu, lost in contemplation, turned her gaze towards Yunhen and inquired softly, could you take me to observe the decoding process of the chip? Yunhen nodded affirmatively and led Ji Lishu to the subterranean level 3 of the Telia Air Governance Center, a clandestine research facility. The dimly lit room was adorned with an array of LCD screens displaying intricate command lines, reminiscent of an enigmatic cipher. A large experimental table housed an assortment of precision electronic devices and microchips, their outlines accentuated by a gentle blue luminescence. Central to the lab was a team of technicians clad in gray radiation-proof suits, diligently working on the complex task of decoding the third layer. Despite their efforts, employing methods like dictionary attacks and plaintext sequences, they had yet to unveil the password. Junghen elaborated toyilis who. The decoding of the third layer is rather troublesome, and we're still deciphering it. He then posed a poignant question. Or the last words Long Kong exchanged with you. Ji Shu lifted her chin slightly, her visage serene yet contemplative. Yun Hen averted his gaze, concealing his own emotions as shadows flickered in his eyes. In the aftermath of Long Kong's demise, the inhabitants of the desert city seized control of Luwen Town. Yun Hen had discreetly dispatched agents to scour Luwen Town for traces of Long Kong's former hideout, hoping to unearth some clues. This hidden research facility lay beneath the pool, now abandoned save for remnants of discarded equipment. Long Kong and his companions had once clandestinely studied semi-mechanical beings within these very walls. From the footage sent by his agents, Yun Hen recognized several familiar items, canned goods bestowed by Ji Shu. These mundane cans, however, were meticulously stored within a safe, which had been violently breached, revealing beneath them a sketchbook filled with portraits of a strikingly beautiful face. Memories surfaced of Xing Ju's remark that Long Kong had sacrificed himself to save Ji Shu, bravely shielding her from the relentless assault of a voracious being. Ji Shu had also confided that Long Kong was her first friend. This reflection stirred a cold smile on Yun Hen's lips. A friend? Merely his second-best option. Yet, it was perhaps fortunate that Ji Shu remained oblivious to the intricacies of such a subtle affection. Ignorance was her bliss, and she need never comprehend. Alas, Long Kong had met his end. He was the first in this world to extend a hand of friendship to Ji Shu, the first to earn her trust, the first she had openly acknowledged. Had he lived, he would never have garnered the opportunity to draw near to her or to express his feelings. His death, however, would indelibly mark Ji Shu's heart. At that moment, with thoughts of him lingering, Ji Shu maintained her tranquil demeanor, though there was a palpable sadness that permeated her essence. Jilly 24880-311, she suddenly declared. Yun Hen turned to her, recognizing her reference to the third layer password. A silent signal prompted a researcher to attempt the input of this code. Unlocked. The process has commenced, a researcher exclaimed in astonishment, although the password was not overly complex. The stringent anti-decryption measures of the third layer left them with no loopholes to exploit. This only intensified their curiosity regarding the significance of what lay hidden within the third layer of encryption. Yun Hen, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Does this password pertain to you?" The name Jilly bore a resemblance to Ji Shu, who offered a slight nod in affirmation. It was a string of numbers she had jotted down idly during her time in a bookstore. Yun Hen reminded her, Long Kong's final words were an apology. Ji Shu had never perceived any wrongdoing on his part. If there were any, perhaps the secret resided within the third layer of the chip's encryption. Long Kong had entrusted the chip to her, a secret he and Ling Yi had sought to conceal, yet he placed it in her hands. If this was indeed part of his grand design from the outset, then perhaps only Ji Shu would possess the key to this password. Jilly was a name she had frequently adopted during her missions, while 24880-311 represented the date of her arrival in this world, March 11th, 2488. As the process completed, researchers discovered a second layer key requiring a fingerprint. They collected Ji Shu's fingerprint and successfully unlocked it without issue. Ji Shu's gaze fixated on the LCD screen, where sequences of blue code danced across the display, her eyes deepening with contemplation. Long Kong, why did you feel the need to apologize? The research team intensified their focus on the task at hand. Let us return for now, and once they conclude their study, I shall inform you, Yun Hen gently suggested, taking Ji Shu's hand as they exited the research facility. As Yun Hen drove, he could not help but be attentive to Ji Shu's emotional state. She rested her elbow on the door, her palm cradling her cheek, gazing vacantly out the window. Despite her apparent disinterest, Yun Hen sensed her awareness of his probing thoughts. If you wish to inquire, please do so, Ji Shu stated without turning back. Yun Hen cast her a sidelong glance. Are you thinking of Long Kong? Yes, Ji Shu promptly affirmed, her tone devoid of pretense. Yun Hen tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Ji Shu continued, I ponder, had I not clung to Long Kong upon my arrival, perhaps I would have spent a few days in the flower house of the beast, at least to find a temporary refuge. Yet, the stench of that place was unbearable, saturated with aphrodisiac scents, and I would not have lasted long before departing. Yun Hen, reflecting on Ji Shu's mention of the flower house, murmured thoughtfully. So he sought you. He recalled how Qing had previously caused an uproar in Telly-Yair's red light district, even risking a confrontation with him to track down a beast. That beast could only be Ji Lishu. Suddenly, Yunhen comprehended Qing's previous agitation and urgency. Ji Lishu, momentarily perplexed by Yunhen's implication, asked what? Yunhen met her gaze with a penetrating look, opting not to elaborate. He casually remarked, "The flower house is hardly a respectable establishment." Ji Lishu cast him a fleeting glance, aware that his previous words were not entirely aligned with this statement. Who else would seek me? She mused, considering the time and place. The answer was not difficult to deduce. Nevertheless, such conjectures had become inconsequential. Ji Lishu averted her gaze. Of course, I am aware. Upon leaving the flower house, my next step would be to find a secure place to settle, before gradually unraveling the reason for my arrival here. If it is possible, I wish to discover a path back home. Perhaps I will partake in the selection process for the Starfire group Mercenaries, though the chances of success are slim. Thus, I must soon depart Tellier. The cost of living here is exorbitant, and the scrutiny over personal safety is excessively stringent, posing a high risk of exposure for someone like me. Ji Lishu paused, casting a sidelong glance at Yunhen, and smiled. Perhaps this way, I would not be abducted by Yun Kai, nor would I have encountered you. Yunhen's hand trembled imperceptibly, a sharp pang of pain coursing through his heart. Just then, the vehicle entered the spacious courtyard of the villa. As Yunhen parked, Ji Lishu prepared to alight. Furrowing his brow, he reached out, grasping her arm and anchoring her firmly in her seat. With a resounding thud, the car door opened and then closed once more. He cast his gaze down, fixating intently on her face, his deep eyes lingering on her fair cheek, momentarily choking him with emotion. Lishu, do not utter such words to provoke me any longer. He bowed his head, his cool lips pressing against her forehead, his brow tightly furrowed, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with an imperceptible plea for compassion. Yet, Ji Lishu discerned the truth in his words. Yunhen, I cannot withstand provocation. A wave of bitterness surged within her throughout the entire afternoon. She lamented that without Chong Kong, she would never encounter herself again. Moreover, she sought a means to escape this world. To leave here, perhaps even to leave him behind? A departure he could never trace, no matter how fervently he searched? Yunhen's rare gaze turned icy. She truly understood how to manipulate her own fate. Ji Lishu merely fixed her gaze upon him, and in the next moment, her slender arms reached out, gently enveloping him in an embrace. Yunhen's body stiffened abruptly, the chill in his demeanor dissipating. Her affectionate gesture softened his heart in an instant. He could only reciprocate by holding her tightly, her natural fragrance ensnaring his heart like a magic cologne. The slightest movement from her caused him acute pain, leaving him utterly disheartened. Yunhen closed his eyes briefly, a single hand grasping her shoulder, gently pulling her from his embrace. Ji Lishu's belly grew increasingly prominent. He and Xingju dared not entangle her any longer. Even at night, they had to maintain a distance under the covers. Otherwise, certain matters became challenging to control. Yunhen's profound gaze was rife with complexity as he contemplated her for a while, contemplating departure. Yet, her soft arms tightened around his neck, stubbornly refusing to let him go. Their eyes met, breaths mingling in close proximity, while Yunhen's lips pressed into a thin line. He braced himself against the chair, one hand reaching to pull her arm down, but Ji Lishu smirked, applying just enough pressure to render his supporting hand momentarily numb, causing him to inadvertently lean onto her. His arm held his weight without completely pressing her down. Unable to resist, he slit his throat. In his embrace lay warm, soft jade, her clear eyes calm and unwavering, silently gazing at him, with a hint of teasing glimmering in their depths. What are you doing? His voice emerged, dark and husky. When did she become so proactive? Ji Lishu looked at him, her eyes seemingly brimming with unshed tears, no longer merely frosty. What are you afraid of? Yunhen's robust form suddenly tensed. Which word provoked you? She smiled alluringly, seemingly oblivious to his discomfort. Is it that you do not wish to hear me mention Chong Kong, or that you do not want to hear me say we will never meet again? Yunhen's lips pressed into a straight line, his handsome face paling slightly, as if her words had pierced his hidden worries. His amber eyes slowly averted, and he replied coolly, "Get up. You will crush her belly." Yet, Ji Lishu, like a little rascal, clung to his neck, refusing to relent. As the car pulled into the villa courtyard, Xingju emerged. Through the car window, he immediately spotted their intimate posture, causing his eyes to redden with anger. He reached out to pull the car door, only to find it locked, rendering it unyielding. Growing impatient, he tapped on the car window. Yunhen glanced at him briefly, then released Ji Li Shu, returned to the driver's seat, and restarted the car. We shall discuss this at home. His words were directed at Ji Li Shu, his deep voice laced with irritation. The car departed the villa once more, heading towards Yinling Bay. Xing Ju stood rooted, his dark eyes suddenly igniting with cold fury, piercing like a knife towards the rear of the car. He directly contacted Yunhen through the communication device. While driving, Yunhen ignored the incessant vibrations of the device. Despite Xing Ju's repeated attempts to reach him, Yunhen continued to disregard it. After multiple attempts, Xing Ju finally relented. He turned to contact Ji Li Shu. Ji Li Shu exchanged a glance with Yunhen, and from his calm eyes, she discerned a flicker of emotional turbulence. She answered the call. A voice filled with grievance reached her ears. Ali, you should be with me tonight, as you promised. Xing Ju's words fell upon Yunhen's ears without omission, causing his jaw to tighten slightly as he glanced at Ji Li Shu. His gaze was indifferent, as if conveying that if she wished to remain at Yinling Bay, perhaps he would allow her to return to Xing Ju. Ji Li Shu remained silent, while Xing Ju continued to lament on the other end. She merely focused on Yunhen's reaction. Finally, she spoke softly into the device. I will contact you shortly. With that, she hung up. Yunhen steadied the car by the roadside, his inner turmoil intensifying, yet his face remained impassive, his deep gaze returning to her. Li Shu, where do you wish to go? Ji Li Shu bit her lip, her tone tinged with reluctance. I did indeed promise Xing Ju. Yunhen lowered his brow, seemingly unconcerned, and nodded. Then I shall escort you back to the villa. He prepared to start the car, but suddenly a hand gripped his arm tightly. Yunhen, Ji Li Shu called out. He furrowed his brow gently, turning to look at her, his expression tender as if it could melt. Li Shu, what do you wish? His tone carried a profound sense of helplessness. Observing the emotions swirling within him, Ji Li Shu felt a slight pang in her heart. Was this the sensation of caring for someone? She sighed softly to herself. Yunhen, we have yet to finish our conversation. You still haven't told me which words provoked you. Yunhen simply lifted her effortlessly, placing her on the driver's seat, holding her on his lap, his long fingers gently entwining in her hair, exuding a seemingly tender yet assertive grip, pulling her face toward his. Once they returned to the villa, she would belong to Xing Ju. He would allow himself to hold her a little longer. Yunhen's voice lowered. Li Shu, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Whether you think of another man or desire to leave this world, I cannot bear to stop you. Yunhen's body appeared increasingly rigid, as if bearing the weight of torment. As long as you are happy, I'm willing to accept everything you give me. Rejection and indifference, affection and tenderness, infatuation and abandonment. He would embrace it all. It was as if he could feel his pupils tremble. Ji Li Shu gently closed her eyes and pressed her lips against his, whispering, Then you are indeed both noble and foolish. Yunhen's mind buzzed suddenly, his cold gaze softening as he stared at her in surprise. In the past, when I was in pain, only fighting could alleviate it. Now, when I am hurt, I simply long for your embrace. Ji Li Shu raised her icy hand to cradle his face, asking, Yunhen, when you are in pain, do you not wish for my embrace? Even someone as proud as Xing Ju would express his grievances when he felt wronged. Yet you, who clearly suffer deep within, insist on maintaining an appearance of indifference. Yunhen's pupils quivered, his long arms tightening around her, his forehead resting against hers, yet he could not utter a single word. Ji Li Shu kissed him gently once more. When you are in pain, you do not even wish for me to know. She gazed at him intently. Are you in a relationship or merely raising a daughter? Yunhen's throat bobbed slightly, unsure how to articulate that feeling. It seemed to have begun the moment he fell in love with her. He knew he should not continue, yet he could not help but cherish her with utmost care, fearing he might hurt her or provoke her. Later, when she accepted him, he began to fear that even a hint of displeasure from her would drive her away, fear that he might demand too much and wear her patience thin. Thus he hesitated to reveal the panic hidden within his heart. At this moment, within the confines of the vehicle, witnessing her gently cradling his face and uttering words that stirred his emotions, he pondered, is this romance or a paternal bond? This almost unreasonable interrogation erupted like a torpedo in the tranquil depths of Yunhen's heart beneath the somber twilight, leaving his amber-hued eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he gazed at her in a daze for an extended period. Li Shu, do you still wish to leave this place? Yunhen asked quietly, enveloping her in his long arms. The ones I care about most are here. Where else could I possibly go? Li Shu responded softly. The thin line of her lips turned pale, and the light in Yunhin's deep gaze trembled intensely. What did she mean? Yunhin lowered his head, studying her for a long while. Suddenly, he grasped her chin and leaned down to kiss her. Your words must hold weight. Yunhin pressed his forehead against hers, articulating each word with deliberation. His eyes, filled with affection, flickered with a hint of joy at the recent memory of Li Shu initiating 2 kisses with him. The delight within him was undeniable. Just days prior, he had overheard Xingju lamenting to Li Shu, Ali, you never kissed me first. Li Shu sighed internally, recognizing that Yunhin was too reserved, without a gentle nudge. One could hardly discern the emotions swirling within him. Thus, she had deliberately spoken of their potential separation. She gazed up at Yunhin, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, uncertain of the words that might alleviate his doubts. She believed that, in the distant future, he would eventually understand. Yunhin's handsome face remained taut, his deep gaze fixed intently upon her. He embraced her once more, holding her tightly against his chest, and gently kissed the corners of her eyes and brows. Li Shu, will you stay with me tonight? For the past few nights, she had experienced frequent fetal movements, and both he and Xingjue had refrained from disturbing her, allowing her to sleep alone. Upon hearing this long-awaited request, Li Shu inexplicably chuckled. She playfully nipped his lip and replied softly, tomorrow, for I have truly promised Xingjue. Yunhin held her close, raising his gaze to reveal his dissatisfaction. Then return with me to our home tomorrow. His lips pressed against her forehead. His palm tenderly caressing her hair as it rested at her neck, he asked softly. Li Shu nodded. Often, she felt that such affection was too overwhelming, rendering it almost surreal and even making her feel guilty. Thus, she began contemplating how to reciprocate the kindness of Yunhin and Xingjue. Eventually, Yunhin drove them back to the villa. The next day, the trio arrived at the chip research facility. The secrets of the 3rd layer had been unveiled, and all the information stored within the chip had been analyzed. What you see now is a string of genetic codes, the researcher explained. This belongs to primitive humanity and is Miss G's. The researchers present were all members of the elite technical team secretly nurtured by Yunhin. Thus, they were already aware of Li Shu's true nature. The first layer of the chip recorded the technology for creating cyborgs. The second layer contained research data, and the third layer held the key to the successful creation of cyborgs. The 3 exchanged glances, a chill running through them as they seemed to grasp the significance of this key. The secret to successfully transforming humans into cyborgs lies in the necessity of original human cellular genes corresponding to each organ and even various parts. Otherwise, the transformation would fail. In other words, to successfully convert a human into a stronger, cognitively normal cyborg, one would need to extract Li Shu's living DNA. Moreover, this extraction process itself is inherently painful. A heavy silence enveloped them. Such a revelation undoubtedly placed Li Shu at the epicenter of scrutiny. A subtle smile crept onto Li Shu's lips as she suddenly understood why Chong Kong had apologized before his demise. I once gave Chong Kong some of my hair. She began. Perhaps he utilized it for experimentation. Yunhin turned to the researcher, his voice grave. Are you certain? Can the use of original human living DNA guarantee success? Currently, we have only encountered failed experimental cases, not a single successful one, the researcher replied, sensing Yunhin's skepticism. We have thoroughly studied the techniques and principles documented in the chip. Theoretically, the use of original human living DNA can indeed lead to successful transformations. In truth, they were excited at the prospect. Imagine if every woman in the world could extend her lifespan, restore her intellect to normalcy, communicate seamlessly with beastly partners, respond emotionally, and even enhance her reproductive capabilities severalfold. This would be a groundbreaking technology for the world. The only sacrifice will be one Li Shu. As the pivotal element of original human living DNA, Li Shu was essential for the successful transformation of humans into cyborgs. The remaining words of the researcher were unnecessary. Li Shu had already comprehended the implications. The exposure of this technology and her identity would undoubtedly spell disaster for her. Li Shu appeared remarkably composed, her emotions remaining steady. Beside her stood 2 towering figures, one with a hand in his pocket and the other with arms crossed. Their similarly dark gazes crossing over Li Shu's head as they exchanged a knowing look. In that moment, they understood each other's intentions. Yunhin gently pressed his palm against the nape of her neck, squeezing lightly. Now you understand how precious you are, don't you? He offered her a nonchalant smile. his tone calm. All right, we should return. His voice was low, laced with tenderness, as he gently took Li Shu's hand, intending to lead her away. There are still questions that remain unanswered. We cannot leave now, Li Shu queried, perplexed. In the face of this revelation, Yunhen and Xingjue's responses seemed too subdued. They had not even uttered a single reassuring word, which was uncharacteristic of them. Xingjue raised an eyebrow, smiling as he looked at Li Shu, his voice steady. You are pregnant now? Do not fret about these matters. Leave it to us to handle. Only when Yunhen half let her into the car, did Li Shu faintly realize something. She suddenly grasped Yunhen's arm at the driver's seat, turning to scrutinize him intently, her gaze unguarded. His amber eyes held no discernible emotion, yet beneath his seemingly indifferent demeanor, she sensed a subtle undertone of menace. Li Shu, Yunhen called her name softly, as if sensing her unease. In the next moment, she swiftly opened the car door and dashed back to the confidential research facility. Yunhen stared at her retreating figure for a moment, taken aback by her sudden agility. Even in her pregnant state, she remained remarkably spry. He then pushed open the car door and followed her. Upon returning to the research facility's entrance, the high-density, fully sealed door required fingerprint authentication to unlock. As she hesitated, the door swung open from within. Instantly, a pungent metallic scent assaulted her senses. Upon seeing the slender figure standing at the threshold, Xingjue paused in his actions of wiping his hands with a wet tissue, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Ali! Li Shu glanced at him, then at his blood-soaked hands, before extending her arm to gently push past him, stepping inside. The researchers clad in white lab coats were all lifeless. Some individuals appeared to be excessively frightened, transforming directly into their beast forms. Yet they were swiftly vanquished by the human-shaped Xingju with a single strike. When Yunhen arrived, Xingju immediately cast him a disdainful glance, as if questioning why Li Shu was present in that location. Yunhen refrained from responding to Xingju. Instead, he simply reached out and closed the door to the laboratory once more. Only the deceased could keep secrets. Yunhen approached Li Shu, naturally taking her hand in his demeanor cool and detached, yet his tone remained gentle. Perhaps there existed a more benevolent approach to handle these researchers, one that would prevent them from disclosing secrets, but every method harbored its own risks. In comparison to Li Shu, everything else seemed trivial. Li Shu, you must understand. Do you not? His amber eyes were devoid of emotion, his voice deep as that of a great beast. They would never allow Li Shu to fall into peril. Those who were privy to the secrets hidden within the chip could not be spared. Li Shu turned her head, her gaze penetrating as she regarded Yunhen beside her. She certainly comprehended. Only the deceased would keep secrets. However, in her eyes, they had just appeared utterly unfazed. Yet their methods were so direct. What the chip? Li Shu inquired. It is with me, Xingju replied, before Li Shu could finish her sentence. He added, all data in this laboratory is stored on an internal network, and I have thoroughly erased it. This laboratory is isolated from the public network. I had arranged everything before the researchers began their work on the chip, Yunhen supplemented. Xingju reiterated, Ali, the secrets within the chip must not be disclosed. Li Shu surveyed the corpses strewn across the laboratory, a flicker of emotion stirring within her. When had she ever cared for the lives of innocent individuals? Yet these innocent lives had perished because of her. She could not remain entirely indifferent. The individuals behind Ku Talon might already be aware of the secrets surrounding the successful creation of the half-mechanical beings. Thus, even if we eliminate these individuals and meticulously conceal the secrets within the chip, would it not still be in vain? She spoke slowly. Xingju moved closer to Li Shu, stating, therefore, we must swiftly unearth those behind Ku Talon. He then stood behind Li Shu, enveloping her tightly in his embrace, his arms encircling her waist, resting his chin in the crook of her neck. Ali, to personally uncover the origins of that Nile crocodile, I must travel to Yunhai City. It may take some time. I might not see you for a long while. He held her tightly, as though seeking to embed her within his being, merging her essence with his very bones. Chapter 188. Life without you is unbearable. Once the chip had been completely decoded and they had seized all pertinent information, Yunhen evidently grew anxious. His gaze upon her intensified. Li Shu's range of movement was once again constrained. It turned out she had been granted the freedom to roam within all secure areas of Talia, occasionally visiting Jier and Mo Chi for tea. Now, however, she could only remain within Xingju's villa. Since she had decided to reside there, Xingju had installed soundproof barriers around the villa. isolating it from the clamor of Talia. Even her presence could not be detected from the outside. It was as if the villa existed within a realm of tranquility. A comfortable and serene world, reminiscent of a leisurely paradise. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight gently graced the earth, if Ji Li Shu arose early, she would slightly draw back the curtains, quietly awaiting the sunrise. During the day, she relished strolling through the villa and playing the piano. In the evening, she would wait on the balcony for the sunset, watching as the sun slowly descended, painting the sky in hues of crimson. At night, she would peer into outer space through a high-quality telescope. Was this not the completeness Ji Li Shu had always pursued? Yet now, she found that such days had indeed grown tedious. For one whose life was precarious, the essence of existence revolved around mere survival. Contemplating how to navigate each day amidst crises consumed all her energy and time, leaving no room to ponder whether life had become monotonous. It was only when one felt secure that they could indulge in thoughts of so-called pleasures, much like Ji Li Shu at that moment. Behind her, long and slender legs approached her side. Ji Li Shu did not turn around. Why not come inside? The wind is strong on the balcony. Yun Hen gently encircled her waist from behind, his firm muscles accentuating his embrace, while his handsome visage leaned in, radiating a quiet gentleness. Ji Li Shu turned her head, meeting his gaze as she softly replied, "I am waiting for you." Yun Hen's eyes, deep and thoughtful, brushed against her cheek as if gauging her warmth. He then lowered his head and pressed a kiss upon her. A tender smile graced his lips as he gazed deeply into her eyes. "Will you accompany me to a place?" As the car passed a quaint bookstore, Ji Li Shu rolled down the window, allowing the cold wind to sweep in as she glanced back at the shop. Yun Hen gradually decelerated, parking beneath a large building opposite the bookstore. "Let us get out." After exiting the vehicle, he took her hand and led her upstairs. The second floor of the building housed a quiet cafe. The staff, upon seeing Yun Hen, were momentarily taken aback, astonished by his strikingly fierce countenance, now softened by an expression of utmost gentleness. He held the hand of a Renyao beast. The cafe staff gasped in surprise before quickly regaining their composure. This tiger beast was evidently a powerful high-ranking beastman, capable of supporting a woman. Yet he had chosen a Renyao beast. However, upon a closer look at the individual he held tightly, they suddenly found it entirely unremarkable. The combination of mature handsomeness and delicate beauty appeared to be the most fitting pair, as if no one else in the world could match their compatibility. The staff's imaginations ran wild, yet they dared not stare too openly. Yun Hen led Ji Li Shu to his usual booth. Rather than sitting across from her, he nestled beside her, his unique warmth enveloping her. Casually, he grasped Ji Li Shu's hand with one of his, while the other activated the touch panel on the table, displaying a holographic menu before them. "Take a look. What would you like to eat?" Ji Li Shu glanced at the menu, which was filled entirely with coffee options. What could she possibly eat? There were merely 2 dessert items that resembled mere decorations. Beverages like coffee were seldom enjoyed by beastmen. Those who frequented such establishments were typically affluent individuals with leisure time. Most beastmen would go directly to hunting grounds to satiate their hunger, let alone dine here. Thus, the cafe's menu was quite monotonous, comprising solely coffee and 2 dessert options. These desserts were likely intended for the companions of some beastmen, as only women seemed to indulge in such treats. However, Ji Li Shu had no inclination toward them. "Perhaps I could try the coffee?" she suggested, her voice bright. "Do you think that is feasible?" Yun Hen turned his face, his gaze fixated on her, a gentle smile gracing his lips that left the cafe staff entranced. Could they still switch careers to become Renyao beasts? Ji Li Shu pouted, attempting to withdraw her hand. Yet Yun Hen's palm was broad, his fingers long, completely enveloping her hand. He tightened his grip slightly, leaving her unable to escape. "Why are you so clingy?" Ji Li Shu remarked. Yun Hen's expression remained stoic, yet his amber eyes brimmed with tenderness. "Didn't you teach me? Whatever is on my mind must be known to you." Ji Li Shu gazed at him perplexed. "I meant, if you feel discomfort, you must let me know. Indeed, I feel a sense of discomfort when we are apart." His cold face bore a serious expression. Ji Li Shu was momentarily taken aback. This man has changed. The stark contrast was unexpected for her. Unable to resist, she lowered her head, laughing with a sparkling demeanor. Yun Hen ordered 2 desserts for Ji Li Shu and a cup of coffee for himself. From their vantage point, the bookstore was visible. Ji Li Shu glanced towards a floor-to-ceiling window. Yun Hen softly acknowledged her with a hum. "I have retained that bookstore. In the future, should you find yourself bored, You may return here to continue overseeing it. Ji Lishu smiled. That sounds quite nice. However, during this recent period, I must impose upon you to remain at home, within my sight, if you would be so kind, until the individuals behind Keteline are apprehended. Even though Ji Lishu believes that Talia is the safest place for her, he cannot afford to be careless. The territory of Talia is vast, with enemies lurking in the shadows while he remains exposed. Without complete certainty, Yunhen can only request that she stay in the villa. Today, seeing that she had been cooped up for many days, he seized the opportunity to take her out to witness the first snowfall of the season. Chapter 189. Watching every first snow together, Ji Lishu gazed at Yunhen. His brow was slightly pronounced, and when he focused on someone, he appeared quite stern. Yet, within his amber eyes, there was no trace of intimidation, only a gentleness akin to flowing water. She leaned against his arm, gently nodding. Typically, Ji Lishu exuded a cool demeanor. But now, nestled against his arm, she looked up at him with flirtatious eyes, obediently nodding. This sight resembled a child seeking affection. Yunhen's throat involuntarily moved as a rush of heat surged within him, as if igniting a blaze across the barren expanse of his heart, consuming all rational thought. Even after spending countless days and nights with Ji Lishu, he found himself unable to resist her subtle provocations. He averted his gaze, looking out the window. Tonight, Talia will experience its first snowfall. I had intended to find a place to enjoy the snow with you, and this location is quite suitable. Ji Lishu followed his gaze outside. The distant skyscrapers sparkled under the night lights, resembling luminous castles. On the bustling streets, vehicles flowed incessantly, and the colorful lights intertwined, forming a moving ribbon of color. Will it really snow? She inquired. Yunhen did not respond to her question. Instead, he released her hand and wrapped her in his embrace. His deep voice asking, "Are you cold?" Ji Lishu shook her head. "How did you know there was a coffee shop here, conveniently located across from the bookstore?" Yunhen smiled faintly. "Because I have visited this shop countless times." Ji Lishu was taken aback. Most importantly, with each visit or departure, a fanciful thought lingered in his heart. A thought he once deemed impossible. Yunhen looked down at her, his gaze profound. Ji Lishu already possessed the answer in her heart. Yet she still asked, "What is it?" Yunhen's lips curved into a warm smile, his deep eyes filled with tenderness. He gazed at her for a long while, his voice slightly hoarse as he softly replied, "It is you. It has always been you. Countless times, while seated in this position, I wish to draw you into my embrace through the window. Yet I cannot do so. Thus, the yearning in my heart transformed into a tormenting fantasy." Did he truly care about the promises made to Xingyue and Qingya? Not in the slightest. What mattered more was that he felt unworthy of possessing her. He had exchanged her for Yun Kai's life. He was never deserving of her love. He could only endure the heartache and gaze at her from afar. However, upon witnessing her face numerous trials alone, he began to question the significance of his steadfastness. Now, reflecting on those self-righteous thoughts, Yunhen wished he could slap himself hard. Ji Lishu simply stared at him, realizing that during her leisurely days guarding the bookstore, Yunhen had been protecting her as well. It has begun to snow. A commotion arose nearby. Ji Lishu withdrew her gaze and looked outside. Indeed, it was snowing. She quietly observed the snowy scenery, as if she could hear the sound of snowflakes falling and feel their delicate touch. Trapped in Yunhen's embrace at that moment, it felt as if the city's clamor and chaos had vanished, leaving only this serene and beautiful snowy landscape, tranquil and warm. Ji Lishu's gaze fell outside the window as she softly called his name. Yunhen slowly lowered his head, pressing his warm cheek against hers, and asked him, "I wish to accompany you in witnessing every first snowfall in the future." A surge of emotions flooded within him, his heartbeat racing uncontrollably. He could only respond with a simple word. "Good." Each word he spoke to Ji Lishu was a promise. The two remained quietly together for a moment, as the staff quietly delivered the desserts and coffee, discreetly departing to avoid disturbing them. Then, Yunhen's communicator vibrated. "There are no proper meals here. I ordered takeout and will retrieve it." He had already arranged these minor details in advance, thinking of what she might want to eat when he brought her to the coffee shop. Yunhen had been gone for barely half a minute when Ji Lishu's communicator suddenly rang. She gently furrowed her brow. It was In Liujia. She immediately dismissed the vibration of the communicator. Her gaze returned to the window, where she spotted a familiar figure across the bustling street. In Liujia was still clad in a black jacket, his demeanor as bold and unrestrained as ever, tall and imposing, standing at the edge of the snow-laden street. The streetlight's glow filtered through his form, casting a soft light and shadow on the ground. His fair skin shimmered under the lights, giving him an almost ethereal glow, captivating and striking as he gazed at her with a hint of pride. When he realized Ji Lishu had spotted him, he suddenly broke into a bright smile, excitedly pointing towards the sky. Boom! In the next moment, a few sounds echoed from above, and Ji Lishu watched as colorful fireworks ascended and descended, flickering and vibrant. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the fireworks burst against the snowy backdrop, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, or like a multitude of blooming umbrellas. Ji Lishu looked up for a moment, then her communicator vibrated again. She glanced at Yin Liujia nearby, who gestured to his wrist communicator, signaling her to answer. Chapter 190. Why do I mind him being here? At that moment, Yin Liujia stood amidst the falling snow. Looking up, his fervent gaze piercing through the glass window, resting upon the serene figure sitting quietly by the window. He had followed Ji Lishu when she was taken from the villa. With Yun Hen and Xing Yue's formidable skills, as long as Ji Lishu remained in the villa, he had no opportunity to approach her, not even a glance. He had been waiting here for some time. Others may call him a cunning, deep fox. Yet upon seeing her, he resembled a fool, staring for a long while. He couldn't recall how long it had been since he last saw her. Watching her nestled in another man's embrace, the corners of his mouth curved into a charming smile, accentuated by that fleeting dimple. His heart felt as though it were being gently prodded by feathers, gradually igniting with longing. He truly missed her. Xiao Lishu, will you please answer? The communicator had been vibrating for quite some time, yet Ji Lishu remained unmoved. She felt a swirl of complex emotions. She had already resolved not to accept him. Any further entanglement would only bring about mutual discomfort. She lowered her gaze to the tall figure amidst the swirling snow. In that moment, he appeared deep and thoughtful, his lips adorned with a smile. The dim, yellow light of the street lamp cast a soft halo upon his handsome visage, accentuating his tenderness. Ji Lishu ultimately answered the call, yet found herself at a loss for words. From a distance, she observed his slightly parted lips. His voice, deep and gentle, resonated with an undercurrent of longing. Xiao Lishu, I miss you so much. The magnetic timbre of his voice, laced with sorrow, lingered in the air, enunciating her name with a poignant affection. Those few words fell like stones into the depths of a lake. Ji Lishu gazed at him from afar, their eyes locking. In the darkness, his gaze mirrored the night, a deep black with a glimmer of light. You've gained weight after not seeing you for a few days. On the other end, unable to hear her response, Yin Liujia sighed inwardly and sought to fill the silence with conversation. He had always thought her too slender. Although she had the right curves, she had always been beautiful. Yet, he mused, a bit more weight would suit her well. Ji Lishu hesitated, reluctant to engage with that sentiment. Are you pregnant? He inquired softly. The curve of her abdomen was already quite evident. Even from a distance, it was discernible. Having a baby is perfectly normal. A faint smile graced his lips, accompanied by a casual sigh, tinged with an imperceptible envy. Whose child is it? Yin Hen or Xingjue? Ji Lishu did not wish to delve into such trivial matters with him. Did you set off the fireworks? She asked. Yin Liujia responded with a gentle affirmative. Were they beautiful? Please refrain from such antics in the future. Her melodious voice, though enchanting, carried a tone of cold indifference. The smile that had once adorned Yin Liujia's lips gradually faded. His thin lips pressed tightly together. His strikingly handsome features now shrouded in gloom. What do you like? Tell me. Ji Lishu opened her mouth, poised to speak, when her gaze fell upon Yun Hen, whose robust figure contrasted sharply with the incongruous food container he held. Striding toward her against the warm glow of the lamp, his deep-set eyes sparkled like two jadeite gems, as if they could pierce through the very soul, regardless of the distance. His gaze was fervent and possessive, imbued with an undeniable weight that was both compelling and impossible to ignore. Ji Lishu was acutely aware that she was no saint. Her heart was small, so small that accommodating two individuals was already her limit. Yin Liujia, I can no longer harbor anyone else within my heart. Yin Liujia's attention remained fixated on Yun Hen, not even casting a glance in his direction. You promised to wait for me, to do those things for me. To be honest, I cannot remain indifferent now. The fluttering of Yin Liujia's heart, which had plummeted to the depths, stirred momentarily at her words. Yet, in the next instant, hope was extinguished once more. I would only feel more pain. With that, Ji Lishu ended the call. Liujie gazed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window and saw Yunhen settling beside her, meticulously laying out the contents of the food container and occasionally urging her to eat more. Meanwhile, Yunhen maintained a stoic expression as he glanced at him through the window, a look that seemed to convey both a warning and a boast. Liujie could only furrow his brow in discomfort. He did not desire much. He merely wished for an opportunity to be by her side. Or perhaps he sought nothing at all. He could forego touching her, abandon any claim to their child, and even resign himself to Ji Lishu's lack of affection for him. All he needed was a spiritual bond that granted him the privilege to remain close to her. Liujie was perplexed. She had already embraced two individuals, so why was she so averse to including him? Just how deeply did she love those two? It was an ineffable sensation, a blend of torment and helplessness, akin to the suffocating grip of a hand around one's throat. His Xiao Lishu truly possessed a heart of unyielding resolve. Chapter 191. Is my daughter behaving today? After returning from the cafe, Ji Lishu completed her evening routine and lay down on her bed, toying with a bracelet crafted from glacial jade, a gift from Liujie, intended to maintain her body temperature. Perhaps tonight's fireworks had stirred some emotions within her. Previously, she had never received any gifts, but with Yunhen and Xingjue by her side, they often surprised her with various tokens of affection. Yet this particular display of fireworks was undeniably special. She had always believed in keeping matters distinct. She had utilized Liujie, and in doing so, he had unveiled the true nature of Gideon and his son. She had thought they had settled their accounts. Therefore, she had not given much thought to Liujie's words of waiting for her. However, as she contemplated the glacial jade bracelet in her hand, she found herself questioning. If it were a matter of trade, perhaps they had balanced the scales. But in terms of human sentiment, had she truly settled everything? Lost in thought, she was jolted by a sudden vibration from her communication device. At this hour, Xingjue would typically reach out to her. Sure enough, his video call arrived punctually. Ali, this dreadful place is unbearable. The handsome face on the other end drew closer, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Yanhai City is a major city. Are you not eating or sleeping well? Ji Lishu smiled patiently as she responded. Eating doesn't matter much. It's mainly that I can't sleep well. How could I possibly sleep well if I can't hold you? He naturally seized the opportunity to express his grievances, having been prompted by her question. Originally, such business trips could have involved Yunhen, but given Yunhen's superior rank, it was only logical for him to personally ensure Ji Lishu's safety during this predicament. The burden of other arduous tasks fell solely upon him. He needed to find ways to gain more experience in order to strive for a promotion to the 4S rank. Being slightly weaker than Yunhen was acceptable, but he certainly couldn't be outdone by the cat that Ali had abandoned. Is my daughter behaving well today? Xingjue would ask several questions daily. Ji Lishu smiled helplessly and nodded. Do you feel unwell lately? I'm fine. Did you go out today? Yes, it snowed in Telier, so we went out to see the snow. A gentle expression graced Xingjue's face as he engaged in light conversation with Ji Lishu, relishing the sound of her voice. At that moment, Yunhen had finished his evening routine and entered the bedroom. How is the investigation on Kotelin going? As he spoke, he slipped off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, leaning against Ji Lishu. Xingjue's expression instantly turned cold. If he hadn't come to Yanhai City, it would have been him holding Ji Lishu as they slept. Jealousy aside, pressing matters still required attention. He spent over a decade in Yanhai City, during which he was undoubtedly accompanied by a human female. He maintained a close relationship with the captain of the hunter squad, Xiao Tong, and it is highly probable that this woman was their mutual partner. Xiao Tong, the captain of the hunter squad in Yanhai City, was an SS rank Beastman. If Kotelin is merely backed by Xiao Tong, he should be well aware that it is insufficient to contend with us. Indeed, Xingjue concurred. Thus, I plan to bring Xiao Tong to light. However, he has been missing from Yanhai City for over a decade, making it difficult to track down his whereabouts. I need you to make a trip to Mubwa Island, Yunhen instructed Xingjue. I have already investigated the Linglu clan. Xingjue immediately understood. Chongkong and Lingyi are indeed from the Linglu clan of Mubwa Island. The technology for creating cyborgs was developed by Lingyi himself. Thus, it is imperative for me to investigate Mubwa Island. You are correct. To avoid missing any vital information, I must personally visit, Xingjue stated. However, this would inevitably delay his return home. It's quite exhausting. As the conversation reached this point, Xingjue solemnly cautioned Yunhen. Lately, you should refrain from taking Ali out. My companion has relayed several messages indicating that there are several waves of high-ranking orcs lurking outside the city of Teliyar. They have neither entered the city nor departed, merely concealing themselves outside as if conducting reconnaissance. Yunhin remarked, I've already been tracking these orcs. For now, we must avoid alarming them. The information that Xingjue could acquire, Yunhin could certainly receive as well. The two remained silent for a moment. Yunhin then inquired, how goes the gathering of the raw materials for the antidote? We have nearly collected everything. However, a few herbs are quite troublesome. I shall have Yufeng send you the list. Gathering through multiple channels will expedite the process. A grave expression crossed Yunhin's face as he glanced at Xingjue, stating, we must hasten our efforts. Xingjue nodded in acknowledgement, I understand. The due date for Ji Lishu's delivery was drawing near. Should we fail to neutralize the poison, it would likely result in the child suffering in the womb and facing a tragic fate upon birth. Ji Lishu remained silent, quietly listening to their exchange. She had heard Boki mention that although Yunhin and Xingjue both operated from Teliyar, their encounters had been few and far between. Each meeting had been characterized by negotiation and trade. Many believed that a confrontation between Yunhin and Xingjue was inevitable, yet none anticipated that they would eventually stand united in the same camp. Yunhin cast a sidelong glance at Ji Lishu beside him and then declared, I must take my leave. She requires rest. With that, Yunhin swiftly ended the video call. Before Xingjue could respond, the screen went blank. He, feeling frustrated, attempted to call back, but received no answer. Alalai had not mentioned ending the call. What right did he have to do so? At that moment, upon hanging up, Yunhin pressed Ji Lishu down. The doctor had indicated that the fetus was not very active and that we should provide additional support. His demeanor was serious. Support? How so? Ji Lishu asked, perplexed. Yunhin's gaze darkened, and in a hushed tone, he replied, what do you think? Chapter 192. He has already set his heart on it life in the villa, though leisurely, saw Yunhin relocate his office there, spending 24 hours a day in her company, thus finding no boredom. Unless absolutely necessary, he seldom left the villa. He worked in the study while Ji Lishu quietly read beside him. During his morning exercises, Ji Lishu would join in, though her physical activity was limited to practicing Tai Chi with a robot. The leader, who had never stepped into a kitchen before, had now cultivated commendable culinary skills. Yet Ji Lishu, who had never been particular about food, had recently developed a more discerning palate. Occasionally, Jier and Machi would visit the villa. Yunhin was somewhat displeased, yet he never displayed his irritation in front of Ji Lishu, reserving it for Jier and Machi, silently prompting them to be more aware. Each time they visited, they brought numerous gifts, including many valuable and rare items, most of which were intended for Ji Lishu, with some designated for the child in her womb. If it were only 1 or 2 items, Ji Lishu would have gladly accepted them. However, the quantity was clearly beyond the financial means of the two. Be honest, who exactly is sending these gifts? Ji Lishu inquired. Jier glanced around, relieved to see Yunhin absent. He shrugged nonchalantly and responded, did you not already have your suspicions? Ji Lishu was momentarily taken aback. Then why assist him? Machi replied, after the army of the desert city occupied Luwin town, we secretly fled to find you, only to be branded as deserters. It was Yinlia Jiji who saved us both and even provided us with a vessel to leave. Jier nodded, adopting a rare, serious expression. Ji Lishu, it is likely he intentionally released us because of you. Ji Lishu fell silent for a moment. When I went to retrieve the suppressant for you, he always looked so disappointed and disdainful upon seeing me, which was quite difficult for me as well. If he could avoid this task, he would. The new leader of the desert city and Ji Lishu would make an intriguing pair. Jier mused with excitement. Just imagining it was thrilling. What a scene it would be with Yunhin, Xingjue, and Yinlia Jiji all gathered together. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Ji Lishu and mutter softly, in truth, Yinlia Jiji is quite remarkable. His voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid others might overhear. However, as long as they remained in the villa, even the faintest sound could be heard. In Yunhin's study, Boki was updating him on the current situation. As Yunhin listened, he also paid attention to the conversation between Ji Lishu and the 3 others. Upon hearing Jier's praise for Yinlia Jiji, he could not help but interrupt Boki's report, asking, what recent activities has Yinlia Jiji undertaken? Boki pondered for a few moments to organize his thoughts before swiftly continuing. Teliyar and the Desert City have collaborated on 8 projects, 5 of which Yinlia Jiji is personally overseeing. Most of the time, he remains in the Desert City to supervise progress, occasionally visiting Teliyar. Each time he arrives, aside from meeting with our people to confirm important matters, he spends the rest of his time wandering around the villa's perimeter. A cold smirk crept onto Yunhin's lips, though unease stirred within him. A fox is still a fox. Some people only know how to play the victim, and he had already set his sights on something more. Do you think it necessary for Yinliajiji to personally negotiate projects in Teliar? Would it not suffice for our people to meet him in the desert city? Yunin inquired. Once we grant him entry into Teliar, he will certainly push for more. Boki considered for 2 seconds before responding. It is indeed possible. However, there is an important banquet with the 7 cities of the north tomorrow night, and Yinliajiji is already on the guest list. To restrict his entry into Teliar, we must wait until after tomorrow. Yunhen remained silent for a moment, then waved his hand for Boki to continue with his report. The banquet in Teliar would occur in a villa nestled halfway up a mountain. The vehicle entered through the back entrance, deliberately avoiding the main entrance, as Yunhen wished to avoid drawing attention. Wait for me on the 2nd floor. Send me a message if you need anything and if you feel bored. You may stroll in the open garden on the 2nd floor, Yunhen instructed as he led Ji Lishu upstairs, earnestly reminding her. He should have left Ji Lishu in the villa, but he could not shake his unease. Having her by his side felt the safest. Ji Lishu could not help but sigh inwardly. All right, Commander Yunhen, you are already late. Yunhen gazed at her intently for several moments, then tightened his grip on her head, gently kissing her forehead. Remember, if anything unusual occurs, call for me loudly. I will be on the 1st floor. Ji Lishu nudged him away, urging, go on, go on. After saying this, she closed the door. Yunhen stared at the door for a few seconds before turning to issue a few instructions to the guards flanking him, emphasizing that if Yinliajiji appeared on the 2nd floor, he was to be swiftly removed. Once he had given all his orders, he descended the stairs. Each year, Teliar hosts an exchange banquet with the 7 cities of the north, aimed at fostering mutual development among the regions. The attendees are all high-ranking officials from various districts of the north. Now, with Yunhin's substantial support for the desert city, they were compelled to investigate the situation. If this were to become a long-term collaboration, then all participants would take action. Firstly, to curry favor with Commander Yunhin's decisions and please Teliar, and secondly, to mitigate the risk of future colonial aggression from the desert city by cultivating a relationship with Yinliajiji. Although the desert city has ceased its conquests since Yinliajiji's rise to power, the terrifying number of flesh-eaters still looms. When dealing with someone like Yinliajiji, it is prudent to befriend rather than oppose. The hotel was resplendent with lights, and imposing orcs donned elegant suits, holding glasses as they mingled in the venue, exchanging toasts and engaging in lively conversation. Upon Yunhin's arrival, a palpable silence fell over the crowd. His demeanor was austere yet courteous, skillfully shaking hands and engaging in conversation with each guest. Naturally, Yinliajiji was also in attendance at this soiree. He navigated through the throngs, exchanging pleasantries with Yunhen while wearing his customary mischievous smile. The first words that slipped from Yinliajiji's lips were, "She has arrived, hasn't she?" Yunhen, unperturbed and maintaining a stoic expression, lowered his voice and replied, "Do not forget the purpose of your presence here." Should he succeed in fostering connections between the numerous tribes of the north and the desert city, it would undoubtedly enhance the latter's development. While Yunhen was earnestly assisting Yinliaji, whether he could win over these individuals depended solely on his own abilities. Chapter 193. I have arrived. Await for me the banquet had been ongoing for 2 hours, and Ji Lishu, feeling somewhat bored, decided to take a stroll in the open-air garden on the 2nd floor. At the foot of the mountainside villa lay an artificial lake. The moon hung high in the sky, shimmering brightly, casting its silvery light upon the earth like a lustrous ribbon. The lake lay still under the moonlight, its surface as clear as glass. Gazing back at the outdoor banquet venue on the 1st floor, one could see a harmonious scene of revelry, with the companions of the orc guests also present. The grand hall on the 1st floor served as the social space for prominent figures. In a secluded corner of the boisterous banquet, Ji Lishu witnessed a poignant moment. The moonlight flowed like a gentle stream, illuminating the garden with a sparkling brilliance. A slender young boy, clad in a well-fitted white suit, appeared particularly fragile amidst the towering orc guests. His large eyes brimmed with tears, his nose red from crying, exuding an air of pitiful helplessness. A tall man knelt before the little boy, who was undoubtedly a small orc, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, a gifted youngling. The man, dressed in a gray suit, complemented his sun-kissed complexion with a soft, handsome charm. His short black hair fell across his forehead, glimmering under the lights. With a chiseled profile, his arched brows and crescent-shaped eyes seemed perpetually imbued with carefree laughter. He gently held a pristine white handkerchief, tenderly dabbing at the boy's tear-streaked face. His lips curved into a warm smile, though Ji Li Shu could not discern what he whispered to the small orc. The boy pouted, gazing up at him, before clutching the man's trouser leg tightly, a smile breaking through his tears. The man smiled gently in return, reaching out to tousle the boy's hair, unintentionally tilting his head. His unguarded smile was fully laid bare to Ji Li Shu's observing eyes. The man seemed momentarily taken aback, clearly having noticed Ji Li Shu from afar. Their eyes met for a fleeting 2 seconds before she averted her gaze, turning her attention elsewhere. After a span of several minutes, a commotion emanated from the entrance of the second floor. Ji Li Shu opened the door to take a glance. It was the man, holding the small boy's hand. "My brother is still very young and shy. Please allow him to stay here on the second floor for a while. I will fetch him once I am finished." The man addressed the guard. "The second floor is not a public area. No one is permitted to enter. Please leave," the guard replied obstinately, regardless of the man's pleas. "Well, he can stay on the sofa at the entrance. He is simply afraid of the crowd," the man insisted, and the little boy wore a timid expression. At the entrance of the second floor, there was an empty corner with a sofa and a small tea table, separated from Ji Li Shu's room by a lavish corridor. Guards stood watch on either side of the corridor, and once the outer door was shut, the corner would be effectively isolated from the ongoing festivities. It was indeed an ideal spot to escape the clamor of the banquet without any disturbances. Ji Li Shu glanced once more before closing the door, choosing not to dwell on it further. The guards arranged by Yun Hen were certainly not inept. They would handle the situation accordingly. A few minutes later, she heard sporadic sound from outside. She decided to turn on the large-screen TV to pass the time. After approximately half an hour, she stood up to get a drink and switched off the screen. Suddenly, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. It was too quiet, too eerily quiet. She promptly sent several messages to Yun Hen. Then, as she took a few steps toward the door, she caught a familiar scent, the metallic tang of blood mingled with a faint floral aroma. From the tranquil corridor, she heard the soft whimpering of the little boy. Trembling with fear, Ji Li Shu refrained from opening the door. She could not, so instead, she quickly dialed Yun Hen. He answered promptly, his voice tinged with urgency. "I have arrived. Wait for me." Then came a series of loud thuds, as if he were kicking the door. Ji Li Shu retrieved a handgun from her waistband, concealing it behind her back while remaining alert, her eyes locked on the door before her. As if to confirm her suspicions, the securely locked door was silently pushed open. Under the lights, the small boy sat trembling amidst a pool of blood, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the guards arranged by Yun Hen. Just then, a tall man emerged behind him, his face obscured by a black mask, brandishing a slender knife with a crimson edge, slowly pressing it against the boy's neck. Ji Li Shu had no doubt that in the next moment, he would end the boy's life. Tears welled in the boy's eyes, his sobs quivering softly. Chapter 194. Ji Li Shu vanishes without a trace with a loud bang. Ji Li Shu fired a shot aimed at the man's hand holding the knife. However, he reacted swiftly, retracting his hand and shoving the small boy's frail body in front of him, causing the bullet to embed itself in the boy's right chest. The little boy gasped in shock, eliciting a cry of pain. Ji Li Shu's pupils dilated. She had not anticipated injuring him. In the next instant, she hesitated no longer, firing several more shots at the man. He had not expected a human to wield a firearm, but as the barrage of bullets rained down, his frustration grew. He swiftly darted into the room, inching closer to Ji Li Shu. "Kill me, and you shall not survive either. Yun Hen has surrounded the entire mountainside villa," Ji Li Shu coldly declared. "Or perhaps you intend to take me away. That is but a fool's dream." The man merely chuckled softly, surprised that this human would dare to threaten him. Suddenly, a compact black device appeared in his hand, its tiny aperture aimed at Ji Li Shu, emitting a faint beam of light. In the next moment, the air seemed to freeze. Ji Li Shu cautiously turned her head, only to find the space behind her distorted, as if a transparent medium lay suspended in the air, exuding an inexplicable magnetic pull. Uncertain of the nature of this device, she instinctively knew she must not be drawn into it. She stealthily distanced herself from that area. At that moment, Yun Hen and his men had already arrived, the commotion drawing nearer. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the man lunged toward Ji Li Shu, attempting to seize her. Ji Li Shu was not one to be easily captured. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Even the numerous high-ranking guards arranged by Yun Hen fell silently to his prowess, revealing the formidable combat skills of this individual. The fragrant air was suspicious, and compounded by her pregnancy, her movements grew sluggish, both in speed and strength, gradually placing her at a disadvantage as the man seized her arm. Just then, the sound of gun chambers being readied echoed from outside. Yun Hen appeared at the doorway, accompanied by Yin Liuji. With his amber eyes fixed on the scene before him, his expression was cold and forbidding. Yun Hen, there is something amiss, Ji Lishu shouted urgently. Yun Hen, following her subtle gesture, noticed the transparent, distorted image beside the two individuals. Yin Liuji also took note, her breath momentarily catching in her throat. Release her. Yun Hen's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare on the man in black, articulating each word with deliberate precision. Otherwise, you might want to test whether your reflexes are swifter than my gun. The man scoffed, utterly disbelieving that Yun Hen would jeopardize Ji Lishu's safety to take a shot. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a flashbang, and in the next moment, he yanked Ji Lishu into the distorted space. Before the man could act further, Yun Hen and Yin Liuji dashed forward, but they were still a step too late. They watched helplessly as Ji Lishu vanished in a thin air. Seal off the area within a 50-mile radius of the Shanbai Villa, Yun Hen ordered in a cold, commanding tone. It is a quantum entanglement transmission tunnel. Although this technology has been proposed, no organization has truly realized it until now. It appears it has been successfully developed in secret. However, the known range for quantum entanglement transmission is only 50 miles. I can likely deduce her location within this distance. He leaped onto the rooftop garden, shutting his eyes. After approximately 5 seconds, he suddenly opened them. At the foot of the mountain, northwest. As soon as Yun Hen finished speaking, Yin Liuji leapt from the second floor, rushing toward the spacecraft and soaring into the sky. Boki, immediately monitor all departing spacecraft around the Shanbai Villa, Yun Hen instructed. As long as she remains within the territory of Talia, I have a great chance of locating her. Chapter 195. The man in the gray suit Ji Lishu felt engulfed by darkness. The void seemed to last but a fleeting moment before she suddenly found herself standing on an expansive ground, adjacent to an artificial lake, where the moon still shimmered on the clear water surface. Is this the artificial lake beneath Shanbai Villa? Ji Lishu realized she had instantaneously moved from the villa to the foot of the mountain. Before she could express her astonishment, the bandit Beastman who attempted to abduct her materialized behind her. A spacecraft was parked in the open space. The bandit Beastman swiftly grasped Ji Lishu's hand, preparing to drag her aboard. She steadied herself against his pole, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you capturing me?" Aware that her inquiries were futile, she understood that the open area was close to the villa. Yun Hen would soon discover her whereabouts. For now, her only objective was to buy time. It appeared that achieving instantaneous movement required prior preparation. Otherwise, it was too coincidental for a spacecraft to be conveniently stationed there. She could dismiss any concerns that he could invoke instantaneous movement in the short term. Ji Lishu sought to avoid confrontation, knowing that the bandit Beastman was formidable, likely at the SS rank. Engaging him would be unwise. The bandit Beastman, masked in black, spoke in a low, gravelly tone. "Come with me, and I won't harm you. If you continue to resist, I will have no choice but to employ force." Ji Lishu's cold gaze indicated her disdain for his grip, and she scoffed. "How can I trust that you won't harm me? Are you merely stalling for time?" The bandit Beastman clearly grew agitated. "It's only natural for me to resist when you have gone to such lengths to kill all the guards and abduct me. If you claim you won't harm me, then prove it, or I will not go with you." Ji Lishu's words were futile. The bandit Beastman, now lacking patience, growled, "Don't blame me." At that moment, as he raised his hand to strike, Ji Lishu instinctively evaded. However, his grip on her arm remained unyielding. As they grappled, the bandit Beastman's frustration and anger escalated. He knew that if he did not leave soon, he might not escape at all. Consequently, he began to strike with greater ferocity. Suddenly, a gray figure burst into their fray, seizing the bandit Beastman's hand and twisting it forcefully, compelling him to release Ji Lishu. Without hesitation, she leapt back several meters. "Isn't your treatment of a Beastman a tad excessive?" The newcomer in the gray suit remarked flippantly. Ji Lishu glanced at him, narrowing her eyes slightly. It was him, the one who introduced himself as the boy's older brother. Who then was this bandit Beastman? Ji Lishu had previously suspected that the man she encountered in the outdoor garden on the first floor was this very Beastman attempting to abduct her. The bandit Beastman coldly warned, "I advise you not to meddle." He sensed that the gray-suited Beastman's rank was on par with his own. The man in gray flashed a brilliant smile, revealing pearly white teeth, and turned towards Ji Shu. "A creature as striking as you? This is a matter I shall indeed intervene in." No sooner had he spoken than the bandit Beastman radiated murderous intent. The two resumed their struggle, allowing Ji Shu to seize the opportunity to escape. She sprinted 10 meters away, finding a suitable open space. Unconcerned about revealing her flight to the two men, she boarded a vessel and departed. No matter who the gray-suited Beastman was, his coincidental appearance by the artificial lake might have ulterior motives. For now, she had no intention of assisting him. Her priority was to extricate herself. As Ji Shu soared into the sky, she soon spotted Yin Liujia piloting a spacecraft, who quickly established wireless communication with her vessel. "Are you all right?" Yin Liujia inquired, his melodious voice tinged with urgency. "I'm fine," Ji Shu replied. "Stay on the vessel and don't leave. I will be right with you. Yunhan will arrive shortly," Yin Liujia cautioned her. Soon, Yunhan's team surrounded the bandit Beastman, subduing him. "Let's go down," Yin Liujia announced. Ji Shu then landed her vessel. As soon as she exited the cabin, Yunhan extended his hand to support her. The moment her feet touched the ground, she felt a weight at her waist and was immediately embraced tightly. Ji Shu furrowed her brow, sensing Yunhan's body trembling. She paused briefly before reaching her arms around his waist, gently patting him. Yin Liujia followed closely, disembarking from the cabin to witness this tender scene. He shifted his steps towards Ji Shu, but halted once more. After a lengthy embrace that nearly left Ji Shu breathless, Yunhan finally released her. Although his arms remained encircled around her waist, unwilling to let her go, Ji Shu looked up at him, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Yunhan's eyes mirrored a glimmer of joy, and he placed a soft, lingering kiss on her forehead. Some things need not be spoken aloud. As long as those watchful eyes remain, storms of various kinds will arise, and they cannot evade them. They can only resolve them time and again. Thus, Ji Shu felt no guilt for the troubles her identity may bring, and Yunhan need not chastise himself for a momentary oversight. This was the mutual understanding they had long established. Chapter 196. The Black Mamba Snake. "Kasong, do we not just meet?" A sudden voice interrupted, addressing Ji Shu. The guards brought by Yunhan stood silently nearby. The bandit Beastman had been escorted away, and the only other person present, besides Yin Liujia, was the man in the gray suit. As soon as his words escaped, both Yunhan and Yin Liujia regarded him warily. "Kasong, thank you for saving my companion." Yunhan spoke in a low, measured tone, his gaze icy and devoid of courtesy. Kasong, the sole descendant of the highest commander of Mubwa Island, Pulai Si, is a member of the Serpent Clan, specifically a black mamba with inherent venom. His presence at the villa on the hillside tonight is due to the invitation extended to several high-ranking officials from Mubwa Island, of whom Kasong is one. Ji Shu secretly observes the man named Kasong, who, having just emerged from a battle, bears a slightly disheveled appearance, his tailored suit marked by a few creases. He possesses a tall and slender physique, with a sun-kissed and handsome visage that naturally radiates the warmth and dryness of sunlight. His elegantly arched brows frame eyes that shimmer with the brilliance of twinkling stars. Noticing Ji Shu's gaze, he flashes a bright smile, revealing his sharp, snow-white fangs. "Yunhan, what a pleasure to see you again," he greets, his voice melodious and smooth, as if the joy were spilling forth from his very being. "If memory serves me correctly, does Yunhan not have a female partner? Why, then, is he engaged in conversation with a being of mixed heritage?" The legendary duel between Yunhan and Qingya, the leader of Qingmu City, drew global attention, and it was common knowledge that Yunhan had found a companion. Their enmity stemmed from Qingya's attempt to harm Yunhan's partner. Curiously, after their fierce battle, Yunhan chose to spare Qingya's life. Yet now, Yunhan, already bonded with a partner, appears to be quite intimate with this being. Kasong raises an eyebrow. "So, what manner of being is this? Human or otherwise?" Kasong's brown eyes are exceptionally clear, momentarily transforming into a narrow, slitted shape, only to revert back to their round form upon closer inspection. Were it not for the occasionally shadowy depths of his gaze, revealing his beastly nature, Ji Shu would struggle to associate this strikingly radiant man with a serpent. Yunhan holds Ji Shu closely, disregarding Kasong's inquiry. "At this hour, why is it that you're not at the villa for the gathering, yet find yourself inexplicably at the foot of the mountain?" The timing of Kasong's appearance is suspiciously coincidental. Kasong smirks wickedly. The villa is too noisy. My companion and I sought a more tranquil place for our meeting. Is that unacceptable? As his words linger, a mermaid gracefully emerges from the artificial lake, transforming into human form, her voice smooth and melodious as she calls out, Kasong. The merfolk are indeed the epitome of allure among the beings of mixed heritage, and their enchanting voices are no mere coincidence. Silence envelopes the surroundings. Kasong smirks, his voice calm and fluid. You have interrupted my rendezvous. What do you propose we do about it? He ignores Yunhan's imposing presence, fixating intently on Ji Li Shu. Yunhan's gaze remains steady, and after a few moments, he addresses Kasong. In that case, we shall not intrude any further. I will seek you out later to discuss tonight's events. With that, he prepares to leave, cradling Ji Li Shu in his arms. She hesitates, suddenly recalling something, and turns to Kasong. I suggest you find time to visit your brother. There is no need to rush, as he is still alive. Upon hearing her words, Kasong's expression darkens for the first time, as if a revelation has struck him, and he bolts away. Chapter 197. She attracts other beasts. Yunhan escorts Ji Li Shu onto a flying vessel, taking his place at the controls. Just as he is about to close the hatch, Yin Liuji seizes the moment to dash inside, carelessly settling himself at the back. I happen to be heading to Talile. Mind giving me a lift? His handsome face bears a mischievous grin, his tone casual and relaxed. Both Ji Li Shu and Yunhan cast him a sidelong glance, but remain silent. The hatch closes, and the vessel speeds toward Talile. Yin Liuji reclines at the back, his long, pale hands propped under his chin, fixated on Ji Li Shu's exquisite profile. His eyes sparkle with amusement, yet he remains quiet. Ji Li Shu wishes to discuss Kasong with Yunhan, but refrains from doing so in Yin Liuji's presence, opting for silence as they near their destination. The intensity of Yin Liuji's gaze is inescapable. After a moment's contemplation, she speaks, "Thank you for your gifts." Yin Liuji, adopting his usual languid demeanor, grins even wider at her attempt to engage him. "Don't mention it. As long as you like them," he replies. However, before he can finish, Ji Li Shu interjects, "But please refrain from sending more in the future." This is unmistakably a rejection. Yin Liuji's smile falters. "You find them lacking?" he inquires, his voice tinged with disappointment. Indeed, in terms of wealth and resources, he cannot compete with Xingjue and Yunhan, and he can only blame the mundanity of his gifts, which could be easily acquired with a little expenditure of New Star currency. A flicker of realization crosses Yin Liuji's face. "I understand now," he states. Ji Li Shu glances at him, perplexed. "What do you understand?" she asks. "I know what I should gift you," he responds. Although Yunhan has remained silent, his expression grows increasingly grim. The palpable aura of lethal power emanating from Yunhan is undetectable to Ji Li Shu, but is acutely felt by Yin Liuji. Each time, he can only watch as Ji Li Shu and Yunhan share intimate moments, and now, having exchanged just a few words with her, Yunhan seems intolerant. This is quite the development. The chilling pressure mirrors the jealousy that Yin Liuji harbors within. Ji Li Shu exhales quietly. "What I meant was for you to cease your futile efforts." Yin Liuji brushes off her words. "Only when you accept me will we know if these efforts are in vain." Ji Li Shu is left speechless. Yin Liuji leans closer, unabashedly asking, "Your belly appears quite prominent. How many are you expecting? When is your due date?" He poses these inquiries, typically reserved for intimate partners, without a hint of restraint. Yunhan snorts, a rush of warm air escaping his nostrils, his gaze icy as he stares straight ahead. Ji Li Shu casts a deep look at Yunhan, bites her lip, and decides to ignore Yin Liuji. Yunhan possesses a remarkably calm temperament, rarely provoked to anger, except when she attracts other beasts. The vessel descends rapidly to the ground. Yin Liuji continues to banter with Ji Li Shu, while Yunhan seizes the collar of his shirt and leaps out. They have arrived at the southern gate of Talile, bustling with numerous beasts. Without uttering a word, Yunhan grips Yin Liuji by the neck, his muscular arm bulging with terrifying strength. Yin Liuji instinctively resists. One possesses overwhelming power, while the other is swift of form, and thus a scuffle ensues before the gate, drawing an increasing crowd of onlookers. The palpable presence of high-ranking beasts is felt by all. Beasts naturally gravitate toward strength, unable to resist gathering to witness the clash. Ji Li Shu remains aboard the vessel, frowning as she observes the two combatants. Suddenly, another flying vessel lands nearby. A striking and alluring figure leaps out, rushing toward Ji Li Shu. Xingjue. A wave of surprise washes over her. Wasn't he supposed to be gone for several more days? Xingjue leaps into the vessel, immediately locking eyes with her. And in the next moment, his strong arms envelop her tightly. What brings you back? Ji Lishu asks. Xingju's chest rose and fell erratically. An expression of alarm etched upon his features. Do you have any idea what just happened? He exclaimed. He had arranged for covert protection for Ji Lishu, thus receiving the news of her abduction at the earliest opportunity. Already en route back to Teleyar, Xingju was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Fortunately, she was unharmed. He tightened his grip on her arm, yearning for her presence after such a prolonged separation, the recent fright still stirring chaos within his heart. Bending slightly, he buried his face in the crook of Ji Lishu's neck, inhaling her familiar scent with an almost addictive longing, reluctant to let go. How could Yinhen allow you to be taken? What on earth is he doing? Xingju's voice rose, laced with fury. Ji Lishu, feeling the tension, gently shifted away from him before clasping his hand. Let us discuss this when we return home. His face bore dark circles, and his hair was disheveled, suggesting he had not rested in quite some time. Ji Lishu wished for him to freshen up before delving into the turmoil. Yinhen had long harbored disdain for Yin Liujia, and their conflict was far from resolution, with Yin Liujia destined to suffer the consequences. She was uncertain how long this strife would persist, so she opted to head home with Xingju for now. In Chapter 198, Were you well while I was away? Ji Lishu prompted Xingju, urging him to wash up upon his return. As she turned to head toward her room, she felt his large hand tug gently at her sleeve. Ali, I've just seen you. Please, stay with me a while longer, he murmured, eyes half closed, fighting off fatigue, his voice slightly hoarse. Ji Lishu bit her lip, hesitating before finally voicing her concern. But you reek of sweat. She was particularly sensitive to odors, especially the unpleasant scent of perspiration. Xingju felt a pang of grievance at being criticized by his Ali. I only broke into a cold sweat because I was frightened, he retorted, his eyes wide. Ji Lishu glanced at him, her expression resigned, and ultimately acquiesced. A smile broke across Xingju's face as he suddenly swept Ji Lishu into his arms, leaning down to inhale her delightful fragrance. What are you doing? She exclaimed in surprise. Didn't you say you would keep me company? Xingju replied, his lips curling into a soft smile. Ji Lishu frowned. Is that something I need to accompany you for? Xingju's smile deepened, his eyes softening with affection. At this moment, I cannot bear to be apart from you for even a second. He set Ji Lishu upon the wash basin, leaning over her, gazing at her with an intimacy befitting lovers. Ali, she attempted to extricate herself from his embrace, but he only held her tighter. Are you hurt anywhere? He inquired, his tone low and serious. She shook her head. Is our daughter behaving? Is she giving you trouble? Not at all. She's wonderful, Xingju replied. And what about you? While I was away, did you sleep well? Ji Lishu shot him a quizzical glance, but patiently responded. I've eaten well, slept well, everything is fine. Is that acceptable? What about your back? My research indicates that during this month, you might begin to experience back pain. Xingju pressed further, wrapping his strong arm around her waist. His palm pressed against her back, gently massaging along her spine. The other hand applied a tender pressure to her waist, the touch delicate yet effective. Ji Lishu winced slightly. It does hurt. Xingju observed her with concern, but he did not lessen his grip. His deep, resonant voice murmured in her ear, stay still. If I don't massage it, the pain will worsen. As the fetus grew larger, the strain on her lumbar region increased, and gentle pressure was necessary to alleviate such discomfort. Xingju had thoroughly educated himself on these details. I will massage you daily from now on. Otherwise, as time progresses, the discomfort will only intensify. Do you understand? He tenderly instructed, his warm breath brushing against her neck. After a few minutes of massage, Ji Lishu felt her back loosen, the pain easing. Feeling better? He inquired. Ji Lishu nodded. Your technique is commendable. Keep it up. After about 5 minutes, she expressed her gratitude and prepared to step down from the wash basin, but Xingju had no intention of letting her go. Yinhen returned to the villa just in time to hear the commotion. After dealing with Yin Liujia, the fire of his anger reignited. He struggled to suppress his urge to unleash his fury and turn away from the villa. Ji Lishu didn't require his company, and he anticipated a restless night. So he resolved to venture into the Dream Eater forest. The antidote for Baisha's illusion was missing only a few ingredients, some of which could only be found deep within the treacherous Dream Eater forest. Despite deploying several waves of mercenaries, they had failed to secure the necessary plant materials. prompting him to take matters into his own hands. In Chapter 199, Why Did the Desert City Retreat? Dawn broke gently over the horizon, casting light upon the vegetation in the Dream Eater Forest, a realm shrouded in darkness and terror. Yinhen found himself deep within this perilous realm, where high-tier plants thrived. The surrounding shrubs, vines, and even the smallest blades of grass transformed from passive flora into frenzied, bloodthirsty entities, resembling activated machinery. Leaves sharpened into blades, branches lashed like whips, and blades of grass sliced through the air. Yinhen bore several minor abrasions. Though not severe, the faint scent of blood incited the mutated plants into a frenzy. The surrounding flora twisted into a serpentine wall, obstructing his path. The coveted items lay just beyond this verdant barrier. Losing patience, Yinhen prepared to shift into his beast form to break through when, in an instant, the surrounding plants seemed to freeze. He paused, casting a sideways glance. The green wall of plants gradually parted, revealing a narrow passage. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, exuding an air of elegance and poise. Despite the forest's persistent gloom, faint light filtered through the leaves, illuminating the contours of the newcomer's face, half in shadow, half in light. It was Qinya. In his hands, he held several rare plants, the very specimens Yinhen sought. Yunhen's cold, handsome face remained impassive, devoid of superfluous emotion. The task you issued for rare plants is easily undertaken by the Beastman of Qingmu City. Therefore, I am curious about what you're searching for, Qinya elucidated, his demeanor composed and gentle, reminiscent of a refined noble youth. As long as he was not in Ji Lishu's presence, he maintained the air of the esteemed leader of Qingmu City. With the surrounding plants now fully subdued, as if wild beasts had been tamed, Qinya raised his hand and offered the rare plants to Yinhen. Take them. I am merely doing what I wish. There is no need for her to know. Yinhen glanced down at the plants, hesitating to take them. A sudden recollection struck him regarding his previous attempts to procure materials, some of which were exclusive to Qingmu City. Their dispatch team had only left in the morning, yet by afternoon, the materials had already been delivered to Teliyar. Even the exceedingly rare 4S grade transparent crystal beads would be promptly provided within hours of the task's announcement. Yinhen quickly deduced who was orchestrating these covert operations. The maintenance scope of Teliyar's SPSS system had expanded significantly. Now, Teliyar was secure even in its extensive territories beyond the city, alleviating concerns over mutated plant attacks. Consequently, a number of homeless beastmen had gathered outside Teliyar, compelling the governing body to exert considerable effort to maintain order in the outer city. The substantial funding by the Teliyar governing body for the construction of the desert city has drawn considerable criticism from numerous tribes, all of which had previously suffered invasions by Liujia. These tribes even incited a conflict between Qingmu City and Teliyar. For a time, the atmosphere between the high-ranking officials of Qingmu City and those of Teliyar was quite delicate. It was during this period that Qinya issued a solemn statement through official channels. Qingmu City and Teliyar shall forever maintain a cooperative relationship, jointly committed to promoting peace, collaboration, and development between the two cities. Following that duel, Qinya quietly undertook many actions, which, to outsiders, appeared as though he was constantly attempting to curry favor with Teliyar. Yinhen and Xingjue tacitly refrained from mentioning this in front of Jili. She may be unaware, or perhaps she is aware, but she remains indifferent to it all. If you and Xingjue require my assistance, simply state it. Qinya spoke softly, his voice akin to a serene brook. Even if Ji Li did not want to see him, Qinya still regarded them as family. Assisting Yinhen and Xingjue was his responsibility. Yinhen scrutinized him for a few moments without uttering a word. He simply removed his backpack, unzipped it, and gestured for Qinya to place the plants inside. Although Ji Li did not accept Qinya, their bond as partners was unchangeable. It is only natural for a beastman to care for his partner. Hence, he felt no need to be polite with Qinya. Having acquired the plants, Yinhen nodded to Qinya and prepared to leave. Wait, Qinya suddenly interjected. I have a few questions to ask you. Yinhen's steps faltered. Why assist the desert city? Qinya inquired. He had utilized the former vice commander of the desert city, Xiao Rui, to gain a comprehensive understanding of the military defenses and the control techniques of the flesh eaters. Planning a counterattack, Qingmu City had endured harassment and oppression from Liujia for many years. He could no longer tolerate it. This was an excellent opportunity for Qingmu City to eliminate Liujia. Yet, Teliyar began collaborating with the desert city, forcing Qinya to suspend his counteroffensive plans. He could not oppose Yan'an. Thus, Qingya resolved to meet with Yan'an to clarify these matters. Yan'an lowered his gaze, his eyes deep and solemn. With hundreds of thousands of flesh-eaters gathering at the city gates, and the commander Qingya on the verge of death. You believe this is not an opportune moment for the desert city to retreat? Chapter 200. To collect the dead, Qingya was momentarily stunned. Is it you? Thus, Yan'an had poured such immense financial and material resources into aiding the desert city? Was this the price for Yin Liujia to abandon his invasion of Qingmu City? Yan'an scoffed. How could I possibly assist you? Jili did not acknowledge Qingya, and naturally, Yan'an would not either. He had no intention of assisting Qingya. Qingya's gaze darkened with inquiry. Is it Jili? Understanding dawned upon Qingya, and he felt a surge of astonishment. Amidst his astonishment, a thread of joy swelled within him. Ali still cared for him, did she not? Qingya suddenly recalled that when Xiao Ruwei had dispatched numerous combat aircraft to bombard Qingmu City, it was Jili who piloted and repelled all the aircraft. Indeed, it was Jili who requested Yin Liujia to withdraw the Flesh-Eater army, Yan'an explained. The smile that had begun to form on Qingya's lips faded once more. How could Yin Liujia? How could he so readily relinquish this opportunity at Jili's request? Qingya's expression grew increasingly grave, a hint of pallor emerging in the dim light. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes widened as he stepped forward, his tone rising. Yin Liujia's partner is Ali? Otherwise, he could not fathom what reason could compel Yin Liujia to make such a significant concession. Qingya recalled the information Xiao Ruwei had divulged to him. The former commander Gideon had administered a poison known as 100 Serpent Ring due to Yin Liujia's partner. Had 100 Serpent illusion been inflicted upon Jili? Qingya stared intently at Yan'an, the ringing in his ears drowning out all else. Yan'an remained silent, his gaze heavy as it met Qingya's. Those deep eyes seemingly more profound than the darkness surrounding them. Yan'an's silence provided Qingya with his answer. He clenched his fists, feeling as if someone had scattered steel beads within his heart, the cold and hard pain coursing through him. Is she all right? He asked. She is pregnant and has been poisoned. What about the child? How is the child? These two were the most significant individuals in his life. Yet now he was unaware of their plight. He had not even been granted the opportunity to see them. Qingya possessed the ability and means to discreetly send individuals to Teliyar to monitor and gather information. However, he refrained. Jili disliked such actions. He resolved to make amends and atone, vowing not to act solely on his own volition. Yan'an regarded him coldly, his voice low. Qingya, if it were not for your child inadvertently saving Jili's life, although she spared you initially, I would eventually kill you. He had harmed Jili. He deserved death. Jili refrained from killing Qingya for the sake of Qingmu City. However, Yan'an had the means to safeguard Qingmu City. Were it not for this child, he would not let Qingya off the hook. Once the raw materials for the antidote are gathered, we can cure her, Yan'an responded kindly. Yet Qingya's heart remained heavy. What of the child? Though poisoned in the womb, as long as there was an antidote, all would be well. What raw materials are still needed for the antidote? Tell me, I will gather them. Qingya's chest heaved with urgency. He returned to Qingmu City, heading directly to Xiao Ruwei's residence. At that moment, Xiao Ruwei, still in slumber, was abruptly yanked from his bed. The screams echoed for an entire day and night. Ultimately, Qingya sent someone else to enter. It was time to collect the dead. Chapter 201. Seeking thrills after dealing with Xiao Ruwei, Qingya convened a meeting with all the high-ranking officials of Qingmu City's governing body. He ordered the cancellation of all preparations for an offensive against the desert city. Qingya's subordinates were utterly perplexed. After over a month of scheming, their commander not only eliminated Xiao Ruwei, but also ordered the cessation of all offensive preparations. Give me some time to clarify a few matters. I will provide you with an explanation, Qingya stated succinctly before leaving the conference room. He first returned home to meticulously tidy himself up. Then, bringing only Gu Liang with him, he set off for Teliyar. He could no longer endure it. He yearned to see her. Upon arriving in Teliyar, he headed straight for Xingjue's villa. The villa was heavily guarded, yet his beast form allowed him to remain concealed. Transforming into the form of a blue jade cat, he cautiously infiltrated the premises. Jili had forbidden him from appearing before her, to avoid inciting her anger. He had no choice but to do this. He hid in the shadows, waiting for several hours until the moon emerged, finally catching sight of Jili. She wore a black thermal outfit and simple casual cotton pants, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, her face devoid of makeup. Her clear and bright eyes sparkled like stars, and a gentle smile adorned her exquisite features. one he had never witnessed before. The eyes of the blue jade cat seemed to blaze with fervent flames, his gaze intense. Suddenly, Ji turned her head in his direction. Qingya instinctively shrank back, ensuring Ji noticed nothing amiss. "What are you looking at?" Xingjue inquired, holding a light gray scarf as he carefully wrapped it around her. He intended to take her to the banks of the Nuo Seaman River to set off fireworks. Ji glanced back, tilting her chin slightly. "I feel as though someone is watching me." Xingju immediately followed Ji Lishu's pointed direction and indeed spotted a living creature hiding there. It seemed that the villa's guards needed to be replaced, as they had allowed someone to slip in silently. He gently pulled Ji Lishu behind him, preparing to investigate further. At that moment, a cold wind swept by. Positioned at the downwind, Xingju suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It was Qingya. A subtle smirk crossed his lips, and a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flickered in his deep-set eyes, barely perceptible. He turned back, tightened his grip on Ji Lishu's hand, and reassured her, "There's no one. You must be mistaken." Ji Lishu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is that so? My years of training have honed my perception, and I trust my instincts more." Xingju affectionately brushed his fingers against her slightly reddened nose. "In terms of sensitivity and perception, can you, a pregnant woman, compare to me?" Ji Lishu remained silent. Xingju smiled, coaxing her, let us go. I have prepared the fireworks." Ever since Xingju learned that In Lu Ji had arranged a fireworks display for Ji Lishu, he had immediately made his own plans. Ji Lishu had initially been reluctant to go, especially since she had just experienced a kidnapping 3 days prior. The assailant who attempted to abduct her from the mountainside villa had been thoroughly interrogated by Yunhen. The kidnapper, an SS Beastman from a small tribe in the Northern Territories, was known for his strength and accomplishments and was expected to take over as the tribe's leader. However, after he accidentally killed an official, Yunhen had revoked his position and even issued a global manhunt for him. Desperate, the Beastman intended to kidnap Yunhen's partner as leverage. It seemed that the kidnapper was not affiliated with the Nile Crocodile Gang. Yet, Ji Lishu felt that the situation was far from simple. The two of them, along with the mischievous cat Xiao Juzi and the white wolf A Shuang, drove to the banks of the Noosiman River. The area was already secure by numerous high-tier mercenaries arranged by Xingju, though they remained concealed, making it impossible for Ji Lishu to detect them. Xingju had discreetly instructed that if they encountered the blue jade cat, they should disregard it. If it sought excitement, he would indulge it. Once they exited the vehicle, the wolf and cat dashed around playfully. A semi-enclosed camping shelter had been set up by the riverbank, complete with a warm stove. An array of fireworks was prepared, and a high-end telescope was set up inside the shelter, indicating that Xingju had put a great deal of thought into the arrangements. After launching some fireworks, worried that Ji Lishu might feel cold, Xingju led her back to the shelter to warm themselves by the fire. Nearby, a robot was preparing barbecue. While Xingju was not as gentle and attentive as Yunhen, he was far more humorous, often sharing jokes that brought genuine laughter to Ji Lishu. A Shuang nestled by the stove, occasionally stealing bites from the skewers with great delight. Xiao Juzi, seemingly cold, curled up on Ji Lishu's lap, where she gently stroked it, providing immense comfort. Qingya hid behind a large rock on the bank, silently observing them. A smile blossomed on her face, radiating vitality, dispelling the coldness and aloofness that once defined her. Individuals like her, with dark thoughts and unscrupulous means, were not often well-liked. Xingju was articulate. His soft-spoken words dripped with tenderness, able to evoke laughter and care. She had never smiled in his presence before. On this cold winter night, the wind blew chillingly by the Noosiman River, yet the small camping shelter appeared to radiate warmth. Within it lay everything he yearned for, his Ali, his child. Qingya felt her body stiffen. She longed to move toward the warmth but could only gaze blankly. Yes, it should be this way. To love her meant providing her with such comforts, not the selfish acts of his past, which could never be deemed love. The vast night grew silent as Qingya pondered, her pale lips pressed together in a thin line. She no longer knew what to do. It turned out that when one was helpless, they could exhaust all their strength. Qingya gazed longingly at Ji Lishu, cautious not to let his gaze linger too long, fearing detection. She had gained weight. The thick clothing concealed the slight curve of her abdomen. She had yet to give birth. At this stage of pregnancy, it was already 3 times longer than that of a feline beast. Qingya furrowed his brow tightly. Could it be due to her poisoning? Nowadays, human females were generally weaker. Typically, they could only bear one offspring, with twins being rare. However, judging by the size of Ji Li Shu's belly, she might be carrying more than one child. Qingya felt a tumult of emotions, excitement, anxiety, and, above all, profound helplessness. Chapter 202. Surely, shall Li Shu Wunti despise me? After a heavy snowfall, Telier appeared transformed into another realm, adorned in a pristine layer of white. Ji Li Shu underwent another comprehensive examination, revealing that the toxins from Bai Shi Huan Lu had fully transferred to the fetus. The doctor advised that the antidote must be administered before delivery, otherwise, the child's fate would be grim. All the raw materials for refining the antidote had been prepared, yet the biological research team had tirelessly worked through several nights, only to find the antidote ineffective. Bai Shi Huan Lu, as its name implies, was an agent distilled from the venom of numerous snakes. The failure of the antidote stemmed from the inability to neutralize the toxins from the intermediary snake. Theoretically, these toxins could be countered by plants from the lotus family, but the research team found that ordinary lotus species were ineffective. Only the king lotus, which grew in the Valley of Eternal Night, could do so. Without hesitation, Yunhen decided to venture into the Valley of Eternal Night to procure the king lotus. To alleviate Ji Li Shu's worries, he and Xingju agreed not to inform her of this matter. The Valley of Eternal Night was, indeed, a forbidden zone for the living, situated on a solitary island in the southern part of Mubwa Island, an area seemingly forgotten by the world, perpetually shrouded in darkness. The terrain was complex, the forests dense, and venomous snakes abounded, each with varying degrees of toxicity, lurking silently in the shadows, making them nearly impossible to detect. Moreover, the island was home to numerous mutated plants, most of which were highly toxic. The diverse shapes and vibrant colors of these plants, whether the venom on their leaves or the thorns in their flowers, could instantly kill a robust beastman. To avoid attracting the attention of the toxic plants with the presence of living beings, it was preferable that as few people as possible set foot on the island. Thus, they could not deploy mercenaries. I will go with you. Let Yin Luji watch over Li for a while, suggested Xingju. Although he was reluctant for Yin Luji to be close to Li, in such a situation, she was the only one whose abilities and trustworthiness matched the task. Perhaps it's better if I stay back, Qingya interjected. It was already late at night. Ji Li Shu had long fallen asleep, and they finally had the chance to discuss their mission. The Valley of Eternal Night is too dangerous. Having one more person means we can look out for each other. Xingju added. Yunhen's expression turned serious as he shook his head. If we both leave at the same time, she will become suspicious. Xingju retorted. Can you confidently assert that you can retrieve the King Lotus alone? He chose to accompany Yunhen to the Valley of Eternal Night, partly out of concern for Yunhen's safety, knowing that if anything happened to him, Ji Li Shu would be heartbroken, and he did not want to cause her distress. Another reason was his suspicion that Yunhen alone might not be able to secure the King Lotus. I will go with Yunhen, Qingya stated, stepping out from the shadows. Xingju shot him a cold glance and scoffed. After hiding for 2 days, you finally decided to show yourself? Qingya ignored him, turning his attention to Yunhen. The forest is my territory. I am the most suitable companion for you. Moreover, that is my child. Xingju retorted once more with mockery. You only know that Ali is asleep and cannot hear you say this. If you have the guts, say in front of Ali, his child. Ali unequivocally acknowledged that the child belonged to his star, Xuan Yue. Qingyao merely lowered his head, remaining silent, seemingly oblivious to Xuan Yue's derision. Yunhen contemplated for a moment before turning to Qingya, nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany you. Over the past 2 days, Ji Li Shu had not seen Yunhen and was unaware of his whereabouts. Xuan Yue had been by her side for 24 hours a day. He had just stepped away from the mercenary camp due to an urgent matter that required his attention, departing for a brief hour. Today, the weather was pleasantly mild, and Ji Li Shu sat in the villa's garden, basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, her communication device vibrated. She glanced at the screen, noting that the sender was Yin Liuji. As she lifted her gaze, she observed a spacecraft gradually descending above the villa, with a model castle suspended beneath it. Squinting, she scrutinized the object. It resembled a pet's abode, akin to a delicate toy castle. The spacecraft gently lowered the castle into the garden, occupying a third of the yard's area. This castle was specifically designed for children, comprising 3 levels, each with a unique layout. The first level featured a miniature playground, complete with slides, swings, and climbing frames. The second level housed a cozy game room, filled with various toys and gaming equipment. The third level resembled a pet bed, providing a resting area. Whether one bore wolf cubs or tiger cubs, This nest would undoubtedly serve them well. Yin Liuji leaped from the spacecraft and approached Ji Lishu with a smile. Under normal circumstances, he would never have been permitted entry into the villa. However, this time, Xuan Yue had personally contacted him, requesting that he look after Ji Lishu. How could Yin Liuji refuse such an unprecedented request? This castle fits perfectly in the yard, he declared, having meticulously measured its dimensions. I crafted this piece with my own hands. It is something money cannot buy. With a naturally cool demeanor, the fox-like figure exuded an enchanting charm, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. He raised an eyebrow. Little Lishu wouldn't possibly dislike it, would she? Chapter 203. I am Ji Lishu's companion. Ji Lishu remained reclining in her wicker chair, quietly observing the man before her. Yin Liuji had drawn near, standing directly in front of her, clad in casual jeans and a jacket that accentuated his tall frame. His eyes, dark as ink, sparkled with flecks reminiscent of distant stars. He gazed at her, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as if questioning her silence. Why the lack of words? Are you too overwhelmed with joy? Ji Lishu cast him a sidelong glance and replied, Is the illustrious leader of the desert city truly so idle? Though her words lacked sweetness, they stirred a tempest within her. The model castle was clearly a labor of love, demanding considerable thought and time. Yin Liuji must have been quite busy lately. Yet, he still managed to present such a gift before the child's arrival. You should say that you truly appreciate it, Yin Liuji replied nonchalantly, his expression imbued with a light-heartedness that belied the weight of her cold remarks. Ji Lishu did not respond much. Yin Liuji continued, Beastmen differ from humans. They must bask in the sun from birth. He surveyed the villa's courtyard. I've observed for quite some time, and this yard was lacking such an addition. Placing the castle here allows them to play while soaking up the sun. Truly a win-win. Them? Ji Lishu inquired. Is it not a multiple birth? I specifically researched that both the wolf and tiger clans typically give birth to multiple offspring. Ji Lishu regarded him quietly without further comment. Yin Liuji went on, passionately detailing the castle he had painstakingly crafted. After a considerable time, Ji Lishu slightly furrowed her brow. She softly uttered a sincere thank you. Yin Liuji's eyes curved with a mischievous smile. Thank you is all well and good, but how about treating me to a cup of tea? Ji Lishu fixed her gaze upon him, remaining silent for several moments before asserting, Yin Liuji, shall we have a conversation? She did not shy away from her advancing intimacy. Instead, she solemnly insisted on a discussion. Yin Liuji suddenly realized something, his smile momentarily faltering before resuming its previous curve. He took a seat beside her on the wicker chair, turning to face her. The sunlight filtered through his long lashes, casting shadows that dimmed his eyes. Yet he maintained an air of carefree nonchalance, his smile gentle. Speak, I am listening. His voice was deep and tender, akin to the warm sunshine of that moment. Ji Lishu gazed deeply into the depths of his eyes, slowly beginning, During my time in the desert city, everything I told you was a lie. Yin Liuji's expression darkened, caught off guard by her directness. Even though he was aware of this truth, as long as she remained silent, he could pretend to be unaware. He believed she had genuinely desired him at some point, but had since changed her mind. Thus, his only course of action was to sincerely pursue her until she once again wished to accept him. Yin Liuji did not reply, still pondering his response. Ji Lishu pressed on, if you know I deceived you, why not ask me why? If Yin Liuji were aware of her relationship with Qingya, how would he react? Would he use her against Qingya? Or would he overlook the enmity between Qingmu City and the Desert City and still choose to seek a resolution with her? Yin Liuji regarded her intently, stating, I do not wish to know why you utilized or deceived me. Those reasons hold no significance. Your secret does not hinder my desire to be with you. Ji Lishu scoffed. That is only because you do not know what this secret entails. Yin Liuji quickly interjected. If that is the case, please never reveal the truth to me. He feared that the truth would leave him adrift. If the secret were exposed, forcing him to abandon Ji Lishu, he would rather remain ignorant. At present, he simply sought the spirit mark. As long as he could be with Ji Lishu, he would deal with future matters as they arose. Even if it ultimately cost him his life, he would consider it inconsequential. Yin Liuji's response left Ji Lishu momentarily stunned. She could not comprehend why he was so resolute, even dismissing her deception. So, what more do you wish to discuss with me? Yin Liuji raised his chin slightly, his dark gaze fixed upon her face. Ji Lishu opened her mouth, struggling to formulate her next words, and suddenly laughed. She had believed that being deceived by someone she trusted was a monumental issue, yet for Yin Liuji, it seemed trivial. She felt an inexplicable sense of futility, as if her carefully prepared arguments had lost all meaning. Liuji observed the individual before him, a rare smile illuminating his cool features, as if the clouds had parted and the rain had ceased, revealing a shimmering brilliance. He concealed his affections within his gaze, choosing silence to avoid disrupting her smile. Meanwhile, Qingya and Yunhun had traversed the depths of Yongye Valley for an entire day and night. Both possessed exceptional skills and formidable combat capabilities, outfitted in specialized gear designed to prevent snake fangs from penetrating their clothing. Yet, despite this, both bore various wounds, stained with blood, and were likely afflicted by multiple venoms from snakes or plants. Fortunately, they had finally located the Royal Lotus. Ahead lay a sinkhole, approximately 20 meters deep. Its perimeter was surrounded by sharp stones and dark purple vines intricately woven together, resembling a massive spider's web that tightly ensnared the walls of the sinkhole. Should one become ensnared by these vines, they would likely succumb to the poisonous thorns before managing to escape. More chilling still, countless venomous serpents coiled at the bottom of the celestial pit, their bodies adorned with vibrant hues and potent toxins. The hissing of the snakes intertwined with the sound of their flicking tongues, creating a heart-pounding symphony of terror. The air was suffused with a stifling stench, a noxious blend of the snake's venom and the decaying remains of their kind. The foul odor was unbearable, as if an invisible hand were tightening around one's throat. Amidst this dread, the Wang Lian thrived at the pit's base, surrounded by serpents that formed several concentric circles around the few blossoms of this rare flower. It was no wonder that only the Wang Lian could counteract the venom of 100 serpents. A plant capable of coexisting with such a multitude of poisonous snakes was either inherently toxic or immune to all toxins. I shall retrieve it, Yunhen stated without hesitation. With that, he took action, extracting a climbing rope from his backpack, securing one end to himself and offering the other to Qingya. You shall pull me up, he instructed. However, after a prolonged silence, Qingya remained still. Furrowing his brow, Yunhen looked up at Qingya, confusion etched across his face. Their gazes met, and Qingya spoke with steady resolve. You pull me up from above, while I go down. Yunhen remained unmoved, asserting, You have already accompanied me this far. There is no need for further peril. I am the companion of Ji Li Shu, and this is my responsibility. Listening to Yunhen's words, a fleeting chill crossed Qingya's eyes. He understood that he had no right to act on behalf of Ji Li Shu. Despite possessing a spirit seal, he lacked even a legitimate identity. In that moment of distraction, the plants that had just been repelled began to stir once more. Qingya lowered his eyelids, allowing the fleeting darkness to dissipate, his expression returning to normal. I have a greater chance of success. The intertwining strength of these wisteria is formidable. Once ensnared, even the strongest would struggle to extricate themselves from their overwhelming numbers. I, however, possess the advantage of my beast form, allowing me to shrink and escape should I become entangled, Qingya articulated clearly. Yet, there was an unspoken truth buried deep within him that he was reluctant to acknowledge. If he were to be injured or perish, Ji Li Shu might not feel the slightest sorrow. However, if the one injured were Yunhen, she would undoubtedly grieve. He did not wish to bring her pain. To attain the 4S rank, one must endure countless trials and tribulations. Yunhen was well aware of this. It struck him suddenly with a pang of regret. What had he just been doing? In an attempt to deny Qingya the opportunity to win Ji Li Shu's favor, he had resorted to manipulation in matters concerning her safety. Closing his eyes, Yunhen replied solemnly, Very well. I shall provide cover for you. Qingya responded, I will leap directly into the pit, avoiding the wisteria on the stone walls as much as possible. The Wang Lian will be transmitted to you via the rope's propulsion device. He then retrieved an intricately designed black box from his bag and handed it to Yunhen. The box emanated a chilling aura, shimmering with a blue ethereal light. These are several 4S rank green pearls. Should I fail to extricate myself, with your skill, you can escape from the Eternal Night Valley using these. Yunhen accepted the box, his expression somber, withholding any further words. Qingya swiftly equipped the climbing gear and positioned himself at the edge of the pit. Yunhen, thank you, he said, slowly turning to face him, his handsome features shadowed with melancholy. She smiles more often now, and I know this is due to you and Xingjue. For many years, he had meticulously followed the path of progression, battling to secure peace in the realm. Before encountering Ji Li Shu, he reveled in his elevated status and wealth, pursuing an elusive goal without ever pausing to appreciate the scenery along the way. Yet, Upon meeting Ji Li Shu, she became the most vibrant and unique hue in his barren, monotonous world. However, born of privilege, he was arrogantly ignorant, believing that all things he desired would ultimately belong to him. He sought to capture her by any means necessary, thinking that possessing that mark would ensure their eternal togetherness. It was only beneath the dazzling fireworks one fateful night that he witnessed her joy, a smile that awakened his heart. In that moment, jealousy towards Yunhen and Xingjue faded, replaced by gratitude. He loved Ji Li Shu, yet he brought her harm and disaster, while Yunhen and Xingjue offered her warmth and salvation. Having spoken, Qingya withdrew his gaze towards the snake pit without awaiting Yunhen's response. Just then, Yunhen called out Qingya. He paused but did not turn back, simply waiting for Yunhen to continue. Ji Li Shu is expecting a daughter, a human child. Qingya's posture stiffened, and he abruptly turned around. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Yunhen. Their eyes locked, Yunhen's expression grave and resolute. She is unique, and once this child is born, both mother and daughter will face a world fraught with peril. Yunhen's intent in revealing this to Qingya was solely for his survival. Regardless of Ji Li Shu's acknowledgement of Qingya, he bore the responsibility to protect them. Qingya stood in stunned silence for what seemed an eternity, until a venomous serpent suddenly leapt from the canopy above, lunging directly at him. He swiftly seized the serpent by the head, severing it with a single motion. Momentarily regaining his composure, his eyes glistened with the cold wind's bite, and he heard the tremor in his voice as he pleaded, "Once the child is born, may I have a glimpse?" The Wang Lian had been retrieved, and Xingjue's biological team worked tirelessly throughout the night to concoct the antidote. After returning from the Eternal Night Valley, Yunhen rested for 2 days, allowing the toxins to dissipate and his visible wounds to heal before visiting Ji Li Shu. He arrived earlier than anticipated to find Ji Li Shu reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book, while Xingjue sat beside her, scrolling through the news. The door swung open, revealing Yunhen, clad in a deep gray coat, gripping a black suitcase. His expression remained stern, though his eyes were deeper than ever, despite having tidied himself before returning. The shadowy circles beneath his eyes and the pallor of his lips, a remnant of the poison, could not be concealed. He fixated on Ji Li Shu. Yet before he could speak, she leaped from the bed and collided into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Take it easy," Xingjue warned, furrowing his brow. Yunhen relinquished the suitcase, enveloping her in his arms with a smile. "Did you miss me?" Ji Li Shu remained silent, a strand of hair brushing against his face, teasingly igniting a tickling sensation. She lifted her gaze, scrutinizing his face. After a brief moment, she furrowed her brow, asking, "What exactly were you doing?" Yunhen replied, "Xingjue, we agreed he should rest a few more days, but he insisted on returning so quickly. Now, let us see how he explains himself." Ji Li Shu's expression turned serious. "Your complexion is pale, your lips devoid of color, and you've lost so much weight. Are you injured?" Yunhen remained unperturbed. "Yes, during my business trip, I took the opportunity to investigate the assailants from that evening at the mountain villa. I unearthed a few of their accomplices, sustaining minor injuries and losing a bit of blood." He leaned closer, his gaze playful and possessive. "You know better than anyone the state of my health. It's merely superficial wounds, nothing to fret over. Healing the scars would take time, and he could not completely conceal the truth. It was better to acknowledge that he had indeed been hurt." Ji Li Shu shot him a glare, but in the next moment, Yunhen effortlessly lifted her, cradling her in one arm. "What are you doing?" Ji Li Shu questioned, ready to resist, but Yunhen simply supported her while retrieving his suitcase, turning toward his room. The amber eyes were slightly raised, gazing at her. "It has been so long since we last met. Do you not intend to keep me company?" Chapter 205. Everything I have mentioned will come to fruition. Xingju blinked. The warmth on the other side of the bed still lingered. Yet the person had already been taken away. This scene felt all too familiar, as if he had grown accustomed to it. He decisively closed the news interface, returned to his room to change his attire, and then left. Yunhen had returned, and he needed to keep an eye on Qingya. After all, Yin Luji was still in Tailier. If these two were to cross paths, it would surely ignite a fierce confrontation. A trip to Yongyigu was made. Although Yunhen had sustained some injuries, they were not significant. However, Qingya's condition was dire. He had narrowly escaped with his life and was currently lying in the Biological Research Center of Xinghua Group, receiving treatment. Qingya had been poisoned by several kinds of snake venom and plant toxins, with a highly toxic vine constricting one of his legs to the point of near paralysis. His internal organs almost deformed under pressure, and he remained in a state of unconsciousness. After all, he was a city lord of Qing Mucheng, and it was unacceptable for him to perish in Talia Air. Thus, Xing Ju resolved to personally guard him, while also keeping a close watch on the development of the antidote for by Shi Huanlu. Yunhen quickly finished a shower and lay on the bed, pulling Ji Li Shu into his embrace, clutching the blanket tightly. Ji Li Shu stared at the numerous new scars on his chest, various sizes, though scabbed over. They still glimmered red. One particularly hideous scar ran along his side, as if inflicted by something thorny. She gently traced it and could not help but ask, "Did you go to the forest?" Yunhen grasped her hand and affectionately kissed it. "Yes, I chased after those people into the forest and accidentally got whipped by a high-grade vine." Ji Li Shu fixed her gaze on Yunhen, looking deeply into his eyes. She always felt that he was concealing something. His once cold and handsome face appeared a bit gaunt, the dark circles under his eyes indicating his exhaustion. Ji Li Shu sighed inwardly, deciding not to press further. She cupped his face with both hands and kissed him. "You are tired, go to sleep." Yunhen lowered his head, tightening his embrace around her waist, lifting her slightly, kissing her with varying depths. One hand gently caressed her abdomen. "Li Shu, I'm going to be a father." This was a child born of his most cherished person. Ji Li Shu sensed the joy in his words, yet felt a wave of disorientation. Once the poison in her body was resolved, she would soon give birth. "Do not worry. I will arrange the finest medical team to minimize your pain." Yunhen softly reassured her upon noticing her unease. Ji Li Shu glanced at him and nodded gently. "I know. Lord Commander will arrange everything well." Yunhen continued to smile tenderly. "That's good to hear. But what about afterwards?" Ji Li Shu could not help but voice her concern. Yunhen tightened his embrace. "I understand, Li Shu." He was aware of her thoughts. "Once the child is born, I will protect her, ensuring she does not attract undue attention from this world. I plan to personally educate her, and when she reaches 7 or 8 years old, I will establish a dedicated academy for her, selecting a group of loyal little beastmen to accompany her in her studies, allowing her to deeply experience the world of community. She can pursue everything she loves. She has you. She has me. She has Xing Ju. She is never alone, and she will grow up happily. She need not endure the struggles her mother faced from a young age, but to cultivate her self-defense skills, I will suggest she learn a few tricks from you. There are still many exquisite sights in this world. When she grows up, we will explore them together." Yunhen held her tightly, his arms wrapping around her waist, his forehead resting against hers, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Li Shu, if you decide to give birth to her, everything I have said will be fulfilled. If you do not wish to, I will hide her away in a place where you cannot see her, sparing you any distress." He had planned and arranged all options, waiting for Ji Li Shu to make her choice. Chapter 206, An Ambush. In the following days, the semi-annual alliance meeting of the major cities commenced, typically hosted in Talia Air. This time was no different, as the highest leaders from various cities gathered here. The sole distinction for this alliance meeting was that the ruling government of Talia Air had invited the desert city to participate. High-ranking officials from various regions expressed their opinions. Qing Mucheng would not oppose Talia Air, perhaps due to Talia Air's formidable strength. But would other smaller cities or tribes openly side with the desert city? And would Qing Mucheng remain indifferent? Thus, the meeting between Yin Lu Ji and Qing Yu became the focal point of global media attention. Surprisingly, Qing Yu was absent from this alliance meeting, represented instead by the vice commander of Qing Mucheng. Notifications from various cities' high-ranking officials arrived in Talia Air, while Yunhen busied himself preparing for the meeting. The antidote for by Shi Huanlu had passed multiple experimental verifications and was finally successfully formulated. Ji Li Shu received the antidote, and the poison in her body was entirely eradicated. Currently, she needed to be observed in the Biological Research Center's monitoring room for 24 hours to prevent any adverse reactions. Yunhen remained occupied, with Xing Ju accompanying him throughout. "Are you feeling unwell?" Xing Ju moved a stool to sit by Ji Li Shu's bedside, holding her hand and speaking softly. Ji Li Shu's eyes flickered. The fetal movements have increased. Xing Ju nodded. "The doctor said this is normal and will not affect natural childbirth." "Are you not concerned about missing the alliance meeting?" Ji Li Shu inquired. Although Xing Ju was not part of the ruling government of Talia Air, he was backed by the entire Xing Hua group and was typically required to attend alliance meetings. Xing Ju smiled. "All beastmen around the world know that I share a partner with Yunhen. We are in the same camp. His decisions are mine, so my attendance is inconsequential." Ji Li Shu raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that a partner could indeed forge a political alliance. Xing Ju shrugged nonchalantly. What else could be done? Beastmen and their partners are bound together. Does this imply that betrayal among beastmen and their partners is impossible? Xing Ju hesitated, contemplating. Perhaps not entirely. Ji Li Shu probed further. For example? For instance, a beastman loves another but is forced to partner with someone else. Ji Li Shu nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, a sudden, urgent alarm blared outside. Xing Ju stood up and approached the window to observe for a moment. It is the ruling government's alarm, he explained to Ji Li Shu, asking him what happened. Before Xing Ju could contact Yun Hen, his communication ring began to ring. It was Yun Hen calling. Xing Ju answered, and the first thing Yun Hen asked was, "How is she?" "No issues. She is still under observation," Xing Ju replied. Yun Hen continued, "Kute Lan has been abducted. I suspect someone took advantage of the alliance meeting to strike. You take care of Ji Li Shu. I have dispatched another group to secure the area." Xing Ju ended the call and sat back down beside Ji Li Shu. Kute Lan had been abducted. Ji Li Shu had naturally overheard their conversation. Xing Ju grasped her hand tightly, his expression somber. His back was straight, his brows cool and detached, emanating an air of vigilance. Ji Li Shu sensed his tension. She smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. We are in Xinghuo Group. There are many guards on every level. Although Ku Tailan has been taken, this is Tailia Air. It would be quite remarkable if he could escape, and he is unlikely to return to cause trouble." Xing Ju's vigilance did not seem to ease. "Then you underestimate the beastmen's feelings for their partners." Ji Li Shu's gaze paused slightly. Only the voice of Xing Jue could be heard as he continued. "If it were I, and my partner's life was hanging by a thread, I would spare no effort to ensure her survival." Soon, the mercenary Xing Jue had summoned meticulously guarded the entire skyscraper, with numerous aircraft circling outside, conducting surveillance. After conversing with Xing Jue for a while, Ji Li Shu suddenly caught a familiar scent. The two exchanged a glance, and Xing Jue's expression turned grave. He swiftly donned a mask on Ji Li Shu and deftly removed the monitoring devices from her body. He leaned down and pressed a firm kiss on her forehead. "I will check the surveillance." Xing Jue's communication device linked to the monitoring center of the entire Xinghuo building, allowing him to access the footage from the 32nd floor in real time. The entire building appeared normal, with mercenaries patrolling each floor. However, on the 32nd floor, only medical personnel in white coats were seen bustling about, with no sign of any mercenaries. Xing Jue immediately contacted Yu Feng, who had also received updates from the 32nd floor, discovering that the connecting passage was locked. The manual access was sealed, the elevator was non-operational, and even the aircraft's emergency landing windows were locked from the inside. Everything seemed to be standard procedure, thus raising no alarms. Consequently, the entire 32nd floor was now sealed off. Xing Jue's gaze darkened. The ability to execute such actions undetected indicated that someone had long been lying in wait on the 32nd floor. He quickly turned, retrieving 2 white coats from a nearby drawer and draping one over Ji Li Shu. "Ollie, I know of a secret exit. We can leave safely from there. Stay close to me." Unsure of the enemy's next move, rather than wait passively, they decided to disguise their departure while the adversary remained inactive. Xing Jue opened the door, revealing an expansive central monitoring area. Medical personnel brushed past them, and everything appeared normal. They traversed through a wide corridor when a narrow-waisted orc approached. Xing Jue tightened his grip on Ji Li Shu's hand and smiled at her. In an instant, the orc made a sudden move, attacking Xing Jue. To protect Ji Li Shu, he instinctively pulled her behind him. At that moment, the orc soared over Xing Jue's head and landed behind Ji Li Shu. It was an eagle orc, capable of short-distance flight of about 10 meters even without transforming. Xing Jue's pupils contracted, and he rushed towards Ji Li Shu. Just then, a transparent, distorted space appeared before him. Ji Li Shu's eyes widened in alarm. Xing Jue stopped. It appeared again, a transparent medium capable of instantaneous movement. But at that moment, Xing Jue was consumed by urgency and failed to notice the transparent medium. By the time he heard Ji Li Shu shout, he could not halt his momentum and was instantly drawn away. "Ollie!" Xing Jue roared in fury, vanishing from the spot. He found himself instantly transported to the first floor of the Xinghuo building. Chapter 207. Take her away on Ji Li Shu's side. 5 individuals in white coats appeared behind the orc. She retreated cautiously, feeling a chill run down her spine. Coldly, she asked, shouting. The tall orc across from her smirked slightly. "You are as clever as she is." Ji Li Shu's eyes narrowed. "She? His partner? As she continued to retreat, she steeled herself, stating firmly, "You cannot take me. This is Talia." Shouting dismissively replied, "Indeed, we cannot take you. Thus, this time, I only require a sample of your blood." Ji Lishu backed into a research room, with nowhere left to escape. The 5 white-coated orcs advanced, opening a device box that contained blood extraction equipment. Ji Lishu remained on high alert, and just as she prepared to take action against the orcs, shouting outside the research room was suddenly sent flying by a punch. The 5 white-coated orcs turned to look outside, providing Ji Lishu with the opportunity to shoot 2 of them. She leaped and rolled out of the room, only to have the remaining 3 orcs approach her, but they were swiftly taken down by a sudden blue figure that emerged from the side. A sharp pain shot through her abdomen, and she crouched down to alleviate it. Just then, a pair of strong hands appeared behind her, attempting to help her up. "What's wrong?" The voice was somewhat familiar, and as Ji Lishu looked up, her expression hardened. She shook off Qingya's supportive hands. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession, flames flashing from the side. At this moment, Shouting and his men launched another attack. They had not anticipated that despite their lengthy preparations to eliminate Xingjue, a high-level Beastman was hidden on the 32nd floor. In an instant, Qingya's body awoke like a slumbering tiger. He pivoted and shielded Ji Lishu, taking cover behind the door to evade the hail of bullets. He then charged forward, and Ji Lishu furrowed her brows, noticing that one of his legs seemed stiff. Nevertheless, it did not hinder his swift movements. In a quick dash, he ensnared 2 robotic arms in a vice-like grip. Seizing the moment, he slammed the heads of 2 orcs together with a sickening crack, causing them to collapse. Upon witnessing Qingya's prowess, Shouting realized he was no match and waved his hand, summoning dozens of white-coated orcs to his side. These individuals had long infiltrated the biological research center disguised as medical staff. Qingya had been secretly stationed there by Yinhen, and they had not detected his presence. If it weren't for Xingjue's earlier shout, Qingya might still be unconscious. He was unaware of the origins of these individuals, but he clearly heard their intent. They wished to extract Ji Lishu's blood. Qingya glanced at Ji Lishu, who was curled up against the door like a frightened animal. Trembling violently, her face pale, her eyes tightly shut in pain. He suddenly crouched down, gripping her icy hand tightly. "Ollie, what is happening?" Ji Lishu's face contorted in agony, her breathing rapid. "It's labor pains, my water broke." Qingya's body jolted, and he glanced down at her legs, which were still slightly damp. "We need to get to the equipment room across the way. There's a passage there," Ji Lishu urged. Qingya forced himself to calm down, saying, "All right, I will take you." Shouting had naturally overheard their conversation. He coldly questioned Qingya, "Who are you? What is your relation to her? Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" As he spoke, the white-coated orcs behind him aimed their weapons at Qingya. He could sense that the opponent was a beastman of a higher tier than himself. "Meddling?" Qingya slowly rose, his tone icy. "You have harmed my woman and endangered my child. Is this not meddling?" Shouting's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing there was no room for negotiation. "Attack!" With Shouting's command, the orcs surged forward. At that moment, several ornamental plants housed in precision glass domes suddenly erupted, shattering the containers, their branches piercing through the necks of a line of orcs, instantly killing them. They watched in horror as the plants, akin to resurrected monsters, writhed and dripped blood. No one dared to advance another step. Qingya hesitated no longer. He manipulated the plants to form a barrier, obstructing the orcs, and promptly scooped Ji Lishu into his arms. Sprinting towards the equipment room, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind them, rumbling like thunder. Ji Lishu's body stiffened completely, but as they dashed through the hail of bullets, she felt no wounds from the gunfire. Instead, during the intense pain, she sensed vibrations emanating from Qingya's chest. He may have been hit by several bullets. Qingya carried her into the equipment room, securely closing the door behind them. "Ali," he said softly as he placed her on a soft chair, gently patting her face. "Hold on, I will find a secret passage." As Ji Lishu opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of his blood-soaked back. Enduring the pain, she took a deep breath and inquired, "Why are you here? You are still wearing the medical gown." Qingya paused, his gaze fixed forward. "I am here to heal." The air fell into silence, only to be broken by the increasingly heavy footsteps behind them. The people from Shouting had likely dealt with the plants and were now in pursuit. "Found it!" Qingya suddenly exclaimed. He swiftly approached and lifted Ji Lishu in his arms once more. "Ali, bear with me a little longer. I'll take you down there." The so-called secret passage was a circular tunnel leading directly to the next level, cleverly concealed during construction, thus eluding discovery by the likes of shouting. Qingya held Ji Li Shu tightly, as if cradling his entire world. He leapt down, bracing himself with his battered back to shield her from harm. At that moment, Xingjue awaited at the tunnel's exit, preparing to break through to the 32nd floor. Unexpectedly, Qingya jumped down with Ji Li Shu in his arms. Ali. Upon seeing her pale face, Xingjue gasped. What happened to her? She's about to give birth. You must take her away. Qingya struggled to extend his arm, handing Ji Li Shu over to Xingjue. Heart racing, Xingjue carefully cradled Ji Li Shu and dashed away. Qingya watched as Ji Li Shu gradually distanced herself, his gaze dark and still like a stagnant well devoid of ripples. That was his child, and he yearned to witness her birth. Yet, Ji Li Shu did not wish to see him. The moment he could hold them both was akin to a divine blessing. Chapter 208. How ugly this is. This was the first time chaos erupted within the entire Xingho building, as everyone hurriedly scrambled about. Originally, Ji Li Shu's delivery was to take place in the villa, but returning there was evidently too late. The midwife specially arranged for Ji Li Shu had been assassinated by shouting on the 32nd floor. Consequently, the finest obstetricians from the remaining hospitals in Telier were hastily escorted by mercenaries to assist. Ji Li Shu lay upon a grand bed, waves of intense contractions rendering her face increasingly pale, her body trembling against the thick mattress. The doctors, examining the fetal shape through their instruments, were taken aback. It was a purely human-shaped fetus. They dare not show too much alarm, glancing back at the two towering figures standing like statues beside the bed, their faces contorted in concern. Fortunately, obstetric techniques in Telier had advanced significantly. Other than the initial pains, Ji Li Shu felt little discomfort thereafter. After 8 hours, she successfully delivered a daughter. Both mother and daughter were found to be in good health, and the genetic testing of the fetus revealed the presence of Beastman genes. Yet her appearance was entirely human. This indicated that she was indistinguishable from humanity. Ji Li Shu, drenched in sweat, found herself unable to move. Yan'an, relieved by the safety of both mother and child, kissed her gently before departing. He needed to handle the obstetricians. The secret of Ji Li Shu and her daughter could not be revealed, and how he would manage that was of no concern to Ji Li Shu at the moment. Xingjue presented a small bundle of a newborn to her, lowering his voice. Ali, thank you for your hard work. Look, our daughter is so well behaved. Ji Li Shu stared at the tiny being. The newborn seemed exceptionally docile, quiet after a brief cry. She had been cleaned and wrapped in a soft cotton blanket. Not a sound emerged from her. Only her dark eyes gazed at Ji Li Shu and then at Xingjue. Her eyes were black. Xingjue smiled gently, his voice soft, as if to avoid startling the infant. Ali, she looks just like you. Ji Li Shu gazed at the small creature beside her, the dark eyes, the fair little face. The minuscule mouth made her appear as one of the most fragile and harmless beings in the world. Slowly, Ji Li Shu lifted her hand, gently caressing the tiny face. The infant suddenly widened her eyes, appearing a bit dazed. As Ji Li Shu's finger brushed against the corner of her lips, she slightly frowned, scrunching up her little face, then turned her head, slowly opening her soft mouth to suckle Ji Li Shu's finger. Startled, Ji Li Shu withdrew her hand, causing the little one to look up with wide eyes, and soon after, her mouth visibly drooped, erupting into a loud wail. Ji Li Shu's eyes widened, glancing at the tiny being beside her, before quickly looking up at Xingjue, her face displaying her first expression of bewilderment. Xingjue looked down to two of them and suddenly chuckled. She might be hungry, he guessed. He had invested considerable effort studying how to nurture a newborn and care for a postpartum mother. Under Xingjue's guidance, Ji Li Shu managed to feed the little one her first mouthful of milk. An hour later, Yan'an hurriedly returned. After inquiring about Ji Li Shu's condition, he could not resist gently picking up the little one beside her, his movements remarkably adept. This was also his first encounter with a newborn, so small, so incredibly soft. Perhaps the infant bore Ji Li Shu's scent, he detected a sweet, pure aroma. He noticed the child exhibited no fear of him. Her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a cosmic black hole, devoid of impurities. The child gazed back at him, her delicate face suddenly breaking into a sweet smile. She smiled at me, Yan'an exclaimed in disbelief. Let me see, Ji Li Shu said curiously. Yan'an carefully held the child in front of Ji Li Shu, but by then, the little one's smile had vanished, replaced by a wrinkled frown. How ugly, Ji Li Shu inadvertently blurted out. Yan'an froze, exchanging a glance with Xingjue, their faces turning solemn. Was Ji Lishu rejecting her, wishing to abandon her? Though Xing Jue had studied how to care for humans, he had not realized that newborns were often unappealing at birth, only to become beautiful as they grew. The two tall men exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. It truly could only be attributed to Qingya's unfavorable genes. Xing Jue sighed inwardly, muttering, "Not ugly, she is quite lovely." Ji Lishu reached out once more, poking the plump little face as if discovering an intriguing toy. Though there was no smile upon her brow, she appeared to soften, her features imbued with a gentle radiance. Observing Lishu's demeanor, Yunhen softly exhaled. It seemed there was no longer a need to conceal this child. Chapter 209. This is Qingya's child Ji Lishu, named the little One Qing Shuang, or Qing Qing Shuang. Upon hearing the name, Yunhen understood Ji Lishu's intent. She hoped that little Shuang Shuang could grow up freely and effortlessly, spared from the dark, oppressive underground life her mother had endured. Yunhen had once believed Ji Lishu would resent, loathe, or even detest this child, but in this moment, he realized she cared for her and cherished her. In contrast, Xing Jue frowned upon hearing the name Qing Shuang. Qing Shuang? Qing Qing? Well, he cannot possibly still be thinking of Qingya, can she? With two attentive daddies tending to the baby, Ji Lishu found herself relishing the newfound leisure. Yin Lujing also came to the villa daily, clamoring to see Ji Lishu's offspring, only to be repeatedly sent away without success. Yunhen and Xing Jue would never allow him to meet Shuang Shuang. After the alliance conference, Keediel was abducted amidst the chaos. While Xiaoting was unable to escape from the 32nd floor in time and was swiftly killed by the returning Qingya, the quantum entanglement teleportation device reemerged, and Xing Jue traced the source of the teleportation device back to Yunhai City. The orc bandit from the Banshan villa may also be connected to the individuals behind Xiaoting. Xing Jue deduced, "It was solely my distraction with Alalai that prevented me from capturing Xiaoting, leading to his immediate demise at the hands of Qingya." Yunhen shook his head, asserting that Qingya acted rightly. The best solution for anyone threatening Li Shu is to eliminate them. Thus, he regretted not killing Keediel directly, allowing him to escape. Upon hearing Qingya's name, Ji Lishu paused while lightly patting the small creature in her arms. Why was he at Xingho Building? Ji Lishu inquired. Yunhen exchanged glances with Xing Jue, deciding to reveal Qingya's act of naming the child Wang Lian. After hearing this, Ji Lishu maintained a neutral expression, showing little reaction, merely staring down at the twin in her embrace. Having cared for it for a month, the little creature had grown slightly, becoming increasingly beautiful. Yunhen sat beside Ji Lishu, softly probing, "Li Shu, we owe him no favors. Would you agree to let him see the child?" Ji Lishu's pale hand hesitated. If she was unwilling, it mattered not. They would not show the child. Yunhen felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Ji Lishu might become upset. After a prolonged silence, Ji Lishu appeared to ponder deeply. She lifted her gaze to Yunhen, indicating that he could have a glimpse, but henceforth, Qingya was not permitted to appear before the child. A few days later, Yunhen and Xing Jue personally delivered the twin to the upscale club where Qingya resided. However, to their astonishment, upon returning to retrieve the twin, they were informed that the child had mysteriously vanished. When Yin Liujie hastened to the banks of the Lilu River overnight, she heard the faint cries of an infant. There, a cradle-like contraption was hoisted high above the river by a mechanical arm, poised to drop the baby into the rushing waters with just a slight tilt. Yin Liujie's expression turned frosty as she coldly demanded, "Lian Chuan, what are you doing?" Qishi Lian Chuan smirked with a hint of pride, stating that if he helped her seize the Lilua River, she must promise that Desert City would forever shelter him. He was left with no alternatives. Once a trader of Mubwa Island, he had become globally wanted after offending Xingjue, with only Desert City offering him refuge. Yet now, with Yin Liujie collaborating with Talia, if Xingjue demanded her to surrender him one day, he would be left with no escape. Yin Liujie did not anticipate such a response. She cast him a casual glance, intrigued, and asked, "Oh, how do you plan to help me seize the Lilua River, the territory that Desert City and Qingmu City had fought over for years? And you think Lian Chuan can take it?" Lian Chuan, slightly agitated, pointed to the cradle above. "That is Qingya's child." Chapter 210. What should he do? Suddenly, Yin Liujie comprehended Lian Chuan's scheme. He intended to use Qingya's child as leverage to coerce him into relinquishing the Lilua River territory. Although Yin Liujie's expression remained cold, a smirk graced her lips. She scoffed softly. "Must you resort to such dubious tactics to deceive me? I clearly hear the cries of an infant." That is a human child. She regarded Lien Chuan with a composed demeanor, challenging him. Pray tell, how could this possibly be Qingya's child? It is a well-known fact that orc genes cannot produce humans. Yin Liujia had previously attempted to assassinate Qingya and his companion in Talia, but had failed. Later, she sent individuals to Qingmu City to locate Qingya's partner, but found no trace. Lien Chuan felt a pang of anxiety as well. He had not anticipated that the infant he had stolen would turn out to be a human. Yet, retreat was not an option. He had to gamble, for if he won, he would secure his survival. If Qingya came alone, it would prove his attachment to the child. Once he arrived, they would have the chance to reclaim the Liluo River without a single soldier lost. He had organized a group of high-ranking orcs, disguising them as dark soldiers, to lie in wait at the upscale club where Qingya was located, merely seeking an opportunity to harm Qingya. Yet, since Qingya's appearance in Talia, he had vanished for nearly a month and had only recently resurfaced. Just as they were preparing to strike, Qingya appeared, holding a small infant, gently rocking the child with a tender expression, softly murmuring. That striking gentleness jolted Lien Chuan. A sudden plan formed in his mind. He feigned an attack and secretly stole the infant. He then reached out to Qingya. If you wish to have the child back, come alone to the Liluo River. Lien Chuan, I have the contract ready. As soon as Qingya signs it, the Liluo River will belong to Desert City from this day forth. Wait just a few minutes. He will arrive shortly. No need to rush. Yin Liujia remained silent, watching him without objection, conveying her agreement through her silence. If Lien Chuan's claims were truthful, they might indeed reclaim the Liluo River without a single battle. This would resolve the issue of millions of orcs in Desert City lacking a home. Moreover, the Liluo River had originally been the territory of Desert City decades ago. Just a few minutes later, Qingya arrived. A sleek, black aircraft landed swiftly on the shore. Before it even touched the ground, the hatch opened and a tall figure emerged, revealing the urgency of the individual. However, before Yin Liujia could speak, Qingya charged forward, his eyes wide with fury, delivering a powerful punch while shouting, "Do you know what you are doing?" Naturally, Yin Liujia would not stand still and take the blow. She evaded. "Qingya, you truly came?" Qingya's fists tightened, veins bulging on his arms, his gaze flashing with crimson rage. "Return the child to me." Each word dripped with intensity. Lien Chuan stood nearby, holding the remote control for the mechanical arm of the aircraft, threatening. "Qingya, if you dare make a move, I will let this child fall." "You dare." Qingya's voice was icy, his expression unreadable, yet it emanated a chilling aura. He directed a cold stare at Yin Liujia. "Did you orchestrate this?" Yin Liujia scrutinized him with unflinching eyes. It seemed Qingya deeply cared for the human infant, to the extent of daring to come alone. Yin Liujia remarked that the Liluo River rightfully belonged to Desert City, and should Qingya sign the territorial contract, she would release the child, utilizing a mere infant as leverage. Though somewhat unscrupulous, mattered not as long as the desired outcome was achieved. Qingya's expression darkened, his eyes cold as he gritted his teeth. "You threaten me with her child?" Yin Liujia was momentarily taken aback. "Her? Who?" As the meaning of his words began to unsettle her, Qingya slowly approached Yin Liujia, the lights of the aircraft illuminating his deep, icy pupils, casting a sinister silhouette against his chiseled features. He reiterated, "You would exploit her child. Why do you have to stand beside her?" With that, he seized Yin Liujia's collar, following it with a fierce punch. Yin Liujia, shaken by his words, endured Qingya's blow. He steadied himself, spitting out a few droplets of blood. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lien Chuan's movement and instinctively halted him. "Lien Chuan, you are not to act without my command." Then, Yin Liujia reached out to restrain Qingya, bellowing, "You better clarify your words. What do you mean by that?" At that moment, a gentle whisper of wind rustled through the sky. The familiar flying vessel descended gracefully nearby. Yin Liujia felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if it skipped a beat, and his expression grew increasingly grave. A tumult of emotions surged within him, yet an inexplicable sense of panic overshadowed everything else. He had finally laid eyes on Ji Shu, the one he had yearned for, whom he had not seen for over a month. However, she appeared pale and hurriedly leaped off the vessel. His gaze followed her intently. This was the first time she had sprinted directly towards him with such urgency. In the next moment, a sharp clap resounded as her hand struck Yin Liujia's face. He merely blinked, not even tilting his head. The force of Ji Shu's slap was not great, yet he distinctly felt his heart grow colder by the second. It seemed he had committed a grievous mistake. His sharp, cunning fox-like eyes now stared blankly at Ji Lishu. She remained as beautiful as ever. Yet her eyes blazed with fury, her body trembling slightly as she spoke icily. "What do you intend to do to my child?" In Liujie inhaled sharply, his face draining of color. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, trying to channel the pain into clarity. He swiftly turned, snatching the remote control from Lin Chuan's hands, and the mechanical arm descended slowly before him. He gently took the infant from a basket, glancing down to find the little one's voice hoarse from crying. Her mouth slightly pouted in a pitiful expression, her dark eyes resembling Ji Lishu's closely. Even the aura about her was strikingly similar. How could he have been so oblivious? The hints he had gleaned regarding Qinya and Yunhen, Ji Lishu's solitary venture into the desert city of Qinya, and the photo of him holding her close in the icy polar region. All of it seemed to unravel before him in that instant. In Liujie's brow furrowed in frustration as he placed the child carefully into Ji Lishu's arms. His ink-dark eyes met hers as he trembled to speak. "So, the truth you deceived me with was this?" Ji Lishu did not respond, countering instead, "Did you orchestrate the abduction of my child?" "Absolutely not," In Liujie quickly retorted. The situation had escalated to this point. If he were to take the blame now, there would be no redemption for him. He stammered, "Let me explain." The infant in his arms continued to weep, seemingly frightened. Ji Lishu, however, had no intention of hearing his defense. Her voice cold as ice, "Do not ever touch my child again." In Liujie watched as she held the child protectively, her expression radiating suspicion towards him, as though he were some monstrous threat. A chill coursed through him. The only solace he found was when Qinya approached, only to be swiftly kicked down by Ji Lishu. Lin Chuan, sensing the tension, silently prepared to escape, but was apprehended by Yunhen and Xingju, who had followed closely behind Ji Lishu. In Liujie could only watch helplessly as Ji Lishu departed, his mind racing with countless explanations. Yet he found no opportunity to voice them. Angrily, she had appeared, then left without a word, sending someone to take Lin Chuan with her. She left behind only Qinya and In Liujie, two formidable beasts at odds, one in shock, the other in regret, standing by the banks of the Liha River. Once, their encounters had been a matter of life and death. Never had they found themselves in such a situation. Both stood there lost in thought, gazing at the flying vessel disappearing into the distance, unsure of how much time had passed in silence. In Liujie finally broke the stillness. "That infant is your child? The one Ji Lishu carried for so long is your child?" His voice was steady, though his chest rose and fell visibly with the tumult of emotions within, jealousy threatening to engulf him. Ever since Ji Lishu had kicked him fiercely, Qinya had been in low spirits, ignoring the words of his sworn enemy beside him. Muttering to himself, "This was the only chance Ji Lishu gave me, and I ruined it." In Liujie's eyes flared crimson with realization. So, that delicate little infant truly belonged to Qinya? Even Qinya was Ji Lishu's partner? The woman he had nearly succeeded in assassinating was, astonishingly, Ji Lishu. Just moments ago, his men had kidnapped Ji Lishu's daughter, using her as leverage against Qinya. In Liujie trembled, his hands shaking uncontrollably. What was he to do? Days passed in the blink of an eye. In Liujie dared not disturb Ji Lishu again, merely sending her a message of apology, detailing the events that had transpired. Yet he knew, with Lin Chuan taken by Yunhen, Ji Lishu must have uncovered the truth about Lin Chuan's involvement in her daughter's abduction. Qinya had temporarily returned to Qingmu City, uncertain if he would have another opportunity to see the mother and child again. Just as Qinya teetered on the brink of despair, he received news from Yunhen, requesting him to visit the villa in Talia. Without hesitation, he set off for Talia. Upon arriving at the villa, he found In Liujie had also been summoned. Their eyes met, an unusual calmness enveloping them, devoid of any tension. And they shared a silent understanding. As the villa doors opened automatically, they stepped into the courtyard, where a colorful castle occupied a third of the space, standing out vividly. In Liujie glanced at it, a self-deprecating laugh escaping his lips. "I never imagined the castle I painstakingly built would ultimately belong to your child." Qinya surveyed the castle, but remained silent. In Liujie sighed inwardly. The castle had been designed specifically for beast children, who could run and jump by the time they were just a couple of months old. Yet Ji Lishu had given birth to a human child. He wondered if this grand plaything would suit her daughter. As they entered the living room, they found Yunhen already seated on the couch, awaiting their arrival. Sound from upstairs drifted down clearly, The cries of the infant, Xing Ju's gentle whispers attempting to soothe her, and Ji Lishu's occasional remarks. Qinya and Yin Liujia stood transfixed at the staircase, their bodies rigid, eyes revealing their longing. What sort of scene unfolded above? Qinya lowered his gaze slightly, his heart aching. If only the beginning with Ji Lishu had not been so tumultuous, perhaps he would be the one most deserving of comforting the child now. Yin Liujia's deep-set black eyes darted between the two men, a pang of bitterness stirring within him. Her only child belonged to Qinya, while Xingju and Yunhen could be by her side day and night. Yet he was denied even a glimpse of her. He had once fleetingly thought she might have feelings for him, only to realize she was Qinya's partner. Yin Liujia had to admit that everything that had transpired between him and Ji Lishu in Luwen Town and the desert city had merely been a performance she had meticulously crafted. He had been foolishly elated by her sweet words, never considering she might truly want him. It had all been for Qinya. The cries of the infant upstairs finally ceased, and they heard Ji Lishu urging Xing Ju to hurry downstairs. Moments later, the wolf beast appeared at the staircase corner, beaming with delight, infused with Ji Lishu's unique fragrance. Qinya and Yin Liujia did not bother to conceal their icy gazes. Xing Ju caught sight of their expressions and coldly retorted, "Stop staring. Ji Lishu 1T be coming down. She doesn't want to see either of you." Xing Ju knew exactly how to shatter their hopes. After a prolonged silence, Yunhen finally spoke. "These matters were not something I intended for you to know, nor were they necessary for you to know, as Ji Lishu wished to have no connection with any of you. However, I never anticipated that such events would transpire, nearly endangering Shuang Shuang." Shuang Shuang? Qingya's gaze shifted, filled with hope. "Her name is Shuang Shuang?" Yunhen furrowed his brows slightly, pausing for a few seconds before deciding to reveal the child's name. Lishu referred to her by the nickname Shuang Shuang, with her given name being Ji Qing. A soft warmth enveloped Qingya's eyes as a smile began to lift the corners of his lips. Initially, Ji Lishu had harbored considerable disdain towards him. He had believed he would be unable to keep their child. Fortunately, Ali's ire was directed solely at him. Qing Shuang. Qingya could not suppress the brightness in his eyes. Could it be that Ali still cared for him? "It's Xing as in light, which is unrelated to you," Xingjue interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Qingya, dousing his hopes with cold water. With renewed despair, Qingya's jealousy and anger surged, and he glared at Xingjue, inadvertently releasing a wave of high-level pressure. Yin Liujia observed the two, his heart filled with unease. Why did Ji Lishu harbor such deep-seated hatred towards Qingya, even going so far as to employ his hand against him? "Enough," Yunhen interrupted their silent standoff with a stern voice. "The purpose of gathering you here today is to clarify everything at once." Yunhen succinctly conveyed the situation regarding Ji Lishu and Shuang Shuang. The union of a human and a beastman resulting in a female infant was a matter that must remain confidential. Yunhen's eyes darkened with intensity as he asserted, "I have dealt with Lian Chuan and those he brought with him." He turned to Yin Liujia and Qingya, warning, "If anyone in your circles learns of this, it is best to eliminate the threat entirely. I do not wish to encounter such an incident again." Yin Liujia's fox-like eyes narrowed, and an idea formed within him. He boldly voiced his thoughts. "Given the unique identities of Ji Lishu and Shuang Shuang, I should remain here to provide additional protection for them." Upon hearing this, Qingya's breath quickened, a glimmer of hope flickering in his gaze as he opened his mouth, yet ultimately remained silent. He was different from Yin Liujia. The latter merely lacked Ji Lishu's acknowledgement, while he. Chapter 212. Consumed by jealousy, Xingjue cast a glance at Yin Liujia, replying, "Their partner is on the brink of death. Who knows what those individuals may resort to in their madness? Our immediate priority is to unearth the masterminds behind this." "Want to stay? To get close to Ji Lishu and win her favor?" Qingya's handsome face darkened, shrouded in a veil of melancholy. Xingjue's voice softened. "As you mentioned earlier, Kotelin and the Eagle Beast sought to abduct Ali to save their own partner." Yunhen nodded precisely. He had no intention of rejecting Qingya's protection. Ji Lishu's situation remained precarious, and threats lingered. Despite their diligent efforts to shield her, there had been several near misses. With Qingya's assistance, perhaps they could be more thorough. Qingya declared, "I will utilize the PSS system as Celestial Eye to monitor Telier closely, so it is best you provide me with her location information." Yunhen and Xingjue exchanged glances, seemingly in silent deliberation. Qingya understood their hesitation. "I will not intrude upon her, nor do I intend to surveil her. I require her location solely to leverage the PSS for better tracking, should she be taken. The PSS's global coverage can swiftly provide precise coordinates. Liujia listened intently to their exchange, unable to interject, feeling a weight of silence enveloping him. Currently, he possessed no resources to employ, only a group of dreaded corpse eaters, powerful enough to instill fear in a city, yet ineffective in ensuring Ji Lishu's safety. Suddenly, he recalled the information he had gathered from the desperate outlaws in the desert city. I have unearthed some information regarding Kotelin, tracing some leads along his past life. These have already been uncovered by Xingjue. Yinhen gently interrupted Liujia. Unlike Xingya, who was accepted without question, Liujia's connection to Ji Lishu was tenuous. She likely would not wish to feel indebted to him. Liujia's expression darkened slightly, his tone earnest. I wish to assist her willingly, without her feeling any sense of obligation. My only desire is for her to be safe. Yinhen regarded him closely but remained silent. Liujia continued, therefore, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The men engaged in conversation for a while, and before they realized it, 2 hours had slipped by. Xingjue stated, the reason I summoned you both today, aside from clarifying matters, is to convey a few words from Ji Lishu. As Xingjue finished speaking, both Liujia and Xingya turned their intense gazes toward him. He gestured toward the doorway, saying, please remove that thing from the yard. My daughter has no need for it. Xingya's expression darkened, his face clouded with sorrow. Your daughter? Xingjue looked at Liujia and continued. Your abduction of Shuang was a unilateral decision by Lian Chuan. While the blame does not lie with you, it was still permitted by you. Lian Chuan has been dealt with, and Li's grievances are clear. We shall not pursue further. However, she has expressed that she does not favor you and will not in the future. Your actions behind the scenes bear no significance. Liujia's calm visage remained as tranquil as water, betraying no inner turmoil, as if he had anticipated such an outcome. I have no reason to reclaim what I have given away. If she does not favor it, dispose of it, Liujia stated. Xingjue frowned slightly, clicking his tongue. Xingya inquired, what else did she say? His eyes held a glimmer of anticipation mingled with anxiety. Xingjue chuckled lightly, nothing more. He relished the fleeting hint of disappointment that flickered in Xingya's gaze. Having exchanged all necessary words, the group fell into silence. At that moment, a baby-esque cry echoed from upstairs. Xingya sprang to his feet, but had Xingjue not immediately stood in his way, he might have charged upstairs. Xingjue smiled, saying, I must go tend to the child. All that needed to be said has been said. You two may leave. He always knew how to strike the right chord. With that, Xingjue ascended the stairs. Yinhen nodded at Liujia and Xingya. No need for escort. He too proceeded upstairs. Moments later, faint sounds emerged. Why is Shuang crying? Is it Xingjue? Yinhen must have entered the room. She must have wet herself. I will change her. You may continue to sleep. Upon hearing this, Xingya's eyes turned crimson, his face paling as he feared he would lose control, decisively turning away from the villa. Liujia followed him outside. As snow began to fall, the surroundings grew bleak, the silhouette of the elongated figure ahead appearing profoundly lonely. Liujia trailed behind Xingya, suddenly speaking coldly. I am curious about what could compel Ji Lishu to bear your child yet reject you. Though Xingya shared the same fate of being cast from the warm villa, experiencing a similar plight, Liujia could not help but harbor jealousy towards him. Xingya had a child, while he possessed nothing. He noticed Xingya falter in his stride. Liujia approached calmly, suppressing his envy, gazing at him with indifference. Xingya, my desire to eliminate you has intensified, yet I can no longer act upon it. He was driven to madness by jealousy. The person in question was indeed Xingya. It could have been Xingjue, it could have been Yinhen, or even anyone else. Yet why must it be Xingya? However, he could no longer act against Xingya. Compared to the grievances between him and Xingya, Ji Lishu was far more important. She was in a precarious situation, and Xingya was one of the few trustworthy individuals capable of safeguarding her and her daughter. He could not act against Xingya any longer. Xingya stood quietly amidst the snow, his handsome profile resembling a silent statue carved over millennia. He lifted his gaze towards a room in the villa that glimmered faintly with light. He spoke softly. To reach Li Luo, he promised me 3 conditions. Upon hearing this, Liuji's eyes narrowed with intrigue as she raised an eyebrow at him. Xingya understood her motivations for abandoning her opposition against him, as he felt the same. Since they had decided to pause their mutual hostility, the antagonistic relationship between Qingmu City and Desert City needed to be alleviated. Li Luo, he was the key to easing the conflict. Yin Liuji stood up with her hands tucked in her pockets, lifting her chin slightly as she regarded him coolly. What conditions? Chapter 213. Qingya, shall we have a duel? Qingya cast a sidelong glance at Yin Liuji. First, if you ever wish to kill me or confront me again, direct your actions at me alone and spare them, for I would annihilate the entire desert city otherwise. This was both a warning and a test. Without a spiritual seal, would she not consider using them against him if he decided to forsake Ji Lishu? Yin Liuji replied coldly, though Ji Lishu's child is yours, I never said I would relinquish her. I will eventually make her accept me. The implication was clear. He could not harm them. Second, Li Luo, he shall permit the Beastmen of Desert City to reside there, but they must not drive out the Beastmen of Qingmu City. Both cities will jointly maintain the territory of Li Luo he. Yin Liuji paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. A compromise was the best outcome. Qingya continued. Third, we shall jointly declare a truce. Yin Liuji's expression remained indifferent. That is indeed my intention. Those who wished to harm Ji Lishu had yet to be apprehended. They could not allow the war between the two cities to distract them. Qingya was somewhat taken aback by her response. He genuinely cared for Ji Lishu, even willing to cease hostilities for her sake. Having said what needed to be said, Qingya prepared to leave when Yin Liuji called out to him. Have you heard of the dream banquet at Talia? She inquired. It was there that I first encountered Ji Lishu. As he said this, a hint of a smile danced in his fox-like eyes. Qingya regarded him silently. Yin Liuji smirked and suggested, why not share a drink? The dream banquet, with its enigmatic nighttime allure, was now shrouded in heavy snowfall, far more substantial than the earlier flurries. The two, adorned in snow, leisurely stepped into the underground venue. Although the guide did not recognize Qingya and Yin Liuji, their distinguished demeanor was unmistakable, prompting the guide to lead them into an opulent private room. The aroma of wine wafted through the air as the server carefully presented the drink. Yin Liuji poured wine for Qingya, a roguish smile gracing his handsome face. Never did I imagine we would find ourselves peacefully sharing a drink. Yin Liuji raised his glass, clinking it with Qingya's. Just days prior, they had been scheming against each other, publicly known adversaries. Yet now, they found themselves at leisure, sipping wine and engaging in conversation at the dream banquet. Yin Liuji remarked, what was the purpose of your duel with Yin Hen a few months ago? Was it merely to have the right to kill you openly? Qingya narrowed his eyes, retorting, are you so eager to know? This cunning fox was inviting him for a drink only to extract information. Yin Liuji set down his glass with a smirk. I simply wish to understand what you did to Ji Lishu that caused her to disregard you so thoroughly. Qingya's expression darkened as he raised his glass and drank it down in one go, pouring himself another. Clearly, he had no intention of answering Yin Liuji. Unfazed, Yin Liuji continued, if you choose not to speak, I will eventually discover the truth. Ji Lishu has punished you, has she not? Everything you endure now is a consequence. With a loud clatter, Qingya slammed his glass on the table, his expression unreadable as he regarded the gloating face across from him. Are you inviting me for a drink, or merely mocking me? Yin Liuji's smile deepened. With the bitterness and despair you currently bear, I hardly need to mock you. Qingya averted his gaze, choosing not to respond. They sat in silence, drinking several glasses. The atmosphere around Qingya grew increasingly somber as he spoke, his voice low and distant. I did it to save her. Yin Liuji looked at him in surprise. What? Qingya downed half a glass and continued. Asher used Ranninghua on her. I had no choice but to act as I did. Ranninghua? The aphrodisiac could only be metabolized by the human body, which, evidently, could not withstand the metabolic cycle. Yin Liuji's gaze faltered momentarily as the implications dawned on him. If that's the case, why didn't you explain it to her clearly? He asked. Qingya's eyes were calm, tinged with resignation. What is there to explain? That her being afflicted by Ranninghua has nothing to do with me? Or that I have no ulterior motives towards her? The origin of everything stemmed from his own desires. Moreover, Asher had perished due to this. He had no right to defend himself for everything that had transpired. Glancing sideways, Yin Liuji saw Qingya slightly tilt his head, the pale strands of hair falling over his forehead, rendering him both desolate and fragile. After observing him in silence for a while, Yin Liuji spoke softly. Qingya, shall we have a duel? Chapter 214. Who indulged? Yin Liuji and Qingya stood before the entrance of the dream banquet, having battled through the night, leaving the interior deserted. The crowd had gathered outside, and chaos began to unfold as some recognized their identities. Before long, combat teams from both Desert City and Qingmu City arrived swiftly at Talia. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate before the opulent entrance of the dream banquet. Such a commotion compelled the ruling government of Talia to intervene. Boki promptly informed Yunhen, requesting his personal presence to address the situation. After all, Yin Liuji and Qingya were the supreme leaders of their respective cities, and any trouble in Talia would not reflect well. To Boki's surprise, Yunhen merely replied nonchalantly, "They won't die. Leave it be." As dawn broke, the confrontation concluded with a resounding defeat for Yin Liuji. Yet Qingya was not unscathed either. Both bore injuries. After the fighting ceased, they exchanged glances before departing with their respective entourages, leaving a crowd behind in confusion and uncertainty. Discussions regarding the incident erupted fervently online. Just a few days later, both Qingmu City and Desert City issued a formal truce agreement. Li Luo, he became a shared border for mutual governance between the two cities. In the villa, Yunhen's voice on the phone roused Ji Lishu from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. He glanced at her before hanging up. He approached her, bending down to embrace her, gently kissing her forehead as his deep, resonant voice murmured, "I apologize for waking you." Propping herself up on the headboard, Ji Lishu asked, "What do you mean by won't die?" Yunhen smiled softly, his gaze calm yet warm. Yin Liuji and Qingya fought at the dream banquet. Ji Lishu blinked, her expression neutral, her tone indifferent. "Let them fight. What does it matter to us?" He looked at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, Lishu is right. It has nothing to do with us. Has the little one's diaper been changed?" She inquired. "She has changed and drunk her milk, sleeping soundly." Ji Lishu originally thought that Yunhen was already exhibiting remarkable patience towards her, until she witnessed him caring for the little one, at which point she realized his patience was truly astonishing. Since Shuang's birth, she had not even changed a diaper once. Yunhen pulled back the quilt and laid down behind Ji Lishu, his muscular arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. One of the buttons on her chest had loosened slightly, revealing a hint of creamy white curvature. He cast a glance, his gaze igniting with warmth, and swiftly draped the quilt over her, concealing that alluring glimpse. Now is not the time. "Sleep," he said, as his kiss gently landed on her forehead. A profoundly tender touch. Once Ji Lishu awoke, sleep eluded her, prompting her to ask, "What did you all discuss today?" She was aware that Yunhen had summoned Yin Liuji and Qingya to the villa, as the matters at hand were private and not suitable for discussion elsewhere. Yunhen replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much, just warn them not to meddle with you and our daughter." Was it truly that simple? Ji Lishu raised her head slightly. Yunhen nodded. Ji Lishu remained skeptical. Given her nature, she would typically wish to dig deeper, but upon reflection, she decided not to press further since he chose not to share. Asking too many questions might provoke his jealousy, leading him to suspect she was concerned about others. Ji Lishu lowered her gaze, still pondering, when Yunhen abruptly turned her over, pinning her in place. Confused, she looked up, only to find Yunhen leaning down to gently kiss the corner of her lips. Yunhen felt his heart race. He pressed against her soft lips, intending only a light taste, yet those lips seemed to possess an enchanting allure, enticing him deeper. Ji Lishu's breath grew uneven, her fingers lightly brushing against his neck, her neatly trimmed nails glimmering with a hint of pink. In the midst of their tender exchange, it was only at such moments that Ji Lishu would softly and hoarsely call his name, utterly captivating. Just then, with a click, the door swung open. Xingjue entered, clutching a pillow, his expression dark and brooding. The other two immediately froze, Yunhen's face darkening as he swiftly pulled the quilt over Ji Lishu, shielding her, and then shot a cold glare at Xingjue. Without seeming to notice them, Xingjue picked up Shuang, lying beside Ji Lishu, and carried her to her own little bed. He then placed his pillow where Shuang had been sleeping, neatly tucked in the quilt, lying down facing Ji Lishu, unabashedly grabbing one of her hands and holding it tight. The chill emanating from Yunhen intensified. "Do not compel me to strike you. Leave at once." Xingjue met his gaze fearlessly. "To be fair and prevent anyone from straying. From today onward, we shall supervise each other." Ji Lishu had just given birth a little over a month ago, and the doctor had advised that they should refrain from intimacy for 3 months. He was considering Li's well-being. Simply holding her and inhaling her fragrance made it painfully clear how difficult this was. Xingjue, not trusting himself, was even less inclined to trust Yunhen. For the time being, it was best for them to sleep together. No one would take advantage. Yunhen exhaled through his nose, irritation rising. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who has strayed?" Xing Jue replied. What were you about to do just now? Even Yin Hen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had only intended to steal a kiss, nothing more. His self-control around Ji Lishu was not particularly strong, yet he was acutely aware of her current condition. How could he possibly risk succumbing to temptation midway? Get out. Tonight I will be with them. Yin Hen was exasperated and did not wish to engage him further. Xing Jue's tone was firm. I won't leave. You can join tomorrow night. There's space beside you. 5 minutes later, Xing Jue was unceremoniously ushered out with his pillow in hand. In a stroke of fortune, Yin Hen was also expelled alongside him. As they bickered incessantly, Ji Lishu interjected, Why complicate matters? And thus, the current situation unfolded. Yin Hen shot a cold glance at Xing Jue, then at the firmly closed door, refusing to relent as he approached and knocked. Lishu, someone needs to watch Shuang tonight. Let me in. Otherwise, you will be up several times, which is not conducive to your recovery. Silence was his only response. Yin Hen closed his eyes momentarily, turned, and grasped Xing Jue's collar, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. You brought this upon yourself. The two then jumped from the 4th-floor balcony to avoid disturbing Ji Lishu and Shuang's rest. Yin Hen dragged Xing Jue outside the villa, where they finally began to grapple. Chapter 215. Mischievous child. A heavy snowfall had persisted for many days, but it finally cleared. Xing Jue booked a botanical garden space, bringing Ji Lishu and pushing Shuang along, intending to bask in the sun and breathe in fresh air. It was said that this was a common practice among humans thousands of years ago, also known as airing out, beneficial for both body and mind. The space was enclosed by a series of transparent dome-like structures, the ceiling made of glass that maximized sunlight absorption. Inside the dome, a variety of plants were sealed within high-density, transparent containers, leaving only small openings for gas exchange. The botanical garden was suffused with sunlight and abundant oxygen. Shuang lay in a high-end stroller that could be easily concealed by pressing a button on the canopy. Ji Lishu pushed her along, with Xing Jue trailing behind the mother and daughter. A little further ahead was a pavilion, an ideal spot to take Shuang to soak up the sun. Xing Jue wrapped an arm around Ji Lishu's waist, smiling as he spoke. As Ji Lishu turned the stroller, her elbow accidentally brushed against a transparent box containing a small cactus. Just as the cactus seemed poised to fall, a foot unexpectedly extended from a corner, deftly kicking the box and catching it securely. Ji Lishu looked up to see the person responsible. Those familiar, slender eyes seemed to be filled with starlight, dazzlingly beautiful. Sunlight streamed through the glass dome, illuminating him with an intense aura of warmth. He met Ji Lishu's gaze and flashed a radiant smile, revealing his bright white teeth. Xing Jue, who had been on the phone behind them, sensed the commotion and hung up, stepping forward. He cast a glance at the unexpected visitor and gently pushed Ji Lishu and Shuang behind him. He addressed the man, Kusong. Kusong smirked, weighing the cactus in his hand. Xing Jue, you were careless. If this were to break, your partner and child would be in danger. The apparatus contained a plant growth inhibitor, preventing the enclosed plants from growing uncontrollably like those in the wild. Should the container break, the roots would quickly take hold and grow rampant. Generally, Beastman would not dare to address Xing Jue so directly, yet Kusong paid no mind. As the sole heir of the highest-ranking leader of Mubwa Island, his status was undoubtedly significant. At merely 20 years of age, he was already a master of SS rank. The high-density material is not easily shattered with a mere tap. Xing Jue replied expressionlessly. Kusong shrugged, his lips curling into a slight smile, nodding but remaining silent. But you, how did you manage to appear here when I had the botanical garden cleared out? Xing Jue inquired. The garden had been emptied in advance, with numerous guards stationed outside. How had he managed to enter? Kusong appeared unfazed, his smile unwavering. My brother's toy gun was left here. I came back to find it. He then tilted his head, his gaze drifting past Xing Jue to Ji Lishu. He seemed to be in good spirits, his eyes sparkling as they met hers. Kusong waved at Ji Lishu, beaming high, a human that even Xing Jue and Yin Hen find appealing, quite like a piece of cream cake. Who wouldn't want to take a bite? In the next moment, he tilted his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face. However, those eyes seemed so familiar to me. During that occasion at Banshan Bishu, Ji Lishu disguised herself with a mask, revealing only her eyes. Today, she was here for oxygen therapy and had not donned her usual mask. Kusong unabashedly scrutinized Ji Lishu, which displeased Xing Ju greatly. He coldly obstructed Kusong's gaze and sternly ordered, You may leave. If you need something, come back after we have departed. This place belongs to me now. Kusong smiled and nodded slightly, appearing amenable before turning to leave. He glanced around and called out, "Isang, let us go." Isang was the name of his younger brother. Xingju took Ji Li Shu's hand and pushed the stroller while they rounded a corner, moving forward as Kusong veered left. At that moment, a startled cry rang out, "Isang." As Xingju and Ji Li Shu turned to look, a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, was aiming a toy laser gun at a 2-meter-tall banyan tree, a playful smile on his face as he fired, causing the tree's vessel to gradually crack open. "Is this the toy gun Kusong spoke of?" Xingju furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled Ji Li Shu and the stroller toward the exit. The transparent box enclosing the banyan tree shattered, and the roots and branches began to grow wildly, shattering other enclosed plants as well. Suddenly, a riot of vegetation erupted. The banyan tree's branches extended countless roots, which rapidly twisted and intertwined, blocking all sunlight from the dome above. The gray-green roots slithered through the air like venomous serpents, approaching with a lifelike energy to shield against the whipping roots. Xingju reluctantly released Ji Li Shu's hand. It seemed he would face Yun Hen's wrath again upon returning, after finally bringing the mother and daughter out. Encountering such a troublesome child was truly exasperating. In the brief moment that followed, Xingju found himself ensnared by the banyan tree's roots, which formed a dense wall, separating him from Ji Li Shu. "I will hold them off. You two get out first," Xingju shouted. Ji Li Shu did not hesitate, dodging the lashes of the roots as she rushed toward the exit. Just a few meters away from the door, the banyan tree's roots rapidly grew, blocking the way. As Ji Li Shu drew out her Ji-Kong run, preparing to carve an opening, the wall was suddenly breached from behind. Ji Li Shu instinctively sheathed her knife. Kusong, his handsome countenance devoid of a smile, strode toward Ji Li Shu, grasped her hand, and called out to Xingju, "I'll ensure their safety. You take my brother out." The plants housed in the botanical garden were mere low-level seedlings, and even though they grew rapidly, they posed little threat to a 7-year-old Beastman. Hearing Kusong's voice, Xingju felt somewhat reluctant but realized there was no better option. He responded, "Hurry." Kusong led the way, while Ji Li Shu pushed the stroller behind. The short distance became increasingly arduous. "Hey, why are you still pushing that stroller?" Kusong glanced back, his tone exasperated. "Just carry them." He gestured with his arms, seemingly instructing Ji Li Shu to pick up the young ones. Ji Li Shu hesitated for a moment. Pushing the stroller was indeed cumbersome, and she had considered abandoning it. However, the stroller did not contain a small Yuan Lang or a small Tsanghu. Carrying out both would surely arouse Kusong's suspicion. Kusong turned back again. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Ji Li Shu glanced around, and seizing the moment when Kusong turned his back, she quickly scooped up Shuang, pulling her clothes to cover her face, trying to obscure her appearance. After considerable effort, Kusong finally cleared the obstructive roots, allowing them to exit. The mercenaries Xingju brought also rushed in with the plant neutralization agents to assist. Ji Li Shu stood at the entrance, holding Shuang, waiting for Xingju. She sensed a scrutinizing gaze behind her, but did not turn around. Kusong, however, maneuvered to stand in front of her, leaning down to study her with keen interest. "You understand what I'm saying, right?" Ji Li Shu averted her gaze, unwilling to respond. Her avoidance only heightened Kusong's intrigue. He reached out, covering her nose and chin, leaving only her cool, water-like eyes visible. He laughed heartily. "It really is you, the one who fought with that Beastman beneath the villa that night. I sent it? You're either a Beastman or a human. Which one is it?" Before Ji Li Shu could answer, a pure, fragrant scent of blood wafted toward him, accompanied by the unmistakable, rich aroma of pheromones. Kusong was momentarily taken aback. He suppressed his laughter, gazing intently at Ji Li Shu's hand, his expression becoming inscrutable. At that moment, a bloodstain had mysteriously appeared on her fair hand. With a half-smile, he remarked, "You're bleeding." Ji Li Shu suddenly felt an ominous premonition. She held Shuang, who was peacefully asleep and was about to wipe the blood off her hand. A large hand suddenly grabbed her wrist, pulling her hand without hesitation. Ji Li Shu struggled, but Kusong smiled and did not let go. "Don't move. At least rinse it off, or it could get infected, my lady." The washroom was just outside the botanical garden, and the mercenaries Xingju brought were stationed at the entrance. Water cascaded down as Kusong held Ji Li Shu's hand, his gentle gaze patiently washing away the grime from her palm, carefully avoiding the wound on her hand. The cold water and warm touch made Ji Li Shu acutely aware of her senses. When she looked up, she saw the man in the mirror, gazing at her profile. The wash basin was small, and with him grasping her hand, he leaned in closely, almost enveloping her in his embrace. With his other hand resting on the basin, he effectively trapped her. Ji Shu, through the mirror, met his bright, starry eyes without flinching. "You are truly beautiful," he remarked with a smile. His elongated eyes slightly raised. "Please move aside," Ji Shu spoke. She felt increasingly polite, even managing to say please. He smirked teasingly, loosening his grip slightly, leaning in closer, and seriously asked, "Would you like to try kissing me? I'm quite skilled." Chapter 217. Keep your distance from Kusong. Ji Shu turned to face Kusong, not shying away, but rather staring him down. He emanated a faint, unfamiliar fragrance. The slenderness of his eyes seemed to hold the brilliance of stars, captivating and enchanting. As his face drew nearer, Ji Shu remained composed and withdrew her face. He appeared somewhat incredulous. "You're rejecting me?" Ji Shu's expression darkened. If she were not holding Shuang, she would not just reject him. She would have struck him. "Step aside and don't make me repeat myself." She understood Kusong's identity. She had accidentally harmed his brother once, and he had saved her in return, so it was only reasonable not to be overly rude. "A kiss won't kill you." He raised an eyebrow. "It will." Ji Shu replied expressionlessly, and then forcefully pushed him away. Kusong, acting like a rogue, leaned back against the wall, a mischievous grin on his lips. He touched his nose, as if to mask his embarrassment. "No one has ever rejected me. The Beastman. I thought you would enjoy it." "Sorry, oh no." He smiled brightly, revealing his pearly white teeth. "You are different from them." Ji Shu observed him. Something was off. It was as if he already knew she was human and found it utterly unremarkable. At that moment, Ji Shu felt a vibration on her wrist. Looking down, she saw it was Xingju. "You should have come out by now." "Where are you?" came Xingju's slightly cold voice. "In the restroom. Wait for me. I'll be out shortly." "All right." Before she could hang up, Ji Shu felt a tug on her arm, a tingling sensation coursing through her hand. She turned to find Kusong grasping her hand, licking the bloodstain on her skin. His handsome face was pressed close to her, his tongue long and serpentine, delicately tracing the wound, meticulously licking away the remnants of blood until it was spotless. Ji Shu's mind raced, and she yanked her hand back, firmly gripping Kusong's throat, applying enough pressure to prevent him from swallowing the blood in his mouth. His neck was tightly constricted, his face flushing slightly, yet he maintained a playful smile. His dark pupils as pure and clear as gemstones. "Spit out," Ji Shu commanded coldly. He complied, tilting his head to expel the blood. "Isn't it good to let me be yours?" His tone carried a hint of regret. Ji Shu scoffed. "Do you think you deserve it?" This person, regardless of what he said or did, always wore a teasing facade, making it impossible to discern truth from jest. She had no desire to look at him any longer, nor to continue entangling herself with him. So she released Kusong's throat and prepared to leave. However, he suddenly reached from behind and grasped her injured hand. "Don't move." Just as Ji Shu was about to retaliate, he produced a band-aid from his pocket, his fingers clasping her wrist as he gently applied it. He smiled, revealing his pristine teeth, all done. Ji Shu glanced at the band-aid on her hand, took a deep breath, and said, "Let go." He seemed not to hear her, holding on tightly. "I want to apologize on behalf of my brother and this little cub," Kusong said, tilting his head slightly, revealing a tiny, rosy mouth of a baby peeking from his clothes. He chuckled softly. "I'll come back another day to apologize properly." As Ji Shu reached the restroom door, Xingju had already arrived. He glanced at Kusong following behind and asked Ji Shu, "Are you all right?" She shook her head. "Let us go home." As soon as they got in the car, Ji Shu spoke directly. "There's something." Xingju's wrist vibrated. He answered, and Yunhen's voice came through. "Are you back?" The cold, simmering anger in his tone was unmistakable to both Xingju and Ji Shu. He was upset. Nothing concerning Ji Shu escaped him. Xingju sighed. "I was just about to. Next time, keep your distance from Kusong and his brother." It was unclear whether this was directed at Xingju or Ji Shu, but the detached tone likely indicated it was meant for Xingju. After hanging up, Xingju turned to Ji Shu. "What were you about to say?" Ji Shu gently patted the baby in her arms and shook her head. "It's nothing now." Xingju frowned slightly, cupping her face with both hands. "Speak." Ji Shu replied, "I wanted to remind you to investigate Kusong and his brother. But since Yunhen has already pointed it out, it's best to keep your distance from Kusong. It seems they have already begun their investigation." Chapter 218. Commander Yunhen, Do not bully Xingju. As soon as Ji Lishu entered the living room on the first floor, she saw Yunhen. His suit jacket was casually draped over the sofa, and he wore a white shirt and black trousers that accentuated his broad shoulders and long legs. The sleeves of his shirt were rolled up to his elbows, revealing a glimpse of his smooth, muscular arms, with veins subtly visible beneath the skin. He stood with his arms crossed, his dark eyes fixed on Xingju, his thin lips pressed together, and his expression devoid of emotion. Ji Lishu raised an eyebrow, realizing that Yunhen had returned early, still in his clothes, and she wondered how long he had been waiting. Xingju appeared calm, accepting the possibility of a reprimand. Yet, he knew he was in the wrong, so he remained silent. Ji Lishu paused, turned, and handed the child in her arms to Xingju. She should be waking up. Take her upstairs. Xingju nodded and carried the baby upstairs. Over the past month, he had taken care of the little one diligently, handling everything competently. Ji Lishu smiled gently as she settled beside Yunhen, gazing at him with a twinkle in her eyes. Are you angry? She asked softly. Yunhen lowered his gaze to her. I'm not angry with you. You're angry with Xingju, Ji Lishu pointed out. He has often been reprimanded for sneaking her out. Ji Lishu understood Yunhen's concern for unexpected mishaps. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her chin on his arm as she looked up at him. Please don't hit him anymore. Yunhen's expression darkened. Are you feeling sorry for him? Ji Lishu hesitated, not entirely denying it. On the fifth floor, Xingju paused in his actions while changing the baby's diaper, waiting for Ji Lishu's next words. Not entirely. So perhaps you do care for him? After a long silence, Yunhen spoke. Training with me will help sharpen his skills. It's something he's been yearning for. Xingju rolled his eyes, but found it hard to refute that statement. Yelishu Kvistchund, dare you say you haven't taken the opportunity to vent your frustrations on him? Yunhen remained expressionless, continuing, to improve, he must endure real challenges. A few injuries are inevitable. If he doesn't sustain them here, he will face stronger opponents later on. Besides, he has no choice. Only by becoming stronger can he protect you and the baby. During their conversation, Yunhen had unconsciously pulled Ji Lishu closer into his embrace. Ji Lishu pondered for a moment, finding Yunhen's reasoning sound. If that was the case, she would not interfere. In the world of Beastmen, they had their own ways of interacting, which she could not meddle in. As Ji Lishu attempted to pull away, she suddenly felt Yunhen's grip tighten around her waist, preventing her from leaving. He lowered his head, his amber eyes fixed intently on her. The more you care for him, the harder I will strike. His voice was deep and steady, lacking any menace, yet tinged with a hint of jealousy. Ji Lishu met his gaze, remaining silent for a few moments before breaking into a smile. Commander Yunhen, if you're jealous, then direct your frustrations at me and don't take it out on Xingju. Yunhen responded, while Xingju added, Yunhen. Yunhen released his grip on Ji Lishu, turning his head away. Very well. Next time, I shall be even harsher. Xingju, holding the baby in one hand and a bottle in the other, frowned slightly, thinking it would be better to confront Yunhen. Ji Lishu did not leave, continuing, also, I believe I need to undertake specialized training against Beastman techniques. Otherwise, if I encounter another assailant like the one at Banshan Villa, my self-defense skills will be insufficient. Upon hearing her mention that harrowing kidnapping, Yunhen's expression instantly turned grave. He still felt a sense of dread from that incident. You're right, Yelishu affirmed. I come from a cruel world where humans devour each other. Now, I simply face even more formidable opponents. Moreover, with all of you around, Yunhen, I find it far from terrifying. Do not underestimate me as a delicate flower. Yunhen raised a hand, gently brushing her tousled hair. Ji Lishu looked at him with a smile in her eyes. So, in the future, I will still take the baby out for walks. It's not like we can remain cooped up forever until we capture those people, right? Yunhen let out a gentle sigh, appearing utterly helpless against her. For you, the most effective method of dealing with high-level beastmen is to shoot directly, avoiding close combat whenever possible. In this regard, Yunhen is undoubtedly the finest mentor. Ji Lishu furrowed her brow slightly. She had attempted to use her gun directly numerous times, but the beastman's speed was too swift, allowing them to evade her bullets. Yunhen tenderly stroked her head and declared, starting tomorrow, I will train you. Chapter 219. Do you like her? You're not qualified yet. The cold wind howled, and the night was as dark as ink. Outside the city of Talia, the dense forest lay silent like a dead city, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the chilling breeze. To the naked eye of a human, discerning objects just a few meters away in such an environment was no easy feat. Ji Lishu, clad in a tactical jacket and armed with several high-grade green pearls to ward off mutated plants, crouched behind a giant bush, wielding a laser gun. Remain still as long as the enemy does. However, after a prolonged stalemate, the dense thicket concealed her opponent, who had long since taken up a hidden position. Ji Shu had already been captured from behind 3 times. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and she instinctively spun around, only to find no one there. The dim forest was eerily silent. A thought flickered through Ji Shu's mind. She suddenly exerted her strength and charged toward the possible location of the enemy, quickly taking cover behind a tree trunk. Abruptly, a warm breath enveloped her, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps drawing near. Ji Shu realized the urgency of the situation and swiftly rolled into a patch of grass. After multiple training sessions, she had honed her ability to accurately and swiftly identify the vital points of the elusive figure ahead. With a gunshot echoing, the tall silhouette in the darkness abruptly halted. Under the simulated pulse impact of the laser gun, the man was forced to take a small step back, momentarily halted. He silently chuckled. After 5 days, you finally managed to kill me once. Ji Shu rose from the grass, brushing off the dirt from her clothes. I've died countless times, and you've only died once. That is quite a demoralizing statement. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Shu discarded her gun and lunged at him fiercely. The man reacted with lightning speed, grasping her waist to bring her down. Yet, Ji Shu wrapped one leg around his side, executing a nimble spin in midair, and seized his shoulders, driving her knee forcefully into his back. He did not evade and took the blow, letting out a muffled grunt, but he stubbornly clutched her waist, powerfully flipping her onto the ground. Ji Shu rolled away, slipping out from his grasp and unexpectedly delivering a right hook to his chin. He swiftly turned his head to avoid it, and with a sudden exertion of his elbow, he successfully pinned her down. Ji Shu gasped for breath, while Yunhen remained as steady as ever. He smiled down at her. Another loss. Ji Shu's voice was muffled. Yunhen looked down at her and, with restrained affection, kissed her forehead. Fool, what does winning or losing matter in a match against me? Even Qingya and Xingjue were no match for him. At my level, in close combat, I indeed cannot compete with a 4S. What tier do you think I might defeat? Ji Shu pushed Yunhen, attempting to rise. Yet, he remained firmly atop her, gently tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear. Are you tired? He did not directly respond to Ji Shu's inquiry. Instead, his expression softened as he asked her in a gentle tone. He was mindful of her condition, having given birth to twins less than 2 months prior. He was eager to commence her training, but he could only do his best to regulate the intensity during the sessions. Just as Ji Shu was about to speak, Yunhen suddenly turned his head, swiftly standing and pulling her up. He scanned the surroundings with alertness. Ji Shu remained silent, her night vision inferior to that of the Beastman. She closed her eyes, focusing on listening intently. The silence was interrupted only by a series of hissing sounds. Why are there suddenly so many snakes? Ji Shu inquired. Just as Yunhen prepared to lead her away, a slender figure emerged from the throng of serpents. Kaysen stood with arms crossed, leisurely stepping over the colorful snakes, a slight smile playing on his lips as his narrow eyes narrowed. He addressed Ji Shu, saying, Beastmen do not solely possess a humanoid form. If you can strike down these slender serpents in one blow, then you will have truly trained adequately. Why are you everywhere? Ji Shu retorted bluntly. Of course. I like you so much, Kaysen's voice, laced with an enigmatic grin, replied. As his words lingered, an overwhelming high-level pressure emanated from Yunhen. Kaysen slightly subdued his smile, casting a sidelong glance at Yunhen, whose brows were knitted in discontent, his deep eyes simmering with restrained anger. I summoned these snakes. Why not take this opportunity to practice? After a moment of silence, Yunhen withdrew his gaze, suppressing the darkness in his eyes, and softly said to Ji Shu, Go ahead. You need such training. She nodded and turned to find a suitable position to crouch. Kaysen flicked his tongue, emitting a series of hissing sounds as if issuing a command. The snake swarm immediately scattered, aligning with Ji Shu's training. Only Yunhen and Kaysen remained in place. Yunhen's eyes gleamed with disdain as he coldly remarked, Do you like her? You are not qualified yet. Chapter 220, The Best Scenario. Kaysen scoffed, unfazed as he replied, Don't speak so definitively. What if she takes a liking to me? That is not a possibility, Yunhen asserted with conviction. Kaysen's lips curled into a slight smirk, exuding a hint of wicked charm as he shrugged nonchalantly. Who can predict what the future holds? Yunhen's sharp brows arched, his gaze cutting like a blade. He made no effort to conceal the veiled hostility in his words. As far as I know, all your dealings with Talia have been completed. If you are so fond of Talia, why hesitate to return to Ubadeo? With others, Yinhen consistently maintained a composed and gentlemanly demeanor. But when it came to individuals like Kaysen, who harbored ill intentions towards Jilishu, he refrained from upholding polite decorum. You caught me. I indeed have a fondness for Talia, Kaysen admitted, his dark eyes fixed on Jilishu's direction. Especially now that I've encountered such an intriguing person. Yunhen frowned in silence. Although he had little interaction with Kaysen, he was well acquainted with Kaysen's father, Price, a formidable and inscrutable figure. Meanwhile, Jilishu lay prone in the grass, her gun firmly in hand, intently observing the area ahead. A breeze rustled through the grass, accompanied by a soft whispering sound, as if the night were speaking. Before her, the shadows of snakes intertwined, resembling the tendrils of a demon in the dark, their scales glimmering intermittently beneath the cover of the grass, cunningly elusive. Jilishu took a deep breath, and, as a shadow darted past, she immediately aimed her gun. With a crack of gunfire, the snake was struck down, twisting as it fell. A flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes. Each successful hit resonated with a slight tremor in the grass. And Jilishu lost count of how many snakes she had downed. She felt her aim becoming increasingly precise, her shooting speed and accuracy markedly improving. Just as Jilishu was wholly absorbed in her shooting, a faint rustling sound emerged from the grass behind her. She whipped around, only to find a 7 or 8-year-old boy standing behind her. She squinted slightly. It was Ethan. Despite not having seen his face at the botanical garden, she had encountered him previously at the Banshan villa. At this moment, in such close proximity, Jilishu was finally able to scrutinize his features. Ethan possessed a delicately rounded face, imbued with a youthful innocence, as he idly twirled a vine he had snapped off. The vine glimmered with an unusual sheen under the faint moonlight, clearly indicating it was a mutated species. He wore a sincere smile and gently called out, "Sister." Ethan raised the vine in his hand, stating, "It wanted to harm you, so I uprooted it." Jilishu replied calmly, "Thank you." After speaking, she turned her head away, no longer looking at him, her grip on the gun unwavering as she continued to focus on the front. Ethan tilted his head, curiously observing her in silence. After approximately 10 minutes, he remained in the same position, unperturbed. Jilishu could no longer restrain herself, and suggested, "You should go find your brother." Upon hearing Jilishu address him again, Ethan grinned widely. "I came specifically to apologize." Jilishu glanced at him, but did not respond. The one who ought to apologize was, in fact, her. At the Banshan villa, she had inadvertently injured him. Surely, Yinhen had addressed the matter appropriately. She was aware that the gunshot wound would likely be trivial for a young Beastman, yet it marked the first instance she had shot a child. "There's no need for you to apologize," Jilishu stated earnestly. Ethan shook his head. "I caused trouble at the botanical garden. I hope I didn't frighten your little sister." Jilishu squinted slightly, her tone growing serious as she asked, "What little sister?" Ethan explained, "Brother said it was all my fault for scaring your little sister that day, which is why I came to apologize." He tossed the vine aside and patted his chest with one hand, raising his voice slightly. "Brother said, one must take responsibility for their actions. What would you like me to do to make amends?" Jilishu furrowed her brow and replied, "It's unnecessary." Subsequently, she holstered her gun, stood up, and turned to leave. Jilishu found Yunhen and stated, "Let's go back. I am fatigued." Kusong and Ethan were privy to far too much. They had indeed uncovered the dual identities of the humans. She needed to consult Yunhen on how to proceed. Standing nearby, Kusong smirked knowingly, teasingly asking, "Ethan, have you told the beautiful sister you're sorry?" Ethan followed Jilishu, his tone tinged with grievance as he pouted slightly. "I did, but she didn't accept my apology. She said it wasn't necessary." "Is she still angry?" Kusong gently placed a hand on Ethan's head, advising, "You must show sincerity until she accepts your apology." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Jilishu's eyes. What scheme was this serpent concocting? Did he intend to use a child to entangle her? Yinhen grasped Jilishu's hand softly, glancing at Kusong. "Kusong, regardless of your intentions, for the sake of your father, I advise you to abandon any futile hopes. The one who will ultimately suffer is you." Whether Kusong's affections were genuine or feigned, none understood Jilishu's allure to Beastmen better than Yinhen. If Kusong genuinely fancied Jilishu, he found it entirely unsurprising. Moreover, she would never accept him, and Yinhen would never permit it. Thus, The eventual outcome would be Kusong's fruitless endeavors. Whether he would be disheartened was another matter entirely. Kusong's dark hair brushed against his brow, his obsidian eyes shimmering with an alluring yet sinister glint. He maintained a cheerful demeanor, casually curling his lips. Yinhen added with a hint of nonchalance, "Isn't your preference for hybrids?" Upon uttering these words, Kusong's smile faltered, and he immediately cast his gaze toward Ji Lishu, as if fearing her reaction. On their return journey, Ji Lishu shared her concerns with Yinhen. His eyes were clear and reassuring as he replied, "Do not worry. I have dispatched individuals to monitor Kusong and his companion, and I have imposed restrictions. They cannot currently leave Talia. If Kusong wishes to return to Mubo Island, he will inevitably seek me out." He drove with one hand while gently taking her hand with the other, bestowing a soft kiss upon it as if to comfort her. Ji Lishu felt a tingling sensation and tried to withdraw her hand, but he tightened his grip. "I haven't washed my hands. They're dirty." She frowned slightly. Yinhen chuckled softly, yet he did not relinquish her hand, showing no concern for her remark about uncleanliness. He continued softly, "Talia and Mubwa Island maintain a close partnership, and many of their industries rely on Talia for development. Even if Kusong or other high-ranking officials from Mubwa Island learn of your and Shuang's identities, they will still be wary of my status and dare not publicize it." As he spoke, as if to convince Ji Lishu of his words, he cast a deep glance her way, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. Understanding the significance of discretion in holding the leadership position of Mubwa Island, Price was certainly astute, and his descendants would not be foolish. His intention to conceal Ji Lishu and Shuang's identities was solely to prevent undue attention from falling upon them. However, Yinhen understood that no secret remains hidden forever. There would inevitably come a time when the truth would surface. Therefore, he needed more leverage to instill caution in others. Qingya and Yin Liujie were both instrumental in this regard. He would discreetly offer them some incentives, occasionally sending a photograph of Shuang to Qingya. He would also seek Yin Liujie's assistance, allowing him to feel as though he was contributing to Ji Lishu, fostering a sense of hope. Yet, all of this would remain unknown to Ji Lishu. She would never accept their overtures. This was the most favorable outcome. Chapter 221. Will you teach me? Upon returning from the dense forest outside the city, as Ji Lishu ascended the stairs and pushed open the door, she was greeted by the sight of Xing Ju cradling Shuang and attempting to soothe her. The little one's eyes were wide open, clearly devoid of sleepiness. "Why hadn't she gone to bed yet?" Ji Lishu was somewhat surprised, considering how late it was. Xing Ju glanced at her with a hint of resentment. He stepped forward and silently handed Shuang to Yinhen. "Tonight, Shuang is in your care." With that, he took Ji Lishu's hand and led her into the room. Yinhen looked at the closed door before lowering his gaze to the little one in his arms, his expression neutral as he turned toward the adjacent nursery. After Ji Lishu finished showering, she emerged to find Xing Ju's gaze still heavy, deep as a well, his lips curving downward. She couldn't help but smile. Xing Ju, his expression sour, retorted, "Why are you smiling?" He strode over, seized Ji Lishu's hand, and leaned down to kiss her lips. "You tell me, how long have you been with Yinhen?" "5 nights. As he spoke, a hint of grievance crept into his voice. "Ali, you cannot be so biased." Ji Lishu replied, "He is guiding me. I can guide you too." Xing Ju responded swiftly. She remained silent, gazing at him with a smile. This look made it difficult for Xing Ju to endure. He lowered his head and directly asked, "Tomorrow, I must be the one to guide you." He then added, "Let Yinhen attend to Shuang." Ji Lishu raised an eyebrow. "What is this? Are you starting to dislike the little one?" Although she said this in jest, she was well aware of how much both Xing Ju and Yinhen adored Shuang, perhaps even more than she, her own mother, did. Xing Ju huffed, squinting slightly. "Ji Lishu, don't you feel any guilt saying that?" Ji Lishu remained silent. When it came to managing Yinhen, she still had much to learn, but she was adept at teasing Xing Ju. Seeing her smile with mockery, Xing Ju suddenly lowered his head, grasped her face, and began to patiently nibble along her lip line. "I just knew you would bully him." After extensive and clandestine investigations, the source of the quantum entanglement teleportation device has been pinpointed to a secret research facility hidden beneath the waters of Yunhai City. Such teleportation devices have not been registered with the Intercity Alliance and lack globally recognized permits, rendering their production illegal and in violation of intercity security laws. The ruling government of Yunhai City risks condemnation at best, and at worst, may face demands from global powers to overthrow the current ruling class and establish a new leadership. Yinhen is resolute in sending individuals to infiltrate the underwater research facility, having orchestrated a series of intricate and detailed plans. Over the course of a month, Xingjue has embedded numerous aquatic and aerial orc operatives through various channels, employing both soft and hard measures, ultimately gathering comprehensive information about the underwater research facility, including the critical technology for the teleportation device. If such technology falls into the wrong hands, it is certain to be destroyed. However, should it be acquired by them, the implications would be entirely different. Yinhen desires this technology and aims to directly overthrow the existing government of Yunhai City, depriving Kettering of its backing. During this period, Ji Lishu has not been idle. Her marksmanship has improved considerably, and she has undergone rigorous close-quarters combat training specifically targeting high-level orcs. Although she may not be able to overpower Xingjue or Yinhen, she has learned to escape their grasp with ease. Occasionally, she disguises herself as a half-beast and visits Xingjue's mercenary camp to hone her skills. Consequently, her physical recovery has been remarkable, and her agility surpasses that of her previous self. Recently, Liujia has visited several times, expressing a desire to see Shuang Shuang. It has been repeatedly turned away at the villa entrance, until one stormy day, Ji Lishu, feeling sympathetic, made an exception and allowed him into the villa to take shelter from the rain. This was Liujia's second encounter with the little one. The first had been by the banks of the Lihe River, where he had been too flustered to truly observe her. She is undeniably beautiful. He gazed at Shuang Shuang in the cradle, unable to resist, lightly poking her cheek with his finger. At 3 months old, she was at the most delicate and charming stage of infancy, wrapped snugly in a blanket, appearing diminutive. Her tiny hand, only 1/6 the size of his, grasped one of his fingers, while her dark eyes curiously regarded him, her little mouth opening and closing as if to nibble on his hand. Ji Lishu glanced aside, offering no response. She sat on the adjacent sofa, sending messages to Yunhen and Xingjue, inquiring about their return. Liujia crouched before the cradle, his elongated fox-like eyes slightly lowered, radiating warmth. Shuang Shuang's hair was not jet black, but rather had a hint of blue, resembling the color of a blue jade cat. His previously pleasant demeanor faltered, and after a brief pause, he lightly remarked, "Your mother is more beautiful." He then cast a sidelong glance at Ji Lishu, who sat on the sofa, wearing a white sweater, the silhouette beneath it subtly different from before. Liujia's gaze dimmed. She has grown. A sudden clap of thunder resonated overhead, startling Shuang Shuang, who trembled as if feeling a profound injustice, pouting her little mouth as tears welled in her round eyes. Liujia awkwardly cradled her small ears, yet she continued to wail. Ji Lishu approached, lifting her gently and softly murmuring soothing words. On that ordinary thunderous afternoon, Liujia witnessed a scene he had never encountered before. Ji Lishu's visage, cool yet imbued with gentleness, resembled the gentle light of a newly risen moon, both bright and warmly illuminating. She cradled Shuang Shuang tenderly, her fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the infant's soft hair. The baby lay peacefully in her embrace, her rosy cheeks occasionally quivering as if playfully seeking attention from her mother. A faint smile graced Ji Lishu's lips, and as the breeze stirred the curtains, it brought with it the freshness of the post-rain air. Tom seemed to pause in that moment. Her fair and delicate features, illuminated under the lamp, resembled exquisite jade, radiating a pure and sincere beauty that captivated the eye. Liujia found himself momentarily entranced, rooted in place, unable to shake off the spell of the sight before him. Shuang Shuang, amidst her cries, eventually succumbed to sleep, lulled by her mother's gentle touch. Ji Lishu inadvertently looked up at Liujia, her gaze meeting his deep, reflective eyes, evoking a sense of contemplation. They exchanged a silent understanding until he stepped closer, wrapping both mother and child in his embrace. Before Ji Lishu could utter a sound, he gently lifted her chin and lowered his lips toward hers. Rather than a kiss, it felt as though his lips were pressed closely against hers. After approximately 3 seconds, he withdrew. Ji Lishu frowned, immobilized by her position with Shuang Shuang in her arms. Liujia's countenance, a blend of frustration and longing, hovered close, his gaze penetrating, tinged with ambiguity. Ji Lishu, I don't know how much longer I can endure, he spoke in a slightly husky tone. She stood there, porcelain-like in her flawless complexion, her skin luminous and smooth, her large, dark eyes clear and bright, captivating his attention, igniting a desire to possess the vivid colors of life she embodied. He had waited too long. When I learned you had given birth to this child for Qingya, I felt pain, jealousy, and despair, yet in the end, I could not abandon hope. Ji Lishu looked up at him, the warmth of his earlier touch causing her to furrow her brow, yet stirring a tremor within her heart, as if she too recognized the turbulence that had invaded her previously tranquil emotions. As he continued, a bittersweet smile crossed his face. After a moment, his voice bore a note of resignation. Ji Lishu, I am at a loss. Can you guide me? In truth, he wished to inquire whether resorting to despicable means to win her favor would yield the same outcome as with Qingya. However, that question remained unvoiced. At that moment, Shuang let out a few whimpers, breaking the silence between them. Ji Lishu snapped back to reality, turning to ascend the stairs with Shuang, perhaps needing a change of diaper. As the little one was uncomfortable, Yin Liujia longed to follow, but was halted by her command. Do not follow me. He paused, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Ji Lishu avoided his eyes, prompting him to leave as soon as the rain ceased. Yin Liujia remained stationary until her figure disappeared from sight. He lingered downstairs for a while before slowly retrieving a silver bracelet from his pocket, suspending it from the cradle's railing. The bracelet, intricately engraved with a lifelike fox head, was meticulously crafted and sized perfectly for an infant's wrist. Later, Ji Lishu learned from Xingjue that this was no ordinary bracelet. In fact, it was an energy converter that would automatically activate in the event of danger to Shuang, forming an imperceptible energy shield around her, enveloping her in protection. This shield acted like an invisible armor, capable of withstanding various physical and energy assaults. No matter the sharpest blade, the fiercest flame, or typical gunfire, none could breach this ethereal barrier. Xingjue observed the fox head on Shuang's wrist, deep in thought. He would need to be more courteous to Yin Liujia in the future. He was far too cunning. He had allowed Qingya's child to wear his silver fox bracelet. Was this not a blatant affront to Qingya? Chapter 222. Yin Liujia's advancement. The search warrant issued by the Inter-City Alliance against Yunhai City was on the verge of being publicly executed. Just one final step away from open investigation and trial. At this moment, the report from the personnel secretly stationed by Xingjue at the underwater research facility indicated that the entire base was undergoing a covert relocation. Should they succeed in this transfer, Yunhin's plan to exert global pressure to compel Yunhai Zhicheng to overthrow the existing ruling government would inevitably falter. It was akin to an almost cooked duck that could not be allowed to escape. He conferred with Xingjue, whose original plan involved leading 20 elite beastmen to infiltrate Yunhai Zhicheng and disrupt the relocation efforts until reinforcement from the Inter-City Alliance arrived. Subsequently, it was unclear how Yin Liuji had acquired this information, but he proposed to lead the covert operation himself. After 2 minutes of contemplation, Yunhin acquiesced to his suggestion, for he found Yin Liuji's reasoning irrefutable. Regardless of whether the mission succeeded or failed, if Xingjue's identity were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly affect the relationship between Tilia and Yunhai Zhicheng. However, if Yin Liuji were to take on this role, the repercussions would be negligible. The desert city was notorious for its misdeeds, and the cities it had wronged could only seek retribution from the Inter-City Alliance. As for reparations, none could be gleaned from the impoverished desert city. And when it came to assault, who would dare confront the terrifying horde of flesh-eaters? Moreover, the geographical distance between Yunhai Zhicheng and the desert city made any offensive calculations complex and fraught with risk. Thus, Yin Liuji, leading the 20 elite mercenaries arranged by Xingjue, secretly infiltrated the underwater research facility. Ultimately, without unexpected complications, Yin Liuji successfully thwarted their relocation. Presently, the Inter-City Alliance had openly intervened in the investigation, and once the evidence was confirmed, a storm would soon engulf Yunhai Zhicheng. However, the illicit research of teleportation devices at the underwater base was one matter, while Yin Liuji's clandestine incursion into Yunhai Zhicheng, resulting in the deaths of numerous beastmen, was another entirely. Consequently, a wanted notice issued by Yunhai Zhicheng swiftly circulated across the globe. At this juncture, Yin Liuji had been rescued by Phelan and brought to a small tribe of the Jin Diao people not far from Yunhai Zhicheng. As the forces of Yunhai Zhicheng were aggressively pursuing Yin Liuji, Phelan refrained from returning him openly to Tilia, fearing potential repercussions, thus opting to bring Yin Liuji to the Jin Diao tribe instead. This locale was characterized by a small villa perched atop a bald rock. The architecture of the Jin Diao tribe was predominantly similar with the dwellings of the Beastmen constructed as diminutive villas atop bare rocks. When Yunhin arrived at the Jindiao tribe, Yinliuji appeared to be in a state of delirium. What transpired? Yunhin inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Phelan. Phelan explained, our initial intention was to discreetly resolve the situation with the inhabitants of Yunhai Jiqing layer by layer, to avoid drawing too much attention. However, a few companions accidentally triggered the base's intelligence surveillance system, exposing our whereabouts. Outnumbered, Yinliuji made the brave decision to remain behind, confronting hundreds of the city's defense forces to ensure the survival of the rest of us. Yunhin lowered his gaze to Yinliuji, who lay on the pristine white bed, covered in blood and barely conscious, and fell into a moment of silence. To stand against hundreds of elite beastmen and emerge unscathed was likely beyond the burden of a 3S rank. Phelan nodded, affirming, yes, he is in the process of advancing. The transition from 3S to 4S was a lofty pinnacle unattainable by many beastmen in their lifetime. It was also a perilous ordeal. Yunhin stood quietly to the side, his voice calm yet resolute. Notify Boki to prepare high-grade green orbs, procure as many as possible. It is already in the works, Phelan responded, tightening his fists. Advancing while severely injured is even more treacherous. I fear he may not survive. The advancement of high-ranking beastmen, even with the aid of green orbs, was only a supplementary measure, for the only remedy to nullify the frenzy was a woman. Given Yinliuji's exhaustion and injuries, coupled with the struggle against his own frenzy, the odds appeared grim. Yunhin cast a cold gaze upon Yinliuji, remaining silent for an extended period. Presently, two physicians entered, binding Yinliuji's limbs with high-density restraints to prevent him from inadvertently harming others, before commencing treatment for his external injuries. While termed external injuries, internally, he had suffered 3 broken bones, 2 bullets extracted from his body, and a deep laceration from a laser gun on his abdomen, bleeding profusely and requiring numerous stitches. Yet, when compared to the frenzy accompanying the advancement from 3S to 4S, these injuries could be deemed superficial. After the physicians finished their work, they exited quietly. Yunhin remained silent for a long while before suddenly speaking, his tone icy. Even if he cannot endure, he must persist, if it comes to the worst. We shall procure a woman for him. This cunning fox had undoubtedly calculated this outcome. Yunhin had anticipated as much. However, he had not expected Yinliuji to be so ruthless, attempting to leverage his advancement as a last-ditch gamble. Did he truly believe that by acting thus, he would summon Ji Lishu to rescue him? Yunhin's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he scoffed. Approximately an hour later, Qingya personally delivered the 4S grade green orbs. The forces of Yunhai Jicheng are scouring the vicinity for Yinliuji. To prevent any missteps, I brought them myself, Qingya explained. Boki's urgent need for a substantial quantity of high-grade green orbs had reached Qingya, who received all pertinent information regarding Yunhin and Xingjue directly. Naturally, he was aware of their decision to launch a surprise attack on Yunhai Jicheng. Thus, he took it upon himself to deliver the orbs. After Xingjue had dispatched those circling the Jindiao tribe, he also exerted considerable effort to procure a woman from the tribe before arriving at the villa. Noticing Qingya's presence, he proposed directly, perhaps we ought to discuss our next steps should Yinliuji not endure. How shall we explain to the desert city? If Ji Lishu inquires, what shall we say? Qingya replied, nonchalantly, isn't there a woman available? Have you already concluded that he will not survive? Xingjue sneered, when you and Yunhin advanced to 4S. You must have prepared a woman in advance. Yet why was she not utilized? Xingjue had yet to experience the frenzy accompanying the 4S advancement. Yet he understood that a true warrior would not allow himself to be easily swayed by pain. To endure the frenzy, while being forced to accept an emotionally detached woman, was a sensation far worse than succumbing to the frenzy itself. Just as had it not been for Ji Lishu at the bottom of the Shidream forest cliff that day, he would never have bitten down. As Xingjue's words fell, Yunhin and Qingya exchanged a knowing glance, silently acknowledging the unspoken thoughts of one another. The emotions of beastmen were intense and extreme. Disliking someone meant just that, and if forced to accept, they would rather choose death. Moreover, given Yinliuji's feelings for Ji Lishu, should the green orbs prove ineffective, he would be left with no other path but death. Another hour passed, and Yinliuji gradually emerged from unconsciousness. His body trembled violently, as if swarms of ants were gnawing and crawling within him. His muscles swelled, veins bulged, resembling serpents writhing beneath his skin. Each convulsion was accompanied by the cracking of bones, as though he was enduring endless agony, even in such a state. The three of them stood outside the door, silently watching, refraining from uttering Ji Lishu's name. Yet unexpectedly, she appeared at the Jin Diao tribe. Chapter 223. She has arrived. Qingya's wrist communicator vibrated, and upon glancing down, he saw an automatic location notification. His heart resonated with a sudden roar. He spoke softly. She has come. He imported Ji Lishu's positioning information into the PSS global system, ensuring that any changes to her location would be automatically synchronized in real time. The reason Qingyu appeared here was due to a premonition. Perhaps this visit would allow him to meet her openly. Yunhen and Xingju had been absent for 2 consecutive days, and early this morning, the city of Yunhai issued a global wanted notice. Unidentified individuals had infiltrated the city overnight, resulting in the casualties of several Beastmen. The assailants were gravely injured, and a substantial reward was offered for assistance in their capture. The mere mention of gravely injured unsettled Ji Lishu's mind. She was aware that Yunhen and Xingju were likely planning an operation against the city of Yunhai, but they were reluctant to disclose specific details, which only heightened her concern. She attempted to contact Xingju, but received no response. When she reached out to Yunhen, his explanation was simple. Xingju had sustained minor injuries. Ji Lishu found this hard to believe. Consequently, she invited Ji Er and Mo Qi to the villa, entrusting them with the care of her 2 charges for the day. With numerous high-ranking mercenaries guarding the villa, safety was assured. She then piloted the Fei due to the location indicated by Xing, Ju, and Yunhen. It was a quaint white villa perched on the edge of a rocky cliff. There were no other buildings around, nor any plants obstructing the view. Standing in front of the villa, one could behold the vast ocean in its entirety. The surrounding rocks and sea breeze rendered the area exceptionally tranquil. As Ji Lishu opened the cabin door, Yunhen and Xingju were already waiting for her. She leaped from the Fei Du, and upon seeing the 2 before her, her heart finally settled. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of tall, cool figure lurking around a corner some 10 meters away. Her expression remained inscrutable, yet doubt began to stir within her. Why was Qingyu also here? Xingju strode forward, arms outstretched, intending to embrace Ji Lishu with a heartfelt expression. Ali, you came rushing here because you were worried about me, didn't you? Ji Lishu placed a hand against Xingju's chest, thwarting his attempt to embrace her. She collected her thoughts, adopting a demeanor of impenetrable composure. You're unharmed? Who is the person they are pursuing? Who is gravely injured? Both Yunhen and Xingju fell silent for a moment. Ji Lishu's gaze, as cold as water, swept over the 2 before shifting to the distant Qingyu. She seemed to have already deduced the answer. Such a mission undoubtedly required a high-ranking Beastman to lead the operation, and the most suitable candidate, free from any concerns, was none other than Yinlu Ji. Ji Lishu sighed inwardly. I should go take a look. After all, his injuries were incurred for her sake. Otherwise, he would not have involved himself in the conflict with the city of Yunhai. Yunhen remained quiet, his expression momentarily solemn. Then, his clear gaze traversed her delicate features, his eyes taking on an even paler hue. Follow me. Ji Lishu followed Yunhen and Xingju into the villa, where they found Yinlu Ji restrained on the bed, his limbs bound. He appeared to be in a state of delirium, his face flushed, eyes sunken, breathing erratic and chaotic, with cracks beginning to form on his skin, as if he were being scorched by fierce flames. Every inch of his flesh contorted in agony. He was unable to control his form, fluctuating between beast and human. Ji Lishu furrowed her brow and inquired, what has happened to him? Yunhen remained impassive, his clear gaze quietly assessing her face, responding softly, he is undergoing a promotion. What about the green pearl? Ji Lishu asked. Yunhen's tone was exceedingly calm. It has already been administered. Now, he must endure this on his own. Ji Lishu's heart seemed to leap violently at the phrase, endure this. Xingju glanced at her, well aware of the anxiety etched in her features. Sensing something ominous, he felt an urge to act. Ali, we should return. Ji Er is still at home. Ji Lishu appeared oblivious to his words, her gaze fixed on the agonized figure on the bed. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Ji Lishu and Yunhen sat on the sofa in the living room, waiting in silence. Qingyu stood outside the villa, gazing at the endless ocean, inhaling the briny sea breeze, yet he did not leave. He was indifferent to whether Ji Lishu accepted Yinlu Ji. He knew he had no right to feel envious. He simply wished to remain in the same place as her a little longer. Each moment spent near her alleviated the burning sensation within his chest. Just then, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Ji Lishu rushed into the room, only to find a massive hole in the window of Yin Luji's chamber, and the figure on the bed had vanished. Approaching the window, she spotted a giant silver fox at the cliff's edge, sprinting toward the precipice. Below the cliff lay the vast sea, waves crashing against the rocks with a thunderous roar, resembling the ocean's breath. The silver fox showed no signs of hesitation and leaped into the air like an arrow released from a bow, plunging into the sea. Its form streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the depths of the ocean. The water splashed high, ripples radiating outward. Witnessing the scene, Ji Lishu leaped through the shattered window. Moments later, the Fei Du appeared out of thin air, soaring swiftly toward the direction of the silver fox. Ji Lishu piloted the Fei Du close to the water's surface, searching for approximately 10 minutes before finally spotting the silver fox's form. It floated on the surface like a corpse, motionless and devoid of life. Ylishues hart reist uncontrollably. She secured a retractable rope to her body, halting the Fei Du in midair and leaped toward the sea. She landed precisely on the chest of the silver fox. She pressed her body against it, taking a deep breath to steady herself, then lowered her head to pat the fox's large head. Yin Luji, Yin Luji. The silver fox showed no signs of awakening, yet its chest remained warm, rising and falling gently. He was still alive. With this realization, Ji Lishu proceeded with her next actions. Biting her lip, she struggled to control her emotions and steadily maneuvered the other retractable rope onto the silver fox's body. Just as she completed the arduous task, she turned her head and met a pair of dark, penetrating fox eyes. Cold and sharp, they resembled a deep abyss. Ji Lishu felt her heart skip a beat as she called out, "Yin Luji." At the sound of her voice, the silver fox seemed to regain its senses. Its fierce expression softened, the chill in its gaze dissipating, and its eyes gradually became clear and bright. It appeared to recognize the person before it. Slowly, it transformed back into human form, its gaze filled with tenderness as it fixed its eyes on her, the depth of emotion in its eyes unmasked, surging like tumultuous waves. In this moment, Yin Luji was completely unclothed, his arms tightly holding the person in his embrace, unwilling to let go. Ji Lishu struggled for a moment, but could not break free. She managed to extricate her hands from his grasp, cupping his face and staring intently into his eyes. "We can't stay in the water for long. You might not be cold, but I will freeze to death." Perhaps it was this statement that stirred the delirious Yin Luji, or perhaps he truly feared for her well-being. Ji Lishu pressed the button on the automatic rope, and soon they were lifted onto the Fei Du. She dragged him into her single bed in the resting area, which at 8 meters, was evidently insufficient for Yin Luji. She tossed a towel over his body. Perhaps due to the numbing cold of the seawater, his chaotic symptoms began to subside. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Lishu entered the bathroom to change into dry clothing. Time passed in mere 2 minutes, and when she emerged once more, she found Yin Luji exhibiting signs of beastly transformation once again, his exposed skin beginning to crack. Ji Lishu, taken aback, discarded the towel in her hand and rushed over to embrace him. Yin Luji nestled his head into the crook of Ji Lishu's neck, instinctively inhaling deeply several times. As he slowly opened his eyes, he gazed upon the concerned, unguarded face before him, and a wave of warmth gradually washed over his heart. "Ji Lishu," he called out in a hoarse voice. At last, he saw her again. Since he could remember, he had endured a life of hunger and cold. After being taken in by Gideon, he lived a life on the edge, where death was a commonplace occurrence. He had long ceased to regard life and death as significant matters. Death, to him, was merely an ordinary event. He was not afraid of death. However, once a person harbors desires, it inevitably transforms into an obsession. The unattainable gnaws at the heart, leaving one restless and unwilling to succumb so easily to death. From the moment he met her at the dream banquet, he felt an inexplicable urge to conquer her. Yet later, instead of conquering her, he found himself deceived, manipulated, and belittled by her. Yet she became an inescapable obsession in his mind. He endeavored to please her, to win over Yun Hen and Xingju, and even to appease Qing Ya's child. He patiently waited, coaxing her step by step, but still to no avail. He could not force her. He had exhausted all methods, ultimately left with only one desperate gamble. If he succeeded, he would fulfill his desires. If he failed, he would die with dignity. Dying for her would be worthwhile. Yin Luji gently wrapped his arms around her, feeling her warmth and softness. He had won the gamble, hadn't he? A smile crept onto his lips as he raised a hand to caress her soft hair, whispering softly, "Xiao Li Shu, do you detest me?" He was gratified to see Ji Li Shu shake her head. He gently pulled her onto the bed, pinning her beneath him, his eyes slightly reddened as they bore into hers. He pondered his question carefully. He was merely asking if she disliked him. He thought that, at least for now, she did not harbor any fondness for him. But it mattered not. His affection was sufficient. He released his embrace, his robust form enveloping her entirely, his arms entwined around her waist, fingers tangling in her hair. His forehead gently pressing against hers, his gaze aflame with love and joy. He leaned down, planting kisses upon her hair, cheeks, and neck. Yunhen's actions were divulged to you by Gil, weren't they? Her voice cut through the moment unexpectedly, causing Yin Liujia's affectionate gestures to freeze abruptly. He lifted his body, staring down into her cool, water-like eyes. Ji Li Shu's lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke softly. You are well aware that you are about to ascend. Hence your desire to seize this opportunity. You intend to issue a pursuit order from Yunhai City, sacrificing yourself for everyone else. Otherwise, when has the mercenary Desert Silver Fox ever displayed such nobility? With a pursuit order, even if Yun Hen and the others do not inform me of your ascension, I would still come out of concern for them. As long as I arrive, you will have triumphed. Everything you have done for me, for Shuang, for Yun Hen, has been to pave the way for me to willingly assist you through your frenzy. At this moment, Yin Liujia propped himself up on one elbow, his other hand cradling the back of her head, his palm resting against her soft waist, their bodies fitting together without a gap. Yet, he felt a chill deep within. Yin Liujia had never seen Ji Li Shu smile so beautifully. The joy in her eyes lingered, exuding an ethereal grace, akin to a solitary orchid blossoming in a secluded valley. Yet she spoke in a cold tone. A fox is a fox. When it comes to scheming, everything is interconnected. A cold sweat broke out on Yin Liujia's forehead. Whether from the frenzy or anxiety, he could not tell. She knew everything. Yin Liujia struggled to force a faint smile, striving to steady his voice. Xiao Li Shu, to speak frankly, you have deceived me terribly, while I have only plotted against you this once. One scheme ensnares him for a lifetime. The smile on Ji Li Shu's face faded, her expression turning serious. But I detest being deceived. A flicker of panic surged in Yin Liujia's indifferent gaze, his jaw tightening as if enduring an unspoken tension and pressure, resembling a silent statue. After a prolonged silence, he closed his eyes, then reopened them with difficulty. His gaze fixated on Ji Li Shu's face, his fox-like eyes filled with pleading. Ali, just this once, I beg you, just this once. Ji Li Shu fixed her gaze on him. What do you wish to plead for? At that moment, his face was so close, his thick, dark eyelashes distinct. Gently fluttering as if to summon a breeze, his expression fragile, akin to precious glass, ready to shatter at a touch. I beg for your mercy, he whispered, his voice trembling. Ji Li Shu, with a semblance of a smile, retorted, what if I refuse? In an instant, the light in Yin Liujia's eyes seemed to extinguish. He supported himself, looking down at her for a long time, adopting an attitude of serene acceptance of death. If she chose to refuse, what could he do? Yin Liujia struggled to rise from Ji Li Shu's embrace. Yet at the moment he attempted to stand, she unexpectedly clasped him tightly, lifting her leg to pin him down. Straddling his waist, Yin Liujia was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his own movements. Ji Li Shu, like a rogue, gently tilted his chin with a finger. Her dark, fox-like eyes brimmed with tears, filled with sorrow, as if they might spill over at any moment. Yin Liujia suddenly raised his hand to shield his eyes. His voice was muffled. What more do you want? Speak, I'm listening. Ji Li Shu firmly pried his hand away, gazing into his eyes. However, I can offer you a chance for redemption. Yin Liujia felt a jolt in his heart, momentarily stunned. What? Ji Li Shu continued. I said I despise being manipulated by you. Yet I never said I disliked you. Yin Liujia stared at her in disbelief. Ji Li Shu smiled. You have schemed against me, but I will grant you an opportunity for atonement. I promised Xingju and Yun Hen that I would not take any other partners. You caused me to break my promise, and you must bear the full responsibility. Yin Liujia gazed at her smiling face, as if he were in a different world, illuminated by the dawn's first light, painfully dazzling to his eyes and heart. He swallowed hard, slowly raising his hand to shield his eyes. Ji Li Shu halted his motion, then leaned down, tenderly, ever so lightly kissing his lips. Now that we are both wounded, just remain still, understand? She is indeed willing. The mere thought that she now wholly belongs to him fills him with an indescribable joy that courses through his limbs and mind. He cannot help but envision a future where they are eternally together, a thought that brings him immense happiness. He reaches out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his throat constricting slightly as he leans down to gently kiss her forehead. After a moment of deep breaths, he rolls over, grabs the towel she had tossed aside earlier, wraps it around himself, and heads straight into the adjacent washroom. After Yin Liuji departs, Ji Lishu opens her eyes. She had not truly been asleep. His proximity had roused her. The disarray of her private chamber serves as a stark reminder of the events that have transpired. She struggles to articulate her current feelings, caught between a sense of resolution and an unsettling emptiness. She should have rejected Yin Liuji's request, yet when she gazed into those cold, fox-like eyes filled with anxiety and yearning, she suddenly comprehended the futility of her resistance. Perhaps it was a delusion, she mused. Had she merely let Yin Liuji draw a few drops of her blood, does that truly constitute a betrayal of Yunhen and Xingju? It felt akin to burying her head in the sand. Yet, she had initiated this entanglement, and whether to save him or not was her decision alone. If this was a debt she must repay, why concern herself with the form it takes? She could not simply rescue Yin Liuji this once and sever ties thereafter. What heinous act had he committed to warrant such severity? A memory surfaced of her words to Qinya. One must pay the price for their choices. Has she not done the same? The complications between her and Yin Liuji began when she had exploited him to confront Qinya. Since her choice had initiated this, she must bear the responsibility. Ji Lishu, summoning her aching body, retrieves a spare outfit from the wardrobe and dresses herself. The sound of the door being pushed open catches her attention. Turning around, she sees Yin Liuji, his well-defined chest glistening with droplets, a towel secured around his waist. A smile plays on his lips, and the atmosphere becomes charged with tension once more. The aggressive gaze from his fox-like eyes makes Ji Lishu instinctively avert her gaze. He steps closer, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and planting a kiss on her forehead. "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" he inquires. "I'm fine. I can't sleep," she replies, pushing her hair behind her ear and lowering her gaze, lips pressed together. She is still adjusting to the shift in their identities and relationship and avoids meeting his eyes for fear of discovering the tenderness reflected there. "Are you all right?" she asks nonchalantly while tidying the bed. Yin Liuji nods, his voice low. "Thanks to you, my little Lishu, this advancement was smoother than any I have experienced before." As he speaks, he gently clasps her hand, turning her to face him. He wishes her to see the vivid red mark on his chest, a cherished gift from her. Yet, Ji Lishu appears disinterested, gently withdrawing from his grasp and stepping back. "That's sufficient," she remarks, glancing at him. "You may leave now." Fei Du has now docked at the original small villa on Tu Yen. Observing her indifferent demeanor, Yin Liuji feels a pang of anxiety. Like a child craving security, he steps forward to embrace her once more. "Ji Lishu, I belong to you now. Where do you wish for me to go?" "Let go of me. I want to return," she demands. "I want to return with you." His tone is firm, yet tinged with desperation. "Have you forgotten? You promised me last night." Ji Lishu responds, turning her head away. Yin Liuji pauses, momentarily taken aback. Ji Lishu meets his gaze and continues. "Saving you is one thing. I can never bear to watch you perish. However, it is also true that I must fulfill my commitments. I need to provide them with an explanation." He recalls her words. "You said I should take responsibility. I will talk to Yunhen and Xingju. I will admit my mistakes. This was all my design. You cannot abandon me just because of this. Did I ever say I would abandon you?" Ji Lishu replies quietly. She must first clarify matters with Yunhen and Xingju, after all. "What?" Yin Liuji freezes, realizing Ji Lishu's displeasure. After all, this fox had indeed manipulated her. If you don't understand, then leave. Chapter 226. Where is the division? Yin Liuji is pushed out. To his surprise, Ji Lishu turns and flies away. He gazes at the Fei Du as it vanishes into the azure sky, a profound smile gracing his lips. After a brief pause, he turns to face the two imposing gazes behind him. Ji Lishu said, "I should provide you both with an explanation. I believe the best explanation would be to give you a good beating." He stretches his hands lazily, his face pale, yet his expression inviting trouble. "I won't fight back. You may come at me one by one." Even if he denies everything, the coincidences surrounding him are unmistakable. Anyone could deduce that this was all part of his deliberate scheme to win Ji Lishu's affection. It is only natural for Yunhen and Xingju to feel anger. No beast desires to share their mate. Even Yin Liuji himself laments that he encountered Ji Lishu too late, pondering whether he might have had a chance to claim her entirely. The moment before, Yin Liuji felt complete. However, facing Xingju and Yunhen, he now feels regret. Such is the nature of humanity, greedy and insatiable. Yunhen fixes Yin Liuji with a steady, inscrutable gaze before turning silently to leave. Xingju, however, remains. He stomps his right foot on the ground and swings a powerful punch at Yin Liuji, striking him with brutal force, each blow aimed mercilessly at vital points. Yin Liuji, having successfully advanced in rank, stand above them now. If he does not seize this opportunity to release his pent-up frustration, he may not have another chance. He does not evade the blows, but endures them stoically. Only when Xingju aims for his face does he slightly turn away, determined to protect his visage. Having spent considerable time with Ji Lishu, Xingju believes that his face is currently the most captivating aspect to draw her attention. The fox's appearance is often inherently superior, strikingly beautiful, and androgynous. Yin Liuji remains silent, but when he finally speaks, Xingju seizes the moment, landing punches and kicks directed at his face. If you dare strike my face again, I will retaliate. Yin Liuji exclaims, his anger bubbling beneath the surface. Retaliate then? Xingju retorts, unrelenting. A freshly advanced patient might not necessarily be outmatched. You shameless, conniving fox, Xingju grits his teeth. Yin Liuji allows Xingju to unleash his fury upon him, refusing to strike back or retort, only guarding his face. Eventually, Xingju grows bored of the exchange. Yet he is determined not to allow Yin Liuji an easy reprieve. Do you believe that this will win Ji Lishu's acceptance? Xingju states coldly. Yin Liuji pauses, momentarily taken aback. Xingju lifts his chin, gesturing toward Qinya, who has remained hidden in the shadows, unnoticed by most. Do you know why Ji Lishu has turned away from him? Yin Liuji. Xingju. Ali despises being deceived. He is, and so are you. If you do not wish to incur Ali's disdain, then refrain from appearing before her. A fleeting moment of anxiety gripped Yin Liuji. However, he suddenly recalled the words spoken by Ji Lishu moments ago, which steadied his heart. She had assured him that she would not abandon him. This was merely the trickery of this cunning wolf, attempting to unsettle him. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Yin Liuji's expression darkened, his voice turning frigid. Believe it or not. With that, Xingju turned on his heel and departed. Despite his utmost vigilance, he could not guard against this crafty fox. How could he not feel enraged? Having one Yunhen in the household was already enough of a nuisance. Adding another fox was simply intolerable. Ji Lishu was yet unprepared to confront Yunhen and Xingju, so she chose to flee back to Talia. Upon entering the villa, she was met with the melodious sound of a harmonica. She slowly walked into the courtyard, where she beheld a young boy playing the harmonica with his head bowed. The music flowed gracefully, akin to a babbling brook, its innocent melody dancing through the air. Beside him, a delicate cradle gently swayed, cradling two peacefully sleeping infants. The little one's face occasionally broke into a sweet smile, as if dancing with angels in a dream. The harmonious blend of music, gentle breeze, and warm sunlight wove a unique tapestry of tranquility. Were the young boy not sang, Ji Lishu might have found the scene rather enchanting. You have finally returned. Emochi and Ji Er greeted her from the side. Ji Lishu inquired nonchalantly, how'd he get in? Referring to sang. Ji Er explained, your little one was crying incessantly. He began playing the harmonica outside, and upon hearing it, the little one ceased crying and invited him into play. Ji Lishu's expression remained indifferent. Emochi tentatively asked, is everything all right? She shook her head, offering a polite smile. Thank you for your efforts. May I treat you both to a meal sometime? Ji Er chuckled. No need for a meal. I truly cannot adapt to dining at a table like humans do. Using chopsticks. I prefer hunting in the wild like a beastman. Just let me visit Duo more often, he added. This little one is clever and adorable. Surely no beastman could resist her charm. He had been quite astonished when he learned that Ji Lishu had given birth to a human girl. Yet now, he was even more astounded by the fact that Duo not only bore Ji Lishu's essence, but also possessed an innate aura of feline beastman. Ji Er was deeply curious. Not a Tsanghu, not a Yuan Lang, but a child of a feline beastman. So which cat could it be? Ji Lishu nodded politely, bidding him farewell. She then turned to the cradle. Isang gradually ceased his playing, smiling at Ji Lishu, his eyes crescent-shaped, revealing a charmingly innocent demeanor. Dressed in a blue hoodie, denim shorts, and white shoes, he exuded childlike charm. Yet Ji Lishu remained wary. "Why are you here?" she asked. Yi-Sang's eyes sparkled as he replied, "My brother brought me here. He said I scared the little sister last time, and that I should come to apologize." Ji Lishu questioned, "Where's your brother?" "He feared you would be displeased to see him, so he left first." The boy's words carried a hint of innocence and adorableness. Ji Lishu could not decipher what Kasong was up to at this moment, and had no desire to ponder it. She directly issued a dismissal to Yi-Sang. "Thank you for lulling Duo to sleep. You may return now." Then, she kindly inquired, "Do you know the way home?" Yi-Sang replied, "Ido. It's not far from here." Ji Lishu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Yi-Sang turned to the villa's entrance and called back, "Sister, may I come to see the little sister again next time?" Ji Lishu remained silent for a moment before responding, "No." Yi-Sang's smile quickly faded. His once adorable round face now appeared despondent, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as if veiled in a thin mist. "You should leave now," Ji Lishu reiterated. Subsequently, she cradled Duo and ascended the stairs to the villa. After Yi-Sang's departure, Yunhen returned to the villa. He ascended the stairs and pushed open the nursery door, finding Ji Lishu within. The sound of the door creaking open drew her attention. She turned slightly and met Yunhen's amber gaze. A jolt of anxiety surged through her. How could he return so swiftly? She feigned composure, turning her back and sitting cross-legged on the carpet, gazing down at the slumbering infant in the cradle. Yunhen approached her quietly, kneeling beside her. His presence radiated an undeniable chill. Ji Lishu slowly turned her head to glance at him. Only then did she notice the weariness etched upon his features. He wore a thin black shirt, his complexion pale and his eyes a striking crimson. In this close proximity, the moisture behind his gaze was all the more apparent. His typically imposing and aloof visage now revealed a veil of sorrow and fragility. Ji Lishu felt a pang in her heart. She hesitantly reached out to touch Yunhen's head, the icy sensation sending a sharp ache through her chest. It was a rare moment for her to feel guilt. Yunhen was so kind, yet she had allowed him to endure pain. But she had no choice. She could not bear to witness Yin Liuji's descent into madness, ultimately leading to his demise. Ji Lishu felt her throat tighten. Inhaling deeply, her voice came out hoarse. "Yunhen, what must I do to alleviate your sorrow? How can I prevent you from feeling this way?" His amber eyes suddenly narrowed. This was the first time Ji Lishu had spoken to him in such a soft and gentle manner. Gradually, she rose, embracing Yunhen. Leaning down, she affectionately pressed her face against his. "I do this to save Yin Liuji. I cannot bear to see him perish." Suddenly, Yunhen wrapped his arms around her waist, his voice low and hoarse. "Do you like him?" The question carried an accusatory weight. He could have sought another woman to help Yin Liuji. So why had she chosen to intervene? If she did not harbor feelings for Yin Liuji, he could not fathom another reason. Ji Lishu bit her lip and met his gaze, noticing a hint of sorrow in his amber eyes. She paused to collect her thoughts, then spoke slowly. "From the very beginning, I was the one who pursued him, and it was because of me that he was gravely injured. Yunhen, I am the one who made the mistake between us. Thus, he is my responsibility. The severe injury that led to his madness is something he cannot withstand. I had no choice." Yunhen fell silent. Ji Lishu glanced at him and continued, "Regarding him, I cannot discern whether it is guilt or affection I feel." As they embraced, the buttons of his shirt had unknowingly come undone, revealing the faint outline of a spiritual mark upon his chest. Ji Lishu's gaze fell upon the vivid red mark. Yet, she softly uttered 2 words. Staring intently at him, she declared, "I do not know if I like Yin Liuji, but I'm certain that I truly adore you. A kind of affection that necessitates our eternal togetherness. It is because of your presence that I find a life of 2 far more fulfilling than that of one." She, who was once so solitary, had chosen to allow Yunhen to enter her world. Yunhen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a confession. He understood, yet he also knew she spoke to comfort him. Thus, he remained upset and pained. Lowering his head, he opened his eyes and plaintively murmured, "Then why did you entice so many others? Little deceiver, is it not said that the lives of 2 individuals are better than one?" His palm pressed against the back of her head, preventing her retreat as he kissed her tenderly. Ji Lishu emerged from a refreshing shower, wrapped in her comfortable long-sleeve attire. Yunhen leaned closer to inhale her scent, only relenting when the aroma of the fox dissipated. "Do you still feel sorrow?" Ji Lishu nestled in Yunhin's embrace, surrendering to his hold. Yunhin refrained from answering directly. Instead, hoarsely inquired, "Would you permit Yin Liujia to move into the villa?" Yin Liujia had obtained Ji Lishu's spirit seal through cunning schemes. Thus, Yunhin could not help but harbor a flicker of hope that she might also reject the fox. However, Ji Lishu's response was to lower her gaze and remain silent. A sigh escaped Yunhin's heart as he spoke with a somber tone. "Lishu, I will feel sorrow, profound sorrow." Ji Lishu gently asked, "Then tell me, what must I do so that you will not feel sorrow?" Yunhin gazed at her and replied, "In 2 years. Once your body has healed, help me bear a litter of young." At these words, Ji Lishu abruptly lifted her head, a realization striking her. Hesitantly, she stammered, "Yunhin, is there a possibility of, perhaps, post-coital contraceptives?" Yunhin momentarily froze, the sorrow in his eyes unmistakable. He understood everything without needing to articulate it. When he had been in a frenzy, Ji Lishu had merely fed him a bit of blood. Yet, for Yin Liujia, she was willing to go to such lengths. Yunhin inhaled deeply, his amber gaze seeming to constrict with each breath. He was straining to contain his emotions. Ji Lishu, unable to bear his distressed state, clutched his waist tightly. Yunhin closed his eyes, seeking to calm himself, before finally saying, "Tomorrow, I shall take you to see a doctor. You are weary and need rest. Contraceptives, akin to abortifacients, are globally prohibited substances. A fetus is too precious. Such options are inconceivable." He could only take her to the hospital the following day. In the darkness, his tiger-like eyes were cold and indifferent, concealing his anger. He had intended to overlook Yin Liujia, but it seemed that was no longer an option. Late at night, when Xingju returned, he had intended to embrace Ji Lishu, only to find Yunhin already holding her as they slept, prompting him to refrain from disturbing them. It appeared Yunhin had successfully pacified her. Xingju cast a glance at the fair face nestled in the blankets, snorting in disdain. He could not allow himself to be so easily placated. Who had once declared that he would be her sole companion? Just one, and now, he was on the verge of gathering all 5 fingers. 3 days later, Yin Liujia appeared at the entrance of Xingju's villa, a black casual backpack slung over his shoulder. His voice was clear and joyful as he called out to Ji Lishu, who was having breakfast on the first floor. Upon hearing his voice, she turned her head to glance at him, clad in the brown trench coat he had worn when she first encountered him at the dream banquet. He stood in the doorway, illuminated by the light, his tall and handsome figure resembling a finely sculpted statue. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and a carefree smile graced his lips, as though he had shed all shadows and emerged untainted. His deep gaze was fixed intently on Ji Lishu, brimming with unspoken affection. Having been battered by Xingju during their time at the Jindiao tribe, Yin Liujia had employed various methods over the past 3 days to conceal his bruises. Finally feeling brave enough to visit Ji Lishu, he could no longer wait. Arriving in Talia late last night, he had refrained from disturbing Ji Lishu's rest, opting to wait outside the villa until he heard her awaken before entering. However, upon seeing her, Yin Liujia could not suppress the smile that spread across his face. Yet, Ji Lishu merely glanced at him before averting her gaze, returning to her meal. Yin Liujia was momentarily taken aback, a sense of disappointment welling within him. Though he concealed it well, had he not willingly allowed himself to be accepted by Ji Lishu? Despite his manipulations, he still felt uncertain. Would she cast him aside? Today, with Yunhin having left, Xingju remained to keep her company. Most of the time, they would take turns staying at the villa, partly to care for Shuang, fearing Ji Lishu might overexert herself, and partly for the safety of mother and daughter, as Keterin had yet to be located. At that moment, Xingju regarded Yin Liujia with a stoic expression, not intending to engage with him. Yin Liujia, feeling somewhat dejected, pouted and moved to sit beside Ji Lishu, wrapping his arms around her. "Xiao Lishu, I have missed you," he whispered softly into her ear, a cool breath brushing against her skin. "Will you allow me to join you for a meal?" Ji Lishu furrowed her brow in discomfort, slowly placing her chopsticks down and gently pushing him away. Her gesture was polite yet firm, leaving no room for refusal. Yin Liujia complied, releasing her but not forgetting to steal a kiss on her cheek. Xingju's expression darkened instantly. He scoffed, stating, "This is my territory. Who permitted your presence?" Yin Liujia's eyes turned cold as he retorted, "Ji Lishu is my partner. Wherever she is, I shall be." Now, he was entitled to make such a declaration. Xingju replied, "And what of it? This is my house, and I hold sway here." Yin Liujia, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had no desire for Xing Ju's abode, yet with Ji Lishu here, he had no alternative but to stay. There is no room for you here. Xing Ju pointed to the toy castle outside the yard. See that? That is where you shall sleep. Yin Liujia cast a cold glance at Xing Ju, ignoring him entirely as he took Ji Lishu's hand. I shall not heed his words. I will listen to you, Xiao Lishu. Wherever you say I should stay, I shall remain. Ji Lishu slowly raised her gaze to meet Yin Liujia's, pausing for a few seconds before responding. Then you should heed Xing Ju. Yin Liujia was momentarily stunned. However, he felt fortunate that she had not sent him away. Since Ji Lishu had spoken, he could not put her in a difficult position. He turned to Xing Ju, his tone suddenly cold and resolute. I do not agree to your arrangements. Xing Ju remained expressionless. What do you wish to do then? Yin Liujia replied. Let us settle this with a fight. In a Beastman household, when disagreements arise among members, the most direct resolution is to engage in combat. The loser must heed the winner. Xing Ju scoffed. I refuse to fight. Was he foolish? Yin Liujia had just ascended to the 4S level, although he had only recently achieved it. The disparity in combat strength between 4S and 3S was not negligible. Reflecting on this, Xing Ju felt a pang of frustration. Even the abandoned cat had reached 4S. It seemed he needed to strive harder to level up. Otherwise, he would be the lowest tier in the family, which was quite embarrassing. Yin Liujia harbored a strong desire to decisively confront Xing Ju, yet he felt compelled to maintain his composure, not wishing to leave a negative impression on Ji Lishu upon entering. Meanwhile, Ji Lishu remained engrossed in her breakfast, her head bowed. She felt oddly reminiscent of a consort in the ancient times, caught in a web of complexities surrounding a powerful official. This atmosphere felt peculiar, and she found herself at a loss regarding the situation, opting instead to feign ignorance. At that moment, Shuang, nestled in her cradle, began to stir and murmur softly. Just as Ji Lishu intended to rise and attend to her, Yin Liujia preemptively placed a hand on her shoulder. You finish your breakfast. I shall take care of her, he promptly declared. Ji Lishu paused, taken aback by his unexpected offer. To her astonishment, Yin Liujia adeptly lifted Shuang from the cradle, gently patting her and soothing her in a soft voice. Over the past 3 days, he had diligently stayed up late to acquire knowledge on how to care for human females and infants. He first checked Shuang's diaper, finding it dry, thus ruling out that concern. He then delicately stroked the baby's chin, causing her to cease her cries and stick out her tiny tongue. It seems she is hungry, Yin Liujia remarked. Where's the formula? He inquired of Xing Ju. Xing Ju raised a hand, indicating the location of the milk powder. Yin Liujia demonstrated a remarkable proficiency in preparing the milk, even testing the temperature against his wrist, and exhibited immense patience while feeding, ultimately taking care to burp Shuang gently. Throughout this, Xing Ju maintained a stoic demeanor, observing Yin Liujia's attentiveness with an air of indifference. The clever and cunning fox understood that he was a newcomer in this household, likely to face exclusion from Yunhen and Xing Ju, and was aware that his methods of ingratiating himself were less than honorable. Thus, he deliberately sought to win Ji Lishu's favor, clearly believing that caring for Shuang would earn him high marks. After breakfast, Xing Ju retreated to his study to attend to his work. He held no concerns that Yin Liujia would take the opportunity to approach Li, as from Ji Lishu's demeanor towards the fox that day. It was evident that mere acts of kindness, such as preparing milk and tending to a child, would not suffice to win her over. Yin Liujia's acquisition of the Ling Yin was inconsequential. The journey ahead remained long. Ji Lishu returned to her room with Shuang in her arms, and without a moment's hesitation, Yin Liujia followed suit. Just as she reached the door, she abruptly halted and turned around. Yin Liujia promptly stopped as well. She merely gazed at him with a calm expression, her lips pressed tightly together, voicing no words. Her thick hair fell over her brow, softening her previously imposing demeanor and emanating a gentle aura. Her amber eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, embodying a combination of languor and fierce determination that was impossible to overlook. For a fleeting moment, Ji Lishu found herself momentarily entranced. She averted her gaze, dismissively stating, "Do not follow me. Do whatever you please." Yin Liujia regarded the head that barely reached his chest, maintaining his usual expression, yet his heart raced, hesitant to advance further. Ji Lishu turned and entered her room, gently closing the door behind her. The fox's eyes remained fixated on the door that had been shut without mercy, his expression tinged with frustration. However, Upon reflection, he realized he was finally able to be near Ji Li Shu, even if she still maintained her distant demeanor. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes and inhaling the familiar fragrance that filled his chest. As he opened his eyes, the feelings of disappointment and fatigue dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile. They had ample time ahead of them. Liujia settled onto the sofa in the first-floor hall, opening the equipment in his black backpack to begin remotely handling various tasks. After approximately 2 hours, Ji Li Shu, while browsing the Yunwang, stumbled upon a sensational piece of news that had surged to the top of the charts within merely half an hour. The desert city announces that the supreme leader Liujia will establish a base in Teliyar. This announcement was issued by the governing body of the desert city, stating that a dedicated office would be established in Teliyar, along with subsequent arrangements. Once released, speculation began to arise. Is the entire governing body of the desert city relocating to Teliyar? Could it be that the desert city is embarking on a new collaboration with Teliyar? No wonder Qingmu City sought to negotiate with Liujia. With the desert city and Teliyar united, who could possibly contend? Is Liujia settling in Teliyar because he has found a partner? Amidst the myriad opinions, Liujia discreetly expressed his agreement on this particular viewpoint using his personal account, which did not escape the public's notice. Shortly thereafter, an unidentified IP posted several high-definition images, featuring none other than Liujia, capturing him waiting outside Xingju's villa the previous night and entering the villa early that morning. Xingju's villa was situated in the heart of Teliyar, a prime location that was both luxurious and ostentatious, reflecting Xingju's flamboyant style, making it nearly impossible for anyone to remain unaware. This revelation propelled the news to the forefront. Let me guess, Liujia's partner must be residing within Xingju's villa, right? To the one above, remove the must. This is already solid evidence. The abode of a partner is a critical fortress for Beastmen, never allowing outsiders easy access. The fact that Liujia could enter so openly made the truth abundantly clear. What kind of human resides therein? Yunhen, Xingju, and Liujia have all been captured. In such a household, who in the world could possibly rival them? Now, a question arises. Qingyao once harmed Yunhen's partner. So why has Liujia been able to reconcile with Qingyao? The onlookers on Yunwang contributed a plethora of opinions on this matter. Yet, all discussions remained mere speculation, with no one privy to the actual truth. Naturally, Xingju was also aware of the fervent discussions taking place on Yunwang. He promptly approached the living room, confronting Liujia with the authority befitting the head of the household. Who gave you the right to unilaterally disclose your relationship with Ali? Liujia reclined on the sofa, a laptop resting on his lap. He met Xingju's gaze, his long brows lifting slightly, eyes sharp as blades, lips curling in a semblance of smile. Everyone knows your relationship with her. If you can, why can't I? I'm also Ji Li Shu's partner. The significance of status was paramount, and Liujia was determined to assert his claim. Xingju replied, Ji Li Shu is far too special. And given that the group from Kotelin has yet to be apprehended, both Yunhen and I are striving to keep her identity concealed from public scrutiny. Your strength indeed adds an extra layer of protection for her, but you should not so easily thrust her into the limelight. Liujia's gaze sharpened momentarily before he stood up. He scoffed, what good is hiding? Haven't you already reshuffled the ruling body of Yunhai City? Each one of them has been investigated, hasn't it? The entirety of Yunhai City has been scoured, hasn't it? Have you located Kotelin? What have you uncovered? Nothing at all. Am I right? Liujia regarded Xingju, maintaining a nonchalant expression with a hint of mockery. Xingju's expression hardened, preparing to retort, but Liujia interrupted him. Revealing my relationship with Ji Li Shu will deter those merely seeking excitement, preventing them from probing into her true identity. However, Kotelin is different. They will not relent easily. The best opportunity lies in hastening actions before the establishment of the desert city's base is completed. Otherwise, they will have even less chance to act in the future. Xingju suddenly fell silent. He had to concede that Liuji was correct. All the clues they had gathered pointed to Yunhai City. Yet even when Yunhen turned the city upside down, he could not unearth those individuals. Since taking the initiative proved futile, perhaps they could try the strategy of capturing a turtle in a jar. Let's discuss this further when Yunhen returns. Xingju compromised. Chapter 230. The path to family balance. Ji Li Shu stood at the corner of the staircase, eavesdropping on their conversation with clarity. Below, two tall figures faced each other, their presence equally formidable, one exuding ruthless ferocity, the other displaying unrestrained flamboyance. In the past, she would have kept her distance from such characters, avoiding any engagement or provocation. She found it hard to believe that individuals like them could harbor genuine emotions. Yet, when she truly encountered them, they acted like guardians, repeatedly shielding her and transforming peril into safety. It seemed that as long as they were present, any adversity could be surmounted. She even perceived these individuals as the greatest variable and fortune of her life. Listening to their meticulous plans for her, a torrent of emotions surged within her. Yet her resolve remained unwavering. Both she and Shuang would thrive. There would always be a way for beings like them to exist in this world. One day, they could live openly as themselves, without pretense or concealment. Ji Lishu, Yin Liuji, faced the staircase and was the first to notice her. Instantly, a smile graced his features, enhancing his already charming visage. Ji Lishu merely glanced at him, calling out to Xingju and waving him over. Xingju promptly turned and strode towards her. "What is the matter?" he inquired softly. "Come upstairs with me. I need your assistance with something," Ji Lishu replied. Xingju was more than willing. He wrapped an arm around Ji Lishu and ascended the stairs, casting a glance back at Yin Liuji. He was gratified to see the unmistakable disappointment etched on Yin Liuji's face. Yin Liuji stood rooted, his gaze fixed on Ji Lishu's retreating figure, remaining motionless for a long while. It was only when their silhouettes vanished from view that he slowly averted his gaze. He reassured himself inwardly, urging patience and dispelling worry. One day, Ji Lishu would come to like him. By then, she would rely on him and seek his help. The two ascended the staircase. Ji Lishu led Xingju into the boxing room, which he had prepared on the third floor for her training. "What do you need help with?" he asked with a smile. Ji Lishu inquired, "Have you completed your work?" He nodded, casually affirming, "Of course." At that moment, even if he had not finished, he would claim he had. "With Yunhen absent, I want you to accompany me in practicing some free fighting." Xingju readily accepted, of course. He practiced with Ji Lishu for a while. Though not inherently patient, he devoted all his patience to Ji Lishu and Shuang. Whenever she faltered in her movements, he gently corrected her stance, demonstrating how to evade attacks more effectively. When she grew weary, he would lean in to kiss her forehead, reassuring her that she was performing admirably. They trained for 2 hours, and only upon Xingju's insistence did Ji Lishu finally cease. He took a towel and wiped the sweat from her brow, conversing as he did so. "Ali, Yunhen is unmatched in skill. She is not suited to be your sparring partner. I'm just right. My strength is considerable. If you can devise a set of moves capable of defeating me or escaping from my grasp, you will be able to handle 99% of the beasts in this world." Ji Lishu took a sip of water, but did not respond. She had begun to grasp the essence of family balance, that no task should be shouldered by one person alone. With another presence downstairs, she felt somewhat troubled. At that moment, the door to the boxing room swung open. Xingju's expression darkened, his gaze fixated with displeasure on the intruder. "Who allowed you to come up here?" Yin Liuji disregarded him entirely, his eyes locked on Ji Lishu, calm and gentle. "The lunch hour has passed. You must be hungry. I prepared some human food for you to try." Ji Lishu noticed the glimmer of hope in his eyes and could not bear to reject his kindness. She nodded and followed him downstairs. Xingju, feeling the heat, had just finished practicing and was covered in sweat. He decided to shower first, knowing that Ali despised the odor of sweat. Chapter 231. We shall not let it witness the sunset as dusk fell. Yunhen returned just before Ji Lishu was about to have dinner. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted Yin Liuji seated on a lounge chair outside the villa, playing with a shuang. Hearing footsteps, Yin Liuji turned his head. During this meeting, both exchanged glances laced with deeper, conflicting emotions. A shuang bounded excitedly towards Yunhen, thrilled to see a familiar face. Yunhen merely glanced at Yin Liuji, failing to offer the usual indifferent yet polite nod, let alone a greeting. He stepped directly into the villa without uttering a single word. A shuang followed closely behind him into the house. Yin Liuji watched the retreating figures of the man and wolf, a hint of melancholy in his expression. He lay back, hands behind his head, gazing at the crimson sky. The warmth and allure of the villa were palpable, and even the sounds emanating from within painted a vivid picture in his mind. If a shuang could enter the house, why could he not? After a day spent without reaching an agreement with Xingju, Yin Liuji was left to sleep in this toy castle. Fortunately, when he had crafted this castle, he had considered the exuberance of the little ones, constructing it spacious enough for him to lie down, even accommodating his beast form. As night deepened, Ji Li Shu went upstairs to rest. Yin Liuji followed, climbing to the highest level of the castle. From this vantage point, he could faintly see her silhouette through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. Shuang lay peacefully in the cradle. Ji Li Shu leaned on the sofa, preparing to order some baby supplies from the online store, as well as stock up on provisions for a Shuang and Xiao Juzi. As a novice parent, she found herself overwhelmed by choices. Typically, Yin Hen and Xing Ju would handle these preparations, and now she was unsure which brand to select. Having spent too long browsing, Xing Ju grew impatient and leaned in to kiss her. Outside the window, Yin Liuji observed Ji Li Shu's sudden frown, wishing he could swat Xing Ju away. Fortunately, Ji Li Shu pushed Xing Ju's head aside, exclaiming, "Stop it! I'm buying things for a Shuang." A Shuang, who had been quietly swaying the cradle, instantly perked up at the mention of his name, tilting his head to look at his mistress. Ji Li Shu noticed a Shuang's movement and glanced at the little white wolf. Then at Shuang, realizing she had already fallen asleep. "A Shuang, you're wonderful. You've saved me the trouble," she praised naturally. The little white wolf's tail wagged excitedly, as if he understood his mistress's compliments. Xing Ju's expression was resentful. "She has never praised me." He ground his teeth and pulled Ji Li Shu into his embrace. A Shuang immediately bared his teeth, issuing a low warning growl from deep within. Xing Ju shot a cold glare at the little white wolf. "You truly are an ingrate. Do not forget who your first master is." Ji Li Shu, feeling somewhat helpless, quickly raised her hand to silence a Shuang. "Shuh, you'll wake Shuang." A Shuang finally calmed down, yet she cast a vigilant gaze at Xing Ju. Holding Ji Li Shu close to his chest, Xing Ju leaned down to kiss her, murmuring softly, "Is it truly remarkable to Su child can accomplish such a feat?" Ji Li Shu glared at him before delivering a light smack on his head. "What are you saying?" However, Xing Ju persisted, unyielding. Yin Lu Ji had ultimately appeared here, the kind that could not be driven away from this moment onward. How could he not feel anxious? When it was just Yun Hen and him, he was already at a disadvantage, as Ali favored Yun Hen more. With the arrival of Yin Lu Ji, his life would surely become even more difficult. Now, even a mere pet had to compete with him. Xing Ju, unabashed, insisted on a confession. "Tell me, do I not have an exceptional physique?" Before he could finish, Ji Li Shu swiftly covered his mouth, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Xing Ju was not always like this. Though he had been audacious and unruly, he had never been so brazen before. His deep-set eyes held onto Ji Li Shu, refusing to let go, as if they were ensnaring her. Ji Li Shu contemplated striking him, but suddenly realized something. She whispered, "Are you angry today?" Xing Ju huffed defiantly. "What do you think?" Ji Li Shu's voice lowered further. "But Yin Lu Ji has been prohibited from entering the villa, right? Why are you still angry then? Ali, do you like him?" His voice was hushed. Yin Lu Ji, lounging in the toy castle, froze, holding its breath involuntarily. Yilishu fell silent. Yin Hen had posed this question before, but at this point, her feelings of like or dislike no longer mattered. She lifted her gaze towards the man before her, responding softly, "Xing Ju, I have accepted Yin Lu Ji as a companion. We will be together forever." The sound of sharp claws scraping against the wooden railing of the toy castle echoed ominously. Yin Lu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, pupils dilating rapidly, heart racing as if about to burst from his chest. Xing Ju tensed, glancing at the castle's peak visible from the window, his eyes harboring a murderous intent. Sensing the shift in Xing Ju's emotions, Ji Li Shu immediately wrapped her arms around his neck, turning his face towards her. "But, Xing Ju, I like you, I truly like you. As for Yin Lu Ji, perhaps I cannot say I like him yet. After all, it was I who first provoked him, and it was because of me that he fell into the crisis of advancement. I cannot stand by and watch him suffer, can I?" Ji Li Shu's words regarding Yin Lu Ji struck him like a thunderbolt, sending him plummeting from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. His heart still raced, yet his breathing steadied. After an indeterminate time, a strained smile tugged at his lips. It turned out he had been overly self-assured. He had already prepared himself mentally, knowing not to rush, to take things slowly. Yet, why did hearing her explicitly state her lack of affection for him make his heart ache so intensely? Ji Li Shu's declaration not only astonished Yin Lu Ji outside, but also left Xing Ju momentarily stunned. His mind felt as if it had exploded, leaving him frozen in place. Before asking that question, he had only considered two possible answers. She liked that fox, or she did not like him at all. He had never anticipated hearing her confess, "Xing Ju, I like you, I truly like you." Within his deep, dark eyes, emotions surged tumultuously, filled with unbelievable excitement. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned down to kiss her. Ji Shu turned her head and noticed A Shuang still squatting there, staring at them with wide eyes, seemingly puzzled by their actions, showing no intention of leaving. Ji Shu's face flushed with embarrassment, and in a mix of annoyance and shyness, she pushed Xingju away. A Shuang is still here. Xingju glanced at the little white wolf, who was obediently resting its head on its paws, gazing at them with a bewildered expression. He could not help but chuckle. Ji Shu smacked him on the back. You're still laughing? Fine, let us not let it see. Xingju laughed, scooped her up, and carried her into the bedroom. Chapter 232. If you wish to stay, behave yourself. The night was both deep and chilly, yet the moonlight was particularly bright. A sliver of light slipped through a gap in the curtains, piercing through and causing Yunhen to frown. A voice nearby murmured softly. Fragmented whispers. Startled, Yunhen sat up abruptly, his amber eyes scanning the surroundings in confusion, but he did not see the figure he sought. As his thoughts gradually cleared, Yunhen clenched his fist slowly. Xingju, damn it, he actually broke their agreement first. His breath quickened as he struggled against the urge to rush out and confront Xingju. But now he could not. Yunhen could only suppress his impulse to lash out, opting instead to close his eyes and bury his head in the pillow, striving to control his breathing and quell his racing thoughts. Yet, in less than a minute, he threw off the covers and jumped out of bed, preparing to take a shower. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded, the sound of a massive collapse. Yunhen quickly crossed the room to the window, pulling back the curtains to look outside. Below in the courtyard, a giant silver fox had crushed the castle with its massive form. The towering structure crumbled entirely, wooden debris flying, the scattered blocks littering the courtyard. Yunhen eyed the silver fox below, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Indeed, he had forgotten that tonight. It was not only he who was having a rough time in this villa. Those lacking experience often found themselves in such predicaments, most likely unable to control their transformation into beast form. Soon, the window beside him was yanked open, revealing Xingju clad in a black t-shirt, his hair tousled, looking displeased as he stared down below. Yunhen's amusement deepened as he observed Xingju. Moments later, another head popped up from the windowsill. Ji Shu leaned out as well. The silver fox, clearly startled by the sudden collapse, looked around in confusion, unsure what to do. Its ears drooped, and its tail hung low, exuding a pitiful demeanor as if it had committed a wrongdoing. It raised its head to gaze at Ji Shu, letting out soft whimpers. Anyone who saw this would find it hard to believe that this fox was the same ruthless and cunning desert silver fox. Ji Shu blinked and called out to the silver fox, "Come up." Xingju's face darkened further. Ali. Ji Shu replied, "It's really cold outside." He might have transformed to keep warm. Xingju wanted to retort, "That's not true." Ji Shu continued, "You saw it too? The castle has collapsed, and Yin Lu Ji has nowhere to sleep. I noticed there are still rooms nearby. Can we just give him one?" She gently tugged at Xingju's hand. "Could you arrange that?" With an unwilling expression, Xingju finally turned and exited the room. He led Yin Lu Ji into an empty room, which was the farthest from Ji Shu on this floor, as there were no other spare rooms available. "You will sleep here," Xingju said coldly. Yin Lu Ji surveyed the surroundings with a detached gaze. He did not care where he stayed, just that he did not want to be too far from Ji Shu. "Sly fox, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Xingju remained shirtless, arms crossed over his chest, leaning against the door frame with a frosty demeanor. Yin Lu Ji was indeed intentional in collapsing the castle, hoping to disrupt the intimacy between him and Ali. Yin Lu Ji turned to face Xingju, who was cloaked in Ji Shu's scent. Yin Lu Ji's gaze turned icy as he replied, "Likewise." Xingju was equally deliberate. He knew the methods to push Ji Shu into a frenzy, wanting to create a greater disturbance to unsettle Yin Lu Ji. The collapse of the castle, the ensuing chaos. Yin Lu Ji was indeed intentional. He could no longer endure the torment, a suffering that surpassed even his berserk state. However, his body uncontrollably transformed into its beast form, which was not by choice. He had yet to encounter a situation where he could not manage his form. Xingju let out a cold snort, warning him that if he wished to remain here, he should refrain from causing trouble. "You heard it too. Ali does not like you." This statement caused Yin Lu Ji's expression to change instantaneously. "If you wish to stay, behave yourself." With that commanding remark, Xingju turned and departed, for Ali was waiting for him to embrace her and sleep. Yin Lu Ji was left dazed in the room, feeling helpless. What was it like on the first day of a mistress entering the door? Endured countless torments, yet treated as a first love. Chapter 233. A step away the following day, Yin Lu Ji began to repair the castle at the crack of dawn. Ji Li Shu also took the opportunity to bask in the sun with Shuang Shuang when the sunlight was just right. Upon seeing her, Yin Lu Ji's striking fox-like eyes slightly lifted at the corners, his long lashes casting a lazy gaze. "Give me a few days, and I will restore the castle." Ji Li Shu glanced at him, nodding in agreement as a response. "Is this Shuang Shuang's grand toy? May I assist?" A sudden youthful voice chimed from behind. Ji Li Shu turned to see Yi Sang perched on the iron railing of the villa's entrance, his jet-black short hair neatly styled, his little head managing to peek through the gaps, neck stretched long. His pair of twinkling black eyes held eager anticipation as he gazed at Ji Li Shu. She remained silent. "My brother didn't come. I am all alone," Yi Sang cleverly added. It seemed he was aware of his brother being disliked by Ji Li Shu. Yin Lu Ji ceased his actions and approached Ji Li Shu, asking, "Who is he?" Ji Li Shu replied, "Kusong's younger brother, named Yi Sang." Xingju had established tight security around the villa, with numerous high-ranking mercenaries hidden nearby, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to approach. Yet, Ji Li Shu always remembered that she had once accidentally injured Yi Sang with her gun. Thus, she had instructed Xingju not to let the mercenaries take action against him. Hence, Yi Sang could appear at the villa's entrance without obstruction. Upon hearing Ku Song's name, Yin Lu Ji's expression remained indifferent, yet contemplative. He naturally knew who Ku Song was. He strode toward the villa's entrance, lowering his gaze to the small boy who barely reached his waist. "Didn't your brother teach you not to enter the territory of other beastmen indiscriminately?" Yi Sang seemed to ponder seriously for a moment before answering brightly. "I didn't intrude. I politely inquired with my sister whether I could enter." "Let me join. I can help too." Yi Sang wore an innocent smile. Yin Lu Ji glanced back at Ji Li Shu, who nodded helplessly. Once inside, Yi Sang hurried to play with Shuang Shuang in her cradle, then began assisting Yin Lu Ji in assembling the giant castle. Yun Hen and Xingju both had tasks to attend to that day. They had received reports early in the morning about unidentified high-ranking beastmen appearing in the Nuo Seaman River Basin and the forests outside Teleyar City, prompting Xingju and Yun Hen to lead an investigation. Yin Lu Ji's suspicions were not unfounded. Upon settling in Teleyar, it seemed others could no longer contain themselves. Yun Hen tracked several groups of high-ranking beastmen in the forest outside the city, but refrained from taking any action to avoid alarming them. Yin Lu Ji glanced at Yi Sang beside him and inquired, "What is your beast type?" Yi Sang continued his task, casually responding, "A snake." Yin Lu Ji replied, "It doesn't smell like one." Yi Sang tilted his head, his black eyes resembling two glistening grapes. "Snakes typically have little scent, making it hard to determine our beast types by smell. You must be an exceptional snake beast, achieving D rank at such a young age," Yin Lu Ji remarked. Yi Sang's smile widened, "Of course. I want to become a beast stronger than Papa Play C in the future." Play C was the current supreme leader of Mubo Island and Ku Song's father. Ji Li Shu quietly listened to their conversation, noting that Yin Lu Ji was probing Yi Sang, yet found no flaws or impropriety in his words. A gigantic castle, one adult and one child, took 2 full days to restore. To thank Yi Sang for his help, Ji Li Shu personally prepared dinner. Yi Sang was overjoyed, as he could spend more time playing with Shuang Shuang. This time, he did not bring his harmonica, but instead found a flute in Ji Li Shu's music room. The lively and cheerful melody prompted Shuang Shuang to respond with her delightful babble. When Yun Hen and Xingju returned, Ji Li Shu had just finished dinner. Before leaving, Yi Sang reluctantly told Shuang Shuang, "Sister, I want to come play with Shuang Shuang again next time." Upon hearing his sweet voice, Yun Hen and Xingju exchanged subtle frowns. A mere 7-year-old beastman was already eyeing their Shuang Shuang. Today marked the 3rd day since Yin Lu Ji moved into the villa. Although Yun Hen and Xingju had not discussed family matters with him, he seemed to have grasped a pattern. Tonight, he was to accompany Ji Li Shu. Yin Lu Ji stood at the threshold of his room, observing the warm scene in the living room. The 3 of them were seated in a row on the sofa, Ji Li Shu positioned between them, while Xingju effortlessly coaxed her into laughter. Yun Hen held Shuang Shuang in his arms, occasionally teasing her, and the baby responded with her tender coos. Watching this scene pained the corners of Yin Lu Ji's eyes. He had painstakingly navigated the treacherous waters of life for decades. He had never witnessed such a sight. When warmth was but a step away, he found himself at a loss. This tender moment seemed beyond his grasp, yet he was unwilling to relinquish it. Taking a deep breath, he donned an impeccable, gentle smile and strode toward Ji Li Shu. He bent down behind the sofa, slowly wrapping his arms around her shoulders, leaning in to embrace her. In that fleeting moment, he felt Ji Li Shu tense up entirely. Yin Lu Ji did not retreat. He leaned close to her ear, his voice deep and magnetic. It's late. Shouldn't you be resting? Chapter 234. I only wish to treat you well. Ji Li Shu understood the implication of his words clearly. She met Yin Lu Ji's gaze, her eyes flickering with profound, inscrutable affection. I want to read a bit longer. Ji Li Shu replied lightly, clearly evading him. Yin Hen stood up, cradling Shuang Shuang in one arm, while taking Ji Li Shu's hand with the other, his heavy gaze fixed on Yin Lu Ji. She will sleep with me tonight. His tone left no room for dispute. With that, he led Ji Li Shu back to their room. Yin Lu Ji's handsome face turned pale, his gaze lingering on the soft, white figure for a long time, unmoving. He did not fear forcibly taking her from Yin Hen. It was merely that Ji Li Shu was not yet willing, and he did not want to pressure her. Xing Ju chuckled softly, rising from the sofa and also turning to return to his room. Later that night, Ji Li Shu got up once. She turned on the warm light in the living room, only to find Yin Lu Ji's room door ajar, yet it was empty inside. She poured herself a glass of water and, after some hesitation, decided to contact him using her communication device. In just 3 seconds, she heard a response. She directly asked, "Where are you?" Yin Lu Ji's voice came back somewhat hoarse. "Xiao Li Shu, you finally remembered me?" Ji Li Shu replied, "Aren't you coming home?" After this question, she sensed a pause in his breathing. "Home?" Yin Liuji chuckled softly. The name Xiao Li Shu was simply too enticing. The moment it was heard, one's heart would race. Yin Liuji nearly blurted out a promise to return immediately, but he restrained himself. The timing was not yet right. He continued, "Xiao Li Shu, I think I might be drunk. Will you come and pick me up?" In the late night, Talia remained as lively as during the day. The city's towering buildings were ablaze with lights, resembling gems embedded in the night sky, dazzling and resplendent. The traffic flowed like light and shadow in a ceaseless dance. Ji Li Shu parked her car in front of Meng Yin and directly descended to the second underground level. She found Yin Liuji at the bar, slumped over it. His black jacket crumpled on his shoulders, appearing thoroughly intoxicated. She called out to him in a low voice, "Yin Liuji, get up." When he raised his gaze to Ji Li Shu, he was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. His eyes were striking, with deep dimples, and when not smiling, they were profound and affectionate. When he smiled, they could be quite bewitching. At that moment, his handsome face was tinged with a flush of drunkenness. He rubbed his forehead with one hand, murmuring to himself, "Is this an illusion?" Ji Li Shu could not discern whether he was genuinely intoxicated or merely pretending. However, the 3 empty bottles on the bar suggested otherwise. Yin Liuji propped his chin on his hand and slowly lifted the corners of his mouth, smiling as he asked, "Xiao Li Shu, did you really come to take me home?" Observing his state, Ji Li Shu took a deep breath and patiently replied, "Yes. Didn't you ask me to come pick you up? Here I am." To her surprise, Yin Liuji waved his hand dismissively, scoffing, "You're lying. She wouldn't come." He then signaled to the waiter, intending to order more drinks. Ji Li Shu abruptly yanked him up and told the waiter, "Help me book a suite and assist him inside." After she completed the payment via Xuanhuan, the waiter escorted Yin Liuji into a suite. Ji Li Shu approached the bed step by step, her expression devoid of emotion as she stared at the man lying there, saying, "If they're essing next time, you'll have to sleep on the streets." Yin Liuji slightly opened his eyes, and upon realizing who stood before him, he suddenly reached out and pulled Ji Li Shu into his embrace. Caught off guard, she fell into his arms, her nose colliding with his firm chest, as she could distinctly hear the warm breath brushing past her head. Yin Liuji clutched her tightly, as if fearing she might vanish, holding her so close that Ji Li Shu felt her bones ache. He murmured her name softly, "Li Shu, Xiao Li Shu." Ji Li Shu mustered all her strength to push him away, glaring at him. She had witnessed his fierce and ruthless demeanor, as well as his gentle and restrained side, but she had never seen him in such a drunken stupor. Yin Liuji's eyes were half-lidded as he gazed at her, a hint of confusion evident, saying, "Ji Li Shu, I truly like you." Ji Li Shu involuntarily swallowed hard, unable to respond. "I know you did not willingly accept me, so I do not compete, do not envy. As long as I can remain by your side, that is sufficient. If you do not wish for my company, then I shall not impose." He asked her, "Am I not well behaved?" A wave of bittersweetness washed over Ji Li Shu, and she sighed, replying, "Yes, you are good. But liking or not liking you has no relation to whether you are good or well-behaved." She recalled the first time she met Yin Liuji at Mengyan. He was languid and indifferent, whimsically unruly. Never before had he looked so heavy-hearted and melancholic. Yet now, she was uncertain of her own feelings, unable to provide him with the response he desired. Perhaps in the future, but not at this moment. Yin Liuji, let me go. However, he tightened his hold, struggling to restrain his emotions, saying, "Ji Li Shu, I do not want to be the nice guy anymore. I only want to treat you well. Give me a chance. Do not look at me as if I were invisible." "You've had too much to drink," Ji Li Shu frowned. Yin Liuji replied with a low, husky voice, "But I'm not drunk." He embraced her once more, leaning down slightly to inhale the scent of her hair, which smelled of shampoo, pleasing and fresh, mingled with the natural fragrance of her lips, pure as if derived from the essence of a snow lotus. His eyes were a frightening crimson, like a trapped beast ensnaring her in his embrace, his large hand cradling the back of her head, his lips pressing tightly against hers, softly asking, "Give me a chance to spend more time with you." Chapter 235. When did I say you were heartless? The opulent allure of Mengyan was at its peak. Yet the room where they found themselves was enveloped in a profound silence, allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats distinctly. A warm lamp illuminated the space, and Yin Liuji had casually tossed his jacket onto the floor, revealing a simple cotton t-shirt beneath. His neatly cropped hair lay carelessly across his forehead, his features as exquisite as jade. He gazed down at her, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes slightly uplifted, both passionate and indifferent, with deep, dark pupils that seemed to draw one into a mesmerizing vortex. Ji Li Shu met his gaze, silent for a while, before finally saying, "If I were truly as heartless as you claim, I wouldn't have come to find you tonight." Yin Liuji gently caressed the top of her head, laughing. "When did I wrongfully accuse you of being heartless?" Ji Li Shu replied, "Every word you speak conveys that meaning, and you even play the victim." Yin Liuji did not refute her, but instead chuckled softly, the faint scent of alcohol mingling with his breath as it brushed against her ear. "Then tell me, have you felt a stir in your heart? I mean a sense of compassion." "Compassion?" Ji Li Shu laughed. "Do you still need others to pity you?" Yin Liuji leaned in closer. "I only need you to pity me." Ji Li Shu stared at him for a while before speaking. "You left your room's door intentionally ajar, didn't you?" He replied without missing a beat. "I can't even recall whether I closed it or not. You just wanted to lure me out, didn't you? With Yin Hen and Xing Ju around, you had no chance." Ji Li Shu chuckled. His cleverness was often so subtle that one remained oblivious until they were halfway down the road. In this state, Yin Liuji hardly needed anyone's pity. He had ample means to entice her. Yin Liuji pressed his lips together, feigning a look of grievance. "Yes, as long as Yun Hen and Xing Ju are present. You want to spare me a glance. I wish to draw closer to you, but I have no opportunity to nurture our relationship, even if time is on our side. Must I wait until the next century? Xiao Li Shu, you should be a bit fairer." He looked down at her with eyes full of tenderness, as if she were a rare treasure. Ji Li Shu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Suddenly, she said, "You know why Xing Ju and I became partners?" Yin Liuji looked at her in confusion, his brows slightly furrowing. "Why are we suddenly talking about Xing Ju?" Ji Li Shu continued. "It was because when I appeared in this world, he had just advanced and was undergoing a frenzy. Hence, he drank my blood. And that is how we came to be together." "So that is how it is," Yin Liuji nodded slightly. "That wolf isn't exactly blameless." His large hand gently rested on her head. "So by telling me this, do you wish to convey that I should not feel regret or sorrow over the manner in which we became partners?" He knew that the way he won Ji Li Shu was not entirely honorable. He loved her deeply, wishing to present her with all the beauty in the world. Yet, even the most significant bond they shared was born of necessity. Yin Liuji would forever feel regret over this, yet he would not harbor any regrets. After hearing his words, Ji Li Shu suddenly laughed aloud, taking a while to calm down. She then shook her head. Later, Xing Ju mentioned that had he not met me, he might have chosen to endure the frenzy instead of drinking the blood of another woman. Yin Liuji's expression was decidedly peculiar. "Do you believe it?" Ji Li Shu shot him a glare. "TSK, foolish fox. Yin Liuji, it is the first time I have been called foolish. The crux of my statement is that although I became your partner to rescue you, under any other circumstances, I would never willingly offer myself." A tightness gripped Yin Liuji's heart. Did she mean that he was special to her? A wave of astonishment surged within him, akin to a long-awaited tidal wave, gradually approaching, ultimately exploding upon the largest boulder, leaving him utterly paralyzed in disbelief, his deep-set eyes filled with incredulity. His gaze shifted like a storm, swirling with emotions of disbelief. After a prolonged silence, Ji Lishu finally heard his hoarse voice uttering, "Yes, I believe you." He gently cradled her face, his eyes shimmering brightly as if a galaxy had descended into them. His gaze was fixed upon the woman before him, unwilling to divert even a fraction. "She spoke, you." In Liujia softly patted her back, remaining still. "Do you remember when we first met?" In Liujia chuckled lightly, eager to engage in conversation. Ji Lishu was perplexed by his sudden shift in topic. It was during the dream banquet. She stated it as a fact. In Liujia intended to reply, but he recalled their first encounter when he was poised to assassinate Qingya in Talia. At that moment, he had even crazily fired a gun at her. He had no desire to revisit that experience, wishing instead to shoot himself for his actions. Thus, he replied, "Yes, at the dream banquet. Upon first seeing you, I thought to myself, how could such a stunning being exist? Later, upon discovering your true identity as a human, I was taken aback. You are undeniably alluring. Yet your character is so forthright. I typically do not favor such a cold and rigid demeanor. Yet you harbor so many secrets that one cannot help but wish to peel back the layers." Ji Lishu remained in his embrace, her expression inscrutable. He deemed her cold and rigid? In Liujia, oblivious to her expression, continued, "I was curious. Therefore, after that, I sought you out in Talia, both intentionally and unintentionally. Yet you vanished. He could not locate her. During that time, she had hidden away in Xingjua's villa, not returning to the bookstore. You cannot imagine how delighted I was when I encountered you in Luan Town. I once thought my interest was merely curiosity, but it was not until you began to entice me." Upon hearing these words, Ji Lishu could no longer contain herself, suddenly lifting her head. "Wait, I enticed you?" In Liujia looked down at her, unwavering, and nodded. Ji Lishu furrowed her brow. "When did I entice you? Were the words you spoke to me in the desert city not enticing?" "That was—" She faltered, unsure how to respond. "What is it?" In Liujia inquired with a smile. Ji Lishu pouted, realizing her defensiveness, and chose to remain silent. In Liujia chuckled softly. He continued, "It was only when you said you pursued me that I suddenly understood my feelings for you were not mere curiosity, but a desire to not be separated from you." Before she spoke those easily misunderstood words, In Liujia had likely never contemplated how he would be with her. Only he knew that at that time, he had imagined various possible outcomes with her, yet he dared not envision a future together. She was too unique, and he had too many enemies. He could not afford any vulnerabilities, nor could he bear the thought of failing to protect her. Thus, he felt that every conceivable outcome was laden with regret. It was only when he resolved to consider how he could protect her while staying together that he began to see a glimmer of hope. Chapter 236. Ji Lishu is kidnapped. Ji Lishu listened quietly, but could not bring herself to reciprocate his affection with a declaration of her own. It was destined to be this way. From the moment she willingly accepted Yunhen, she could no longer devote herself fully. All she could do was refrain from causing harm. Within the bounds of what she could offer, she would provide them with what they desired. Unsure how to respond to In Liujia, she decided to change the subject. "I recall you were also searching for the chip during the dream banquet. Devious and insidious. At that time, she had earnestly wanted to distance herself from him. Yet now, he held her tightly in this very place." In Liujia fell silent for a moment before replying. Yes, the matter of the chip was revealed by Lin Chuan. He was aware that the Linglu clan was secretly conducting human modification experiments. If the desert city were to acquire the results of this research, it would yield significant profits. Ji Lishu comprehended this reality. In this world, the most extravagant expenditure is not on houses or cars, but on women, to ensure the longevity of their partners. Beastmen would undoubtedly spend lavishly. In Liujia would not overlook such an opportunity. He gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Do not worry for now. The confidential chip is in Yunhen's possession, and no one knows the deepest secrets it conceals. They will not permit any information that could endanger Ji Lishu to leak." Ji Lishu nodded, understanding this much. In Liujia continued, "Initially, in Luan Town, Briar had already been bought off by Kettering. Thus, when the Chong Kong brothers returned to Luan Town, they were controlled by Briar, forced to continue the half-mechanical research experiments. No wonder I discovered those destroyed half-mechanical test subjects in Luan Town," Ji Lishu murmured softly. The two conversed until the dawn light began to break, at which point Ji Lishu unknowingly drifted into slumber. Yin Liu gently kissed her forehead, holding her closely as he closed his eyes to rest. When Ji Lishu awoke, it was already midday. The commotion outside was unmistakable. She could even feel the vibrations from the floor above. She opened her eyes in haste to see Yin Liu sitting at the head of the bed, his starry eyes solemn beneath his tousled hair. What has happened? She inquired as she sat up. Yin Liu turned off the screen, picked up a coat from the bedside, and personally draped it over Ji Lishu. He continued his motions without pause, responding. There has been some unrest in the city. Several unidentified high-ranking beastmen have arrived, causing chaos with the city's defenses. Yunhen has gone to address the situation. He had received news from Yunhen early that morning. After ensuring her clothing was properly adjusted, he reached out to smooth her slightly disheveled hair, asking, "Did you sleep well?" Ji Lishu nodded. "Shall we head back?" Yin Liu replied, "Let us wait a moment. There is some turmoil in the city." Ji Lishu frowned slightly. "No, I am worried about Shuang. All right," his voice was calm. When they returned to the villa, Ji Lishu once again heard the familiar sound of a harmonica. Isan was blocked outside the villa by the iron gate, unable to enter, and was leaning against the gate playing his harmonica. The notes were clear and melodious, reminiscent of a stream flowing through the mountains, or the gentle whisper of spring breezes caressing the treetops, soft and pleasing to the ear. "Isan," Ji Lishu called out to him. The young boy immediately turned, his face youthful. "Sister, you have finally returned." Shuang has been crying for a long time, and no one has comforted her. Yin Liu opened the door, and Isan dashed inside. Ji Lishu frowned slightly. With chaos erupting throughout the city, Yunhen and Xingjue had to step in to manage the situation, leaving only the household robot to care for Shuang. Yin Liu explained to her. Ji Lishu remained silent as she followed Isan inside. The small figure leaned over Shuang's cradle, gently poking the infant's cheek with her finger. Ji Lishu carefully lifted Shuang from the cradle. Upon seeing her mother, the infant's eyes widened, and she babbled joyfully, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, evidently having cried for quite some time. It was only upon hearing the melodious sound of Isan's harmonica that the tears ceased to flow. "Isan, thank you for comforting Shuang," Ji Lishu said, her gaze softening. Isan lifted his cherubic face, his round eyes occasionally glancing at Shuang, and with a smile replied, "No need to thank me. I really like little sister Shuang. As long as you allow me to spend more time with her, I am content." The words of dismissal that were on the tip of Ji Lishu's tongue suddenly faltered. Just then, the tranquility outside the villa was shattered by a sudden explosion, the deafening sound reverberating through the air, causing Shuang to shudder. While Isan quickly sought refuge beside Ji Lishu, Yin Liu, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, rushed into the living room. He cast a sidelong glance at Ji Lishu, who nodded, and then he stepped outside to investigate. Following the explosion, a brief silence enveloped the surroundings. Yin Liu sensed something amiss. He gestured, and mercenaries nearby emerged, clad in dark uniforms and armed, swiftly and methodically encircling the villa to establish a defense. Additionally, several high-ranking beastmen, known as Shursi, appeared around the villa, stationed in a scattered formation to guard the premises. The airspace above the villa had long been equipped with jammers, rendering it impossible for any aircraft to penetrate. With such stringent security measures, who could possibly breach this fortress? The interior of the villa was brightly lit and warm, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere outside. Before long, Ji Lishu heard the sounds of struggle from outside. Isan clutched Ji Lishu's arm tightly, his head bowed, body trembling slightly. "Do not fear. No one can enter," Ji Lishu reassured him. However, in the next moment, a low chuckle escaped from Isan's lips. Ji Lishu looked down, only to see a strange smile suddenly manifest on his youthful face. A piercing eagle's cry echoed when Yin Liu burst into the villa after the skirmish. The room was devoid of any trace of the mother and daughter. Chapter 237. Yin Liu, welcome to Mubwa Island. Ji Lishu awakened from a violent jolt. As she groggily opened her eyes, she was met with the dim yellow light. The scent of the sea filled her nostrils, and the sound of waves crashing reached her ears. She realized she was aboard a ship. Before losing consciousness, she had caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, one that rendered her immobile before she could react. She recalled that same peculiar scent during the moment when the Beastman assailant had committed murder at the mountainside villa, where Isan had also been present. At this moment, Isan still bore his small frame, yet he exhibited astonishing combat prowess, moving with such speed that he was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, single-handedly taking down 5 S-rank Beastmen guarding the villa. This was far beyond the combat capabilities of a mere D-rank juvenile Beastman. Just how high was his combat power? The 5 S-rank Beastmen fell lifeless, blood gushing from their necks, as the courtyard became a scene of carnage. During her unconscious state, Ji Lishu witnessed a pair of jet-black wings unfurl from Isan's back, as the small boy transformed into a fierce black eagle, lunging toward her. He was not a serpent beast, but an avian beast. Ji Lishu hazily thought that Isan had brought her here. Her mind remained foggy, and she shook her head, feeling a sharp pain. Instinctively, she saw Shuang, remembering that Isan had taken her along as well. Slowly turning her head, she froze, her heart steadying. She spotted In Liujia vaguely sitting beside her. Realizing she had been cradled in his embrace, her head resting on his strong shoulder. Upon sensing her awakening, he turned to her, a gentle smile gracing his handsome profile. In Liujia, she exclaimed, unable to suppress the urge to grasp his collar, try to rouse herself from this stupor. Yet, that familiar figure remained motionless. Panic surged within Ji Lishu as she yearned to ascertain Shuang's safety. She wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in his embrace, seeking to regain her clarity. He seemed to chuckle softly, finally responding. Ji Lishu could not discern his words, only feeling a pair of large hands lifting her, seating her upon his lap. Once again, she inhaled that peculiar fragrance. No, he was not In Liujia. A sense of dread gripped Ji Lishu. Yet before she could struggle, she slipped into a deeper unconsciousness. When Yinhen and Xingyue returned to the villa, they found it empty, the ground soaked in blood and corpses, but no sign of Ji Lishu or Shuang. In Liujia had shed his usual nonchalance. His gaze darkened as he stood motionless before the lounge chair where Ji Lishu had been taken. Xingyue, his eyes aflame, rushed forward and struck In Liujia with a fierce punch. In Liujia did not evade. Grabbing his collar, Xingyue prepared to strike again. Enough! A deep voice resonated from behind. Yinhen intervened, halting Xingyue's fist. Now was not the time for infighting. He approached In Liujia, scrutinizing him gravely. In Liujia stood quietly for a moment, murmuring, "I am sorry," as if all his apologies in life were owed to Ji Lishu. He had allowed her to fall victim to the 100 Serpents illusion once, and failed to protect her as she was abducted right before his eyes. Yinhen surveyed the area, her coat still draped over a rattan chair. Remnants of Shuang's pacifier lay in her cradle, and a harmonica rested upon the table. The courtyard remained unchanged, save for the absence of the mother and daughter. "I will go to Mubwa Island to retrieve her," Xingyue declared coldly, harboring a sense of fury. Just then, In Liujia's communication device chimed. "It is Ji Lishu." The three men fell silent for a moment. In Liujia answered, remaining silent at first. A low, deep chuckle from a man echoed, followed by an uncomfortable silence. In Liujia remained still. Subsequently, all three men heard a rustling sound and the faintly hurried breath. Finally, a familiar, gentle voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, softly called out, "In Liujia." In Liujia's pupils constricted, his heart pounding as if struck by a heavy hammer, and his breath caught. He clenched his fists, closing and reopening his eyes, the image of her face imprinted in his mind. Yet, her presence seemed to drift further away. Just last night, he had held her tightly in his arms, but now she was ensnared in peril. Shortly thereafter, they heard Kessen's voice, laced with a hint of satisfaction. Kessen breathed out softly before smiling. "In Liujia, Mubwa Island welcomes you. You are permitted to come alone, but remember to bring the confidential chip if you wish for their safe return." Chapter 238. I am an innocent sister when Ji Lishu regained full consciousness. She was greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar white rattan ceiling, the interior adorned entirely in wood, yet exquisitely luxurious. She sat up and discovered she was resting on a suspended rattan bed. The room boasted enormous windows on both sides, allowing the sound of crashing waves to permeate, with warm breezes wafting in. While it was winter in Talia, here, the temperature seemed to soar near 40 degrees. Outside the window, vibrant green foliage could be seen, evidently. The surroundings were teeming with vegetation, yet there was no sign of any botanical upheaval, only a profound tranquility. She was clad in a light, summery camisole dress that barely reached her thighs, leaving her shoulders exposed. The thin fabric brushed against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. Had someone changed her clothes? She clenched her fists. This was not the time to dwell on such matters. Where was Shuang Shuang? She stepped down from the bed, barefoot against the polished wooden floor. And as she exited the room, she finally glimpsed the entirety of her surroundings. The wooden cabin is nestled between two towering trees, showcasing a unique design that is both spacious and tranquil. Above the cabin, the lush foliage creates a canopy that shields it from the sun's rays. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. This place seems to be a sanctuary, far removed from the clamor of the world, enveloping one in an unprecedented sense of tranquility and peace. In this world ravaged by mutated flora, Ji Shu had never encountered such a structure. Remarkably, the colossal plants posed no threat to living beings. As she approached the entrance of the cabin, she noticed a long, open wooden corridor where stood a woman with cascading hair, dressed in a sheer skirt that accentuated her curves. Upon hearing the commotion, the figure slowly turned. No, this was a hybrid creature. Beside her were several robots diligently cleaning the area. The moment the hybrid creature caught sight of Ji Shu, a spark of astonishment flickered in its eyes before it hurried towards her. "You are awake?" it inquired. Ji Shu cautiously scanned her surroundings, sensing no immediate danger. "Where's Kusong?" she asked. In her dazed state, she felt a cool embrace, and the voice that spoke was that of Kusong. The hybrid creature gestured toward the figure not far off in the sandy area. Ji Shu, wearing the wooden clogs handed to her by the hybrid creature, descended the wooden steps. The sun blazed overhead, scorching the sandy ground beneath her feet. Kusong was there, kneeling on the sand with a shovel, seemingly digging for something. Upon seeing Ji Shu, he shouted, "Stop!" He quickly stood up and strode over to her, resembling a robust young man, his face breaking into a broad smile. "This island is riddled with landmines, and you dare to wander about?" Ji Shu glanced at the hole he had uncovered, realizing it was a concealed landmine. At that moment, Kusong was clad only in a white tank top. Despite the fierce sun, he showed no sign of perspiration. His smile softened as he gazed at Ji Shu's bare shoulders, gently furrowing his brow. "You might get sunburned. What do you intend to do by bringing me here?" Ji Shu asked coldly. He did not respond, but abruptly seized her hand and lifted her effortlessly, heading towards the cabin. Ji Shu struggled against him. "Don't move if you don't want to get blown up," Kusong said with a smirk. He set her down on a cool, wrought-tan bed and then called out loudly. The hybrid creature Ji Shu had seen earlier soon appeared at the door, carrying a medical box, which it placed down before leaving, shutting the door behind it. Kusong crouched by the bed, opening the medical box at his feet, retrieving a fragrant ointment and a tube of sunscreen. "Where are the twins?" she inquired. "They were crying incessantly, and I was afraid of waking you, so I asked Isang to take care of them," he replied. "If you let me apply this on you, I will take you to find them." After saying this, Kusong gently applied sunscreen to her exposed legs, then her arms and back. Ji Shu remained still, allowing his hands to glide over her skin. She could feel her strength ebbing away, leaving her unable to resist. She looked down at him, her hair falling softly over her forehead, noting his muscular build. Despite the blazing sun outside, sweat began to bead on his temples, trickling down from his strong jawline to his pronounced abdomen. As her gaze fell upon him, Ji Shu understood why he suddenly broke into a sweat. She quickly turned her head away, fearful of tainting her sight. Shameless, she thought, attempting to withdraw her legs, but he held them tightly, rendering her immobile. Kusong lifted his gaze slightly, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he said, "Are you scolding me? Do you not realize how alluring your scent is? If you resist any further, I cannot guarantee what might happen, for it is quite a struggle to hold back." Ji Shu was silent for a moment before turning her head to look at him, her expression contemplative. "You intentionally arranged for Isang to approach me, merely to gain my trust, and then execute a diversion to bring me here," she stated, unwavering. Kusong continued applying the ointment while stealing glances at her, nodding with a smile. "Once the people of Lu Ji settle in Talia, it will be even more challenging for me to take you away," he admitted candidly. Ji Shu gazed at the familiar smile before her, recalling the first time she saw Kusong at the hillside villa, tenderly comforting Isang with a smile that sparkled like the stars. She suddenly had a thought. "The bandit orc at the hillside villa was also your doing?" Ji Shu questioned. Yunhen discovered that the bandit orc was merely an SS orc from a small northern tribe, after he inadvertently killed a high-ranking official. Yunhen revoked his position and issued a global manhunt for him. With nowhere to turn, the bandit orc attempted to kidnap Yunhen's partner as leverage against him. They had all doubted this truth, but it seemed it was indeed more intricate than it appeared. With her legs treated, Kusong sat beside Ji Li Shu, squeezing sunscreen onto her arms. His lips curled into a gentle smile as he looked at her. Very clever, you've guessed it right. Yes, it was my arrangement. But he was utterly useless. Even with teleportation equipment, the high-level beast guarding you were dealt with by Yi Sang, yet he still failed. However, I cannot entirely blame him. I was equally astonished to discover your prowess. Had he been able to take you directly, neither Yi Sang nor I would have had to reveal our identities to deceive you. Unfortunately, he could not. Ji Li Shu was taken aback by Yi Sang's capabilities. She had assumed that the high-level shadows at the hillside villa had been killed by the bandit, but to her surprise, it was Yi Sang, a mere 7-year-old orc, who had proven so formidable. Kusong gently turned Ji Li Shu towards him, applying sunscreen to her back. Because he failed, you pretended to rescue me. All to get closer to me, Ji Li Shu accused. Kusong's lips curled into a smile, silently acknowledging her assertion. Just as his hand was about to touch her face, she gently halted his movement. What do you truly desire? She asked, her gaze icy. Kusong's lips pursed into a thin line, his smile laden with meaning. Rest assured, I would never harm you. His eyes, devoid of slit pupils, were pure black. Captivating and profound. The two maintained eye contact for several seconds. Ji Li Shu spoke again. Kutelon, Xiao Tong, what is your relationship with him? Kusong momentarily froze before narrowing his eyes, a low chuckle escaping from his throat. Would you like to see? He asked, grasping her hands and placing them over his chest. Ji Li Shu attempted to pull away her hands. What for? To see if there are any spirit marks on my chest. No need, she retorted, realizing he was trying to extract information. That won't do. You suspect my relationship with those two? You must clear my name, he replied playfully, seizing her hands and tearing open the fabric of his shirt. Do you see? He asked. His pure white garment hung loosely from his shoulders, exposing a well-defined, smooth chest, a canvas of alabaster. Kusong suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her cheek, his voice laced with hidden laughter. I am utterly innocent, dear sister. Chapter 239. Does he intend to kill Shuang Shuang? Just as he leaned in without a defense, Ji Li Shu swiftly lifted her leg and kicked towards his groin. Caught off guard by her sudden attack, Kusong was struck. He quickly suppressed the pain, gripping one of her feet with one hand while restraining her incoming right hand with the other, applying just enough force to confine her within his embrace. Don't be reckless. Now that I know your abilities, how could I be unprepared? You have been injected with a paralyzing agent, and any attempt to act forcefully will only leave you utterly exhausted and defenseless. He gently lifted her chin, gazing down at her with a slight smile, his eyes softening. How do you feel? Are you completely drained, unable to move? The frosty glint in Ji Li Shu's eyes belied her furrowed brow. She was acutely aware of her body's condition and never expected to escape from his grasp. Her earlier actions were merely a test to gauge her physical capabilities for future planning. It appeared that her ability to move, albeit limited, was a sign of Kusong's leniency. Don't be angry. I dislike the way you frown, he remarked, his deep-set eyes revealing sincerity. Releasing Ji Li Shu, he helped her lean back against the headboard, advising her to take it easy. He picked up a fragrant ointment from beside him, chuckling. Have you ever seen a mosquito larger than your face? If you don't apply this, within an hour, you'll be covered in bites. Ji Li Shu simply closed her eyes. Noticing her indifference, he poured a bit of the ointment and attempted to apply it to her chest. Ji Li Shu's eyes flew open, glaring at him. Kusong laughed heartily, retracting his hand. Rest for now. You can apply the rest yourself, but it must be done. I can tell if you try to deceive me. This isn't poison. If you don't apply it, you'll be the one to suffer. He then retrieved a sun-protective jacket from the wardrobe and placed it beside the bed. Once you're ready, come out. I'll take you to find your daughter. After a moment of composure, Ji Li Shu dressed, opting to wear the dress Kusong had prepared to avoid revealing her yin-shu. Approaching the door, she spotted a tall figure waiting beneath the shade of a tree, one hand holding a cigarette, glancing towards her. She wore a light-colored tank top beneath a long, pure white sun-protective jacket, paired with sneakers. It was a delicate balance of allure and modesty. Kusong couldn't help but lean closer, teasingly declaring, Ji Li Shu, you look truly beautiful. Please lead the way. Ji Li Shu replied, deliberately ignoring him as she swept past. However, she did say please. After all, under certain circumstances, one must bow their head. The off-road vehicle traversed a sparse forest, bouncing along the rugged terrain. Kusong seemed quite accustomed to the landscape, maneuvering swiftly while listening to music. He appeared to be deliberately teasing her, steering towards a massive pit. With a sudden jolt, she was momentarily lifted from her seat, only to be jolted back by the seatbelt as Kusong erupted in laughter. What a madman! Yelishu kerst invardblith. After some time, the road smoothed out, revealing patches where robotic sentinels patrolled, scattered throughout the area. Ji Lishu cast a sidelong glance out the window, her expression calm while her mind meticulously mapped their route. Unlike other regions, this land was lush with vibrant green grass, teeming with snakes. She could see clusters of them within mere meters, sending shivers down her spine. This was not the main city of Mubo Island. She had seen the city brochures and knew it was not like this. This must be a small island not far from Mubo Island. Kusong observed her thoughtful demeanor, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his gaze darkening. The island's periphery was surrounded by a magnetic field, rendering any flying vessel inoperable. Ji Lishu turned her head, locking eyes with his penetrating gaze. "Do not attempt to flee. You cannot escape," he warned, gradually parking the vehicle at the edge of a cliff, silent and still, merely gesturing for Ji Lishu to look ahead. Not far away, she spotted Isang pushing a small baby stroller, standing perilously close to the cliff's edge. Before him lay the vast ocean, waves crashing against the rocks, sending up plumes of white foam. The sea breeze carried a hint of salt and a refreshing coolness. Ji Lishu felt her heart race. She suddenly turned to Kusong, her eyes wide with realization. Isang is an eagle beast, and his father is Xiaotong. Kusong remained silent, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Ji Lishu's pupils dilated in shock as she abruptly opened the car door and rushed towards them. Shuangshuang's father was Qingya, the very man who had killed Xiaotong. Panic washed over her as she sprinted across the open field, the short distance of 100 meters feeling insurmountable. Exhausted, she stumbled upon a snake, losing her balance and crashing to the ground. A venomous viper lunged at her, fangs bared, poised to strike. Yet in an instant, it froze mid-attack, paralyzed in fear. Kusong remained unmoving in the car, but his eyes glimmered with the distinct, slitted pupils of a serpent. If he would not harm her, neither would a snake. Ji Lishu regained her footing, summoning every ounce of strength to rush forward. Without hesitation, she scooped up Shuang from the stroller, inspecting her closely. Thankfully, she was merely asleep, showing no signs of distress. Relief washed over her. Turning her gaze to Isang, she noticed his youthful face still bore an innocent demeanor. Yet his obsidian eyes held an unsettling depth, sharp beyond his years. Breathing heavily, she asked, "What were you trying to do in the Botanical Museum?" He had shot at the plant containment unit, allowing the mutated flora to flourish uncontrollably. At that moment, she had contemplated his motives, but never imagined he intended to harm Shuang. Isang maintained his upward gaze, his expression momentarily frozen before returning to normal. Kusong approached them, and Isang glanced at him, silently turning to leave. Ji Lishu's heart raced. For a brief moment, she couldn't bear to think what would have happened had Isang pushed Shuang off the cliff. Kusong, noticing her pale visage, placed a reassuring hand on her back. Regardless of her beliefs, Isang will not harm Shuang. Ji Lishu snorted coldly, offering no response. She trusted no one. After a prolonged silence, Kusong gently embraced her as they prepared to depart, prompting Ji Lishu to speak. "Do you wish to save your mother?" Kusong paused, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated her deduction. Xiaotong, Kute Lan, and his father shared a common partner. Isang was indeed his brother, though not by the same father. Ji Lishu met Kusong's gaze, stating firmly, "If you want my cooperation, you must not separate me from Shuang. Kusong nodded in agreement. As night fell, the island's serpents became increasingly active, their hissing filling the air. It was time for Shuang to rest, yet she cried incessantly, and despite Ji Lishu's attempts to soothe her, nothing worked. The soiled diaper was long overdue for a change, but lacking fresh ones had prevented it. Ji Lishu finally tore away the heavy, damp diaper. Shuang was likely hungry, having gone too long without a proper meal. Ji Lishu felt a pang of heartache as she struggled to calm her. With a resigned sigh, she secured the windows tightly and locked the door. She loosened her strap and offered it to Shuang, who merely suckled on it. Since Shuang's birth, Ji Lishu had never breastfed her, due to the previous incident with the 100 snakes, even though the toxin had been neutralized. Her pediatrician had advised against nursing as a precaution. Although nothing could be extracted, Shuang was eventually comforted, tears pooling in her eyes, a pitiful sight indeed. As Kusong entered, he beheld Ji Lishu seated sideways on a rattan bed, cradling Shuang in her arms, her strap lowered on one side. His gaze momentarily lingered on her alabaster skin before he inhaled sharply, his pupils narrowing, only to swiftly regain their usual dark hue. Jili Shu immediately sensed his presence and cried out, "Get out!" Unmoved, he wore a roguish smile, stepping closer to her, deliberately sitting beside her, his eyes burning with intensity. Jili Shu refrained from reacting, turning her back to him. The atmosphere around them grew eerily quiet, so much so that the soft sound of her breathing could be discerned. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet it felt like just a fleeting moment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Kasong glanced at the wooden door, remaining silent, swiftly grabbing a nearby blanket and draping it over Jili Shu's shoulders, conveniently concealing her bosom. The door was abruptly kicked open, and a heavy-footed figure strode in. With a loud crash, Shuang's lips visibly puckered, followed by a resounding cry. "Get out!" Kasong abruptly stood, firmly positioning himself in front of Jili Shu. She cast a slight glance and saw Isong, his hands grasping a massive bag slung over his back, nearly towering over him. With his hands occupied, he had resorted to kicking the door open. Upon hearing Shuang's sudden wails, he seemed to realize he had frightened her, and a fleeting look of regret crossed his youthful yet solemn face. He then discarded the oversized bag carelessly, casting a few glances at the swaddled infant in Jili Shu's arms before silently exiting. The bag, now open, spilled its contents onto the floor. Formula, bottles, diapers, and baby onesies, all familiar to Shuang. Jili Shu gazed at the scattered items for a moment, then adjusted her clothing, placing Shuang on the bed before preparing a bottle of milk, first taking a generous sip herself. After about 10 minutes, seeing no unusual signs, she prepared another bottle to feed Shuang. Throughout this time, the infant continued to cry incessantly. Kasong mimicked Jili Shu's actions, awkwardly lifting the child, clumsily attempting to soothe her, his rigid movements clashing with his usual demeanor. "Give it to me." Jili Shu took the bottle and cradled Shuang, sitting at the head of the bed to feed her. Outside, the unsettling hissing persisted, yet inside, the light appeared soft and gentle. Jili Shu seemed transformed, shedding her guarded demeanor for a serene gentleness as she looked down at the infant, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Kasong had never witnessed this side of her. "You have already disturbed us. How much longer do you intend to stay?" Jili Shu, her head lowered, did not meet his gaze. However, Kasong understood that this aloofness was reserved solely for him. He let out a hum, extending his long arm to grasp her shoulder, and leaned down to plant a heavy kiss upon her lips. Her silence only fueled his resolve. The moment she spoke, his restraint would falter. Jili Shu felt his saliva on her skin, sending shivers across her face. Disgusting. She withdrew her hand, holding the bottle to wipe her face vigorously, glaring fiercely at him. The nipple was yanked from Shuang's tightly sucking mouth with a pop, causing the infant to grunt in displeasure, teetering on the brink of another wail. With no time to slap Kasong, Jili Shu hastily replaced the nipple in Shuang's mouth, continuing to feed her. Kasong appeared in high spirits, sitting beside Jili Shu, his elongated eyes sparkling with mischief as he glanced at her, casually tugging at the collar of his short sleeve to reveal a circle of fresh bite marks on his chest. "Do you know who did this?" Jili Shu remained composed, though a troubling premonition stirred within her. It seemed he was deliberately trying to embarrass her, leaning in closer, presenting the red mark before her eyes. Half smirking, "You insisted on holding me yesterday and kept biting me, igniting the fire." Jili Shu turned her head away. Regardless of the truth behind his words, she chose to remain unresponsive. "After I've endured such losses, you think it unreasonable for me to merely kiss you? How would I not bite you to death?" Jili Shu retorted coldly, earning a more boisterous laugh from him. In the next moment, he leaned in again, biting her arm where she held the bottle. Jili Shu's eyes widened in shock. Upon looking up, she found his face alight with amusement, his white teeth sinking into her flesh, his dark eyes gleaming with audacious pride. With a swift motion, Jili Shu kicked out, but Kasong nimbly evaded. Leaping off the bed, she raised her arm to inspect the skin, finding no broken flesh, only a deep crimson imprint left in the shape of teeth. "What on earth do you intend to do?" She fumed. She had thought Xingjue was insufferable, but Kasong proved to be an even greater nuisance. To make matters worse, her physical abilities were curtailed, and with Shuang beside her, she had no means to retaliate. Kasong wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes sparkling innocently. "You are simply too enticing. I couldn't help myself. Get out, or but did not expect my cooperation in anything. Giulia's cheeks flashed crimson, her face burning all the way to her ears, her dark eyes fixed on this provocateur, filled with barely contained wrath. Kasong's smile faded slightly. It seemed he had genuinely angered her. There's a bathroom nearby, and your clothes are in the cabinet. I shall be in the next room. Call for me if you need anything. Rest well. With that, he turned to leave. At the doorway, however, he paused, offering a reminder tinged with warning. On this island, venomous snakes abound. Even if you are unafraid of being bitten, this little one certainly cannot endure it. Chapter 241. The Semi-Mechanical Transformation Experiment. Kasong returned to his room to find Isong waiting for him. How long do you plan to hide them? Father will eventually find this place, Isong stated bluntly. His youthful voice, innocent and pure, contrasted sharply with the seriousness etched on his face. Indeed, as Ji Shu had surmised, they had captured her and her daughter in a bid to save their own mother. Those who cared even more for their mother were their fathers. Kasong's plan had succeeded, yet he refused to hand them over to his father, opting instead to sequester them here in secrecy. What was he thinking? Isong could only guess. Kasong replied with a faint smile. As long as you do not reveal our location, no one will find them. Mubwa Island spans thousands of kilometers, with countless islands. How could anyone possibly locate them? Isong frowned slightly. Kasong, you are aware of our mother's health. At this point, you are still deceiving father for the sake of a woman. His words had barely left his lips when a resounding reprimand struck him. Call me brother. Kasong corrected Isong's address with conviction. Isong replied, Kasong, to which Kasong shot him a sidelong glance. Fool. He slowly poured himself a glass of water, taking a couple of shallow sips. Bringing them back to Mubwa Island would be a last resort. Ji Shu's companions were not to be trifled with. If they discovered her whereabouts, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize her by any means necessary. Therefore, hiding them in a place where no one could find them would indeed spare them much trouble. Isong pouted, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in Kasong's reasoning. However, with Liu Ji set to arrive at Mubwa Island tomorrow, if he couldn't see Ji Shu, do you think he would obediently hand over the chip? Isong raised another concern. Kasong let out a light sigh and remarked, as long as Ji Shu is in our possession, he has no choice. His mother had suffered from a grave illness for many years, reaching a stage where no medicine could cure her. The supreme leader of Mubwa Island, Price, who is also Kusong's father, began organizing the Ling Lu clan many years ago. They merged biological technology with genetic engineering to research the creation of cyborgs by integrating human bodies with machinery. This innovation aimed to grant humanity a physique of mechanical perfection while retaining human emotions and intellect. At present, the sole method to save his mother lies in undergoing cyborg transformation. Ling Yi had conducted numerous experiments, ruthlessly slaughtering many human females for this purpose. Yet he failed to successfully create a cyborg. Consequently, he felt immense guilt and vehemently rejected the cyborg transformation experiments. Overwhelmed by the burden, he absconded with all the experimental data. Thus, Mubwa Island initiated a global manhunt for Ling Yi. Finally, just a few months prior, the dream-stealing chip embedded in Ling Yi's brain intercepted a fragment of cerebral information, revealing that the cyborg transformation experiment had succeeded. This indicated that there was hope for his mother. However, the chip only captured the factual outcome and contained no information regarding the key technologies that led to the success of the transformation. It turned out that the final experiment was orchestrated solely by Chong Kong, and Ling Yi deliberately refrained from any involvement, leaving no trace of the successful process in his cerebral data. Consequently, in Luwen Town, Kutelon leveraged Ling Yi to compel Chong Kong to surrender the transformation chip. Ultimately, Ling Yi met his demise at the hands of Kutelon as he desperately tried to protect Chong Kong, who managed to escape. At that time, the consul of Luwen Town, Brel, was in pursuit of Chong Kong, and Ling Yi, feeling powerless, exerted every effort to see Ji Shu one last time, solely to pass the chip into her hands. For Chong Kong knew well that to protect the chip, the mightiest forces were none other than Yun Hin and Xingju. Or perhaps the chip was related to Ji Shu. Kusong stated, I shall return to Mubwa Island tomorrow. Please take good care of her and her daughter. Liu Ji was brought by him, and he must take responsibility. On the other hand, Isang's round face bore no expression, nor did he respond. The two brothers fell into silence, and in the stillness of the dark, a sudden sound of a baby's cry broke through. Ji Shu cradled Shuang Shuang in her arms, softly soothing her. It seemed that the change in environment or the dampness in the air displeased the child, leading to her relentless wailing. Outside, The moonlight shone like silver, casting shadows of tree trunks and swaying branches, resembling a spectral messenger traversing the night with a lantern. The air was infused with the briny scent of the sea, and the faint hissing of grass could be heard. Suddenly, a gentle melody from a harmonica wafted from the darkness, akin to a soft breeze gliding over a tranquil summer meadow, harmonious and serene. Gradually, Shuang Shuang ceased her cries and calmed down. As Jili Shu listened to the lively and fluid music, she found herself recalling Ku Song's words. Whether you believe it or not, Yi Sang will not harm Shuang Shuang. Jili Shu lowered her eyelids, still unconvinced. Yi Sang surely knew who Shuang Shuang's father was. After all, during their encounter in the icy polar regions, Ku Lan and Qing Ye had crossed paths, and such information would undoubtedly have been exchanged. Such enmity, if it were Jili Shu, could only lead to an unending cycle of revenge. Thus, what reason did she have to believe that Yi Sang would not harm Shuang Shuang? Just based on a few notes from harmonica? Chapter 242. If you seek revenge, come at me. The following morning, Ku Song personally delivered breakfast to Jili Shu's room. After she finished eating, approximately half an hour later, 2 robots entered, pushing a medical cart. You said that as long as Shuang Shuang stays by your side, you would cooperate with me, correct? Ku Song stood beside Jili Shu, a radiant smile illuminating his face, revealing pearly white teeth. No one could discern whether he was righteous or wicked. Jili Shu offered no resistance. Her body, still under the influence of the medication, her physical abilities constrained. The robots drew 2 vials of blood from her arm. Just as they prepared to extract a 3rd vial, Ku Song suddenly intervened. That's enough. A flicker of compassion crossed his brow. After the 2 robots departed, he slowly approached Jili Shu, insistently lifting her arm and gently blowing over it. Does it hurt? He inquired, concern etching his features. Jili Shu felt an unsettling chill as she looked into his eyes, which betrayed a hint of tenderness. She withdrew her hand, lowered her sleeves, and turned her face away. What do you intend to do by drawing my blood? She asked, her tone indifferent. Ku Song narrowed his elongated eyes slightly. Shouldn't you have guessed? Jili Shu remained silent. Ku Song continued, although the chip is still in the hands of your companions, I have gathered nearly all the information I require. Your genetic code is the key to the successful transformation. Am I correct? Jili Shu suddenly interjected. Since you have already deduced this, why do you still need the chip? Ku Song regarded her with a knowing smile and casually revealed. The critical manufacturing technology for the cyborg transformation is stored within the chip. He appeared confident, unconcerned that Jili Shu was aware of this information. Jili Shu coldly replied, You are correct. I am fully aware of the secrets stored in the chip, which are highly disadvantageous to me. Therefore, Yin Hen has already destroyed the chip. Ku Song raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of surprise. Whether it was destroyed or not, those on Mubo Island are indifferent. If your companions fail to produce the genuine chip, your safety cannot be guaranteed. As of now, I hold the upper hand. Your companions have no other choice. Ku Song flashed a faint smile, glanced at Jili Shu, and then stood up. I must be away for a day. Yi Sang will remain here. Do not fear, nor should you entertain thoughts of escape. With that, he turned and exited Jili Shu's room. She surmised that Ku Song's departure might be related to Yun Hen and the others. Ku Song desired the chip, and today could very well be the day of the transaction. At noon, under the scorching sun, at the time when serpents were least active, the hissing finally ceased. Jili Shu overheard someone outside speaking with a Beastman, seemingly discussing the reinforcement of the island's defense. She retrieved a set of practical athletic wear from the cabinet and dressed, wrapping Shuang Shuang snugly, leaving only her bright, sparkling eyes visible. After half an hour, she poured herself a glass of water and nonchalantly approached the window for some fresh air. Finally, she spotted Yi Sang's figure on the sandy ground not far away. He was crouched down, examining a detonated landmine. Beside him stood the Beastman, and Jili Shu could faintly hear their conversation. There were no serpents around, only a vine that appeared to have triggered the explosion. The Beastman remarked, It seems it was the plant vine that caused the detonation. Jili Shu's gaze shifted slightly. She had previously questioned Ku Song about why the plants on the island did not attack beastmen and animals. This was because the island was teeming with venomous snakes that produced abundant venom, causing the plants to lose their instinct to attack as they gradually succumbed to the poison. Hence, the flora on the island rarely exhibited aggressive behavior toward living beings, nor did they show signs of abnormal growth. Then, what about the vine that inexplicably extended to the landmine and triggered the explosion? Jili Shu pondered this, and out of the corner of her eye, She noticed Yi-Sang and the Beastman moving further away. She then cradled Shuang Shuang in her arms and nonchalantly exited the room. Within the wooden house, she could move freely. There were robots monitoring and guarding everywhere, but as long as she did not leave the house, the robots would not activate their control. Holding Shuang Shuang, she meandered through the long corridor of the wooden house. Her objective was the magnetic field interference generator. Her physical abilities had been diminished and would take time to recover. The only way to escape was to utilize the flight passage. However, she first needed to disable the magnetic field interference. She took advantage of the robot's inattention and stealthily entered Kasong's room. She gently placed Shuang Shuang, who had fallen asleep, on the bed and began to search the room. At last, she discovered a magnetic field disruptor hidden in the corner of a wooden beam at the top of the cabin. As she climbed the beam to retrieve the device, preparing to examine how to deactivate it, she suddenly sensed a rush of wind behind her. Did you think there's only this one magnetic field disruptor? It was Yi-Sang. His petite frame once again displayed astonishing speed and explosive power, instantly snatching the disruptor from Ji Li Shu's grasp. With a leap, he landed beside Shuang Shuang, gripping her delicate neck with one hand and lifting her effortlessly. Shuang Shuang awoke, frightened, and began to cry. Ji Li Shu felt her heart skip a beat. Yi-Sang, he shouted, you cannot escape. Ji Li Shu steadied herself, saying, Yi-Sang, calm down. Shuang Shuang is innocent. Your father was killed by my companion. If you seek revenge, come for me, not her. Yi-Sang stood silently before the bed, one hand holding the disruptor and the other grasping Shuang Shuang, his dark hair obscured in the shadows. Despite his youthful form, he emanated a chilling aura, and his ink-black eyes reflected a ruthlessness uncharacteristic of his age. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly echoed around the cabin. In the next moment, green vines, as agile as snakes, twisted and slithered into the cabin, tightly wrapping around Shuang Shuang's body while simultaneously restraining Yi-Sang's hands, forcing him to release her. Yi-Sang, alarmed, instinctively grasped the vines to prevent Shuang Shuang from being taken away. In a standoff that lasted no more than 3 seconds, a vine, as hard as steel, unexpectedly pierced through Yi-Sang's palm. The young boy merely frowned, yet he did not let go. Ji Li Shu rushed forward and embraced Shuang Shuang just as the vines suddenly loosened effortlessly. Leave the cabin first, Yi-Sang shouted at Ji Li Shu. Why the plants on the island suddenly turned hostile. Immediately afterward, the green vines coiled around Yi-Sang's body like serpents, binding his arms and legs, rendering him immobile. And in the next moment, he was forcibly pulled outside. Without hesitation, Ji Li Shu followed him out of the cabin. A hypothesis formed in her mind. The cabin now felt like a prison ensnared by green vines, with Yi-Sang trapped within as the prey. Qingyao stood outside the cabin, bare-chested and clad only in ill-fitting trousers, as if hastily thrown on. His long arms hung by his sides as he silently regarded Ji Li Shu. Chapter 243. May I carry you away? Their eyes met. After a brief silence, his handsome countenance suddenly broke into a soft smile, as if to reassure her. Ji Li Shu held Shuang Shuang close on the cabin's porch, remaining silent. She knew that Yunhun and Xingjue would surely devise a way to find her, but she had not anticipated that the one who arrived would be Qingya. Had Yunhun and Xingjue sent him? Seeing her and Shuang Shuang safe, Qingya slowly averted his gaze from Ji Li Shu. Yi-Sang's limbs remained firmly bound by the vines, but he suddenly appeared remarkably calm, his rounded black eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. How could Qingya have found this place? Even Kasong's father could not locate it. Yet Qingya managed to. You should not have harmed them. Qingya's expression remained impassive as his gaze fixed on Yi-Sang, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Xiaoteng is the one I killed. If you seek revenge, come for me. At these words, Yi-Sang let out a low growl of fury, his eyes nearly ablaze with rage. In the next instant, he violently broke free from the vines, binding his limbs. As if triggered by some mechanism, a faint azure light flashed, accompanied by rapid clicking sounds, and a layer of metal suddenly enveloped Yi-Sang, expanding his form several times over. In approximately 5 seconds, the transformation ceased. Ji Li Shu barely had time to comprehend the changes when Yi-Sang was fully armed. A gun barrel was firmly attached to his left forearm, a trigger extending downward right into his grip. A 5-centimeter square LCD panel on the barrel glowed with various symbols, likely function selection buttons. His right hand was encased in a massive metallic claw that enveloped his entire hand, made of an unknown material that was cold and sharp, with faint blue light shimmering on the barbs. His lower legs were similarly wrapped in resilient metal rings. 5 differently shaped handguns were strapped to his left leg, while various sharp weapons adorned his right. Isong suddenly shifted his heels, the shoes emitting a low engine roar, and propelled himself toward Qingya like lightning. Qingya's eyebrows shot up, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes as he leaped to avoid Isong's assault. They exchanged blows, neither landing a hit. Seizing an opportunity, Isong raised his armed arm, activating the locking mechanism, aiming at Qingya's vital points, and unleashed a barrage of fire. Qingya was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. He manipulated the vines to form a green wall, shielding himself from Isong's fierce attacks. Ji Shu watched the scene unfold, finally grasping how Isong had slain dozens of high-ranking beastmen in the Banshan villa. His agility and explosive power, combined with his impeccable equipment, made even Qingya struggle against him. However, Qingya's speed was extraordinary, and Isong struggled to land a precise shot. As the battle prolonged, the disparity in combat prowess between Isong and Qingya became apparent. Even with formidable equipment, Isong's combat level fell short against Qingya. After a few minutes, Isong was once again ensnared by the vines, his gun barrel pointing skyward, rendering him unable to aim. Ji Shu stood behind Isong, watching as a vine, needle-like in its rigidity, suddenly emerged before him, poised to strike. Qingya stood in front of him, calm yet with a sharp gaze. Ji Shu realized his intent. The vine, resembling a snake, retracted slightly, as if gathering strength, and in the next moment, it lunged toward Isong's eye. Ji Shu had no doubt that if it struck, Isong's head would be pierced, and he would be doomed. Everything around seemed eerily quiet, and she faintly heard a melodious tune echoing in her ears. She should not show mercy to an enemy. Yet, she could not forget how Shuang had been ensnared by the vines, and the bewildered expression on Isong's face as he stubbornly held on even after the vine pierced his palm. In that moment, Ji Shu felt a jolt in her mind, her gaze momentarily lost, and she instinctively shouted, "Don't." The needle-like vine halted mere centimeters from Isong's eye. "Qingya, do not kill him." Qingya looked at Ji Shu, his cold, piercing gaze softening slightly. She actually wished to spare this little eagle beast. Qingya said nothing, but lowered his gaze again, looking down at Isong, his gentleness swiftly receding as he instructed, "Deactivate the magnetic field disruptors." "No way." Isong, suspended by the vines, spoke coldly. "Do you think binding me means you can escape this island?" As if to validate Isong's words, a chilling hissing sound echoed from all around. The serpents were coming. Qingya's expression hardened, and he seized a vine, leaping to land securely beside Ji Shu. "Are you all right?" he asked in a low voice. Ji Shu glanced at him, but said nothing. Just then, a barrage of gunfire erupted, igniting the surrounding wall of plants, which began to ignite and scatter. As the flames flickered, a striking silhouette of approximately 100 battle robots emerged, their equipment identical to that of Isong. At that moment, a swarm of serpents encircled them, rendering their situation precarious. "Follow me." Xingju awaits you by the shore. Qingya cast a deep gaze at Ji Shu, seemingly fearful of her disbelief. The entire island was under tight surveillance. Qingya transformed into his beast form, the blue jade cat, and with the cover of foliage, he managed to infiltrate. Xingju, unable to enter the island, could only conceal himself and wait by the coast. Ji Shu glanced at Qingya, her resolve unshaken, and nodded. The surrounding vines surged once more, fiercely whipping the serpents on the ground and intercepting the robots, thus carving a path for their escape. Embracing Shuang, Ji Shu followed closely behind Qingya. However, after merely 10 minutes, her strength faltered, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Qingya swiftly turned and lifted her up. "Are you all right?" he inquired, concern etching his brow as he anxiously examined Ji Shu's knees. Ji Shu shook her head, evading Qingya's hand. He awkwardly withdrew, his face still etched with worry, while a flicker of disappointment coursed through him. Regardless of his efforts, she remained indifferent toward him. With a contemplative look, he reassured her, "Do not fear. I will ensure your safe passage." He presumed Ji Shu had fallen due to panic. She offered no further glance, simply stating, "Let us move quickly. Lead the way." Qingya continued ahead, yearning to grasp her hand, to at least support her, yet he hesitated to voice his desire. Ji Shu pressed on, forcing her weary body to advance. It was not until he lifted her for the third time that he could no longer restrain himself. "May I carry you?" At this moment, Ji Shu's hair was disheveled, her breath rapid, evidently at her limit. She merely pressed her lips together, remaining silent, stubbornly brushing aside Qingya's outstretched hands. Once she regained her footing, she turned and entrusted Shuang Shuang into Qingya's arms. With a blank expression, she cast her gaze downward, not sparing a glance at the man before her. "You carry her. I shall walk on my own," she murmured. Qingya clenched his fists, suppressing the tumult within him, tinged with bitterness, casting one last deep glance at her before continuing onward. The duo traversed a field teeming with venomous serpents. Numerous snakes lunged at them, baring their fangs. Jili Shu, already drained, often found herself unable to evade their strikes, bracing herself for impact, yet each time, Qingya deftly intervened. With quick reflexes, he neutralized the serpents, occasionally using his own legs to shield her from their attacks. Only in those moments did Jili Shu regard him with a hint of astonishment. After roughly 10 minutes of progress, she finally spotted the coastline of the island. Upon seeing their figures, Xingjue emerged from behind the jagged rocks, piloting a yacht. Meanwhile, the well-equipped battle robots that had been pursuing them had breached the barriers Qingya had set, surging towards them like a relentless tide. They were still about 200 meters from Xingjue's vessel, yet the robots were closing in swiftly, narrowing the distance in the blink of an eye. Holding Shuang Shuang tightly, Qingya called out to Jili Shu, "Alarai, run." Confronting these robots would undoubtedly consume precious time. He had no time to waste. Yinhen and Yinliaji were stalling the forces on Mubo Island. He and Xingjue needed to act decisively to rescue Jili Shu. In the next instant, a furious roar echoed, and a swift figure charged towards Qingya. It was Isan. He launched an attack, obstructing Qingya's advance. With Shuang Shuang in his arms, Qingya could only dodge, unable to retaliate for fear of injuring her. Isan's right claw was raised high, and with a powerful thrust, accompanied by the roar of engines, he leaped into the air, striking down at Qingya. Just then, a transparent shield appeared before him. Isan's metallic claw rebounded off the shield. "Hurry!" A cool voice rang out. It was Jili Shu. Qingya suddenly recalled the familiar transparency of the shield. It was indeed Jili Shu's armor-piercing shield. Isan's attack had been deflected, catching him off guard that Jili Shu bore such defensive equipment. "If you take another step, I will open fire," he declared in his youthful voice, icy yet resolute. At that moment, Xingjue had also navigated through the gunfire at the island's entrance and sprinted to Jili Shu's side. "Alarai." Xingjue grasped her chilly hand tightly. They had successfully extracted the mother and child, and their whereabouts were now exposed, eliminating any need for concealment. "Are you all right?" Xingjue asked impatiently. Jili Shu shook her head, returning the grip momentarily before releasing his hand, remaining silent. The standoff persisted. The robots behind Isan raised their weapons, aiming at the trio. Jili Shu's gaze fixated ahead, subtly shifting closer to Qingya. She discreetly seized his left hand. The moment his cool, soft touch enveloped her, Qingya's heart raced uncontrollably. His pupils dilated. He felt Jili Shu inscribing a few characters in his palm. Qingya's eyelids fluttered, concealing his emotions. Subsequently, Jili Shu slowly released his hand and called out to Isan, "Isan, do you not care for Shuang Shuang? Are you willing to leave her here in this unfamiliar place, crying day and night?" As her words fell, a flicker of surprise crossed Isan's cold visage. Seizing the opportunity, Jili Shu picked up the shield from the ground. In the next moment, the shield in her grasp became increasingly transparent, as if merging with the air, and then it expanded, forming a massive barrier. Qingya seized the moment to manipulate the vines, securing the shield in place. "Run!" Jili Shu shouted back. Isan snapped back to reality, and with a command, the robots armed with laser guns began firing frantically at them. Lasers sliced through the air, creating dazzling trails that were mesmerizing yet disorienting. "Xingjue, hold me!" Jili Shu lunged towards Xingjue. Her stamina had waned, unable to sustain a rapid escape. Xingjue reacted swiftly, adeptly lifting her in his arms, and the trio dashed towards the shore. The robots were momentarily obstructed, allowing them to board the yacht. However, at that very moment, a shadow loomed ominously over the surface of the sea. A colossal eagle swooped down towards their yacht with ferocity. "It truly is relentless," Xingjue muttered in frustration. He then leaped into the air, soaring 3 meters high, and tackled the giant eagle towards the shore. "Qingya, take them away, quickly!" Xingjue shouted. As Isan lunged back into his attack range, he instantly transformed, his beast form towering 7 to 8 meters, lunging to bite down. "Xingjue!" Jili Shu cried out. "No, Qingya, wait!" But at this moment, the yacht had already surged forward like an arrow, leaving him behind on the island. How would he escape? Jili Shu abruptly turned, casting a cold glare at Qingya, questioning him. She was not concerned about Xingjue's ability to confront Isan, but rather about Qingya's own escape. If Kasong returned with his men, it would be even harder for him to evade capture. They did not intend to harm her, but that did not mean they would spare Xingjue. Yet, for the first time, Qingya astonishingly disregarded her. He did not look back, cradling Shuang with one arm. He gripped the steering wheel with the other, accelerating forward. He pressed his lips tightly together, lowering his eyelids to conceal the pain lurking within his gaze. Were it not for the child, Shuang, cradled in his arms, he would have rushed out to intercept the giant eagle. If he had done so, Ji Lishu would not have been so anxious and concerned. It seemed he had erred once again. Chapter 245. I do not wish to share the same space with you. The yacht had been sailing for approximately 3 hours. Ji Lishu retrieved a compass from Yinshu. This compass was designed to indicate direction based on magnetic fields and geomagnetic forces. However, at that moment, it spun rapidly in circles, unable to provide any bearing. They had yet to escape the area of magnetic interference. Soon, darkness would envelop the sky, despite having traveled such a distance. Why had they not managed to leave this zone of disturbance? Ji Lishu suddenly spoke. Apart from a couple of exchanges with Qingya at the outset, he had not uttered another word. Qingya occasionally inquired about her and Shuang's well-being, asking if they were too exposed to the sun or if anything felt amiss. Ji Lishu remained silent. Qingya glanced back at her. The dim golden light of dusk spread across the horizon, painting the sky in a vivid tapestry reminiscent of a splendid oil painting. Amidst that interplay of light and shadow, she sat quietly on one side of the yacht, cradling their child, whose cherubic face was rosy and sweetly asleep. The yacht glided smoothly over the calm sea, creating gentle ripples, mirroring Qingya's current state of mind. He gazed into Ji Lishu's eyes, which shimmered with tender affection. If only they could remain together like this forever. Yet, he knew he must ensure the safety of both mother and child, guiding them away from this perilous place. Qingya steadied the yacht's course and turned to face Ji Lishu, his expression complex. Before my arrival on the island with Xingjue, I had arranged for personnel in a nearby sea area. They would be waiting to assist us in our departure from the island. He turned his head slightly, frowning at the sunset's reflection on the water. After traveling such a distance, we should have encountered our rescuers by now. However, it appears that the situation is otherwise. Ji Lishu regarded the man before her, whose brow was slightly furrowed, yet his demeanor remained calm. Do you know what is happening? She inquired. Qingya's gaze returned to Ji Lishu. We must have entered the southeast maze. Ji Lishu's eyes darkened. Southeast maze? Yunan had mentioned it to her before. It is a mysterious area located in the southeastern waters of Mubwa Island, comprised of hundreds of small islands, each merely a few dozen square meters in size, resembling floating oases. These islands appear and vanish with the tides, visually disorienting vessels, and a surrounding magnetic field interferes with navigation systems. Thus, even well-equipped ferries find it arduous to escape the curse of this sea. Countless ships have lost their way in these waters, unable to find an exit, becoming eternal watchers of this realm. As dusk approached, mist began to rise from the sea, making navigation perilous. Qingya suggested, "Let's seek a high island to spend the night." Ji Lishu nodded in silent agreement. After approximately half an hour, the sun fully descended. They discovered a prominent island. Qingya navigated cautiously closer, the island's silhouette emerging from the dim light, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. He opted to approach the rocky area on the island side, where the terrain was more expansive. As the vessel drew nearer, the scenery of the island gradually became clear. Qingya took Shuang from Ji Lishu's arms and disembarked first, turning back to extend a hand to assist her. But, as expected, she declined. The two made their way onto the island, traversing a turbulent section of rocky terrain before entering the dense forest. Qingya paused, glancing back at Ji Lishu. The night has fallen, and it may take a while to find a suitable cave to rest in. I will weave a space for you using vines in the heights. Shall we spend the night there? This way, we can avoid the rising tide. Ji Lishu nodded in agreement. Moments later, the vines surrounding them began to rustle, moving like a skilled weaver, intricately entwining, extending, and swirling. Soon, high among the trees, lush vines wove together to form a unique chamber, both sturdy and artistically pleasing. A vine ladder descended from above, facilitating Ji Lishu's ascent. "You may climb up first," Qingya said softly. Ji Lishu cast him a complicated glance, her expression somewhat awkward. She opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent, merely nodding. Were it not for Shuang at her side, she would have preferred solitude over accepting Qingya's protection. She climbed the green ladder of intertwined vines, reaching nearly 50 meters high. Surveying the vine chamber before her, she noted that it was tightly woven, seemingly impervious to rain. Behind her, she heard movement and turned to see Qingya had also climbed up, cradling Shuang. She took the child from him and immediately said, "I do not wish to share the same space with you. Please create another vine house for yourself." Qingya's actions faltered slightly. He was aware of Ji Lishu's reluctance to draw near him, so he had already constructed a rudimentary shelter nearby. Yet, hearing her say it aloud caused his heart to ache, despite his attempts to remain indifferent. He soon managed a light laugh. "I understand. I merely wish to inform you that I am nearby. Call me if you require anything." Ji Lishu turned away from him, presenting her back without a word. "You should rest well tonight. I will keep watch." Having said this, Qingya departed. Chapter 246. Please do not reject me. Ji Lishu stood quietly for a moment, then allowed a sardonic smile to bloom on her lips before beginning her tasks. She retrieved a camping lamp from Yunshu, the faint light illuminating the entire woven vine chamber. Next, she produced some blankets, laying them on the vine surface. The blankets were thick, soft, and warm. At that moment, the temperature in the forest was neither too high nor too low, but the air was humid, and a cool breeze blew from above, making Ji Lishu feel somewhat chilly, especially with Shuang in her arms. She changed into warmer clothing and adjusted Shuang's attire. The baby supplies brought by Isong had all been collected and were now quite useful. By this time, Shuang had awakened, crying from hunger. Ji Lishu was preparing to mix some formula when she encountered a dilemma. She had fire and clean water, but boiling water could not be done on these vines. Just as she pondered how to resolve the situation, Shuang's cries grew louder. The next moment, a soothing voice emerged from nearby. "Is she crying?" Ji Lishu gently comforted Shuang. Ignoring him, after half a minute, Shuang's wails persisted. She decided to place her on the blanket and retrieve supplies to climb down and boil some water. It would not take long. She pushed aside a shield blocking the entrance of the vine house, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, along with a tall figure. Ji Lishu hesitated. Qingya glanced at the clean water and kettle in her hands and understood her intentions. "Let me do it," he offered, extending his hand. Ji Lishu coldly lowered her eyes. "No need." She then circumvented him, swiftly descending the vines. When Ji Lishu returned with the hot water, Qingya had already been soothing Shuang for quite some time. His profile was exquisitely perfect, embodying a rugged strength softened by a gentle warmth. With a smile reminiscent of jade gracing his brow. When his gaze met her icy eyes, the slight curve of his lips faltered momentarily. Ji Lishu stepped forward, cradling Shuang in her arms, settling onto the quilt to feed her with a bottle. At this moment, aside from the faint warm glow within the vine-covered dwelling, darkness enveloped the surroundings, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. The only sound was the gentle whisper of the cold wind, bringing with it a chill. This serene tableau was both peaceful and heartwarming, drawing one into its depths. Qingya stood quietly for a long while, reluctant to leave. A sudden thought struck him. Why not remain here forever, in this secluded forest, with only their family? He wished to ignore the cacophony of the outside world, seeking only to cherish this warm scene. Yet, Qingya knew all too well that such a desire was impossible, and it was not what Ji Lishu wished for either. His gaze fell upon Shuang's fair, round face, and he felt a warmth envelop his heart. He focused intently on Ji Lishu, unwavering. "Ali, thank you for choosing to keep this child." Aside from the soft sounds of the infant suckling, the silence around him was so profound that he could almost hear his own heartbeat. This was the first time he had the opportunity to speak with Ji Lishu about their child in such a calm manner. He initially expected no response from her, but was taken aback when she suddenly let out a light laugh, breaking the silence with a nonchalant tone. "She is my child. No thanks are necessary." With that, she turned her head away, refusing to look at him again. "Once we leave this place, we will part ways. I will not express gratitude for your saving me and Shuang. Yanhen will reward you handsomely. Thus, everything now is merely a transaction. If given a choice, I would prefer not to have any further connection with you." He sensed that she would have nothing kind to say, remaining silent for a long while. Finally, he murmured almost to himself, I understand, but the warmest part of his heart felt torn, leaving him momentarily speechless with pain. His eyes, slightly reddened, remained fixed on her as he said softly, "I do not seek any reward. Accepting Yunhin's reward would mean erasing the last thread connecting him to her, stripping him of any right to be Shuang's father. Ali, I do not want a reward, Qingyao reiterated firmly, yet at this moment, if there were any way he could assist her, he implored her not to refuse him. He increasingly felt like a trapped beast desperately struggling for survival, longing yet utterly powerless. Ji Lishu's voice remained cold. There is no need. Please leave. As night deepened, silence enveloped the world. Qingyao refrained from entering his own dwelling, choosing instead to remain outside Ji Lishu's room. Thus, he could hear every sound within with crystal clarity. As the night wore on, the temperature in the forest plummeted, and humidity rose, making the environment increasingly cold and damp. The vine-woven house could shield against the biting wind, yet it could not withstand the encroaching moisture. Perhaps due to the cold, the occupants inside occasionally gasped for breath. Listening to the sounds from within, Qingyao pressed his lips tightly together, a flicker of compassion crossing his gaze. After enduring for a long while, he could no longer bear to see her struggle through another night. She needed to rest. Approximately 10 minutes later, he confirmed that the occupants had finally succumbed to slumber. Only then did he gently enter Ji Lishu's room. Under the dim, hazy light, Qingyao gazed intently at the mother and child nestled in the center. Ji Lishu had wrapped Shuang warmly, holding her close, both sleeping peacefully. Qingyao softly lifted the quilt and laid down behind her, cautiously enveloping them both in his embrace. As he had anticipated, her body was icy to the touch. The moment he pressed against her soft form, he felt a surge of intense emotion. Her scent ignited a fervent longing within him, yet he restrained his impulses, merely using his body heat to warm her. Slowly, Qingyao closed his eyes. But the next moment, Ji Lishu's cool voice pierced the darkness. Let go of me. He abruptly opened his eyes, momentarily frozen in place. Her soft, cool hair brushed against his face, the ends teasingly caressing him, filled with the scent he had longed for. Qingyao remained silent for a time, yet his grip did not loosen. He stubbornly held her tighter from behind. Suddenly, the person in his arms shifted, and with a swift elbow, struck his chest with considerable force. The blow caused him to grunt in pain, loosening his hold slightly. Ji Lishu seized the opportunity to break free from his embrace, rising to kick him squarely in the abdomen. He was propelled back a considerable distance. Pressing one hand against his abdomen, he sat on the vine, striving to steady his breath. Ji Lishu's expression was frigid. You are still as repugnant as ever. A sharp pang pierced Qingyao's heart. She always spoke like this, her words cutting him down to the core with mere phrases. His handsome face paled, blood draining from it as he stared at her, deeply registering the disdain and contempt in her eyes. Ji Lishu, do not forget that I spared you. As I once promised. Qingyao's movements stilled. He remembered. She had once commanded him never to appear before her again, fearing she might detect the pain in his eyes. He turned his head aside, lowering his gaze. His throat constricted painfully as he murmured, I cannot. His voice was hoarse and foggy. Just the fragrance of her hair made it impossible for him to let go. How could he abandon her? Whether labeled as fickle or shameless, he did not care. Each moment spent with her was invaluable. Ji Lishu's breath caught. Qingyao, anticipating her response, spoke first. Ali, what do you want? What must I do to remain with you? Please tell me. It was as if he were a fish stranded on a parched riverbed, struggling desperately for life. Ji Lishu, taken aback, regarded him. Do you understand what you are saying? I understand, Ali. I wish to be with you and Shuang. I implore you to be fair. Yin Liuji can remain by your side. Why can I not? Even the one who harmed you, Isan, you can overlook, yet I who love you so dearly. Why can you not forgive me once? How long must I be punished? Qingyao's emotions began to spiral out of control as he drew closer to Ji Lishu. Yet he dared not embrace her. Instead, he merely closed the distance. Ji Lishu, instead of growing angry, laughed coldly. Punished? Qingyao's gaze burned with intensity, fixated on her. You are aiming too high. I have no intention of punishing you. She wished to sever all ties with him and never see him again. Her sharp words pierced his heart like ice blades, striking at his last nerve. His eyes reddened painfully as he stared at her. Ali, do not say that. Listen to me. I know I have hurt you. My desires led me astray, and I acted unscrupulously to achieve my goals. I am selfish, despicable, and cowardly. I dare not express everything to you, fearing you would distance yourself from me due to my deceit. I truly care for you, and I cannot bear to lose you. I realize my mistakes. I never anticipated this would evoke such loathing in you. Did you not anticipate? Ji Lishu interjected suddenly. Did you genuinely not foresee this? Or let me ask you this. If you had known the consequences, would you have acted in the same way towards me? Qingyao was taken aback, rendered speechless for a long while. Ji Lishu gazed at him as if she could see right through him, her disdain evident in her eyes. Qingyao, is this what you call love? Those eyes, seemingly smiling yet sarcastic, fixed on him, leaving him utterly humiliated. You see, why do you have to ask me for fairness? Time passed, though Ji Lishu could not tell how long it was before she heard his reply. I will. Qingyao's thin lips pressed tightly together, his gaze lowered, unable to meet hers. Ji Lishu let out a cold laugh, for she had long anticipated this answer. Compared to being hated by you, saving you is far more crucial. Qingyao's voice trembled slightly. Ji Lishu's body stiffened. What? At that time, you were afflicted by the inine flower, a toxin that the human body could not metabolize. I had no choice. Without my help, you would perish. Qingyao's voice grew increasingly hoarse. Yilishu inquired, Yinin flower? Qingyao nodded. It was the drug given to you by Asher, but everything was for my own selfish desires. After a long pause, Ji Lishu scoffed, raising her eyes to him, her gaze filled with derision. Do you think I would believe such words now? Ali, I know this is meaningless, but I only wish for a chance. Let's not dwell on the past, shall we? What do you want me to become? Please tell me, and I will change. I will heed your words. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with desperation. Ji Lishu pondered for a moment and replied calmly, I do not wish to cling to the past any longer. If you continue to bring it up repeatedly, the wounds that have healed will reopen time and again. I merely desire a more comfortable life, so I ask you to keep your distance. Qingyao's body froze instantly, crimson veins spreading in his eyes. He feared neither Ji Lishu's indifference nor her rejection. He could even accept all her reasons for turning him down. She did not love him. She loathed him, or perhaps even hated him. Yet he never expected her reason would be such. How could he bear to let her live in such torment? Ali had indeed changed. The reasons for her rejections were no longer cold and harsh. She had learned to articulate her feelings with precision. Qingyao slowly rose, his posture weary, as if all his strength had been drained. Before leaving, he cast a glance at her, his head bowed. The blanket is damp. You should change it. You might catch a cold. He quickly turned and exited the room. Tears, long held back, fell uncontrollably from his reddened eyes. As he walked this path, he realized he had unknowingly reached a dead end. Chapter 248. An eye for an eye. Lu Jin honored Ku Song's agreement and arrived at Mu Bo Island with 3 trusted experts. Although he was outnumbered, beyond Mu Bo Island lay 8 large warships stationed 10 miles offshore, with dozens of fighter jets ready for action. Such a display not only unsettled the inhabitants of Mu Bo Island, but also drew the attention of the entire world. In the underground confidential chamber of the Mu Bo Island governor's residence, 3 levels deep, no lighting was needed. The silver metal walls emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the entire room. The chamber was spacious and tranquil. Lu Jin observed the individuals seated across from him. The supreme governor of Mu Bo Island, Price. The vice governor Yahung, Price's capable deputy bunker, and Ku Song. Upon receiving a message, Ku Song's expression suddenly shifted, losing the semblance of calm he had maintained, and he quietly excused himself. The moment he left, Lu Jin understood that Xing Ju and Qingyao had already taken action or had succeeded. Thus, Lu Jin spoke nonchalantly. The items have been delivered to you, and now I would like to see my partner. Of course, Price replied loudly. He bore a handsome yet aloof visage, and at a century old, his smooth, fair skin showed no signs of aging. Price then instructed Yahung, take him to see her. After speaking, his handsome face offered Lu Jin a perfectly measured smile, devoid of any unusual emotions. Once Lu Jin followed Yahung out, Price's smile immediately vanished. Have they found her? He coldly inquired, addressing Bunker beside him. We have tracked down the island where Ku Song is hiding them. However, by the time our men arrived, she and her daughter had already been taken away and escaped into the southeast mist. Upon hearing this, Price's eyes widened. Who took them? Bunker replied, we do not know yet. Ethan should be aware, but he refuses to disclose any information. Price said, then let his father inquire. It has been over 5 months, and Xiao Tong should be recovered by now. In truth, during the initial incident in Telier, Qingyao had pierced the vines through Xiao Tang's left heart, leaving him on the verge of death. Ethan and Ku Song secretly rescued Xiao Tong, implanting a mechanical heart and conducting extensive mechanical modifications, bringing him back from the brink of death. However, from that moment on, Xiao Tong could no longer transform into beast form, though his combat abilities in human form were enhanced by mechanical augmentation. The southeast mist? Price's expression grew grave as he looked intently at Bunker. The southeast mist is fraught with peril. If Ji Lishu dies there, she will not survive. You understand? The mention of she made Bunker's face solemn. I'm fully aware. I will bring Ji Lishu back. Only by bringing Ji Lishu back can she continue to accompany him. Yin Lu Jin remained in the underground confidential chamber, navigating through twists and turns until he arrived at a sealed room. Through the transparent glass wall, he could see the silhouette of a woman facing away from him. The resemblance sent a jolt through his heart. His heartbeat accelerated. Yin Lu Jin quickly regained his composure. That is not Ji Lishu. Ji Lishu is inside. Do you wish to see her? Yaheng asked Yin Lu Jin. Yin Lu Jin turned to glance at him, maintaining his composure. Do you dare to let me see her? Yaheng chuckled. What is there to fear? You cannot possibly take her away from here. His tone was unwavering. However, there's a condition. Yin Lu Jin responded. Our team has completely surrounded Mu Bo Island. Do you think you still have a right to negotiate with me? Yaheng dismissively replied. As long as Ji Lishu remains on Mu Bo Island, you must comply. In truth, Yaheng was unaware of Ji Lishu's whereabouts at this moment. He also did not know that Xing Ju and Xing Ya had already taken Ji Lishu away. Meanwhile, Yin Lu Jin was merely playing along in this charade. His expression darkened, eyes glinting with malice. Yaheng quickly sensed the subtle murderous intent emanating from the top-tier Beastman and immediately tempered his arrogance. Withdraw Yunhen's team from the waters surrounding Mu Bo Island, and I will allow you to remain by Ji Lishu's side. Yin Lu Jin clearly did not trust him. Yaheng leaned in closer and whispered, Price is taking Ji Lishu to save another person. I have no interest in his personal affairs. He has his own agenda. However, as the vice-governor of Mu Bo Island, I cannot stand idly by while he pursues his selfish interests, plunging Mu Bo Island into chaos. Price and Bunker are aligned with a common partner, but I am not. My eyes are set on my own goals. You only need to inform Yunhen to withdraw the team 100 miles from Mu Bo Island, and I will speak to Price, allowing you to stay by Ji Lishu's side, thus enabling you to protect her personally. His words were precisely what Yin Lu Jin desired most at this moment. He simply wished to stay close to Ji Lishu. However, Yin Lu Jin was well aware that Yaheng aimed to draw him willingly into this trap. Very well, I agree. Yin Lu Jin contacted Yunhen through Mu Bo Island's communication device, explaining the situation, and Yunhen agreed to withdraw. After the communication was severed, Yin Liuji's eyes gradually revealed a glimmer of eagerness. Quickly, open the door. The smile on Yaheng's lips deepened. A nearby robot unlocked the door with a password, and Yin Liuji rushed inside with fervor. However, upon seeing the woman's face in the room, the door had already been securely locked. The woman's visage was a dull, silver-gray metallic hue. It was a robot deliberately designed to deceive and lure him into the room. Yin Liuji's expression remained unchanging as he slowly closed his eyes, attempting to sense the control of the shishis, but the outcome was predictable. He failed. Within 2 minutes, Yaheng's voice, laced with amusement, echoed in the chamber. Is a control signal of the shishis unable to be transmitted? Ha! Yin Liuji, this is your specially crafted prison. Yin Liuji slowly opened his eyes, his tone frigid. You played your cards well, but do you think that because Yunhen has retreated a step, it signifies capitulation? Should anything happen to Ji Lishu, we will not easily let it go. Yaheng's objectives were twofold: to temporarily drive Yunhen away from Mu Bo Island and to gain control over him. Initially, why had Kasong allowed him to venture alone to Mu Bo Island? From the very beginning, they had plotted to seize control of the Shishi's army in his hands. Yin Liuji was well aware of this and decided to turn the tables on them. If they dared to strike at Ji Lishu, he too would repay them in kind. Chapter 249. No more futile struggles before dawn. The sound of waves crashing against the shore grew increasingly distinct. Ji Lishu exited the Vengman house, surrounded by an enveloping darkness, unable to discern anything. She closed her eyes, attentively distinguishing the sounds. The tide was rising. A clear, soothing voice emerged nearby. Ji Lishu opened her eyes, but did not glance at him. Xingya approached slowly, estimating that in another 10 minutes, the island's ground would be inundated with seawater. Ali, we must set off now. He had not slept all night and had observed every change in the surroundings with great clarity. His heart weighed heavily, making it impossible to rest. Moreover, he needed to remain vigilant against the plants in the forest that could erupt at any moment, leaving him no time to sleep. 10 minutes later, the two of them boarded the yacht with Shuang Shuang, ready to leave the island. As they boarded, Qingya instinctively reached out to assist Ji Li Shu, but she evaded him. Qingya paused for a moment, tightened his grip, and then followed her. For now, they could only rely on the direction of the sunrise and the guidance of a traditional compass. Once they escaped the maze, they should encounter the people from Xingjue. After sailing for approximately 2 hours, the surrounding environment finally changed. They were no longer surrounded by one island after another. They had entered a vast expanse of sea. Suddenly, an alarm bell rang in Qingya's mind. Everything was too quiet. The water's surface appeared unfathomable and pitch black. Ali, you should go inside the cabin. Qingya suddenly spoke. Ji Li Shu had been outside the cabin, using various available devices to find their direction. Upon hearing Qingya's words, she surveyed her surroundings and sensed something amiss. Just as she picked up Shuang to stand, the yacht trembled violently from below. Ji Li Shu froze in place. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a massive shadow darting across the ocean's surface, her heart leaping with alarm. What is that? Ji Li Shu pointed at the water's surface and inquired. Qingya gazed intently at the sea, his pupils constricting as he shouted, "Get inside the cabin!" With that exclamation, the tranquil surface of the water was shattered. Countless dark green seaweeds twisted and surged out of the water, resembling inverted water snakes, thrashing about and surrounding the yacht in a dark green expanse that stretched for hundreds of meters. It was deep-sea giant kelp, a mysterious and enormous aquatic mutated plant thriving in the depths of the ocean's darkness and immense pressure. The kelp could reach lengths of thousands of meters. With leaves resembling elongated swords, slender and curved, their edges mutated into hard serrations, resembling gigantic tentacles. Given its size and scale, it likely represented a 4S-level mutated plant. The yacht roared forward at full speed, but the deep-sea giant kelp moved even faster, wrapping around the yacht like enormous tentacles. "Be careful," Qingya shouted, yanking Ji Li Shu away, using one hand to grip the kelp attempting to ensnare her. The kelp slammed against the yacht, causing it to sway violently. Ji Li Shu clutched Shuang tightly with one arm, while gripping a fixture on the boat with the other to avoid being thrown into the sea. The yacht found itself ensnared in the midst of the kelp, with countless massive leaves descending like an overwhelming tide. Qingya leaped onto the cabin roof, tearing through the kelp leaves with his bare hands. "Take this." Ji Li Shu threw him a curved dagger. Qingya deftly caught it, slicing through the kelp, entangling the yacht while attempting to regain control over the giant kelp. However, the kelp's crystal core lay deep beneath the ocean, separated by seawater, rendering him unable to manipulate it. At that moment, Ji Li Shu shouted, "Use fire. Even if we can't burn them to death, we just need the yacht to break free from the entanglement. We must leave this place first." Saying this, she retrieved a few incendiary grenades from Yanshu and tossed them to Qingya. He immediately caught them, pulling the pins and hurling them at the giant kelp encircling the yacht. Flames danced among the kelp leaves, releasing a foul, charred odor. The kelp seemed to recoil from the fire, gradually loosening its grip on the yacht. Seizing the opportunity, Qingya leaped down from the cabin roof and swiftly maneuvered the yacht to escape. Yet the reach of the kelp was vast. The yacht sped forward, twisting and turning to evade its grasp. The commotion had awakened Shuang, whose round eyes, upon seeing the sea of giant kelp, sparked fear, yet she began to giggle. Qingya heard his daughter's melodious laughter, but he had no time to spare for a glance. The yacht fled desperately under the onslaught of the kelp, flames leaping within. Yet their numbers remained relentless in pursuit. At that moment, 3 enormous military vessels sped towards them, breaking through the waves. Ji Li Shu focused her gaze and realized that the figure standing at the forefront of the large military vessel was Kasong. He had led the robotic army in pursuit. In the southeast maze, even if the distance was not great, it was difficult for others to detect their location. However, the sprawling flames had inadvertently revealed their position, granting Kasong the opportunity to chase them down. Qingya's expression darkened. The first to arrive was not Xingjue. This stretch of sea was Kasong's territory, and it was only reasonable for him to discover them first. 2 military vessels anchored amidst the territory of the deep-sea giant kelp, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire to thwart the kelp's advance towards the vessels ahead. Kasong's military vessel remained hot on Ji Li Shu's tail, relentlessly pursuing them. The gap between the 2 vessels continued to narrow. "Ji Li Shu," Kasong bellowed, "you cannot escape. Come here." With that, he began commanding the robotic army to open fire on Qingya. Agile as a deer, Qingya leaped across the yacht, dodging laser beams and the kelp's tentacles. Ji Lishu drew a laser gun and retaliated. The massive yacht and the smaller vessel sped across the ocean's surface, dazzling lasers weaving back and forth. Just as the two sides faced off, a gigantic eagle suddenly swooped down towards her, its talons snatching Ji Lishu and Shuang, flapping twice before soaring away from the yacht. "Let her go," Qingya shouted. In the ocean, Qingya's abilities were limited. Relying solely on his physical prowess and strength made it exceedingly difficult to escape with Ji Lishu in such a desperate situation. Without the aid of plants, he could only depend on his own strength. In an instant, he leaped high, aiming for the heights. However, it was already too late. A beam of crimson light shot forth, precisely targeting Qingya's abdomen. He did not even consider evading. His sole focus was on capturing Ji Lishu. The force of the red laser gun was overwhelming, piercing through his abdomen and propelling him into the sea, where he sank to the depths below. Ji Lishu witnessed this scene unfold before her eyes. She began to struggle fiercely against the grasp of the eagle's claws. The grip tightened, and her movements seemed to provoke him, resulting in the razor-sharp claws inadvertently wounding her arm, causing blood to flow instantly. Kusong's pupils constricted sharply. As the black eagle landed on the military vessel, Kusong swiftly pulled Ji Lishu away from the clutches of the black eagle. He then bellowed, "Ethan, you have harmed her," before Kusong could even glance at her wound. Ji Lishu's gaze turned fierce as she swiftly pivoted and threw a punch at the man beside her. Kusong was quick and managed to evade her strike. "Ji Lishu, you are injured. Stop," he shouted while dodging. He then tightly restrained her, enveloping her in his embrace. "Cease this futile struggle." Following this, Kusong issued commands to the robots. Trapped in his arms and unable to move, Ji Lishu watched helplessly as a robot approached with a syringe, delivering an injection to the back of her neck. In a mere 3 seconds, she lost consciousness. Chapter 250. Do not engage in such foolish acts. Ji Lishu remained in a state of unconsciousness. Both she and Shuang were placed on a small bed, receiving individual care from Ethan. She had grown accustomed to Ethan, and even in her mother's absence, she did not cry or fuss. However, what Kusong was unaware of was that during the moments he spent tending to Ji Lishu's wounds, the military vessel had silently altered its course. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. The military vessel had entered another jurisdictional sea area, heading straight for Mubo Island. Since he had taken Ji Lishu away from Talia, he had kept this from his father, hiding them on his territory for their protection. He wanted to save his mother. Yet he also wished to ensure Ji Lishu's safety. What is happening? Kusong questioned the robot. However, he received no response. The commands had been forcibly altered by the highest level administrator. These robots now only obeyed his father. Ethan spoke heavily. Kusong's expression turned icy, and after a moment of silence, he exclaimed, "No, as long as Ji Lishu is by my side, I can ensure her safety. But if she falls into my father's hands, I fear for her life." Just as he prepared to take action against all the robots in the cabin to alter their course, Xiao Tung and Bunker appeared on the military vessel. Upon seeing his father, who had long been out of danger, Ethan's youthful face lit up with a smile. However, when his gaze met his father's cold eyes, he instinctively lowered his head and softly called out, "Father." Yet the next moment, Xiao Tung ruthlessly kicked Ethan. His frail body was sent crashing against the railing of the military vessel, the impact bending the railing and causing blood to spill from the corner of Ethan's mouth. Ethan gazed at his father in disbelief. His father had never laid a hand on him before. Why now? He understood his father's desperation to save his mother. Yet he too was striving to do the same. He merely wished to protect Shuang's mother. She cried so easily. Only her mother could comfort her. If her mother were to be lost, would she not cry endlessly? Kusong rushed forward to stand in front of Xiao Tung, shouting, "Do not harm him. It was my decision to keep this from you. Punish me instead." Xiao Tung coldly glanced at him and slowly replied, "It is not for me to teach you a lesson. When we return to Mubo Island, you will have to account to your father." Kusong was momentarily taken aback, his expression grave. Bunker gave him a deep look before stepping forward to pat his shoulder. "What kind of woman do you desire? Simply find another. Do not engage in such foolish acts." Even if Ji Lishu was not needed to save their mother with the companion she had, what Kusong desired was bound to remain unattainable. Bunker, lacking offspring, prioritized the well-being of his partner over having children, thus viewing both Kusong and Ethan as his own, genuinely guiding them. Kusong's face turned grim, yet his expression radiated stubbornness. Xiao Tong spoke again. "Do you wish to watch your mother die before your eyes?" Kusong turned to face Xiao Tong, the stubbornness in his eyes fading, replaced by a calm resolve. She will live, right? Saving my mother only requires some of her living tissue, correct? It will not endanger her life, will it? Unable to withstand the combined strength of his father and Xiaotong, he repeatedly sought confirmation that they would not harm her life. However, Xiaotong's response shattered his hopes. Whether she lives or dies, you and she are not meant to be. If we save the partner, Ji Lishu will survive. They would not resort to such drastic measures or turn against Yunhan. Even if it risks the lives of all on Mu Bo Island, we will fight for her survival. Chapter 251. Betrayal of a Lover in the Central Area of Mu Bo Island, within the Biochemical Confidential Department. Ji Lishu abruptly opened her eyes in response to a sudden burst of bright light, sitting up in shock. Before her lay pale blue metallic walls, pristine white sofas, and a hovering LCD screen framed in light blue metal. A massive floor-to-ceiling window showcased vibrant roses blooming within. "You're awake?" A gentle voice inquired nearby. Ji Lishu turned her head abruptly. It was a woman. She possessed warm, tender eyes, was slender yet beautiful, and wore a calm smile on her pale face, with a few faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s. "My name is Shui. Given our age difference, you should call me Annie," she said, smiling as she offered Ji Lishu a glass of water. Every action and word she uttered seemed entirely human. Even for Ji Lishu, who had traversed into this world, encountering a woman of normal intelligence felt somewhat extraordinary. Ji Lishu deduced her identity, the mother of Ku Song and Ethan, the partner of Please. She could see at a glance that the woman before her was gentle and frail, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Yet, they dared to leave her alone with such a person? Ji Lishu glanced around the room once more, through the large window. She could see towering buildings and the phosphorescent tunnel nearby, emitting a ghostly blue glow. Aside from concealed cameras, there were several micro-intelligent attack devices hidden throughout the room. She was almost certain that any aggressive action towards Shui would result in her limbs being pierced instantly. Her gaze fell upon a dirty piece of fabric draped over the pure white sofa, and Ji Lishu's pupils constricted as she turned her attention back to the woman. "Where's my child?" she demanded sharply. Shui was momentarily startled by her sudden inquiry, but quickly replied softly, "She is in the next room. The childcare robot tidied up after her, and she is now asleep. Do not worry. I will have them bring her over." With that, Shui approached the door and spoke a few words. In less than half a minute, Shuang was brought in, nestled in a small bed pushed by a robot. Ji Lishu immediately rose to embrace Shuang, but her sudden movement caused a wave of dizziness to wash over her. It was the effect of a drug injected into the back of her neck, suppressing her physical abilities. Shui assisted her gently. "Do not rush, just rest well. The child can sleep beside you. No one will take her away, I assure you." Ji Lishu took a moment to compose herself, remaining silent. Yet she reached out to pull the small bed closer. "I have seen you before," Shui said, sitting beside her with a smile. Ji Lishu pondered for a few moments before responding. "You have seen me?" The current situation is shrouded in uncertainty, and the woman herself is unclear of her true intentions. With Shuang still by her side, she can only navigate one step at a time. Shui nodded and mentioned that there exists a video regarding her within the communication device left by Chong Kong. Ji Lishu inquired, "Chong Kong?" After Shui spoke, she retrieved a segment of footage from her own device. It was a video of Ji Lishu during the intimate adventure with Chong Kong, where she confessed her feelings to Yunhan. Why did Chong Kong choose to record this moment? Ji Lishu's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her gaze. It seemed that some truths were on the verge of being revealed. "Is Chong Kong all right?" Shui asked. Ji Lishu lifted her gaze to meet her gentle eyes and responded softly, "He is already gone." Shui's beautiful eyes flickered, momentarily stunned, her voice heavy with despair. "I am sorry, I did not know. I am truly sorry. What do you have to apologize for to me?" Ji Lishu's expression was a mix of guilt and sorrow as she looked at Shui, for it was she who had taken him away. Ji Lishu subtly furrowed her brow, but remained silent. Shui observed her expression and, seeing she displayed little emotion, couldn't help but question, "You do not love him?" Ji Lishu neither shook her head nor nodded. Shui stared at her for a moment, murmuring softly, "So it was like this." Initially, the theoretical data from the semi-mechanical transformation research indicated a successful experiment once. Yet Chong Kong was always reluctant to submit the final critical technology. Consequently, my partners forced Chong Kong to drink my blood, granting him a spiritual seal. He had no choice but to succumb to its constraints. Instinctively seeking ways to save my life, thereby revealing your existence. Although he was compelled to be bound to me, I knew in his heart he truly loved another. The spiritual seal marked his heart, but the imprint was faint and grayish, indicating that even with forced constraints, he still did not love me. To compel a Beastman to abandon the one they truly love and instead bind themselves to another woman, betraying their beloved, must be more painful than death itself. Upon hearing this, Ji Li Shu felt a slight ache in her heart. She had once suspected that Chong Kong had used the hair she provided for his research. Truth be told, there was a fleeting moment of resentment within her, blaming him for exposing her identity. Yet she was unaware that the truth was far more complex. It was not Belair or Cotellan who sought to kill him, but rather he desired death himself. Thus, he would rather expend his last breath to hand the chip to her. He could not resist the constraints of the spiritual seal or the instincts of his body, but he could decide his fate. Even at the cost of his life to deliver the chip to her, he still felt indebted to her, which is why he uttered an apology before his demise. Ji Li Shu lowered her gaze, unwilling to reveal the hurt within her. The guilt within Shui deepened. She had already caused too much suffering for herself. So what exactly is wrong with you? Ji Li Shu gathered her thoughts and asked. Shui forced a smile, preparing to respond when the door swung open. Mother, Manga. The newcomers were Ku Song and Yi Sang. Yi Sang, like an ordinary child, leaped into Shui's embrace. In that moment, he shed all traces of his previous ferocity, appearing merely as a tender and innocent 7-year-old. Yi Sang, Mama has missed you so much, my little boy. Yi Sang's voice brimmed with joy. Mama, I have missed you so much. Shui gently kissed his forehead. Mama has saved so many wonderful things for you. In contrast to her affection and eagerness towards Yi Sang, when she saw Ku Song, she merely nodded with a smile, her gaze still filled with warmth. After a brief exchange between mother and son, Shui took Yi Sang to see the gift she had prepared for him. The room was left with only Ku Song and Ji Li Shu, along with a quietly sleeping Shuang Shuang. Upon entering the room, Ku Song called out to his mother before his gaze fell upon Ji Li Shu. He instantly noticed her guarded expression. Does your wound still hurt? He asked softly, his attention drawn to her arm. Chapter 252, I am innocent. Upon hearing Ku Song's words, Ji Li Shu's eyes darkened slightly as she stared at him for a moment. Then she subtly lowered her head, concealing the coldness in her gaze. She did not respond, but instead pulled Shuang Shuang's crib a little closer. Ku Song smiled and took a few steps closer, resting an arm on the edge of the crib, then moving to stand in front of Ji Li Shu, casually asking, Are you angry with me? Ji Li Shu couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. Given the current situation, why don't we just speak frankly and stop pretending? I'm concerned for you, and I am not pretending, he replied, feigning indignation. Ji Li Shu raised her eyes slightly, her expression inscrutable. She studied him in silence for a few seconds before her tone softened. It hurts, of course it hurts. I'm still bleeding. Ku Song was momentarily taken aback, the smile fading from his lips. His gaze shifted to her bandaged arm, where blood could still be faintly seen. Yi Sang's claws were incredibly sharp, and it seemed the injury was indeed severe. Ku Song's fingers curled slightly, a dull pain rising in his chest. I've already dealt with Yi Sang. If you want, I can let you hit him back. Ji Li Shu scoffed, her tone harsh. Do you think I can trust you after saying that now? She then lowered her head, her voice softening. This is Mu Bo Island. You have confined me here, limiting my abilities. I am powerless to escape, and I know nothing of your true intentions. I am scared too, Ji Li Shu admitted. Ku Song was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Did she just express fear? Was she showing vulnerability to him? His heart raced, an inexplicable heaviness settling in his chest. Don't be afraid. I will not let anything happen to you, he reassured her. Her sudden change in demeanor caught him off guard, causing him to lose his usual playful demeanor, and he spoke earnestly. You have already met my mother. Her health is very poor. My fathers have exhausted every means to no avail. The only solution is to undergo a mechanical transformation. My fathers must save her, and they need your help. Help? Ji Li Shu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. However, her expression remained unchanged, even agreeing with him. All right, I am already here, with no escape in sight. As long as you do not harm me, I am willing to help. I trust you. Although she had been forcibly taken by Ku Song, he was now her only lead to gather information. Her statement of trust caused Ku Song to momentarily lose his composure, his expression tightening. He leaned closer to her, attempting to touch her delicately hanging fingers, which were beautifully defined. Ji Li Shu glanced at him once before subtly withdrawing. Can you tell me where my partners are? They would never give up on searching for me and Shuang Shuang. Although she was trapped in the main city of Mubo Island and her situation was unclear, Yin Hin would not abandon her. She speculated that the situation surrounding Mubo Island could not be much better either. Kusong lowered his gaze, studying Ji Lishu intently. Having interacted with her numerous times, he was well aware of her character. How could she so easily submit and cooperate? Yet, her expression no longer bore the coldness and vigilance it once did, instead revealing a hint of dependence. He found it hard to resist. After a moment of silence, Kusong spoke. Telier has deployed 8 large warships, each equipped with formidable weaponry. Numerous high-level mercenaries have secretly landed and are lurking around Mubo Island. And even the airspace is filled with countless combat aircraft. These are merely the military forces of Yunhin stationed near Mubuidao. According to the latest report from the Security Bureau, 5 large transport ships have departed from Shamojicheng and are swiftly advancing towards Mubuidao. What else could the cargo of these ships be but flesh eaters? Ji Lishu listened quietly, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Kusong cast a casual glance her way, his peripheral vision catching sight of Shuang in the crib. The threats facing Mubuidao are far from over. Shuang's father is Qingya. Even if he was struck in the southeast maze, he is Qingya and would not perish so easily. Sooner or later, he will come, and when he does, the mutant plants of Mubuidao will spiral out of control. Ji Lishu stated, they will not relent. You will find it difficult to cope. Kusong's gaze deepened. Indeed, managing the situation posed considerable challenges. Yet, as you just mentioned, we have come this far and there is no retreat. Ji Lishu spoke softly. Kusong, I comprehend your initial intention to save your mother, and I am willing to assist. Since we have reached an understanding, I can also facilitate the evacuation of my companions from Mubuidao. There is no need for such drastic measures. Wouldn't you agree? Kusong regarded her, raising an eyebrow. Then what do you propose? If you allow me to contact Yinhun, I can persuade them to withdraw their military forces from Mubuidao. Of course, for my safety, I require their protection, thus permitting their entry into Mubuidao. However, Kusong merely chuckled. I'm afraid that is no longer within my purview. 4 fathers stand before me. All I can do is ensure your safety. Ji Lishu's eyes momentarily chilled. She continued, very well, I shall not press you further. Then perhaps you could simply inform me when you intend to act against me? Mubuidao, besieged by the formidable might of Telier, had confined her within the city, yet had not yet made a move. What were they waiting for? To this query, Kusong merely shook his head, unwilling to divulge anything. The slight arch of Ji Lishu's luminous eyes betrayed her displeasure, as she coldly remarked, you reveal nothing, yet expect me to trust and cooperate with you. I truly cannot discern what your pretentious facade aims to achieve. Kusong's gaze flickered momentarily, a heavy weight settling in his chest. Has she seen through the act? As he spoke, he pushed the crib aside, moving closer to sit at the edge, leaning towards Ji Lishu. If your companions arrive, they would never allow you to sacrifice your body for another. Even he could not bear the thought of her getting hurt. How could her companions tolerate it? Extracting living tissue is certainly not as simple as drawing a bit of blood. Pain and injury are inevitable. Ji Lishu strained to lean back, evading his proximity. Get away. He was too close, and she no longer wished to pretend. Yet hearing her unguarded command, Kusong only smiled. His slender eyes narrowed, locking onto her. Ji Lishu, I have expressed my sincerity. Do you still not see? His fingers tightened at the nape of her neck, and in the next moment he kissed her. As Ji Lishu struggled, she felt her teeth pried apart, a bitter taste flooding her mouth. Kusong's hand enveloped her neck, gently lifting her chin, forcing her to swallow. After merely a few seconds, he released her. As expected, a sharp slap echoed. Ji Lishu glared at him. What did you make me drink? Before she could finish her question, Kusong pressed a finger against her lips, seemingly intent on silencing her. His gaze remained fixed on her, unwavering, even as tears threatened to spill. Ji Lishu, listen closely. I have no interest in hybrids and have never engaged with them. I have no other companions. I am entirely innocent. I arranged for Isong to deceive you, employing all means to bring you here, for I must save my mother. Yet, I will preserve your life. If you doubt me, allow me to bite you, to become yours. If you perish, I shall accompany you to the grave. Outside the door, sounds began to emerge, reminiscent of patrolling robots. Kusong still did not release her, encircling her within his arms. You refuse to let me bite you? Very well. I only hope that after this matter concludes, you will grant me another chance. Chapter 253. Falling into a trap, so unexpectedly Kusong lowered his head, his dark eyes reflecting a deep tranquility as he gazed at the woman before him, gentle and delicate, as if made of the softest jade. A woman of such beauty ought to be gentle and alluring, like his mother. Yet she was not. She was a rose with thorns, capable of inflicting pain if provoked. He had schemed to approach her, deceived her, and now sought to exploit her to rescue another woman. He had never imagined he would act so towards a woman. Yet even now, he harbored dreams of a future with her, foolishly wishing for a chance. He had believed there would be no woman more beautiful than his mother. Yet fate had led him to Ji Li Shu. This time, he had miscalculated. He never expected to fall so unexpectedly. Just as Ji Li Shu was about to kick him, the door swung open. Kasong glanced back, slowly releasing her, straightening himself. 3 beastmen in matching white uniforms entered, respectfully nodding towards Kasong. The laboratory is prepared, and the subject has awakened. We need to take her for matching experiments, one of the white-clad beastmen explained. Kasong's expression grew heavy as he nodded. Without hesitation, he took Ji Li Shu's hand firmly. I will go with you, do not fear. Ji Li Shu glanced at Shuang, uneasy about leaving her alone. Mother and Isong will look after her, Kasong assured. Ji Li Shu was led into the laboratory, located on the same floor of the building. This appeared to be their primary base for human modification. Biometric security doors and surveillance cameras adorned the walls, ensuring every corner of the laboratory was under watch. The laboratory was equipped with advanced instruments, including high-precision body scanners and gene editing tools. Kasong clung tightly to her hand, unwilling to let go. Eventually, they arrived at an independent, transparent sterile operating room. Kasong was stopped outside the sterile room. Before releasing her, he tightened his grip on Ji Li Shu's hand. Leaning close to her ear, whispering, if it becomes too painful, you may resist. Ji Li Shu looked up at him, sensing an underlying implication. With her physical abilities suppressed, how could she possibly resist? Kasong released her hand and stood outside the transparent glass wall, his deep black eyes fixated on the sterile room. He watched helplessly as they extracted a long, cold syringe, piercing her fair skin. It must have hurt as she furrowed her brow. These 3 biological research experts answered solely to his father, Pulai Si, and possessed significant combat capabilities. The laboratory was equipped with emergency call devices within 3 seconds. High-level guards would rush in to subdue any attempts at resistance. At this moment, all he could do was watch over her. But if she could no longer endure, he would do whatever it took to halt their operations. The entire process lasted about an hour, with the cold instruments repeatedly breaking her skin, drawing forth traces of blood. Ji Li Shu did not resist. She closed her eyes, feeling her strength gradually returning. A flicker of shock coursed through her heart. Could it be Kasong? The bitter liquid he had forced into her mouth during that passionate kiss was meant to counteract the suppressants within her body. Meanwhile, the coastline boundary of Mubo Dao had been breached by Xingjue and his men. Massive warships unleashed a torrent of bombing and shelling from the sea, while Xingjue's mercenary team began to land on the island. They swiftly seized the critical strategic points along the eastern coastline of Mubo Island. Immediately thereafter, a dazzling crimson light pierced the sky above Mubo Island, as if a colossal red axe had cleaved the heavens, only to vanish in an instant. A large flying battleship arrogantly and swiftly ascended from the sea surface, soaring into the skies above Mubo Island. It emitted a cacophony of piercing sound waves, seemingly intending to intimidate the enemy orcs. Kotelin and Bunker stood at the forefront, commanding the cruisers to respond with rapid fire, as missile systems aligned perfectly against the enormous aerial vessel. However, the battleship made no move to attack. It was not until all the equipment dependent on photonic signal conversion within the city was rendered inoperative that they realized this flying warship had obliterated all infrastructure reliant on the power system of Mubo Island. At dusk, the entire Mubo Island was plunged into darkness, leaving only the artillery fire along the eastern coastline, stretching for miles. The ordinary orcs of the city fell into a state of panic. Above in the sky, countless drones equipped with precision cameras broadcasted the war to the world. Leaders from tribes and cities across the globe were vocally condemning Mubo Island through official channels. Kidnapping and harming innocent human women was an act intolerable throughout the beast world. Moreover, the woman taken by Price was the partner of Yan'an. This meant that Mubo Island was set to confront not only Yan'an, but also Xingjue and the desert city Yinliaji. To think that Mubo Island could withstand the forces behind these 3 was nothing short of folly, a grave miscalculation. Yet unexpectedly, the relentless criticisms aimed at Mubo Island would shift direction within mere hours. Chapter 254. What she desires is your heart, the ruling council of Mubo Island convened. Price unreservedly took his seat at the head of the oval conference table, with shouting beside him. Below sat the core figures who controlled Mubwa Island. "Commander, release them. If we continue to resist, the entire Mubwa Island will be obliterated," a senior figure called out to Price at the head of the table. Following suit, the other core members echoed the sentiment. "Our coastal defenses have been breached, and now even the city's information system is under attack. The intelligent defenses are nearly incapacitated. Indeed, Commander, the united strength of Yunhen, Xingjue, and Yinliaji is simply insurmountable." The vessel carrying the Devourers had already reached the skies above Mubwa Island, and once deployed within the city, countless innocent orcs would face dire consequences. They were unaware of Price's sudden decision to forcibly abduct Yunen's partner, which had inadvertently drawn war to Mubwa Island. However, the highest military command rested with Price, and if he sought war, they could only strive to prevent it. "Commander, what are your intentions? We cannot allow everyone to perish." Price's dark eyes remained calm and unwavering. Yet, this very tranquility concealed a latent menace. He surveyed all present and slowly spoke. "Give me 10 more hours. We only need to hold out for 10 more hours, and everything will come to an end. In 10 hours, Shi Wei's body modification will be complete. As long as she lives, I will find a way to resolve all crises. Moreover, by then, Ji Lishu will be dead. Her partners will not survive long either. Once this news is revealed, the power held by both Yunhen and Yinliaji can be easily usurped. If all goes as planned, it will be a win-win situation." Clearly, Price's words failed to convince the high-ranking officials below, who opened their mouths to continue the debate. At that moment, Deputy Commander Yahung spoke up. "To have captured Yunen's partner from Telier is already a monumental feat, but since we have secured her, this is our opportunity. Throughout the world, there have been numerous instances of utilizing orc partners to control them, threatening and extorting power and wealth. Such actions may be condemned by the public, but so what? Partners are the Achilles heel of the orcs. With a weakness, they inevitably face threats. This is a consensus among all orcs. They either remain single for life or take great care to protect their partners. Otherwise, they must be prepared to be coerced." Upon hearing Yahung's words, the high-ranking officials fell silent. "Ji Lishu is on Mubwa Island. Yunhen will not dare to act rashly. I trust the commander has a plan, but can Mubwa Island hold out for 10 hours? I only hope that the commander can provide us with a better explanation." Price cast a deep glance at Yahung and then surveyed the room. He proclaimed, "We are all in the same boat now. Having come this far, our task is to unite our strength against Telier and the desert city, striving for all that you desire." This internal strife was merely a result of these core officials not having received Price's promises of benefit, which had led to this uproar. With the assurances from Yahung and Price, they ceased their opposition. Yahung narrowed his eyes as he scanned the crowd, discreetly sending a message. "The ruling council has been stabilized. Now we await your removal of Ji Lishu." 3 hours passed. During this time, Ji Lishu was once again taken to the sterile room for the collection of a living tissue sample. The sounds of bombing echoed from outside the building, the artillery fire growing increasingly dense, causing the earth to tremble gently. Listening to the relentless cacophony, the anxious faces of her partners seemed to materialize before Ji Lishu's eyes. They must be extremely worried about her. Within the biochemical secret department, orcs clad in white sterile suits hurried to and fro, while countless robots patrolled the exterior of the laboratory. During this time, she caught a glimpse of Price and unexpectedly shouting. He was still alive. Price stood tall, his countenance as inscrutable as unfathomable depths of the sea, calm and unperturbed. He merely cast a few casual glances at Ji Lishu through the transparent barrier of the sterile room before turning to leave. They awaited the final matching results, after which the modification of Shi Wei would commence. Price took a moment to be with his partner before hastily departing. At that moment, the entire city was tense. He had to be present at the command center, due to the complete failure of the city's power system and information devices. The intelligent defense system of the biochemical secret department was also incapacitated. Kessin personally led the orc defense forces in their preparations. At this moment, Ji Lishu lay in the room where she had awakened. The room contained only her and Shuang Shuang. Shuang Shuang was asleep, and Ji Lishu closed her eyes, intending to rest for a while to fully recover her strength. Merely 10 minutes had passed when she sensed the door being quietly opened. Ji Lishu abruptly opened her eyes. A tall, sturdy orc clad in a white sterile suit and wearing a mask entered, pushing a cart laden with medical equipment. What did they intend to do this time? Ji Lishu furrowed her brow. The newcomer then turned and locked the door behind him. Instantly, she was on high alert. The man approached step by step, slowly removing his mask. Ji Lishu recognized a familiar face. Yunki. Shu, he whispered as he maneuvered the cart closer to Ji Lishu, producing a syringe and pretending to draw blood. His sudden proximity caused Ji Lishu to instinctively recoil. Listen to me. Yunkai lowered his voice to a near whisper. They're almost ready. In no more than an hour, they will begin their operation. You must escape. Wei desires not only your living tissue, but your heart. Her heart failure had persisted for a considerable time. Even if her entire body were transformed into a half-machine, without a living heart, she could not survive. Yin Kai's words aptly explained the ominous feeling that lingered in Ji Lishu's heart. If merely providing some living tissue could save a life, why would Price go to such lengths to sever ties with Yun Hen, leading to an inescapable deadlock? Once the backup energy here is activated, the laboratory will reopen. You must seize the opportunity to escape while I cover for you. Remember, traverse the phosphorescent tunnel. It leads to the southeastern seabed, where I have arranged for a submarine to be hidden. You should head directly to Yun Hen. Chapter 255. He thought of her for a long, long time. Why are you helping me? Ji Lishu fixed her gaze on him, the hidden emotions in her eyes clearly reflecting her distrust of Yun Kai. Or rather, why should she trust him? The last time they met, he had attempted to abduct her, and they had even engaged in a fierce confrontation. Yun Kai fell silent, lowering his gaze to the face that had appeared in his mind countless times. She seemed unchanged, yet had transformed in many ways. Perhaps because she now held a child in her arms. She remained distant and indifferent, yet her coldness was no longer as frigid as the depths of winter. Upon seeing her for the first time, he felt a newfound tenderness emanating from her. Had Yun Hen altered her? Her brows and eyes exuded an air of coolness, the contours of her cheeks accentuating her beauty, her gaze akin to a starry river. Strands of dark hair cascaded upon her face, enhancing the paleness of her skin. Compared to the plumpness favored by the Beastmen of this world, she was entirely unassociated. Yet, he had long been unable to forget her. He had plotted for a long time, hoping to one day reappear before her with honor. He had thought of her for a long, long time, yet she asked him why he would help her. He was at a loss for words. Ever since being expelled from the city by Telier, he had been unwilling to relinquish everything he once held. He was even more unwilling to accept that it was because of him that Yun Hen had encountered Ji Lishu. Why should Yun Hen have her and not he? Thus, he arrived at Mubwa Island, seeking refuge with Yahong, with whom he had close cooperation previously. Jiang, a man of immense ambition, sought much more than merely the position of vice leader of Mubwa Island. Like him, he was unwilling to let go. Mubwa Island had seized Yun Hen's partner, which presented a rare opportunity for Yahong. The best candidate to ally with him was none other than Yun Kai, the former vice leader of Telier. Yahong stabilized the upper echelons of Mubwa Island, mobilizing the entire city to resist Telier's assault. Yun Kai's task was to infiltrate the biochemical secrets department and discreetly eliminate Ji Lishu. Once Ji Lishu was dead, her partners would sense it immediately, and, at that time, Yun Hen would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Price and the others, leading to a relentless cycle of retribution for Ji Lishu. In this way, once Price and the others were dealt with by Yun Hen, control of Mubwa Island would fall into Yaheng's hands. With Ji Lishu's demise, her partners would naturally not survive either, allowing Yun Kai to reclaim Telier's power once more. Such an outcome was indeed tempting. Yet, Yahong had overlooked one crucial aspect, dispatching Yun Kai to kill Ji Lishu. But how could he possibly harm her? There was much to be said, yet the current situation afforded him no time to elucidate everything. Thus, Yun Kai spoke in a low voice. I am not helping you. I am aiding my brother. His tone was deliberately ambiguous, leaving his true intentions shrouded in mystery. He then produced a whip from his pocket and placed it in Ji Lishu's hand. Take it. I promised I would compensate you. Ji Lishu looked down at the whip in her hand, its exquisite appearance and vibrant colors resembling a work of art. The handle was elegantly wrapped in pure white snake skin, smooth and non-slip to the touch. Embedded in the middle of the handle was a transparent gemstone, which flickered with a faint yellow light, causing the whip to blend seamlessly with the colors of her swaddling. It appeared as if the whip could render itself invisible, seemingly more advanced than her own Wuji whip. At that moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. She had once casually remarked, "You ruined my whip. You owe me." Never did she expect that, after all this time, Yun Kai would still remember. Ji Lishu, I want you to live well. Just as Yun Kai's words fell, a series of gunshots echoed from outside the metallic door. Ji Li Shu swiftly stowed the whip into Yin Shu. Instantly, the metallic door was kicked open. Kusong was the first to rush in, followed by numerous beastmen clad in uniform black combat gear, all aiming their guns at Yin Kai. The moment they burst through the door, Yin Kai swiftly drew a dagger, holding Ji Li Shu hostage from behind. "Everyone, stand down, or I will kill her." Yun Kai shouted. Kusong stood at the forefront, his face darkening. "Let her go, or I will slice you into 100 pieces." Yin Kai pressed the dagger against Ji Li Shu's neck. "Everyone, retreat, or we all die." At that moment, Yin Kai had donned a mask, making it impossible for Kusong to discern his identity. Perhaps it was Yin Kai's fierce gaze, filled with murderous intent, that made Kusong genuinely fear for Ji Li Shu's safety. Thus, he spoke with a tone of compromise. "I can fulfill any request you have, just do not harm her." Yin Kai remained unmoved, shouting retreat. Kusong released his grip, commanding the beastmen behind him to lower their weapons and exit the enclosed metallic room. Yun Kai, still holding Ji Li Shu hostage, retreated into the expansive hall of the Biochemical Secrets Department. "Open a lockdown door," he shouted at Kusong. Ji Li Shu merely complied with Yun Kai's hostage situation. Indeed, only in this manner could she perhaps escape this fully enclosed, heavily guarded Biochemical Secrets Department. As both sides reached a standoff, a woman's high-pitched scream suddenly echoed from 20 meters away, in the area where Shi Wei was located. Everyone fell silent for a moment, followed by the clear sounds of a struggle emanating from that region. Kusong's heart sank. Had someone else intruded? Chapter 256. Ji Li Shu exists to save your mother. Shortly thereafter, everyone witnessed Yi Sang shielding his mother as they burst into the outer area. In the next moment, Xiao Tong was directly kicked out from within the metallic door. As preparations were about to begin for Shi Wei's body modification, her partners would surely leave someone behind to protect her. 3 of Shi Wei's partners were on the front lines resisting Yun Hin and Xing Ju's assault, while Xiao Tong remained behind to safeguard her. About 20 meters away, a group of lifeless robots stood in the midwestern section of the hall, already aiming their guns at the metallic door. Ji Li Shu could not help but glance over. A tall man stepped out from the metallic door into the soft glow of the hall lights. He wore a gray combat uniform, his unruly short hair still strikingly noticeable. Beneath his short hair, his brows were thick as ink, and his familiar fox-like eyes no longer held their mischievous glimmer, but instead reflected depth and determination. Shadows and light sculpted his silhouette, exuding an alluring charm. Across the dense line of robots and armed beastmen, the man's silent gaze met Ji Li Shu's, causing him to momentarily freeze. Upon seeing the dagger at her neck, his expression shifted to one of furious rage. Yin Liuji's body surged forward like lightning, breaking through the robot's defenses as he rushed toward Ji Li Shu. Behind Ji Li Shu, Yin Kai's body shifted slightly. "Do not move." Yin Liuji glared fiercely at the dagger on her neck. Had looks been lethal, Yin Kai might have perished many times over. Yin Li Shu subtly gestured to Yin Lui. Yin Liuji's gaze flickered slightly, yet he remained motionless. Their initial plan entailed Xing Ju and Qing yet embarking on a mission to rescue Ji Li Shu from the isolated island, while Yin Hin would lead the battle team to besiege Mu Bo Island, creating a diversion. Meanwhile, he intended to play along with Kusong's invitation, his true objective in infiltrating Mu Bo Island being to confront Shi Wei. But who could explain why Ji Li Shu was here, being held at knife point? The situation was exceptionally delicate. Yin Kai recognized Yin Liuji immediately. He was Ji Li Shu's partner, and his presence significantly increased their chances of escaping the Biochemical Secrets Department. However, now was not the time to confront Yin Liuji. "Open the lockdown doors," Yin Kai shouted again. Upon hearing his command and meeting Ji Li Shu's gaze, Yin Liuji instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. If only Kusong were present, Yin Kai's threats might have borne fruit. Yet, with Xiao Tong's presence, he was unfazed by Yun Kai's intimidation. "Today, none of you will escape. Do not waste your efforts." Xiao Tong held Shi Wei tightly, commanding in a low voice. "Capture him alive." "Father, father." Kusong and Yi Sang could not help but interject, yet their pleas were devoid of any substantial impact. In the next moment, the beastmen behind Kusong surged towards Ji Li Shu and her companions. A swarm of robots, having received Xiao Tong's orders, began to stir restlessly, converging upon Yin Liuji. The stillness was shattered by the sudden charge of a beastman. Yin Kai swiftly darted in front of Ji Li Shu, catching the fist of the advanced beastman with one hand. The thunderous roars of the beastmen echoed, and seizing the opportunity, Yin Liuji dashed to Ji Lishu's side, lunging at the attacking Beastmen. The robots glowed with crimson eyes, their lights flickering ominously. Yin Liuji clenched his fists, his biceps bulging like coiled dragons, channeling the power of his entire being into each punch, striking with such speed that arcs traced through the air, followed by the sound of clashing metal. Ji Lishu held tightly to Shuang Shuang, with only her legs at her disposal. Groups of beastmen approached her, and as she seized her moment, she swept her leg horizontally, delivering blows akin to a heavy whip, targeting her adversaries' lower bodies and forcing them to retreat. In the next moment, Kusong dashed into Ji Lishu's fighting range. Just as he prepared to speak, Ji Lishu aimed a kick at him. He quickly dodged, exclaiming, "Ji Lishu, you cannot leave here." While evading, he added, "The entire city of Mubo Island is on high alert. All intelligent weapons are activated. If you go out, you will be mistakenly killed." Yet, she remained unfazed. Taking a deep breath, Kusong propelled himself into the air, lunging towards Ji Lishu from behind. "Let her go!" Yin Liuji shouted angrily, throwing a punch at Kusong. Kusong was forced to step back. "Ji Lishu, I implore you to trust me," he urged, his brow furrowed. "Enough. The most hypocritical person here is you." A clear voice interjected suddenly. Kusong's expression stiffened as he looked at Ji Lishu. "You keep claiming to help, but what you truly seek is my life. Why should I comply with your demands?" Ji Lishu pointed at Shi Wei, her voice rising in anger. "The lives of others are of no concern to me. She has a lover and children too." Ji Lishu's eyes glistened with fury. Why should she accept such an unjust fate? "What did you say?" Kusong paused, his movements halting as he stared at her in disbelief. Ji Lishu scoffed. "Ask your mother. Her heart is failing, and time is short. Even a full mechanical transformation will not suffice. My heart must be replaced." She turned her cold gaze to Xiao Tong, inquiring, "Am I not correct?" Kusong slowly turned to look at Xiao Tong, seeking confirmation in his eyes. Xiao Tong stepped forward, releasing Shi Wei, his expression a mask of indifference. "Kusong, you have no choice. Ji Lishu's life exists solely to save your mother. She was brought into this world due to the temporal project. Keterin integrated your mother's genetic code into the wormhole transmission device, and Ji Lishu is the one whose genes match your mother's, enabling her to trigger the wormhole and arrive here. How much effort have your father and all of us invested over the years? Do you truly wish to let your mother leave us just like that?" Xiao Tong's dark eyes resembled an abyss, his face etched with gloom and obstinacy. Yun Kai and Yin Liuji continued to grapple with the beastmen and robots amidst the clamor. Behind Xiao Tong, Shi Wei gradually picked up the dagger discarded by Yun Kai. Ji Lishu watched her, noticing a faint smile on Shi Wei's lips as she raised the dagger to her neck. "Mother!" Yi Sang cried out in alarm. "Mother!" Kusong echoed. Xiao Tong turned suddenly. "Stop. Shi Wei, what do you intend to do?" Shi Wei's hand trembled around the dagger, fear of having her weapon seized by Xiao Tong compelling her to press the blade against her throat. With a slight push, it could pierce her fragile throat. "Put it down." Xiao Tong's voice trembled with fury. Shi Wei continued to smile. "Xiao Tong, let her go." Chapter 257. Do not let this be the end. Put down the knife. Xiao Tong's voice was low and heavy, as if he were desperately suppressing his emotions. Shi Wei's face was pale, yet she wore a faint smile, gazing at him from 3 meters away, her dark eyes shimmering. Her voice was soft yet penetrated the tumult of battle. "Enough, it is truly enough. Too many have died. We must not continue down this path." Because of Chong Kong, she had come to realize that so many innocent women had perished because of her. Such profound guilt weighed heavily upon her, suffocating her. Now, they intended to use Ji Lishu's vibrant life to pave the way for her, and she could not accept it with a clear conscience. Shouting studied her intently, a bitter smile suddenly breaking across his face. "If you let her go, you will not survive. If you perish, what will become of me?" Shi Wei smiled, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. "I should have died long ago. You all have allowed me to live for over 20 years, which is already enough. Those 20 years were beautiful, but now every day I live is filled with pain. I bear so many lives, and I cannot endure this any longer." Shi Wei too had arrived in this world because of the temporal project. At that time, Keterin accidentally activated a decades-dormant device in the temporal project experimental base in Yunhai City, summoning her to this world, where she encountered Keterin. Shi Wei had been suffering from a congenital heart condition, with doctors predicting she would not live past 25. Yet since her inexplicable arrival here and meeting her partners, They had expended every effort to treat her, allowing her to survive for so many years. Xiao Tong watched her tears, his rough hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. No, once the modifications are complete, you will be healthy and can stay by my side forever. Before Xiao Tong could finish, Shiwei suddenly interrupted him loudly, questioning, "Is my health to be exchanged for her life?" Her gaze shifted to Ji Li Shu. The woman before her, illuminated by light, possessed skin like fine jade. An enchanting beauty that captivated the heart, with untainted lips and a cold yet vibrant vitality. Such a lively existence should not become her sacrifice. Shiwei's hand tightened in Xiao Tong's grip, her nails digging in her palm, blood seeping quietly. Shiwei withdrew her gaze, turning back to her partner, softly stating, "Xiao Tong, I would rather give up my life than take hers. I would rather not live." "Shiwei," Xiao Tong shouted in fury. "Let them go." Shiwei shouted back. Her tears flowed more fiercely, the dagger in her hand piercing through flesh, blood oozing forth. Xiao Tong's eyes brimmed with anguish as he incredulously gazed at her. "Wei, do you no longer want me?" Shiwei merely repeated, "Let them go." Both Yisang and Kusong shared the same heart-wrenching despair. In this dilemma, they were at a loss for what to do. Xiao Tong's eyes turned crimson, fixating on the blade in her hand as it sank deeper. After just 3 seconds, he discarded his armor and conceded. "All right." He slowly raised a hand, signaling the combatants, the orcs and robots, to cease their assault on Yin Liuji and Yun Kai. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Liuji rushed to Ji Li Shu's side, gripping her hand tightly. Xiao Tong cast a cold glance at Ji Li Shu and commanded in a deep voice, "Open the door, let them out." Shiwei looked at Ji Li Shu with her warm yet sorrowful eyes, softly urging, "Hurry and leave, live well." The metallic doors of the Biochemical Secrets Department slowly creaked open, and without hesitation, the three swiftly exited. As Shiwei watched Ji Li Shu's retreating figure, her grip on the dagger loosened slightly, allowing Xiao Tong to seize the weapon from her grasp. He then enveloped her in his arms. Lowering his head to gaze at her with profound sorrow, "You are always so merciful to others, yet so cruel to me." Shiwei remained silent, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him. She had released Ji Li Shu. She would not live long, nor would her 4 companions. While she could disregard her own life, she cared deeply for her companions' lives. Yet, Shiwei could not allow Ji Li Shu to perish because of her. For she knew that even if she took Ji Li Shu's heart and survived, Ji Li Shu's allies were too formidable. They might spare her, but they would never forgive her companions. Shiwei clearly understood Xiao Tong's intentions. They sought to save her, regardless of the consequences. They knew that killing Ji Li Shu would invite the wrath of Yun Hen and others, yet they still chose this path. However, she did not desire such an ending. Without them, living alone would hold no meaning. Chapter 258. Hell is everywhere. Upon exiting the Biochemical Secrets Department, Ji Li Shu and her companions descended directly to the first floor via the elevator. With a crisp ding, the elevator doors opened slowly. Before them lay a long, dim corridor, at the end of which stood a closed door. Yun Kai spoke up. "Beyond that door is the central district of Mubo Island. To ensure Shiwei can undergo her transformation smoothly, her companions have established a tight defense around the entire building. The moment we step through this door, countless guns will be aimed at us." After saying this, Yun Kai turned to Ji Li Shu and asked, "Ji Li Shu, are you ready?" Yin Liuji cast a sideways glance at him, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Yun Kai removed his mask, and Yin Liuji recognized him. Yun Hen's younger brother, once the renowned vice commander of Talia. Ji Li Shu did not respond to Yun Kai. Instead, she silently retrieved the restraints from Yun Shu and secured them tightly around Shuang Shuang. Yin Liuji observed her actions, but refrained from intervening. It was fine for her to protect Shuang Shuang. He only needed to wholeheartedly safeguard her. The trio traversed the metallic corridor and arrived at the door. Just as Yun Kai was about to open the metallic door, Yin Liuji grasped Ji Li Shu's hand and held her tightly. Yun Kai paused for a moment, silently observing the two embracing, his jaw set with a stern line. Yin Liuji's dark eyes closed momentarily before reopening, filled with deep restraint. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke, "Li Shu, I am sorry." It was he who failed to protect her, allowing her to be taken by Kusong, leading to this dire crisis. It seemed that the more he feared for her safety, the more accidents would occur. Ji Li Shu looked up at the weary, yet handsome man before her. His shoulders remained broad, enclosing her securely. Their time together had been brief, yet she found herself yearning for the warmth and security of his embrace. Ji Lishu paused for a moment. "Do not say you're sorry." In Liuji's eyes shone with intensity, fixating on her face, reluctant to look away. Ji Lishu softly stated, "Have I ever mentioned that I come from the underworld?" In Liuji was momentarily taken aback. He recalled, when he had encountered her again in Luwen Town, he had asked which breeding institution she had emerged from. At that time, she had indeed mentioned the underworld. The underworld was a hell where humans devoured one another. Ji Lishu's lips curled into a faint smile as she stepped away from his embrace, fixing her gaze on the door ahead. Since everywhere was hell, if I could escape from there, I could also escape from here. The metallic door slowly opened a crack. It was now night. The moment the three stepped outside, a blinding beam of light illuminated them. Following that, the sound of machine guns being readied echoed ominously. In Liuji instantly positioned himself in front of Ji Lishu. A glance revealed a group of fully armed orcs emerging from various concealed corners, surrounding them in a menacing formation. "No one is to leave this place." A commanding voice rang out, issuing a warning. Yun Kai scanned the surroundings warily and whispered, "Retreat towards the left tower. The phosphor tunnel lies beneath it, leading to the seabed, where I have prepared a submarine." As both sides remained locked in tension, the orc who had spoken seemed to receive orders through his earpiece. He then waved his hand, signaling the orcs behind him to lower their weapons. "Capture that woman, alive," he commanded, and the orcs surged towards Ji Lishu and her companions. "Take her away," Yun Kai shouted fiercely, leaping toward the group of orcs. In Liuji tightly held Ji Lishu's hand, escaping the encirclement through the gap created by Yun Kai. In the darkness, brilliant lights flashed. Along the way, numerous high-ranking orcs attempted to intercept them. Although In Liuji could take down an orc with a few punches, their numbers compelled him to release Ji Lishu's hand to confront them fully. The orcs, seizing the moment, charged towards Ji Lishu. Without a moment's hesitation, she deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift lash of her whip that struck the assailants. One whip sent two orcs staggering back. The sight stunned the oncoming orcs, who had not anticipated that this woman would counterattack. Before they could recover, she unleashed another whip, sending it soaring into the air, blending with the darkness above, striking an orc who failed to evade in time. With every ounce of strength, Ji Lishu fought fiercely. She could not recall how many orcs she had felled, but when she heard a low voice beside her ask, "Are you all right?" a wave of tranquility washed over her. She swung her whip with fervor, carving elegant arcs through the night sky, the whips and striking the ground and sending a high-ranking orc reeling back, clouds of dust erupting around them. Her strikingly beautiful face was etched with fury. Her clear, penetrating eyes seemed to read the hearts of others, yet bore a chilling coldness, rendering her intimidating and unapproachable. She moved with agility and ferocity, her form darting like a fish through the trees. However, unbeknownst to them, a miniature drone hovered above, capturing every moment of Ji Lishu's struggle. Chapter 259, Declaration of War. A flash of lightning tore through the dark sky, followed by a thunderous roar, as if a torrential downpour was imminent. For the climate of Mubo Island, thunder and rain were but commonplace occurrences. On such an ordinary night, the orcs of Mubo Island were destined to be filled with trepidation. Xingjue had mobilized tens of thousands of high-ranking mercenaries from around the globe to land on Mubo Island, while the city of Talia had dispatched 5,000 elite armed robots. The number of warships had long surpassed 20, and it was reported that more vessels were en route to Mubo Island. The Legion of Flesh Eaters, consisting of 10,000 members, had been meticulously selected by In Liuji, comprising mutated orc flesh eaters whose combat prowess was far more terrifying than that of their human counterparts. In stark contrast, Mubo Island's regular orc army numbered merely 20,000. With 2,000 top-tier armed robots, 5,000 medium-tier armed robots, 7 giant combat mechas, and 10 warships. As for external reinforcements, aside from Kedeal's old faction in Yuhai City, which was willing to send 5,000 orc troops for support, the remaining tribes from various cities were largely condemning Mubo Island, with little talk of assistance. The war had yet to commence, yet the outcome seemed predetermined. Mubo Island was undoubtedly destined for defeat. On the ground and in the sky, magnetic levitation transport tracks and personal flying devices crisscrossed like fleeting glimmers, racing through the air. The tension-filled serpentine architecture stood silent as ever, underscoring the ruling status of the Serpent Clan of Mubo Island, casting the city in a lonely silver-gray hue. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, followed by a dazzling blue light illuminating the sky. Within the city, all outdoor and indoor LCD screens, smart communication devices, and various holographic images switched simultaneously. This scene, however, was broadcasted to cities around the globe by third-party observation cameras, leaving countless orcs bewildered as they gazed upon it. Soon after, against the backdrop of the darkened sky, a vivid image emerged with a flicker of blue light. In this visual, a graceful figure wielded a long whip, skillfully maneuvering among the towering orcs. The whip appeared and disappeared intermittently, occasionally emitting a faint glow, creating numerous whip blossoms that streaked across the night sky like meteors. With a swift crack of the whip, she repelled yet another orc, while a miniature drone high above captured her visage through the gaps in the crowd. Her raven-black hair, tied at the back, was tousled by the wind, revealing a pair of translucent, deep-set eyes that sparkled like autumn waters. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with upturned eyes that exuded an enchanting allure. The orcs observing this spectacle all widened their eyes in unison, questioning whether this was a human-beast hybrid. How could such a being contend with so many orcs? Why would Mubwa Island unveil a human-beast hybrid at this moment? This scene lasted for several dozen seconds, with the orcs' confusion continuing to brew. Then, a small avatar appeared on screen. The man depicted possessed a strikingly handsome yet indifferent face, his pale skin marked with a few wrinkles. Most orcs on Mubwa Island recognized him well. He was none other than their supreme leader, Palazi. In the next instant, his deep voice resonated across the city. Citizens of Mubwa Island, I am Palazi. At the sound of his voice, everyone in every corner of Mubwa Island fell silent. Meanwhile, the fight between Ji Li Shu and the multitude of orcs continued on screen. As you can see, this human female is the partner of Yin Hen, the supreme leader of Talia. A brief silence followed, then a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A woman? How could it be possible? A human possessing such skills and intellect? Her gaze, her every movement, could not possibly belong to a genetically inferior human. To claim she was a human-beast hybrid was already astounding. How could she possibly be human? When had such a human species ever existed? The murmurs of doubt among the orcs gradually quieted as Palazi continued. You have not seen incorrectly, nor have you heard incorrectly. She is indeed a primitive human genetic species from centuries past. The weight of his words, coming from someone so high in rank, was undeniable. Listening to him, the orcs beyond the screen felt an inexplicable shock. Palazi continued. This woman possesses an intelligence akin to that of a normal orc, her beauty striking, and her combat prowess formidable. Look closely at the child in her arms. That is a human infant, a girl born from her union with an orc. At this revelation, all observers fell utterly silent. Hearts raced in anticipation of Palazi's next words. What I'm about to say is that in the future, every orc will have the opportunity to possess a woman like her. The imminent extinction of humanity that we face can be resolved. The continuation of the orc species will no longer be a challenge. Under the gaze of orcs worldwide, Palazi revealed the entirety of human transformation technology. With just the genes of this woman, every human female's intellect and physicality can be enhanced, transforming them into beings of normal intelligence and behavior. Just like the woman you see before you. Even those on the brink of death can extend their lifespans through transformation. My kin, she is not merely the partner of a select few. She belongs to the grand endeavor of ensuring the survival of the orc species worldwide. Even Yin Hen, or other powerful orcs, cannot selfishly claim her for themselves. As Palazi's words echoed, the silence of Mubwa Island was suddenly shattered by a cacophony of thunderous cheers. He speaks the truth. He speaks the truth. Yin Hen cannot possess her for himself. Palazi's voice grew more impassioned. We cannot accept Talia's hegemonic rule. The hope for the continuation of all humanity and orc species cannot be sacrificed. I call upon forces from around the world to aid Mubwa Island. I further implore the orcs of Talia. You possess power. You have partners. I urge you to join me in declaring war against the hegemony of Yin Hen and his ilk. Fight for our interests. Fight for the continuation of our species. Declare war on hegemony. The emotions of the orcs surged, rallying to fight for the survival of their kind. Meanwhile, Yin Hen and Xingjue aboard their cruiser, positioned at the heart of Talia's forces, silently gazed at the holographic screen before them. One pair of eyes was filled with stillness, while the other clenched a fist, suppressing rage. Chapter 260. The human heart is the most easily manipulated one. Xingjue spoke coldly. Are they truly prepared to go all out so soon? They had anticipated Mubwa Island would resort to such a tactic, but they had not expected it to occur so swiftly. They had believed Mubwa Island would wait until Talia had briefed its defenses before unveiling this strategy. Yunhin's expression was grim as he quietly regarded the figure on the screen. Had she truly fought her way through as she appeared now? After a moment of silence, he replied, perhaps they did not expect her to escape. Even though Ji Lishu remained within the city of Mubwa, she had evaded the grasp of Polazi and others. Given the overwhelming might of Talia, now pressing in from outside, the disadvantage for Mubwa Island was all too apparent. Their final gambit had to be played prematurely. Upon hearing Yunhin's words, Boki, who was monitoring the forward signals on the command console, furrowed his brow. The ruling elite of Talia's main city had sent 3 messages, likely seeking to verify Ji Lishu's identity. Among the vanguard forces that had already landed on Mubwa Island, 2 teams had halted their advance, severing communication links. The secret Polazi had revealed to the world struck at the heart of the orcs. Those without partners were keenly aware of the species' continuation, while those with partners would be even more fervent. The hope of extending their partners' lifespans had been a lifelong pursuit. Thus, the current situation seemed exceedingly unfavorable for Yunhin and his faction. Boki's expression grew grave as he spoke. Liuji is trapped on Mubwa Island, and the Shishis are ungoverned. If our Orc Legion were to stage a large-scale rebellion, he refrained from finishing his sentence. Yunhin and Xingjue, both seasoned veterans of war, understood the implications far better than he did. Xingjue snorted coldly. They clearly intend to control the fox, which is why they have lured him alone onto the island. Is this not their plan? Mubwa Island is designed to ensnare Liuji, thereby rendering the Shishi's army from the desert city a non-threat to them. Meanwhile, the mercenaries in Xingjue's command could easily be brainwashed and turn against them. Compared to the mindless Shishis, human hearts are far more susceptible to manipulation. Xingjue continued. What they fail to realize is that Liuji has entrusted the supreme management of the Shishi's army to Yunhin. Upon hearing this, Boki's movements faltered slightly, and he felt a surge of horror within. For her sake, Liuji had taken such a step. Even among orc clans, struggles and bloodshed are omnipresent. The power they wield is of utmost significance to orcs, often equating to that of a mate. Moreover, Liuji possessed nothing but the Shishi's army. Without control, how could she contend with Ji Lishu and her other partners? Boki could not fathom that Liuji would go to such lengths. Mubwa Island likely did not anticipate this either. Yunhin, with his amber eyes fixed on the large screen, rose steadily and turned to Xingjue, his expression revealing no trace of emotion, stating, I shall control the Shishi's army. Your troops are under your command. Xingjue, however, remained silent, his fury having dissipated, leaving only a calm demeanor. He nodded and departed. Yunhin continued issuing orders to those aboard the cruiser. Jur, Machi, take your teams and infiltrate Mubwa Island to assist Liuji. At this moment, only Jir and Machi were deemed trustworthy. Yunhin yearned to enter the city himself, to personally rescue her, but it was not feasible. The military pressure on Mubwa Island could not wane. He and Xingjue must guard the external camps while Liuji and Xingyao worked within the city to ensure her escape. Boki was to keep a vigilant watch on the movements of the other cities and tribes, reporting any signs of unrest immediately. Yunhin methodically issued one command after another, until finally, he found himself alone in the main cabin of the cruiser. He gazed at Ji Lishu on the large screen, his amber eyes betraying a profound sorrow. Her exterior remained bright and gentle, yet her movements were swift and decisive. This world is both ugly and tainted. She has endured torment and suffering, emerging scarred. Yet now, her identity was unmistakable. Still, she wielded her whip, weaving through formidable orcs that towered over her, pressing onward. She seemed changed, yet also unchanged, relentlessly fighting against the world's filth and deceit. He recalled her desire to find a way to escape this world. She was acutely aware that the passage out lay within the temporal research facility of Yunhai City. She resolved to remain here for their sake. A sharp pang of pain pierced Yunhin's heart, and his eyes misted over. Lishu, hold on. He cast one last glance before turning away from the cruiser's main cabin. In the Mubwa Island ruling chamber, Pulai's discussion with the principal commanders regarding defensive tactics had just concluded. Once the others departed, he turned to his aide and inquired, have we received any feedback? The aide replied, currently, we have only received support from 3 minor tribes. The rest are individuals seeking to confirm the veracity of the half-mechanical modification technology. Pulai was displeased with this outcome and furrowed his brow. subsequently asking, "What is the status of the mercenaries within Telia-Ur?" The aide responded, "We have not received a single communication." He then proceeded to report on the enemy situation over the past 20 minutes. 5 more large vessels had departed from the desert city and would arrive at Mubwa Island within the hour. Telia-Ur's warships had yet to retreat. Listening to the aide's report, Ketelan and Bonka wore solemn expressions. Bonka could not help but voice his concern. Why is external support so scant? The revelation of Ji Lishu's identity should have stirred considerable tumult. The attendees fell into silence. After a moment, Pulai pondered aloud. "They are all quite astute." The others turned their gazes toward him. He leaned against the metallic command platform. His eyes focused on the large screen. The oppression from Telia-Ur is not something everyone can withstand. No matter how tempting the bait, they must weigh their own capabilities. Moreover, Pulai paused, narrowing his eyes as he observed the figure running on the screen, his dark gaze deepening. "She has not yet been captured." He then turned to Ketelan. "Ketelan, you shall go personally. You know what to do." Ji Lishu had not yet been fully under their control, and the people from other cities and tribes dared not act impulsively, recklessly opposing Mubwa Island and Telia-Ur. Should Ji Lishu escape from Mubwa Island, it was evident that no one would come to their aid. Those individuals were merely waiting for the moment they could truly seize her. As night descended like ink, thick clouds obscured the moonlight, and brilliant searchlights punctuated the darkness. The 3 of them dashed through a narrow alleyway. Yun Kai brought up the rear, while Yin Liuji defended against the orcs leaping down from above, pulling Ji Lishu forward. Soon, wave after wave of fierce combat robots joined the encirclement, their iron armor glinting ominously in the light, their footsteps echoing like the drums of death, closing in step by step. 100 meters to go. Ji Lishu lashed out at a nearby orc, quickly turning to warn Yin Liuji. Hearing her, Yin Liuji unleashed a series of powerful punches, repelling several combat robots behind them, then swiftly tightened her grip on Ji Lishu's hand. "Let's go." The two quickened their pace toward the exit ahead. Once they left this path, they would reach the entrance to the luminous tunnel. Just as they approached the exit, a shadow appeared at the corner, blocking their way. Yin Liuji had no choice but to halt, her fox-like eyes narrowing as she silently regarded the orc before her. It was Ketelan. Ji Lishu furrowed her brow, her mind racing as she devised a strategy. Yin Liuji would undoubtedly choose to hold off Ketelan so that she could escape. She could not allow him to remain here alone. Moments ago, she had also noticed the holographic screen above the city. Her identity had been exposed. Clearly, Yunhun and the others were already aware of her movements. If all went well, their support should be on the way. If they could not escape into the luminous tunnel, she and Yin Liuji had to avoid capture and await assistance. No more futile struggles. Ketelan, clad in black combat gear, spoke in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Lishu, his eyes a void of silence. "Since you are aware, I am here to rescue Sherway. You must understand that we have no other choice. Regardless of the cost, no matter the casualties, we will save her." Ji Lishu remained vigilant. Watching him without uttering a word, Yin Liuji exchanged a glance with her. In that fleeting moment, she understood his intent. Ji Lishu had no time to speak. In an instant, Yin Liuji suddenly released her hand, her movements swift as if she had transformed into a streak of blinding light, charging toward Ketelan. Although both were of the 4S rank, Ketelan had advanced longer, and his overall combat capabilities undoubtedly surpassed those of Yin Liuji. "Then I shall eliminate you first." As Ketelan's seemingly casual words fell, his gaze suddenly sharpened, swiftly retaliating. In that brief pause of a minute, the mechanical beings behind them resumed their relentless pursuit. Ji Lishu displayed no hesitation, lightly pressing her foot down, propelling herself swiftly towards the smooth metallic wall to evade capture. After several exchanges, Yin Liuji found himself once again forced back several meters by Ketelan. Due to his desperate attempts to dodge, he bore multiple gashes inflicted by Ketelan's vicious claws, and even his fair visage bore a bloodied wound, rendering him a picture of disarray. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, retreating to Ji Lishu's side. "Are you all right?" Ji Lishu inquired quickly. Yin Liuji, with a vigilant gaze fixed on Ketelan, responded in a hushed tone, "Lishu, I will take on a beast form and seize the opportunity to ambush him. You must escape first, and I will follow." Ji Lishu's eyes widened with resolve. "I won't," she instinctively rejected. Each of Ketelan's movements was lethal, and given the current situation, he would show no mercy to Yin Liuji. If Yin Liuji attempted to transform, it would likely be a desperate ploy to buy her time to flee. How could she possibly abandon him and escape alone? Yin Lu-ji glanced at Ji Li Shu, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke with steady strength. Little Li Shu, do you not trust me? As he spoke, he reached out to caress her head, drawing her tightly into his embrace. In that moment, Ji Li Shu found herself pressed against his broad chest, as if all other sensations ceased to exist. The world around her faded, leaving only the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in her ears. We have only just begun this journey together. I cannot bear the thought of losing you so easily. His deep, magnetic voice seemed to emanate from his chest. Ji Li Shu felt her eyes welling with tears. His embrace was firm, as if he were expending all his strength to hold her close. Yet, it was fleeting, as if within 2 seconds she was pushed away. Yin Lu-ji swiftly turned, intercepting a silent claw strike from Ku Tailon. Go, he shouted, defending against the onslaught while urging her to flee. Ji Li Shu clutched the 2 children in her arms tightly, her fists clenched in determination. In the next moment, she summoned the last remnants of her strength, striving to break free from the narrow alley. Observing this, Ku Tailon immediately kicked aside Yin Lu-ji's restraint and lunged fiercely towards Ji Li Shu. His claws poised to strike. Yin Lu-ji's eyes widened in shock, yet his reflexes were swifter than his thoughts. Yi Li Shu, he bellowed. A heart-wrenching roar meant to channel his full strength. He moved even faster, positioning himself between her and the impending danger. In the next instant, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a gust of wind followed as Ku Tailon was forced back several steps by an unexpected figure. As Ji Li Shu turned, she saw Yin Lu-ji shielding her as she quickly rushed back to his side. Yin Lu-ji, take her away, Ku Song shouted, placing himself between Ku Tailon and the pair. It was indeed Ku Song and Yi Sang's timely intervention that had thwarted Ku Tailon's strike. Ji Li Shu furrowed her brow upon witnessing this. Ku Song, Ku Tailon roared, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Ku Song gritted his teeth, assuming an aggressive stance. This was a command from their mother, to escort Ji Li Shu away from Mubo Island. Upon hearing this, Ku Tailon's gaze faltered momentarily. Without hesitation, Yin Lu-ji seized Ji Li Shu's hand, and they fled together, dispatching a dozen or so Beastmen along the way before disappearing into the phosphorescent tunnel. The pursuing Beastmen followed closely behind them into the tunnel. At that moment, the PSS system across Mubo Island began to fail, and mutated plants erupted violently from beneath the city, but the area surrounding the Lin Guang tunnel remained untouched. Nearby, the Dark Sea was now occupied by warships, and one by one, the vessels self-destructed in a desperate bid to breach the airspace defenses and invade the city of Mubo Island. The fallen vessels carried with them the reanimated corpses of Beastmen. Chapter 262, Ali, Choose One. The tunnel's stone walls emanated a soft phosphorescence in the darkness, resembling deep-sea creatures flickering with faint and mysterious light. These phosphorescent lights pulsed in intensity, swaying gently with the subtle air currents within the tunnel as if they possessed life. Although the illumination was dim, it was sufficient to illuminate the tunnel, bestowing a hazy and enigmatic beauty to the surroundings. Unique stalactites hung from the tunnel's ceiling, glistening under the phosphorescent glow like exquisite pieces of natural art. The air in the tunnel carried a hint of moisture and the fragrance of earth, occasionally accompanied by the distant sound of dripping water, allowing Ji Li Shu to hear the rhythmic pounding of her own heart as she ran. The footsteps of their pursuers grew louder behind them. Do not look back, Li Shu. Just keep moving forward. Ying Liu Eretzt, tightening his grip on her hand as they pressed on. The commotion had already awakened the 2 children, but Ji Li Shu held them securely in her embrace, seemingly unafraid. The small, round eyes of the child gazed up at her mother, occasionally emitting soft coos. In the command center of the Mubo Island Governance Bureau, Price and his colleagues fixated intently on the images displayed on the screen. The waters of the tunnel's end had been seized by Yun Hen's fleet. Should they escape the phosphorescent tunnel, there would be no chance of recapturing Ji Li Shu. Banks' voice was steady, yet anyone could sense the urgency underlying his tone. Price slammed his fist down on the command console, exclaiming in frustration, "That useless Ku Tailon." Banks' gaze darkened. If he cannot capture her, those mechanical soldiers stand no chance. Price slowly straightened his back, his dark eyes still locked on the screen. The command center fell silent for a minute. Finally, Price spoke. "Drop the Tian Pan rock." Bank cast a silent glance at him, withholding his words. The Tian Pan rock, a massive boulder naturally formed in the phosphorescent tunnel, had existed for over 10,000 years and weighed more than 2,000 kilograms. Once the Tianpan rock fell, the entire phosphorescent tunnel would collapse. This could potentially crush the woman. With Yin Lu Ji present, he would undoubtedly ensure her survival. For now, this was the only method to obstruct their escape route. Price spoke somberly. Meanwhile, within the phosphorescent tunnel, the mechanical beings relentlessly pursued them, and the entire tunnel began to tremble as if an earthquake were occurring. Subsequently, stalactites began to plummet from above. Li Shu, be careful, came Yin Lu Ji's urgent cry from behind, filled with worry and anxiety. He swiftly lifted Li Shu into the air and turned around. Li Shu glanced back just in time to see a massive stone crashing down where she had just stood. A shiver ran down her spine as she looked up at Yin Lu Ji, whose face was drenched in sweat. She sensed something was amiss. It seemed the people of Mubo Island had triggered this tunnel's impending collapse. The thunderous sound of falling stones echoed, and Yin Lu Ji shouted above the din. "You go ahead of me, quickly." Li Shu nodded, not hesitating, and continued to race forward. Enormous stones fell incessantly, each tremor of the tunnel accompanied by deafening noise. Li Shu dared not linger until she spotted a few shimmering glimmers ahead. It's water. Her heart raced with excitement. She was completely unaware of the roar that erupted behind her, nor did she realize that in just a moment, the massive boulder was about to crush her. She merely surged forward a few meters. "I see the exit." Li Shu's voice trembled slightly, her heart racing with excitement. Not hearing Yin Lu Ji's response, she quickly glanced back. That fleeting moment left her momentarily stunned. A massive boulder had fallen, and there stood Yin Lu Ji beneath it, arms raised high, struggling with incredible strength to support the immense rock that threatened to crush him. His face was taut, veins bulging on his forehead. His arms quivered, yet he showed no intention of relinquishing his hold. "Hurry!" Yin Lu Ji gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words from the depths of his throat. Li Shu was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, momentarily frozen in place. Only when she heard Yin Lu Ji's urging did she awaken from her stupor and rush back to him. "Yin Lu Ji, hold on. I will find something." Amidst the swirling dust, Li Shu felt her vision blurring, but she dared not relax her focus. She rummaged through Yin Shu for any usable support tools. Yet none proved effective. The moment Yin Lu Ji eased his grip even slightly, he was pushed further down. "No, Li Shu, you must go." After several attempts, Yin Lu Ji's legs were bent under the weight of the boulder. "What about you if I leave?" Yilishuis brethicht. The boulder was so enormous that if he released his strength, he would be crushed into a pulp. Yin Lu Ji was nearly exhausted and could barely speak. His gaze fixed intently on her, urging her to flee. If this continued, they both would perish within the phosphorescent tunnel. Yin Lu Ji's heart raced with urgency. His eyes locked on Li Shu, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. "Li Shu, trust me, I don't wish to die." He struggled to articulate those words. "Leave quickly." Yet Li Shu remained unmoved. How could she not understand? Those blood-stained black eyes filled her with terror. How could she not grasp his predicament and his feelings? "No, I will drag some stones over to prop this up." Yin Lu Ji spoke with great difficulty. "There's no time, you must go." By the time she pondered alternatives, the tunnel was on the verge of collapse. Furthermore, which stone could withstand this nearly 2,000-kilogram boulder? Yilishu fell silent. The last time she had almost died due to Yun Kai's severe injury, she had not felt despair. But in this moment, despair enveloped her, rendering her voice unsteady. She stubbornly refused to leave, throwing herself into Yin Lu Ji's embrace instead. "Then let us die together." Even though Yin Lu Ji was utterly fatigued, he could still distinctly feel her softness in his arms. It was as if a torpedo had exploded in his mind, rendering him at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. Yet beyond the tremor of his heart, an indescribable emotion surged from within his chest. He had never anticipated she would utter such words. He had believed she did not like him, that his means of winning her over were beneath him, always living in fear that she would never care for him. Yet she spoke of dying together. That was enough, Li Shu, enough. Even if she was merely acting out of spite, he felt that he would never experience a greater fulfillment in life. Li Shu's body trembled, as if each quiver signified a potential parting of life and death. Just then, a gray figure surged in from behind Yin Lu Ji, joining him to shoulder the boulder. "Take her away." Li Shu quickly stepped back, glancing sideways. "Chinya," her voice laced with astonishment. With an additional person lending strength, the descent of the boulder slowed slightly. However, as time passed, and under the influence of gravity, Chinya too began to struggle, not to mention Yin Lu-ji. Both clenched their jaws, beads of sweat cascading down their cheeks. Qinya whispered to Ji Li Shu, "Ali, pull him away." After plummeting into the sea from the southeast maze, he had exerted great effort to find the rescue ship left by Xingju, then discreetly infiltrated Mubo Island. When he found Ali, they had already entered the phosphorescent tunnel. Qinya had followed closely, dispatching the mechanical foes behind him, and caught up. Coincidentally, he heard her say, "Then let us die together." She wished to accompany Yin Lu-ji through life and death. But how could he bear her demise? Upon hearing Qinya's words, Yin Lu-ji could not help but steal a glance at him. Qinya intended to shoulder the boulder himself. The depths of Yin Lu-ji's dark eyes churned with tumultuous emotions, a storm of complexity brewing within. He at least wanted to owe a favor to Qinya. Yet how could he bear to part with Ji Li Shu? Qinya's handsome face tightened, his jaw clenched, and he spoke again, "If we don't hurry, we won't be able to hold on much longer." Yin Lu-ji decisively replied, "Qinya, your goodwill is unnecessary. You take Li Shu and leave." It was his fault that Ji Li Shu had been kidnapped by Kusong. Such an ending should be borne by him alone. Qinya did not respond to Yin Lu-ji, instead gazing directly at Ji Li Shu, a hint of gentle smile gracing his lips, his voice soft. "Ali, choose one." Ji Li Shu felt her heart leap, glancing down at Qinya. His fair face was now flushed, his neck strained from exertion. Beads of sweat streaming down his cheeks, his legs bent, back taut, arms straining to support the boulder above with trembling force. He was in a state of utter disarray. Since her duel with Yun Hen, she had resolved not to seek revenge against him, yet she could not let go of her hatred. She knew he had been secretly aiding Yun Hen and Xingju, seemingly hoping she would notice him. But what did that mean? Strike you once, then offer you a few dates? Would you forgive me? Therefore, she took pleasure in witnessing his pitiful state. Yet, amidst this pitifulness lay his softness, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He said to let her choose, and he should have been well aware of the answer. Upon hearing Qinya's words, Yin Liu momentarily froze. He slowly raised his gaze to Ji Li Shu, his taut body stiffening further. Although he had prepared to sacrifice himself for her safety, the prospect of her making the choice still left him unsettled. He was not afraid of death. He simply did not want to be the one abandoned by Ji Li Shu. That would be far worse than dying. Yin Lu-ji's gaze fell upon her rounded belly, where their child was sheltered, and he and she had only just begun their journey together. In that moment, his thoughts became a chaotic jumble, prompting Yin Lu-ji to shift his gaze away. Whatever conclusion she reached, he would accept. Debris cascaded down sharply, swirling dust enveloping the phosphorescent tunnel. This signified that with the boulder's descent, the entire tunnel was on the brink of collapse. The three fell into a brief silence. Then, Yin Lu-ji felt a pair of soft hands grasp his arm, pulling him away. With one less person bearing the weight, Qinya alone shouldered the boulder, his body sinking slightly before he regained balance. Yin Lu-ji's heart raced, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Li Shu. Then came Qinya's voice, hoarse and distant. "Ali, take Shuang Shuang back to Qingmu City, please." There lay the final gift he had left for the two of them. Ji Li Shu hesitated for 2 seconds, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment, before tightly grasping Yin Lu-ji's hand and turning to flee. Despite the sweat beading on her forehead, Qinya felt his body grow cold and numb, an icy chill seemingly penetrating his very being, rendering his heart as if encased in ice, devoid of any sensation. He had long known the answer, yet still felt compelled to insist, forcing her to choose. Perhaps it was merely due to an unyielding heart. Sweat trickled from his forehead, mingling with the tears that welled in his eyes. Qinya desperately supported his body, peering through a hazy vision at the two figures racing away. He felt utterly drained, his chest seemingly fractured, and his consciousness began to blur. Yet, he was reluctant to let go. He yearned for just one more glance. Before him, the shimmering waves resembled scattered jade, like a drifting dream, and that delicate silhouette was the sole beacon of light within this reverie. He recalled their brief acquaintance, each moment replaying vividly in his mind. One misstep, and he had missed everything forever. Perhaps no one was at fault. He simply grasped the truth too late. Once, he believed that possession was his greatest desire. Later, he realized that residing in her heart was what he truly craved, yet it was now beyond his reach. If he could leave even a faint mark upon her heart in this manner, it would not be in vain. He had nothing to lose, though he never had the chance to ask. Had he repaid his debts? If given a second chance, he would cleanse himself of all impurities and offer her a heart filled with sincerity, awaiting her to turn and cast a glance in his direction. They would not miss each other again. They had never truly separated. Qingya gazed longingly as if time itself stood still. The love in this world is simple yet profound. So simple that a single token of devotion could ensure a lifetime of loyalty, yet so profound that if it cannot last for eternity, it becomes unbearable. Some are fortunate enough to love you for a lifetime. Dear one, do not forget that there are also those who have loved you fiercely but briefly. Chapter 264. I will not cease hostilities. Only accept surrender. The phosphorescent tunnel leading to the underwater exit was separated by a transparent barrier, designed to prevent seawater from flooding in. The two raced towards the barrier, where the submarine, prearranged by Yun Kai, awaited not far off. As the tunnel continued to compress and descend, cracks began to form in the barrier. Yin Liujie quickly surveyed the surroundings and said, I will break through this barrier. The seawater will rush in. You hide behind that protruding rock and be careful not to be swept away. Ji Lishu nodded, retrieving a climbing spike from her gear, securing it firmly in her palm, with the sharp end embedded in the adjacent rock. With her other hand, she gently patted Xuanshu in her arms. Dust cascaded from above, inevitably falling into Xuanshu's eyes, causing her discomfort as she blinked, desperate to rub them, yet her hands were restrained. She whimpered softly, filled with anxiety. Yin Liujie cast a confirming glance at Ji Lishu, noting her readiness. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and struck the crack with all his might. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. Ji Lishu tightly held Xuanshu and swiftly swam towards the submarine. As they entered, the tunnel's entrance was blocked by falling rocks from above. Had they been any slower, escape would have been impossible. Yin Liujie took the pilot's seat and quickly activated the submarine's air compression system, oxygen flooding the cabin as seawater was expelled. The tunnel behind them echoed with the sound of collapse, and Ji Lishu barely had time to glance back. Her priority was to comfort Xuanshu. They plunged into the water. Though less than a minute had passed, Xuanshu still choked. Yin Liujie turned to Ji Lishu, suddenly grasping her hand, the chill of her palm causing a pang in his heart. It's all right. Xuanshu is fine. Ji Lishu squeezed back, offering a reassuring smile, their intimacy dissolving any previous awkwardness. The vibrations echoed like the thundering of countless beasts. Without hesitation, Yin Liujie pushed forward at full speed. Through the narrow side window, amidst the murky waters, Ji Lishu caught a fleeting glimpse of the blocked tunnel entrance before everything faded into obscurity. She wasn't even sure what she wished to see clearly. The violent tremor from the tunnel's collapse could be felt even aboard the Telier flagship. Yunhen stared intently at the large screen, dark and ominous, his hands clasped tightly. Had it not been for the intact token of devotion on his chest, he might have been unable to remain composed. Just then, a monitoring officer incredulously reported, Commander, a submarine has suddenly appeared from the southwest seabed, approaching our fleet. The signal ID is from Yin Liujie. Hearing this, Yunhen sprang to his feet, his expression shifting. A smile, the first in days, crept onto his lips. She has returned. At that moment, a communications officer entered the main command room, reporting, Commander, the Supreme Ruling Council of Mubwa Island is on the line. Yunhen's expression darkened as he calmly pressed the switch, and a clear holographic image materialized before him. The figure on screen was none other than Price. His voice resonated with a weighty urgency, devoid of the anticipated desperation. Yunhen, I demand a ceasefire. Immediately control the Flesh Eater Legion. The PSS system on Mubwa Island had spiraled out of control, with rampant plant life providing cover for the Flesh Eaters. The island's populace could not anticipate the sudden attacks, and casualties were mounting. Even more critically, Shi Wei had escaped from the bioweapon secret unit and was now unaccounted for. At this moment, the situation within Mubwa Island was precarious. She could be injured at any moment. Yunhen did not respond immediately. He merely scoffed, the sound clear enough for the other side to hear. Price understood well that Ji Lishu was beyond their reach now, with their only bargaining chip lost. What could they offer him in negotiations? The deputy commander interjected, his voice steady and resolute. Commander, the fourth batch of Flesh Eaters is in position. Shall we proceed with the landing? Yunhen, Price on the other end heard every word distinctly. Yunhen, unhurried and with a smile, replied, I will not cease hostilities. I will only accept surrender. Price fell silent for a moment. Yunhen continued, unhurriedly, you should know what kind of surrender I am looking for. If you dare to lay hands on Ji Lishu, you ought to be prepared for the consequences. After a brief pause, Price sighed and murmured, very well, within 2 minutes, you will receive my global declaration of surrender. Yunhen severed the communication. The officers behind him exchanged knowing glances, neither applauding nor cheering. They had participated in numerous battles alongside Yunhen, and victory had become commonplace. Yet this particular battle was fraught with peril. Mubwa Island swiftly disarmed its resistance, and the Telier soldiers began to disembark in an orderly fashion. After approximately 3 minutes, a communications officer connected to the command center, stating, "Commander, the surrender document from Mubwa Island has been released. Additionally, the senior officials of Mubwa Island request to meet with you privately. Furthermore, our subsequent evacuation plan. Commander, the North-South Alliance wishes to speak with you," another aide reported. Yunhen's gaze remained fixed on the large screen, where the submarine was seen docking onto the main ship, prompting him to rise swiftly and declare, "Tell them to wait." He then strode away. The communications officer was taken aback, surprised. "Commander, what are you in such a hurry for?" The deputy commander chuckled, pointing at the submarine on the screen. "What else could it be?" P.S. Eager to see a woman. Chapter 265. As long as you are by my side, the submarine surfaced, gradually approaching the main ship, its hatch slowly opening. As they entered the expansive main chamber of the ship, the submarine door automatically slid open. Ji Lishu barely had time to unfasten her safety belt when a pair of hands reached in from outside. In the next moment, strong arms tightly wrapped around her waist, embracing her and Xuanshu entirely. Ali, Xingju pulled them into his embrace, filled with remorse. "I'm sorry. Ali, it is fortunate that you are safe." She fought her way out from the formidable orc warriors and well-equipped combat robots on Mubo Island, and the scenes broadcasted live still haunt him. Ji Lishu leaned against his embrace, gently patting his back. Through the open hatch, she caught sight of Yunhen, whose expression was somber. His face was devoid of emotion, yet a tempest brewed in his eyes, as if he were suppressing his feelings. Yilishu gently knocked Xingqiu, stating that they needed to change Zhuozhua's clothes since she had just emerged from the water. Upon hearing this, Xingju hesitated for a moment before reluctantly releasing her grip. He took Zhuozhua into his arms. As Ji Lishu emerged, her body fell into a warm embrace. Yunhen held her waist tightly, his arms trembling, the knuckles pale from tension. Ji Lishu felt her heart flutter and softly reassured him, "I have returned unscathed. Do not fear." Yunhen simply lowered his body, burying his face deeply in her neck, inhaling her familiar scent with an addictive longing, unwilling to part. "I'm sorry," he murmured, his voice hoarse. His emotions mirrored those of Xingju, complex and tumultuous. In her absence, he was filled with worry. Upon seeing her, he felt immense relief. Yet, the only constant was the guilt that threatened to drive him mad. "I'm sorry." It seemed that beyond this repetition, he knew not what else to say. In Lu Ji had already exited the submarine, silently observing from the side. "Are you injured?" Yunhen gradually loosened his grip, gazing intently at her. Ji Lishu shook her head. She lowered her eyes and said, "The phosphorescent tunnel has collapsed." After a pause, she continued, "Qing is inside." Ji Lishu's voice was so soft that Xingju and Yunhen fell silent for a few seconds, nearly thinking they had not heard her. Xingju returned to reality from his stupor and replied softly, "I understand. I will send someone to rescue him. Ali, you should go change your clothes. Leave Zhuozhua to me." Ji Lishu nodded. Yunhen led her to a private rest area, where she changed out of her drenched clothes and arranged for the accompanying doctor to conduct a preliminary examination. He listened to the doctor's report from outside the door, his amber eyes fixed on the figure seated by the bed in the lounge. She usually appeared cool and indifferent, devoid of desires. Yet rarely did she seem so lost in thought. What had truly transpired in these few days? Yunhen dismissed the doctor, gently pushed open the door, and approached Ji Lishu. He somehow procured a steaming bowl of red bean porridge and placed it softly on the table. Then, he slowly embraced her. Her entire body was ensconced in his warm hold, and the scent that belonged to Yunhen enveloped her as he drew her close. "What is it?" he asked softly. Yilishu merely smiled faintly. "It is nothing, just that I have come to know some truths." "Then, Lishu, why not share them with me?" Ji Lishu glanced at him curiously. "Aren't you busy?" Just moments ago, the orcs passing through the battleship appeared to be in a fervor of activity. Surely, her secret had become common knowledge. Yet those orcs merely cast a curious glance her way before returning to their tasks. With such a grand spectacle surrounding Mubo Island, how could Yunhen not be busy? Yet, he simply looked down at her, smiling as he shook his head. Not busy. Ji Lishu did not keep him in suspense, picking up the bowl of red bean porridge. Eating while recounting the events of the past few days, the existence of Shi Wei, the reason she traversed to this world, Chong Kong's death, her escape from Mu Bo Island with Yun Kai, and finally, the antidote to the physical suppressants provided by Kusong. Yun Hen listened quietly, occasionally brushing his fingers through her hair. When the last of the porridge was consumed, and Ji Li Shu had finished her tale, she gazed at him for an extended moment. "What do you wish to ask?" he whispered. Ji Li Shu slowly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head in his embrace, and muffledly asked, "Yun Hen, I don't understand. I brought these troubles upon myself because of Shi Wei, yet she let me go. It was Kusong who abducted me, yet in the end, he shielded me from Ku Tailon. And then there is Yun Kai, who even compensated me with a better whip." And Ji Li Shu abruptly fell silent, unable to continue. "And what?" Yun Hen could not resist asking. Ji Li Shu remained silent for a moment before replying, "Nothing." He gently stroked her back. "You do not understand why they wish to help you?" Ji Li Shu nodded. Yes. Yun Hen understood the conflict within her heart. Ji Li Shu's emotions were extreme. She often stated that there were only two types of people in this world: those who deserved to die because they would harm her, and strangers who were of no concern to her. Yet, Li Shu, this world is not merely black and white, nor are people simply good or evil. Upon hearing this, Ji Li Shu slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. Yun Hen leaned down, affectionately kissing her slightly parted lips. "Not understanding is fine, and not wanting to understand is also fine, as long as you are by my side." Chapter 266. Why was she crying? Ji Li Shu did not respond. Experiencing it, she would naturally come to understand. She just could not comprehend the lingering pangs of bitterness entwined within her heart. She had faced life and death situations before, yet she did not know why this time felt so profound. Xingju had taken care of Zhuozhua, bringing her to Ji Li Shu's resting cabin. After accompanying her mother through a harrowing escape, Zhuozhua finally tasted warm milk, and as she drank, her eyelids grew heavy, eventually pecking at the air. Ji Li Shu received Zhuozhua, observing her delicate face and the increasingly grayish-blue hair. Nestled in her mother's arms, Zhuozhua seemed to sense something, suddenly stretching her legs and yawning, slowly opening her eyes. Her round, glimmering eyes resembled the purest essence in the world. The small face bore faint traces of the person she resembled. Ji Li Shu silently gazed down at her. Yun Hen watched the mother and child for a moment in silence, not uttering a word. Even Xingju could perceive her depressed mood. He gently sat beside her, softly suggesting, "Ali, shall we return home? Ali must be tired." At that moment, In Lu Ji also changed into clean clothes, looking fresh as she squeezed into the already cramped resting cabin. Ji Li Shu finally lifted her head slightly, glancing around at the three men beside her, narrowing her eyes in a gentle smile, and said, "Yes, let's go home." The four of them piloted a medium-sized vessel back to Talia. However, the armed forces stationed around Mu Bo Island would not retreat until Price provided Yun Hen the results he desired. Ji Li Shu was now safe, but her identity was made public. Those responsible for this situation would have to pay the price. At dawn, the vessel soared into the sky. Looking down through the window, the once resplendent high-tech island was now surrounded by artillery. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, yet could not dispel the heavy gloom shrouding Mu Bo Island. The phosphorescent tunnel had completely collapsed, its shattered remnants still reflecting eerie blue glimmers, like tears sparkling amidst the ruins. In the midst of the gray haze, the azure light appeared strikingly brilliant, the entire tunnel resembling an abandoned giant beast, its gray exterior glistening with a cold sheen under the blue glow. With a thunderous roar, another section of the tunnel collapsed. Zhuozhua, cradled in her arms, suddenly began to squirm restlessly, followed by a wail that shattered the tranquil sky like spring thunder. Kidishu vitre hergaze, softly sutinhev. The chubby little face suddenly flushed crimson, her brows furrowed tightly, as if bearing an immense grievance. With her eyes firmly shut, tears silently cascaded down her cheeks, moistening her delicate skin. Shuang Shuang continued to wail unabated. Amidst the infant's incessant cries, Ji Li Shu appeared entranced, her gaze gradually becoming hollow. She held Shuang Shuang closely, attempting to provide her a semblance of comfort with her warmth and embrace. Yet the baby's cries pierced her heart like needles. "Do not cry," Ji Li Shu whispered soothingly. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to trickle down her own cheeks. Meanwhile, the three men seated nearby, engrossed in discussing plans, abruptly stiffened in unison. Xingju was the first to regain his composure, rushing over as if confronting a formidable foe. Ali felt somewhat at a loss. Ji Li Shu, snapping back to reality, lifted her gaze toward Xingju, her voice low and tinged with panic. I cannot soothe her. Yet, Xingju did not look at Shuang. Instead, he gently leaned over, enveloping Ji Lishu in his arms, tenderly patting her. Yunhen remained seated nearby, intently observing Ji Lishu's face, and quietly inquired of Yin Liuji, what transpired when you escaped? Why is she crying? Since encountering Ji Lishu, he had witnessed her cold and unfeeling demeanor, and gradually, he had warmed her heart, allowing her to experience joy, anger, and affection, yet he had never seen her tears. Not even when she was grievously injured by Yun Kai did she shed a single tear. Yin Liuji replied softly, Qingya. Yunhen paused for a moment. Yin Liuji continued. In the phosphorescent tunnel, he allowed her to choose one. With just a few simple words, Yunhen could surmise everything. Yin Liuji's gaze was profoundly deep as he looked at Ji Lishu. Qingya had nowhere to flee. She knew this well. That man may truly love her. And at this moment, she should have realized it too. Chapter 267. I will accompany you to Qingmu City. A month later, the supreme leader of Mubo Island, Price, personally entered Talia, voluntarily accepting its oversight, willingly becoming a hostage to secure the withdrawal of Yunhen and his companions. Tens of thousands of mercenaries armed robotic armies, and the Corpse Eater Legion withdrew from Mubo Island. Thus, a terrifying war ignited by personal grievances finally came to an end, with her secrets thoroughly exposed. Ji Lishu assumed that her days of peace were over. However, with Qingya's disappearance, the PSS system's main control in Qingmu City lost its strongest support, and mutated plants began to grow wildly, increasing in size day by day. Other than Talia, all regions relying on the PSS system to suppress the mutated flora fell into chaos. The rampant mutated plants compressed the basic living space of the Beastman. Faced with survival challenges, the Beastman's focus on Ji Lishu diminished significantly. In Talia, within the villa, Ji Lishu sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, gently rocking Shuang in the cradle with a tender and rhythmic motion. With her other hand, she scrolled through the holographic screen before her, inundated with the harrowing images of various regions ravaged by mutated plants. Shuang remained awake, curiously gazing around, occasionally bursting into joyous laughter as if trying to capture her mother's attention. Ji Lishu glanced over, her hand instinctively caressing the baby's chubby little face. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the shocking images once more, her gentle expression froze. Why hasn't Talia experienced a plant uprising? She inquired of Yin Liuji beside her. Recently, Yunhen and Xingju had been extraordinarily busy. Nonetheless, the three men had tacitly agreed that regardless of their busyness, one must always remain by Ji Lishu's side. Thus, this rare opportunity fell to Yin Liuji, who welcomed it eagerly. Upon hearing Ji Lishu's words, Yin Liuji paused his typing, raising his gaze to meet hers with calm eyes. The plants beneath Talia, 1,000 meters deep, had been utterly destroyed by Qingya. Furthermore, after accepting Yunhen's dual challenge, he had stationed a formidable team from the Cat clan here, crafting a dedicated PSS system for Talia. Ji Lishu's eyes flickered. After accepting Yunhen's dual invitation, Yin Liuji nodded. He faced a battle-hardened 4S level king. Qingya could not employ his favored plant attacks, thus he was naturally no match for Yunhen. He knew he would undoubtedly lose that fight, and he was aware of his impending death. The latter statement remained unspoken. Ji Lishu felt her body stiffen, instinctively tightening her fist, her nails digging into her palm. Yin Liuji immediately noticed, swiftly kneeling beside her. He gently lifted his gaze to her, then discreetly took her hand, lightly squeezing it to encourage her to relax her grip. Yin Liuji continued, his voice low. He understood that if he perished, the PSS system would gradually fail, and the mutated plants would begin to riot frequently. Therefore, he sought to arrange an utterly secure place for you before his demise. Lishu, it is true that you harbor resentment for the harm he has caused you. However, it is equally true that he loves you and this child. Ji Lishu parted her lips slightly, but emitted no sound. Her breathing became faint, almost imperceptible. She remained quiet, her eyes resembling a serene, deep pool of still water. Yet, Yin Liuji understood. The more silent she was, the more turbulent her heart became. After a prolonged silence, Yin Liuji spoke again. Lishu, if you desire, I will accompany you to Qingmu City. Ji Lishu's eyelids fluttered, as if awakening from a trance. She lowered her gaze towards Yin Liuji, but remained silent. She recalled Qingya's final words. Ali, take Shuang back to Qingmu City. Chapter 268. Did you ever consider that one day you would raise a child for Qingya? Ji Lishu did not respond to Yin Liuji, averting her gaze to the holographic projection before her. The image displayed a city cloaked in heavy smog, resembling an impending apocalypse. Once bustling streets were overrun with weeds, but these plants were abnormally gigantic, some towering several stories high, their twisted branches and leaves sprawling like the tentacles of a demon. Tightly entwining buildings, with some even penetrating walls and consuming the interiors. In stark contrast, the Talia outside was clear and serene, a sky devoid of clouds. Ji Lishu fixated on the striking contrast before her, softly speaking, Yin Liuji, do you think that if he were still here, this world would not be so chaotic? Nor would so many innocent beastmen be displaced? Yin Liuji understood to whom she referred. He remained silent for a moment before responding. In such a land, establishing one's abode and relying on others is not a sustainable solution. Beastmen lacking self-preservation abilities will inevitably be eliminated by their environment. Moreover, with Qingya gone, new powers will inevitably emerge. This is both a calamity and an opportunity. After Qingya's demise, the other beastmen in Qingmu City were compelled to assume the responsibility of suppressing the mutated plants. Within just a month, Qingmu City had birthed 1 3S level and 2 SS level warriors. Although the 3 newly ascended beastmen combined could not match even a third of Qingya's strength, this was merely the beginning. The stronger the enemies they faced, the quicker the beastmen would grow and ascend. It is both a calamity and an opportunity, Ji Lishu murmured, echoing his words. Then, she suddenly smiled softly. It is merely a disaster that could have been avoided. Yin Liuji fixed her gaze upon Ji Lishu, her palm firmly clasping hers, and calmly retorted, no, the mutated plants are a latent peril that has always existed in this world. Whether or not there is Qingya, this threat will eventually manifest. Yin Liuji comprehended the implications of Ji Lishu's words. He understood well that even though a month had passed, and despite Ji Lishu appearing outwardly tranquil during this time, her heart was in turmoil. She attributed Qingya's death to herself and blamed the calamity wrought by the plant uprising on her shoulders. Consequently, she had remained despondent throughout this period. In moments like these, Yin Liuji could not help but wish that he had been the one left behind in the phosphorescent tunnel. Perhaps Qingya would still be alive, not having perished because of her, and perhaps she would not be ensnared in such conflicting emotions. Yin Liuji found himself at a loss for words to console her. When Ji Lishu turned her head, she beheld the man before her, standing tall like a pine, a proud and untouchable figure, yet kneeling before her. His fox-like eyes filled with concern. She gently caressed his face and smiled. I understand. I will not be hard on myself for this. Moreover, the issues of the plant uprising and the countless beastmen rendered homeless are beyond my ability to resolve. As for Qingmu City, I will not go, nor is there any necessity to do so. Pausing, she continued, I will forever remember him and will raise our child well. Her voice was soft, devoid of hatred or gratitude. It was merely a serene acceptance. The existence of mutated plants was immutable, and she could not reverse Qingya's death. Yet, she had to acknowledge that Qingya had died to save her. This truth pierced her heart like a sharp thorn, causing pain with every movement. The moment Ji Lishu's hand rested upon his, Yin Liuji's entire being stiffened, for he seldom experienced her initiating contact. He could not help but gently cover her hand with his, lowering his head to affectionately nuzzle her palm. I will be with you, together caring for Shuang. As long as you are willing to acknowledge me, she is also my daughter. Ji Lishu lowered her gaze. Acknowledge? You once said that Shuang's father is Xingjue, is Yunhen. You have never mentioned me. As she spoke, Yin Liuji's tone revealed a hint of disappointment. This statement momentarily stunned Ji Lishu. She did not directly fulfill Yin Liuji's request for acknowledgement. Her expression shifted in a peculiar manner, and she teased. I suddenly find myself curious. Yin Liuji, tilting his head slightly, inquired. Curious about what? She tilted her head playfully and asked, have you ever thought about raising a child for Qingya? Yin Liuji discerned the mockery in her eyes. He remained silent, instead gazing intently at Ji Lishu, then slowly leaned in to press his lips against hers. Ji Lishu realized his intention the moment he approached. She did not push him away, but instead wrapped her arms around his shoulders and gently kissed him in return. Yin Liuji merely sucked for a moment before releasing her. Ji Lishu gazed at him quietly. Yin Liuji gradually pulled away slightly, his breath a touch unsteady. Yet he remained fixated on her, his tone taking on a deeper resonance. Since the moment by the Lihe River, when I learned that this is your and Qingya's child, I have resolved to care for her for a lifetime. After speaking, he tilted his head to watch her. He believed his words would at least evoke some emotion in her. However, Ji Lishu unexpectedly asked, "Who asked you to come later?" "I'm asking about before." Yin Liuji replied, "Xiao Lishu, if you inquire about before, then this question holds no significance. Once, he and Qingya were like fire and water, utterly irreconcilable. Not to mention raising a child for Qingya. Even as Qingya's partner, he had once crazily attempted to assassinate him. Naturally, this secret is best kept hidden forever." Yin Liuji dared not let Ji Lishu know. No significance? Of course. I never imagined I would have feelings for the same woman as him, let alone consider raising a child for him. Upon hearing this, Ji Lishu's expression shifted slightly, yet she remained silently observant. At that moment, Shuang Shuang in the cradle let out a timely cry, seemingly reminding Yin Liuji to respond appropriately. It was as if he suddenly awakened. "You cannot think of me in that way." His voice rose slightly. "Even now, do you still doubt whether I would harm Shuang Shuang?" Yin Liuji asserted. "The moment I learned you were Qingya's partner, I never considered abandoning you. Nor could I, even if the reason to abandon you was Qingya. My grievances with Qingya are worthless compared to everything you hold dear." Ji Lishu gently nodded, affirming, "I understand." Yin Liuji steadied his racing heartbeat. "You understand? Yet you still look at me like that?" Ji Lishu slightly lowered her gaze. "I look at you because you are handsome. Did I say anything else?" Yin Liuji gritted his teeth, his expression somewhat constrained. He then nodded and said, "Since you find me handsome, then you should express it. Don't just stare." He raised his head, his lips slightly parted, eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at her. Ji Lishu chuckled softly and, under his unwavering gaze, gradually lowered her head. Yin Liuji's heart raced, his breath becoming erratic, yet he kept his eyes open. The next moment, the kiss he eagerly anticipated did not arrive as expected. Instead, a soft hand gently patted his face. Ji Lishu laughed. "The one who is to be a father, Shuang Shuang, is hungry. You should feed her." Yin Liuji pressed his lips tightly together, his brow furrowing slightly. Only then did he realize that Shuang Shuang had been babbling for quite some time. Yin Liuji glanced at Ji Lishu, clenched his teeth in resignation, and gently rose to cradle the infant from the cradle. As he held Shuang Shuang and walked away, he lowered his head and softly said, "Next time you're hungry, call for daddy, all right? Not just babbling." Ji Lishu quietly watched his retreating figure, the last shred of her concern dissipating. Chapter 269. What qualification does one who is a mere fourth have to question me? As dusk descended, a cacophony of noise erupted outside the window, interspersed with sounds of scuffle. Ji Lishu opened the window to look down and immediately spotted Yanhen, whom she had not seen for several days. He appeared busy. Recently, numerous local governments or organizations collaborating with Telier had been creating obstacles for the Telier governing body, resulting in many cooperative matters encountering irregularities. Yanhen had to work overtime to address these issues. As for the reasons, everyone was well aware. It was merely a roundabout way of pressuring Yanhen to hand over Ji Lishu and to restart the semi-mechanical transformation project. A forceful seizure was out of the question. The recent battle on Mubwa Island was still fresh in memory. The most formidable mercenary legion of the Xingho group, the army of corpse eaters, coupled with the unexpected plant uprising. Any one of these forces alone would pose an insurmountable challenge. Yet the allure of the semi-mechanical transformation was simply too great. Inevitably, there would be those unwilling to relent. As a result, Ji Lishu's partners would face a continuous stream of troubles. Ji Lishu stood quietly by the window, observing Yanhen. He was still clad in a black suit, his expression cold and composed, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Before him, the black-clad guards of the villa had subdued several young beastmen who appeared to be attempting a clandestine entry into the villa, but were caught by the guards. The cacophony she had heard originated from these young beastmen. "Let's take a look, just one look. We bear her no harm. Is it too much to merely catch a glimpse? Yanhen, do not forget that Ji Lishu has yet to be registered at the Human Breeding Center. You and she have not even formally registered. You are not even her guardian. By what right do you deny us the privilege of approaching her? Indeed, we could report you to the breeding center for unlawfully detaining a human female. Ever since that fateful night on Mubwa Island, a night intertwined with lightning, The image of Jili Shu wielding her long whip amidst the towering orc forms has circulated widely, her ethereal beauty captivating many. Unbonded orcs cannot help but feel stirred. Listening to the raucous banter of the youthful orcs before him, Yunhin's brows furrowed deeper, a hint of darkness pooling in his amber eyes. After enduring 3 sleepless nights, he had finally carved out this evening, but not to be subjected to their noisy antics. This group of offspring from the upper echelons of the trial ruling government, emboldened by their noble lineage and youthful charm, foolishly sought to entice Jili Shu. Did they truly believe him to be a fool? Take them away and hand them over to Xingjue. Upon hearing the name Xingjue, the young orcs instantly stiffened. They dared to confront Yunhin only because their fathers were his trusted allies. With that connection, Yunhin could not act against them. Yet, should they be delivered into Xingjue's hands, into the dreaded interrogation cells of the Xingho group, known for their harrowing methods, they could not withstand such a fate. In that moment, they realized their grave miscalculation. In truth, Yunhin had shown them mercy. Within the room was also Lu Jin. Compared to Xingjue, her methods were truly unparalleled. The youths hardly had time to utter a cry before they were seized and taken away. Yunhin's face remained grim as he turned away. As he did, he sensed a gaze above him. The cold demeanor vanished, replaced by an intense focus. Their eyes met for merely 2 seconds, and then a tall figure, moving with the swiftness of the wind, strode into the villa. Jili Shu silently curved her lips into a smile. Just as she closed the window, heavy footsteps echoed behind her. Before she could turn, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Yunhin's breath was slightly disordered, his heated exhales brushing against her ear. Lowering his head, he gazed intently at her profile, his tone calm. "It has been 3 days. Did you miss me?" Jili Shu turned his arms. Looking up at him, her hand gently caressing his face, a smile gracing her lips. "Indeed." Yunhin lowered his gaze, holding her hand and nuzzling against it. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before Yunhin could no longer contain the torrent of emotions within him. He tenderly lifted Jili Shu's face and captured her lips in a kiss that lingered with longing. The kiss continued for an extended while, and as Jili Shu's neck began to ache, she gently pushed against his solid chest. Yunhin suppressed his inner desire and released her lips. "Today, I finally have the time to accompany you properly. Shall we return to our home tonight?" With that, he looked at her with eager anticipation. Jili Shu gently shook her head, and Yunhin's expression fell. "Why not?" She replied softly, "Because Xingjue will also be returning." Xingjue had not been back to the villa for several days. He had messaged her early that morning, stating he would come home tonight. Yunhin caressed Jili Shu's face, a hint of grievance in his smile. "Li Shu, it has been far too long since I have truly spent time with you." Jili Shu replied, "You must understand. Xingjue will be back soon." Yunhin continued, "After today, I may need to leave for a while. It could be days before I return." Jili Shu insisted, "Xingjue will be back soon." Yunhin's amber gaze remained fixed on her as he fell into a contemplative silence. Then his throat moved slightly, and he spoke in a deep voice. "I can ensure he does not return tonight." Jili Shu said nothing. Yunhin tightened his embrace around her waist. His voice low, "Will you come with me?" Jili Shu blinked. "But Shuang will be looking for her mother." "Bring her along," he urged. She still wanted to ask, "Why do you insist on returning to Yinling Wan?" Yunhin fell silent for a moment. He then moved his lips. "Li Shu, do you not remember? Today marks the anniversary of our first encounter." Jili Shu was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed forgotten. Yunhin leaned down, burying his face in her neck, whispering into her ear, "This day is significant to me." After a brief silence, Jili Shu relented. "Very well." Yunhin's eyes sparkled with joy. She had acquiesced. The moment Jili Shu's words fell, her lips were captured by Yunhin once more. However, this time, he merely pressed a gentle kiss before letting her go. "I will fetch Shuang. There is no need to bring anything. Everything is prepared at home. Let's return now." With that, he once again embraced Jili Shu tightly before releasing her and turning to gather Shuang. Just as Lu Jin finished preparing dinner, she saw Yunhin descending the stairs, one arm around Shuang and the other holding Jili Shu, ready to leave. "Where are you going?" Lu Jin immediately stepped forward to block their path. "I will take care of them tonight," Yunhin replied succinctly. Lu Jin stood firm. "I ask you where you intend to take them." Yunhin's brow furrowed slightly, impatience creeping into his tone. "Firstly, it is I who granted you the opportunity to remain by Li Shu's side for so long. Secondly, why do you have to question me?" Jili Shu observed the 2 towering men before her, a palpable tension thickening the air. Shuang Shuang, nestled in Yunhan's arms, babbled away, the sound contrasting sharply with the intense atmosphere between the two men. Jili Shu remained still and silent. Chapter 270. Fight. Until I am thoroughly satisfied. Yunhan's opportunity? Yin Lu Jin clenches fists. In this moment, he contemplated countless rebuttals regarding the established hierarchy that he could not control. He wished to assert that being the fourth meant nothing. After all, he was the one whom Jili Shu had willingly accepted. Yet, compared to Yunhan, he felt inadequate to voice such thoughts. As for qualifications, after spending time with Jili Shu, her acceptance of him had grown, and thus his influence had gradually increased. Today, he was no longer the pitiful figure confined to the first-floor living room, yearning to glimpse the harmonious lives of Yunhan and Xingjue. Yin Lu Jin regarded Yunhan with cold eyes, his tone resolute as he declared, I am Jili Shu's rightful partner. Do I need your permission? He then firmly grasped Jili Shu's free hand, his voice softening. And Li Shu, does status truly hold any weight for you? Yunhan's lips curled into a faint smirk, a cold smile gracing his otherwise stern face. Was he to be mocked? He and Xingjue had been away from home for so long, allowing Yin Lu Jin to remain with the mother and daughter. Now, he sought to press further, suddenly addressed. Jili Shu's gaze flitted between the two men. Clearing her throat, her expression remained calm. I believe it is best to refrain from discussing status. We are all family, are we not? Upon hearing this, a smirk of triumph appeared on Yin Lu Jin's lips. Jili Shu's gaze remained fixed on Yunhan, and in the next moment, she detected a fleeting flash of anger in his amber eyes, anger directed at Yin Lu Jin. Yunhan's grip on her hand tightened. At this moment, Jili Shu could distinctly sense the mounting agitation emanating from the imposing figure beside her. She turned to Yin Liuji and said, I will step out with Yunhan for a moment. Xingjue will return shortly. Please inform him. Yin Liuji furrowed his brow, replying no. If you must go, take me with you. In the next moment, Jili Shu felt the rough, warm hand that held her begin to loosen. She tightened her grip once more, refusing to let Yunhan slip away. Before Yunhan could speak, she addressed Yin Liuji. We are just going to Yinling Wan for a brief visit. Yin Liuji felt a pang of frustration. Jili Shu had rejected him for Yunhan. Yet, having reached this point, he could forcefully prevent Yunhan from leaving. But he could not refuse Jili Shu. He relented, his tone subdued. When will you return? Jili Shu replied, we'll be back by tomorrow. Before she could finish, Yunhan had already taken her hand, leading her away. Time was scarce, and every moment spent with her was precious. Yin Liuji watched their departing figures with a sense of sorrow. He had never imagined he would be raising a child for Qingya. He had not anticipated that after finding a partner, he would be so possessive, consumed by jealousy. He had considered the possibility of finding a partner one day, but he firmly believed that he would never be the type to feel envious of other beastmen. Yet here he was, not only feeling jealous, but unwilling to part with her for even a second. Was such a large house not sufficient? Why must they go to Yinlingwan? He knew what that place represented, which only fueled his anger. He and Jili Shu had yet to carve out a space that belonged solely to them. The desert city was certainly not an option. The harsh climate would not allow either Jili Shu or Shuang Shuang to stay there. Yunhan parked his vehicle outside the villa, first opening the rear door to place Shuang Shuang into the prepared infant safety seat. Then, he quickly made his way around to the other side of the back seat. As Jili Shu was about to fasten the seatbelt, Yunhan snatched it from her hands, fastening it without a word. However, he did not withdraw. Instead, he leaned down, one hand resting on the back seat, the other encircling Jili Shu's waist, drawing closer to her. Shuang Shuang lay half reclined in the infant seat, curiously observing them. Yunhan's expression softened, yet his gaze deepened. Does status not matter? Leaning against the plush seat, Jili Shu chuckled lightly. I was considering you. If we were to count, wouldn't you be third? Yunhan chuckled dismissively. If we are to consider status, it is of course for you to judge. The order of arrival does not count. Jili Shu regarded him with a teasing glint in her eye. Yunhan, your tone suggests great confidence. Yunhan replied, confidence is not the issue. Should you deny me this position of leadership, I assure you, anyone else in that role will have a difficult time. Jili Shu inquired, how would that be difficult? Yunhan answered nonchalantly, I would engage in a fight until I am satisfied. You have favored that person, and at that point, do not expect me to be merciful. Everything Jili Shu offered, even if it meant discomfort or favoritism, he accepted. As for others, they would have to endure. His words momentarily stunned her, but the next second, she burst into laughter. It was her first realization that Yunhan, typically so reserved and composed, could possess a desire to act recklessly. Yunhan gazed at her intently. Her exquisite features, the gentle arch of her brows, and her increasingly enchanting smile captivated him, drawing his very soul into the skies. He leaned down, one hand tenderly caressing her face, before pressing his lips against hers. They were so close that their breaths entwined. The kiss did not last long, as Yunhan reluctantly pulled away, only to steal another quick kiss, feeling satisfied. His breath was slightly ragged. "Li Shu, let us go home." Yunhan then adjusted Ji Li Shu's clothing, gently closed the back door, and strode to the driver's seat, driving away. Chapter 271. Xue Ji Lian Ring. The vehicle traversed the straight path of Talia. Occasionally, they passed patches of land where mutated plants had broken through, damaging the otherwise pristine ground. It seemed that without Xingya, even Talia, now shielded by a new PSS layer, could not escape the destruction caused by these mutated plants. The conditions of other habitable areas were likely far worse. As they passed through a crowded plaza, Yunhan was compelled to halt the vehicle, waiting for the throng to disperse. Out of the corner of her eye, Ji Lishu caught sight of several striking holographic red banners projected in the air. She barely had time to discern the words on the holographic display before the city defense forces seized the projection devices. The dense crowd immediately descended into chaos. Although the holographic image vanished swiftly, a few words remained visible. Species continuation. Ji Lishu murmured to herself. Yunhan, in the driver's seat, had also witnessed the scene in the plaza. Recently, there had been numerous protests by Beastmen in the city. He had already deployed individuals to monitor these protests around the clock, effectively quelling each demonstration before it could escalate. However, he had not anticipated that Ji Lishu would encounter it. His amber eyes met Ji Lishu's gaze through the rearview mirror. Then, in a gentle tone, he urged her to divert her attention. Lishu, Shuang has fallen asleep. Ji Lishu turned to glance at Shuang, who was nestled in the safety seat. Sucking on her tiny hands, her breathing becoming steady and elongated, her chest gently rising and falling. Unable to suppress a smile, Ji Lishu remarked, "She must sleep for at least 3 hours." As the crowd began to clear, Yunhan promptly restarted the vehicle. While keeping his eyes on the road, he replied, "It's fine, let her sleep. When she wakes, I will give her a bath and prepare her milk." "No need. You've been working tirelessly. I can handle it." Ji Lishu understood that Yunhan had likely been so busy he had not found time to rest. Otherwise, he would not have neglected to visit her for 3 consecutive days. Yunhan glanced back through the rearview mirror again. If Xingjue and Yin Liuji find out I allowed you to bathe Shuang, they would surely lecture me for ages. So, it is better for me to take care of it. Not long ago, Yin Liuji had been busy handling an emergency when Ji Lishu, thinking she had some free time, had taken Shuang to bathe her. Unfortunately, she lacked experience, and water had splashed into Shuang's ears, causing her to wail. Hearing the cries, Yin Liuji had immediately set down his notebook and rushed into the bathroom, while Xingjue and Yunhan returned to the villa just in time to witness the scene, their expressions turning cold. That evening, Yunhan and Yin Liuji had a friendly duel over the matter. Upon learning of this, Ji Lishu felt it was somewhat exaggerated. Was that really necessary? It was just a bath for Shuang. At that moment, Xingjue tightened his grip on her hand, earnestly attempting to correct her perspective. "It is indeed necessary. Caring for you and Shuang is our responsibility. If you wish to be lazy, how can we trust anyone else to look after you both?" Returning to her thoughts, Ji Lishu pursed her lips, gazing at Yunhan in the rearview mirror, and nodded in agreement. "Then it is fine for me to assist you." As she spoke, a flash of red holographic imagery passed outside the car window. Ji Lishu remarked, "Recently, there have been many protests in Talia." Yunhan glanced outside, responding nonchalantly, "It is quite common. It is not a significant issue." He then looked back at Ji Lishu in the rearview mirror, reassuring her, "You need not worry." Their eyes met in the mirror, and Ji Lishu smiled gently, speaking softly, "Yunhan, thank you for your hard work. At present, the troubling forces are not external, but rather the internal oppression and the hidden daggers behind the scenes. The whereabouts of Ji Lishu are not a secret, and it is only because someone is shielding her from all disturbances that she can remain undisturbed." Yunhan merely cast a deep glance at her. His eyes, profound and gentle, resembled the soft clouds drifting through the mountains, imbued with an indescribable mystery, yet radiating a reassuring strength. "Lishu, you know you are the most important. Regardless of what you hear or see, do not concern yourself. As long as you are well, Nothing is too burdensome for me. Ji Lishu smiled, but remained silent. The vehicle halted at the Silver Collar Bay parking lot. Yunhen cradled the sleeping Shuang in one arm, while taking Ji Lishu's hand with the other as they alighted. The three ascended the stairs. Upon opening the apartment door, they were greeted by a brightly lit interior. As they stepped inside, Ji Lishu noticed an array of exquisite dishes elegantly arranged on the dining table. "Did you prepare this?" she inquired while removing her coat. A candlelit dinner, no less. Yunhen gently placed Shuang in the nursery, a room stocked with all the necessities and toys for the infant, which Yunhen had specifically arranged. "It was prepared by a renowned human chef that Boki hired," he replied while emerging. "I was worried I might not cook well due to time constraints, so I opted to have it catered." Ji Lishu smiled. "It looks absolutely delectable." In the past, she would never have uttered such words. Those meant to comfort others and prevent disappointment. Yet later, having been treated with sincerity, she learned to reciprocate with authenticity. The soft curve of Yunhen's lips mirrored her warmth. Then why not taste it? The majority of the ingredients were vegetables, which, ironically, are often the most expensive. There was also an ample selection of delicately prepared meats. Ji Lishu savored each bite slowly, while Yunhen remained seated beside her, quietly watching. Merely observing her seemed to slow time, transforming it into a beautiful moment, banishing the surrounding chill and fatigue, leaving only warmth and tranquility. Ji Lishu felt uneasy under his gaze and turned to meet his gentle eyes. "Aren't you eating?" Yunhen shook his head. He was indeed unaccustomed to consuming food like humans do. He leaned closer to Ji Lishu, gently taking her left hand, and from somewhere, he produced a silvery ring and slipped it onto her finger. Ji Lishu paused her chopsticks. The ring, meticulously crafted from pure white gold or platinum, exuded a warm and noble luster. At its center, a vividly lifelike flower blossomed proudly, reminiscent of a mountain peak under the first snow, radiating an ineffable purity. "Is this the Shueji Lian?" Chapter 272. Is this what you call hunger? Yunhen's gaze fixed intently on Ji Lishu. "Will you promise me never to take it off?" He had begun searching for the perfect gift for her a month prior, delving into ancient texts that revealed rings in human culture symbolized commitment and promise. Yunhen was resolute that this was the gift he wished to present her. Thus he personally designed the ring and commissioned its creation. Ji Lishu's lips curled into a soft smile as she placed a gentle kiss on Yunhen's lips. Yunhen had anticipated hearing the response he desired. Yet Ji Lishu, after the fleeting kiss, withdrew and softly uttered, "I cannot." A flicker of disappointment crossed his amber eyes. "You cannot remove it." Yunhen's tone was firm. He understood Ji Lishu was not solely his, yet he yearned for her to wear only his ring. Thus, he rarely adopted such a resolute demeanor towards her. Ji Lishu's lips held a slight curve as her fingertips brushed Yunhen's face, meeting his gaze with an air of calmness. And then she leisurely leaned in to kiss him again. Those two gentle kisses ignited a warmth within Yunhen that he had never been able to resist. However, at that moment, he refrained from making a move, holding her gaze with a look of pleading. She was soothing him. Even such a small request as to wear his ring forever, she would not grant. Why? Yunhen's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he cupped her face in his hands. If she would not wear his ring, whose would she wear? Ji Lishu blinked and replied earnestly, "Because if you can think to give me a ring, they surely can too. In fact, Xingyue has already given me a ring." Not only had Xingyue presented her with a ring, but he was also the first to propose marriage. No one was likely to have delved into ancient human texts more proficiently than him. "You all want me to wear yours. Does that mean I must wear 3 rings on one hand in the future? Moreover, what if I accidentally scratch Shuang with a ring's edges? I will certainly wear it. I love the ring you gave me. But wearing it forever without taking it off is something I cannot do." Yunhen furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat disheartened. What she said was factual, making it difficult for him to insist further, yet he still felt a twinge of disappointment. He was not the first to give her a ring. It seemed he needed to revisit ancient human texts, for there must be other gifts imbued with special significance. The matter of exclusivity would likely remain a lifelong topic among the three of them. Just as Yunhen was about to speak again, a vibration from the communicator on his arm interrupted him. Yunhen frowned slightly and cut off the call immediately. Yet, within 3 seconds, the communicator buzzed once more. He hung up again. This cycle repeated 4 times. Ji Lishu glanced over and said, "You should answer it." Yunhen straightened up, gently stroked her head, and softly said, "You carry on eating. I will be back shortly." He then rose and entered his office. Once Yunhen had gently closed the door, Ji Lishu paused her eating and followed him. The door was not locked, and she gently twisted it open a crack, clearly hearing the sounds within. Yunin had already started a virtual meeting, projecting 5 impeccably dressed orc avatars before him, resembling real individuals. Each gesture, expression, and even subtle body language were vividly apparent. Even the pronounced veins on their necks were distinctly visible. It seemed a quarrel had ensued. Yunin, our children merely wish to pursue your partner. They have that right. On what grounds do you imprison them? Indeed, Ji Lishu is your partner, but that does not mean you can monopolize her. You are a city leader, and with the formidable strength of Xing Yue and Yin Liaji, no one dares to mention the half-mechanical transformation plan. However, if you strip other orcs of their rightful pursuit of Ji Lishu, it will surely incite public outrage. Each of the 5 spoke with conviction, culminating in one individual summarizing. Please release our children immediately and grant all orcs the right to pursue Ji Lishu fairly. Yin Hin patiently listened, remaining silent for a moment before coldly responding. Is this an order? The 5 exchanged glances, momentarily flustered. We do not dare to order. This is a request. Yunin's tone was ice-cold. A request? Do you presume to demand that I grant all orcs the right to pursue Ji Lishu simply because of your positions in the trial hierarchy? Upon hearing this, the 5 could distinctly sense Yunhin's restrained fury through the virtual projection. Suddenly, they fell silent. After approximately half a minute, an older gentleman with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes spoke in a tone reminiscent of a sage. Yunhin, this matter has indeed been mismanaged. His lecture further deepened Yunhin's frown. These individuals had contributed significantly to the construction of Trial, which was why Yunhin endured their lengthy discourse with growing impatience. Enough. Your children trespassed into Xingjue's villa. They shall face the consequences of their actions, and no pleas for leniency will be entertained. As for other matters, you are in no position to offer advice. With that, the 5 holographic figures vanished in an instant. In the office, only Boki's voice remained. Commander, your firm refusal may not be prudent. Our sources indicate that the Jinsher clan has appeared in Talia, leveraging the situation involving Ji Lishu to secretly ally with several high-ranking officials in Talia, plotting their next moves. Without needing to articulate the specifics, Yunhin understood well. Talia was a territory Yunhin had wrested from the Jinsher clan, if not for the past year, during which Ji Lishu had occupied much of his thoughts. He would have resolved the issue with the Jinsher clan long ago. Yunhin commanded, keep a close watch. No matter what they intend to do, they must not disturb my partner. Inform Xingjue to ensure those individuals do not dare to appear before Ji Lishu again. Upon hearing this indifferent directive, Boki felt his heart skip a beat. Those individuals truly dared to demand that the commander grant all Beastmen the right to pursue Ji Lishu fairly? Outside, Ji Lishu listened quietly as Yunhin and Boki conversed for a minute before severing the communication. When Yunhin opened the door, he was met by Ji Lishu, who stood with her arms crossed against the wall, seemingly having listened for quite some time. Yunhin was momentarily taken aback. Ji Lishu spoke softly, with internal and external troubles. Commander Yunhin, do you still claim you're not burdened? Then, she leaned in slightly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Due to their height difference, Yunhin had to bend slightly to accommodate her. One hand pressed against the wall behind Ji Lishu, while the other gently encircled her waist. His head lowered, and a captivating fragrance enveloped him, striking at his heart. Moments before, he remained unperturbed by the clamoring voices of those seeking to confront him. Yet now, just being close to her stirred his restless heart. He refrained from answering her question. Although Ji Lishu had overheard his conversation, he wished to shield her from any distress. Have you eaten? He asked softly, attempting to redirect the conversation. Ji Lishu's gaze was clear. I have eaten, but you haven't tea. Aren't you hungry? Yunhin's eyes flickered. He suppressed his feelings and replied in a hushed voice. I'm quite hungry, actually. I haven't eaten for several days. Is that true? Have you been too busy to hunt? I haven't even had time to see you, let alone hunt, he replied. Ji Lishu suggested. Why don't we go now? She was concerned about him going hungry for too long. Yunhin interrupted her. So, I really am very hungry. Before Ji Lishu could finish her sentence, Yunhin captured her lips with his. He gently lifted her, carrying her into the adjacent master bedroom. Will Shuang truly not wake up? He asked softly as he laid her gently on the bed. Ji Lishu did not respond. She raised her hand, her warm fingertips tracing Yunhin's lips, igniting a fire as they glided down to his jaw and finally circled around his Adam's apple, teasingly. A playful smirk adorned her face. Is this what you call hunger? It was the first time she realized hunger could manifest in such a way. Yunhen felt a tingling at his throat, his gaze trembling. Though it was merely a tender touch, he suddenly found it hard to breathe. He gently grasped Ji Li Shu's wandering hand, his voice turning husky. Li Shu, it's been a long time. Is that all right? Ji Li Shu smiled, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, her eyes sparkling as she brushed her lips against his. Shuang is about to wake. Yunen's gaze was fixated on Ji Li Shu. In the past, he could trust that her words were sincere. However, she had learned to echo Xingjue, playfully uttering harmless lies to tease him. This was a good sign. She was no longer so cold and devoid of warmth. Yunhen, observing the teasing curve of her lips, leaned in gently, one hand resting on her delicate waist while the other caressed her soft lips, speaking slowly. Didn't Tiyu say that Shuang will sleep for 3 hours? Ji Li Shu's eyes sparkled with amusement as her slender fingers brushed against his well-defined chest through the thin fabric of his shirt. You have a good memory, she replied softly. Yunhen, holding back his feelings, murmured, during special moments, certain crucial information is always captured clearly. Such crucial information, like the current duration of Shuang's rest, determined how long they would remain undisturbed. Ji Li Shu playfully asked, what special moment? Yunhen replied earnestly, time is of the essence. It's not easy to carve out this moment to meet you. Thus, this moment is worth its weight in gold. As he spoke, Yunhen silently lifted her shirt, lowering his head. Ji Li Shu blinked, her palm resting on Yunhen's chest. As he leaned down to kiss her, her hand gently pushed against him. His body felt as though it might explode from the heat, and his wildly beating heart grew even more restless. Yet, the person in his arms refused to relent. He could only watch, unable to kiss her. This sensation mirrored the unbearable longing that coursed through his veins when he could not see her. Li Shu, you wouldn't truly reject me, would you? Yunhen's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, his gaze locked onto hers, his tone tinged with a touch of grievance. Ji Li Shu blinked, as if genuinely contemplating the possibility, and replied earnestly, that depends on your answer. Yunhen let out an almost inaudible sigh. What should I ask? You tell me. His voice was magnetic yet deep, tinged with helplessness and indulgence. Ji Li Shu inquired, who are those people you just met with? Yunhen's expression shifted to one of understanding, as if he knew she would ask. Didn't you hear everything you needed to? Ji Li Shu pressed. So, will they come looking for trouble? Yunhen shifted his position, one hand supporting himself while the other tenderly stroked her hair. They have all made significant contributions to Talia, and now that I have acted against their offspring, trouble is inevitable. The critical issue is that my reasoning for punishment is insufficient. It is only natural for Beastmen to pursue their partners. Even though he is Ji Li Shu's rightful partner, I may choose. But it does not grant me the authority to obstruct or punish them. Yet, I proceeded regardless. But I can handle it. Yunhen replied nonchalantly. Ji Li Shu raised an eyebrow. That's to be expected. You can handle a few high-ranking officials, but what if there are more? Seeing her determined stance, he realized she would not proceed without the answer she sought. He decided to sit up, leaning against the headboard, and effortlessly pulled Ji Li Shu into his embrace. Gently caressing her cheek, he suppressed his restlessness and stated, no matter how many there are, I will shield you from disturbance. Ji Li Shu blinked. With Commander Yunhen's abilities, merely blocking them is a temporary solution. After all, my appearance and attributes are evident. Moreover, your kind places great value on looks. Whether out of curiosity or ulterior motives, those beastmen drawn to me will persist endlessly. Block. Do you intend to block for a lifetime? Facing her unyielding rebuttal, Yunhen remained composed, simply nodding. You are right, Li Shu. But I must correct you. Not all beastmen are solely focused on appearances. Despite her attributes being evident, Ji Li Shu smiled. Are you referring to yourself? Yunhen paused, furrowing his brow slightly, and muttered through clenched teeth. If I were to claim that my intentions are not based on your looks, you wouldn't believe me. Ji Li Shu gently caressed his face, laughing. You are aware that some statements sound insincere. Yunhen, eager to elucidate, found himself interrupted as Ji Li Shu placed her hands gently upon his face. Do not divert the topic. Speak. Can you truly resist? Yunhen gazed deeply into her eyes, seemingly contemplating why she clung so fervently to this question. After a brief silence, he let out a resigned sigh and replied, this question holds no significance. Whether I can resist or not, I must. Will you use your authority as the commander to compel them to submit? Ji Li Shu's tone was light and airy. Yunhen responded with a somber timbre. It is merely one of the methods. Ji Lishu shot him a look of disbelief. Have you never considered that I could refuse on my own? Wouldn't that be more effective in dissuading those who pursue you? Impossible. His tone was unwaveringly resolute. Ji Lishu inquired further, and why is that? Those who dare to disregard me, disregard Xingjue, and disregard Yinlia Jiji, certainly possess some capability. It is not inconceivable that you would attract their attention. Yunhin's voice was notably heavy. Thus, he felt compelled to eradicate the possibility of such occurrences from their very roots. Ji Lishu regarded him incredulously. She had not anticipated this reasoning. Just as she was about to offer an explanation, Yunhin interrupted again. Moreover, in this world, the refusals or desires of human women mean little. Those beastmen will not heed your refusals and will persist regardless. Upon hearing this, Ji Lishu furrowed her brows momentarily, then slowly placed one hand upon Yunhin's face. Yunhin, this is what I yearn for. I wish for both Shuang and myself to attain true freedom. Yunhin buried his head in the crook of Ji Lishu's neck, his tone earnest. I understand, Lishu. I shall personally present you with such a world. As he spoke, he tightened his embrace around her. Ji Lishu returned the embrace quietly, but offered no reply. A wave of unease rose within Yunhin. Lishu, may we entrust this matter to ourselves? Do we refer to himself, Xingjue, and Yinlia Jiji? Upon hearing this, Ji Lishu gently withdrew from his embrace, lifted her gaze to meet his amber eyes, and nodded with a silent smile. They had their steadfast desires to protect, yet she was keenly aware of her responsibilities. Ji Lishu then shifted the conversation. With the exertion of authority, I fear Commander Yunhin has faced considerable strain and unleashed much ire of late. Upon hearing this, Yunhin pressed a kiss to Ji Lishu's lips, stating, these concerns pale in comparison to the agony of being deprived of your presence. Ji Lishu remarked thus, I graciously offer to alleviate your frustrations. Yunhin's gaze flickered with curiosity. And how do you propose to do so? She caressed his face and leaned in close to whisper in his ear, you have 2 hours remaining. Yunhin's body stiffened, his eyes slightly reddening as he placed a hand on Ji Lishu's slender waist. You mean, should you delay any longer, Shuang will awaken. As the lights dimmed, the subsequent events became a blur to her. She only remembered the luminous snow lotus reflecting the moonlight, streaming through the curtains, shimmering brilliantly. Yunhin held her tightly, shadows dancing upon his back in an unpredictable manner. She lost track of time and soon succumbed to slumber, when Shuang's cries echoed in the distance. She had no recollection of it. In the darkness, Yunhin reverently kissed the corner of Ji Lishu's lips, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He patiently tidied up for Ji Lishu before turning towards the nursery. In the dead of night, a series of erratic knocks resounded on the door, persistent and seemingly endless. Ji Lishu furrowed her brow, shifting in Yunhin's embrace. After a moment, she finally opened her eyes. Pushing aside Yunhin's arms that encircled her, she slowly sat up. The sudden knocking had already roused Yunhin, who simply wished to ignore the individual outside. He brushed aside the stray strands of hair from Ji Lishu's face and draped a light blanket over her shoulders. Tenderly kissing her cheek, he said, I shall answer the door. When Yunhin opened the door, 2 tall figures immediately squeezed inside. Xingjue, his face contorted with frustration, pushed Yunhin with determination. You truly are something. Before I even return home, you whisked her away. Chapter 274. It seems as if no one is exempt from this. You both have disturbed my rest. Are you satisfied? Happy? Faint whimpers emanated from another nursery, and Xingjue recognized it immediately. This was the prelude to Shuang's impending wails. Xingjue's anger softened as a flicker of regret and guilt crossed his features. Had circumstances permitted, he would have refrained from visiting at this hour, well aware that Ji Lishu and Shuang would likely be asleep. However, he had eagerly anticipated seeing Ji Lishu upon his return to the villa, only to learn from Yinlia Jiji that she had been taken by Yunhin. He pondered once more. This was intolerable. It had been days since Yunhin last saw Ji Lishu, as if no one else mattered. I have no time for your nonsense. Move aside, he declared, shoving Yunhin aside once more and striding into the bedroom. Yinlia Jiji silently regarded the brooding Yunhin, then stepped into Shuang's nursery, enveloped in resentment. Yunhin stared at the open door for a prolonged moment before pinching the bridge of his nose, frustration mingling with helplessness. Boki had often expressed envy towards him, not for any other reason, but simply for having 3 companions by Ji Lishu's side. What was there to envy in having 3? Yunhin scoffed. and closed the door with a decisive gesture. Inside the bedroom, Xingjue promptly locked the door behind him, not permitting any interruptions. He shed his cold, night-clad suit jacket and cautiously climbed into bed. Ji Lishu remained with her eyes tightly shut, half sitting up, appearing as though she had not yet awakened. Xingjue gently wrapped his arms around her, burying his face in her neck. "Alarai, I miss you," he whispered, his tone affectionate, as though each word was woven with delicate threads, imbued with an ineffable tenderness and deep emotion. Ji Lishu slowly opened her eyes and looked at him, yet remained silent. "I apologize for waking you," he murmured, gazing intently at her profile, unable to resist pressing a kiss upon her lips. Ji Lishu, expressionless, pushed him away. The moment she moved, the blanket Yunhen had carefully wrapped around her slipped from her shoulder, revealing a patch of creamy skin. Xingjue froze, his gaze suddenly aflame. He swallowed hard, but the next moment, he noticed the marks on Ji Lishu's long neck and chest under the dim, warm light, causing his eyes to redden further. It was not difficult to infer what Yunhen had done. Xingjue's eyes fixated on the drowsy Ji Lishu, and the pent-up frustration within him could no longer be contained. He instinctively pulled her closer, kissing her lips with a mixture of anger and grievance. "Alarai," he breathed, her lashes resting on her eyelids, long and thick, as if he could smell the alluring fragrance exuding from her lips. Initially, Xingjue intended to merely taste her before retreating, but he found himself ensnared, deepening the kiss as he cradled the back of Ji Lishu's head, ultimately pinning her beneath him. His hands began to wander instinctively. Ji Lishu frowned slightly, delivering a precise slap to Xingjue's face. "Have you had enough? Are you going to let me sleep?" With that, she turned away, curling up to sleep once more. Xingjue did not withdraw. Instead, he supported himself on either side of her, his body hovering slightly above. The slap had been neither too hard nor too light, but it left him momentarily stunned before he chuckled softly. "Your temper has certainly grown with indulgence." Time passed, and Xingjue, steeling himself against his desires, gradually calmed down. Casting a downward glance at Ji Lishu, he lowered his head once more, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. "I miss your slap," he said, unable to resist the urge to tease her. Ji Lishu could not help but stir her arm, attempting to push him away. This slight movement caused the thin blanket on his chest to slip away subtly. Xingjue's gaze inevitably fell upon him, and he hastily withdrew his trembling eyes, afraid to linger even for a second longer. Otherwise, the emotions he had so painstakingly quelled would surge forth once more. He swiftly turned over and slipped into the bathroom. When Xingjue emerged from a shower, Yunhen was already lying on the bed, holding the peacefully sleeping Ji Lishu in his arms. "Get out!" Xingjue exclaimed coldly, throwing the towel in his hand. Yunhen remained unmoved, slowly opening his eyes and deliberately lowering his voice. "This is my room. You are the one who should leave." A surge of anger ignited within Xingjue, just as he was about to explode. He caught sight of Ji Lishu's serene sleeping face and restrained himself. "Fine." In the next moment, he rolled over and lay on the other side of Ji Lishu. He turned to face her, gently caressing her body with his large hand, attempting to pull her closer. However, as long as Yunhen held on, Xingjue's efforts would be in vain. This disturbance seemed to rouse Ji Lishu from her slumber. Yunhen furrowed his brow, lowering his tone. "What are you trying to do?" Xingjue offered no reply, not even a glance, continuing to gently tug at Ji Lishu's body. Realizing that the person in his arms had awakened and was on the verge of expressing her displeasure, Yunhen wisely released her embrace. Ji Lishu, being pulled by Xingjue, turned half-heartedly and found herself nestled into his embrace. Xingjue held her close, casting a triumphant glance at Yunhen. The next moment, a sharp pain pierced his neck as a small portion of flesh was bitten, sending a wave of tingling sensations throughout his body. "Ali, why are you biting me?" His voice was low and husky. Ji Lishu slightly lifted her head, her gaze unfriendly. "You disturbed my sleep." Xingjue lowered his eyes and murmured, "That was intentional, but primarily because I missed you too much." As he tightened his hold on her, a faint fragrance invaded his senses, stirring his heart. The situation was improper, and he could only endure. "I won't disturb you any longer. You sleep well, and I will hold you while you do." Chapter 275. Not a baba, but Xing Baba, just tighten your grip a bit more, and I might not wake up again, Ji Lishu said, somewhat exasperated. He pressed her face against his chest with such force that she felt the air thinning around her. Upon hearing this, Xingjue immediately loosened his grip somewhat. Yet he still refused to let go. "Let go," Ji Lishu murmured, her irritation from being awakened in the middle of the night still fresh. No, Xingju insisted. If I let go, you will just slip away to the side. So, Ali, you are biased. Ji Shu, with a tone of impatience, responded. You came here in the middle of the night again. Where's the bias in that? I want to sleep. She was fully aware that he would come back tonight. Yet he still followed Yunhen here. When held by him, she would peacefully slumber, but the moment she was embraced by Xingju, she demanded he let go. Wasn't that bias? Ji Shu resigned herself to close her eyes, choosing silence. If he called it bias, so be it. At this point, she had heard such grievances far too often. Not addressing them was her way of coping. Xingju did not wait for her response, and wisely chose to remain silent, knowing she was exhausted and unwilling to disturb her rest further. Nevertheless, he kept his arms wrapped around her, neither tightening nor loosening his hold. He had pondered this position countless times, ensuring it was just right for her to sleep soundly. Within 5 minutes, Ji Shu had fallen asleep, her breathing steady. The cause of her exhaustion was undoubtedly the weariness brought on by Yunhen. In the darkness, Xingju and Yunhen exchanged glances, their expressions unfriendly. Ultimately, neither spoke. Yunhen turned to face Ji Shu's back, gently placing his large hand on her waist, and closed his eyes. After a while, In Luji entered the bedroom with the twins settled. He glanced at the bed, noticing there was no space left beside his wife, and silently left the bedroom, heading to the twins' nursery. The following morning, when Ji Shu awoke, Yunhen had already departed. Xingju still held her gently in his arms, wide awake and gazing down at her, not knowing how long he had been watching. As soon as she opened her eyes, he moved his head, tenderly rubbing his nose against hers. You really can sleep. Ji Shu glanced at him and slightly turned away, stretching her limbs. As Yunhen left, she casually inquired. Xingju's gentle smile faded slightly. Don't mention that beast. Ji Shu paused, looking at him. Are you insulting him? Can't you tell? Xingju replied. Aren't you a beast as well? Yilis retorted. Xingju found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he straightforwardly said, Humph. I don't care. He stole you for one night. Today, you must be mine. That was his objective for the day. But I was in your arms last night. Ji Shu countered. Xingju's frustration flared. Look at all the marks on your body. Today, tomorrow, and the day after, I can only look at you from afar. Hasn't he taken enough? Ji Shu blinked, ignoring the main point of his complaint, and asked, So, you mean you have time these 3 days? Xingju was displeased with her habit of turning her head away from him, so he tightened his grip a little more. Yes. The Qingmu city sent someone to negotiate with In Lu Ji regarding the matters of Li Kuhi. The conditions with Telier and Mubo Island are still undecided, and Yunhen is tied up as well. Therefore, these days, it's just me keeping you company. Are you happy? Ji Shu reached out to touch Xingju's face, her expression neutral as she replied, Happy. Xingju leaned in closer, their bodies pressed tightly together, his breath heavy. At least smile a little, give me some emotional value. You have too many demands, Ji Shu retorted, then arched her brows and offered a faint smile. That smile is so perfunctory, Xingju murmured. Let me do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned down to kiss her. Ji Shu could only manage a soft protest. I haven't brushed my teeth. When the two finally got out of bed, Shuang had already been tidied up by the robotic nanny Alpha, now lying on the soft mat in the living room, entertaining herself. Upon seeing Shuang, Xingju walked over and picked her up, leaning down to gently kiss her chubby cheek. Shuang is so well-behaved, knowing not to disturb Daddy Xing and Mommy. The title Daddy Xing was self-appointed by Xingju. Ever since hearing it, Yunhen and In Lu Ji had also joined in, occasionally coaxing Shuang to call them Daddy Yun or Daddy Fox. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, when Shuang finally spoke, she could only manage to say Daddy. As expected, after some coaxing, Xingju was met with her calling out a Baba. Not a Baba, but Daddy Xing. He attempted to correct the pronunciation of a child, not yet 1 year old. Ji Shu could no longer watch. That's enough. How old is she? Not too young. If she were a Beastman, she'd be able to understand what father and mother mean at her age, Xingju replied. Among Beastman species, the average intelligence is higher than that of humans. So it is not uncommon for a child, not yet one, to comprehend human language. Ji Shu chuckled softly, walking over to snatch Shuang from Xingju's arms. Sorry, but we are of different races. We aren't as clever as you. Xingju suddenly felt a tightening at the back of his head, a surge of instinctual desire for survival washing over him. A daughter is far more precious than a beast cub. He reached out, gently grasping the hem of Ji Li Shu's clothing and shaking it slightly. Continuing, Ali, I also want a daughter of my own. I'm serious. I wonder if I have such good fortune. Beyond luck, what he truly needed was Ali's love for him. He and Yunhin had previously agreed that Ali should not bear more than 2 children. This decision was based on the reproductive center's research data regarding human bodies. Each instance of childbirth significantly strains a woman's body, and 2 births were deemed the most reasonable, yet nearly the limit. Ali has experienced pregnancy once before, and during their last meeting, the 3 of them agreed to let her make her own choice. The thought of this made Xingju unable to suppress his envy. Harboring resentment towards Xinjia. Shuang is so adorable, yet he could only hold the title of Xing Baba, never to be called that. Ji Li Shu lowered her head, quietly observing the glimmer of hope in Xingju's eyes. She could certainly tell he cherished their daughter. Her casual remark was merely a jest. However, she was unaware of the agreement among the 3 of them, and thus could not comprehend the sudden caution emanating from Xingju. I never said I wouldn't bear her, she murmured softly. The words were barely audible, yet Xingju heard them distinctly, echoing in his mind. I heard you, Ali. Your intention is to grant me a daughter. I assent it. Faced with his earnestness, Ji Li Shu could only respond. Can we just go with the flow? Because she could not guarantee whether it would indeed be a daughter. What if it were a little wolf cub instead? Xingju fell silent for a few moments, then gradually stood, cradling her face and gently kissing her. Yes, it's my fault for being too eager. Let us go with the flow. Yet only he understood that what was natural for Ali meant a fierce battle among the 3 of them. In Chapter 276, will Xiao Li Shu coax me? Yunhin and Yin Lu Ji had been exceedingly busy over the past 3 days, leaving Xingju to accompany her. He left the villa contentedly after 3 days. Before departing, he reminded Ji Li Shu that if she felt bored, she could take Shuang to the bookstore. That bookstore remained well preserved, and he and Yunhin had renovated it. They retained its original layout and style, but replaced the counter, bookshelves, and sofas with new ones. They even thoughtfully created a nursery playroom. This was a decision made after discussions among the 3 of them. As long as Ji Li Shu remained by their side and was safe, they would do everything in their power to fulfill her desires. She had mentioned returning to manage the bookstore once, but at that time, they had just experienced a battle with Mu Bo Island. Following that, her identity was exposed. And with the mutation of plants, they had no choice but to keep her and Shuang safe in the villa. Thus, Ji Li Shu returned to the bookstore. But this time, she was accompanied by Shuang, and there were numerous guards arranged by her partner surrounding them. Each morning, upon waking, she found that the 3 of them had already left. By evening, one of them would always come to escort her and Shuang home. Sometimes it was Xingju, other times Yunhin, or occasionally Yin Lu Ji, but without fail, one would come each day. On this day, Ji Li Shu held Shuang in one arm and pressed the automatic door lock with the other. As she turned, she caught sight of a tall figure. In the dimming light, the distant street lights flickered to life, casting a glow upon the striking silhouette waiting in the evening breeze. His gaze fixed intently upon her from the moment she stepped out. Ji Li Shu could not help but smile. Is it really you today? She inquired. It had been about half a month since she last saw Yin Lu Ji, as Xingju and Yunhin had been taking turns to pick her up lately. Yin Lu Ji gazed deeply at her, then naturally took Shuang from her arms, opening the front passenger door for Ji Li Shu to enter. He then opened the back seat, placing Shuang in the infant seat. Every vehicle they owned was equipped with an infant seat in the back. Ji Li Shu settled into her seat, waiting for him to drive. However, as soon as Yin Lu Ji joined her, he leaned in, and she felt his strong arm encircle her waist, his warm breath enveloping her as he leaned down, his lips brushing against hers, tenderly invading her mouth. Ji Li Shu immediately furrowed her brows, pushing against his shoulder. What are you doing? His hand on her waist tightened slightly as Yin Lu Ji's deep gaze locked onto her, his lips brushing her sensitive ear as he whispered, I missed you. Ji Li Shu ceased to push him away, allowing his kisses to fall upon her ear and neck. She could even feel him trembling slightly, his gentle actions betraying a hint of wildness. As if it were not enough, he held her face and kissed her thoroughly, unleashing the pent-up longing that had nearly consumed him. He suddenly understood why Xingju had relentlessly pursued Yunhin at Yinling Bay. It was truly unbearable. Shuang's untimely call interrupted them. The 2 in the front seat paused and turned their heads slowly. They saw Shuang with a tiny hand stuffed in her mouth, her sparkling eyes watching them with amusement. As if awakening from a trance, In Lu Ji gently released Ji Li Shu, but not before placing a soft kiss on her cheek and murmuring in a husky voice, "Let us head home first." On the way, he drove to a special supermarket for human food, purchasing 3 large bags of edible ingredients. "I learned a few dishes and wanted to cook for you," In Lu Ji said softly, responding to Ji Li Shu's puzzled look. However, once they entered the apartment, Ji Li Shu handed Shuang Shuang to Alpha and headed straight for the kitchen with a bag in hand. "Wait here, I'll cook," she declared. In Lu Ji's brows knitted slightly. "You're going to cook?" It had always been the 3 of them preparing her meals. Even when they were absent, Alpha would usually take over. He realized he had never tasted Ji Li Shu's cooking. Ji Li Shu smiled lightly. "It will be ready soon. Just wait outside." In Lu Ji fell silent. Instead of waiting in the living room, he followed Ji Li Shu into the kitchen, leaning against the doorway. His deep gaze fixed on her every movement. "You and Xingju are alike. You both love spicy food." Ji Li Shu chatted casually while preparing the dishes. Previously, the 3 of them had never shown interest in human food, but after dining with Ji Li Shu a few times, she gradually learned their preferences. Xingju and In Lu Ji favored bold flavors, while Yunhen had a sweet tooth, which explained his fondness for bringing her desserts. He must have enjoyed them himself. Listening to her gentle voice, In Lu Ji felt his heartstrings tugged intensely. He could not forget the scene he witnessed today. While reviewing confidential documents, he inadvertently came across information regarding the Bai Shi Huan Lu research project. Among the materials was video footage documenting Ji Li Shu during her pregnancy when the Bai Shi Huan Lu manifested. Though not excessively painful, it occasionally caused her to faint unexpectedly. Additionally, Bai Shi Huan Lu plagued her with nightmares, leaving her drenched in sweat and frowning deeply as she endured mental torment. Even though the fetus absorbed most of the toxins, her purely human constitution still suffered under the potent effects of Bai Shi Huan Lu. She was, after all, the rose he cherished in his heart, and even the slightest wrinkle on her brow caused him pain. Yet, he had inadvertently caused her to suffer from Bai Shi Huan Lu. In Lu Ji recalled vividly that she had never uttered a word of hatred or blame toward him. Yet he found himself resenting her for deceiving him, devising countless schemes and means to possess her. In Lu Ji's lips pressed together tightly, a hint of pallor crossing his face as his gaze burned into her. Ji Li Shu naturally sensed the change in In Lu Ji today. He seemed utterly transformed. The carefree demeanor he usually wore had vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar calmness and gloom. She quickly prepared several dishes and urged him to take them out. "Try this. Is it good?" Ji Li Shu placed a piece on In Lu Ji's plate. He smiled faintly, saying nothing, but obediently took a bite. In a somewhat silent atmosphere, they finished their dinner. After tidying up, In Lu Ji intended to rise and wash the dishes. Ji Li Shu immediately grasped his large hand, urging him to sit down again. In Lu Ji looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" His tone was as gentle as a spring breeze. "That's what I should be asking you. What's wrong?" Yilishu retorted, slightly annoyed. In Liu Ji remained silent, merely reaching back to gently grasp her delicate hand, pulling her onto his lap and enveloping her in his embrace. He felt a profound ache within, yet he dared not hold her too tightly, fearing it might cause her pain. His palm caressed her face as he spoke in a low, husky tone. "I am feeling rather melancholy today. Will you comfort me, shall Li Shu? Just as you do with Yunhen and Xingju." Ji Li Shu gently wrapped her arms around him, responding nonchalantly, "Of course, I will." After all, she had chosen him. What other option did she have? Chapter 277. I'm only worth one person. What troubles you? Speak your mind. Ji Li Shu said with an air of professionalism, her tone neutral. In Liu Ji smiled faintly, observing her for a moment. He knew that despite his attempts to appear pitiful in order to seek her affection, she would not bestow much tenderness upon him. Yet, he understood that this was not due to a lack of affection on her part. It was simply her nature. Fortunately, he did not expect her to express her feelings for him with fervor, for beneath the phosphorescent tunnel, he had once received a declaration from her. Then, "Let us perish together." In his eyes, this single utterance outweighed all the countless professions of love she had made to Xingju or Yunhen. He would wager that neither Xingju nor Yunhen had ever heard such words from Ji Li Shu. He was the first. Recalling his thoughts, In Liuji continued softly, "Li Shu, I seem to be approaching 50. Ji Li Shu was puzzled. Why bring this up? However, she reminded him that the average lifespan of a Beastman was over 200 years. He was merely 50. In her previous world, Yin Liuji would be equivalent to just over 20 years old. What had prompted his sudden reflection? Yin Liuji gazed deeply into her eyes, and after a pause, spoke in a hoarse voice. I have lived alone for so many years. I am not like Xingju, born into a noble family of the Talia, privileged and free from worry, surrounded by family. I am not like Yun Hen, who at least has brothers to support him. I have always been alone. The casual smile that once adorned Ji Li Shu's lips began to fade. She was aware that Yin Liuji had been abandoned at birth, never knowing who his father was or why he had been forsaken. As for how he had survived, Ji Li Shu had once earnestly inquired, but his response had been a dismissive. With my abilities, surviving is hardly difficult. Ji Li Shu remained silent, her arms still wrapped around Yin Liuji's shoulders, their heads nearly touching, close enough that his gentle breath brushed against her. She lowered her gaze, and the tenderness and fragility in his eyes were laid bare before her. She had witnessed this side of Yin Liuji once before. The last time was during her flight, when she had uncovered his scheme. Yet he had been unwilling to yield easily, looking up at her with pleading eyes. Ali, just this once, I beg you, just this once. Clearly, there had been many such occasions since then. She spoke softly. I understand, but from now on, you will not be alone. Yin Liuji continued in a low voice, his deep, resonant tone tinged with dryness. You are right, from now on, I shall no longer be alone. Yet in the past decades, I never imagined that one day I would meet you. When I learned that everything you did was merely a deception and that you would not relent, I truly believed I might spend my life feeling unloved, abandoned by all, only deserving of one person. Ji Li Shu freed one hand to cover his lips, whispering, haven't I already apologized for that? Yin Liuji gently grasped her hand and kissed her fingertips, shaking his head. Today, I suddenly feel that I am indeed only worthy of one person. If I had known you would suffer so much because of me, perhaps it would have been better had we never met. Ji Li Shu's eyes flickered, and she frowned slightly, asking, what do you mean today? His long fingers caressed her fingertips, unwilling to let go, as Yin Liuji murmured, his voice growing hoarse, yet his gaze sparkled brightly. I saw those recorded videos. The ones documenting your experience with the 100 serpents. Ji Li Shu was momentarily taken aback, finally understanding why he was acting so unusually today. It is all in the past. You will no longer be alone, and I will no longer endure the pain of the 100 serpents. She leaned in to embrace him, gently patting his back. Yin Liuji instinctively pulled Ji Li Shu closer, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Li Shu, do you know? When I saw those images, it felt as though my heart were pierced by countless needles. I began to regret how you came to know me. His voice trembled slightly. Ji Li Shu rested against his shoulder, listening to his breath brushing past her ear, softly saying, very well, if you regret it, then regret it. Yin Liuji sensed something amiss in her tone, gradually releasing his embrace, his eyes fixed on her as he gently caressed her cheek. I truly feel heartbroken. Ji Li Shu narrowed her eyes slightly. All right, I understand. Yin Liuji felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the next moment, Ji Li Shu spoke with an expressionless face. If you're heartbroken, does that mean you regret meeting me? Yin Liuji stared at her, his throat constricting unbidden. I realized my mistake. Why would you go to watch those recorded videos? She inquired. Yin Liuji remained silent. He did not wish to divulge. Tilting his head, he captured Ji Li Shu's lips, gripping her shoulders, his fingers trembling slightly, yet his kiss deepened with fervor. He intended to obliterate all records related to her. He could not assert that there were no nefarious individuals within the Talia. The safest course of action was to eradicate all data concerning robotic modification. But this matter was one that he and Yun Hen had tacitly agreed to keep from her. Yin Liuji successfully interrupted Ylishui's questioning. She instinctively tried to pull away, but he kissed her even deeper, his throat rolling slightly. After a brief retreat, he gazed at her with his fox-like eyes, a flicker of heat and a hint of aggression in his gaze. Then, his kiss lightly brushed against Ji Li Shu's neck. They will not return tonight. Shall we stay in the living room? He said, lifting Ji Li Shu and striding towards the sofa, gently placing her down. Kneeling beside her, he loosened his belt, unbuttoning his suit with one hand, discarding it carelessly by the bed, revealing his well-defined abs and narrow waist. His arms rested against the back of the sofa, veins subtly protruding. Ji Li Shu's interest peaked, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she gently traced his abs. Yin Liuji's breath hitched. Ji Li Shu. He immediately leaned down, guiding her hand slowly upwards until it rested against his chest, gently pressing down. It had been over half a month, Li Shu. Yin Liuji's body felt alarmingly hot. Ji Li Shu's hand continued to wander, her smile deepening. In the moment Yin Liuji leaned down to kiss her, she seized his chin, holding him in place. Yin Liuji frowned in discontent. Ji Li Shu. She smirked, teasingly enunciating each word. Those who regret meeting me are not worthy of climbing into my bed. Go wash the dishes. Chapter 278. You are mine. I will hold you when I please. Yin Liuji stared at Ji Li Shu in disbelief, his lips slightly parted, a hint of heated breath escaping. You. Ji Li Shu chuckled softly, pulling back slightly and cradling his face with one hand. What do you mean? Do you wish for me to tidy up? Yin Liuji patiently coaxed. Alpha is here too. Ji Li Shu replied. What about Shuang Shuang? Is she not awake? He remained silent, his fox-like eyes fixed on her for a long while, before finally bowing his head to plant a firm kiss on her lips, then quickly withdrawing. His gaze was filled with wistfulness. You are not allowed to refuse me again tonight. With that, he turned and gathered the dishes from the table, heading into the kitchen. Ji Li Shu reclined on the sofa, closing her eyes momentarily, her expression serene. Subsequently, she sat up slowly, adjusted her slightly disheveled attire, and ascended the stairs to her bedroom, where she contacted Jier. The call connected swiftly, and Jier's teasing voice echoed. Miss, what a rare occasion for you to think of me. Standing by the window, Ji Li Shu replied calmly. When there is a matter at hand, naturally I would think of you. She heard Jier click his tongue. All right then, please instruct me. Ji Li Shu inquired. I wish to know if there have been any developments regarding the desert city. Yin Liuji had recently seized control of the desert city, and his position was still tenuous. Yet at this moment, he resided in Talia, distance from the control center of the desert city. To settle personal grievances, he had gone to great lengths to deploy the Corpse Eater Legion to the distant Mubo Island, even transferring control of the corpses to Yunin's hands. Such maneuvers were likely to incite dissatisfaction within the ruling body of the desert city. Why not simply ask him about it? Jier blurted out. Ji Li Shu fell silent for a few moments. Jier immediately comprehended. External conflicts were matters that Yin Liuji would certainly not disclose to Su. Not only him, but perhaps his allies would also follow suit. Jier silently considered that he would likely do the same. Who would willingly burden her with worries? Jian's gaze flickered, and he spoke softly. I have indeed heard some rumors lately. A faction within the ruling body of the desert city that once supported Gideon and his son has not yet been purged by Yin Liuji. Recently, they have gathered substantial evidence against him, inciting discord within the ruling body. Ji Li Shu furrowed her brow slightly. Evidence? Jier confirmed. Yes, but I want to elaborate. It is all common knowledge and unlikely to stir any significant upheaval. However, there is one matter. Speak, Ji Li Shu urged. Jier hesitated for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to respond. Yin Liuji had previously poisoned Gideon's partner with 100 snakes hallucination, and the footage of that woman being tortured to death by poison was now public, inciting public outrage. His military campaigns against the northern tribes were not enough to provoke widespread anger, for this was indeed a world governed by the law of the jungle. However, his cruelty towards a human woman was intolerable, even for the beasts. Thus, does Yin Liuji intend to reveal evidence of Gideon administering the 100 snakes hallucination to sway public opinion? Ji Li Shu's gaze fixated on the thorny roses outside the window, their vibrant beauty reminiscent of the profound gaze of those fox-like eyes that watched her. No, that could not be the reason. If possible, Yin Liuji would prefer to keep any information regarding her hidden from the public eye. Jier continued. However, Yin Liuji's subordinates have issued a statement claiming that Gideon poisoned you first, and Yin Liuji merely retaliated. Yet, a statement without evidence will not be believed by the beast folk. That is precisely correct, Ji Li Shu murmured. He will suddenly investigate those recordings, but his true purpose is to destroy the evidence. Jier, puzzled, asked what? After a long pause, Ji Li Shu finally spoke. I understand. Talia, please keep a close watch, especially regarding news of the Jinshi clan. Ji Li Shu turned and descended the stairs, entering the kitchen. Her gaze fell upon Yin Liuji, and she approached him slowly, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Yin Liuji stiffened abruptly, nearly dropping the plate in his hand. He had sensed her approach, but had not anticipated receiving such an affectionate embrace from her. She had always been so aloof, without his efforts to draw her closer. He might not even receive a glance from her. Yin Liuji turned his head, reaching out to embrace her in return, but his hands were covered in suds, forcing him to refrain. His voice became somewhat heavy. Stealing a hug like this is not something I would expect from you. After a brief moment of looking down, Ji Li Shu softly declared, You are mine. I can embrace you whenever I wish. In Liujia's heart fluttered. Lowering his gaze, his eyes brimmed with profound affection. Indeed, I am yours. In the next moment, he disregarded the foam on his hands, swiftly turning to lift Jinju, effortlessly placing her on the clean bar counter. One hand supported her slender waist while the other cradled the back of her head, gently kissing her lips. The kiss was delicate, yet his hands pressed her body tightly against his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. Did we not agree to meet tonight? Are you unable to wait? Ji Li So withdrew her hand, gently cupping his chin, her fingertips lightly brushing against his jaw. In Liujia lowered his eyes, allowing her playful gestures, his lashes casting a dense shadow. I merely wish to embrace you. Am I being accused of impatience? Ji Li Su replied indifferently. She simply yearned to hold him close, to cherish that moment. It is not your impatience, but mine, he stated earnestly. In Liujia grasped Isu's wrist, slowly guiding her hand upwards until their fingers intertwined. He cherished the feeling of her body pressed against him, a sensation more fulfilling than any he had experienced in the dream-eating forest during his most exhausting battles. As he spoke, he lowered his head and tenderly kissed her lips. The moment he drew near, In Liujia instinctively closed his eyes in emotional response. The bar counter was positioned a distance from the wall, and she was suspended behind it. One hand was firmly held by him, while the other gently tugged at his shirt collar. In Liujia instinctively supported himself with one hand, leaning precariously against the edge of the counter. Gazing down, Ji Su nestled in his arms. Xiao Li Shu, shall we not return to the room? Ji Li Shu's expression appeared calm, yet her slightly disordered and hurried breathing betrayed her inner turmoil. No, she exclaimed directly. In Liujia pressed her down slightly, his fingertips grazing her exposed nape, speaking leisurely. I have already let you go once. It will not happen again. Her attempted protests were drowned out by his overwhelming kisses. This is the kitchen. With Xing Ju and Yunhen's keen senses, they could detect this even after 10 days or half a month. Chapter 279. A distinct meow resonated. Meanwhile, Jier ended the call with Thilisu and exited the conference room. Inside the Xingho Group headquarters, numerous high-ranking officials were gathered. The seemingly chaotic scene exhibiting an astonishing composure and order among the individuals. He took the elevator to the rooftop helipad, where 5,000 elite mercenaries were assembled, clad in uniform black combat gear, accentuating the depth of the night. An unexpected situation arose. An unidentified force attacked the Xingho Group's preparedness base near Qingmu City, taking 2,000 personnel hostage and obliterating all weapon production equipment at the base. The assailants declared that to rescue the hostages, Xing Ju must personally appear. This was, without a doubt, an outright declaration of war against the Xingho Group. However, with thousands of Xingho Group mercenaries held captive, even if it were a trap, Xing Ju could not stand idly by. At this moment, the aerial vehicle atop the building was ready, and the troops were assembled. Just as Xing Ju was about to board, he suddenly turned, and before the assembled crowd, he slowly traversed through the ranks of meticulously arranged, formidable mercenaries, approaching Jier. In a low voice, he urged, "Keep an eye on my villa for me." Without any further words, Xing Ju solemnly patted Jier's shoulder before turning and striding towards the aerial vehicle. The engines of the aerial vehicle roared to life, the powerful gust causing the clothing of those present to flutter. As the starship Xing Ju took the lead, sleek black spacecraft ascended one after another, whistling toward the direction of Qing Mu Cheng. Jier exchanged a fleeting glance with Mo Chi beside him, yet neither uttered a word. This was not merely a visit to a villa. It was a call for him to ensure the safety of Ji Li Shu within. In light of a singular message, Xing Ju orchestrated such a grand spectacle, merely to serve as a reminder to the restless within Xinghua, warning them against any ill-conceived schemes. Days had passed since Xing Ju's departure, yet no word had been received. Before leaving, he had assigned Jier to Ji Li Shu's side, thereby facilitating her endeavors. The message she had dispatched through Jier should have reached its destination. It was merely a matter of when that individual would manifest. As the weather grew increasingly sweltering, the turmoil caused by mutated flora in Talia, Cheng intensified, with other settlements experiencing even graver conditions. Recently, faint tremors could be felt within Talia, Cheng, a result of the countless mutated plants surging forth from the earth. Inside the bookstore, tranquility reigned as Shuang Shuang and Shuang Shuang lay peacefully in their cradles, while Ji Li Shu busied herself organizing the bookshelves. Suddenly, an unexpected tremor shattered the calm. The once sturdy bookshelves seemed to be affected by some invisible force, teetering precariously and threatening to topple toward the cradles behind them. Ji Li Shu's heartbeat quickened as she instinctively drew the whip from her yin shu, swiftly aiming it toward the cradle. Just before her whip could reach the cradle, a grayish-blue shadow darted through the gap between the bookshelves at an astonishing speed. Akin to a specter on the wind, it leaped gracefully, its forepaw pushing with an incredible force, redirecting the collapsing bookshelf and causing it to crash loudly onto the opposite side, bringing down a row of bookshelves in its wake and stirring up a cloud of dust. Shuang Shuang, startled, erupted into tears. The commotion within the bookstore drew the attention of the mercenaries lurking nearby, who rushed in. Ji Li Shu dashed forward, scooping up Shuang Shuang, her heart racing. Amidst the chaos, a distinct meow rang out. Ji Li Shu slowly turned her head, her gaze settling on a blue jade cat that lay quietly atop the fallen bookshelf, its deep-set eyes fixed upon her. A moment of astonishment washed over Ji Li Shu, followed by a flicker of disbelief. In the next instant, the blue jade cat sprang gracefully to the ground. It approached Ji Li Shu with deliberate calmness, nuzzling against her pant leg in an endearing manner, exuding warmth and innocence. In that fleeting moment, Ji Li Shu was momentarily entranced. The cat bore an uncanny resemblance to another, with its gleaming grayish-blue fur and familiar, affectionate gestures. As it brushed against her leg, radiating a gentle warmth, it appeared utterly harmless. Yet, the mercenaries remained on high alert, with a few stealthily advancing, poised to capture it. However, the agile cat evaded them effortlessly, leaving even the seasoned mercenaries momentarily bewildered. The mercenaries, accustomed to more arduous tasks, found themselves at a loss in capturing a mere cat. With a warning meow, the blue jade cat turned, but the mercenaries dared not lower their guard, fearing Xingju's wrath should they fail. The tall mercenaries pursued clumsily, while the cat nimbly darted between the bookshelves, as if engaged in a meticulously planned escape. The bookstore erupted into chaos, with Shuang Shuang still crying amidst the relentless commotion. Ji Li Shu furrowed her brow in concern. Suddenly, the blue jade cat leaped with grace, its body tracing a beautiful arc through the air, pursued closely by several mercenaries. After a brief 10 minutes, the remaining individuals restored order to the bookstore. Ji Li Shu prepared milk for Shuang Shuang, soothing her once more. Miss Ji, the situation has been reported. We will enhance subterranean monitoring. We apologize for this oversight. After delivering their report, the mercenaries departed the bookstore. Moments later, the sound of screeching brakes echoed outside, and Yun Hen and Yin Lu Ji entered the bookstore simultaneously. Li Shu, little Li Shu. Just as Ji Li Shu had gently laid Shuang Shuang back in her crib, she turned to find herself enveloped in a strong, warm embrace. Yin Lu Ji halted in his tracks, glancing at his empty hands, chiding himself for being a moment too late. Yun Hen held her close, gently turning her to face him, his amber eyes filled with concern. Are you all right? Ji Li Shu shook her head. Why are you both here? Yin Lu Ji stepped forward, pulling Yun Hen's arm aside and claiming Ji Li Shu for himself. I nearly lost my mind with worry. How could I not come? The psychological trauma from when she was abducted by Isaac lingered in his heart. Yun Hen scooped up Shuang Shuang from the cradle, his voice low. Let us head home. The shop will remain closed today. We'll return once we ensure the area is safe. Ji Li Shu did not protest, merely nodding in agreement. At the villa, Shuang Shuang had already been soothed to sleep by Alpha, while Ji Li Shu sat on the sofa, staring at the television. On either side of her sat two busy individuals, engaged in constant communication, each framed by a glowing blue holographic screen that flickered incessantly. Ji Li Shu could no longer restrain herself. You two are too noisy. I'm going to my room. Stay with me. Don't leave. The moment she stood, both hands were seized by each of them. You're too loud, Ji Li Shu stated bluntly. I'll be quiet and won't disturb you, Yin Lu Ji insisted, gripping her hand tightly. I will too, Yun Hen added. But I want to sleep, Ji Li Shu replied. Before Yin Lu Ji could respond, Yun Hen had already risen, swiftly claiming Ji Li Shu's other hand from Yin Lu Ji's grasp. I'll keep you company while you sleep. Yin Lu Ji's expression darkened slightly. Little Li Shu. Yun Hen's gaze met Yin Lu Ji's, a coldness lingering in his demeanor. He had yet to demand an explanation from Yin Lu Ji regarding the kitchen incident, and now he dared to compete with him? Yin Lu Ji seemed to understand the unspoken tension, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, seemingly unfazed. He stood beside Ji Li Shu, leaning down to meet her gaze. his tone tinged with a hint of feigned grievance. Choose him or choose me. Yunhen regarded the notorious desert silver fox before him with a stoic expression, disapproving of his blatant display of charm. The more he observed, the less he liked it. Lu Ji must have been confident that his character would not permit such beguilement, hence his audacity. Internally, Yunhen scoffed at the thought. Unfortunately, Ji Lishu was not swayed by such tactics. Ji Lishu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ji, a sudden thought emerging in her mind. Then you come with me. She smiled. The moment she led Lu Ji around the corner, Yunhen found himself momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched on his handsome features for an extended period. Ji Lishu ushered Lu Ji into her bedroom, urging him to take a quick shower. After a long day, even at home, he was still occupied with work, leaving no time to spare. Lu Ji leaned down, planting a soft kiss on her lips, obediently heading to the bathroom. In less than 2 minutes, he emerged, quicker than usual. Given that Ji Lishu had chosen him and even encouraged him to shower, he could not afford to disregard her rare enthusiasm. There remained some urgent tasks yet to be addressed. Liujia pondered, planning to swiftly resolve them later. And once she fell asleep, he could quietly rise to tackle the issues at hand. He turned and entered the bedroom, only to find Ji Lishu seated cross-legged on the floor, beckoning him with a wave. Hurry, remove your clothes. The moment those words escaped her lips, a warmth surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed aside the towel in his hand, deftly unfastened the robe with one hand, and shed it entirely. Then, kneeling, he extended his muscular arms to embrace her. Yet, much to his surprise, Ji Lishu swiftly batted his hand away. Don't move, you'll dirty the bed, she whispered softly. Liujia frowned in dissatisfaction, thinking, I am in this state, and you expect me not to touch you? Ji Lishu acted as though she had seen nothing. She then produced a comb from behind her. Liujia, with restrained patience, glanced at the comb, noting its unfamiliar material and the sparser teeth compared to the one she usually used. Ji Lishu proudly waved the comb in her hand. I chanced upon this a few days ago and decided to buy it. Liujia lifted his gaze once more to scrutinize the object in her hand, his expression calm and unruffled. First, tell me why you're so eager for me to undress. Ji Lishu replied, to transform me into a fox. Chapter 281. Who permitted you to display yourselves to a third party? As night descended, the moonlight flowed like water. Ji Lishu sat on the carpet, cradling a large, snowy white fox in her arms. The fox's considerable size caused its pristine fur to nearly cover half the floor of the room. Liujia repeatedly rested his head on his lady's lap, only to shift away after a moment, fearing his weight might hurt her. Soon after, he rested his forepaws lightly on Ji Lishu's legs. Holding the comb, Ji Lishu gently and rhythmically groomed the fox's fur. Under the warm glow of the lamp, the snow-white fur gleamed even more brilliantly. The fox stretched its body, its tail swaying leisurely, reveling in the moment. Occasionally, it would lift its head, affectionately nuzzling Ji Lishu's face. Ah, little Lishu treats me so well. Such pampering was a luxury he never dared to dream of before. Ji Lishu's touch was just right. The blunt-toothed comb gliding through the fur, creating fine patterns as if providing a full-body massage. Liujia felt a wave of comfort wash over him, nearly drifting into slumber. Yet he remained close to Ji Lishu. The door creaked open gently, and Liujia was oblivious to the entrance. Ji Lishu glanced sideways to see Yunhen entering with a mournful expression, his cold gaze sweeping over the fox lying on the floor. Just as Ji Lishu opened her mouth to speak, Yunhen had already torn off his sweatshirt, transforming into his beast form without shedding his pants. The sweatshirt was hand-picked by Ji Lishu, and it must not be ruined. The pants were of no consequence. At this moment, Liujia sensed the overwhelming presence emanating from Yunhen. His fox eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet. Fortunately, the rooms in Xingju's villa were spacious. Otherwise, it would be difficult to accommodate both the fox and the tiger. The Tsang, who was a quintessential apex predator, its thick fur a blend of gray and white, muscles taut, and its gaze radiated undeniable authority and wildness. Its tail stood high, swaying gently, akin to a general poised to charge, silently gathering strength and momentum. The fox, almost equal in size to the tiger, appeared leaner. Its snow-white tail brushed against the ground, body slightly leaning forward, limbs coiled for action, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice, striking a formidable stance. One might mistake them for preparing for a duel. What? Are you going to fight? Ji Lishu asked, glancing left and right, her brow slightly raised. She followed up with, do you need me to clear some space for you? Both the fox and the tiger responded softly in unison. Although Ji Lishu could not comprehend their words, she understood the gist. Yunhen was the first to retract his overwhelming aura, slowly moving to Ji Lishu's side and lying down. He naturally occupied the spot where Yin Liujia had just been, enveloping Ji Lishu in his embrace. The Tsang who gently nudged Ji Lishu's arm, as if requesting her to groom him. Ji Lishu, seeing this, smiled slightly and lowered her head to tend to the tiger's fur. Naturally, the fox was displeased. It shook itself and let out a low growl. It wanted to continue grooming, but leaned closer. Ji Lishu lifted her gaze to the fox, speaking softly. The fox's eyes brightened. Only a fool would not want to continue. It merely feared being driven away by Ji Lishu. After all, its current rival was Yunhen, not Xingju. The fox quickly quieted down, nudging the tiger's hind legs apart to create some space for itself before resuming its position. Its gaze occasionally darted toward the Tsang Hu. Yunhen, meanwhile, appeared relaxed, eyes half closed, enjoying the grooming session. Yin Liujia, having lost the best position and unable to embrace Ji Lishu, still clung to hope, wrapping his tail around her slender waist. Ji Lishu, her gaze lowered, quietly stroked the fur, the atmosphere serene. She suddenly thought of Xingju. The tiger's eyes and the fox's locked for a moment, and they simultaneously exhaled through their nostrils. At such a time, having an extra creature around was cumbersome. Why mention Xingju? I heard that the former leader of the Golden Lion clan, A.O. Lin, gathered a band of outlaws in the exile outside the desert city. Ji Lishu's hands did not pause, her tone casual, as if engaging in idle chatter. However, the moment she spoke, both massive beasts lounging on the carpet stiffened simultaneously. How did she know everything? The matters concerning A.O. Lin, the leader of the Golden Lion clan, were a taboo in Triyar, and no news outlet dared to report on them. Where did she obtain this information? Yunhen let out a sound, about to revert to human form. Ji Lishu raised her hand to gently cover his head, soothingly stroking it, signaling for him to remain still. A.O. Lin from the Golden Lion clan. Was he the one who once seized your father's ruling power? She gazed down at Yunhen, awaiting his response. Ji Lishu, slightly backlit, had her eyes illuminated, and under her watchful gaze, Yunhen could not maintain his calm demeanor. The Tsang whose head moved stiffly, as if to answer Ji Lishu's question. Receiving confirmation, Ji Lishu continued. I heard he also rallied a group of influential aristocrats to form an anti-genocide alliance. Isn't the anti-genocide alliance aimed at us? Upon uttering this, both beasts beside her could no longer maintain their silence in their beast forms. In the blink of an eye, both the Tsang Hu and the fox transformed back into human forms, instantaneously bare. Ji Lishu swiftly snatched a blanket from the bed and draped it over the two of them. Fortunately, the blanket was wide enough. Little Lishu, this matter. Both men spoke simultaneously, their tones somewhat urgent, as if eager to explain something. However, Ji Lishu's expression darkened, her hands pressing down on the blanket covering them. Her voice cold. Who told you to transform back? Her demeanor suggested genuine anger. Yin Liujia pondered for a moment before asking, is there a problem? Are you shy? That shouldn't be the case. Ji Lishu shot him a cold glare and fell silent. Yunhen remained quiet for a while before slowly speaking, his tone serious. Lishu, I have dispatched people to investigate A.O. Lin's whereabouts. We will address these matters, so you need not worry. He understood that Ji Lishu desired a life of peace and freedom, yet this world was always fraught with scrutiny and machinations. He had broken his promise. He had vowed to grant her freedom, yet due to external threats, he was compelled to confine her and her daughter within Triyar. Only here could he ensure their safety to the greatest extent. At this moment, she was somewhat angered, and rightfully so. Before Yunhen could finish his words, Ji Lishu let out a cold snort, interrupting him. After a brief pause, Yunhen's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he felt a wave of unease. Lishu, are you truly angry? Was it because he had yet to resolve the issue with Jean Shiraolin? Ji Lishu replied, shouldn't I be angry? What did you all promise me? Having never witnessed Ji Lishu so earnestly perturbed, both Yin Liuji and Yunhen felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety at the same time. Her fingertips were slightly cool, pressing gently yet firmly against their hearts as she spoke softly. You each swore that only I could see these things. Who permitted you to reveal them to a third party? Yin Liuji instantly felt a rush of numbness, her heart pounding against the pressure. She referred to chapter 282. where she cared for Qingya. Yunhen's heart momentarily halted. The previous unease dissipated in an instant. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Without waiting for Yin Liuji to regain her composure, Yunhen's gaze shifted slightly, and he pulled the thin blanket to wrap around his waist. Kneeling gently, he swiftly lifted Ji Li Shu into his arms. He looked down, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Yes, I was wrong. Come to my room, and I will sincerely apologize. By the time Yin Liuji processed this, she reached out to grasp a corner of the blanket, but alas, it was too late. A sense of unwillingness and resentment filled her fox-like eyes. Allowing Yunhen to intervene had been a grave mistake. He carried her back to his room and set her on the sofa before sitting beside her. He wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, allowing her upper body to lean against the sofa's back. His head nestled against her shoulder, inhaling the unique, fragrant aroma that enveloped her. It was remarkably soothing, like flowing water that could ease his fatigue. He was reluctant to part from this moment, but it was Ji Li Shu who felt out of place. Typically, if Xing Jue and that fox were around, they would have been unable to contain themselves long ago. Ji Li Shu's gaze flickered as she raised her hand to gently tousle his rugged hair, asking softly, "Are you tired?" Earlier, when she was grooming him, he had nearly drifted off to sleep. "How could I possibly sleep after carrying you to my room?" Yunhen remained nestled against her neck, his voice muffled yet resonant. Ji Li Shu replied, "I didn't hear you." Yunhen slightly lifted his head and softly said, "Shall we talk?" His voice lowered even further. Ji Li Shu inclined her head to meet his alluring chin. "What do you want to say?" Yunhen, lowering his voice, inquired, "Will Li Shu be angry with me?" "What?" Ji Li Shu was puzzled. Yunhen caressed the back of her neck, his tone grave. "Jin Shi Aolin has reappeared, and this world is watching you and Shuang with a predatory gaze, not to mention Xingya's death." The tear that fell from her, I felt like molten wax dripping onto his heart. At that moment, it burned and stung, but as time passed, it dried, leaving a permanent mark that could not be erased. She cared for Qingya. Almost instantly, she understood what he was referring to. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. "I am not angry. As for everything concerning Qingya, I have let go. I am aware of the challenges we face, and I also recognize how much you three have shielded me and Shuang from storms." The victory at Mubua Dao did not signify an end. Rather, it was merely the beginning of all the impending turmoil. Yet the three of them tacitly agreed not to let her know of any of it. However, Ji Li Shu raised her arm to embrace his neck, gazing into his amber eyes, and whispered, "I understand it all. Have you truly comprehended?" Yunhen placed his hand over her soft hand, about to speak when Ji Li Shu interrupted. "I do not wish for you to oppose the entire world on my behalf. What does it matter if you're the leader of Talia Air? Water can carry a boat and also capsize it. In the face of a genocide crisis, the abuses of power by those in authority will only incite public outrage." Just moments ago, a live broadcast from the battle preparedness base outside Qingmucheng had surged to the forefront of the Yunwang, watched by billions of beast folk. 2,000 personnel from Xinghua Jituan were executed in front of Xingjue. Even though Xingjue had long arranged a counteroffensive to rescue the majority of hostages, the moment the guns fired, over 100 frontline hostages lost their lives unjustly. This live broadcast thrust Xingjue into the eye of the storm. The reason was that the captors demanded the peaceable release of the hostages on the condition that Xingjue's partner save their own. Xingjue, in front of thousands of mercenaries, publicly refused during the live broadcast. Enraged, the captors executed hostages from Xinghua Jituan on the spot. Regardless of the complexities surrounding this incident, Xingjue's decision would undoubtedly provoke internal turmoil within Xinghua Jituan. Yunhen and Yin Liuji must have anticipated these events, which was why they clung to her tonight. At that moment, Ji Li Shu's words caused Yunhen's heart to constrict sharply. A sense of unease gradually welled up in his tender gaze. He held Ji Li Shu tightly, burying her face in his embrace, and after a moment, he said, "Li Shu, please trust me, will you?" As he listened to the steady rhythm of Yunhen's heartbeat, Ji Li Shu closed her eyes, calming her spirit. She should not have spoken those words. Yunhen was astute. If she said too much, he would quickly discern her feelings. "I am merely speaking the truth. If you respond with violence, it may backfire," she softly stated while wrapping her arms around his solid waist. Yunhen kissed her hair and nodded, "Very well. We will be cautious." Chapter 283. They won't even try the suppression of mutated plants continued for 2 days. Only when Yunhen confirmed the safety and stability within Talia Air did he allow Ji Li Shu to go outside. However, he remained uneasy and personally escorted the mother and daughter to the bookstore early in the morning. Before he left, he summoned Ji-er, repeatedly cautioning him and reinforcing the bookstore's defenses. Since joining Xinghua Jituan, Ji-er and Ma Qi not only fulfilled their duties, but also received a significant task from Xingjue to ensure Ji Lishu's safety. Naturally, this was a request she had made herself. Xingjue always acquiesced to Ji Lishu's wishes. Thus, when Ji-er led Kasong and Isong into the bookstore, the surrounding mercenaries did not act recklessly. If not for Ji-er's prior arrangements, those two wouldn't have even been able to approach Ji Lishu. They might have been detained the moment they stepped foot into Liaer. As they entered the bookstore, Ji Lishu was leisurely seated on the sofa, one hand holding a book while the other gently rocked Shuang Shuang in her cradle. Shuang Shuang was not asleep, her round eyes darting about, tiny hands raised high, grasping at the air, her little mouth babbling sounds. Her lively demeanor contrasted starkly with her aloof and cold mother. Upon seeing Shuang Shuang, Isong's legs twitched with eagerness to pounce. Kasong, seemingly anticipating his move, swiftly grasped his collar. A mere glance from him was enough to halt Isong in his tracks. Hearing the commotion, Ji Lishu slowly set down her book, her still cold gaze glancing over. Kasong felt his heart skip a beat. How long had it been since he last saw her? Ji Lishu's gaze lingered on him for a brief moment before shifting away. She gradually stood, turning her back as she walked towards the bar. Speaking lightly as she went, Ji-er, your actions are too slow. Ji-er couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ancestor. Bringing those two to see you is no easy task. One misstep and I could be silenced by Xingjue, Yunhun, and In Liuji combined. I have taken considerable risks, even putting my life on the line, yet I am still criticized for my slow actions. Gil muttered quietly as he followed Ji Lishu into the storage room behind the bar. The inhabitants of Mu Bo Island had already been blacklisted by Trier, particularly Kusong. If it were not for his oath to serve Ji Lishu for life in the name of the orcs, he would never have accepted such a challenging task. The thought of secretly facilitating her connection with Mu Bo Island and reigniting the semi-mechanical transformation project was daunting. He understood well that he would likely face dire consequences. The storage room had been secretly transformed by Gil into a makeshift laboratory, fully equipped with various instruments. Upon entering, Ji Lishu activated the medical robot and rolled up her sleeves, taking a seat in the equipment chair. Two robots proficiently operated the apparatus. Just as a sharp syringe was about to pierce her fair arm, Kusong suddenly interjected, "Wait." The robots, capable of receiving all voice commands, immediately halted their motions. "Wait," Kusong reiterated, his expression betraying his concern. The moment his words fell, Ji Lishu turned to him, her gaze indifferent, as if regarding a stranger. Kusong felt a pang in his heart, tightening his grip. "Ji Lishu, are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Just a month prior, Gil had unexpectedly contacted him, conveying Ji Lishu's intentions. She wanted him to cooperate with her in restarting the semi-mechanical transformation project. She would regularly provide blood samples, while Kasong merely needed to arrange for the finest biological and genetic teams from Mu Bo Island to collaborate. Ji Lishu asked, "Do you not wish to save your mother?" Kusong pressed his lips together, his eyes fixed on her, remaining silent. Though the semi-mechanical transformation would not cure her entirely, it could at least enhance her physical capabilities and extend her life for several years. She continued, "You must understand this." After a few seconds of silence, Kusong inquired, "You are willing to save my mother, so does that mean you no longer harbor resentment towards me?" His voice feigned calmness, yet betrayed a hint of anxiety. Ji Lishu lowered her gaze and adjusted her sleeves, replying coolly, "It is merely a transaction. I require you to contribute Mu Bo Island's genetic cloning technology." Upon receiving Ji Lishu's samples, Kusong had discreetly arranged an experimental team to employ Mu Bo Island's advanced genetic cloning technology on her living samples. Although the clone samples lacked the functionality and vitality of the original, they could still yield satisfactory results in the semi-mechanical transformation. After all, Ji Lishu's genes were the finest, meticulously selected through numerous comparisons by his forebears. Even the clone samples represented some of the rarest high-quality human genes in the world. Thus, the unique genetic cloning technology of Mu Bo Island, combined with the semi-mechanical transformation engineering, could feasibly accomplish the transformation of a human female while minimizing harm to Ji Lishu. If Yunhen were willing, they could certainly research similar methods. Yet, they would not even attempt trials that might cause Ji Lishu even the slightest harm, preferring to stand against the entire world. Kusong's gaze softened, his long eyelashes casting shadows over the pain in his eyes. She concealed her plans from her partner, yet chose him to carry them out. Did she not care if it hurt him? Yet, like her partners, he too did not wish for her to suffer. Chapter 284. That accident was myself. Before Kusong could speak, Ji Lishu narrowed her eyes and asked, "What is it? Are you having second thoughts about our agreement?" Restarting the genetic transformation project would require substantial resources, and Ji Lishu and Gil alone could not manage it. They had to seek out Kusong. Clearly, this was a last resort, yet it was also the quickest way to achieve results. Transforming Sure Wei into a semi-mechanical being would at least enhance her physical health. However, for Kusong, it was a significant financial investment. Kusong regarded Ji Lishu, his expression inscrutable. After a few moments of silence, he finally spoke, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. "You are mistaken. I have never regretted it." Initially, there had been countless candidates in the plan devised by his forebears to abduct Ji Lishu from Trier. It was he who, fearing unforeseen circumstances and the inability to save his mother, chose to take matters into his own hands. He had never anticipated that the unforeseen event would be himself. He could not bear it. Had he not intervened and delayed, Ji Lishu might have been taken to Mu Bo Island, and his mother would have been saved. Yet, he had never regretted his actions, even if it meant risking his mother's life. He loathed himself and was willing to bear the wrath of his forebears, but had never regretted meeting her or letting her go. "What do you truly wish to convey?" Ji Lishu gently closed her eyes, then opened them again, her tone tinged with impatience. Unable to restrain himself, Kusong gradually stepped closer, but Gil intervened, halting his advance. He continued to gaze at her, his expression one she had never seen before, serious and resolute. "I will provide the genetic cloning technology. I will invest the necessary manpower and resources. I will not go back on my promise." Ji Lishu replied, "I am listening." Kusong continued earnestly, "I am serious. I will not act flippantly in front of you again, nor will I deceive you. If you wish to restart the semi-mechanical project, I will assist you. If you need to aid your partners, I will do everything in my power to support you. I only wish to convey that this is not solely for the purpose of saving my mother." Ji Lishu's gaze remained indifferent. "What further stakes do you wish to add?" Upon hearing her words, Kusong's eyes reflected a flicker of misunderstanding, and he became increasingly cautious in his tone, attempting to clarify. "It is not a matter of stakes or a transaction. I merely wish to do something for you." Ji Lishu understood the implications of his words, yet they held little significance for her. She sought nothing more than a straightforward transaction, devoid of complications. She spoke again, her tone unwavering and businesslike. "All the technology for the semi-mechanical transformation is in your hands. Once the current predicament with Trier is resolved, the future rights to the semi-mechanical transformation will belong to you." Once the semi-mechanical transformation became a matter of financial transaction, it was certain that those orcs who already had partners would not refrain from undergoing it. The potential for profit in the future was evident. She would provide the original genes, while Kusong would invest to make it happen. She aimed to shatter the accusations of genocide against her partners with the semi-mechanical transformation, while Kusong could extend his mother's life and gain control over the future of the semi-mechanical transformation. Kusong did not respond, his hands hanging by his sides, his gaze dark and focused intently on Ji Lishu. Having laid his heart bare, he found her words filled only with business. Gil merely cast him a knowing glance. The next moment, Ji Lishu turned her head and commanded the robot continue. The robots skillfully carried out the procedures, disinfecting, drawing blood, sampling, and sealing. As the process unfolded, Kusong's complexion grew increasingly pale. Gil, fearing that he might suddenly intervene to halt the robots, attempted to divert his attention, saying, "Kusong, you know that Xingju is closely monitoring Ji Lishu. For the upcoming sampling, you alone will suffice. Ethan should not reappear." At that moment, Ethan, who had been waiting outside, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes tinged with urgency. Without his presence, how could he see his sister Shuang? Ethan looked to his brother for assistance. Kusong was acutely aware that the actions she and Yi Sang had once undertaken naturally aroused her apprehension. However, certain words she wished to convey in Yi Sang's defense remained unspoken. Whether she believed or disbelieved was inconsequential. She had resolved that their relationship would only consist of transactions, devoid of any other connection. The robot moved swiftly, encapsulating the genetic sample within a specially designed storage box, which became invisible the moment Kusong accepted it. Jill cast a fleeting glance outside the bookstore and urged, "We must hurry. The handover with the mercenaries outside is nearing completion, or we shall be discovered." Kusong's gaze remained fixed on Ji Lishu, her eyes reflecting a hint of stubbornness as she tightened her grip on the storage box's handle. Articulating each word with clarity, "Ji Shu, I will see this matter through for you." Ji Shu regarded her in return. "Then may our cooperation be fruitful." As Kusong pulled the reluctant Yi-sang towards the bookstore's exit, a cat suddenly leaped out from behind a bookshelf, brushing against Ji Shu's feet. Yi-sang halted once more this cat. His words trailed off as he lifted his gaze to Kusong. "This blue jade cat was found by my mother. She instructed me to bring it to Talia," Kusong replied. Jill immediately grasped the significance. "You mean this blue jade cat was brought from Mubo Island?" Although the number of blue jade cats worldwide was considerable, and Mubo Island undoubtedly housed many, he still found the coincidence rather unsettling. The high-ranking officials of the governing body in Qingmu City were unaware. Yet he knew that Xingye had perished on Mubo Island while attempting to save Ji Shu. Yi-sang tilted his head and posed the question again. "Should we take it?" Meanwhile, the cat, with its fur shimmering in shades of blue like jade, had narrowed its gemstone-like eyes, gazing expectantly at Ji Shu. It gently rested its furry head against her pant leg, affectionately rubbing against her. Kusong, momentarily diverting her gaze from Ji Shu's unperturbed expression, stated, "No need. We shall depart." His mother had instructed him to bring the cat to Talia, and he had done so. Upon entering the city, he had released the blue jade cat. Now, its appearance in Ji Shu's bookstore felt like a deliberate act of his mother. From that day forth, the cat frequently graced the bookstore with its presence. Ji Shu had contemplated sending it away, as there were matters she needed to clarify. The cat lay on the floor, adeptly rubbing against Ji Shu's pants, while she remained engrossed in the holographic screen projected by her communication device, showing no intention of acknowledging the feline's playful antics. The cat, sensing the lack of attention, mewed plaintively, lifting its head in a pitiful manner. Not receiving a response, it gracefully leaped onto a nearby bookshelf by the cradle, one paw resting on the edge while its round head peeked in. Upon seeing it, Shuang would always smile. Thus, the blue jade cat could not resist reaching out a cautious paw to gently touch the tender face of the infant, as if greeting her. The soft brush of fur against her cheek elicited a delightful giggle from Shuang, which seemed to invigorate the blue jade cat. It appeared to accept the invitation, letting out an excited meow before jumping into the cradle beside Shuang, its tail sweeping back and forth. Shuang, curious, extended her small hand in an attempt to catch the cat's tail, only to find it elusive, prompting her to express her frustration with soft coos. Ji Shu cast a sidelong glance at the cradle, but remained unmoved. Her attention returned to the screen, where she had just uncovered research regarding the regression of Beastmen to their primal forms. In this world, Beastmen undoubtedly occupied the pinnacle of the food chain. Endowed with astonishing abilities and intellect, capable of transforming freely between their beast and human forms. However, there existed a condition wherein, upon suffering fatal injuries or depleting their energy, they would uncontrollably revert to their beast form. Such transformation constituted regression, wherein the energy within a beastman would be exhausted and their intellect dissipated, resulting in a complete return to a primal state. All their former glory and prowess would vanish, replaced only by an uncivilized beast. This regression was often irreversible, implying that these beastmen might never regain their original human form. After thoroughly reviewing the information on beastman regression, Ji Shu finally deactivated the holographic screen. She approached the cradle and scooped up the blue jade cat, which had nestled beside Shuang. The cat let out an excited meow, its soft tail affectionately wrapping around her arm. Yet, in the next moment, Ji Shu unceremoniously tossed it onto the floor, her brow furrowing. "You are too dirty. Do not touch her." The blue jade cat seemed to comprehend every word Ji Shu uttered. It blinked its large, gem-like eyes and gazed up at her, its ears drooping slightly, and its tail no longer flicking about, but gently resting on the ground, resembling a child who had inadvertently erred, wearing a look of innocence and regret. In the preceding days, the blue jade cat had merely appeared in the bookstore. However, upon sensing that Ji Shu did not intend to drive it away, it followed them back to the villa. Initially, when Yun Hen returned home, he was momentarily taken aback by the sudden presence of a blue jade cat, merely inquiring, "Is this the cat you brought back?" Ji Shu nodded slightly, and Yun Hen did not press further. However, when Xing Ju returned, the situation shifted dramatically. Upon first sight of the blue jade cat, his typically stoic demeanor nearly faltered. Ali, he called out loudly from the first floor. "Ji Shu," hearing his voice, descended the stairs and admonished softly, "Shuang Shuang is asleep. Keep your voice down." Xing Ju strode over to her side, towering over her as she stood on the steps, requiring him to bend down and bury his head in her neck. His voice low, he confessed, "I miss you so much, Ali," before lifting his head to cup Ji Li Shu's face in his hands, kissing her lips, his gaze unwavering. His black trench coat still glistened with raindrops, and his hair was tousled in a somewhat disheveled manner, with strands falling across his forehead, adding a touch of rebellious charm to his otherwise tender gaze. As Ji Li Shu raised her hand to caress his face, Xing Ju abruptly straightened, leaving her hand to grasp at empty air. What is this cat about? His earlier tenderness vanished, replaced by an expression of discontent. Ji Li Shu responded, "Xing Ju, this cat looks oddly familiar. Familiar enough to be detestable," he remarked. Throughout this exchange, the blue jade cat lay motionless on the sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance. On the opposite end of the sofa was a small orange cat, its fur meticulously groomed, while beneath the sofa crouched the vigilant wolf, a shuang. Clearly, the unexpected addition of a cat had unsettled not only the male occupant of the house, but even the pets. Xing Ju could not restrain himself from speaking again. Wildcats should not be kept indiscriminately. Have you forgotten? Xing Ju. Yin Hen suddenly appeared at the kitchen doorway, interrupting Xing Ju's words. Xing Ju immediately fell silent, a flicker of regret crossing his sharply defined features. He nearly reopened Ali's wounds. "I have not forgotten. Indeed, wildcats should not be kept. On the contrary," Ji Li Shu appeared unfazed, suggesting, "You should have it tested to determine if it is a wildcat or a beastman." Chapter 286. Only that shameless cat could pull it off. Upon hearing Ali's words, Xing Ju immediately turned around. He swiftly shed his black trench coat, tossing it onto the floor, and strode towards the blue jade cat lounging on the sofa with a sense of urgency, as if the feline had become his coveted prey. However, the cat seemed to possess a sixth sense, for it did not even glance back. In a flash, it darted away like a bolt of blue lightning, effortlessly evading Xing Ju's grasp. In an instant, Xing Ju missed his target, losing his balance and nearly tumbling to the ground. Beside him, Xiao Juzi and a Shuang, witnessing the scene, joined the fray without hesitation, turning the atmosphere into a chaotic spectacle. At this moment, Yun Hen stood quietly at the kitchen doorway, holding a plate, his tall figure resembling a statue as he observed the commotion in the living room with an impassive expression, perhaps drawn by the noise. Yin Lu Ji slowly descended the stairs, her fox-like eyes fixed on the frantic cat-chasing of Xing Ju, and a faint smirk graced her lips. Compared to the chaos involving one person, one wolf, and one orange cat, Yun Hen and Yin Lu Ji appeared remarkably composed, as though detached from the unfolding drama. The chaos escalated when the blue jade cat leaped into Ji Li Shu's arms. Its chubby paws fidgeted restlessly against her chest, as if startled, nuzzling her with its head. In the next moment, Yun Hen's amber eyes flickered, a glint of cold light emanating from them. Without hesitation, he casually tossed the plate he had been holding onto the floor, where it shattered with a resounding crash, scattering shards everywhere. Following this, Yun Hen strode purposefully towards Ji Li Shu, accompanied by Yin Lu Ji. The nonchalant demeanor they had just displayed while observing Xing Ju's antics had vanished entirely. "Dumb gut. What do you think you're rubbing?" Xing Ju's once handsome face was now flushed with anger as he glared at the oblivious feline. The blue jade cat mewed sweetly towards Ji Li Shu, seemingly pleading for help. Yet, Ji Li Shu remained unfazed, merely furrowing her brow slightly before speaking in a gentle yet authoritative tone. "Get down." Upon hearing her command, the blue jade cat hesitated momentarily, but before it could release its grip, Yun Hen's hand reached out. The cat, with remarkable agility, evaded his grasp. With the addition of Yun Hen and Yin Lu Ji, the chaos in the living room grew even more tumultuous. Outside the villa, the mercenaries stationed there hesitated, murmuring among themselves about whether they should intervene given the commotion. "Should we go in? It seems quite loud," one mercenary inquired softly. Another replied, "With all three prominent figures inside, do we even need to?" It was indeed an exaggerated scene. "What if we just take a peek?" someone suggested. The others agreed, "Let us just take a look." Several mercenaries stealthily climbed the villa's protective railing to steal a glance at the scene within. One of them hesitated, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. "Are they really catching a cat?" "Yes, you aren't mistaken," someone confirmed. "Boss Xing Ju, Commander Yun Hen, and Yin Lu Ji are all trying to catch a cat, and it seems they're failing miserably." The embarrassment was palpable. "Stop watching, let us go down and pretend we didn't see anything." Meanwhile, Ji Li Shu seized the opportunity amidst the distraction and quietly ascended the staircase. She paused at the top, glancing back at the chaotic scene below, a slight smile playing on her lips. She could stumble through the darkness alone or walk confidently in the sunlight. She would not allow this moment to fade into oblivion. Ultimately, Xingju was unable to take the blue jade cat to test its genes, for they could not even capture a single hair. In the blink of an eye, Shuang had managed to prop herself up, wobbling unsteadily as she attempted to maintain her balance. However, she ultimately lost her equilibrium and began to fall backward. Just as her head was about to hit the ground, a swift azure figure darted in like lightning, cushioning her fall with its soft body. With a thud, Shuang landed on the floor, momentarily dazed, clearly still reeling from the near mishap. Her little mouth quivered, threatening to burst into tears. The blue jade cat, now firmly ensconced in the villa, lay quietly on the floor, flicking its tail to comfort Shuang. The little girl adored grabbing its tail, and it was the sight of the tail that kept her tears at bay. Xingju made several attempts to catch the blue jade cat, all to no avail. Yet, when Shuang wanted to play with its tail, the cat willingly offered it. Ji Li Shu, though indifferent, still occasionally brushed against her. Xingju even felt that there was no need to test its genes. Such shameless behavior could only be executed by that audacious cat. Even if it had regressed, it did not hinder its tenacity. Chapter 287. The enemy in the shadows, we in the light, the seemingly tranquil existence was merely a thin veil, concealing the turbulent reality that lay beneath, one overshadowed by Ji Li Shu's companions. As summer approached, mutated plants grew exceedingly aggressive, and a third of the safe zones in both the north and south had nearly fallen, overwhelmed by bloodthirsty vegetation, leaving countless beastfolk displaced. As the chief consul of the 7 cities in the north, Yunhen was compelled to address this crisis. However, the sheer number of refugees was staggering. Even the gates of Talia could not accommodate such a multitude. The inhabitants of the various safe zones in the north were growing increasingly discontent. Following Ji Li Shu's exposure, Yunhen, in a bid to protect her, abused his authority as a commander, forbidding any beastfolk from approaching her, let alone pursuing her. He would go to great lengths, even deploying Talia's military forces to besiege Mubwa Island for the sake of saving a single Ji Li Shu. The beastfolk, naturally inclined towards battle, would not object to Talia's formidable strength seizing Mubwa Island under a seemingly valid pretext. However, Yunhen's actions to prevent the nobility's offspring from approaching Ji Li Shu struck a nerve. This maneuver even incited calls for his removal. Nevertheless, due to the lingering wariness the ruling government of Talia held towards Xingju and Yin Luji, the attempts to dismiss him ultimately failed. Yet not long after, a live broadcast from the military preparedness base outside Qingmu City stirred unrest within the Xingho group, placing Xingju in a precarious position. Allegations against Yin Luji surfaced, claiming she had poisoned the former commander's partner, ruthlessly killing a human female. In an instant, voices of dissent against Yin Luji erupted within the desert city. With all these events converging, it was no mere coincidence. Just days prior, a group of radical rioters had brazenly attempted to invade the villa, their intentions glaringly clear, targeting Ji Li Shu. They ultimately failed, captured by Xingju's mercenaries who lay in ambush outside the villa. However, the fate that befell these rioters was markedly different from that of countless others who had attempted to breach the villa before. This time, Yunhen resolved to execute a public execution as a warning to others. As soon as this news spread, it instantly stirred a tempest in Talia. In quick succession, the North-South Federation reacted like sharks scenting blood. They launched fierce attacks against Yunhen, enumerating his so-called crimes. The public execution was merely a facade. Our true objective was to lure the serpent from its lair. Yunhen's voice was magnetic and deep, intentionally lowered at this moment. In the family conference room on the second floor of the villa, 3 men were seated on 3 single sofas. Yunhen held the sleeping Shuang in his arms. The contours of his muscles subtly revealed beneath loose clothing, exuding an undeniable sense of strength. Yet at this moment, he moved with such tenderness, as if fearing that even the slightest sound would disturb her. Ji Li Shu had long fallen asleep, which allowed the 3 of them to gather in the conference room. Concerned that Shuang might suddenly awaken and cry, they had even taken her out with them. Yin Liuji cast a glance at him, imperceptibly nodding. He had no objections to Yunhen's decision. But can you be certain that Jean Shiraolin will appear? He inquired. Yunhen's voice remained deep, yet exuded certainty. The public execution for those individuals has stoked the public's outrage in Talia to its peak. He has been plotting in the shadows for so long. Now is indeed the time for him to reap the rewards. Xingju pondered for a moment and concurred. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. We cannot allow the Jean Shi clan to continue their rampant behavior from behind. The three men's gazes met, and a silent understanding passed among them. Subsequently, they discussed further details regarding their respective duties. At the conclusion, Yunhen assigned each of them a key task. Xingju, you are responsible for the security of the villa area. His tone was grave yet low. Xingju turned his head to glance at Yunhen, solemnly nodding. Having received the answer he sought, Yunhen then turned to Liuji. You, keep a close watch on the periphery of Talia. Do not let a single fly escape. Liuji replied calmly, rest assured. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, preparing to leave. Xingju was quicker, as if afraid of falling behind. By the time Liuji pushed the door into the bedroom, Xingju was already lying in the position that was supposed to be his, cradling Ji Lishu in his arms. Upon seeing him enter, she lazily opened her eyes and coldly regarded him. Did you not see anyone else accompanying her? Why don't you leave? Xingju's words were still as infuriating as ever. Move aside. To avoid waking Ji Lishu, Liuji's voice was kept very low. Yet it still conveyed his irritation. Chapter 288. Regaining what he has lost. Xingju raised an eyebrow slightly. You think just because you say so it will happen? Liuji's expression remained flat, yet an undercurrent of darkness was evident. Do you wish to disrupt the established order? Tonight was supposed to be his turn. Xingju's free hand gently brushed Ji Lishu's ear, careful not to wake her, while the other hand softly patted her shoulder to soothe her. He then spoke. How long have I been gone? And how long have you been with her? You have monopolized all the good fortune. And now you come to talk to me about rules? Most importantly, there was something he was reluctant to admit. In the kitchen, no matter how he pleaded, how he wore down Ali, she stubbornly refused. Why should this fox have it so easy? He was already third in line. Why did he have the privilege? Having lacked confidence in his standing in Ali's heart, Xingju even began to question whether he was inferior to Liuji. Although he was extremely reluctant to acknowledge it, he had seriously contemplated for a long time. Ultimately, he could not blame Ali. It must have been that he had been too busy over the past few months, neglecting her and providing this fox an opportunity. Once he concluded his current endeavors, he would dedicate time to accompany her. He would reclaim the affection he had lost. Xingju disdained this fox and the cat, yet he held little animosity towards Yunhen. After being marked by the spiritual seal, Yunhen had saved Ji Lishu's life. For this reason alone, he endeavored to suppress any overt hostility towards Yunhen. However, at this moment, seizing what needed to be seized was imperative, especially in the presence of this fox. The surrounding atmosphere grew tense, filled with an unmistakable scent of gunpowder. Ji Lishu, feeling her ears covered, frowned slightly and nudged her head. Observing this, Xingju quickly removed his hand from her ear and instead wrapped his arms around her. In an inattentive moment, Liuji had already shed his home t-shirt, lying bare-chested on the other side of Ji Lishu. Xingju's gaze abruptly turned cold. His teeth gritted tightly. Who allowed you to lie down? Furthermore, put your clothes back on. You lie here and still want to be completely naked? How brazen can you both be? Liuji seemed oblivious, turning to face Ji Lishu's back. His eyes, in the darkness, cast towards the man across from him. He spoke with a chilling tone. Just a friendly reminder, you cannot defeat me right now. This single utterance struck a nerve with Xingju. In an instant, the air around them seemed to solidify. Amidst the silent exchange of glances, the two men engaged in a scuffle across Ji Lishu. Xingju tightly embraced her, challenging Liuji with one hand. It was as if a gentle breeze swept through, yet it was not a tender gesture. Instead, it bore a sharp edge, slicing through the air with a subtle yet distinct whistle. Such commotion was bound to awaken Ji Lishu. She seized the opportunity to deliver a slap to each side, not too harsh, yet resonant in the stillness of the night. The two men lying beside her halted their movements abruptly. Xingju, did I wake you? Liuji, Lishu. Ji Lishu could not help but roll her eyes. You are aware of the noise? Saying this, she turned to the other side, pushing Liuji away. Her leg draping over his abdomen, her arm resting on his chest, and she fell back asleep. Not only was she not driven away, nor scolded, but instead, she nestled warmly against him, leaving Liuji taken aback. The familiar fragrance and warmth gradually enveloped him, causing him to feel flushed and his temperature to rise. His gaze flickered, hesitating for a few seconds. Then he attempted to gently turn and embrace her. Just as he began to shift his leg, Ji Lishu halted him. "Do not move. This is the best way to sleep." Her face was buried in his arm, her voice muffled, as if caught between slumber and wakefulness. In Liuji dared not move, wishing to wrap her in his right arm, but he had no opportunity. He could only cautiously tilt his head and place a gentle kiss on her forehead. On the other side, Xingju glanced at his empty arms, his eyes dimmed. With a silent sigh in his heart, the corners of his mouth involuntarily drooped in the darkness. Yet he did not leave. He too closed his eyes to rest. Fortunately, he did not depart in sorrow. In the middle of the night, the familiar fragrance and warmth found their way into his embrace. Xingju carefully supported Ji Lishu's lower back with one hand, while the other gently encircled her head, resting his chin atop her crown, resembling a picture of intimacy. Her breath brushed against his neck, sending a shiver down Xingju's spine, and his throat involuntarily tightened. He lowered his gaze, observing Ali's face. After a long moment, he leaned down, first kissing her forehead, then unable to resist kissing her eyes, her nose, and finally gently capturing her lips. He only pressed his lips lightly against hers, yet his chest began to rise and fall violently, his emotions tumultuous. "Am I dead?" In the darkness, a low yet angry voice resonated. Xingju gradually ceased his kisses, gently patting the person in his arms before lifting his head slightly, meeting a mildly angered gaze from his side. Xingju remained silent, the defined features of his face softening as the corners of his lips subtly curved into a delicate arc nestled in the embrace of Xingju. Ji Lishu silently curled her lips, finding the situation rather juvenile. Chapter 289. He lures his snake, I entice my fish. Upon awakening, Ji Lishu found herself alone. After tidying up, she discovered that the villa was devoid of any trace of the three of them. Approaching the nursery door, she gently pushed it open. Shuang Shuang was happily practicing walking with the assistance of a robot, her chubby little legs wobbling as she beamed with innocent delight, occasionally uttering baby sounds. Meanwhile, the Lan Yumao playfully darted around her, leaping and teasing like a mischievous child. As Ji Lishu entered the nursery, the exuberant cat abruptly halted its antics, its bright eyes sparkling as it swiftly rubbed against Ji Lishu's leg affectionately. Regrettably, despite its endearing gestures, Ji Lishu merely cast a fleeting glance before kneeling down to pick up Shuang Shuang and carrying her downstairs, with the Lan Yumao trailing closely behind. Jill was already waiting in the living room below. Upon seeing him, Ji Lishu directly instructed that Shuang Shuang be arranged first. Jill brought in two mercenaries who discreetly took Shuang Shuang from Ji Lishu and escorted her out of the villa. As the mercenaries disappeared around a corner, he couldn't help but voice his confusion. I fail to understand why Yunhen insists on publicly executing those individuals at such a precarious moment. Isn't that adding fuel to the fire? Their trio was already in a difficult predicament, and the public execution would undoubtedly incite further outrage. Seated at the dining table, Ji Lishu leisurely consumed a sandwich, while the Lan Yumao hopped onto the table, settling beside her hand, its tail swishing playfully. Glancing at the cat, Ji Lishu softly replied to Jill, "The public execution is not merely to serve as a warning, but rather to draw the snake out of its hole." Although her companions refused to divulge anything, she could not help but keep herself informed. Ever since she and Shuang Shuang were exposed, Yunhen had attracted the ire of the higher-ups in his efforts to protect them. The Jinshi clan had begun to plot in the shadows, and within Talia, numerous individuals had already defected to their side. The current unrest was orchestrated by those aligned with the Jinshi clan, and if Ao Lin wished to continue consolidating power among the Talia ruling council, he would have to intervene to rescue them, lest he lose the loyalty he had painstakingly secured. Upon hearing her explanation, Jill felt even more puzzled. If Ao Lin intends to rescue someone, how can you be certain he will come here? Ji Lishu had already informed him of the day's plans the previous night. She instructed him to arrange for Shuang Shuang to be discreetly taken to a secure location early in the morning, and to replace all the mercenaries stationed outside the villa. Every preparation was aimed at luring Ao Lin into revealing himself. However, if Ao Lin's purpose today was to save someone, why would he appear here? Ji Lishu looked at him and stated, "What Yunhen can anticipate, Ao Lin can also surmise. Yet, I want to take a gamble. Ao Lin's objective lies here." The villa where Ji Lishu resided was heavily guarded, a fact well known to all. There were always some stubborn individuals attempting to break in, but aside from Yi Sang's previous success, no such incidents had occurred again. Ao Lin understood that breaking in forcefully was unlikely to succeed. However, if all her companions were focused elsewhere, it might present an opportunity for him. Jill raised an eyebrow, as if suddenly enlightened, and asked again, "So, you intend to keep Xingju's guards occupied to entice Ao Lin out, capturing him like a fish in a barrel?" Before Ji Li Shu could respond, he exclaimed, No, that won't work. How can our people hope to capture Ao Lin? He is, after all, an SS-class Beastman. Ji Li Shu leisurely sipped her tea, responding ambiguously, "Indeed, it is not that simple." Jill rolled his eyes and retorted, "Yun Hen has made ample preparations to draw the snake out, yet you have withdrawn the mercenaries." Ji Li Shu replied nonchalantly, "He lures his snake, I entice my fish." Upon hearing this, Jill reacted dramatically, as if his tail had been stepped on, shaking his head vehemently. No, I cannot do this. I must continue to navigate under Xingju's authority. Whether you can or cannot, you must," Ji Li Shu asserted with unwavering determination, her words imbued with undeniable firmness. Jill widened his eyes, his voice rising an octave as he shouted, "Ancestor, what about my life? Accompanying Ji Li Shu on such a perilous venture. If she were to lose even a single hair, he would not know how he would meet his end." Faced with Jill's complaints and resistance, Ji Li Shu remained unperturbed. "Your life is mine." "Jill, you swore an oath." Ji Li Shu, "Indeed." Jill, with his chest heaving, gazed deeply at her. "Fine. My life is yours. I shall accompany you in your madness." He then stormed out with exaggerated steps, ready to make the necessary arrangements. A soft meow caught Jill's attention as he glanced back. The Lan Yu Mao lay on the table, half closing its eyes, its gaze fixed on Ji Li Shu's delicate, fair hands. The creature gently tilted its head, seemingly yearning to nuzzle against her hand. Yet each time it attempted to move, it halted abruptly. It remained there, occasionally extending its head forward, then retracting it, exhibiting a blend of restraint and an unmistakable longing, as if Ji Li Shu possessed an irresistible allure that captivated it. Suddenly, Jill seemed to have an epiphany, pausing mid-step. "He lures his snake. I entice my fish. What does that mean? She intends to lure fish? Which fish? Jean? Sure, Ao Lin?" Chapter 290. Pretending not to know the identity of the arrivals. In the expansive square before the Talia ruling building, a dense throng of onlookers filled the area, their voices a cacophony of unrest. These beastmen had gathered for the public execution. In the center of the square, a raised platform held 12 bound convicts, stripped of their shirts, exposed for all to see, their limbs shackled with high-polymer handcuffs, rendering them incapable of movement. The execution was not a mere gunshot. Instead, these 12 individuals were to be injected with a lethal dose of sand flame scorpion venom, subjecting them to an hour of frenzied agony before their ultimate demise. In the past, Yun Hen had employed public executions as a means of deterrence, as exemplified by Ao Lin's father. Historically, public executions had not stirred much controversy among the beastmen. However, this time was markedly different. The rationale behind Yun Hen's punishment of these 12 was simply that they had attempted to approach a human female. Such an accusation, in the eyes of the beastmen, was utterly insufficient to warrant such a brutal punishment. From the moment the crowd gathered, protests erupted. "This time, Yun Hen has gone too far," cried one voice in anger. "Indeed, Ji Li Shu is also a human female, and she should be taken to the breeding center. Why does Yun Hen monopolize her and refuse all beastmen access?" Another voice chimed in. "This is nothing short of tyrannical." Someone else shouted, "Yun Hen, can a leader act with such disregard for life?" Others joined in, asserting, "You halted the robotic modification program, leading to a near genocide. That is the true crime." As the protests erupted, a wave of uproar followed, the shouts seemingly piercing the heavens. Amidst this tumult, time flowed silently onward. Several batches of unidentified and enigmatic rebels suddenly emerged during the commotion, as if they had risen from the depths of the earth. Without any warning, they charged into the crowd, engaging in fierce combat with the guards. In an instant, the square was filled with the echoes of enraged shouts, and the already tense atmosphere was ignited, plunging the scene into chaos. At that moment, the voice of Xingju resonated in Yun Hen's earpiece. "I have observed carefully, and among those who rushed in, I did not find Ao Lin." As time passed, Yun Hen's brow furrowed deeper, and the weight in his heart grew heavier. Surging like a tide, making it difficult for him to breathe. Have you truly arranged everything regarding the guards at the villa? Is there absolutely no room for error? Yun-Hen suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the throng in the square. Meanwhile, Xingju, equally anxious, shared Yun-Hen's concerns. He replied, Jier has been reporting to me. So far, everything inside the villa is normal, and no anomalies have been detected. However, upon hearing this, Yun-Hen still cannot fully set his mind at ease. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke to Xingju through the earpiece. You should return. Should Ti stay and guard Ailey? Xingju responded simultaneously. Inside the villa, Ji Shu had already changed into a deep gray tracksuit, and, as usual, exercised for a while in her personal gym. After about half an hour, she took a brief pause and walked over to drink some water. It was at this moment that an unusual sensation washed over her. The surroundings felt eerily silent. Cautiously, she approached the window to investigate the situation outside. Suddenly, a strange odor invaded her nostrils. This scent was both pungent like blood and mingled with a faint, subtle fragrance that was difficult to describe. As she turned towards the door, the sight before her caused her eyes to widen in shock. At the end of the long corridor, a pool of blood seeped onto the pristine white floor. A golden-haired man stood prominently ahead, flanked by several towering orcs clad in black attire. Sunlight streamed through the end of the corridor, outlining the man's tall silhouette. His long, powerful arms hung naturally at his sides, one hand grasping an exquisitely thin dagger. Its blade encircled with a shocking ring of crimson blood, as if it had just witnessed a bloody slaughter. When the man noticed Ji Shu standing merely a few steps away, a subtle smile crept onto his lips, devoid of genuine warmth, as he softly asked, Did I scare you? Ji Shu glanced past him and immediately spotted a guard lying face down on the floor at the corner, blood slowly oozing from his neck. Who are you? Ji Shu's cold gaze sharpened, feigning ignorance of the intruder's identity. The moment her clear voice rang out, Ao Lin's eyes lit up with recognition. His previously icy demeanor now betrayed a hint of surprise. Slowly, Ao Lin turned to face Ji Shu, admiration flickering in his eyes as he scrutinized her. She was graceful and poised, her exquisite beauty unlike anything he had ever seen before. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly tied back, and even from several meters away, he could catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. Facing Ji Shu's inquiry, the man replied with a slight smile, unperturbed, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ao Lin, a former commander of the Telier. Ji Shu's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. Oh, I've heard of you. The defeated subordinate of Yun-Hen. She had anticipated that her words would provoke anger or at least some embarrassment in him. Yet to her surprise, Ao Lin remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. On the contrary, he regarded Ji Shu with keen interest, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. You possess quite the sharp tongue, with such cleverness. It is no wonder Yun-Hen is quite taken with you. Just then, a cat with fur as blue as jade suddenly entered their line of sight. The adorable blue jade cat became unexpectedly fierce, lunging at Ao Lin. In the next moment, the orc beside Ao Lin quickly intervened. The blue jade cat bit down hard on the orc's arm, refusing to let go, causing the orc to yelp in pain and struggle to shake it off. The force of the struggle was such that the cat risked injury. Witnessing this, Ji Shu swiftly drew her whip and without hesitation swung it toward the orc, shouting fiercely, Let go of my cat. The orc, seeing Ji Shu's whip swooping down with tremendous force, could not detach the cat clinging to his arm in time, and instead swiftly sidestepped, attempting to evade the fierce strike. However, in that fleeting moment, the blue jade cat, like a bolt of lightning, used the orc's movement to leap gracefully and land in front of Ji Shu. Its fur stood on end, sharp as needles, eyes gleaming with ferocity as it assumed a stance that warned anyone daring to harm Ji Shu that it would fight to the death. Ao Lin, standing not far away, kept his gaze fixed on the whip in Ji Shu's hand, a slight smile creeping onto his lips, tinged with barely concealed admiration as he remarked, Indeed, as those who speak of you say, you wield that whip with remarkable skill. Ji Shu glared at Ao Lin, her body poised in a defensive stance. You riskily intrude here. Surely it is not merely to come and flatter me? Ao Lin chuckled coldly in response. I appreciate your reminder, but time is precious, so let us dispense with the pleasantries. To be frank, the guards outside the villa have already been dealt with by me. I did not come here intending to make things difficult for you. As long as you obediently come with me, I assure you that no harm will befall you. Having said this, Ao Lin stepped forward, his gaze radiating an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Yet Ji Li Shu remained unfazed, her expression devoid of fear as she coldly retorted, "And if I refuse?" Before her words had fully left her lips, the whip in her hand shot up high, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. It struck two orcs attempting to sneak in through the window, sending them tumbling down. Yet she remained like a statue, motionless, even her head unturned. Her gaze was cold, like the frigid moon on a winter's night, fixed firmly on Ao Lin. At this moment, Ao Lin's cold smile slowly faded. He had intended to capture her and withdraw quickly, but it seemed more challenging than anticipated. "I knew you possessed some skills, but if you naively believe you can escape, you are sorely mistaken." With that, he lightly waved his hand behind him, and several massive orcs with menacing expressions lunged toward her like hungry wolves. Just as the situation grew dire, a small white wolf named Shuang and two cats leapt into action, charging straight at the attackers. Unfortunately, the small wolf and the orange cat were no match for their strength and were quickly knocked to the ground. Only the blue jade cat managed to entangle itself with one of the assailants. Seeing her pet thrown to the ground, Ji Li Shu's eyes flashed with fury. With a flick of her wrist, she lashed out with the black whip, striking one of the orcs with a sharp crack, causing him to cry out and clutch his face as he fell. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Ao Lin's other subordinates swiftly surged into the room, charging towards Ji Li Shu. With remarkable agility, Ji Li Shu sidestepped, akin to a delicate swallow in flight, and swiftly maneuvered behind the exercise equipment. Several orcs followed closely, nearly capturing her, but Ji Li Shu abruptly swung her hand, sending the long whip in her grasp flying once more. This time, the whip struck the chests of the assailants with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing a powerful electric current that coursed through their bodies, rendering them unconscious and their eyes rolling back. Ao Lin's expression darkened further upon witnessing this. There was no time to waste. He knew that if Yun Hen and the others did not see him appear, they would undoubtedly become suspicious, and he must extricate her from Talia before that occurred. Otherwise, once Yun Hen pieced together the situation, escaping Talia would become exceedingly difficult. Determined, Ao Lin personally engaged, moving with a ghostly swiftness. He and Ji Li Shu exchanged blows for several rounds, yet he failed to seize her. Gradually, Ao Lin's impatience mounted, and his strikes became increasingly vicious and forceful. Hidden in the shadows, Ji remained poised to act at any moment. In an instant, Ao Lin's fierce palm wind tore through Ji Li Shu's sleeve, drawing forth a trace of blood. The appearance of this blood infused the air with a faint, yet intoxicating scent. The blue jade cat, entangled with one of the orcs, suddenly became agitated, attacking with escalating ferocity. Ao Lin's fist, enveloped in a fierce gust, descended upon Ji Li Shu's face with the speed of cannonball. Just as this brutal blow was about to land, the blue jade cat leaped off the orc's arm, propelling itself forward like a swift shadow. Its previously diminutive form erupted with remarkable strength, akin to an arrow released from a bow, launching itself directly at Ao Lin, sending the hulking figure crashing through the window. Although the height of the fall was not excessively great, Ao Lin landed heavily, yet it was not sufficient to injure him. However, he was left utterly astonished. Had that cat truly pushed him down? As Ao Lin struggled to rise, suddenly, several robust vines emerged from an unknown source, entwining around his limbs like serpents, rendering him immobile. The cat that had fallen to the side was swiftly replaced by a familiar figure. "Qinya?" Ao Lin exclaimed in disbelief. When Ao Lin first became the leader of Talia, he had encountered Qinya on several occasions, thus he recognized him. However, the Qinya before him now was vastly different from the one he had known. His once clear and bright eyes now glowed a terrifying crimson, exuding an aura of chilling malice, as if he had completely lost his sanity. In the next moment, Qinya dashed towards him in a single bound, seizing his collar, and unleashed a barrage of iron-fisted blows upon Ao Lin's face. "You dare to harm her! You dare to harm her!" As Qinya rained down punch after punch mercilessly upon Ao Lin, the wind from his strikes howled, carrying with it an overwhelming force, as though intent on turning Ao Lin into a mere pulp. At this rate, it would not be long before Ao Lin was incapacitated. Disregarding everything else, urgently signaled his subordinates to charge forth in an attempt to halt Qinya. Yet, the moment his men approached Qinya, They were met with a frenzied and fierce assault from the surrounding mutated plants. These plants lunged at the orcs with wild abandon, attacking indiscriminately. Some orcs were nearly pierced through by these plants, while many others, although fortunate enough to evade serious injury, bore numerous cuts and bruises. Ji-Er's face was a mask of astonishment. If the blue jade cat beside Ji Li Shu was indeed Qinya, then the Qinya who should have perished on Mubo Island had somehow survived, albeit through a process of regression. To regain human form after such degeneration? This was a first for him to witness. Even more astonishing was that, despite his loss of rationality, Qinya's power remained terrifyingly formidable. The mutated plants seemed to have received a command, erupting from the ground and spreading aggressively with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the villa's courtyard was enveloped by a dense mass of mutated flora, forming an impregnable green barrier. Chapter 292. Qinya, stop! Ji-Er! A cry from within the villa rang out, the voice belonging to Ji Li Shu. Upon hearing this, Ji-Er abruptly turned his head, cursing himself inwardly for having forgotten about Ji Li Shu while focusing on the suddenly appearing Qinya. He quickly gestured for his men to follow him, carefully navigating around the area overrun by mutated plants, avoiding the attacking vines, and swiftly moving towards the back of the villa, preparing to climb in from behind. As Ji-Er leaped into the room, the scene before him made him gasp in shock. Ji Li Shu was surrounded by a dozen burly, menacing orcs, engaged in a fierce struggle. Although Ji Li Shu was nimble, she was still outnumbered, and, for the moment, she found it impossible to break free from their grasp. It was not only Ji-Er who was stunned. The mercenaries behind him were equally astonished, having never imagined that these orcs would dare to lay hands on Ji Li Shu. "What are you standing there for?" Ji-Er shouted furiously. Instantly, the mercenaries snapped back to reality and rushed into the fray like a gust of wind. The team he had brought along was no ordinary group. Nearly all were S-rank orcs. Yet, unexpectedly, A.O. Lin's orcs were as ruthless as desperate outlaws. Even Ji-Er and his elite squad found it challenging to contend with them. As the battle intensified, Ji-Er's figure flickered, appearing beside Ji Li Shu like a specter. "These guys are incredibly tenacious. It seems they won't relent until they take you away." Ji-Er declared. Having been in a stalemate for so long, Ji Li Shu was well aware of the situation. These opponents were of high caliber, willingly serving A.O. Lin, a fugitive wanted by Talia, and openly opposing Ji Li Shu's companions. Beyond that reason, she could not fathom what could compel them to fight for A.O. Lin. In the next moment, Ji Li Shu swiftly retreated behind the mercenaries, momentarily escaping the battle. Her gaze scanned the aggressive group before her, and she spoke with a commanding tone. "If you value your lives, cease your attacks immediately. You came to capture me for the sake of your companions, did you not? If this continues, none of you will take me away, and you will only lose your lives in vain." Yet, the assailants appeared oblivious to her words, showing no intention of halting their assault. Ji Li Shu furrowed her brows and shouted once more. "Any casualties you inflict today will be utterly meaningless. The cybernetic transformation has already commenced." Upon hearing this, the previously ferocious attackers froze, as if struck by a spell, their frenzied assaults abruptly ceasing. Among them, a flicker of hesitation crossed the faces of some, and one voice cautiously inquired, "On what basis should we trust your words?" At this moment, Ji Li Shu was nearly certain that their intent in approaching her was indeed related to the cybernetic transformation. Immediately, another voice interjected, "Do not believe this woman's words. We have come this far. We have no choice." Ji Li Shu swiftly retorted, "Whoever continues to pursue me, I swear, your companions will never have the chance for transformation." This statement evidently struck fear into the hearts of her adversaries. They exchanged glances, their skepticism evident, yet none wished to relinquish the sole opportunity to save their companions. Ji-Er seized the opportunity to stoke the flames once more. "Have you not realized? A.O. Lin is already under our control. Your actions today have utterly failed." The opposing party, visibly calmed, ceased their frantic pursuit of Ji Li Shu. The room, crowded with dozens, fell into an eerie silence. Time seemed to stand still, and after what felt like an eternity, a trembling voice shattered the stillness. "Can the half-mechanical transformation truly save my partner?" The speaker's gaze was filled with hope, eagerly directed towards Ji Li Shu. She nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, over the past few months, we have successfully transformed more than 10 human females into half-mechanical beings." Her words were like a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, instantly rekindling the flickering hope within the hearts of the crowd. Immediately, Someone in the throng impatiently inquired. If so, you cannot be doing this without compensation. What do you want? Whatever your demands, I shall fulfill them. Please, save my partner. As soon as the words left his lips, others echoed in agreement. I, too. So do I. Facing the myriad inquiries and pleas, Ji Shu remained composed. Indeed, saving lives comes at a cost. You will know what I seek shortly. But for now, step aside. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, hesitation etched on their faces. Yet, moments later, as if resolute in their decision, they swiftly parted, clearing a path. Ji Shu seized the opportunity to escape, hastily descending the stairs. At that moment, the entire yard of the villa lay ravaged, a chaotic scene wrought by the mutated plants. Ao Lin could not perish like this. His spies buried within Talia had yet to be unearthed. Kirishu furuit herburo het tonegurev. Should he die, ridding themselves of those malignant tumors would become infinitely more challenging. Following closely behind her, Jir wore an expression of helplessness. Shaking his head in response, we have attempted multiple times to approach Chinya, but to no avail. As soon as we near, those vines go berserk, indiscriminately strangling everyone. Ji Shu hesitated for merely 3 seconds before resolutely stating, Stay here, do not move. I shall go. Before she finished speaking, Jir lunged forward, gripping her arm tightly. Exclaiming no, it is too dangerous. Ji Shu turned to meet his gaze, then gently pushed aside his hand that clutched her tightly. With a swift motion, she stepped into the dense, clawing vines. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the previously frenzied and bloodthirsty vines seemed to awaken with newfound intelligence. Reacting in an unprecedented manner, they parted rapidly from where she stepped, as if guided by invisible hands, creating a straight path. The vines not only yielded, but also maintained an unusual discipline. Like well-trained soldiers, they arranged themselves neatly on either side, keeping a respectful distance from Ji Shu, refraining from any encroachment. Even the most delicate tendrils artfully avoided her, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Jir watched in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. He pondered to himself, how is this possible? Hasn't Qinya lost his mind? In this state, he still refrains from harming Ji Shu? Qinya moved slowly forward. Her voice was as gentle as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake, swiftly dissipating amidst the rustling leaves. Qinya appeared oblivious. He stood before her bare, his well-defined muscles flickering in the play of light and shadow. He clenched his fists, striking the figure on the ground with brutal force. Ao Lin had already lost consciousness. His face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, a sight too horrific to behold. If this violence continued, Ao Lin would surely perish. Qinya, stop! Ji Shu cried out. The enraged, bare figure before her froze momentarily. Chapter 293. The distinction between beasts is quite significant. At that instant, the vines that had been thrashing wildly around them seemed to receive an unseen command and began to retract slowly towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, restoring the courtyard to its former emptiness. Ji Shu took a measured step forward, now holding a soft blanket. She gently unfolded it, draping it over Qinya, covering his exposed body. Chinya's form was rigid, and he struggled to turn his head. His once clear eyes were now clouded with a crimson hue, unmistakable evidence of his complete loss of control. Ji Shu gazed down at him, her calm eyes seemingly imbued with a power capable of quelling any storm. She spoke softly, you cannot kill him. Qinya appeared to be still lost in a daze. His long, powerful arms trembled uncontrollably as he slowly raised one towards the familiar face. Yet his fingers, so distinctly pale and elegant, were stained with the filthy blood of his victim. Chinya's hand halted abruptly in midair, as if paralyzed by an incantation. Time seemed to freeze, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. Ali, he croaked, his voice barely discernible. Before Ji Shu could utter a word, Chinya's hand fell limply, and he lost consciousness, collapsing into Ji Shu's embrace. When Xing Ju hurriedly returned to the villa, the sight before him wrenched his heart. The courtyard, once meticulously tended to and arranged by Ji Shu, was now a scene of utter devastation. The exquisite castle model gifted by Yin Luji to Shuang lay shattered, pieces scattered on the ground, some irreparably broken beyond assembly. Xing Ju felt as if a lump of cotton had lodged itself in his throat, dry and raspy. Ali, Ali, he called out, his voice trembling. Yet, no matter how desperately he shouted, silence reigned around him, a chilling stillness enveloping the villa. He hastened into the living room, where he found Qinya lying quietly on the sofa, unconscious. Beside him stood two heavily armed mercenaries. Meanwhile, Ji Shu and Jier had followed the group, led by A.O. Lin, to discover the mysterious mobile base hidden outside Talia. It was a medium-sized spacecraft capable of perfect invisibility. From the information disclosed by the group, they uncovered A.O. Lin's sinister plan. A.O. Lin originally intended to forcibly abduct Ji Shu to this location, subsequently establishing contact with Yunhen through a live broadcast of her public execution. The scene of the execution had been orchestrated by his associates, inciting a growing chorus of rebellion against Yunhen. With Ji Shu as leverage, A.O. Lin aimed to compel Yunhen to relinquish control over Talia. As for Ji Shu, he had no intention of releasing her. He planned to hand her over to his loyal followers as a sacrificial offering for half-mechanical transformation, in hopes of rescuing the beloved partners of his subordinates. One could not deny that A.O. Lin's machinations were indeed cunning. However, he had not anticipated the sudden emergence of a blue jade cat by Ji Shu's side. Nor could he have guessed that the cat was, in fact, Qinya. Initially, Yilishu merely speculated. However, she was determined to take a gamble, thus choosing to turn the tables. Intentionally, she allowed A.O. Lin to believe there was an opportunity to exploit, provoking him to act ruthlessly against her. The regressed orcs had little chance of self-recovery. Their only hope lay in a powerful external stimulus. Perhaps it would be a harrowing escape for their lives, or a profound emotional upheaval. Yet, this approach was undeniably perilous. Fortunately, her gamble paid off. Outside the Talia air domination building, waves of protests surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Some orc citizens, filled with fury, seemed ready to ignite an explosive uproar at the slightest spark. They raised their arms in anger, mercilessly accusing Yunhen. Yunhen, what kind of leader claims to govern 7 cities? He is clearly a devil practicing hegemonic tyranny, a timeless criminal guilty of genocide. The Starfire group was not spared from this storm of condemnation either. Within the organization, fierce protests erupted simultaneously, centered around a rescue operation that had taken place months ago in Liluo-He. Starfire was willing to sacrifice the lives of thousands of mercenaries rather than compromise on the initiation of the cyborg transformation project. As for Yin Luji, the accusations against her were countless. Clearly, the events unfolding today had been meticulously orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. The forces were in place, akin to arrows drawn and ready to fly, waiting only for the final spark to ignite. When a colossal holographic image unexpectedly appeared in the air above the domination building, astonishment swept across the crowd. Those unaware of the situation were bewildered by the sudden appearance of the image, while those in the know were left speechless. The figure depicted was indeed A.O. Lin, but why was he bound and helpless? The gathered orc citizens exchanged glances, filled with suspicion, questioning the unfolding situation. The image then slowly revealed a stunning visage. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixated on the scene above. The woman in the image tilted her head slightly, casually inquiring of a nearby person, "Is it connected?" A seemingly mundane question, yet her melodious voice resonated like celestial music within the hearts of all present. Outside the image, Yunhen's pupils quivered sharply. Then, the voice of Jier resonated through the live feed. "It's connected." Upon receiving confirmation, the woman in the image nodded gently and stepped toward the bruised A.O. Lin. Standing gracefully, her ruby lips parted, and her voice rang clear. "I am Ji Shu." Though merely a few simple words, they thundered in the hearts of the crowd, delivering unprecedented shock. They had heard of Ji Shu and had seen the viral images of her escape from Mubo Island. Yet, witnessing her face and hearing her voice in person was a wholly different experience. For the first time, they beheld the complete and vivid essence of this enigmatic human. Clad in a simple dark gray tracksuit that exuded both elegance and grace, paired with her exquisitely beautiful face, she was truly captivating. A.O. Lin's livestream was set in the Talia air domination building. So, to cut to the chase, the cyborg transformation had indeed succeeded. Ji Shu's words were direct and unambiguous. As her voice faded, another image emerged, displaying 5 human women, their forms clearly discernible. To their astonishment, these women were engaging in various, everyday activities like normal humans. One was gracefully seated at a dining table, using utensils with fluid motions, while another laughed and conversed effortlessly with a companion. Observing their figures, each was well-proportioned, neither overly slender nor excessively plump, perfectly embodying a healthy aesthetic. Every gesture and stride revealed their agile coordination. These were clearly actions befitting individuals of normal intelligence. Thus, was Ji Li Shu's assertion indeed true? Had the cyborg transformation truly succeeded? As disbelief lingered in the air, the image abruptly froze. Ji Li Shu's voice rang out once more. As you can see, the cyborg transformation has commenced. Her tone turned grave, underscored by undeniable conviction. Therefore, do not impose the charge of genocide upon my companions any longer. Outside the image, the crowd had yet to recover from the revelation of the successful transformation when their gazes instinctively converged upon Yunhen. To be born an orc and receive such treatment was unfathomable. Ji Li Shu was brazenly defending her companions in broad daylight. What must that feel like? The onlookers couldn't help but cast envious glances toward Yunhen. The distinctions among beasts were indeed stark. Chapter 294. Will you just walk away? Yunhen's amber eyes fixated on the image of Ji Li Shu. His expression remained stoic, yet his heart was tumultuous, akin to a storm-tossed sea, turbulent and profoundly conflicted. The moment he laid eyes on her, disbelief surged within him. Then, an uncontrollable fury erupted like a volcanic eruption. Here she was again, silent and recklessly endangering herself. Yet, the anger was fleeting, quickly replaced by an overwhelming sense of guilt and disappointment. Gazing at this familiar, yet foreign woman before him, Yunhen suddenly felt an abyss of helplessness. It was his negligence, his prolonged lack of attention toward her that had allowed her to orchestrate all of this without his knowledge. His inadequacy had driven her to take action. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him, but the most potent was heartache. The mere thought of what she had endured twisted his heart in agony. 5 humans had already been successfully transformed, implying countless blood draws and live cell extractions from Ji Li Shu. Yunhen dared not contemplate further. With each additional thought, the pain within him intensified. After a brief silence, the bustling crowd before the domination building ignited like a powder keg. Amidst the clamor, Ji Li Shu's ethereal voice rang out once more. I have one more announcement. All human women may undergo cyborg transformation, but there are conditions. Ji Li Shu paused momentarily. Instantly, someone in the crowd could no longer contain themselves and shouted, "What are the conditions? Hurry and tell us." The chorus of inquiries quickly drowned out the surrounding noise. Since the disclosure of the cyborg transformation details from Mu Bo Island, everyone understood that Ji Li Shu was the key to the transformation. Yet, given her slender figure, relying solely on her to provide all the necessary live cells was clearly an impossible feat, not to mention whether her companions would consent. Thus, when they heard that conditions were attached, the crowd, though expecting it, felt a wave of tension. After all, these conditions could entail exorbitant costs, perhaps staggering enough to leave them speechless. Nonetheless, those orcs who deeply love their partners were willing to pay any price to ensure their beloved received a new lease on life. Ji Li Shu slowly began to speak. You must queue. Before her words fully registered, the already raucous crowd erupted once more, akin to a powder keg ignited anew. Queue? A voice, incredulous and raised, exclaimed how it could possibly be as simple as just queuing. Doubts arose in a chorus. In the face of the crowd's relentless inquiries, Ji Li Shu remained unperturbed, continuing her explanation. Tellier, the city of deserts, Qingmu City, and the northern Seven Lands, we must aid the displaced Beastmen from these regions. We will provide them with nearby shelter to effectively address their housing security issues. Ultimately, based on the number of individuals rescued, a fixed number of transformation slots will be opened each month for those ranked at the top of the list. Hence, they will queue, and so it shall be. Yunhen's once profound and tranquil gaze gradually turned a shade of crimson, unable to suppress the stirring emotions within. This approach directly resolved the most pressing dilemma faced by the Tellier governing body, simultaneously shattering the label of forced genocide that had been thrust upon him. Indeed, it was a win-win situation. But what could he do? He felt an overwhelming urge to wreak havoc. This is all I have to say. As for the rest, seek out my companions. You all are well aware of them. With this, Ji Li Shu vanished from the screen, abruptly ending the live broadcast, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers. In the next moment, a surging tide of people rushed towards Yunhen's location. Ji Li Shu had publicly announced the initiation of the semi-mechanical transformation program, and they were to find Yunhen. At that moment, Yunhen's handsome visage was shrouded in gloom. He abruptly turned and, with powerful strides, swiftly disappeared from view. Meanwhile, In Liujia, who had been waiting outside the city and had watched the entire live stream, bore a similarly inscrutable expression. Without hesitation, he hastily departed as well. Upon disembarking from A.O. Lin's vessel, Ji Li Shu promptly summoned the ferry. With a graceful leap, she landed at the hatch. Jill quickly followed, extending his hand like lightning to grasp her pant leg firmly. "Where are you going?" Ji Li Shu replied candidly. "I need to hide for a while." A look of incredulous grievance washed over Jill's handsome face, reminiscent of a forsaken puppy abandoned by its owner. "Are you just going to leave like this?" Facing Jill's exaggerated reaction, Ji Li Shu remained calm. She replied nonchalantly, "The subsequent tedious matters will naturally be managed by Yun Hen and Xingjue. Those who receive transformation slots can find Kisong on Mubo Island. He has cultivated numerous gene-edited cells, sufficient for quite some time. I'm no longer needed." Jill continued to tug at her pant leg, unwilling to relent. Ji Li Shu frowned slightly. "Am I not allowed to leave?" Upon hearing this, Jill's expression turned indignant. His voice rising, "Of course you can't leave. The three of them will be looking for you. And if you go, what will I do? No way am I letting you abandon him." Ji Li Shu blinked, reflecting for a moment before earnestly responding. "Then you should also leave for a while and hide." Chapter 295. It is better to meet her later riding the ferry. Ji Li Shu first arrived at Yanhai City. Previously, she had rushed here to save Yin Liujia and subsequently left in a flurry, feeling guilty. Thus, she had no opportunity to thoroughly appreciate the renowned Ghostly Cliff. The steep cliff loomed thousands of feet high, shrouded in mist, a masterpiece of nature. After leaving Ghostly Cliff, Ji Li Shu continued her journey southward. At the foot of the majestic snow-capped mountains, she discovered a serene pink lake. On the southeastern plains, she encountered the arching Rainbow Mountain. Each landing site revealed a picturesque landscape. When she first stepped into this world, she was free. Yet now it was undeniably different. Back then, she felt like a traveler lost in a vast forest, struggling to navigate her survival in this entirely unfamiliar realm. Every step was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Each choice could dictate life or death. However, now, she felt an unprecedented ease, carrying an unhurried and tranquil mindset. The source of her confidence lay in her companions and her ferry. To ensure her safety, Ji Li Shu continued to disguise herself as a human-beast hybrid. Currently, the focus of everyone's attention was on the semi-mechanical transformation program, so no one would be closely watching her. As for Yin Hen, he was likely preoccupied at that moment. With her companions by her side, she had no cause for concern, until Kisong reached out to her, leading her to Mubo Island. Due to a shortage of cell banks, she had to donate blood several times. Following the battle at Mubo Island, Kisong's father, the former supreme leader of Mubo Island, Price, had brought calamity upon the island due to personal disputes, causing the Beastmen to lose trust in him. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Vice Commander Yang seized the opportunity to ally with the opposition, attempting to overthrow Price's regime. Just as Mubo Island was on the brink of a bloody coup, Kisong stepped forward and single-handedly eliminated Yang and his conspirators. Since then, Mubo Island had finally regained a semblance of peace. Consequently, Kisong naturally became the new leader of Mubo Island. Despite successfully inheriting his father's position, he was acutely aware that his current standing was precarious. After all, his father's influence had waned, and those who once supported his father might not wholly embrace him now. At this juncture, Ji Li Shu entrusted him with the privilege of the semi-mechanical transformation. This undoubtedly served as a potent weapon to solidify his power and stabilize the situation. Since the announcement of the semi-mechanical transformation program's initiation, within just a month, the previously displaced victims had largely been sheltered by various influential families. Moreover, after the battle with Tellier, many high-ranking beastmen who had fled Mubo Island returned due to the transformation program. Kisong gazed intently at Ji Li Shu, his eyes brimming with gratitude. They found themselves in a uniquely designed airborne restaurant, which, despite being termed a restaurant, was actually a transparent vessel. Kisong had meticulously arranged and sincerely invited Ji Li Shu 3 times before she finally agreed to join him for a meal. Inside the spacious vessel, they were the only 2 occupants. The vessel soared gracefully above Mubo Island, and through the crystal-clear windows, the entire island was laid before them. Ji Li Shu slightly turned her head, her gaze drifting outside, and absent-mindedly nodded, responding in a calm tone, "Yes, congratulations, it is indeed a multifaceted gain. However, I must clarify that my actions are not solely for your benefit, so you need not be overly courteous." Kisong's elongated and profound eyes shimmered like gentle spring water, and a charming smile graced his lips. He personally picked up chopsticks, carefully serving her a delicate and delectable dish, placing it on her plate. Whether it is courtesy or not, I am well aware. However, if I wish to express my gratitude, mere words are insufficient. Ji Lishu responded. I would prefer to convey my sentiments through tangible actions. I wonder if Miss Ji would be willing to grant me an opportunity? Kasong spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Ji Lishu slowly turned her head, her gaze meeting Kasong's gentle, smiling eyes. She blinked again. Tangible actions? To become my partner? Her words stirred a pang of bitterness and disappointment within Kasong. He lowered his head slightly, adeptly masking the flicker of sadness on his face, tightening his fists in silence. Before her, why did he find it so challenging to maintain his composure? Ming Ming's mother had meticulously instructed him on how to conduct himself. Kasong chuckled softly and explained, Where are your thoughts wandering? I intend to inform you about the benefits that the future cybernetic enhancements will bring, and I will allocate a substantial portion of the profits to you. Ji Lishu nodded slightly. I accept that. I came here with the intention of finalizing these matters. Furthermore, as for the humans who undergo transformations, once they gradually regain their health, it is imperative that Kasong arranges for a period of attentive guidance and mentorship. At the very least, they must cultivate a proper worldview and comprehend human rights. Whether it concerns transforming human females or rescuing them, Ji Lishu remains indifferent. However, this is a world where survival is mutual. Thus, the rules must be amended. Women in this world should not be confined to a life of mere captivity. Kusong remarked, In Lu Ji visited Mu Bo Island about half a month ago, and we had already discussed and finalized these matters together. Upon hearing this, Ji Lishu's lips curled into a faint smile. Kusong gazed at her smile, falling into a momentary silence. It appeared she was quite pleased with In Lu Ji. What In Lu Ji could achieve, he too could accomplish. What In Lu Ji could offer, he could also provide, giving his all. Gathering a semblance of courage, he hesitantly suggested, If you currently have no plans to return to Talia Air, you might consider staying on Mu Bo Island for a while longer. The surrounding islands are abundant, with picturesque beaches and radiant sunshine. You can linger here for some time. Ji Lishu did not respond to this. They conversed about various matters, and their meal was nearly finished. Ji Lishu elegantly set down her utensils, stating, I am full. Thank you for your hospitality. She then approached the hatch and opened it. In an instant, a gust of wind rushed in, sweeping into the vessel. Just then, Fei Du appeared abruptly beside them, like a flash of lightning. Ji Lishu skillfully climbed the edge of the hatch and landed smoothly inside Fei Du. She slightly turned her head, her gaze shifting until it settled on Kusong. The sun and sand do not intrigue me. However, at this hour, there are meteors streaking across the polar sky. I must take my leave. A wave of despair surged within Kusong. Yet he remained undeterred, calling out loudly, Ji Lishu. It matters not if you are uninterested now. In the future, I have ample time to spend with you. However, the only response he received was the gradually closing hatch, leaving no indication whether she had heard his words. Watching Fei Du receding into the distance, Kusong felt as if all his strength had been drained away. The emotions of a Beastman are typically unwavering, profound, and intense. If he is destined not to attain a resolution, it would be better to encounter her later. It is too early. One should not meet someone so dazzling at this time. He feared that the rest of his life would be consumed by longing. Before arriving at Mu Bo Island, Ji Lishu had already spent several days in the polar region. She had carefully chosen and rented a small wooden cabin, situated in an excellent location. The cabin was adjacent to a cliff by the sea, with vast oceans on one side and crystal-clear icebergs on the other. She found it delightful. Next time, I should bring a few of them here to stay for a while, she mused. Upon opening the door, the scene inside made her pause. Yun Hen and In Lu Ji were seated on the sofa, while Xing Ju lay on the bed, holding her book. Qing Yu sat cross-legged by the fireplace, supporting Shuang Shuang, who was afraid of falling. Chapter 296, A Face That Cannot Be Soothed No Matter How Hard You Try. Hearing the commotion at the door, both Yun Hen and In Lu Ji turned around. One was a resolute and handsome figure, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuding a calm demeanor. Upon seeing her, a hint of chill flickered in his amber eyes. The other appeared languid, with slightly narrowed, glossy black eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a deepening smirk. Ji Lishu felt a sense of foreboding in her heart. Xingju suddenly threw off the covers, moving with swift decisiveness. His long legs took several strides, and in the blink of an eye, he was before her. The face that usually bore a smile was now devoid of its customary gentleness, replaced by an inscrutable expression. Observing the stance of those present, Ji Lishu felt a twinge of apprehension. The situation was somewhat precarious. Typically calm and composed, Ji Lishu now displayed a rare hint of embarrassment. She cleared her throat awkwardly and said, "Let us discuss this properly." The moment her words left her lips, Yin Luji scoffed without restraint. Xingju pulled Ji Lishu in front of him, his deep, starry eyes scrutinizing her intently, taking several moments to confirm she was unharmed before he spoke with irritation. "Now you wish to have a proper conversation? Where have you been all this time?" As soon as he finished speaking, he unceremoniously tugged Ji Lishu towards another single sofa. Due to the limited space, Ji Lishu found herself forcibly seated on his lap. Instinctively, she turned her head to avoid Xingju's fervent gaze, her eyes drifting to Shuang, who was joyfully playing on the floor. After such a long time without seeing her mother, the little one showed no response. "Hey, Shuang, I haven't even hugged my daughter yet." Xingju's muscular arm clamped around her like a vice, rendering her immobile. From the moment Ji Lishu appeared at the door, Qingya's gaze had been like two blazing flames, fixed on her without a moment's distraction. He observed her silently, without movement or words. Seeing her restrained by Xingju, unable to budge, Qingya's fingers twitched instinctively, yet he ultimately restrained himself from any action. His eyes flickered, lips pressed together, remaining silent. He bore an air of reserve that was hard to believe belonged to him. Opposite Ji Lishu sat Yunhen and Yin Luji, both displaying a demeanor she had never seen before, cold and indifferent. Ji Lishu silently regarded them, a wave of helplessness washing over her. Finally, as if surrendering all resistance, she allowed herself to be enveloped in Xingju's embrace. "Once I left Mubo Island, I discarded the communication device." "How did you know I would come to the ice glacier?" she inquired. Yinshu can effectively block tracking signals, knowing she wished to evade their judgment. Xingju slowly lowered his head. His eyes were as deep as the night sky, darkened like ink. "Do you genuinely believe I would hesitate to punish you? You speak of abandoning us so boldly." Ji Lishu replied, "For the past month, we have known your every movement. If we were not fully aware of your whereabouts, how would we trust you to roam freely?" Yunhen's gaze bore into her, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Ji Lishu narrowed her eyes slightly, surprised as she retorted, "You all know where I have been? How could you know despite the tracking device being blocked?" The three fell silent. Their silence only confirmed Ji Lishu's suspicions. "So, you placed a hidden tracker on my Fei Du?" Ji Lishu felt quite taken aback. She glared at Xingju. Such hidden trackers were solely his handiwork. Her expression darkened as she stated, "Fei Du is my absolute privacy. You promised me you would never tamper with it." Xingju felt a flicker of undeniable unease at her glare. He was acutely aware of what Fei Du signified to Ji Lishu. It is not merely a vessel for navigation. It embodies her confidence, her assurance of freedom. Just as in the past, when she resolved to depart from him and Qingya, possessing the ability to traverse the skies allowed her to soar away without a care. However, this time, Xingju was not inclined to concede easily. "Yet you promised me that you would not leave me without warning. Engaging in such a significant act without informing us. Fleeing at will, and now you dare to play the victim?" The discussion inevitably circled back to this point. Ji Lishu slightly turned her head, her gaze falling upon the two men seated opposite her. They both wore solemn expressions, as if to convey that no amount of coaxing would suffice this time. With a hint of frustration, she blinked and looked up at Xingju. "You must remove the invisible locator later." Xingju, still seething with anger, managed to restrain himself. He pressed his lips tightly together, his brow furrowed deeply, his voice laced with tenderness and helplessness. "How many times have you undergone blood draws?" Ji Lishu was momentarily taken aback. She had expected them to interrogate her, but his inquiry was unexpectedly gentle. "Just a few times," she replied softly. She went on to explain that it was due to Kasong providing the most advanced gene editing and cloning technology on Mubo Island, thus minimizing the physical strain on her. The three men exchanged knowing glances, their lips pursed in contemplation. After a moment of silence, In Liuji finally spoke. "Will it hurt?" Ji Lishu gently shook her head. "There will be no next time." Yunen's tone was resolute. Chapter 297. What is this pinnacle of infatuation? Hearing Yunhen's somewhat forceful words, Ji Lishu abruptly pushed Xingju's arms away. She nimbly turned to the side, settling herself confidently atop the low table in the center. She faced Yunhen directly, their eyes meeting in the air. Ji Lishu regarded him quietly, her expression devoid of any fluctuation, her voice calm and steady. It is impossible. Without a continuous supply of original cells, the transformation cannot proceed. Her words were succinct yet resolute. The air around the three men seemed to grow heavier in response to her declaration. The atmosphere turned somber, and a silence enveloped them, none daring to speak. Having lived together for an extended period, they had always been the first to yield during disagreements. Yet this time, the three men were remarkably unified and unyielding. The silence stretched on, and Yunhun appeared to struggle with his emotions, his throat tightening. Why risk yourself? Why keep us in the dark? His voice dropped, trembling slightly. Do you truly refuse to trust me? His amber eyes bore into Ji Li Shu, a swirl of complex emotions hidden within. He seemed to seek answers in her expression or gaze. Ji Li Shu keenly detected a flicker of disappointment in Yunhun's eyes. However, instead of offering immediate solace, she countered. If we do not initiate the semi-mechanical transformation, do you intend to confront everyone head-on? Without the transformation, the threat of genocide would be no mere hyperbole. As time passes, the anger and discontent among the populace will swell like an avalanche. Even if her companions were extraordinarily powerful, contending against the world would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Yunhun parted his lips slightly, but ultimately refrained from elaborating. His deep gaze remained fixed on Ji Li Shu, and they held a silent stare, neither willing to break the stillness. After a prolonged pause, In Liuji could no longer contain himself, softly explaining, in truth, if we were to reach the endgame and fail, we have already prepared for the worst. Upon hearing this, Ji Li Shu turned her head slightly, directing her attention to In Liuji. He continued, we have established a sanctuary deep within the most perilous depths of the dream-eating forest. That place is exceedingly concealed. Outsiders cannot locate its entrance, and even if someone fortuitously stumbles upon it, they would lack the courage to intrude. The surrounding flora consists predominantly of S-grade, mutated species. At this point, Ji Li Shu's expression shifted, and she interjected, are you suggesting that the worst-case scenario is for me and Shuang to be forever isolated from the world? In response to Ji Li Shu's inquiry, the three men fell into an unspoken agreement of silence. It was only natural for her to feel disappointment. Yet, this was the most unfavorable outcome. Ji Li Shu remarked, to create a sanctuary in the most treacherous region of the dream-eating forest, Qingya must have exerted considerable effort. However, she had no inclination to delve into what Qingya had done for her in the past. Her focus was now on the three men before her. She turned her gaze back to Yunhun, disbelief lacing her voice. Are you abandoning Tilyura? Will you simply disregard the 7 cities of the north? Yunhun pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Yet, merely by observing his expression, Ji Li Shu grasped the entirety of the situation. She inhaled deeply, turning her head toward In Liuji, continuing her inquiry. What about you? After toiling for years as a servant to Gideon and his son, having finally gained control of the desert city, are you truly willing to relinquish it so easily? In Liuji allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, responding nonchalantly, this is the worst conclusion. However, if we cannot succeed, then those things we must abandon shall indeed be abandoned. As if indifferent to the entire affair, his fox-like eyes sparkled with mirth, gazing deeply into Ji Li Shu's eyes. Those things that must be relinquished shall be relinquished. He simply understood clearly what must not be forsaken. Ji Li Shu furrowed her brow slightly, turning to face Xingjue. Xingjue, you are a businessman, adept at weighing pros and cons. You are most cognizant of the stakes involved. While Yunhun and In Liuji might engage in unprofitable ventures, Xingjue would not. Furthermore, relinquishing the entirety of the Xingho group and all he once possessed was a monumental sacrifice. In response to Ji Li Shu's inquiry, Xingjue's gaze was resolute and unwavering. Indeed, I have weighed the options. The Xingho group pales in comparison to you. If it necessitates inflicting harm upon you to preserve all that I possess, I would willingly forsake everything rather than allow you to suffer even the slightest injury. Ji Li Shu fell into a profound silence. Her clear eyes slowly traversed between the three men, astonishment evident in her gaze. As if awakening from a surreal dream, she murmured in awe, so, what is this pinnacle of infatuation? At that moment, Ji Li Shu inadvertently caught sight of Qingya, seated quietly on the floor, seemingly intent on diminishing his presence. Her heart stirred. She wished to add a comment, but held her tongue. Hearing her near-disapproving sentiment, Yunhun's disappointment deepened. He had once vowed to provide her and Shuang with a world of freedom. Now, upon learning of their most unfavorable plan, it seemed to echo the sentiment. Ultimately, have we disappointed you? This had always been his greatest concern. Ji Lishu slightly lowered her gaze, her brows furrowing in contemplation. After a moment of deep reflection, she gradually lifted her head. Her eyes were clear as she softly articulated, "This is not disappointment." Yunhin's gaze faltered momentarily. "This is what I believe love should embody, an equal partnership, not one of subordination and parasitism. You are Yunhin, the leader of the 7 cities, and your depiction in the Jinyans when I first arrived in this world left a lasting impression on me. As for Xingjue, you were born into a prestigious family and have always been elevated, never having fallen from your pedestal. And In Liuji, I am fully aware of how you have arrived at this moment. It is precisely for this reason that I shall not permit you to fall into despair because of me." Chapter 298, My Wife Longs for Him. Leaving his blood tank depleted, the few brief words spoken by Ji Lishu resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of those present. The shock they elicited was beyond description. She witnessed the fleeting disbelief in the eyes of the men before her, followed by a flicker of emotion that rapidly magnified, spreading like ripples on water. Xingju's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, yet the words caught in his throat. He found it hard to believe what he had heard, momentarily rendered speechless. What Li meant was that all she had done was not out of distrust towards them. Instead, it was for their sake that she acted in such a manner. She could not bear to see them fall or lose everything they held dear. After a lengthy pause, Xingju finally spoke, his voice soft as a gentle breeze. Ali. The name, when uttered from his lips, was imbued with endless tenderness and affection. Ji Lishu's eyes, bright as stars, swept over the group before her, a slight smile gracing her lips. Of course, her actions were not solely for their benefit, but also for her own. It had always been they who shielded her. She considered herself fortunate. Once, she too had struggled in the depths of an abyss devoid of light. Yet she fought her way out. Therefore, she expressed gratitude for their unhesitating sacrifices for providing her with an escape route. However, even without them, she would find a way, employing every means at her disposal to secure her own outcome. If their presence led to her downfall, forcing her to hide beneath their wings and follow their path, then all her past struggles would be rendered meaningless. Thus, regardless of how they might perceive it, she would pursue what was rightfully hers. Upon hearing this, Yunhen hesitated momentarily. He knew, he remembered, she hailed from the underworld. She had once stated that only by eliminating all companions could one behold the light of day. How could they have concealed the truth from a Ji Lishu who had emerged from the chaos of bloodshed? How could she remain indifferent to the dilemmas before her? Yunhen sat quietly, his long legs crossed, his deep amber eyes akin to an unfathomable abyss. Yet within that depth, a flicker of tenderness subtly emerged. Suddenly, he released a laugh, as if finding solace. The silent smile was akin to a gentle spring breeze. His profound gaze met Ji Lishu's clear eyes, which sparkled with mirth. In that moment of mutual acknowledgement, it seemed as though everything fell into place. On the other side, upon hearing Ji Lishu's words, Xingju felt a jolt in his heart. He sprang to his feet, enveloping Ji Lishu tightly in his arms. Ali, I heed your words. Since my wife has issued the decree, I shall follow it. The light in the wooden cabin dimmed, as he bowed his head to shield it from the glow, his handsome features appearing somewhat hazy. His misty blue hair cascaded over his forehead, accentuating his extraordinary beauty. Although he was typically regal and aloof at that moment, he lowered his head, his gaze soft and affectionate as it rested upon the woman imprisoned in his embrace, his eyes reflecting adoration and a desire to please. It seemed that nothing in this world mattered but her presence. Ji Lishu's lips curled into a slight smile. So, you needn't dwell on my concealment from you any longer. Xingju nodded gently. Ji Lishu, still smiling, raised her hand to tousle his hair. Xingju, I missed you after a month apart. As she ruffled his thick, misty blue hair, her heart was more disheveled than his locks. Her words, I long for you, left his blood tank dry. Each time, he had to plead with her to utter such phrases. His gaze darkened as he fixated on her crimson lips, yearning to kiss her. But the presence of others held him back. Before Xingju could react, In Liuji seized her, pulling Ji Lishu into his embrace, positioning her on his lap. His cold and proud features enlarged before her, his fox-like eyes locking on her face, his tone laced with danger. It's not only Xingju who listens. Do you not long for me too? Ji Lishu casually ran her fingers through his hair, disrupting the chill that surrounded him. I desire both, she replied nonchalantly. The fox-like eyes narrowed in displeasure. Sensing the impending danger, Ji Li Shu swiftly stood from his lap, turning and picking up the adorable Shuang Shuang from the floor. Upon recognizing her mother, the little infant's face erupted into a radiant smile, her chubby arms waving joyfully as she kicked her pudgy legs. Calling out Mama in a sweet voice, Qingya abruptly stood, his body tense from anxiety. His heart raced as if gripped by an invisible hand. The rapid beats flooding him with a tide of nervousness and confusion, causing his fingertips to tremble involuntarily. His lips parted, eager to speak, but he found his voice hoarse. In that moment of helplessness, the name he had longed for echoed in his ears once again. Ji Li Shu, cradling Shuang Shuang, turned to him. Ingya. Chapter 299. His judgment still awaits resolution. His body felt as though struck by lightning, quaking with shock. Qingya's once dull eyes sparkled momentarily, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, igniting with a complex rush of emotions that momentarily left him speechless. How is your recovery progressing? Ye Lishu inquired, pulling him back to the present. The unexpected concern sent his heart racing anew. Yet, the person he had longed for appeared indifferent, revealing no excess emotion. He lowered his gaze, concealing his eyes. After a month of recuperation, I've nearly fully recovered. However, as the words escaped him, he frowned at the hoarseness of his voice. Fearing she might find it unpleasant, he hesitated to engage her further. He felt like a startled bird, terrified of inciting her aversion. Any unexpected reaction could send him into a panic. Hearing her call his name felt like a divine gift. He had anticipated that Ali would remain unresponsive to him. A month ago, when he awoke in Xingju's villa, he recalled everything, as the phosphorescent tunnel began to collapse. He had expended all his strength to hold back the falling debris. Sweat blurred his vision, yet he could still see her gripping Yin Liuji's hand tightly, leaving without a trace of reluctance. In that moment, he felt as if life or death held no significance. Just as he reached his limit, her departing figure flashed in his mind, revealing a fleeting glimpse of emotion in her eyes. Without time to contemplate, perhaps out of reluctance or instinct, the green foliage burst forth from the walls, growing wildly at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, he had exhausted his last ounce of strength, collapsing to the ground. The tremendous drain caused him to revert to his beastly form, his body curling up, buried beneath the falling debris. Lush vegetation formed a protective shield, enveloping him completely. He lost recollection of how he survived. When he emerged from the ruins, he had devolved, devoid of intellect, wandering aimlessly on Mubwa Island, time having lost all meaning for him. He could not ascertain how many days and nights passed until he caught a whiff of a familiar yet elusive scent. Despite his complete lack of intellect, his body instinctively urged him to closely follow that particular scent. This fragrance emanated from a frail woman whom he had pursued for quite some time. Eventually, she guided him aboard an ocean-going vessel. Upon arriving at Talia via the distant shores of Mubwa Island, that familiar aroma became increasingly potent. Following the scent, he discovered the bookstore where Ali resided. The moment he laid eyes on her, it was as if a lost child had finally found the path home. Even though he remained in a regressed state, devoid of memory, thought, or emotion, he could not suppress his yearning to draw near her. The days spent living with her in the villa brought him unprecedented joy. However, this bliss was abruptly shattered by A.O. Lin's lethal strike, as if a sharp pain had pierced his heart. That anguish violently yanked him from the chaos and confusion, leaving only a seething rage and trepidation in its wake. Later, when he awoke in the villa, he discovered that Ji Li Shu had long since vanished. Yun Hen and others were preoccupied with the aftermath, while he remained in the villa to care for Shuang Shuang. During this time, he made several trips back to Qingmu City, where the mess left in his absence was considerable and required resolution. Yet, no matter where he roamed, Shuang Shuang accompanied him. Consequently, the beast folk of Qingmu City became aware of his newfound daughter. Xingju and others tacitly approved of his guardianship of Shuang Shuang. Nonetheless, Qingya was acutely aware that the verdict concerning him had yet to be rendered. Perhaps after today, a conclusion would emerge. Thus, he felt uneasy, anxious, and restless. Ji Li Shu slightly tilted her head to gaze at the man before her. His refined features and upright stature resembled a towering pine. Clad in a delicate light-colored shirt that impeccably outlined his broad shoulders and slender waist, he exuded an air of elegance. His tousled, deep gray-blue hair, far from diminishing his genteel demeanor, instead lent him an effortless charm. His alabaster visage was framed by elegantly arched brows, while his long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. Beneath his prominent nose, his thin lips were pressed together, betraying a hint of unease. Her gaze fell upon him, and, as she parted her crimson lips, her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. "I'm glad that you are alive." Although she had never voiced it, Xinya's demise had always been a thorn in her heart. He had been trapped beneath a phosphorescent tunnel in an effort to save her, and it was he who had allowed her to make that fateful choice. As her words lingered in the air, Xinya's eyes sparkled, akin to the most radiant star illuminating the night sky. His voice trembled slightly. "It was you who awakened me." Ji Li Shu gently shook her head, replying with calm detachment, "You need not thank me. I did this for my own sake." She added, "Moreover, the situation with the mutated plants remains dire, and we still rely on you to resolve it." Xinya's gaze was earnest, and he promptly nodded, "I understand, and I shall do my utmost." Bowing his head, his warm eyes were solely fixed upon her in shuang. The little girl extended her delicate hand to pat her mother's face. When her mother remained still, she reached out toward her father, seeking his embrace. Her cherubic lips emitted a series of sweet, childlike sounds. Ji Li Shu gently patted Shuang's back, realizing that the two had bonded well during this time. A subtle smile graced Ji Li Shu's lips as she spoke with unwavering sincerity. "Xinya, you owe me nothing, and I owe you nothing. This time it is genuine. There is no resentment, no ulterior motives." His hands hung at his sides, trembling involuntarily. What did this signify?